This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. July 12, 5560, Starry Sea Calendar. A scorching summer day. On asteroid A418, far from the central galaxy, overgrown grass formed a vast expanse. A large, emerald green tree scurried frantically, standing out against the desolate landscape. Suddenly, a rich, dazzling green light enveloped the tree. After an unknown amount of time, the green light dissipated, the tree vanished, and an adult woman emerged into view. Lin Xiu slowly opened her eyes, her expression cold and distant, her pupils dark and deep, a look of unfathomable indifference in her eyes. But before she could react, the ground around her suddenly shook, and a piercing, shuddering sound reached her ears. Turning around, her pupils slightly dilated, and she nearly blurted out the Chinese quintessence. Behind her, a vast, dark mass rushed toward her. Where it passed, no grass grew, even the stone had been corroded to nothing, leaving only pitted, bare ground. It was moving at a rapid pace. As it drew closer, Lin Xiu finally saw the true form of the mass, and a chill ran down her spine. In just a few seconds, her thoughts raced. Based on her years of reading online novels, could this be the legendary Zerg? Once a suspicion formed, the seeds of doubt began to germinate. The more she looked, the more it resembled the Zerg. Without time to dwell, Lin Xiu's body, faster than her mind, turned and ran. After being a tree for so long, she had just transformed into a human, her limbs stiff, almost forgetting how to walk as a human. She stumbled and fell to the ground, and then she was caught up. Lin Xiu tensed, covering her mouth and nose, resisting the urge to vomit as she warily surveyed the Zerg surrounding her. The reason was simple. These Zerg looked unbearable. If I had to describe them, they were like enlarged maggots, roughly 2 meters tall, each covered in a layer of green slime that reeked of fishy odor. The Zerg looked at Lin Xiu as if she were looking at a delicious dish, their mucus dripping onto the ground, corroding it into large pits. Suddenly, a shrill cry rang out, and as if receiving a signal, the Zerg swarmed forward. Looking at the Zerg swarming overhead, she lacked a stick, not even a stone. Her bare hands were no match for 4 punches, let alone a horde of them. Lin Xiu thought she was doomed, but suddenly a blinding green light erupted from her body, and in an instant, all the surrounding Zerg were sent flying to the ground, their flesh and blood etched in a foul stench. If she hadn't dodged quickly, it would have nearly splashed on her. Ugh! Looking at the blood-drenched, stench-inducing scene around her, she couldn't help but dry heave. Aren't they said Zergs are just enlarged seafood? Novels have misled me. But she didn't have time to recover, because not far from the pile of Zerg corpses, a nearly 4-meter-tall worm looked down at her, wriggling continuously. Could this be the leader of these Zergs? Lin Xiu swallowed hard. She hated these soft-bodied reptiles the most in her life. Suppressing her nausea, she eyed the Zerg leader warily, mentally calculating her chances of defeating it. The giant worm suddenly began to twist its body, countless tentacles spreading from its body, and instantly launched an attack. Lin Xiu recalled the feeling of her life hanging by a thread, a burning warmth, like a spring breeze. Suddenly, 2 green vines, as thick as her arms, burst from the ground beneath her feet, waving in the air. In a few seconds, they shattered the Zerg's tentacles and charged straight at the giant worm. With its tentacles broken, the giant worm, knowing it was no match, turned and tried to run. Could Lin Xiu let it escape? Of course not. She hadn't expected it to be such a formidable force. She thought it was a paper tiger. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu felt she had it back. She immediately controlled the vines and lashed out at the giant worm. With just a light blow, the worm's body was instantly ripped into several pieces. The foul, sour smell washed over her again, a sensation no less pungent than when one person vomits on a crowded bus, followed by a chain reaction. You? Lin Xiu didn't have time to cover her mouth and nose, and she began to retch again. But her stomach was empty. With a cramping pain, she vomited only acid. As she vomited, she stared at the acid on the ground and the Zerg corpses around her. She was stunned, her throat aching, her nose inexplicably sour. She wanted to go home. She was an orphan. It was her master who had picked her up from a trash can on a snowy day and brought her back to Qincheng Mountain. The brothers and sisters in her sect were incredibly kind to her, as if they were family. If they knew she was missing, they would be terribly worried. Who knows how she managed to get through the past few days, barely a drop of water. And when she discovered technology far superior to that of Zhongxia, and even the entire universe in a pile of rubbish, she nearly collapsed. Looking at the transparent blue screen flashing with garbled text, resembling a robot arm, and a vertical tube of nutrient solution pulled from the rubbish. She vaguely suspected she had traveled to the interstellar space, or perhaps even worn. Later, starving beyond belief, she had no other options. She was going to die anyway, so if it was truly nutrient solution, she could still survive. She immediately made up her mind, and downed half the tube of nutrient solution in one gulp. It was a gamble, and she won, but she barely felt happy for more than 2 seconds before she passed out. When she woke up, she found herself transformed into a tree, ravenously hungry. Damn! I was careless. But we were in the interstellar world, so being a tree didn't matter. Being alive was a blessing. But? She was really hungry now. I wanted hot pot, noodles, steamed buns. The scene just now had left her feeling unsatisfied. If only she could have a bowl of hot and sour noodles right now. Ding! Sense. A strong desire. I want a bowl of hot and sour noodles. Establishing connection starting. Startup failed. Backup energy starting. Startup failed. No! Why did it fail again? Lin Xiu raised her head, her eyes moist with tears still lingering, and she looked around in confusion. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, and she instantly realized what was happening. She mentally cried out, "System? System?" Her golden finger had finally arrived, belatedly, but it had arrived. So what should she do next? Farming, providing the Federation with a steady supply of plants? Cooking, making Chinese cuisine a cosmic power? Or surviving on a desolate planet, preserving intangible cultural heritage, and promoting Chinese civilization? However, no one could answer her questions. Even though she kept calling out to the system, there was still no response. The golden finger pointed out that she had died before achieving her goal, or that the fetus was stillborn. Lin Xiu froze in place, her hair disheveled in the wind. If a bowl of hot and sour noodles hadn't suddenly appeared on the ground, she would have suspected she had just imagined it. Wait! Hot and sour noodles. Where did the hot and sour noodles come from? Lin Xiu's body moved faster than her brain, and by the time she came to her senses, the noodles were already in her hands. It was indeed hot and sour noodles. The aroma was strong and overbearing, and the bright red color was particularly appetizing and alluring, instantly dispelling the nausea that had been lingering in her chest. But why did this bowl look so familiar? She raised the bowl above her head and turned to look at its bottom. In the center, for characters in bright red small script read Made in Iwu. She was shocked and instantly overjoyed. This was the Huanyu Star, the Qincheng Mountain of Yin Country. Who took my freshly cooked hot and sour noodles? Lin Qing had just come out of the restroom when she discovered the noodles she left on the stone table were gone. Normally, Master wouldn't let them eat them. Taking advantage of the fact that Master was away on a mountain trip, she finally managed to coax a packet of hot and sour noodles from her junior apprentice. It was freshly cooked, and before she could even taste it, it was gone. She even added a few slices of her cherished beef. Damn it! Lin Qing's eyes darted around. Is it you? No. A disciple sweeping the floor suddenly realized something, shaking his head like a rattle, afraid to be implicated, and ran off with his broom in hand. Second senior sister was known throughout Qincheng Mountain for her fiery temper, and he didn't dare offend her at this moment. You? Lin Qing's gaze shifted, suddenly glancing at another passing disciple. No. It's not me. The disciple waved his hands repeatedly, frightened by her fierce gaze, and turning away. Ah, who is it? So wicked. The only answer she got was the rustling of the wind through the old trees. Where's Ash? Didn't she go get some water from the cold spring? Why hasn't she returned yet? Could her hot and sour noodles be? They used to be in cahoots, causing a lot of trouble for other disciples. They hunted geese all day, only to be pecked by them. And now they've brought trouble upon themselves. Thinking of this, Lin Qing excitedly headed for the wing room. If she didn't hunt them for 3 days, they'd tear the roof off the house. When she found them, she'd definitely reward them with a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork. In a sense, Lin Qing had revealed the truth. Lin Xiu, the other person involved, finally accepted reality after repeatedly calling the system to no avail. She hadn't eaten in days, and was already ravenous. The overbearing aroma of hot and sour noodles lingered in her nose, making her even hungrier. But, looking at the Zerg corpses all around her, she suddenly felt a bit disappointed. She picked up the large bowl of hot and sour noodles and quickly left, arriving at a clean flat surface. She squatted on the ground and began to slurp the noodles. Wow, there's beef too? That's quite luxurious. One mouthful, and the only word she could describe it was delicious. She ate several mouthfuls in quick succession, feeling a little bloated in her stomach before finally recovering. She also finally noticed the bowl of hot and sour noodles. She had only noticed the Made in EU label earlier, but now, realizing how remarkably similar this bowl looked to the wooden bowl she usually used for cooking and serving soup, even the scratches on the rim were identical. A bold idea suddenly struck her, and she felt a surge of joy. Could this mean she could return home? She was descending the mountain to fetch water from the cold spring when she was caught in a sudden downpour. The strong wind and sand blinded her. As she lowered her head to wipe her eyes, she was struck by a UFO and plunged into the water. That's when she arrived here, and then transformed into a tree. This was her third day in this world. From the initial panic and collapse of discovering she had transformed into a tree, to now being able to slowly control the roots to walk and even transform into a human form, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She almost thought she couldn't transform back, forced to be expelled from human status. Wait, is she still a human? Is a spirit that can transform considered a human? Probably. Before she could delve into the question, she paused slurping her noodles, her hand gripping the chopsticks unconsciously clenched, and her gaze shot upwards. 1, 2, 3. Countless black vortices appeared in the sky, instantly occupying most of it. Countless black dots flew out from the vortexes. Is this a black hole? Aren't black holes said to be extremely rare and difficult to encounter? While she wasn't sure if this was a black hole, she had seen pigs run, even if she hadn't eaten pork. Experience told her that something serious was about to happen. Lin Xiu squinted her eyes, trying to see more clearly. A flash of green light flashed across her vision, and her heart skipped a beat. Is this Zerg? Unlike the soft-bodied bug she had just encountered, the Zerg that emerged from the black vortex were well-equipped. Aircraft, mechas, and even faintly visible warships following the vanguard. It seemed that after transforming into a tree, not only had her spiritual sense become more powerful, but her vision had also improved, allowing her to see objects thousands of miles away. She was immediately drawn to the various mechas. Flying in the front was a dark purple scorpion-shaped mecha. It lacked overly complex ornamentation and lines, its form flowing and powerful. Its pincers and tail tipped into a rounded shape, dotted with fluorescent dots around the edges, giving it an impression of immense strength. Besides the scorpion forms, there were also sculpted humanoid crabs, mantises, and other creatures nearby. Lin Xiu almost thought she was watching into nature. Just as she was looking around, the scorpion mecha suddenly swerved and attacked her. Several dark red energy beams barreled towards her. Oh no! I've been discovered. Chapter 2. Lin Xiu nervously leaped backward, dodging the red energy beams. Realizing she was in a dangerous situation, she hurriedly sought cover and quickly scanned the surrounding Zerg mechs. She breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that, for some reason, the other mechs hadn't attacked her. They seemed merely observing. If they had all rushed at her, she would have been dead. She carefully skirted around the scorpion mech, trying to distance herself from the other Zerg and find a relatively safe position. However, after taking just 2 steps, she felt a chill on her back as she suddenly sensed a powerful energy surge emanating from the Zerg mechs. She turned sharply, and saw that the scorpion mech had already changed its stance, its cannon locked on her. Lin Xiu immediately dodged to the side. The cannonball passed by, and even with her quick escape, a small clump of her hair was singed off. Before she could react, gunfire and explosions erupted, sending clouds of dust billowing all around. She couldn't even think about eating now. She quickly glanced around, set her half-eaten bowl of hot and sour noodles down beside a pile of rocks ripped apart by the artillery fire, and dodged into the nearby weeds. Lin Xiu tore through the weeds, her gaze fixed on the mecha approaching in the sky. Her heart suddenly rose to her throat, pounding. Target locked. A mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Lin Xiu's heart sank, and she cried out, "Oh no!" and turned to run. Unfortunately, she was a step too slow. A red light flashed behind her, and she was instantly blown several meters away, tumbling to the ground. Is this a mecha? Before they even faced each other, a single cannonball had already left her in such disarray. What a terrible feeling. A black and gold scorpion-shaped mecha flew over swiftly, looking down at her, its mechanical eyes flashing crimson. With a casual wave of his hand, 2 aircraft flew over from a short distance. The hatch opened, and 2 Zergs, fully armed and armed with energy guns, emerged. They were strong and tall, their steps in unison, like soldiers. The scorpion-shaped mecha spoke briefly to the 2 Zerg soldiers, a gibberish that Lin Xiu couldn't understand. Isn't it said that the entire universe speaks the universal language? Novels have misled me again. They didn't kill her immediately. Was they trying to capture her? She looked at the mecha before her and the surrounding aircraft, quickly calculating whether there was any chance of escape. The moment the two Zerg soldiers lifted her up, a flash of green light flashed, and the Zerg soldier's body fell to the ground, its body torn apart. Black mist emanated from the wound, and a faint golden light flew into Lin Xiu's body. Almost as she moved, the scorpion mech's pincer-like muzzle was already trained on her. Boom! A flash of red light flashed again, and Lin Xiu dodged the laser cannon with a roll, slipping behind the mech. A green light flashed in her palm, and she grabbed the mechanical scorpion's tail and yanked back fiercely. In a flash of lightning, the tail was torn off and dropped to the ground with a sizzling sound. She hated being talked down to, even by aliens. The mech, whose tail had been torn off, immediately malfunctioned. In the cockpit, Scorpion hadn't expected anything like this. He looked at the screen full of red exclamation marks, and swayed his tail in frustration. His fingertips danced across the screen, initiating a repair program. The mecha moved swiftly, pausing only for a few seconds before returning to normal. Lin Xiu had been waiting for those few seconds, and with a sudden, swift movement, it vanished from its original position. She had thought she escaped, but unexpectedly, the scorpion mecha caught up within 2 minutes, summoning a group of minions. Suddenly, a barrage of artillery fire filled the air. Energy guns, ion blades, laser cannons, and other high-tech weapons blasted towards her like they were free. In an instant, dust billowed. Damn, such a lack of martial ethics. Lin Xiu swallowed a mouthful of dust and gritted her teeth, dodging awkwardly. She had thought she could escape with a shrinking technique, but she had forgotten the most crucial point. The spiritual energy here was so thin that she couldn't run far. Even if there was any spiritual energy present, she would have been new here, and would have had difficulty detecting and converting it. The projectiles were incredibly fast. Lin Xiu wiped her lips, and looked up at the laser cannon so close. Since she couldn't dodge, she decided not to. She suddenly straightened up. She took a stance, stepped to the left, and slowly raised her hands. A watermelon is round and round. Chop it in half, with a single stroke. You take half, he takes half. This is Tai Chi. Tai Chi emphasizes using softness to overcome hardness, using stillness to control movement, using compliance to avoid force, and using weakness to defeat the enemy. It was perfect for situations like this. No matter how fierce or intense the high-tech weapons fire, it couldn't get close to her. Lin Xiu's palm moved slightly, drawing back the ion bombs that had passed by her, and gathering them in her hand. She had originally only thought of giving it a try, but seeing it was truly effective, she began to recklessly plunder them. In a matter of moments, countless energy beam cannons, floating bombs, and other high-tech gadgets stopped in front of her, hovering in the air, moving at her will, a dazzling display of colors. She looks unarmed and defenseless, like an easy target, right? Weapons? She has them, right? She certainly couldn't have done that before, but since becoming a tree, something has changed dramatically. Catching a cannonball with her bare hands, on Universe Star, she could brag about it for a whole year. Oh no, a lifetime. The scorpion mech paused. This was clearly not what it had expected. But before it could think further, the energy beams, guided by Lin Xiu, swung directly in its direction and blasted towards them. Their speed was so fast that it was impossible to avoid them. The nearest Zerg had no place to hide, just like they had just done to Lin Xiu. Alas, they weren't Lin Xiu, and they didn't know Tai Chi. Danger! Danger! The scorpion mech's blood-red mechanical eyes flickered, rapidly scanning its surroundings, searching for a place to hide. The result was bound to disappoint it, but the mech's AI had provided the optimal solution. In the vast field of vision, a Zerg aircraft was immediately locked onto. This aircraft was dragging 2 people, suspended in the air by star chains, their bodies heavily marked in red. Almost the instant the energy beam arrived, the scorpion mecha's pincer-like arms extended infinitely, sweeping up all nearby aircraft to block it, placing the aircraft carrying the 2 people right in the middle. Lin Xiu sneered at the sight. I hadn't expected this Zerg to even use humans as human shields. Did they think they could be stopped that way? What a joke. She was no saint. Especially in a situation like this where it was either going to die, or she would be captured and killed. What did the lives of others have to do with her? Her spiritual sense suddenly expanded, and when her gaze fell upon the figure hanging beneath the center aircraft, her pupils suddenly constricted, and her brow furrowed. Damn it! Damn it! She finally couldn't help but curse. She vanished from the spot, and as the energy beam struck the aircraft, she suddenly reappeared, grabbing the star chains with both hands and forcing them apart. Accompanied by the explosion caused by the energy fluctuations, a small mushroom cloud appeared in the sky. A moment later, the smoke dissipated. A mechanical arm emerged from a pile of scrap metal, and a figure struggled to climb out. It was none other than Scupion. The mech was severely damaged and could no longer be operated. It was also severely injured. Even standing up was a struggle. Being struck by one's own weapon was truly frustrating. Its gaze was sinister as it glared at the direction where Lin Xiu had just stood. Its tentacles twitched slightly, and a message was transmitted back to the central control via the Hive network. To be able to simultaneously control so much weapon energy must require incredibly high mental strength. This isn't something a typical S+ can achieve. It's likely SS. This is a danger to the Zerg, so we absolutely cannot let her return alive. Scupion coughed softly and trembled his tentacles again, summoning the nearest Zerg. A small number escorted him back to the starship, while the majority were dispatched to capture Lin Xiu. Chapter 3. Lin Xiu led the two of them, performing a series of shrinking the earth into an inch techniques, through a long circle, returning to their starting point. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. The Zerg probably wouldn't have thought of that for the time being, and she still had half a bowl of hot and sour noodles hidden here. Perhaps this would be her last taste of this Zhongxia delicacy. It would be a shame to throw it away, and she wanted to keep the bowl as a remembrance. Lin Xiu found an inconspicuous spot with ample shelter, and casually dropped the two of them onto the ground. She plopped down on a relatively flat stone, panting heavily. The continuous shrinking the earth into an inch techniques had taken their toll on her body, not to mention her injuries. Blood trickled down her arm to her fingertips, dripping onto the ground. Lin Xiu lowered her eyes, noticing the scarlet specks on the ground, then shifted her gaze to her own dangling arm. Her entire right hand was already covered in blood, the result of the aftermath of the energy explosion. Slowly raising her hand to her face, she took a closer look, only to discover the wound. Fortunately, it wasn't broken. Handsomeness lasts only 3 seconds, that's what she meant. Lin Xiu swore she hadn't considered caring about those two people. New to the interstellar world, unfamiliar with the place, a mere outsider, how could she possibly feel sympathy for the locals? But when she channeled her spiritual sense and took in the features of one of them, she knew it was over. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu looked at the two men lying on the ground. One had black hair, the other white, and one was fat, the other thin. They were easy to tell apart. Their attire was also polar opposites. One wore the typical short-sleeved shirt and shorts worn on Universal Star, while the other wore casual clothing that exuded a sense of technology, flowing lines, and made of an indeterminate material. The silver gold hue matched his silver hair, making him look as rich as a tycoon. Silver stands out. Visually, the first person she noticed was the silver-haired one, but her gaze was fixed on the black-haired one. Ignoring the pain in her arm, Lin Xiu crouched before the black-haired man, reaching out her uninjured left hand to grasp his chin and twist it side to side, as if desperately trying to confirm something. His features were gentle, his delicacy elegant. Even lying still, one could sense the aura of peace and tranquility emanating from him. They look so much alike, she muttered softly, glancing him up and down again. When she caught sight of the ERK logo on his sneakers from the corner of her eye, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was most likely the man. After confirming she hadn't rescued the wrong person, she stood up, found the pile of rocks where she had hidden the hot and sour noodles, and brought out the remaining noodles. Thankfully, they were still there, still edible, although they were almost cold. She turned around with the bowl in hand and met a pair of inky black eyes, filled with bewilderment. Lin Xiu was stunned for a moment, then slowly came to her senses and sat back down on the stone, placing the bowl on her knees and sipping. At this moment, she had to be thankful she'd been left-handed since childhood, otherwise, eating with an injured right hand would have been a struggle. As for her injured hand, it only looked scary, so she better wait until she was full. It was only 2 mouthfuls, so it wouldn't take much time. The overbearing, familiar aroma quickly brought Pei Qingyu back to his senses. He propped himself up and looked at Lin Xiu, stunned. Taking a look at her green Taoist robe, her hair casually tied up with some twig, and most importantly, the bowl of familiar hot and sour noodles in her hand, his mind raced. Pei Qingyu silently leaned closer to her, his throat rolling as he swallowed the saliva flowing wildly from his mouth. With a restrained expression and a hint of anticipation, he spoke tentatively. Odd numbers change. Even numbers remain the same? The symbol refers to the quadrant. Gongting Jade Wine. 180 per cup. 3.14155926. Lin Xiu, are you sick? Who could possibly recite that? Even after being scolded, Pei Qingyu remained unfazed. He clenched his hands in agitation, but his expression remained silent. He planned to try again. There are 2 trees in front of my house? One is a jujube tree, and the other is also a jujube tree. How are you? I'm fine, thank you, and you? That's the feeling. It's right. After matching several codes in a row, Pei Qingyu finally confirmed that the woman in the green Taoist robe before him was from Zhongxia. They were from the same place. After realizing this, his body, tense from being in a strange place for a while, finally relaxed upon seeing someone familiar, and he slumped down on the ground. I know you, Pei Qingyu. Lin Xiu finished her noodles in a few bites, drinking every drop of the soup. Wiping her mouth, she asked, How did you get here? How long have you been here? Pei Qingyu wasn't surprised at her calling him by name. He debuted as a child star, and was a household name in Yin country, so it wasn't surprising that she recognized him. That was why Lin Xiu decided to save him. Meeting a compatriot in a foreign land was both heartwarming and absurd. Only they could understand each other's excitement and anxiety. Pei Qingyu didn't answer immediately, his gaze falling on her injured arm. Judging from her current state, it wasn't hard to guess that she had saved him. Perhaps the injury had been sustained while saving them. He couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. It wouldn't be good for a girl to bear a scar. He leaned in, palm facing down over the wound. A soft green light shone from his palm. Lin Xiu's face was filled with confusion, but she felt the almost imperceptible warmth radiating from the wound, and anticipation welled up in her heart. Healing ability? A golden finger? As fellow Zhongxia people from Huanyu Star, having both traveled to the interstellar space, it seemed perfectly normal for them to possess a golden finger or some extraordinary skill. For example, herself? Healing well, a true nurse indeed. Time passed, and Pei Qingyu's face gradually paled, with beads of sweat even forming on his forehead. But aside from a slight warmth and a lack of pain, Lin Xiu's wound showed no signs of healing. Not even the bleeding had stopped. How about? She paused for a moment, then whispered, Why don't you rest for a while? She was afraid that if his wound wasn't healed, he collapsed first. That would be a disaster. As soon as she finished speaking, the air around them suddenly froze, a hush descending into a thick, awkward atmosphere. Sorry. Pei Qingyu pursed his lips slightly, and awkwardly withdrew his hand. He'd been too careless. He glanced at his short-sleeved shirt, trying to tear off a section to bandage her wound. After a couple of tugs, he found it wouldn't go. The atmosphere around them suddenly grew even more awkward. Meeting his slightly embarrassed gaze, Lin Xiu silently turned her head away, averting her gaze. Pei Qingyu felt his ears burning, so he simply took off his clothes and handed them to her. Take care of the wound. It would be bad if it gets infected. I often see photos of him working out online, and I know he's in great shape. Seeing is believing, and he's indeed in great shape. His muscles are defined and smooth, his arms look strong and muscular, and his abs are said to be doubled or 8-packs. His whole body is brimming with hormones. Not bad, not bad. Lin Xiu didn't show any emotion, but she couldn't help but admire him again in her heart. She took the offered piece of clothing and tugged hard. With a rip sound, a piece of fabric came off. Pei Qingyu, shock. He had just tried to figure out how difficult this piece of clothing was to pull off, but how did it come off so easily in her hands? It felt like she didn't even have to use much force. Lin Xiu's ripping was quite skillful, and the short-sleeved shirt instantly went from long to short, just a little longer than a high-waisted one. She returned the shirt to Pei Qingyu. Thank you. Boys should protect themselves when they're out. Wear what they need. I thought the dress would be much shorter after ripping it off, but it didn't quite cover my navel. Pei Qingyu put the dress on and straightened it out. It's been about a month, I guess. He thought for a moment and continued. My mom heard from somewhere that Qincheng Mountain is very accurate in finding love. It just so happened that I had just finished filming a new drama, so I had some free time, so she took me to Qincheng Mountain. The sky was clear when we got there, but as soon as we reached the mountainside, a violent storm erupted, without any warning. All I remember is that it was so windy and rainy that day that I couldn't even stand. I had just brought my mom into the pavilion when I felt myself being blown away. I felt dizzy and lost all memory. When I woke up, I was already here. Qincheng Mountain? What a coincidence. Lin Xiu paused slightly, her chopstick gripping her hand, a hint of bewilderment evident. She had grown up in Qincheng Mountain, so how could she not know that the temple was known for its accuracy in finding love? Oh, she remembered. A few years ago, a major earthquake struck Qincheng Mountain. The temple had taken in some injured people. Just as everyone was grieving over the shattered homes and the loss of loved ones, an unknown ancient tree in the courtyard, said to be over 1,000 years old, suddenly blossomed overnight. The fragrance was mysterious and elegant, as if with some magical power, it dispelled and soothed all the negative emotions within everyone. Their restless hearts instantly calmed, and their spirits and energy improved. Unfortunately, it was a fleeting bloom. The next day, all the flowers had fallen to the ground, like a blanket of snow. Everyone marveled at the sight, but also felt a sense of regret. I heard this was the first time the ancient tree had blossomed in nearly 100 years. Although the ancient tree's bloom lasted only a day, it illuminated the hearts of those grieving over the natural disaster. They made their own wishes to the tree. Several couples even pledged their love beneath it. After the reconstruction of their homes, word spread among those present, and more people came to Qincheng Mountain to see the ancient tree. Gradually, this unknown tree became festooned with red wishing ribbons. It's said that many couples met under it, falling in love and promising each other their love. It's why it's known as the marriage tree. Unfortunately, she had been following her fellow apprentices down the mountain to help with the disaster relief efforts, and thus missed the opportunity. While Lin Xiu's thoughts were drifting, Pei Qingyu had already examined the silver-haired man for any injuries. Meeting her puzzled look, he explained, "His name is Qiao Sun. I was seriously injured at the time, and he saved me." Newly arrived, unfamiliar with the place, he happened to meet a kind-hearted man who had saved his life. With his guidance, intentional or unintentional, the two quickly became close friends and traveled together. After getting to know each other, he naturally extracted a lot of information from Qiao Sun, concluding that he had traveled to the stars. After being here for almost a month, he had slowly come to terms with this reality. He wondered what had become of his mother. Was she swept away like him? The house must be in shambles right now. Luckily, he wasn't an only child. He had a younger sister. Even if they were gone, there would still be someone to look after their father. Furthermore, the money he earned from filming over the years would provide them with a comfortable life for the rest of their lives. Can you understand him? Lin Xiu heard something else in his words. She looked at Pei Qingyu with a look of surprise. He could actually understand alien speech? I couldn't understand it at first, but Qiao Sun gave me this. Pei Qingyu removed a delicate, simple metal ornament from his ear and handed it to her. An interpreter. The universe is vast, with diverse races. Language barriers are common, hence the need for interpreters. They can translate different languages in real time, facilitating communication and understanding between races. Everyone in the Federation has one. Chapter 4. Lin Xiu stood up, placed the wooden bowl on the stone, and took the interpreter, examining it carefully. From its appearance, it looked similar to a behind-the-ear hearing aid, but this one was smaller and more refined. It was sleek, silvery white in color, with a faint blue glow, giving it a very technological feel. Just wear it on your ear, and it will automatically translate in real time. And there's no need to worry about it falling off. The metal automatically conforms to your ear, and it's very light, so you won't feel any strangeness or discomfort even after wearing it for a long time. Pei Qingyu had been using this to communicate with Qiao Sun recently. What a great thing! She gave one when she had the chance. Lin Xiu returned the interpreter to Pei Qingyu, then looked down at Qiao Sun, who lay still unconscious on the ground. Qiao Sun? Sounds like a name from China. I think he mentioned something about his great-grandmother having some connection to the people of the Universal Star. Pei Qingyu pursed his lips, thinking back. Is there a Universal Star in this world? Lin Xiu's voice unconsciously rose a degree. Pei Qingyu nodded slightly, stating his speculation. I suspect we may have traveled to the ordinary world. He had only learned fragments about this world from Qiao Sun. He would need to check the star network for more. Unfortunately, both of them were unregistered residents, lacking even a star brain. Qiao Sun did have one, but it was broken and unusable for the time being. Lin Xiu sighed upon hearing this. For now, they could only take things one step at a time. They had to find a way to resolve the huge issue of unregistered residents. Before that, they should think about what to do. She glanced at Qiao Sun out of the corner of her eye, and was instantly drawn to a flash of white light. The gentle, non-glaring light enveloped Qiao Sun's entire body, seemingly disappearing at the next second. After a minute or two, the light dissipated. The figure on the ground was long gone, leaving only the empty clothes and the small, bulging bump in the middle. Where was the person? Lin Xiu looked at the bulge and suddenly, an idea struck her. She turned to Pei Qingyu, motioning him to go forward and see what was going on. Sure enough, as Pei Qingyu picked up the clothes, a black and white glutinous rice dumpling rolled out. Bear! Panda. Lin Xiu's pupils widened slightly. It was a panda. She had thought Xiaosun might become an animal, but becoming a national treasure was something she had never imagined. Pei Qingyu's expression mirrored hers. Xiaosun? He called out tentatively, looking at the tangled mass crawling around on the ground. Xiaosun's ears twitched slightly, his consciousness blurring. A familiar voice called out to him, and he instinctively crawled towards it. Pei Qingyu had taken the fact that his brother had transformed into a panda well. He had read a few novels, and had some idea of Xiaosun's current situation. He reached out, and scooped the sesame ball directly into his arms. It was smaller than his single pillow at home, and quite heavy. Pei Qingyu couldn't wait to stroke it, and the feel was just as good as he imagined. Every Chinese person wanted a panda that would always belong to them, and he was no exception. Before, he had been unable to do so due to legal constraints, but he hadn't expected that after traveling through time, he could actually do it. No one could resist the whims of a national treasure, even if that national treasure was a brother in disguise. Xiaosun hummed, nuzzling into his armpits. Lin Xiu's heart melted at the sight. Perhaps it was her personality, but Tuanzi wasn't like the national treasures often found mining coal in China. Instead, she was exceptionally clean, her whiteness radiant, her beauty instantly elevated several notches. She was so soft and adorable, truly adorable. Do you want a hug? Pei Qingyu saw the eagerness in her eyes, and passed Xiaosun forward. No need. Lin Xiu stared at the adorable Tuanzi, her expression struggling for a few seconds before finally waving her hand. I just touch her. A hug was out of the question. If it led to a relationship, that would be a disaster. The soft touch on her palm raised her brows slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. The recent resentment she'd been feeling from the time travel dissipated considerably. She'd seen online that adult pandas' fur was harder, not as soft as their cubs. Now that she experienced it herself, she could only say, the netizens were right. Lin Xiu sighed with regret. If only this were a real panda, but it was a pity it was a human. It had transformed right before her eyes, and she couldn't find any excuse to justify it. She had originally intended to touch it only twice, but the feel was so good, so she kept touching it again and again. A sticky sensation tinged her fingertips, and Lin Xiu paused, instinctively glancing over. Wounded? She quickly spotted a wound amidst the dense hair on her shoulder blade. She scanned down her arm, finding several smaller wounds as well. Because the hair was black, and the blood had already stopped flowing, she discovered it a little too late. What should I do now? A hint of guilt flashed in Lin Xiu's eyes. She had been so busy stroking her head that she hadn't even noticed her arm. No wonder he kept groaning. Perhaps it was in pain. Thinking of this, she suddenly looked up at Pei Qingyu. How about you treat him? While it won't heal the wound, it might help relieve the pain. Something is better than nothing. Pei Qingyu placed his palm directly on the wound, and the tender green light flashed again. As expected, Xiaosun stopped moaning and even twitched his ears in pleasure, subconsciously rubbing them against his palm. It worked. Lin Xiu's face lit up at this. Pei Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it worked, that was all. He wasn't entirely sure about his sudden ability. It was intermittent. While tending to her own wound, Lin Xiu also tended to Xiaosun's. She and Pei Qingyu briefly exchanged information. This place wasn't very safe, and staying here forever wasn't going to work, so we decided to leave for now. I heard from Xiaosun that this is the most desolate planet farthest from the Federation, right on the border. There's only one starport on the entire planet. There's a garrison parking area near the starport. Some exiles or undocumented residents live there. Pei Qingyu pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps we could go to the garrison and take a look. The three of them needed a place to recuperate, even if only temporarily. A garrison parking area was a good option. Let's go then. Lin Xiu agreed, picking up a wooden bowl and taking 2 steps. Suddenly, he stopped, his expression indescribable. Do you know how to get to the parking area? That's a good question. I don't know, Pei Qingyu answered truthfully. Their eyes met, and for a moment, they were speechless. His words were like a bucket of cold water, chilling them to the bone. How about I? Just as Lin Xiu was about to tell his fortune, Xiaosun suddenly moved. He shifted uncomfortably. The moment before, he dreamed of sleeping comfortably in a bamboo forest. The next moment, as he opened his eyes, everything around him instantly woke him up. Yellow sand filled the sky, overgrown with weeds. Wasn't that a desolate planet? Overhearing the conversation, he struggled to raise a paw and pointed to the left. Then, he was stunned. No! How had he returned to his original form? He had no time to think. The sharp pain in his head and the dull ache in his body overlapped, and he couldn't help but groan. A pair of small eyes flickered back and forth between red and black. Oh no, it was his mental energy that was in disarray. Xiao Sun's entire body was riven with unbearable pain and itching, irritating his heart and lungs. The bear twisted itself into a knot, struggling to the ground, clawing at itself, tearing out chunks of fur. In a trance, it seemed to smell a faint floral fragrance, exactly the same as the one it had smelled in the bamboo forest in its dream. At that moment, a gentle energy penetrated its mind, like a warm sunbathing, soothing and slightly easing the pain. The bear instantly slumped down, flopping into Pei Qingyu's arms. Healer, a profession instantly popped into his mind. Daoda's eyes widened, and he turned his head, straining to see who was helping to calm his restless mental energy. Wow! It's Pei Qingyu. Shock once again filled its small eyes. It was the first time Lin Xiu had seen such a rich expression in a panda up close. What's wrong with him? She pointed at Xiao Sun, who had been barking with his eyes closed, plucking at his own hair in agony, leaving a bald patch on his head. He ignored her cries and, with immense strength, even scratched Pei Qingyu's arm in his struggle, causing blood to flow everywhere. Thankfully, Pei Qingyu had a strong healing ability. The bleeding stopped instantly, and the wound showed signs of healing. I don't know. Pei Qingyu shook his head. Sensing that Xiao Sun seemed to be feeling better, he stopped channeling healing energy and continued. A similar situation happened before in the cell. But it was much more severe then. He went berserk and tore the cell apart in half. Whenever this happens, the Zerg inject a liquid into his system. After the injection, he instantly calms down. A sedative? Lin Xiu asked curiously. Maybe? Pei Qingyu didn't quite understand, but the substance was indeed somewhat similar to a sedative. After all, a frenzied orc's every aspect was heightened by more than 1 degree. Rational, insensitive to pain, unconcerned with life or death, such people were the most terrifying. Without a sedative, the guarding Zerg wouldn't be able to control them. Their escape was only possible because Xiao Sun went berserk and killed the Zerg guards, who were guarding them. Although they were later recaptured, they were fortunate to have met Lin Xiu, whom Xiao Sun nudged his still open hand with discontent, motioning him to continue. Pei Qingyu had no choice but to continue channeling healing energy into it. Under Xiao Sun's guidance, the two chatted as they walked towards the parking area. I still don't know your name. Lin Xiu, Ji as in no, Su as in many. Where are you from? I'm from Beijing. This wasn't a secret. As a public figure and a celebrity, Pei Qingyu's personal information was readily available online. From Chengdu, Lin Xiu replied. Chengdu? Pei Qingyu paused, as if thinking of something, and paused slightly. You don't live in Qingcheng Mountain, do you? Qingcheng Mountain is in Chengdu. There was only one Taoist temple on the mountain within 100 miles, and she was wearing a green Taoist robe, so it was hard not to associate them. Lin Xiu nodded slightly. She guessed right, but unfortunately there was no prize. She briefly recounted her journey through time. That's quite a coincidence, Pei Qingyu said softly. Both from Zhongxia, on the same day, in the same place, caught in the same storm, both blown away, and then transported across time. Isn't that a coincidence? Indeed. Lin Xiu found it hard not to agree, even giving him a complicated look. She suspected that the UFO that had hit her was Pei Qingyu. How did your healing green light appear? Pei Qingyu's expression was somewhat indescribable when he mentioned this. As soon as he had transported across time, he had fallen directly into a Zerg nest, severely injured and thrown into a cell. There, he met Xiao Sun, who somehow managed to wake him up. He awoke, but the wound continued to bleed. Just when he thought he was going to die, he suddenly smelled a faint floral scent, like osmanthus, and passed out. When he woke again, the blood had clotted into a scab, and the wound had healed. Feeling warm and comfortable, he lowered his head to examine the wound more closely, when he was suddenly struck by a tender green light that had emerged from his hand. After realizing it, he speculated that this might be the supernatural power from the novels. You might not believe this, but I also glow green. After hearing this, Lin Xiu pondered for a moment before raising her hand. A dark green light appeared in her palm. A flicker of surprise flashed across Pei Qingyu's eyes. The two of them exchanged glances. Everything else was fine, but how could even the so-called golden finger be the same? How could this be such a coincidence? Chapter 5. Xiao Sun stared at the palms of their hands in amazement, his small eyes shifting slightly as his expression grew more complex. He stared intently for a long moment before slowly withdrawing his gaze, unable to resist smacking his lips. So green. Actually, if you look closely, there are some differences. Lin Xiu pointed at the light on their palms. Her palms were a deep, dark green, while Pei Qingyu's were a vibrant, light green, even tinged with yellow, making them easy to distinguish. And I don't have any healing abilities. After learning of Pei Qingyu's healing powers, she secretly tested them herself, but the answer was no. She didn't tell anyone about her transformation into a tree. People are treacherous, and she couldn't afford to take the risk. Especially in this situation, even if he's from China, what if you open your heart to someone, and they turn around and stab you? Isn't that pure injustice? She was willing to reveal some of her own circumstances, not only to show her fellow countrymen banding together for warmth, but also to demonstrate her own value. I imagine Pei Qingyu agrees. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed his healing abilities so early on. Pei Qingyu, aren't dark green and light green both green? He stared at the light in their palms for a long time without saying anything, feeling something was off. As they talked, they unknowingly arrived at the point where Lin Xiu had first traveled through time, near the garbage dump. Looking at the garbage dump before them, as tall as a hill, it was piled with a vast amount of various waste and debris, as well as a small amount of metal debris. Large and small, with varying feelings, the silver-gray surface occasionally flickered with a faint light. Pei Qingyu casually picked up a broken mechanical arm that had fallen at his feet, and couldn't help but mutter, if these things could take it home. Considering he was still holding an alien in his arms, he didn't finish his words. But Lin Xiu, a fellow Zhongxia native, couldn't help but wonder what he was thinking. To be honest, she had the same thought the first time she saw the mechanical wreckage. To an alien, this junk might just be a pile of useless scrap metal, but compared to the technologically advanced interstellar, or even backward universe, it was a rare treasure. Don't think about it. Let's go! Lin Xiu stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. How long until we get to the docking area? Xiaosun raised his head and called out to her a few times. What did he say? Lin Xiu couldn't help but scratch her ears. I couldn't understand at all. This feeling was truly terrible. The language barrier is really troublesome. Once she settled, I must get an interpreter. Absolutely, Lin Xiu thought to herself, reaching out to rub the panda's head. Xiaosun instantly bristled, raising his paw to push her hand away. He could have ignored the rubbing while unconscious, but now that he was awake, he couldn't do it again. Besides, he had just seen her use the same hand she'd been touching to clean her ears. Does this damn woman even know that you can't touch an orc's ears? Does she even know about hygiene? Sadly, the more he resisted, the more Lin Xiu pushed him on. Under her double-handed pressure, Xiaosun gave in. Desperately, he sank into Pei Qingyu's arms, letting her ravage him. Never mind, rub it. A man under someone's roof has to bow his head. A few more touches won't make him any less valuable. After all, this woman saved him. He said the garbage area is the parking area, Pei Qingyu translated. Lin Xiu stood on the garbage heap and gazed ahead, vaguely catching sight of the rambling buildings in the distance. Composed of bold geometric shapes. The streamlined exteriors and the buildings' intricate angles were Newton's coffin lids, making it hard not to notice them. It seemed close, but in reality, it was far away. Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh. How long would it take to walk there at this rate? She wouldn't get there before dark. She could see so clearly thanks to her recently enhanced spiritual awareness. She couldn't keep walking like this. She was exhausted. As for shrinking the earth to an inch, she could do it alone, but carrying 2 more people would be a challenge. Or, should she just go on alone? What's wrong? Pei Qingyu's voice rang beside her. I'm thinking about making a simple mobility scooter. Lin Xiu casually changed the subject. She could just think about running away on her own. Mobility vehicle? Pei Qingyu frowned slightly, lowering his eyes to ponder the feasibility of this idea. Ah, there's an idea. Lin Xiu suddenly had an idea. There's an idea. What? Without waiting for Pei Qingyu to react, she excitedly began to pick up scraps from the garbage mountain. She was picking up scraps of metal, some large, some small, mostly in blocks, making them easy to identify. Watching her pick up a few pieces, Pei Qingyu had a rough idea of what she was planning to do, and began to help. An hour later, Lin Xiu looked at the mobility vehicle before her. A square iron box. It used mortise and tenon joints, crafted from scraps of metal she had picked up, hammering and shoving. A large wheel supported the box at the bottom, and 2 iron rods of varying lengths and thicknesses on either side maintained balance, similar in function to a wheelbarrow. The box wasn't large, just enough for 3 adults to stand. She nodded with satisfaction, inwardly admiring the unparalleled wisdom of her ancestors. Because her right arm was injured, She was largely in charge while Pei Qingyu assembled the box, barely managing to create a box. They were lucky enough to find a large wheel made of an unknown material. Pei Qingyu painstakingly removed it from the wreckage and attached it to the bottom of the box to serve as a wheel. Lin Xiu gave Pei Qingyu an admiring look. He's a talent. The assembly process wasn't smooth, mainly due to a lack of tools. I hadn't expected him to concoct a set of tools from scrap metal. It might look a bit unrecognizable, but it worked. Amazing, of course. The most impressive effort went to Xiao Sun. The panda form looks silly and adorable, but its claws are incredibly sharp. Useful for poking holes or something. Pei Qingyu did a final check, confirming the wheels were properly installed before clapping his hands to brush off the dust. Is this really okay? He stared at the mobility vehicle made of scrap metal before him. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after looking at it so many times, it felt strangely harmonious. He was silent for 2 seconds, then gently suggested, "How about we look again? See if we can find 2 more wheels? One would be fine, actually. It's better than a unicycle, which looked unreliable no matter how you looked at it." "That's fine." Lin Xiu raised her chin slightly, clearly very satisfied. She pulled another thick robotic arm from the pile of garbage, its surface smooth and slightly dirty. But Lin Xiu didn't care. She simply tossed the arm inside the car and stepped on it. The car swayed, and he almost lost his balance. The man and the bear watching nearby couldn't help but feel a little worried. Could this thing really work? What are you standing there for? Get in! It's going to be dark if we don't leave now. Lin Xiu waved at them. Pei Qingyu glanced at the sky, sighed helplessly, and stepped forward to put Xiao Sun inside. He stood in the back, holding the extra metal sections on both sides with his hands. He was about to push them away when Lin Xiu's puzzled voice came from above. "What are you doing?" "Pushing the cart." "What cart?" Lin Xiu lowered her head, watching his movements. She understood immediately and quickly explained, "You don't have to push. Get in." "Huh?" Pei Qingyu was bewildered. "How could this cart move without power?" Lin Xiu urged. "Hurry up. Why are you so sloppy? Let me show you the collision of technology and metaphysics." Although Pei Qingyu had no idea what she was going to do, he got in anyway and was completely stunned by her movements. Lin Xiu bit her finger, used her blood as a medium, and her finger as a brush, drawing a talisman in the air, all in one smooth motion. A flash of golden light flashed, and she nodded with satisfaction, injecting the talisman into the car's body. The sudden push caught Pei Qingyu off guard. He lost his balance, and was nearly thrown out. Only Lin Xiu's quick hands and eyes pulled him back. The car was moving at a brisk pace, the whirring wind and the creaking of the car pulling Pei Qingyu back from his thoughts. He sat inside, watching the passing scenery, unable to recover for a long time, as if in a dream. "How's it? Isn't this faster than pushing it with your own hands?" Lin Xiu sat on the abandoned mechanical arm, leisurely swinging her legs, her long black hair swaying in the wind, looking extremely comfortable. Pei Qingyu, having calmed down, regained his intelligence and immediately figured out the key. He couldn't help but ask, was that a talisman just now? What kind of talisman was it? A speeding talisman. As the name suggests, it can travel 1,000 miles. Lin Xiu explained. Pei Qingyu gave her a thumbs up, applauding her. "You're the one." That was a talisman drawn in midair. There are thousands of Taoist priests, and half of them are fake. He hadn't expected to encounter a real one. Xiao Sun had also regained his composure during their conversation, his face filled with shock and a hint of bewilderment. What are they talking about? What's this speed talisman? Why can't he understand? Why is this broken iron box moving on its own? What's the principle behind it? Lin Xiu's lips curled up in a smug smile. She patted the car body and gave Pei Qingyu an admiring look. "You're not bad at all. Without this mobility scooter, the speed talisman would have to be attached to her shoes. While she could still get to the parking area before dark, running by herself wouldn't be as comfortable as sitting and being carried." Her slender fingertips tapped the car wall intermittently, making a series of soft, rhythmic sounds. The more she looked at the mobility scooter, the more satisfied she became. Lin Xiu pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "I'm going to give it a name." This was the first mobility scooter they had built since arriving in the interstellar space, so it held great significance. What name? Under the gazes of the man and the bear, she waved her hand and made the final decision. "Let's call it the Peninsula Iron Box. What do you think? Not bad, right?" Lin Xiu felt that no name could be more appropriate. Pei Qingyu, He did get the point, but silence is golden. Just be happy. Xiao Sun agreed, covering his face with his paws. His expression was indescribable. What the hell was going on? Chapter 6. The speed talisman is incredibly powerful, delivering incredible speed. As the two conversed, the buildings in the parking area ahead grew from a tiny dot to a larger, clearer structure. Why are there so many whirlpools? Lin Xiu was stunned as he looked at the whirlpools, large and small, above the parking area. He sat up straight, crossed his legs, and stared ahead. Zerg. He spoke with conviction. She was all too familiar with this whirlpool. She had seen it once before, not long ago. Pei Qingyu naturally noticed this as well, his expression growing serious. The scene of being imprisoned by the Zerg flashed vividly in his mind. He had seen this whirlpool the moment he first crossed over and fell into the Zerg's temporary base camp. At first, he thought it was a black hole. After meeting Xiaosun, he realized it wasn't a black hole at all, but a vortex caused by a space jump. Woof! Ah! Why would the Zerg go to the docking area? The starport is so close to the docking area. If the docking area is destroyed, the starport will be affected. How can he contact his family to pick him up? Xiaosun couldn't help but let out a bark, his hands wrapped around his head, gritted his teeth, and tugged at his ears in frustration. As the peninsula iron box drew closer to the docking area, Lin Xiu suddenly said, "Let's wait and see. For now, they won't go in. Who knows what's going on inside? If the Zerg take over, wouldn't that be a recipe for death? It's better to see the situation first before making any plans." However, before she could control the peninsula iron box to stop, a black dot suddenly rushed towards them. Lin Xiu's expanded spiritual sense revealed the black dot's true form, a flying vehicle. Swaying from side to side, it was clearly out of control. It plummeted towards them. Frightened, Lin Xiu's heart leaped. He quickly raised his uninjured left hand and placed it in front of his chest, attempting to control the speed charm to redirect it. But he was still a step too slow. Peninsula iron box. Just as it shifted slightly to the left, the aircraft descended upon them. A dark shadow enveloped them. Xiaosun, frightened, barked again, clutching his head and scrambling towards Pei Qingyu's legs. "This is the end of me." Lin Xiu pursed his lips tightly, muttering a silent incantation. Peninsula iron box moved a considerable distance to the left again, passing the falling aircraft. Metal clashed, sparks gleaming. Bang! They were blown away by the massive aftermath of the falling aircraft. Peninsula iron box was shattered, its parts scattering across the ground. Cough cough. Lin Xiu choked on the flying dust. Pei Qingyu wasn't much better. After recovering, he helped her up, then turned to look at Xiaosun, who was curled up like a sesame ball at his feet, and quickly scanned him for any injuries. Lin Xiu waved his hand to clear the dust lingering in the air around his mouth and nose, looking warily at the severely damaged, now half-broken aircraft before him. The dust cleared, and accompanied by a heavy, rapid breath, a figure crawled out from under the half-broken aircraft. Xiaosun, frightened, quickly clung to Lin Xiu's thigh. Of the three of them, she seemed the only one who looked reliable and secure. If not now, when would she? Pei Qingyu observed his movements carefully and took a few steps forward, shielding Lin Xiu and Xiaosun behind him. A tender green light emanated from his palm. At this moment, he was incredibly grateful for having gone to Shaolin Temple to learn martial arts for a role in a kung fu film a few years ago. He had quite a bit of talent and had achieved some success. He later became a star again thanks to that film. They say that only what you learn is yours. Thus, he now had the ability to fight back. Even if he couldn't win, with his powerful healing abilities, he could still give Lin Xiu and the others a fighting chance. It could give them a chance to escape. His worries proved to be unnecessary. The figure had just stood up when it fell to the ground, motionless. The bloodstains on his body made it impossible to discern the original color of his clothes. His arm was broken, leaving only half of it. He lay motionless on the ground, blood dripping from his forehead, a startling sight. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest gave him some evidence of life. The two of them stared at each other. After a few minutes, seeing that the man was still lying motionless on the ground, Lin Xiu gestured for Pei Qingyu to go over and take a look. She wanted to go up and take a look, but suddenly remembered the first rule of the time travel rule she read somewhere before. Don't pick up wild people on the roadside. She stood there motionless. Pei Qingyu's expression darkened slightly, his eyes fixed on the man as he cautiously stepped forward. A sudden crack rang out. His expression suddenly changed, his body tensed, and he felt a foreign sensation under his feet. A landmine? Pei Qingyu's heart skipped a beat, and he froze. What's wrong? Lin Xiu, sensing something was amiss, strode forward. The sudden movement nearly threw Xiao Sun off his lap, and he quickly hugged his thighs with both hands and feet. Lin Xiu followed Pei Qingyu's gaze, and looked at his left foot. A flash of bright red caught his eye at the toes. It was a piece of red metal with a gold rim. The small part that was exposed actually resembled a 5-pointed star. A 5-pointed star? Pei Qingyu calmed down, and felt the foreign object under his feet again. It wasn't very large, not particularly protruding, and was even a little flat. He thought he might have been overreacting. But what if? What if it was a small bomb? You have to know that this is interstellar, not the universe. You can't use ordinary thinking. Just as the two of them were struggling between yes and no, Lin Xiu observed for a few seconds, confirming there was no danger, and then lifted his trouser leg and moved to the side. Pei Qingyu subconsciously followed her movement and moved his left foot away. The piece of metal was now completely exposed. Lin Xiu bent down to pick it up, gently brushed off the dust, and examined it carefully. The overall shape was an irregular combination of a 5-pointed star and 3 rectangles of varying lengths. It looked a bit like a badge. The primary color was red, with gold edging and dark blue as a secondary color. 3 strings of characters were engraved on the rectangles of varying lengths. She didn't recognize them. Pei Qingyu didn't recognize them either. The two illiterate men stared at each other in silence, each seeing a hint of bewilderment and helplessness in the other's eyes. Although the surface had cracked a few tiny cracks, it still shone brightly. Xiao Sun pulled himself up by her calves, tilting his head upwards and straining to see what she was holding. Lin Xiu noticed his movements and held the badge out to him. If anyone among the 3 of them could recognize the characters, it would have to be Xiao Sun, a native. As expected, Xiao Sun's eyes were filled with shock upon seeing the badge, clearly recognizing it. "What does it say?" Pei Qingyu asked. Xiao Sun was no stranger to his questions. He had witnessed his illiteracy even back in the prison cell. Moreover, he and Lin Xiu were likely members of the same race. If they were, their inability to recognize the interstellar language was understandable. Lin Xiu had no idea of his inner thoughts. If she knew she was classified as illiterate, she would surely have been furious. After all, she was indeed illiterate now. Xiao Sun finally had a chance to show his skill, pointing his claw at the badge. This was the identity symbol of a Federation soldier. Each legion's badge had a different shape. Some featured a sun, some a shield, and some a crimson leaf. The star, however, was the symbol of the 6th Legion. The dark blue portion was engraved with 6th Legion of the Federation. The red portion below was engraved with their position, Mecha Soldier. Pei Qingyu was acting as an interpreter. After hearing this, the 3 men fell silent. Pei Qingyu and Lin Xiu looked at the unconscious soldier with complicated expressions. Xiao Sun blinked, puzzled by their expressions. Shouldn't he have rescued him immediately? He released his grip on Lin Xiu's thigh and crawled over to the soldier, nudging him with his massive panda head, trying to wake him. As fellow Chinese, born and raised under the national flag, they had a deep respect for the soldiers who defended their country. After struggling for a few seconds, Lin Xiu sighed softly, tugged at the hem of Pei Qingyu's shirt, and whispered, "Go and see him." Soldiers who fought to protect their homeland were respected in every world. To die so quietly, and without a trace, was a great pity. A tender green light shone. Pei Qingyu didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt the healing light take on a more yellowish hue, and his healing ability had also improved significantly. Perhaps it was because Xiao Sun had been pestering him, and using his healing ability so frequently. After thinking it through, he no longer held back. He wanted to test his current limits, so he increased his strength. The light in his palm instantly brightened a degree. He had a vague feeling that the healing energy he was injecting this time was somewhat different from the one he had previously injected into Lin Xiu. Sure enough, just as he felt his strength was beginning to fail, the man's eyelashes trembled, and he seemed to be waking up. Xiao Sun excitedly nudged him, but his attack was empty. Bang! A loud noise echoed, one after another. He looked up in bewilderment, realizing he'd been lifted into the air by Lin Xiu without realizing it. The sound of wind, mixed with the whirring of artillery fire, filled his ears. Through her flying hair, Xiao Sun saw the flames of energy colliding behind her. A massive crater had been blasted directly into the area where they'd been. Countless vortices appeared in the sky, gradually approaching, and numerous Zerg emerged from them. Some Zerg were shot down by the arriving soldiers as they emerged in their aircraft. The deafening roar of explosions was deafening. Countless shells flew and crisscrossed the air. The flames from the collisions illuminated the entire battlefield, and the air was filled with the smell of smoke and scorched earth. Under the barrage of fire, countless mechas bravely charged forward. It was like dumplings falling from the sky. Of course, it wasn't just Zerg that were falling, soldiers too. Xiao Sun was stunned. Suddenly, he twitched his ears, and felt something wet land on his head. He reached out his paw and touched his head. It was blood. Before he could think, he and the injured soldier were thrown to the ground. He rolled a few times, steadying himself. Raising his head, he saw a blood-stained, slightly trembling hand. Crimson blood flowed from the arm to the fingertips, dripping onto the ground. Lin Xiu, he looked up suddenly, only to see her face pale, having fallen flat on her back. He quickly leaned over to support her back, using her as a bear-like backrest. Pei Qing, arriving late, saw this and strode forward to heal her wound. His breath was ragged, and his voice trembled slightly as he asked, "How are you? Are you okay?" "Nothing." Lin Xiu felt the changes in the wound on her arm, her brows twitching slightly, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Is her healing ability actually improving? Seeing some minor wounds slowly healing, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, everyone's attention was on the injured soldier, including herself. The consequence of letting down one's guard was that danger was already approaching, and there was no way to avoid it. Looking up, she saw several energy beams flying towards them. They were so fast that there was no time to dodge. She immediately used the shrinking technique and left her position. The beams, as if they had eyes, latched onto them. What's more, they were locked onto it. Thankfully, she had been naughty as a child, constantly causing trouble for the brothers and sisters in the temple. She was often chased up and down the mountain, which led to her developing a flirtatious style of movement. She guided the light bullet into collision, finally shaking it off and finding a random hill to hide behind. If she didn't stop, she would lose control of Xiao Sun and the injured soldier. But her condition wasn't much better now. Her head was buzzing, her whole body was weak, and anyone could knock her unconscious. Chapter 7. After Pei Qing's treatment, a hint of color finally returned to Lin Xiu's face. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Pei Qing withdrew his hand, leaned back on the hillock, and stroked Xiao Sun's panda ears to regain some strength. Luckily, he wasn't a stay-at-home mom. He'd been working out for years, and even had a habit of morning and evening jogging. Otherwise, he would have been left behind. Lin Xiu gently moved her right hand. The bleeding had stopped, and the other minor wounds had healed. Although the deepest and longest wound hadn't healed immediately, only slightly, it was enough to surprise her. She couldn't help but sigh. Is this the benefit of having a wet nurse? She looked at Pei Qing with a dark, unclear gaze, and even considered tying him to her belt. From now on, she'd be the one raging in the front, while Pei Qing would be the one nursing. A perfect combination. Pei Qing's scalp tingled at her gaze, like a predator's prey. He quietly stood up and planned to check on the soldier. In the parking area. The 6th Legion's garrison base. 6th Legion Commander Alice stood in front of the command room, his brow furrowed. The room was silent, the only sound being the gentle tapping of his fingertips on the desk. With every tap, the soldier's heart skipped a beat. Before him stood a blue screen. This was a common sight in interstellar space, a virtual screen projected in real time using advanced technology. It was broadcasting the entire parking area. The once bustling streets were in chaos. As the Zerg descended, buildings collapsed, and darkness enveloped every corner. They recklessly pursued, bit, and pounced on every fleeing interstellar citizen. For a moment, screams and wails rose and fell. The enemy was outnumbered, and even with the soldiers' reinforcements, the situation remained grim. The Zerg seemed more than exhausted, fearless of life and death, and continued to attack formidable. At this moment, the door to the command room suddenly opened. Adjutant Trey hurried in. He placed his right hand on his left chest, and bowed his head in a salute. "Legion Commander. Where's the stuff?" Alish turned to Trey, his gaze piercing. Reporting to the Legion Commander, the Vanguard squad had successfully captured the traitor Tinka. However, on the way back, the aircraft was hit by a Zerg-focused energy blast, and the search and rescue team only found the wreckage. Adjutant Trey paused, his tone heavy, and said, "And some body parts, but no box. Those body parts belonged to members of the Vanguard squad. As for the box, it was made of a special metal material, indestructible. Even if the aircraft was reduced to ash, the box would remain undamaged. So, there were two possibilities. 1. The box was taken by the Zerg. 2. The box was hidden by someone else, or possibly a surviving member of the Vanguard. Keep searching." "Yes." Alish stared silently at the light screen before him. The Zerg within the light screen, besides attacking the Star citizens, were mostly searching inside. He preferred the second possibility. The contents of the box were crucial, even concerning the entire Federation. So, regardless of the possibility, the box must be found as soon as possible, no matter the cost. Alish's fingers tightened, his thoughts returning to a month ago. The 6th Legion stationed in the border Vantal system received a secret report from the Central System. A miraculous red fruit has been discovered on the A418 asteroid. The fragrance it exudes can heal psychic turmoil, and even expand and enhance its quality. Bring it back. The moment Alish read the encrypted message, his blood boiling. His eagle eyes fixed on the words heal psychic turmoil. For border soldiers like them, who have constantly engaged with the Zerg, this is of paramount importance. Since the Zerg mutated over 4,000 years ago, they have harbored a mysterious and unknown dark factor. This dark factor, hidden in the air, is colorless and odorless, capable of devouring and assimilating psychic energy. This is also the cause of psychic turmoil. Any contact with the Zerg will inevitably be affected. Over time, psychic energy will be slowly consumed by the dark factor, causing it to riot. For those who are lucky enough to suppress the dark factor without using psychic energy, they may be able to enjoy a peaceful retirement. In severe cases, the body either explodes and dies, or undergoes a transformation, leaving them a mindless, empty puppet, at the mercy of the Zerg. The Federation is not without countermeasures. Drawing on the experience of countless predecessors, they have developed a set of psychic power methods, which, when practiced, can effectively resist the dark factor. But this depends on the level of psychic power. The higher the level, the greater the resistance. But with so many soldiers on the border, it's impossible for everyone to have an S level or higher talent. Even the minimum psychic power standard for enlistment has been raised to C level. Every year, a group of soldiers are discharged, losing their minds due to psychic power unrest. Maybe they will die, or maybe they will survive. No one wants to be a puppet, so when the dark factor can no longer be suppressed, or when it completely consumes their psychic power, that's their end. This was an unspoken rule among all military units. The importance of the magical vermillion fruit was self-evident. It was also extremely tempting to the Zerg. For them, it was an extremely rare and precious tonic, a truly powerful one. The Zerg's sense of smell was highly developed, far surpassing that of any other race, even the orcs. By the time Allers arrived, the Zerg senior generals had already surrounded the area surrounding the vermilion fruit. They were in a desolate area on the A418 asteroid, surrounded by rocks and not a single weed. Amidst this environment, a single, shimmering, emerald green blade of grass stood out, conspicuous. Everyone waited for it to bloom and bear fruit. The moment it did, the battle was imminent. Having received advance warning that the Zerg were also present, he had brought a vanguard battalion as a precaution. He had underestimated the allure of the magical vermilion fruit to the Zerg. Casualties were heavy. In the end, at the cost of half a battalion, they seized the vermilion fruit. Alish could never have imagined that just as they were about to leave asteroid A418, a traitor would appear in their ranks. He had stolen the magical vermilion fruit and escaped the night before. He hated traitors the most in his life. Suddenly, Alish's gaze paused, fixed on the screen. Had the Zerg suddenly stopped? Report to the Legion commander. Before he could think, a soldier stepped in. According to the Star Eye, a large group of Zerg have been detected heading towards Wasteland C outside the berthing area. Wasteland C? Alish reached out and tapped the screen, bringing up the footage of Wasteland C. Zoom in. Soon, his gaze rested on a small hill. A black and white figure peeked out from the edge of the hill, but quickly retreated. Someone from the Naxal family? At this moment, Xiaosun hid behind a small hillock, his head in his paws, trembling. He only peeked out to see what was going on, but he never imagined being locked onto by a laser cannon and nearly shot in the head. Luckily he ducked quickly, or his head would have been torn apart by now. He shifted his head toward Lin Xiu. The soldier had woken up thanks to Pei Qingyu's treatment. His ears twitched slightly, and while keeping watch for them, he leaned his head closer, trying to catch what they were saying. My name is Tyre, and I'm a mech soldier in the Vanguard Squadron of the 6th Legion's Vanguard Battalion. Tech, supported by Pei Qingyu, leaned against the hillock, his breath weak as he looked down at his broken body. Can I ask a favor? What did he say? Lin Xiu was overwhelmed. This was the nth time today she'd been annoyed by not understanding the alien language. Just as Pei Qingyu finished translating for her, Xiaosun's anxious roar rang out. Woof woof. Get down. What? Lin Xiu frowned slightly. Before Pei Qingyu could translate, A red light projectile flew rapidly toward the hillock where they were standing, but it exploded instantly after hitting the ground. The red energy emitted by the light projectile illuminated their faces. Get down! Lin Xiu quickly pulled Pei Qingyu down. Xiao Sun protected the soldier, curling up, clutching his head with his paws, covering his ears. There was a loud boom. A small pink mushroom cloud appeared in the sky. Lin Xiu shook herself, shaking off the charred dirt. Are you all okay? She raised her head slightly, revealing a pair of bright glasses as she glanced around, quickly searching for anyone else. It's okay. Pei Qingyu and Xiao Sun's voices echoed from behind her, and Lin Xiu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that they were okay. What a sin! What bad luck! Being bombarded countless times in one day. I feel so miserable. A half-broken hand suddenly reached out in front of her and gently touched her. Lin Xiu was startled and looked quickly. It was the injured soldier. Tail rubbed his head against the ground, forcefully removed the intercom from his ear, and pushed it towards her with his half-broken hand. From what he had observed in the few minutes since waking up, the others seemed to be following her lead. The next words were too important, and since this person couldn't understand interstellar language, he had no choice but to give her the intercom. For me? Lin Xiu asked doubtfully. Without the intercom, and since it wasn't interstellar language, Tai naturally couldn't understand what she was saying. He could only nod based on her expression and his intuition. Although Lin Xiu was doubtful, he still took the interpreter and placed it on his ear. The next second, Tai's voice rang out. This is the space button. He used his half-broken arm to pull the space button from his neck and handed it to Lin Xiu. I'd like you to help pass this on to Major General Alish, commander of the 6th Legion. Because of the interpreter, Lin Xiu understood this time. If you can deliver this space button to Major General Alish, I will reward you handsomely. Afraid Lin Xiu would refuse, Tai continued, if you can deliver it and personally hand it to Major General Alish, whatever you desire, as long as it's within the Major General's ability, I will grant you everything. These words seemed to drain all his strength, more like a final will. As soon as he finished speaking, he began coughing continuously, as if he was coughing up his heart and lungs. With each cough, blood flowed from his mouth, instantly staining his entire chin red. Tail paid no attention, simply staring intently at Lin Xiu, awaiting her response. Pei Qingyu immediately injected him with healing energy. Tail knew he was dying. If it weren't for the obsession he held on to, and the feeble healing power Pei Qingyu had been channeling, he would have likely perished from the energy beam that struck the aircraft. The warm healing energy seeped into his body, and Tai's coughing ceased. He felt the changes in his body, his eyes flickering. Awake, he could feel the difference in this healing energy even more than when he was unconscious. Healing, while simultaneously suppressing the dark factor and calming the turbulent mind. This was something no ordinary healer in the Federation could achieve. Even for Lord Doctor, the Federation's current foremost healer, suppressing the dark factor would require a significant amount of time and effort. Yet the man before him could do it effortlessly. Tyler couldn't help but think of a rumor. Before the interstellar turmoil, there was a race among the old humans who were naturally endowed with the ability to suppress the dark factor and soothe their spiritual power. The people of that race placed great importance on their promises. They kept their promises and followed through on their actions. Whatever they promised, they would definitely do. The two men before him, in both stature and appearance, bore a striking resemblance to the descriptions of the old humans in Star Ocean Chronicles. This was one of the reasons he dared to entrust the space nexus to them. He likely wouldn't survive until the 6th Legion arrived, so he was taking a gamble. He was betting they were of that race, that they would hand over the item to Major General Alice. Chapter 8. Any requests? Lin Xiu was tempted. Perhaps this would solve her and Pei Qingyu's illegal registration problem. But she lowered her eyes to look at her palm. A red star shone. It was Tyr's badge. She probably knew why the shells had been locked onto them, firing at them. That space button must contain something extremely valuable and highly desired by the Zerg. And the Zerg already knew what it was, Tyr, otherwise they wouldn't have been locked onto them. If they agreed, they would be in big trouble. No! They were already in trouble the moment they decided to rescue Tyr. Having made up their minds, she looked up at Pei Qingyu. They were now a team, so they should discuss this matter first and get their other party's opinion. Lin Xiu was about to speak when she suddenly shuddered, as if something had locked onto her, staring at her. This feeling was all too familiar. It was the same feeling she felt when the light bullet locked onto her before. She quickly used the shrinking technique to vanish from the spot. Almost instantly, a small mushroom reappeared where they had vanished. The few people who had shrunk to an inch were 1,000 meters away, and before they could even catch their breath, numerous Zergs appeared one after another, surrounding them. Cannons were trained on them, and the idiots opened fire without hesitation. Using a butcher knife to butcher a pig, that's all. The barrage was so dense and difficult to dodge, and in a matter of moments, several people were wounded. Damn it! Lin Xiu grabbed Yu, dodging the laser that brushed past his face. He then performed Tai Chi again, drawing in all the surrounding energy. With a raised hand, the energy shot in the opposite direction, instantly knocking down and blasting the surrounding Zerg away, effectively tearing a hole through the air. Go! Lin Xiu, not caring for anything else, immediately picked up Yu and, using the wind-stepping cloud step, headed towards the opening. Xiaosun followed closely behind, carrying Tyre on his back. At the critical moment, the sound of a sharp blade slicing through the air suddenly rang out behind them. Be careful! Lin Xiu, startled, quickly turned around. Tyre had appeared before her, dozens of star chains piercing his body almost simultaneously. Why? Lin Xiu opened her mouth, her pupils narrowing slightly, as she stared at Tyre in disbelief. Tyre remained silent. Using the last of his strength, he controlled his mental power and handed the space button to her. During the few seconds Lin Xiu was dazed, a red laser sword pierced through the air. With a single puff, it pierced Tyre's heart, splattering scalding blood across Lin Xiu's face. Tyre watched her lips move, forcing a smile before collapsing to the ground. He said, "Please." The sound of gunfire lingered in her ears. The sound of Tyre's fall echoed in her mind, blood and death imminent. Hurry up. It was Yu's warning that finally brought Lin Xiu back to her senses. She looked at Tyre, tightened her grip on the space in her hand, and once again used the shrinking technique, leaving the scene as the weapons struck them. In the face of endless technological advancement, human power is ultimately limited. Even with Yu's healing energy, Lin Xiu still felt overwhelmed. Her energy consumption was too great, far beyond what Yu, who had just mastered the healing ability, could replenish. Dozens of lasers attacked from all directions. They sliced through the air, emitting a short, rapid buzzing sound. Lin Xiu quickly leaped into the air, spun mid-air, and dodged several energy lasers. However, she had exhausted so much energy that she was unable to muster enough strength. An energy beam grazed her face, leaving a bloody streak. She stumbled upon landing. Xiaosun's body rapidly expanded, catching her before she fell, carrying her on his back. Get on! He nodded at Yu, who was also in a state of distress beside him, motioning him to sit. Yu, hearing this, leaped onto his back without a word, bracing himself against him. Hold on tight. Xiaosun roared, a deafening roar that twisted the air around them, causing the approaching weapons to freeze for a few seconds. Now, he seized these few seconds, charging forward relentlessly, clawing down Zerg soldiers with one claw. He headbutted any mech or aircraft he couldn't destroy. In a split second, he was out. But the next second, a sharp pain in his head slowed him down, and a laser bullet from behind struck him in the hind leg. Blood gushed out, and he fell to the ground. His mental strength was severely damaged. Otherwise, how could he not even maintain his human form? Heal me now! Xiaosun shook his head to clear his head, quickly rising from the ground. Almost instantly, Yu's healing ability once again penetrated his body, instantly relieving the pain. Feeling the changes in his body, Xiaosun ran with all his might towards the docking area. This is the benefit of having a healer nearby. Even if his mental strength was a shambles, on the verge of collapse, it could still give him a breath. The current situation was different from before. The berthing area was guarded by troops, and there were buildings to take shelter in. It was definitely safer than the bare expanse now, with no place to take a breath. So, when Ares and the Vanguard Battalion arrived at the wasteland in Area C, they saw a giant panda scurrying amidst countless artillery fire and Zerg swarms. Go to support immediately. Yes! At Ares' command, countless red and white mechas flew out from behind him, transforming into a stream of light and rushing towards Xiaosun. The sound arrived before the men arrived. Powerful energy weapons intertwined in brilliant light in the air, emitting scorching energy beams that caught the Zerg swarms off guard. Black smoke billowed as the mechas separated and fell from the sky. The arrival of the Vanguard Battalion's mechas finally gave Xiaosun a moment of respite. He breathed a sigh of relief and sped up, running towards Ares under the protection of the mech soldiers. 3 km, 2 km, almost there. Huff, huff, huff. Xiaosun panted heavily, his throat dry and sore. Even his nasal cavity felt as if on fire. His small eyes stared forward with determination. Deafening explosions echoed intermittently, flames and smoke filling the wasteland of Area C, bringing endless panic and chaos. Xiao Sun had only one thought in mind: run, faster, faster. We be safe once we reunite with the 6th Legion. Come on, we're almost there. Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, having barely regained some strength. She patted Xiao Sun's head in encouragement. After growing larger, it didn't feel as good as before. The fur was a little stiff. Xiao Sun's ears twitched. Xiao Xiao? Was she calling him? A moment of distraction nearly hit him with the energy beam. He shook his head, focused his attention, and sped up again. Lin Xiu looked at the flying Zergs that were so close, interfering with Xiao Sun, and immediately focused her mental energy into a noose. She tugged at them, and pulled hard. Before the Zerg soldiers could react, she snatched the energy guns from their hands, and sent them flying with a flying kick. One kick after another. She gripped the energy gun, not caring about her aim, relying on her instincts to blast her surroundings. She didn't know what this energy gun was made of, but it had no recoil. No recoil was good. Lin Xiu was worried the recoil would be too strong, and she wouldn't be able to hold out for many more shots. Having no systematic training in firearms, she often missed her targets, but that also caused the flying Zergs to scatter and gain some distance. Whether it hit or not didn't matter. The main thing was the deterrent effect. Without the annoying flying Zerg distraction, Xiao Sun's speed increased. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the 6th Legion. With a sudden break, he flung Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu out. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu, Tai Q, I be so grateful. Lin Xiu quickly regained his composure, using the air as leverage to perform a backflip and land safely, catching Pei Qingyu in the throes, thus preventing both of them from getting hurt. Alish couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this. Although he looked a little frail, his reflexes were quite quick. Seeing them merge, the senior Zerg General Scupion immediately grew anxious. A low, yet remarkably rhythmic sound suddenly erupted. Oh no! It's insects chirping! Alish's face darkened, and he immediately ordered, quick, retreat. He piloted the dark red heavy mech flying cloud, leading a team of mech soldiers to cover the rear. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu boarded a nearby aircraft. After takeoff, looking at the swarm of Zerg behind them, they couldn't help but ask, insect chirping? What's that? The soldier piloting the aircraft, maneuvering it to avoid the energy beams, explained, that's the Zerg signal summoning their nearest kin. Different types of Zerg are summoned depending on the frequency of the sound wave. And this frequency is probably summoning aliens. Oh, it's just calling people. She understood. Alien? Lin Xiu looked puzzled. Was it the alien she was thinking of? The Zerg, as an intelligent species, has a branch. They lack the ability to think, only obeying the orders of their leader. They are highly aggressive and only care about killing. Because of their bizarre body structure, they are called aliens. Is this alien difficult to deal with? Pei Qingyu's mind flashed back to the serious expression of the Major General. Yes, a little. The soldier nodded. Aliens know no pain, will not stop until they achieve their goal, and are vindictive. If you're targeted by one, it's difficult to escape unscathed. But with our commander here, a mere alien can be dealt with in a matter of minutes. He then raised his free hand and gestured as if wiping his neck. Talking about Ares, his eyes were filled with admiration and adoration, and he even raised his chin with pride, feeling a sense of honor. As if to confirm his words, a sudden burst of red light blazed behind him, dazzling the eyes. Alish sat in the cockpit, controlling the flying cloud. With just one back and forth, most of the nearby Zerg fell, scattering to the ground like dumplings, a cloud of smoke rising from the sky. Lin Xiu quickly pressed her face against the aircraft's window, peering out through the blue protective shield. Flying cloud? The red silhouette filled her and Pei Qingyu's eyes. Is this a mecha? So impressive. The shock and excitement in Pei Qingyu's eyes were palpable. No man could resist a mecha, not even himself. He slowly clasped his lowered hands, an idea forming in his mind. Major General Alish's mecha, the Flying Cloud, was custom built for him by Mr. McInnes, Interstellar Treasure's only SSS-class mecha master. Its power is among the highest among all top-tier mechas, the soldier continued. Amazing. Lin Xiu couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. It sounded impressive. Xiao Sun tilted his head, not quite understanding why they acted so clueless. It's just a mecha, isn't it? His parking bay is full of them, all sorts of models. He used to choose a mecha for training based on his mood, a different one every day. He'd grown tired of every mecha available. But it certainly couldn't compare to Major General Allers's Flying Cloud. He dreamed of owning a custom-made mecha, his own. That would be so cool. Unfortunately, no matter how much the Nasal family offered, McInnes refused every offer. Chapter 9. Are those the aliens? Pei Qingyu pointed through the protective shield at the wasteland in Area C. Once again, vortexes appeared in the sky, and countless monsters emerged from them. They were bizarre in shape, their bodies dark, their eyes glowing red, and they emitted bursts of humming sounds. The sounds were deep and hoarse, not loud, but somehow unpleasant. Pei Qingyu listened for only a few minutes before he felt a wave of irritation and anxiety, like an itch he wanted to scratch, but couldn't find. In short, the itch was unbearable and unsettling. Xiao Sun shook his head in frustration and gnawed at his claws. The soldier, however, had expertly mobilized his mental energy to block out the sounds the moment the aliens appeared. Without systematic training in the psychic power technique, ordinary people, faced with the aliens' growls, could easily be disturbed by their brains, causing mental confusion and consequently suffering a series of negative effects. Xiao Sun and Pei Qingyu were no match for the experienced soldiers. After a moment, they clutched their heads, hunched over, their faces pale and unsightly. Repeat after me. Lin Xiu's cold voice suddenly rang out. Madam, your mind is clear, but your heart is disturbed. Your heart is tranquil, but desires pull it. If you could always dispel desires, your heart will naturally be tranquil. Madam, your mind is clear, but your heart is disturbed. Pei Qingyu instinctively followed her. Xiao Sun paused, gnawing at her claws, a look of confusion on his face. What were they doing? What were they talking about? I'm wearing an interpreter, why can't I understand? Although he didn't understand, his intuition led him to recite along. From childhood to adulthood, he had relied on his extraordinary intuition to avoid numerous life-threatening situations. The effect was remarkable. After just 2 minutes of chanting, the unbearable low roar in his ears vanished, his body suddenly relaxed, and even the air around him felt quiet. How's it going? Xiao Sun quickly leaned forward to respond. Today had truly opened my eyes. It was truly amazing, though it was a bit tongue-twisting. Much better. Pei Qingyu nodded. What is this? The Pure and Tranquility Sutra, Lin Xiu replied. Just now, the noise from the aliens had given her a headache, so she subconsciously recited the Pure and Tranquility Sutra in her mind. To her surprise, it actually worked. No wonder, Pei Qingyu realized. Some things in China are truly magical, profoundly mysterious. Clad in a green Taoist robe, Lin Xiu looked like a Taoist priest, so it was only natural for him to recite some scriptures. But she hadn't expected that something from China could be used in this interstellar world. Normally, people copied scriptures simply to cultivate their character, but now, once things settle down, I have to find an opportunity to ask Lin Xiu for advice, just in case it comes in handy someday. What is this? The soldier approached, curious. He had intended to teach them how to control their mental energy to resist the aliens' voices. But just as he was about to speak, he noticed they were chanting along with the little girl. It was a bit awkward, but listening closely, it bore a resemblance to the spiritual power method circulated within their military. The Taishang Laojuan Scripture of Constant Purity and Tranquility, abbreviated as the Scripture of Purity and Tranquility, is a Taoist classic. Lin Xiu explained again. The soldier looked confused, seemingly understanding, yet also seemingly not. His reaction was what Lin Xiu had expected. They weren't from China. Even if she broke it apart, crushed it, and explained it several times, they, as interstellar beings, might not understand. Thinking of this, she subconsciously glanced at Pei Qingyu beside her. Their eyes met, and they both felt an indescribable feeling. Being strangers in a foreign land together, this feeling was truly strange. Sizzle! Suddenly, accompanied by a violent jolt of the aircraft, a sharp scraping sound echoed in their ears. Several of them quickly grasped the control panel to steady themselves. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw an alien charging head-on, pressing against the aircraft's transparent protective shield. Its appearance was even more Zerg-like than that of the Zerg, each one distinctly different. The creature before them had no eyes or nose, only a gaping maw oozing dark mucus. Its teeth were protruding and sharp, but they were nowhere near as sharp as the 4 claws on its back. Just looking at it gave him a sense of oppression. Legs as sharp as knives plunged into the aircraft. Lin Xiu quickly grabbed Xiao Sun's legs and pulled him away from the cockpit wall. Almost instantly, several sharp claws suddenly emerged from the existing metal wall, gleaming coldly. They were clearly the claws of the alien outside. Are you okay? Lin Xiu asked. Yes. I'm fine. Xiao Sun stared at the suddenly protruding claws on the metal wall with a lingering fear. If he had been a little slower, he would have been pierced through. The aircraft shook violently again. Almost instantly, the alien's limbs pierced through the protective shield, punching 2 large holes in the aircraft. The wiring was severely damaged, emitting black smoke and lightning. The next second, an explosion echoed, and the aircraft was instantly ripped apart by 2 newly encircling aliens, tossing them carelessly to the ground. Dust billowed, smoke billowed. A small, oval-shaped ball swiftly flew out from the black smoke. It turned out that the moment the aircraft was attacked by the combined alien forces, the soldiers activated the aircraft's escape mode, detaching the control console from the aircraft. Lin Xiu and his companions watched the aliens chasing them relentlessly, their hearts in their throats. The noise they made was a bit loud, quickly attracting the attention of the surrounding mech soldiers. After dispatching the Zerg in front of them, they immediately controlled their mechs and flew over. Those aliens were no easy task. They had incredibly tough shells, and they were all covered in exoskeleton armor, offering immense defensive capabilities. Eliminate them would take time. So the nearest mech soldiers could only contain them, buying Lin Xiu and his companions time to escape. Unfortunately, they were limited in manpower, and couldn't contain everyone. Furthermore, the aliens, as if receiving instructions, were gradually moving closer to them. Warning, under unidentified attack. Some functions are damaged. Please repair immediately. Warning. The soldier stood at the control console, brow furrowed, his hands moving as swiftly as a shadow. Various system prompts flashed before his eyes, the red exclamation point in the center standing out prominently. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu stood behind him, not daring to breathe, fearing to disturb him. She glanced outside, trying to assess the situation they were facing, when a metallic figure suddenly appeared. Oh no! Her heart sank. Just as she was about to warn, she suddenly lost control of her balance. With a loud bang, the escape pod was instantly swept to the ground, shattering into pieces. Oh no! Alesh, who was battling Scupion, saw this and immediately launched 2 bursts of energy, repelling him. Taking advantage of the few seconds of opportunity, he piloted his mecha, Flying Cloud, and quickly flew towards them. Alas, however, he was once again entangled by Scupion, who had suddenly charged forward. The dust cleared, and a faint blue light illuminated the spot where the escape pod had crashed. That? An energy shield. Alesh instantly recognized it as a defensive energy shield. He breathed a sigh of relief. At least they were still alive. He immediately increased his attack speed. A single laser cut instantly severed one of the Zerg commander's mechanical arms. The situation on Lin Xiu's side was dire. Those Zerg were indeed heading for the object within the space link. Fortunately, the soldier was quick-witted, deploying his energy shield the moment he landed. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured, if not dead. The nearby aliens quickly closed in and surrounded them. Lin Xiu clenched her hands as she watched the situation unfold. She swallowed hard. Just as she was secretly considering how to break through the encirclement, dozens of black figures swooped down from the distance, floating down from overhead, separating them from the Zerg in front. It was a single mech. The mechs approached quickly, emitting a deafening roar that instantly attracted the attention of the Zerg and aliens. A flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze fixed on the approaching Zerg and aliens in the distance. Faced with such a large number of enemies, she felt a sense of powerlessness and worried whether these mech soldiers could defeat them. Suddenly, a black gold mech bent and extended its massive hand in front of them. Go, get on! The soldier immediately understood and gestured for them to follow him. Upon hearing the command, several men quickly stepped onto the mech's hand. Once the black gold mech saw them all aboard, it slowly rose, carefully protecting them within its grasp. The other mech soldiers, observing this, immediately launched a counterattack, fiercely engaging the Zerg. Outnumbered, the battle was fierce. Under the control of the Zerg soldiers, the thick-skinned and extremely ferocious xenomorphs fearlessly charged at them. Clad in power armor, Zerg soldiers, holding energy rifles, stood atop the xenomorphs' unusually protruding heads, waiting for their chance to strike, ready to unleash a few more volleys. Alien suicide squads, human wave tactics, surprise attacks and harvests. Lin Xiu's expression was solemn. These Zerg were far more intelligent than she had imagined. Soon, their area became the center of the battlefield. More and more Zerg soldiers, manipulating their alien forms, approached them. Even though individual mechs were rapidly approaching, and even though Allers had dispatched the formidable Zerg commander and reached them, and even though some soldiers had directly transformed into beasts, it was far from enough. In just a moment, the soldiers of the 6th Legion's Vanguard Battalion, which had tightly protected them, suffered heavy casualties, and their mechs were in serious tatters. The damaged mechs were being repaired by the mech technicians in logistics and maintenance, who raced to repair them. But the injured soldiers had only 2 healers to tend to their wounds. However, their mental strength was limited, and they could only perform simple bandages and stop the bleeding. Furthermore, one of the healers had been seriously injured by a Zerg surprise attack, making their effectiveness minimal. Lin Xiu and the others, standing on the mech's palm, holding onto the metal, watched this scene, a sense of powerlessness washing over them. Despite the delay in receiving reinforcements, she lowered her eyes, unsure of what to think, her gaze fixed on the badge belonging to Tyr, the red star gleaming in her palm. Perhaps, she should do something. After a moment's inner struggle, a sudden surge of determination surged. She gripped the badge firmly, looking up and meeting Pei Qingyu's gaze, who nodded slightly. Watching the soldiers around him fall one by one, Ares' expression grew increasingly grim, his brow furrowed so sharply it could have killed a fly. "What's Neil doing? I asked him to bring reinforcements, but where are they?" Ever since the Zerg had cornered them in the docking area, he vaguely sensed something was amiss. It wasn't until a traitor emerged from within that he realized this operation might not go smoothly. Just in case, he sent a message to the 6th Legion's headquarters in the Vantil system, asking Adjutant Neil to bring another team. Judging by the time, no matter how far it was, they should have arrived. Could something have happened? But judging by their current situation, they probably wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. He looked at the soldiers hiding behind the wreckage of the mech. Some were wounded, some were disabled, some had even lost the ability to resist the aliens' roar. Their mental power was in disarray, and there were signs of a faint rebellion. Even he himself wasn't much better. One healer alone wasn't enough. If only there were a few more. Just then, a faint floral fragrance pierced through the mech and into the cockpit. Then, a flash of green light suddenly illuminated from behind him, warm, and like a spring breeze, instantly suppressing the restless inner desire within him. This feeling? He suddenly turned back to look at the source of the green light. In the palm of the tray mech stood a towering tree, lush and leafy, emitting a healing green light. Instantly, countless orange flowers blossomed. These flowers, falling from the trees without a breeze, carried a delicate fragrance, drifting across the battlefield and immersing themselves in the bodies of every soldier. Some of the flowers gathered and formed, transforming into palm-sized white rabbits. They busily moved about, tinkering with their jade mortars. When they passed by seriously injured soldiers, they transformed into balls of orange light, and immersing themselves in their bodies to heal them. Alish quickly regained composure. Upon seeing the 2 figures in the palm of the tray mecha, a flicker of surprise and delight flashed across his eyes. They were star travelers. Chapter 10. Pei Qingyu sat cross-legged. Following the Chinese method of sensing spiritual energy, as described by Lin Xiu, he entered a meditative state. He imagined the mental energy the soldiers were talking about as spiritual energy, and endeavored to sense, control, and release it. He had expected failure, but unexpectedly, it succeeded. He successfully found his spiritual form, and released it into being. Unfortunately, he had not systematically studied the basic applications of mental energy, and the spiritual form he released was extremely unstable. It only lasted a moment, before his mental energy began to weaken, and was on the verge of dissipating. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of powerful energy within him. The emerald green tree grew rapidly, and in an instant, it transformed into a towering tree that obscured the sun, and bloomed with countless orange-yellow flowers, a bit like a miniature magnolia. Pei Qingyu subconsciously opened his eyes, and looked at his left shoulder. A delicate hand rested on it, continuously transmitting energy to him. It was Lin Xiu. "Don't be distracted." Lin Xiu, noticing his spirit form trembling, warned, "Hold the yuan and maintain unity." Pei Qingyu immediately obeyed. "One squad, move towards me immediately." Seeing this, Terai suppressed his excitement and gave orders to the nearby squad one. He carefully protected the tree he was holding, found a relatively safe spot, leaned against the wreckage, and crouched in a half-crouch, keeping watch. Both sides engaged, protecting the healer. This is the first rule etched in every Space Marine's mind. The soldier and Qiaosun stood beside the 2 men, stunned. This. No words could describe their feelings at this moment. Qiaosun, in particular, had a panda-like face filled with shock. This mental power must be S-grade, right? No, it should be SS. If he remembered correctly, this guy had only recently awakened his mental power. Could he materialize it? I'm so amazing. I just stumbled upon a genius. Qiaosun's thoughts were scattered, his expression shifting unpredictably. Lin Xiu released her spiritual sense to observe the surroundings, and seeing that it actually worked, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In truth, she and Pei Qingyu hadn't been sure either. They just tried it out, but they hadn't expected it to actually work. It was truly a lucky circumstance. But she looked at the little white rabbit that had materialized from her spiritual form. Her expression paused. What the hell was this? A jade rabbit pounding medicine? This was too successful. A powerful healer with ample healing power could have a huge impact on the entire battle situation. For example, right now, under the blessing of Pei Qingyu's healing energy, morale soared, and the tide of battle was instantly reversed. The injured soldiers were quickly healed and regained their fighting power. They rallied, striking back at the Zerg with even greater vigor. The healer's presence gave them hope and confidence. No longer fearing injury, they charged forward, charging the enemy with a fearless fighting spirit. A single spark can start a prairie fire. They successfully turned the tide of the battle. Under Alish's leadership, the Zerg defenses were crushed in one fell swoop. Let's go! After opening a breach, Alish led the remaining warriors, protecting Trey in the center, and maneuvering the mech towards the docking area. At this point, both Pei Qingyu and Lin Xiu felt a sense of exhaustion, as if their energy was being drained. With a thud, Pei Qingyu collapsed to the ground, unconscious, his spirit dissipating. Lin Xiu wasn't in much better shape, even worse off than Pei Qingyu. In his current state, Pei Qingyu couldn't possibly support his spirit. Without her energy injection, his spirit would be nothing more than a sapling. Forcing growth is harmful, not only to the seedling, but also to the person doing it. Lin Xiu forced herself to swallow the sweet taste in her mouth. Before she fainted, she saw the familiar vortex reappear in the sky. The blue flags were dazzling. Qiaosun chattered in her ear, jumping up and down. In a trance, she thought she heard him say that they were reinforcements. The border. Fantier Galaxy Isola. Here is the Federation's 6th Legion. With Neil's strong support, the Zerg reluctantly ordered a retreat. Alish and his men successfully escaped and returned to Isola. The A418 small starport and the nearby docking area suffered severe damage due to the Zerg invasion. Although it's close to the border and far from the central star system, the docking area still houses many interstellar citizens, so it can't be left alone. Send logistics team 2 to check. Alish sat in the command center, reading the information delivered by Adjutant Trey. He nodded and then asked, "What about those two? Are they awake?" "Not yet," Trey replied. "There's nothing wrong with their bodies. The medical staff said they're just exhausted and their mental energy has been depleted, so their recovery is slow." The original message from the medical staff was, "They're just too tired. They wake up naturally after enough sleep." But they've been sleeping for too long, almost a month. The National Kid had woken up, but they hadn't. It was hard not to wonder. If the medical ward hadn't said everything was fine, and if this place wasn't so far from the capital planet, he have considered going back to the capital planet and kidnapping a top healer to come check it out. "Keep observing, and let me know if he wakes up." Alish frowned and continued, "Have you found anything?" "No." Trey shook his head, expressing his suspicions. "I think it might be with those two interstellar travelers. This was one of the reasons they've been so concerned about when they wake up." They also asked Qiaosun Nashil about this, but he was clueless. He was very tight-lipped. They couldn't force it open, and they had to keep it safe. The Nashil family behind him controlled 1/5 of the Federation's economy. If things really got out of hand, it would be enough to cause them a headache. The capital planet had already pressed them several times, and every time they asked, they were asking for the item. If they had the item, why would they need to press them? They would have sent it back long ago. "How's that kid from the Nashil family?" Alish set the information aside, leaned back in his chair, and rubbed his brow. "He's full of energy, and his mental strength has stabilized. Qiaolan Nashil is on his way, and according to reports, he arrived at the port on the Isla Star this afternoon." Trey continued. "Yes." Alish waved his hand to indicate he understood. Trey, observing this, quietly stepped out, quietly closing the door behind him. Ever since returning to Isla Star, Alish has been plagued by various issues, especially the capital star, where the pressure is almost daily, and he hasn't had a good rest. As the commander in core of the 6th Legion, he hoped that Alish would take better care of himself and get enough rest. All he could do was work with Neil to share some of Alish's burden. After instructing the guards not to disturb Alish unless necessary, he pedaled the hoverboard towards the medical area. "How's he? Still awake?" "No." Trey peered through the transparent shield of the healing pod at the person lying inside. He sighed, and said to the healer standing nearby, Notify me as soon as they wake up. Okay, Adjutant Trey. The healer nodded. After Trey left, he added some healing fluid essence to the pod where Lin Xiu was staying. Unlike ordinary healing fluid, this one was carefully refined, making it easier for the injured to absorb and doubling the healing effect. Shouldn't they have woken up long ago? The healer scratched his head in confusion, looking at the data displayed on the pod. Their bodies had clearly fully recovered, even their hidden ailments had been cured, and their mental strength was at full strength. Even if they could sleep again, they should have woken up in a month. Perhaps her nagging had worked. The next afternoon, Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu woke up one after the other. After a quick tidying, they were taken to the command room by Trey. Alish was the only one in the command room at the moment. He sat in a chair, slowly sipping tea, which his good friend and enemy had specially sent from the capital planet. What was it called, tea? It was said to be a new product reproduced by the Capital Planet Research Institute. I heard that some of the old humans particularly enjoyed drinking this. He was thirsty after a busy day, so he picked up his teacup and gulped down several mouthfuls. Honestly, he didn't notice anything special about it. It just tasted like ordinary water. It wasn't as good as that old man, Enemy said it was. If Enemy were here, he'd definitely jump up and call him a cow chewing on a peony, extremely rude and unskillful. Alish gently swirled his teacup, his expression softening as he thought of his best friend. Knock, knock, knock. A knock suddenly sounded at the door. Come in. He set the teacup aside, his expression returning to his usual impassive expression. Commander, I've brought them here. Trey placed his right hand on his left chest in a salute, then turned to explain, this is Major General Alish, commander of our 6th Legion. Hello, Major General Alish. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu exchanged a quick glance, mimicking Trey's gesture and saluting Alish. Ares looked up at them. What's your name? His expression was indifferent, his eyes dark. Although he was merely sitting there, asking a simple question, he exuded an undeniable majesty, an overwhelming sense of oppression. Perhaps this is what people often call awe without anger. It was as if they dared to say anything, their heads would be shattered in the next second. His aura was powerful, worthy of being a legion commander. Lin Xiu immediately swallowed the pseudonym he had conjured and answered honestly, Lin Xiu. Lin as in the forest, Xi as in knowing, Su as in many. Pei Qingyu followed closely, Pei Qingyu. Fei Yi Pei, Qing as in the blue, Yu as in encounter. No one in the interstellar world knew them, so their real names made no difference. Answering honestly might even win them some favor. Proceed cautiously, answer carefully, and stay alive. Alish had held high positions for many years, and had developed a knack for reading people's minds. Seeing that they were telling the truth, he nodded slightly and pointed to the sofa not far away. Sit down. Chapter 11. The two men sat down somewhat awkwardly. Their eyes met, their hands clasped in nervousness. Silence hung heavy in the air, as if time had stood still for a moment. Finally, Alish spoke. Try it. He gestured to Trey to pour them each a cup of tea. Lin Xiu gently lifted the teacup, lowering her head to conceal the confusion in her eyes. The fragrant tea reminded her of Zhongxia. She took a sip, her expression faltering for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. After swallowing it nonchalantly, she gently placed the cup back on the table. Unpleasant. Absolutely unpleasant. Liaoyan tea is miles better than this. If I had to describe it, it would probably be like cilantro in water? Or Hautuinia cordata in water? Only the aroma would be more normal. At that moment, Terai's voice echoed in his ears. How's it? Not bad, right? This is a newly reproduced tea from the capital planet. Quantities are limited, not everyone has this luxury. His face was filled with ecstasy. This tea was indeed good, no wonder the old humans loved it so much. After drinking it, he felt much more relaxed and alert. Suddenly, he felt that the military's mess was no longer a problem. He could handle it immediately. Reproduced, Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu exchanged a quick glance in private, each a bit lost for words. This reproduction is excellent. Don't reproduce it next time. Not everyone has this luxury. Thank you, Commander. Her face was filled with sincerity, her words coming as if they meant it. She took 2 more sips from the teacup, pretending to enjoy it immensely, but she didn't actually drink a single drop, just dabbing it on her lips. Pei Qingyu was even more serious, downing half the cup in one gulp. Why half a cup? Because I have to leave some. What if I need a refill? Alish watched the two people's little antics, his lips curled slightly, finding them extremely amusing. He also thought this tea wasn't as delicious as Enemy and Trey had boasted. But that didn't matter. He had let them drink tea simply to confirm one thing. Now that he had the answer he wanted, he stood up and recalled his friend Andami's usual extremely affected demeanor. He imitated him, adopting a self-proclaimed gentle expression and tone. On behalf of all the soldiers of the 6th Legion, thank you for your help. He was naturally referring to the incident on the A418 asteroid. Then, Alish placed his right hand on his left chest and bowed to them with a solemn and grateful expression. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu, shock. The sudden action startled the two men, and they immediately stood up. Following his example, she bowed. You're exaggerating. We didn't help much. We just did what we had to do. Pei Qingyu immediately responded, saying sincerely, if there's any thanks, it should be us. If you hadn't arrived in time, Ash and I would have died. Ah Su? Lin Xiu lowered his head, glancing at the people beside him, but he didn't say anything. The root of the problem is us. Alish didn't elaborate, simply bending down again. His movement startled the other two again, and they quickly followed suit, bending down to ensure they were lower than Alish. You're kidding. This is a major general, commanding an entire army. Even if he bowed sincerely in gratitude, would they dare to accept it? Of course not. Didn't they see someone standing nearby? The atmosphere began to grow uneasy. Finally, Trey couldn't bear it any longer and called out, how about you sit down and talk? The air twisted for a moment. Sit down. Alish straightened himself. He wasn't going to do this to just anyone. Gratitude was genuine, but that was only one aspect of it. Oh, okay. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu immediately sat back down on the sofa. According to the footage from the Star Eye, the Zerg are pursuing you relentlessly because of Tyr. Alish felt a little thirsty, and took a sip from his teacup before continuing, you've simply suffered an unprovoked disaster. I'm sorry about that. Here they are, finally here. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu felt a sense of relief at hearing this. They didn't think Trey had brought them here just for tea. Actually, there's nothing wrong with calling it drinking tea, but it's just one tea, not the other. No, this is what we're supposed to do. Lin Xiu said, pulling out the space button that Tyre had given her from her robe and handing it to him. Tyre told me to give it to you personally. Alish's calm expression finally showed a flicker, and he gestured for Trey to come forward. Trey took the space button and examined it immediately, then handed it to him and nodded. Alish, seemingly casual, but actually careful, put the space button away. Thank you very much for your help. As he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xiu staring at him with sparkling eyes, as if he was about to say something, his mouth twitching slightly. This guy really has no sense of being subtle. His face is full of reward me. Reward? You've done the 6th Legion a great favor. I wonder if there's anything I can do for you. Alish's words were incredibly well spoken. If the research on the magical vermillion fruit succeeds, the benefits it brings could fundamentally change the entire Federation. As long as it doesn't violate the Interstellar Convention, and is within his capabilities, he agreed to it. It's just a small favor, nothing to worry about. Lin Xiu was humble at first, then finally stated her purpose. I'd like to ask Adjutant Trey to help with the interstellar registration issue for Pei Qingyu and me. This was her main reason for rescuing Tyr. Just that? Alish raised an eyebrow and stared at her, seeming surprised by the answer. To him, it was just a simple matter of words. Lin Xiu paused for a moment, then tentatively said, how about? You give me some money? Even a house would be fine. As the saying goes, without money, you can't get anywhere. Money can solve 99% of the world's problems. She and Pei Qingyu were both outsiders, penniless and destitute, so money was crucial. A house of their own would be even better, a place to settle down. You're really honest. Tella glanced at the two of them with disapproval, unable to help but hold his head in his hands. With such a huge opportunity before him, why ask for money and a house? Even a private planet would be better than money and a house. That was Major General Alish. Did these two even know that Major General? The value of these two words. What about you? Alish was silent for 2 seconds, clearly not expecting her to make such a request. He turned and looked at Pei Qingyu beside him. Me too. Pei Qingyu nodded. He and Lin Xiu were no fools. Of course they understood the benefits of Alish's words, but greed is insatiable. Their initial goal was simply to resolve the unregistered household registration issue. As for money and a house, that would have been even better. These two things were more practical for them right now. They were useful and safe. And they could also improve the 6th Legion's favorability. After all, more connections mean more opportunities. The command room fell silent. Lin Xiu blinked and said weakly, is it impossible? Of course, it's a piece of cake. Alice stared at the two for a few seconds, then suddenly blurted out something irrelevant. Have you considered going to military school? Go. Go to school? A military school? His question completely stumped them. They had already graduated years ago, and to be asked about going to school suddenly was a surprise. You looked at me, I looked at you, both of us bewildered. Alice remained silent, giving them time to think. His gaze shifted between the two, a look of deep satisfaction in his eyes. According to the information transmitted from the medical wing, the two were only 18 years old, barely reaching adulthood. 18 is the optimal age for a star citizen's talent to awaken. A first awakening is a rare healing element, manifesting directly into a spiritual form without any systematic training or guidance from a teacher. Another. Alice pursed his lips as he recalled the images transmitted by the star eye and the analyst's words. Her movements were somewhat uncanny, whether it was removing the mecha's tail with her bare hands or the incredible sight of her controlling countless energy beams alone. It was enough to prove her talent and exceptional mental strength. In short, it would be a shame for such a promising young person not to go to school. The 6th Legion was in dire need of such talent, not to mention that these two were from the Star Traveler clan. The fat meat was dangling before his eyes. If he didn't quickly scoop it up, then this Legion commander might as well quit. If he hadn't wanted to consult the person concerned, he would have already packed them up and sent them to military academy, with everything from schooling to employment, all arranged clearly. What do you think? Have you considered it? Of course we're willing, but your age doesn't seem to meet the admission requirements. This was the result of their eye contact. For someone new to the interstellar world, going to school was a good way to better understand and integrate into it. Xiaosun told me that the military academy's admissions requirements are much stricter than those of other art schools. Mental strength and physical fitness must be at least sea level. That's not the main point. The main point is age. Must be at least 18 years old and no older than 24. They were 28 and 26, respectively. That alone was enough to pass them. Not eligible? Alice opened the computer and clicked on the information sent to him by the medical department. Aren't you just coming of age? Just coming of age? They've been for several years. Could it be that interstellar adulthood takes longer? Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu suppressed their doubts and looked at the information that popped up on the computer screen, their lips twitching slightly. Two miniature versions of Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu slowly rotated on the screen, a dense row of text to their left. Although they couldn't read interstellar language, they recognized the numbers. The word 18 stood out with a glaring starkness. The two looked at each other, bewildered. When had they become 18? Such a good thing could happen. These are the results from the healing chamber scan. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still a month away from adulthood. Lin Xiu calmly lied, trying to salvage the situation. I'd be there in a couple of days. Pei Qingyu followed closely behind. No rush. School still has 3 months to go. Alice waved his hand nonchalantly. Forget about underage people. Even if they're 100 or so years old, as long as the talent is there, everything is possible. It's not uncommon for the elderly to attend school in the Federation. Even if they attend art schools, it's still a school. But before that, there's one thing we need to do. Chapter 12. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu stared at the cold silver metal door before them, completely dazed. Come in. Tella stepped in first, nodded to the soldier inside, then turned and waved. What is this? Lin Xiu glanced around. The room was empty, just 2 chairs and a few delicate-looking instruments, large and small. Don't be nervous. This is a mental power detector. Tella saw the worry in their eyes and explained with a smile. The moment he said this, the two immediately understood and were even eager to try. Who's going first? The soldier operating the device looked up at them. I go. Lin Xiu took a step forward. She was curious to know what level her mental power was. Having spent years in online fiction, she knew that in the interstellar world, mental power was the foundation of a person's life and a crucial measure of strength. Whether she would spend her future collecting trash on a desolate planet or embark on a path to prosperity depended on this moment. Get on, the soldier said. Okay. Lin Xiu did as the soldier instructed, standing on the instrument. A round ball immediately flew in front of her, emitting a blue light that scanned her from head to toe. Place your hand on the sensor, relax your body, and release your mental power. She did so again. Lin Xiu followed the soldier's instructions and placed her hand on the metal sensor in front of her. Almost immediately, the value on the monitor screen began to jump wildly, soaring. The soldiers and tray beside her were stunned. Ding ding ding. Test successful. Mental power level SSS. The electronic chime of the psychic power detector snapped the two men out of their distraction. Tella was stunned, even rubbing his eyes hastily, and dragged Lin Xiu along to take another test. Ding ding ding. Test successful. Psychic power level increased to SSS. Increase? Tella lost his composure completely. Give me some time. Lin Xiu glanced at her palm, her brows raised slightly. As expected of me, she wasn't surprised by the result. She even thought the machine wasn't very good. The highest level it could detect was SSS, and above that, it was SSS+. But judging by the reactions of Tile and the soldier, this level shouldn't be bad. Even though she had a special recruitment quota from the 6th Legion, she still understood the principle that a good ironsmith must be strong himself. Tella excitedly spun around a few times, calming herself down before looking at Pei-Yu. Go take the test. Pei-Yu pursed his lips slightly, stepped forward, placed his hand on the sensor, and began to release his psychic power. He was actually a bit nervous. His teammates had started so high, and the pressure was a bit intense. Beep beep. Test successful. Mental power level SSS. The familiar electronic chime echoed again, and Pei-Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He subconsciously glanced at Lin Xiu, who gave him a thumbs up. His uneasiness finally settled. Another SSS. Trey spun around excitedly again. Although he and Major General Alice had privately speculated about their mental powers, thinking they wouldn't be too low, they hadn't expected them to be SSS. One of them was even a healer. After all, the Federation's top healer, Doctor, was only an SS. Let's not even talk about healers, just considering the level of psychic power. Currently, there are only 6 people with SSS psychic power in the Federation, Major General Alice being one of them. I didn't expect him to meet 2 of them today. The future is bright. It was as if he had already witnessed the rise of 2 new stars. TSK, worthy of being a star traveler. Such innate abilities and psychic power are truly enviable. Every race has its own unique racial talent, etched into its special genes, innate from birth. Psychic power determines the upper limit of talent. It is the standard for measuring a person's strength. The higher the psychic power, the stronger the talent. Conversely, even if a person has excellent talent, if their psychic power is low, they cannot fully realize their potential. For example, if a person's psychic power is A, no matter how good their talent is, they can only perform at a level. Of course, psychic power can be improved through auxiliary means such as technology and medication, but the side effects are significant and the situation is extremely unstable. With a probability of only 1 in 1,000, it can be called a gamble, a life or death situation. But even so, there were still people willing to take a 1 in 1,000 chance. Trey was incredibly excited, but when he saw their constitutions, one C and the other F, his face instantly fell. No, you're a grown man. How come your constitution isn't as good as a little girl's? Trey pointed at the eye-catching F on the monitor, and looked at Pei-Yu in disbelief. He didn't understand. Well? Pei-Yu was momentarily unsure how to respond. On Universal Star, his physique was actually much better than most. Every abdominal muscle was made of real material, not just protein powder. Seeing his embarrassment, Trey sighed helplessly. After calming down, he turned to the soldier conducting the test and said, "Do you know what to say and what not to say?" "Yes." The soldier finally recovered from his shock and quickly responded. "You are quite good." Trey patted the 2 men's federations, grinning from ear to ear. "It doesn't matter if your physical fitness is poor, we can practice. But before that, there's something very important." "What is it?" "Literacy training." Trey led the 2 men to another room and pulled out 2 small silver-white metal cubes from the space button, handing them to them. "Literacy. Literacy? Is that the literacy training she had in mind?" The 2 took the small cubes and examined them carefully. It was so thin that it was hard to tell what it was made of. It was only about the size of 2 bone joints, with a blue button in the middle. Lin Xiu pressed it directly. In her palm, the small cube instantly transformed into a transparent screen with many application icons on it. It was the size of an A4 sheet in landscape orientation, as thin as a silkworm's wing, and felt almost weightless. Even if one couldn't understand interstellar text, one could infer from the app icons that this might be an interstellar tablet. Lin Xiu blinked, glanced at Pei-Yu with a look of surprise, then shifted his gaze to Terai. "This is a tablet. You can use it to take notes later. You can also use it for leisure and entertainment when you're free," Terai said with a smile. "It really is an interstellar tablet." Wait, taking notes? Couldn't that be what she thought? At this moment, A gentle-looking elf with a beautiful and delicate face walked in. With his pointed ears, long, smooth golden hair, and especially those dazzling golden eyes, and the elegance of his every move, he managed to make even an ordinary military uniform look regal and magnificent. Trey exchanged glances, nodded, and gave Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu an encouraging look before leaving the room. Abi-OSS then introduced himself. My name is Abi-OSS, an elf. You can call me Abby. For the next 2 months, I will be in charge of your cultural studies. He wasn't one for idle chatter, so after a few brief remarks, he began today's teaching assignment. Today I'd be teaching you interstellar early childhood enlightenment. Abby paused, as if sensing their confusion, and explained, according to the information Adjutant Trey provided, you seem completely clueless about interstellar common language and basic common sense. Therefore, it's more appropriate to start with early childhood enlightenment. He, too, was filled with confusion. He had no idea how these two had been raised by their elders. Basic common sense might be fine, but they didn't even know interstellar common language. Even a 3-year-old from the slums would know a few words. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu blushed instantly, feeling a little embarrassed. They wanted to retort, but didn't know where to begin. The whole childhood enlightenment thing is so embarrassing. Soon, they really fell for it. Just as Abby said, early childhood enlightenment is more suitable for them. After learning, the two of them got it. Isn't this similar to the concept of writing Chinese characters by looking at pinyin in Chinese? It's just that the pinyin is replaced with phonetic symbols, and the Chinese characters are replaced with interstellar language. They have experience with this. They aren't really children. They even have some so-called experience. Once they grasped the pattern, they learned very quickly. After one class, the results were surprisingly good. The first thing they learned was writing their own names. Secondly, they were able to barely recognize some basic interstellar language through phonetic symbols. Abby was very satisfied with this. Only after learning to recognize characters can we teach them anything else. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu compared themselves and said that after an entire afternoon of teaching, if they couldn't even write or recognize their own names, they would be embarrassed to call themselves Chinese. Just as the two were studying hard, Telai returned to the command room with their test materials. How's it going? Alesh, dozing off in his chair, didn't even raise his head when he heard the door open. Terry said nothing, silently handing him the documents. Alesh casually opened his eyes, then his pupils suddenly dilated. He sat up immediately, snatching up the documents and perusing them. When he saw the section about physical fitness, his brows furrowed slightly before setting them aside. Lack of exercise. Yes, Terry agreed. So I'm planning to have Neil train them more. Well, you go and arrange it. Yes. After Terry left, Alesh returned his gaze to the two documents, staring at them for a moment. A smile curled his lips as he murmured softly, "Little bastard." Chapter 13. A moment passed in a flash. Lin Xiu sat quietly on a small hill not far from the base. She propped herself up with her hands and gazed up at the starry sky. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, and her thoughts drifted away through the starry sky. The surrounding scenery was strangely different, not as desolate and dilapidated as it had been during the day. Some magical plants and animals emitted a faint fluorescent glow, swaying with the wind. The light and shadow intertwined with the starry sky, a vibrant and colorful scene that surrounded her. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps came from behind her. Why are you here? Lin Xiu didn't even blink, still gazing up at the starry sky. Out for a walk. The person who came was Pei Qingyu. He approached and sat down casually beside her. What are your plans for the future? Going to school, of course. What else could I plan? Lin Xiu replied nonchalantly. I was unfamiliar with the place. Honestly, at first she thought she'd have to live a life of scavenging garbage, but unexpectedly, there was a silver lining. Going to school was a good option. Don't you feel any pressure? After all, it's a military academy, no joke. Isn't a military academy a school? Lin Xiu turned to look at him. That's true. Pei Qingyu couldn't argue, so he changed the subject. What do you think of what Adjutant Trey said today? Trey had spoken to them privately. Every word he said hinted at a desire for them to join the 6th Legion after graduation. Being targeted before even starting school was a strange feeling. What do you mean? Lin Xiu blinked disapprovingly. School, employment, guaranteed job placement, one-stop service. Isn't that good? Isn't it good to avoid 30 years of detours? If this happened in Zhongxia, everyone would be envious. She wasn't stupid. She could sense the intentions of Alesh and the others, especially after the mental power test. These intentions became even more obvious, and she didn't even bother to hide them. Recently she'd been taking them all around the base under the pretext of studying. Her feet were numb from walking. If she hadn't just slid away quickly during lunch, she'd probably been taken away again to experience the base's local customs. As expected, outstanding people are highly sought after everywhere. As expected of her. Indeed. Pei-Ching, you couldn't refute this. There's no such thing as a free lunch. In a sense, they were already tied to the 6th Legion. Thinking things through, he suddenly felt a lot more relaxed, and then he remembered the purpose of his visit to Lin Xiu. With a flick of his mind, a small tree appeared in his palm. This was his spiritual form. Do you think the Star Traveler tribe Abby mentioned could be Zhongxia? I don't know. Lin Xiu stood up, and a small tree also appeared in his palm, but it was twice as large as Pei-Ching-Yu's. Through Abby's explanations over the past few days, they had gained a preliminary understanding of this world. Over 5,000 years ago, in the Xinghai calendar, there was no federation in the Xinghai, and all races existed side by side. Wars for resources were common until the emergence of the Universal Star People. They were renowned for their rich and splendid civilization, wisdom, and creativity. The Universal Star People were small in stature, technologically underdeveloped, and lacked advanced weaponry, but their strength lay in their unique talents and their bravery. Some of these Universal Star People were even renowned for their unique racial talents, which also aroused the jealousy and scrutiny of some races. Thus began an 800-year-long interstellar turmoil. Finally, after enduring countless hardships and tribulations, they ended the Great War, found a new home, and ultimately established the Federation. The Great War had a profound impact on them, and to better survive and adapt, they chose to intermarry with other races. However, not everyone accepted this proposal. Some believed they could learn from other races through mutual exchange, discarding their flaws and absorbing their strengths to continuously strengthen themselves, rather than taking shortcuts like interracial marriage. They worried that interracial marriage could lead to genetic diseases and other problems. Thus, divisions arose within the Universal Star People. The open-minded group chose to intermarry with other races, producing hybrid offspring with extraordinary talents. The conservative group, however, remained on the sidelines, refraining from intermarriage. Over time, the Universal Star People split into two groups, the New Human and the Old Human. They had originally thought they could coexist peacefully and develop harmoniously. Until 1863 of the Star Sea calendar. That was over 3,000 years ago. One day, a massive rift suddenly appeared at the edge of the Starry Sea. It was bottomless, and black mist rose into the sky, leaving no vegetation anywhere. Researchers called it the dark factor. The nearest Zerg nest was severely affected, even suffering genetic mutations under the dark factor's influence, leading to extreme mutations. The Zerg reproduced rapidly, and war broke out again over resources and territory. Just when the Federation was at a loss, the Old Humans stepped forward. Some of the Old Humans possessed exceptional mental strength and innate talent. Their affinity for plants is even greater than that of the elves, and their innate healing abilities make them highly sought after by other races. This racial gift of healing is precisely the nemesis of the Dark Factor. The war was long and brutal. In the end, the Old Humans, at great cost, finally sealed the vast rift at the edge of the Star Sea. The New Humans also united with other races to force the Zerg back into their hives. This is also known as the Star Sea Battle in Federation history. Not long after this battle, the Old Humans left the Federation, claiming to explore the mysteries of the universe, and their whereabouts are unknown. Some have also seen them in unknown galaxies far from the Federation. They have no fixed place to stay and love to travel, so over time, they became known as the Star Travelers. Aside from their characteristically human appearance, the most distinctive feature of the Star Travelers is their spirit form. They are generally plant-based. So when Abby said they were the Star Travelers, the two of them tacitly agreed not to object. This was because they had noticed that these interstellar people had a particularly unique attitude towards the Star Travelers. So far, this special ability seems to be moving in a positive direction. So why not capitalize on it? They were already undocumented, lacking an identity. And based on the historical illustrations of the Old Humans on the light board, they believe the Star Travelers are Zhongxia. Actually, after waking up, I discovered that my spirit body seems to be capable of more than just healing. Pei-Ching-Yu hesitated for a moment, then finally shared his recent discovery. Oh! Lin Xiu was immediately intrigued. It's life. Besides drawing on the vitality of plants to heal them, it also controls them, allowing them to grow rapidly in a short period of time. Pei-Ching-Yu expressed his feelings. We're similar in controlling plants. Lin Xiu looked at the small tree in her hand, and said with some regret, It's a pity I don't have the healing power. But her intuition told her that she should have it. Your spirit body looks like osmanthus. Lin Xiu thought back to the rabbit that day and added, Moon Palace Laurel? That's curious. It smells like osmanthus too. Pei Qingyu broke off a branch of flowers from the spirit tree and handed it to her. He didn't know much about Moon Palace Laurel and thought it was just a variety of osmanthus, so he didn't see the surprise in Lin Xiu's eyes. A familiar smell. Lin Xiu took the small branch and nuzzled close to the pale yellow flowers. They were fragrant. What variety is this? Pei Qingyu asked. This one of mine? Lin Xiu looked at the small tree in her spirit form. Unlike his, hers was lush green and devoid of flowers. Looking closely, it surprisingly looked familiar. She suddenly remembered something and said, half-jokingly, you might not believe this, but I think it looks a bit like the marriage tree in our temple. Huh? Pei Qingyu looked around, unable to make out anything, as he had never seen the marriage tree on Qinsheng Mountain before. Suddenly he asked, can you tell fortunes? Huh? This time it was Lin Xiu's turn. She tilted her head and looked at him. I'd like to ask you for a fortune. Can we still get back? As soon as she said this, silence fell. At the slightest movement, Lin Xiu pursed her lips and removed 3 leaves from her spirit form. The leaf spun rapidly in her palm, its veins gleaming with golden light. Suddenly, a leaf, shimmering with golden light, flew out. The leaf, moving without wind, spun and danced in the air, finally landing on a raised wreckage. Lin Xiu, who had arrived, bent down and picked up the leaf. How is it? Pei Qingyu stared intently at the leaf in her hand. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen someone using leaves for divination. The leaf, held between Lin Xiu's fingers, its veins flickered twice before dissipating along with the entire leaf. Lin Xiu pointed to the raised spot. That's the answer. Pei Qingyu followed her fingertips, his face quivering with confusion. The fluorescent light from the surrounding strange plants finally revealed the wreckage. It was a massive, weathered limb, reduced to mere bones. Pei Qingyu's heart leaped with fear, and he quickly took 2 steps back. What are you afraid of? Lin Xiu looked at him with amusement. Pointing at the bones, she said, take a closer look. Under her gaze, Pei Qingyu bravely went up to examine them for a moment. It was a severed limb, to be sure, but it was a far cry from a human's. He quickly formed a hypothesis. Is it a Zerg? Yes. Lin Xiu nodded. In fact, she had already done this when she was picking up trash. Divining couldn't be done for herself, so she took a different approach and calculated other directions. The final divination indicated the east. Now she performed another divination for Pei Qingyu. She didn't directly ask whether he could return, but took a more roundabout approach. The divination was more specific than the previous one. Zerg? Lin Xiu suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled out her tablet from her sleeve. What's wrong? Look! Lin Xiu pointed to the search results on the light board. The star network data says the Zerg's headquarters, the hive, is located in the Kikir system, on the edge of the starry sea. The coordinates of this system are also located in the east. Before, I also had a divination, and the hexagram pointed east. So it's hard not to think too much. Pei Qingyu immediately grasped the key point, his eyes slightly widening, his tone slightly excited. You mean? The way back might lie in the Zerg headquarters? Yes. Lin Xiu nodded. This was also why she was willing to go to the military academy. And there was another point she didn't mention. While killing the Zerg, she vaguely felt the subtle power of merit, which was very thought-provoking. So, she boldly speculated that the key to returning home lay in the Zerg headquarters, the Kikir system. I understand. Pei Qingyu was no fool. He quickly figured it out. Anyone who could come into contact with the Zerg and their headquarters would have to be the soldiers stationed on the border year-round, dealing with them. And right before their eyes was a shortcut to military service. So, not only did they have to attend this military academy, they had to excel. The healer's status was quite good, especially since he could suppress the dark factor. The 2 men met eyes, a knowing smile etched in their faces, their words utterly silent. Which major are you going to choose? Healer? I want to study mecha. Pei Qingyu's gaze was firm. Mecha individual? No. Pei Qingyu shook his head. I want to be a mecha pilot. I've heard it's a very lucrative profession. But you're more suited to the medical department. Lin Xiu thought of the disintegrating Peninsula iron box, and suddenly thought mecha pilot wouldn't be a bad idea either. Abby didn't seem to mention choosing just one major when introducing the school. Pei Qingyu looked at the spirit form of osmanthus in his hand, his lips curled slightly. Only children make choices. He wants them all. Besides, Even if he's truly unsuccessful, as the only SSS level healer in the entire Federation, shouldn't he have some privileges? Great minds think alike. Lin Xiu couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence, she did too. The evening breeze blew gently as they sat on the ground, gazing up at the starry sky. They both had bright futures ahead of them. I wonder if the starry sky back home is as dazzling and tranquil as it is now. Old Pei. Old Pei. Qiao Sun's voice called from behind. What are you doing there? Come here, I have something for you. Lin Xiu sighed softly, holding his forehead. This Qiao Sun is really noisy. Ever since he regained his human form, he's been chirping all day long, even more so than the birds. Here we are. Pei Qingyu retracted his spirit form, and walked with Lin Xiu towards the base. A pale yellow osmanthus flower, carrying a faint fragrance, drifted away on the wind. On the other side of the hill, a dark figure gathered up the osmanthus flowers that had fallen to the ground and were gradually dissipating. What a unique spirit form. Chapter 14. Why are you yelling so loudly so late at night? Aren't you afraid of disturbing others? Lin Xiu leaned against the fence, pursing his lips in dissatisfaction. Here. Qiao Sun disapproved, pulling out 2 laptops from his space button and handing them to them. What are these for? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly, recognizing them as laptops. Just take them. Why are you asking so many questions? When the 2 men didn't take them, Qiao Sun shoved the laptops into their hands. This is my thank you gift to you. Qiao Sun raised his chin slightly. Take a look. This is the latest model. Do you like it? The people from his family had already arrived to pick him up. He was leaving the island for Laxing tomorrow. These 2 were broke, without even a laptop. How would they contact each other in the future? So, he asked his brother to bring 2 of the latest laptops. After all, they were his own things, so they didn't cost any money. He's so clever. Thank you, I love it. Lin Xiu didn't hesitate to put on the laptop and directly strapped it to his wrist, verifying his identity through genetic binding. Adjutant Trey was very efficient. The next day after they explained their request, their interstellar citizenship status was already processed. Otherwise, even if they had the laptop now, they wouldn't be able to use it without their identities, and would only be able to browse the entertainment section. Thank you. Pei Qingyu also thanked him. Come on, add me as a friend so we can keep in touch later. Qiao Sun eagerly read out his laptop ID. Under his urgent gaze, the 3 of them added each other as friends. Qiao Sun looked at the 2 new people in the contact list, and nodded with satisfaction. Then, 2 mechanical electronic sounds rang out. 1 million star coins have arrived in the optical computer. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu, shock. They both looked at the optical computer in unison and pointed with their fingers. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. The sheer number of zeros after the 1 dazzled them. What are you doing? Didn't I just tell you? This is a thank you gift from this young master. Qiao Sun tilted his head in confusion, seemingly confused as to why they looked like that. Didn't you give it to me already? Lin Xiu pointed at the optical computer. And this is way too much. Hey, it's just a few bucks. Qiao Sun waved his hand nonchalantly. Besides, the optical computer is a little gadget I made myself. If you like it, I give you a few more when I get back to the capital planet. My own? A little gadget? His words silenced the 2 of them. Yes, my family owns the Sheila Group. As soon as Qiao Sun finished speaking, Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu immediately searched the Starnet. The Sheila Group was founded by the Naxal family, one of the 9 great families. Its diverse industries are dedicated to developing and improving optical computing technology. Nearly every optical computing machine on the market is owned by the Sheila Group. As a comprehensive enterprise, it also has other business divisions, covering a wide range of fields. Its capabilities and expertise span technology, engineering, manufacturing, and even nutrient solutions. Its financial resources rank 3rd in the entire Federation. The Starnet profile of the Sheila Group went far beyond this. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu's attention was drawn to the words 3rd in the Federation in financial resources. They paused for a few seconds, then silently turned off their computers and looked at the chubby man before them. Oh no, it's the fat guy. Because he was taller than both of them. I wonder what the interstellar people eat to grow up. They're all so tall and strong. 195 centimeters doesn't even look good here. The average interstellar person is already 2.5 meters tall. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you thinking it's too little? Qiao Sun scratched his chin. 1 million star coins was indeed a bit too little. How could the life of the 2nd young master of Naxal be worth so little? He got 10 million star coins a month in pocket money. The thought made him feel a little guilty. The 2 million star coins were his remaining pocket money for this month, and now he had nothing left. How about giving them the rest when next month's allowance came in? Actually, his brother had suggested giving them a private, habitable planet or arranging a lucrative, open position for them at Sheila Group. He knew his brother's intentions, but his intuition told him that Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu wouldn't accept. So when his brother asked, he flatly refused on their behalf. Tell his brother to leave it alone, I take care of it myself. The result was, he was left penniless with only 2 million star coins. Hello, young master, thank you for your patronage. We appreciate your thank you gift. Lin Xiu quickly gave him a perfect smile, revealing 8 bright white teeth, and stepped forward to grasp his hand. This was a golden leg. This was the first time she had ever seen so much money in her life. And it was all hers. Pei Qingyu's mouth twitched slightly, as he watched her flattering gesture. It was only 1 million star coins, wasn't it? He had some too, even though he was on Universal Star. You, what are you doing? There's a difference between men and women, don't you know? The sudden enthusiasm overwhelmed Xiao Sun, who quickly pulled her hand away, his cheeks flushing and his ears popping out uncontrollably. Okay, master. Lin Xiu smiled and withdrew his hand. Don't call me master. It was a perfectly normal name, but it sounded strange to Xiao Sun. Master. I told you not to call me master. Xiao Sun was livid. Master, I was thinking your ears are showing. It was quite cute. Pei Qingyu pointed at the slightly trembling black ears on his head. What? Xiao Sun's voice suddenly rose, and he quickly covered his ears. He said, I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to bed. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped and, darting back, covered his ears with one hand, and pulled out a set of bowls and chopsticks from his space button with the other, quickly tossed them to Lin Xiu. Your bowl. He didn't care if she could catch it or not, just threw it away and ran. He had been very sensitive to emotion since childhood. That day, he clearly sensed her reluctance to part with the bowl. Although he didn't quite understand why she'd leave it behind when she loved it, he still managed to stow the bowl away in his space button as he fled. Thank you, young master. Lin Xiu's chuckle echoed behind him, and Xiao Sun's cheeks burned even more. He nearly stumbled and bumped into the door. After stabilizing himself, he quickened his pace. Ha. Lin Xiu looked at his slightly disheveled figure, unable to suppress the upward curl of her lips. Only when he could no longer see him did she stop smiling and look back at the wooden bowl in her hand. I didn't expect this guy to be born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He's quite thoughtful. Both the optical computer and the star coins were what they needed right now. He even noticed the wooden bowl he had to drop because it was awkward to hold. It was cleaned quite well. Yes. Pei Qingyu looked at the optical computer and chuckled. He's a nice guy. Lin Xiu agreed. What a silly panda. This bowl looks familiar. Pei Qingyu stared at the bowl in her hand. It looked like something from China. Putting aside the clothes, they hadn't seen anything other than metal here during this time. Lin Xiu immediately turned the bowl upside down and brought it closer to him. A flicker of surprise flashed in Pei Qingyu's eyes when she saw the words made in Iwu. The image of her eating hot and sour noodles on the desolate planet flashed back to her mind. You might not believe this, but before I met you, a voice suddenly appeared in my head. Lin Xiu recounted what happened that day. My golden finger just disappeared. After giving me a bowl of hot and sour noodles, it went silent. Pei Qingyu opened his mouth, unsure of what to say or how to comfort her, as he himself hadn't yet recovered from the shock. After arriving in the interstellar space, they were still receiving things from the universe. Did this mean they could return? This information was far more practical than the hexagrams. It gave him a glimpse of possibility, a glimpse of hope. What about you? Have you encountered a similar situation? Is there a system or something binding you? Lin Xiu's question was quite direct, his clear black eyes fixed on Pei Qingyu, as if he could see everything. No. Pei Qingyu shook his head. Forget about the system. There's not even a single passer by offering cheat codes or equipment. Actually, there really are passers by offering equipment. Lin Xiu spotted the key point. Major General Alish, isn't that Xiao Sun? Pei Qingyu was stunned for a moment, then realized, belatedly saying, it seems so. Ah. Lin Xiu yawned and said as she walked. It's getting late. Go to bed early. We have training tomorrow. She stretched her muscles, and they crackled. Thinking of the classes Adjutant Trey had assigned them, she felt a headache. Beginning tomorrow, in addition to the academic curriculum, there would be a physical training class. She hadn't even started school yet, but she was already living the school life. At this moment, Lin Xiu didn't know that this would be the only peaceful sleep she would get for the next 2 months. Chapter 15. The next morning, when she was taken alone to the training ground, she was completely stunned. "Where's Pei Qingyu?" He went to the training room. Neil explained with a gentle smile on his face, and for some reason, it made her scalp tingle. "Isn't he coming?" Lin Xiu asked in confusion. "Not coming." Neil shook his head. "Huh? Why?" Neil smiled without saying anything. The answer was a group attack from Squad 1 of the Vanguard Battalion. Yes, that's right, she was being attacked by the soldiers at the training ground. Lin Xiu frantically executed the wind-stepping cloud step, leaping around the ground. Soldiers were everywhere trying to stop her. Sometimes, when she couldn't avoid them, she would confront them head-on, but the results were disastrous. Once she was caught in a fight, she was left with nothing but a beating. These soldiers' physical fitness, strength, speed, flexibility, endurance, and even explosive power were beyond her reach. Thankfully, the unique movement of the wind-stepping cloud step allowed her to temporarily respite. Neil stood at the edge of the training ground, holding a light board, occasionally looking down to write something down. Good endurance 8 points. Strength 5 points. Speed. He looked at Lin Xiu's baffling movements, pondered for a moment, and finally wrote down 2 8s. "I don't accept it. Why doesn't Pei Qingyu have to come over?" Lin Xiu howled as the soldiers entangled him, but even so, he managed to find a little energy to shout at Neil. His voice was loud and powerful, suggesting that the next training session could be more intense. Neil tapped his finger on the light board and calmly answered her question. "It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Healers are more fragile, so the virtual training room is more suitable for him." The virtual training room can simulate various scenarios and situations, providing real-time training. The difficulty, items, and scenario settings can also be adjusted to meet different training goals and requirements. It's perfect for logistical professions like healers. Even if injured in the virtual environment, it won't affect the real body. At most, it will drain some mental energy, which is not a big deal. Lin Xiu bared his teeth and roared, "I think I'm suitable for it." "So she's just tough, right?" Hearing this, Neil immediately put away the light board, his smile widening. He shouted, "What are you all doing? You can't even catch a little girl? Do you want to eat early today?" This made Lin Xiu's eyelids twitch, and as expected, as Neil finished speaking, the training ground immediately became lively again. "Zhao. You have no moral principles. Ah. It hurts, it hurts. Don't hit me in the face. Don't hit me in the face." Instantly, the entire training ground echoed with Lin Xiu's screams. "Lieutenant Neil, what are you doing?" Xiaosun had appeared behind Neil without anyone noticing. He was here to say goodbye. He was about to return to the capital planet on the Naxile family's private starship. "Training." Neil looked him over with a smile. "Do you want to come too?" "Me? No, no." Xiaosun instinctively shrank back and shook his head. "Ah, my brother called me." "Goodbye, Lieutenant Neil." He immediately made an excuse and slipped away. After all, he had both of their contact information. The internet said it was the same. For over 2 months, Lin Xiu walked with half-closed eyes, feeling listless. Not only did she have to undergo practical training, she also had to train in the training room with Pei Qingyu. The pretext was, the first rule of mecha soldiers, protect our healers. Training together allowed them to get used to each other and, incidentally, to strengthen their mutual understanding. Lin Xiu felt both pain and joy, for she had finally touched the mecha she had longed for. Even under Neil's pressure, she studied for and passed various driving licenses for common interstellar vehicles, like hovercraft and aircraft. Her favorite was the jet shuttle, compact and portable, offering a high degree of freedom. Lin Xiu's time had been more fulfilling than the previous 2 years. Under this dual pressure of reality and virtual reality, Lin Xiu made rapid progress, her physical fitness rising from her initial sea level to B level. Although her mental strength determined her upper limit, the speed of improvement still left Alish and the others speechless. When Trey found Lin Xiu, he saw her setting up a ring in the training ground. It's no exaggeration to say that no soldier with B level or lower mental power could last more than a minute under her control. Even A-level soldiers barely lasted 10 minutes under her control. It was her physical strength, and the difference in combat experience, that allowed her to hold on for so long. This was the suppression of mental power levels. The 6th Legion was filled with soldiers above A level. As Trey approached, he happened to see an S+ soldier suppressing Lin Xiu, forcing her to dodge left and right. He knew this soldier. His name was Matt, and he was in the logistics medical team. He usually worked with the healers and pharmacists and ensured their safety. There were only 2 healers. Relying on just the 2 of them to heal such a large army was simply impractical. Most of the time, they relied on potions prepared by the pharmacist. Carrying so many potion boxes, Matt had developed a muscular physique, making him appear taller, stronger, and more intimidating than most. The power disparity was a challenge for Lin Xiu, and she quickly adjusted her tactics. The moment Matt pushed her back, she immediately rose to her feet, applying Tai Chi's strategy of overcoming hardness with softness, and parried his attack. Tai Chi is truly a wonderful tool. Lin Xiu couldn't help but admire it in her heart. The rest of the battle went much more smoothly. As the battle continued, she gradually understood Matt's moves and discovered their flaws. In the end, she defeated Matt's opponent with her sheer strength, securing victory. The soldiers watching from the audience erupted in cheers and excitement. It was truly a spectacular performance. "You're amazing." Matt stretched his numb arms, not a trace of anger at being defeated. What was that move just now? He cleverly neutralized his strength and used it for his own benefit, and his footwork was truly remarkable. Tai Chi. Lin Xiu rubbed his chest. Honestly, Matt was indeed strong. His ribs had nearly been broken, but luckily he dodged quickly. "What is Tai Chi?" "Xiao Lin, you're amazing." "Good job, Matt." A group of soldiers held the 2 men steady, chattering non-stop. "What are you all doing here? Have you done maintenance on the mech?" Terry's words caused the gathered soldiers to disperse. Lin Xiu stood slightly awkwardly in his spot and greeted him. "Adjutant Trey. This is something the Kerbro Military Academy sent in advance." Terry handed her a very textured blue metal box. It contains the paper notice, the school uniform, and the notes and regulations for new students. Lin Xiu reached out to take it, but didn't open the box immediately. She lowered her eyes to the school emblem on the front, wondering what she was thinking. A week ago, she had received the electronic admission notice from the Kerbro Military Academy on her laptop. She had assumed she would just bring it with her laptop when she reported, but she didn't expect a paper copy, and even the uniform. Shouldn't that be given after you arrive at the academy? Take some time to read the school regulations. The rest isn't a big deal. Terai stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. Students who make it to the military academy are all handpicked, so it's natural that they might be arrogant. Remember to convince others with reason. He waved his fist before her eyes. "I understand, Adjutant Terai." Lin Xiu nodded, naturally understanding what he meant. Unlike those who had to overcome numerous obstacles and enter the military academy through formal entrance exams, she was recommended through the 6th Corps. Each corps has 3 special admissions quotas each year, recruiting exceptional talent directly through military channels, bypassing the entrance exam. The requirements are extremely demanding, and every one of them is essential. The minimum mental strength requirement of SS alone is daunting. The number of SS personnel in the Federation currently exceeds 3 digits, so the special admissions quotas in each corps have been largely unavailable for years, with no one able to meet the requirements. Interestingly, this year, in addition to her and Pei Qingyu, another corps also applied for a spot. This was something Trey had told her privately, so they could have a better idea of what to expect. During today's field training, Neil, for once, hadn't been teasing or making things difficult for her. He even gave her a few days off, allowing her to rest and prepare for the start of school. When Lin Xiu heard the news, she thought she misheard. Given his temperament, wouldn't he take the opportunity to exploit her further? But she could only think about it in her mind, not out loud. As for his talk about preparing for the start of school, having attended college once before, she said she was experienced and didn't take it seriously at all. After the field training ended, she happily went back to her room to lie down. Looking at the 2 boxes placed in front of the smart home robot, Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh. When she came here, she only brought the clothes she was wearing and a bowl. Before she knew it, she had so much stuff that the 2 boxes couldn't fit anymore. Besides the spare clothes Trey had given her, there were also many small items given to her by the soldiers of the 6th Legion, all made by them using local materials. Certain parts of the Zerg's body, such as its shell, are incredibly hard, making them perfect for making small objects. For example, there's a mechanical beetle modeled after a flying insect. It's only about the size of a joint, compact and portable, making it ideal for reconnaissance, difficult to detect. There are also 2 palm-sized mechanical dogs, which aren't very useful barking. The soldier who gave them to her said they would alert her immediately to danger and could serve as a guardhouse. Looking at the face that resembled a husky, Lin Xiu couldn't help but wonder, would it really work? She had become quite familiar with the soldiers at the base. She has a good personality, knows how to advance and retreat, is good at talking, and most importantly, has a strong fist. At first, the difference in physical fitness and her lack of actual combat experience meant she could only dodge awkwardly, only to be knocked down by a few powerful blows. Who is Lin Xiu? A woman who has always been strong. She becomes more courageous with each setback, and now she can sweep through B class, kick A class, and beat up S class. Of course, the help and guidance of the soldiers of the 6th Legion was also indispensable. When she fell behind in physical training, they would slow down and wait for her to catch up. They would also secretly give her special training and teach her some tips to help her improve. During the actual combat training on the virtual battlefield, she was even more unruly. She was moved wherever she was needed, asked to take the lead in everything, faced various difficulties and challenges, and endured constant beatings. This was to train and improve her personal abilities. Although she knew that a large part of this was due to her SSS-level mental strength. That's why she received special attention and support. But she was deeply grateful for this. Being stronger than herself provided an extra layer of protection when faced with danger. It was precisely because of this that her physical condition improved over a short period of time. Thus, over the past 3 months, not only she, but Pei Qingyu had also made remarkable progress, his physical condition having risen from F2 level. However, there were still differences between the two. Compared to her daily grind and charge, his training methods were more gentle. In the virtual battlefield, she only had to stand back, constantly using her healing abilities to treat the wounded until she was exhausted. There was no comparison. This life was truly inhuman. Why wasn't she a healer? How abominable! After howling inwardly, she suddenly calmed down. She touched her folded green Taoist robe on the sofa, her eyes filled with nostalgia. I wonder how her senior sisters and the others are doing now. She glanced at the badge beside her and sighed. Initially, I simply took a second look at the badge and felt compassion, but I never expected. It's all karma, after all. Chapter 16. The Vanter Galaxy, where the island planet is located, is relatively far from the central galaxy. One is on the Federation border, the other in the center, so even traveling by starship would take 3 days. Coincidentally, a starship bound for the Central Galaxy's capital planet would stop briefly at the Vanter Galaxy's starport to refuel. Trey instructed Lin Xiu and the others to pack their belongings and board the starship to the Central Galaxy. This was the 3rd day since the starship took off for the Central Galaxy. If nothing unexpected happened, they would land at the capital starport this afternoon. Lin Xiu sat on the sofa by the window, gazing at the brilliant nebula outside, still feeling a sense of surrealism. After 3 months on the island planet, she felt a tinge of homesickness. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Lin Xiu stood up and opened the door. Seeing the familiar figure outside, she knew it was Pei Qingyu. After all, Pei Qingyu was the only one she knew here. She opened the door and slumped back onto the sofa, her expression languid. What's wrong? I heard this is the hottest snack in the galaxy right now. Didn't you miss breakfast? I brought you one. Pei Qingyu entered the room, closing the door behind him and placing a box on the table. He opened it, revealing a small, exquisite snack. He pushed the snack forward and said, "Try it." Lin Xiu lowered her eyes to look at the small snack. It was palm-sized, pink, and adorned with unidentified fruit and jam. It looked quite delicate and delicious. She stirred, stood up, and moved to the table. She scooped a spoonful into her mouth, her eyes lighting up. Not bad, isn't it? Pei Qingyu noticed her expression, and couldn't help but smile. He was a very open-minded person, brave enough to explore and try new things. With nothing to do these past 2 days, he tried a few well-received treats on the starship, and this dessert was exactly what he wanted. To be more precise, it was definitely what people in China would eat. So he bought an extra portion for Lin Xiu to try. Delicious. Lin Xiu gave him an appreciative look. There were many interstellar delicacies, and not everyone took supplements. They occasionally tried something else, but the taste was still a little different from that in China, and Lin Xiu was a little unaccustomed to it. It was a rare opportunity to find something that suited her taste, so she couldn't help but eat the dessert a little faster. The texture was a bit like mousse cake, but much more delicious. It was just the right amount of sweet, and not too greasy. She had never tasted the fruit used with it before, and it tasted so strange that it was actually delicious. It was amazing. She had devoured the small pastry before she knew it. Putting the spoon down, Lin Xiu slumped back onto the sofa. Pei Qingyu, sitting next to her, noticed she looked a little distracted, so he asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lin Xiu shook her head, casually pointed to a spiral nebula through the window, and said softly, "It's not as beautiful as the Milky Way." "Indeed?" Pei-Ching-yu paused for a moment, then nodded. "The Milky Way is the galaxy where the universe star resides, their home. No matter how beautiful or magnificent the galaxies outside, they can't compare to the scenery of their home." When the starship first entered space, the two of them were amazed, looking here and there like two curious babies. After looking so much, they became a little tired. After a brief, rambling discussion with Pei-Ching-yu, Lin Xiu couldn't help but yawn. "I'd take a nap. Wake me up when we get there." Last night, she'd been so engrossed in nebula gazing that she'd barely slept. Now, after eating something, she felt sleepy. "Okay." Pei-Ching-yu nodded. Sitting aside, he opened his computer and reviewed the admission notices from the Kerbro Military Academy. Central Galaxy, Capital Star. Chia Sun, driving a Barbie pink hovercraft, parked in the parking lot near the starport port. A group of muscular men in Barbie pink uniforms surrounded him as he emerged from the hovercraft, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd. Chia Sun, wearing his pink, light-sensing glasses, looked completely unimpressed. He shoved one hand in his pocket and surveyed his surroundings. "How's it going? Are we there yet?" Butler Keibu, dressed in a black and gold butler uniform, approached him from behind his bodyguards and whispered, "Master, we're here." Sure enough, as he finished speaking, a spaceship appeared at the starport. "Is everything ready?" Xiao Sun looked at the spaceship before him and shook himself, trying to look more impressive. "Ready," Keibu replied. "Very good." Xiao Sun nodded with satisfaction. "Remember to follow my instructions later." "Yes." So, when Lin Xiu and Pei-Ching-yu disembarked from the spaceship and emerged from the inspection area, they heard a familiar voice from a distance. Old Pei, Old Pei. Ah Su here." Xiao Sun waved his hands frantically and glanced at Keibu. Keibu understood and immediately gestured. Suddenly, a large, colorful transparent display screen lit up above their heads. The words on it were large and flashing, extremely eye-catching. Lin Xiu took a closer look and exclaimed, "Wow! The banners are already up, right?" It read, "Warmly welcome young Master Xiao Sun's friends to Capital Star." But why were the words young Master Xiao Sun enlarged and bolded, twice as large as the others? It was outrageous. Anyone who didn't know would have thought it was a welcome to Xiao Sun himself. Just as she was considering whether to pretend she didn't recognize them and slip away, a resounding, unified voice suddenly rang out. "Warmly welcome young Master Xiao Sun's friends to Capital Star." The voice was resounding and full of energy. Passers-by stopped to watch and chatter. Someone even recorded the scene on their laptops. What kind of social demise was this? Lin Jishu's face flushed, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. He lowered his head, not wanting to look at the gazes of the passers-by, and quickened his pace. Even Pei-Ching-yu, who had grown up under constant cameras and flashbulbs, felt embarrassed. "Hey, Old Pei." "Ah Su." Xiao Sun waited for a long time, then saw the two men seemed to be straying. Finally, unable to stand still, he hurried forward and pulled them back. "I'm here." "You've gone the wrong way." "Escape." Failed, Lin Jishu turned and forced a slightly stiff smile. "Long time no see." "Hey, long time no see." Xiao Sun was clearly delighted. He patted his good brother Pei-Ching-yu on the shoulder and grinned. "Old Pei, how are you? Did you miss me?" Pei-Ching-yu said ruthlessly no. They kept in touch frequently. They even video called him before they set off. "It's okay if you don't miss me. I think it's the same." Xiao Sun placed his hand on his shoulder. They looked like good friends. "Don't talk nonsense." Pei-Ching-yu pulled his hand away. "What did I say?" Xiao Sun looked at the murderous glare he was giving him and said sheepishly, "If you don't want to talk, then don't. Come on, I take you to eat something delicious." With that, he led the two of them to his Barbie pink car and snapped his fingers with a dashing gesture, causing the door of the hovercraft to automatically open. Pei-Ching-yu's calm demeanor cracked as he gazed at the flamboyant hovercraft and the line of tall, muscular bodyguards in macho pink uniforms. Xiao Sun called out, "Get in." A warm welcome to young Master Xiao Sun's friends on Capital Star. The unison of voices echoed again, reverberating throughout the harbor. The large characters on the overhead screen continuously shifted colors, becoming incredibly eye-catching. Lin Xiu and Pei-Ching-yu. "Wow. Sexy, truly too sexy." The two of them shuddered, lowering their heads as they quickly got into the car. As the hovercraft sped away, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Interstellar vehicles are all equipped with AI systems. One simply needs to set a route in advance or give voice commands, and the car can be driven hands-free. But just to be safe, a bodyguard was still in the driver's seat in case of emergencies. Xiaosun pulled the two of them aside and rambled on, endlessly. For example, how many bowls of rice he had eaten today, how he had a stiff neck when he slept tonight, how his father had offended his mother and had to sleep on the sofa tonight. Lin Xiu's mouth twitched slightly. There was no need for such a detailed explanation. Helplessly, she changed the subject. Your car is quite unique. And those bodyguards in macho pink were practically blinding her. Hee, huh? Xiaosun, looking like he found a kindred spirit, chuckled cheerfully. I think it's beautiful, but my brother called me a moron. When he mentioned his brother, a hint of grievance crossed his face. It's clearly beautiful and eye-catching. How could it be tacky? Butler Kebu placed the refreshments he had prepared on the table in front of him. Hearing this, he glanced at him silently, muttering to himself, Young master, this isn't a question of whether it's tacky or not. The car was silent for a few seconds. Perhaps sensing the awkwardness, Lin Xiu continued, It's indeed beautiful. I thought you guys preferred darker colors. Xiaosun leaned back, grinning, Young master, I like bright, eye-catching things like this. That way, you can always spot me no matter where I am. Others, Does that actually make sense? Chapter 17. There's a very famous landmark on the central commercial street of the capital star called Above the Rainbow Clouds. It's a star-rated restaurant with two key features. First, its ingredients are unique and delicious. Second, at the top of the landmark, a garden suspended in midair offers a panoramic view of the entire city. While this type of building is common, the Sky Garden's striking design stems from the meticulously cultivated plants by plant experts. Interstellar plants are ubiquitous, and their variety is diverse. However, the plants cultivated by plant experts contain a weak M element. This element can suppress the dark factor. Unfortunately, the M element produced by these plants is too scarce, so to effectively suppress the dark factor, one must prioritize quantity over quality. The number of plants required varies depending on the level of spiritual power. Even the lowest-ranking F-level cultivators require a vast number of plants, far beyond the reach of the average person. Some people would spend all their fortunes just to enjoy a meal in the sky garden above the clouds and breathe in the fresh air. After hearing Xiaosun's introduction, Lin Xiu paused, caressing the roses, then quickly withdrew his hand and obediently followed the guiding robot. Yes, they were now in the sky garden above the colorful clouds. This way, please. The intelligent robot led them to a crystal greenhouse. The setting was beautiful. Inside, one could see a variety of out-of-season flowers. In fact, along the way, he had seen several similar crystal greenhouses, presumably some kind of private room. Xiaosun walked around, nodding his head in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he sat down. What would you like to eat? Even if she wanted to eat anything, she had to see the menu. The table was completely empty, so how could she order? To avoid embarrassment, Lin Xiu resorted to her go-to phrase, I'm all for you. The chair in front of her was pulled away. Seeing this, she quietly thanked Pei Qingyu and sat down. Pei Qingyu then said gently, How about you recommend something? As soon as he finished speaking, a 360-degree transparent screen suddenly appeared before them. A variety of exquisite delicacies slid back and forth, their aromas catching the nose in sync with her sense of smell. So high-end. Lin Xiu's throat churned slightly as she looked at the screen. Everything looked delicious. She really wanted to try everything if she could. Let's have one of each of these signature dishes. Who had spoken her mind? Lin Xiu looked up at the words. Oh, it was Xiaosun. That's all right. She saw him ordering from the screen without hesitation. She sighed enviously. Damn rich people, they're so enviable. There are so many rich people in this world, what's wrong with me being one more? But it still has to be said, don't order too much, it's too expensive. It's a waste if you can't finish it. Hey, that's totally irrelevant. Xiaosun waved his hand dismissively. The food here is mostly made from premium ingredients provided by the greenery chef. Eating more is good for your health. Besides, their portions are quite small. I have to order more. What if I don't have enough? Not full. Lin Xiu glanced at him and chose to keep quiet. She thought she probably knew why Xiaosun was so overly plump. In short, as long as the young master is happy. She soon realized she misunderstood. Xiaosun's claim of a small portion was truly small. Well, it was comparable to the food in Snail Country. It looked incredibly delicate, but it was gone in just a few bites. It tasted really good. But why so many bamboo shoots? Besides a few signature dishes, The table was filled with stir-fried black beast meat with bamboo shoots, spicy and sour bamboo shoots, stir-fried green bird eggs with bamboo shoots, and stewed pork ribs with bamboo shoots. Eat. This is so delicious. Xiaosun devoured the bamboo shoots with such delight. Butler Kebu smiled as he served him the food. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu exchanged a silent glance. It seemed that pandas, no matter where they were, loved bamboo shoots. Although it was an all-bamboo shoot feast, all three of them enjoyed their meal immensely. The only difference was the bamboo juice served after the meal. While it had a delicate bamboo fragrance, it was quite unpalatable. Only Xiaosun could drink it. Burp! Xiaosun downed the green bamboo juice in one gulp and rubbed his stomach with satisfaction. How's it going? This shop's good, isn't it? Excellent. Lin Xiu praised. Xiaosun raised his head proudly. Finally, when they paid, Lin Xiu couldn't help but swallow when she saw the string of coins. It was a burden she couldn't bear. Wow, it's so nice to have money. Even Pei Qingyu was stunned. Looks like making money should be a priority. Old Pei, come on, come on. Xiaosun, not knowing what he saw, excitedly pulled the two of them toward the crystal greenhouse. Just as they were curious about what he was going to do, he was pulled behind a lush green plant. What for? Pei Qingyu asked in a low, mysterious voice. Hush. Xiaosun placed his index finger between his lips, his eyes gleaming as he stared ahead. Lin Xiu followed his gaze. Oh my god! Is this blatant eavesdropping? A group of people gathered in front of them, talking about something incomprehensible. In front of them, a girl was crying, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't help but tilt her ears, inching slightly, and leaning forward, trying to hear better. Mama, I'm sorry. You know our family situation. As the heir to the Dailane family, I absolutely would never marry a woman with E-level mental power. Ollie Dailane looked down at the girl, who had fallen to the ground. Her sobbing and wailing were annoying him. That's because I saved you. Didn't you say we'd be together forever? Monla choked up, looking up at him, her eyes filled with disbelief. If it weren't for saving him, how could her mental power have dropped to E-level? I'm sorry. I was young and naive, mistaking family affection for love. Now I realize I only ever thought of you as my sister. Ollie frowned subconsciously at this, and after a moment's silence he said, I give you enough money to live comfortably for the rest of your life. A male student in the group quickly said, Ollie's going to the first military academy soon, and you don't even meet the minimum admission requirements, so you can only go to an art school. Stop pestering him. You're not from the same world. Yes, yes, Monra. The others quickly echoed. Sister. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and this response left Monra even more heartbroken and despaired. Ollie really didn't want to continue this argument. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if someone saw her? They wonder what the Dailane family was doing to her. Just as he was about to move, his trouser leg tightened and Ming pulled him back. Impatience was written all over his face, and the two of them clashed once more. Lin Xiu and the others watched with rapt interest from a distance, already imagining a dramatic scene from the brief exchange. What kind of classic Mary Sue plot is this? You're just my sister. The TV show really doesn't lie. Lin Xiu turned to look at Xiaosun. Is the Dailane family that powerful? Just SOSO. It's just that they have an uncle who holds power in the military. Xiaogo was absorbed in the gossip, even straining his ears to hear more clearly. The military. The uncle in power. Lin Xiu fell silent. Do you want to hear what you're talking about? Which of the old families on Capital Star doesn't have someone in the military? Only upstarts like these show off every day. Xiaosun pursed his lips. The more powerful the old families, the more low-key they tend to be. Conversely, these so-called rising stars love to show off. They flaunt everything they need, terrified that others won't know. Miss Monra has had a difficult life too. Butler Keb couldn't help but sigh. Huh? Meeting the two men's puzzled yet gossipy gazes, he explained, Miss Monra's father is Major General Rist, commander of the 9th Legion, and her mother, Sarah, is a distinguished S-rank healer. Miss Monra was diagnosed with S+ psychic power at birth, indicating a promising future. Sadly, 10 years ago, Major General Rist and his wife, Sarah, perished in a Zerg-induced interstellar storm, leaving behind an orphan daughter. D-Line and Major General Rist were family friends, and out of pity, they brought her back to the D-Line family. Unexpectedly, 2 years ago, Monra and Ollie were seriously injured in an interstellar encounter with the Zerg during their interstellar journey. Upon their return, Monra's psychic power collapsed, plummeting from S rank to E rank. I heard her awakened talent at 18 was healing. Sigh. Cobb couldn't help but sigh. She had the potential to become an S-class healer, but she hadn't expected such an accident. What a shame. I knew no one in the Delan family was good. Xiao Sun snorted. It's obvious they've deemed the girl useless and kicked her out. It was hard for the others to disagree with him. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Pei Qingyu suddenly spat out a remark, drawing their gazes. For a moment, Lin Xiu felt that Pei Qingyu looked a bit different from the famous Pei she knew. His persona was misleading, so childish, she deducted a 6 and couldn't help but agree. Ignore me today, and tomorrow I be beyond your reach. Back to the top, kick the unfaithful man with the left, kick the fiancé with the right. Without a man in mind, draw your sword like a god, at least it's better than crying here. It sounds good, but you're just wishful thinking. Xiaogo rolled his eyes, ruthlessly shattering their illusions. If it were that easy to increase mental power, everyone in the interstellar space would be S-level by now. Doesn't the Federation have potions that increase or restore mental power? Lin Xiu suddenly remembered the potion Abby had told him about in class. That thing isn't stable. What if it doesn't work out? And it's not something you can just ask for. Xiaosun said unhappily. Perhaps the discussion was a bit too loud, because Ollie suddenly turned around and glared sharply at the plant they were standing in. Who's there? Hey! Having been discovered, Xiaosun stopped hiding. He stood up and swaggered out. Who was that? It's the eldest son of the Delayan family. How did you find time to come to Kaiyun? Isn't your stepmother with you? Xiaosun. Ollie was immediately enraged when he mentioned his stepmother. His eyes met Keibu standing beside him, and he swallowed his curse. Watch your mouth. TSK, what did I say? Xiaosun stepped in front of him and said in a sly voice, no way, that rumor can't be true. Provocation. A complete provocation. Ollie's face darkened. Lin Xiu immediately smelled something fishy and whispered from behind, what rumor? Xiaosun chuckled, put his hand over his mouth, and explained mysteriously, it's a rumor. I heard Ollie's stepmother was his first love. It seemed quiet, but in fact, it was loud enough for everyone present to hear. A sudden chorus of sighs erupted from the surroundings. So exciting. Xiaosun. Ollie's cheeks flushed, as if his secrets had been exposed. He raised his fist and rushed forward, but was restrained by the people around him. What? Can't you tell the truth these days? You want to hit me? Come on. I stand right here and let you hit me, Xiaosun said, actually leaning forward to let him hit him. Ollie lived up to his expectations, instantly breaking free and punching him. The air froze for a moment. Ollie's others. Watching that was strangely satisfying. You're provoking me, but you're actually leaning forward to let me hit you. Lin Xiu couldn't help but hold his forehead. Xiaosun was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and punched him back. This seemed like some kind of signal, and the two sides immediately erupted in combat. The scattered Barbie pink bodyguards rushed over and joined the fray. Calm down. Calm down. Pei Qingyu hurried over to pull him back, secretly throwing him a small healing light ball. Xiaosun was a rather chubby fellow, less agile than Ollie. Every time he was about to be hit, Lin Xiu would quietly pull him back. Young master, are you okay? Keibu also stepped forward to intervene. Who stepped on me? Who hit me in the face? Stop it, stop it! The scene was chaotic for a moment. Seeing it was almost over, Keibu withdrew from the crowd, straightened his clothes, and assumed the elegant demeanor of a butler again. He then slowly opened his computer and contacted the Delayan family. It was Delayan's chief steward, Free. Upon receiving the news, he rushed over immediately and immediately saw the eldest young master, bruised and swollen, slumped to the ground, along with several members of the Delayan family who were close friends. He quickly stepped forward to help Ollie up. Because of Lin Xiu and the others meddling, aside from the initial punch, he hadn't sustained any substantial injuries. His clothes and hair were a bit disheveled, making him look a bit disheveled. Next time you see me, remember to take a detour. Xiaosun snorted at Ollie. I'm afraid we won't see each other again. Ollie slowly straightened his sleeves, regaining his gentlemanly demeanor, and looking at Xiaosun with disdain. I've been accepted into the first military academy of the Federation, while some people will probably only be able to attend some inferior art school. His words had successfully struck a chord with Xiaosun. His face was grim, but he was at a loss for words. His last abduction and exile in the Zerg nest had caused him to miss the freshman exam and miss out on the first military academy. This was no secret within the circle, and he'd been devastated for a long time, though his family hadn't mentioned it. Ollie was quite impressive, having jumped right into his own trap. He deserved a beating. Just as Qiaosun rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach him another lesson, a crisp voice echoed behind his ears. First Military Academy, truly impressive. Lin Xiu scratched her head. A small white, gold-colored notebook fell from the space button on her wrist. Oops, sorry, I dropped my admission notice. At the same time, another identical notebook landed on the ground. Ah Su, help me pick it up. I dropped mine too, Pei Qingyu said gently. Okay. Lin Xiu nodded and slowly picked up the admission notice. She lost her grip on it, but dropped it again. Oops, my hand was a little stiff. Sorry. Everyone blushed. Please, could you please act more convincingly? Chapter 18. Fry's mouth twitched slightly at this. How could something placed in the space button fall out without the owner's will? Could it be any more fake? Speechless, he was also shocked by the color of the small notebook. Ollie's face darkened, turning it as black as charcoal. Seeing this, Qiaosun instantly held his head high and popped out his chest, looking extremely proud. Those who didn't know better might have thought it was his admission notice. As everyone knows, there are two types of admission notices for the Federal Military Academy, an electronic version sent via the computer and a paper version. Admission notices for ordinary military academy students are sent directly via the computer. Of course, there are exceptions. Specially admitted students, or those recruited through military channels, receive both an electronic and a paper version of their notice, regardless of which academy they attend. The color is uniformly platinum. Recalling the stringent requirements for military special admissions, the value of the notice is self-evident. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. It's said that several students in this class went through military channels. Could they be them? Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Free's eyes. He kept his composure and briefly exchanged a few pleasantries with Keibu. He gave the two of them a deep look, then turned and left, unwilling Ollie. Ha ha ha. Seeing Ollie's defeat, Qiaosun was amused. He vented his frustration and pestered Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu to show him their admission notices. His peripheral vision caught sight of Meng La, who was crying beside him with her head down, and he was stunned. This girl really could cry. What are you still doing sitting here? Isn't the ground cold? I think what old Pei and the other said is right. Instead of crying here, you should work hard to improve yourself and strive to return to the top one day and give that stinking jerk a slap in the face. Don't forget you, the daughter of Major General Ricketai and Lord Sarah. What's wrong with being your rank? Does that mean you can't be a healer? Even if your spiritual level can't be restored, at least trying is better than crying, right? The intense fight they had just had didn't affect her performance at all. He was answered by even louder sobs, sobbing that his head ached. He quickly left with Lin Xiu and the others and a group of bodyguards. Meng La watched him depart, tears glistening in her eyes, a glimmer of light. As they reached the corner, Qiaosun immediately hunched himself up, losing none of the seriousness he had shown earlier. He looked at the three of them and asked excitedly, "How was it? Did I do well?" Lin Xiu gave him an appreciative look. "Excellent. Young master was great." Keibu smiled with relief. Young master has grown up and can now comfort people. Pei Qingyu even gave him a thumbs up. That's what my brother always says about me." Qiaosun chuckled, then suddenly stopped, straightened his body, and coughed twice, imitating Xiao Lin's tone. "You're the young master of the Nasir family, blah blah." The other three, They overestimated this kid. Young Master Qiao was in a very good mood, completely oblivious to the complicated looks from the other three. The result of his happiness was that he drove his pink car with a group of macho pink bodyguards, taking Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu to various shopping malls, where they bought a lot of things. Roaming around the malls with a group of macho men in Barbie pink uniforms, he had a 2.8-meter high aura and turned heads. Pei Qingyu didn't feel anything. After all, he was a big star, he's seen it all, and he was a sure thing. Only Lin Xiu felt uneasy. She and Pei Qingyu also bought some daily necessities. Thanks to Qiaosun, the second young master of the Naxal family, they enjoyed a lot of advantages. For example, they could get something that would normally cost 1,000 star coins for 300. For this, the two were deeply grateful to Qiaosun. Qiaosun didn't care about it. He was constantly wondering why he was refused payment when he tried to buy something for them. Didn't he always pay when he went out with his friends? And his friends were so happy? Unable to figure it out, he asked directly. Lin Xiu concluded that the young master was not only rich, but also stupid. "We have money." Pei Qingyu pursed her lips helplessly, stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Be more careful. Don't let yourself be cheated, and then count money for others. Before leaving Island Star, Trey loaded 880,000 star coins onto each of their laptops, along with two two-story, standalone villas in District 3 of the capital Star. Their locations were adjacent, easily visible from the outside, making them a perfect fit. The capital Star is divided into 6 major districts. From largest to smallest, District 1 is Central, also known as the Central District, boasting the best location and the most expensive housing. District 6 is remote, but housing is relatively affordable. District 3, being neither remote nor far away, boasts quietness. Trey had originally wanted 1 million star coins each, but due to the recent Zerg invasions, military spending was a bit tight. So, he discounted the offer to 880,000 star coins, meaning prosperity. He learned this pun from Lin Xiu and the others, and found it incredibly amusing. How much money can you possibly have? Can you possibly have as much as I do? Facts prove Xiaosun truly foolish. So foolish that even his precautions were so peculiar. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu nearly spat out blood when they heard this. This hurts, buddy. After 3 minutes of breaking up, they wanted to be quiet and not bother with this foolish young master. Lin Xiu simply dragged Pei Qingyu into a mecha shop. Hey, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. Keibu looked at them and shook his head. The young master's mouth was truly hopeless. He lowered his head and clicked on his laptop, sent a few messages, and then immediately chased after them. Honestly, after browsing for so long, I've seen countless mecha shops, even having touched and learned about mechas on Island Star, but when I saw it again, I couldn't help but marvel. So handsome. So cool. I want it so badly. Looking at the price, even the most common, lowest level agricultural mecha would cost at least 3 million star coins. It was unaffordable, absolutely impossible. But it was still a feast for the eyes. Xiaosun sat on a reclining chair in the shop, watching the two excitedly run off to try out the mechas. He sighed countless times. Was it really that serious? Lin Xiu and the others couldn't keep trying them out, so they briefly satisfied themselves. After coming down, they pretended it wasn't quite right, and then dragged Xiaosun away. You're really not coming to my house? No, we have a house in District 3. Lin Xiu's lips immediately curled up with a smile as she said this. She hadn't expected her casual request to actually come true. She felt incredibly happy. She finally had a little nest in the interstellar world. Look at you, why ask for anything else but this? Xiaosun knew about their situation, and when he heard they only wanted money, he was furious. I'm so disappointed. I don't understand. I really don't. You don't understand. Pei Qingyu smiled at him. Xiaosun truly didn't understand, and he didn't want to. He took the two of them straight to District 3, saying they wanted to see their new home. When choosing a house, Telai had specifically chosen a neighborhood with convenient transportation and strong security, complete with a small garden out front for growing vegetables. The couple was quite satisfied. There was a lot to pack and arrange after moving in, and since he happened to have someone with him, he helped out, saving Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu a lot of trouble. 2 hours later, in Pei Qingyu's living room, Keibu took the fruit delivered by the smart home robot and placed it on the table. Lin Xiu picked up a smart fruit and began to eat it. Are you really planning on going to an art school? Ah, what else? The mention of this made Xiaosun lose even his appetite for water, feeling a little down. Do you really have to go to the first military academy? Pei Qingyu asked. Not really. At first he thought, since he was going to military school, he'd definitely go to the best. This wasn't blind self-confidence. With his S+ spiritual power level and the innate advantages of being an orc, he was very confident. Too bad that happened in the end. What's your spiritual power level? Have you taken your talent test? Lin Xiu leaned forward and looked at him. S+, strength type. Xiaosun answered honestly. Amazing. Pei Qingyu gave him a thumbs up, then added, didn't they say S+ spiritual power is quite rare? Well, it's not as rare as SSS. Xiaosun's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at the two men with a subtle gaze. He used to think he was pretty impressive, so proud he was ready to show off, until he met two SSSs and was instantly reduced to his original form. S+ only sounded impressive, but compared to the two SSSs, it was nothing. Let's say SS+ is a genius, S+ is a master, A, B, and C+ are average, and D, E, and F are utter failures. Then SSSs are barely human. That's good. Lin Xiu didn't understand why he was so gloomy. With that level and background, Would he still have trouble getting into school on Universal Star? Huh? Xiao Sun was bewildered. Tell him. Seeing this, Lin Xiu gave Pei Qingyu a look. Then the latter immediately understood, offered Xiao Sun a glass of water, and, with his arm around his shoulder, said, We did some research before coming here, comparing various military academies. We found that some are seriously lacking in educational resources and equipment management. That was all he had to say. Pei Qingyu gave him a look, letting him figure it out for himself. Unfortunately, this man seemed to be having trouble understanding the situation. He looked up blankly, bewildered. Ah? And then? What difference did this make whether he went to military school or not? Then figure it out yourself. At this point, whether he could figure it out was up to him. Even Keibu understood the obvious hint, but Xiao Sun didn't. He sat on the sofa for a moment, lost in thought, as if he were truly pondering it. When they were almost finished with the fruit, he suddenly sat up with a start. I know. Let go, let go. Pei Qingyu's neck was nearly broken by his stranglehold. Ah, sorry. Xiao Sun quickly withdrew his hand, looking at the two of them excitedly. Old Pei, Su has something to do. I'm leaving first. See you another day? Without waiting for a reply, he stormed out of the house. He's lost his mind. He insists on attending some top military academy. If that doesn't work out, he could go to another military academy. With the Naxal family's connections and financial resources, who's afraid he can't get in? Butler. Let's go back to see Big Brother. Mr. Pei, Miss Lin, we be leaving first. Come visit the young master at Naxal Manor when you have time. Keibu smiled at them. Okay. They both nodded. As soon as the butler and the macho pink bodyguard left, they collapsed like a wreck, sprawled out on the sofa, their polite, dignified demeanor completely gone. I'm so tired. Shopping is such a pain in the ass. The living room was silent for a few seconds. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu looked at each other and smiled silently. Having a room is so nice. She closed her eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, Pei Qingyu agreed. They had quite successfully built a little family of their own. For the remaining days, Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu spent some time in the central zone, experiencing the local culture and customs of StarCraft. They even imitated the protagonists in novels and went to play in black tournaments. To effectively exercise and improve their physical fitness, they chose not to drive mechs, but the most primitive way, fighting. Lin Xiu, with his ample healing Big Daddy, was slaughtering his way through the low-end F-tier games. Between buying and leaving, he bet on himself to win, making a small profit. But once they reached the A-tier games, the difference in his physical fitness became apparent, and he was beaten and screaming, running around everywhere. Of course, the one who was screaming was Pei Qingyu, because he was a healer. When two sides fought, the healer was killed first. It was an unspoken rule. Because he was beaten so badly, he was forced to develop a 3-second stun talent. The sudden 3-second talent allowed them to hold on for a few more rounds. After losing 3 games in a row, they cut their losses and returned home, dusty and exhausted, to count their money. March 3rd. The two of them took the hover train to the Kebro Military Academy. The school gate was bustling with activity. Groups of people chatted among themselves, and a constant stream of cars streamed by. The row of luxury cars parked on the roadside was particularly eye-catching. The Barbie pink hover car in the middle looked incredibly familiar. Lin Xiu couldn't help but exclaim, "What a bustling scene!" She looked around, filled with curiosity about everything around her. Yeah. Pei Qingyu nodded. Looking at the familiar scene before him, he felt like he was back in school. Well, he was indeed at school. As soon as he entered the school gate, he saw everyone gathered together, whispering and chattering. When I walked in, wow, wasn't that Xiao Sun? So that flashy pink hovercraft at the door was really his? Why can't I come? If you're brave enough, ask your dad to donate 2 training buildings to the school. S rank? Sorry, I'm S rank too. The school cafeteria was also donated by my family. Believe it or not, if I give you a word, you have to eat low-grade nutrient solution for a month? Other onlookers, That's unnecessary. The 2 men were each being pulled by a group, their legs practically leaving shadows in the air. Brother. No, he's just being blunt. Calm down. Yes, calm down first. Yin, calm down and don't bother with him. The classmate who was holding him hurriedly tried to appease him. Eating low-grade nutrient solution for a month was too horrible. Did he donate a building to Kebro? Lin Xiu quickly pieced together the entire incident from the fragments. When they compared military academies, Kebro wasn't that poor, was it? It was considered one of the best military academies on the capital planet. It was excellent in every aspect, from the humanities to the faculty, and there were few nobles, so they chose this one. The fact that the principal was the retired former deputy commander of the 6th Legion was a minor matter. They mainly liked the school's environment and atmosphere. That should be the case. Pei Qingyu blushed. This was the first time he had seen someone using special channels so confidently. I don't accept it. If donating a few buildings was enough to get into the school, why would I even apply? Besides, this was a military academy. With such casualness, he now questioned Kebro and even wondered if he had made the right choice. You're not convinced, huh? I make you convinced right now. Whether intentionally or not, both sides easily broke free from their respective intervening forces and began fighting. Lin Xiu was inwardly astonished. Everyone present was incredibly skilled. That overweight Xiao Sun should be able to defeat him, right? Several teachers standing in the shadows used their spiritual power to transform into small stools, watching with rapt interest. One teacher even couldn't help but comment vitality. Not bad, not bad. A little more vivacity is good, a little more vivacity is good. Lin Xiu, freeing his spiritual sense, glanced casually into the darkness before withdrawing his gaze. Who is this student? He's quite impressive. Nian, top student from the 6th galaxy, Wenkai Star. Orc, psychic level S, beastly talent. Form, electric leopard. It can be said that every orc's talent is beastly, unsurprisingly. Lin Xiu raised her eyebrows slightly and looked over. A young man with blue hair and wolf-tail morphing, wearing transparent, light-sensitive glasses, had appeared beside her. He was a refined person, and at first glance, he gave the impression of a top student. Yes, that's quite detailed. Thank you. The blue-haired, wolf-tailed young man smiled shyly at her. Hello, my name is Bubuka Ocean. You can call me Bubuka. Hello, Bubuka. My name is Lin Xiu. You can just call me by my name. Lin Xiu smiled. Unexpectedly, Bubuka froze the moment he heard her name. You. Then his gaze shifted to Pei Qingyu. You guys? What's wrong with us? His reaction left the two of them confused, staring at each other. Are you Lin Xiu, the one with the SSS psychic power? I guess, right? Is there anyone else with that name? Then you must be Pei Qingyu. Bubuka excitedly stepped forward and grabbed Pei Qingyu's hand. Pei Qingyu, this long-lost, familiar feeling. He couldn't help but think of Wanyu's fans. Finally, through Bubuka's explanation, he learned that his talent was perception, his proficiency in investigation, and his intimate knowledge of all the new students. Not to mention special recruits like Lin Xiu, who had been recruited through military channels. Also, the official website of the Kebro Military Academy has released this year's enrollment quota, and your name is on it. Bubuka chuckled at them, and clicked on the computer to bring up the school's official website. Her and Pei Qingyu's names were listed first. The font was large and bold, shimmering with colorful light, making them stand out. Indeed. Lin Xiu's eyes flashed with surprise. Several other military academies also have special recruits from the military. Bubuka took the opportunity to add the two as friends on the computer before sending them the information he had compiled. Lin Xiu opened it, and immediately saw the graphic profile of her and Pei Qingyu. She skipped over it, only to see someone she knew. Federal 1st Strategic Academy, Ali Dailane, Orc, SS level psychic power. Federal Technical Military Academy, Daphulin, Rock Tribe, SS level psychic power. Federal Mecha Assault Academy, Dingson Blue, Elf, SS level psychic power. So the full name of the 1st Federal Military Academy is the 1st Federal Strategic Academy. She thought it was really called the 1st Military Academy. No wonder she hadn't heard of it before. If it was the 1st Strategic Academy, she know it. I know that, because they've won the championship in the 4-yearly Federal Military Academy League. For consecutive championships, a streak no military academy has yet broken. Bubuka waved the number 4 in front of his eyes, looking at the two with a meaningful smile. But that might not be the case this time. Pei Qingyu pursed his lips slightly, and couldn't help but remind him, care about that. You're a little weird. Huh? Oh. Bubuka froze for a moment, then quickly pulled out a small mirror to examine her smile from all angles. What was so weird about it? Lin Xiu pursed his lips speechlessly. Turning his head to look at the center of the crowd, he honestly felt a strange familiarity. At this point, Xiao Sun and Anian had already reached a fever pitch, both transformed into beasts, the fight fiercely contested. Can a panda defeat a leopard? Lin Xiu pondered, unable to recall any relevant news reports. Should be possible? After all, It's an iron-eating beast. Pei Qingyu still had great confidence in his buddy. He'd previously killed a Zerg with a single claw on the desolate planet, a formidable sight. Then Inian is a leopard. Xiao Sun and Inian, one a power-oriented opponent, the other a speed-oriented one, were evenly matched, a stalemate. Unable to catch up, unable to inflict pain, they resorted to the most primitive methods, pulling hair and biting. The students around them couldn't help but sigh. Usually, sparring involved mechas or hand-to-hand combat, so it was rare to see such a scene. It was simply fascinating. Just as Xiao Sun's face was knocked crooked by a punch, he happened to see two people standing in the crowd and quickly called out, "Old Pei, come help me pull this guy away. Do you have any morals? What kind of person bites when they can't beat someone?" Neil bared his teeth and retorted, "Do you think you have morals? Didn't you pull my chest hair just now so easily?" Pei Qingyu couldn't help but hold his forehead. Was it too late to leave now? He didn't want to meet this person at all. "Old Pei, come here." As if seeing through his thoughts, Xiao Sun called out to him as he took a step. Inian was furious when he heard this. "We agreed to a one-on-one duel. Why are you calling for help?" "Yes, a one-on-one duel. We fight you alone, two of us. Any objection?" Xiao Sun spoke with such righteous confidence. The two men lay on the ground and started fighting again. "You're the only one who knows how to shake people, right?" Neil turned to look at the crowd and shouted, "Sai Sedong, get this fat guy out of my way." "Who's the fat guy?" Xiao Sun was furious, throwing his head back and slamming him hard on the head. "Ah!" Neil, caught off guard, was hit, dizzy and pounding, but he still gritted his teeth and retorted, "I'm talking to you, fat guy." The scene erupted in chaos again, and the fight escalated into a brawl. Young Master Qiao's tongue was truly formidable, attacking indiscriminately and offending every onlooker. In the end, a group of people singled him out, leaving him battered and bruised. Pei Qingyu, feeling sorry for him, threw a small healing light ball at him, and then, for no apparent reason, he was assaulted by a group of people. Even Lin Xiu and Babuka, who were watching the fun, were caught in the crossfire. Young Master Qiao, shut up and do some good deeds. Lin Xiu quickly kicked away a classmate who rushed over, turned around, and grabbed Xiao Sun's chattering mouth. Xiao Sun, unable to speak with his mouth pinched, could only nod repeatedly. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiu looked at the people lying in a messy mess at his feet and around him, clapped his hands, and brushed his messy hair off his forehead. He whispered, "Are you still fighting?" "No, no." Everyone quickly echoed, fearing they would be beaten again if they spoke too slowly. Lin Xiu turned to look at Xiao Sun, who stood behind him like a quail, and couldn't help but joke, "Young master, you need to exercise. You can't even win a fight. With a group of people surrounding him, who could possibly win? Don't even think there was one." Xiao Sun looked up at Lin Xiu with despair. Unable to refute, he simply kept silent and played dead. "Since you're not fighting anymore, I'd be leaving now. I still have to register for school." Lin Xiu had just lifted her foot when the person lying in front of her suddenly shuddered and immediately rolled aside, their aching bodies moving to make way for her. Seeing this, Lin Xiu's lips curled slightly, a silent smile forming, as she casually walked towards the school. Pei Qingyu, supporting the limping Xiao Sun, hurriedly followed. As they passed Inian, Xiao Sun abruptly stopped, his nose turned upward, and snorted coldly at him. His lips trembled, and he was about to say something when Pei Qingyu dragged him away. "Hey, wait for me." Babuka, having realized what was happening, quickly caught up. When the three of them had completely disappeared beyond the school gate, the students on the ground finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood up one after another, their howling cries rising and falling. "That's terrifying. Who is this new student? And that healer, he's even dizzy. That's disgusting. I never forgive healers again." "That's right, whose healer has dizziness? I got punched so hard, I ended up getting punched multiple times. Do you know how I managed to get through those 3 seconds? I heard the school admitted 2 new students with SSS psychic abilities. Could they be them?" Everyone suddenly understood. The teacher observing from the shadows grinned. "I didn't expect there would be so many promising students this year. Looks like they have a good chance in the Military Academy League this time. I have Tira take good care of them later." The admissions process went surprisingly smoothly. 2 young men tried to cut in line, but Lin Xiu's fist swayed them, and they obediently moved to the back. Aside from Pei Qingyu choosing medicine, Lin Xiu and Xiao Sun both majored in individual combat, and Babuka studied information engineering. Speaking of this, Pei Qingyu's heart welled with tears. He wanted to go to the mecha maintenance department, but there was no other way. God had already forced the food into his mouth, so there was no reason to spit it out. He had no choice but to accept it. But that didn't matter, he could take a minor. After choosing their majors, the group went their separate ways. As one of the top universities in the Federation, Kebro covers a vast area and has enrolled a significant number of students this year. According to Babuka, there are over 2,700 new students, over 700 more than last year. There are countless gifted students, except for Lin Xiu and Yu, two outliers. As extremely rare SSS-level treasures, the school also offers some preferential treatment. Things like free tuition and guaranteed job placement upon graduation are nothing to write home about. The most noteworthy thing right now is that they no longer have to live in the dormitories. The school generously allocated them a 2-story duplex villa. It's located in the heart of Qianfeng Lake, with beautiful surroundings and a private courtyard. There are 6 buildings of this type on this plot of land. It's said that they all live in these buildings, though there are a few exceptions, like her and Yu. The student dormitories are built along Qianfeng Lake, forming several circles around it. From near to far, there are single-family villas, student apartments, and ordinary dormitories. Everything is available. This location is truly amazing. I can only say that the teachers at the school have put a lot of thought into it. With only a few students, the vacant buildings are naturally available to other students who wish to stay. As long as you have enough strength and can hold your ground, it's a bit like a boxing match. In short, to live well, you need the necessary strength, either money or power. Even the crabs will make way for you. Lin Xiu looked at the house in front of her with great satisfaction. A common courtyard gate, 2 separate villa gates, and small gardens. The layout and facilities were identical and symmetrical. The first floor was the living room and kitchen, the second floor the bedroom, study, and bathroom, and the third floor the training room and an open-air balcony. The environment was excellent. Standing on the terrace, you could see the entire Qianfeng Lake. She took her luggage directly from the space button and handed it to the smart home robot to pack. She then went to Yu's house for dinner. As they drank and chatted, they looked at each other in silence. Thousands of words finally dissolved into 2 words. Keep going. Let's keep going together. We can always carve out a place in this strange world. That evening, a post appeared on the Kerbro Military Academy forum. I heard there's a big shot among the freshmen of the 14th class, and he's unbeatable the entire academy. It was incredibly popular, instantly making it to the front page. However, the person involved had already fallen asleep. Early morning. Lin Xiu had risen early. She had always had a morning jog in her life, and she continued to do so even after arriving at StarCraft. She hadn't expected to run into Yu, who was also out for a morning jog, as soon as she opened the door. The two of them ran a few laps around Qianfeng Lake together, then went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Qiao Sun had been waiting for a long time. After breakfast, it was almost time for the opening ceremony, and the 3 of them walked together to the auditorium. She had expected StarCraft's opening ceremony to be a little different, but it was just as boring and she dozed off. But the constant glances from her classmates kept her awake. Mainly, she was worried about her sleeping posture. After catching the nth glance, Lin Xiu finally couldn't help herself. She sat up straight, turned her head, and asked, "Why are they always looking this way?" Qiao Sun instantly became excited and leaned over to whisper, "Of course it's because of you." "Huh?" Lin Xiu looked bewildered. "What the hell? You and Old Pei are really famous among the freshmen." Speaking of this, Qiao Sun was no longer sleepy. He opened his laptop and sent a link to her and Yu. Lin Xiu clicked on it, confused, and after a few casual swipes, she understood. But the title was too exaggerated. What did unbeatable in the entire school mean? Wouldn't that just make her hate you? Just then, with a burst of enthusiastic applause, the opening ceremony finally concluded. Seeing everyone's eager expressions, Lin Xiu quickly took the 2 of them and ran out the side door. After emerging, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Qiao Sun's voice rang out in their ears. "Hey, where are you staying?" "In the heart of Qianfeng Lake. Where are you?" Yu turned to look at him. "Area A student apartments." Qiao Sun's answer surprised the 2. They had assumed, given young Master Qiao's temper, that he'd want the entire villa. Area A student apartments is closest to Qianfeng Lake. It's a 2-story duplex, suitable for 1 person. Before seeing the villa, Lin Xiu and Yu had both been drawn to Area A student apartments. Yu asked curiously, "Why are you here in Kebro?" He had assumed Qiao Sun would be at the Mecha Assault Academy. Qiao Sun grinned at them. "Of course, it's because you're here." Yu pursed his lips. "Well, That reason hadn't occurred to him. At first, the principal disagreed, but after my brother generously donated 5,000 pieces of training equipment, 5,000 basic mechas, and 2 training buildings, he agreed. Of course, the main reason is that this young master is truly exceptional. You have no idea how difficult that entrance exam was. After I got home, I laid down for 2 days. 2 whole days. My limbs still hurt. Xiaosun complained, but his grin stretched almost to his ears. His cheerful, goofy grin made him look like the naive son of a landlord. Lin Xiu Peiqing you, young master is truly amazing. That's right. Xiaosun smiled smugly, then suddenly straightened up, realizing something. I've secured 2 spots for you. Spots? Peiqing you looked at him in confusion. My brother was worried I wouldn't eat well at school, so he donated a cafeteria. Xiaosun pointed to the magnificent building not far away. Look, the new D district cafeteria was donated by my family. I've added your information to the cafeteria's smart system. From now on, you can just scan your face to eat there. Eat as much as you want, free of charge. He spoke casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. Lin Xiu and Peiqing you, No wonder this building stood out from the others. It was truly magnificent. Thank you. The 2 looked at him seriously. Hey, we're still talking about this. It's so formal. Their earnest expressions made Xiaosun a little embarrassed. The 3 of them looked at each other in silence, only smiling. The school was huge, and there was no end to the exploration. Finally, Lin Xiu took the 2 of them to the library. When they came out, Peiqing you looked at Xiaosun and invited him, Would you like to have some tea with me? Yes. Xiaosun nodded without hesitation. The 3 of them returned to Qianfeng Lake and sat in the courtyard. The smart home robot brought them the prepared pastries. They drank tea and chatted, feeling quite comfortable. As Xiaosun left, he couldn't help but sigh, this place is really nice. I move here someday. That way, he could go to and from get out of class with Lao Pei and the others. In fact, he didn't have to wait to move in. He could still go to and from get out of class with Lin Xiu, since they were both in the individual combat department. Just now, they'd both received the latest notification from the individual combat department chat group. Meet at 8 a.m. tomorrow, in Lecture Hall 1, Building A, Individual Combat Department Teaching Building. Lateness will result in a 3-credit deduction. The credit system at the Kebro Military Academy is primarily a unit of exchange. It is used to access campus resources and motivate students to study hard. For example, credits can be used to obtain rare mecha materials or move to better student dormitories. If you have enough credits and sufficient materials, you can even ask the mecha repair department to custom build an S-class mecha. There are many ways to earn credits. For example, completing basic courses, ranking high on exams, participating in various competitions. The next day, after Lin Xiu and Peiqing you finished breakfast together, they went their separate ways and headed to lecture hall number 1. A bit full and almost late, she cast a speed spell on herself and finally arrived on time at 7:58. By then, the lecture hall was already full. Ah Su, over here. Xiaosun quickly stood up and waved to her. Lin Xiu instinctively glanced at the podium. It was empty, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the teacher hadn't arrived yet. She quickly trotted to the seat Xiaosun had reserved for her. As expected of the college's signature major, it was packed. Her presence caught the attention of the other students, most of whom she had beaten up at the school gate 2 days ago. The looks they gave her were extremely complicated, and they were whispering to each other, seemingly discussing something. Lin Xiu looked around and unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. Someone called Anian, I think. Meeting her gaze, Anian paused and turned his head away. A few minutes later, it was exactly 8 o'clock. A middle-aged man in a blue combat uniform walked in. He stood tall and straight, his face stern. His muscular build exuded an air of authority. The classroom instantly fell silent as he entered. He stood at the podium, looking at the audience, and introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Feiya. From today on, I will be your counselor for the individual combat department, responsible for managing your studies, daily life, and other aspects. Feiya glanced at everyone and said again, being admitted to the Kebro Military Academy proves that you are all excellent. But no matter how outstanding you are, how glamorous you may be outside, or how powerful your family is, please remember that here, you are just an ordinary military cadet. I believe you have all read the school rules, so I won't elaborate here, but one thing is very important. Absolute obedience and no excuses. When the family was mentioned, everyone instinctively looked at Xiaosun. For no other reason than that, The story of this guy getting into the school by donating a building had already spread throughout the forums. My computer ID is in the group. If you encounter any troubles or difficulties, please come to me. I will do my best to help you. I have only one request for you. No trouble. No failing. Students, That's 2 requests already. One more thing. FIA said, then suddenly grinned and clapped his hands under the horrified gazes of his classmates. Come in. What? As soon as his voice fell, no one present had time to react before a group of men, also wearing blue combat uniforms, rushed in from outside the classroom, knocked him unconscious, and carried him away with lightning speed. Oh no, there's still someone who slipped through the net. Lin Xiu. After realizing something was amiss, he immediately tried to run, but was surrounded by 4 or 5 burly men, and they quickly became entangled. Bang! A loud bang. You have no moral integrity. Lin Xiu's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground unwillingly unconscious. FIA stood not far away, fiddling with the small stun bullet in his hand, grinning gleefully. Take him away. This little gadget from the mecha maintenance department is quite interesting. Yes. Then Lin Xiu was hauled off with a headlock. Feiyu was worried this precious child would be difficult to handle, but wasn't it quite easy? He was so overconfident that he overlooked the slight flutter of Lin Xiu's eyelashes as he put the hood on. Meanwhile, this situation also occurred in all the freshman classrooms. Chapter 19. EP1, the small wasteland planet, is known as the Flame Princess for its scorching heat and unique landscape. A starship passed by, and the sky was packed with people, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. The teachers from the Kebro training camp dropped the stunned students in batches at various locations on the small wasteland planet before departing. The moment the starship departed, Lin Xiu opened her eyes and looked around. The sun was high in the sky, the earth was steaming, and lava could be seen flowing faintly through the cracks in the rocks. The burning sensation was overwhelming, and she almost thought she was in the flaming mountains. The burning sensation intensified, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Suddenly, as if a thought struck her, she slapped her head in frustration, then gently turned the Blue Academy badge on her sleeve. A flash of blue light appeared, and the exoskeleton armor instantly covered her body. The moment she donned the exoskeleton armor, a pleasant coolness quickly spread throughout her body, dispelling the heat and bringing her immense comfort. Lin Xiu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, glancing at her new gear with a touch of curiosity. This was the combat uniform that Kebro distributed to each freshman before the start of school. It was thin and fitted, much more comfortable to wear than the 6th Legion's uniforms. This was understandable. Different uses necessitated different materials. After all, border soldiers constantly walked on the brink of life and death, so the materials used in their uniforms were extremely sophisticated. She simply glanced around, and a guess formed in her mind. If she was right, this must be one of the mandatory entrance exams for Kebro freshmen mentioned in the admission notes handbook, the entrance combat test. The Desolate Planet Training Exercise. This is the first test for the freshmen at the Kebro Military Academy, and it's also a competition for first place among the freshmen. The top scorer in this entrance combat test will not only become the first place of the freshman class, but will also receive an additional 500 credits. The signal is blocked, and the optical computer is now inoperable. The Blue Academy badge pinned to the cuff of the combat uniform suddenly lit up, transforming into a cold blue light display with a touch screen. A message popped up. Hello everyone, the entrance combat test has begun since you landed on the small desert planet EP1 and will last for 7 days. You must find the golden triangular badges placed by the training instructors throughout the desert planet within 7 days, and use the information on the badges to find the destination. There are 300 badges and 300 supply boxes. 1 badge equals 30 points. 1 supply box equals 10 points. In addition, successfully killing an F-level star beast will earn you an additional 5 points, an E-level beast will earn you 10 points, a D-level beast will earn you 15 points, and so on. The winner is the one with the most points. Note, if you obtain the rare fiery rock red crystal, each one will grant an additional 100 points. If you encounter an unexpected situation and require assistance, or wish to abandon the test, you can click the red exit button on the light meter. Exiting will reset your points. Wishing you all excellent results. Good luck. Fiery rock red crystal? Lin Xiu murmured, opening the accompanying informational image and text. The image on the left and the text on the right provide a very brief description. Fiery rock red crystal, a specialty of the E498 small wasteland planet, a vital thermal energy resource. Can be used to craft thermal weapons or equipment, a rare material. No wonder it grants an additional 100 points. It's a rare material, after all. In that case, she had a bold idea. But before that, she'd better give herself a heads up. Thinking of this, she controlled her spirit body to materialize into 3 leaves. The leaves stood in her palm and began to spin. After a few seconds, one leaf stopped spinning and fell to her palm, while the other leaf hovered above her palm, its tip pointing southwest. Seeing this, Lin Xiu quickly performed the wind-facing cloud step and ran southwest. At this moment, in the holographic projection room, teachers from all major departments of the Kebro Academy sat together, watching the real-time image from the Star Eye. What is that? It must be some kind of talent of the Star Travelers, one of the teachers replied. Oh, the Star Travelers? That's all right. Chimin suddenly realized and looked at the real-time images of the other students. I didn't expect to see a living Star Traveler in my lifetime. How rare. Fia couldn't help but sigh. To Star Ocean Battle. The Star Travelers gradually faded from public view. So many years later, 2 more have reappeared. Isn't that surprising? Una, look! Your department's treasured child is under siege. Chimin couldn't help but laugh as he stared at the screen. Oh my! We've actually run into students from our combat command department. What a shame! Really? Una's lips curled up slightly at this, matching the curved Pei Qingyu's on the screen. With a snap of his fingers, accompanied by a faint scent of osmanthus, all the students within 5 meters of Pei Qingyu were instantly stunned and fell to the ground. This was his awakened 3-second stun talent. Pei Qingyu immediately pulled the jet shuttle from the supply box and tossed it into the open air. It instantly grew in size. He quickly stepped on it, and whoosh! In a flash he fled. By the time the students from the combat command department regained consciousness, the man had already run far away, leaving only a faint afterimage. Damn it! Chase him! With that, a large group of people rushed in the direction he had disappeared. Inside the holographic projection room, Charmin stared at the screen, his smile froze. He looked at Ona and asked, Did you know this all along? Ona didn't answer, but simply smiled at the screen. Fia couldn't help but tease, haha, Charmin, you've hit me in the face. Charmin, despite his loss, retorted, what a joke. Whose healer has stun effects? They're just being careless. Just wait, this healer will be in trouble sooner or later. He was so angry. A student from the combat command department had actually been tricked by a weak healer. Not only had his supplies been stolen, but he had also escaped. It was too embarrassing to tell anyone about it. While embarrassing, the students from the combat command department did have some luck. They'd just been chasing someone, but they stumbled upon 3 triangular badges. And now they even found a supply box. BBkin from the combat command department couldn't help but sneeze as he held the supply box. The academy's practical training instructor was truly inhumane, having left the box on the cliff. He exhausted himself trying to get it. The sudden sneeze caused him to stagger, the rock beneath his feet loosening, and he fell directly onto the surrounding lava grass. Oops. He quickly steadied himself, a silent cry of alarm in his heart. Before he could make another move, red flames lashed out, instantly scorching him to a crisp. BBkin was thrashing about in the flames. In just a few seconds, his entire body was ablaze. Luckily, his exoskeleton was fireproof, otherwise he would have been a charred corpse. Everyone, retreat! Someone shouted, and the others retreated in quick succession, fearing the lava grass might harm innocent people. Not far away, half a head peeked out from behind a massive red rock. Lin Xiu looked at the noisy group ahead. The flashing blue lines on her exoskeleton confirmed they were students from the combat command department. She curled her lips in a wicked smile, flicked her wrist, and her spirit materialized into several flying knives, swiftly striking them. No! Be careful! Get out of the way! The moment they landed, BBkin's exceptional mental perception alerted him to something amiss. Lin Xiu's eyebrows twitched slightly, her smile widening. Her target wasn't the command department, but the lava grass. The lava grass, shaped like the Chinese character fire, grew in patches in a single area and was known for its sleepiness. Normally, they remained motionless, but once disturbed, they would rage and spit fire until the flames were completely consumed. Since the grass had already been awakened, why not get out of bed? Everyone, get up and have fun. Just as she had expected, not a single lava grass remained intact wherever the spirit blade passed. All were chopped in half. The flame suddenly surged, setting off a chain reaction. One lava grass ignited the rage of the others around it, and in a flash, several members of the combat command department were trapped in the raging flames. They jumped up and down, crying out that their feet were burning. The next second, a heavy mecha appeared in the flames, but in an instant, the surrounding lava grass was reduced to ashes by the fierce artillery fire. Who is it? Get out! Bibikin saw that the spirit blades weren't attacking them, but were instead attacking the lava grass. His head immediately turned. What a trick! It was destined to disappoint the person behind it. Who would have thought there was a mecha in this supply box? Damn! What luck! There was a mecha. She had searched 3 supply boxes along the way, and all they found was nutrient solution. With a little luck, there might have been a couple of tubes of repair fluid. She hadn't expected that to be the only thing in the box. I've found you. Bibikin piloted the heavy mecha, raising its cannon barrel and locking onto the massive red rock where Lin Xiu was hiding. There was a loud boom. The red rock shattered, sending dust billowing. A figure emerged from it. It was Lin Xiu. The other students from the combat command department immediately surrounded her, glaring at her with eager eyes. Among them were a few familiar faces. Hi! Long time no see. Lin Xiu grinned and waved in greeting. She showed no sign of embarrassment at being discovered. Everyone, be careful. Insider information. This guy's mental power level is SSS. Several students, who had been bullied at the school gate at the beginning of the semester, warned. What? The other students immediately lost their composure, their expressions solemn. It would be difficult for them to handle this situation alone, but they had mechas. With this thought, they decided they could handle it again. Bibikin. Dolly looked at Bibikin, the implication clear. I know you, Lin Xiu. Bibikin, as if facing a formidable enemy, immediately aimed the barrel of the cannon at her head, locking onto it. Then he demanded, Tell me, what are you doing sneaking around here? Are you planning a sneak attack? You're just trying to take advantage of me? Oh, you actually caught me. Lin Xiu smiled broadly, and with a flick of her finger, she forcibly moved the barrel away. Bibikin lost his composure, thinking something had happened to the mech, and quickly moved the cannon barrel back. You're so arrogant. There are even more arrogant ones. Do you want to see? Lin Xiu's eyes darkened slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a row of neat, white teeth. What? Bibikin looked at the enlarged, fearless smile on the screen, and his heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. There must be something he overlooked. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so calm, not even realizing the threat of being surrounded. Chapter 20. Suddenly, the ground shook. The ground cracked, and lava gushed out, shocking everyone. Ouch! Accompanied by a long, powerful roar, the surrounding red rocks and rubble began to tremble, as if suddenly alive. They quickly combined to form a massive red rock man, twice as large as the mecha. The oppressive force came directly upon them. It's the fiery rock star beast's companion beast, the red rock beast. Bibikin's face changed drastically, as he watched the red rock beasts gradually rise from the ground. Have they disturbed the red rock beast's lair? Why are there so many? How can they fight them? Bibikin. Dolly quickly dodged the spurting lava and approached the mecha, followed closely by the others. Seeing this, Bibikin ignored the others and quickly controlled the mecha, extending its massive arms in front of them. Several of them climbed aboard. Huh? Dolly stood on the mech's arm, watching the magma flowing everywhere. He broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although their exoskeleton armor was fireproof, it couldn't withstand the blast of magma from the Earth's core. Is everyone okay? Turning around to ask, he suddenly noticed another person on the mech. Dolly blurted out, Why are you up here too? Lin Xiu, perched on the mech's arm, retorted, Can I come up here? Dolly was stumped by this question. How could he answer? He couldn't just let someone get off. How about we join forces? Lin Xiu watched the red rock beasts emerge one after another, surprisingly without a trace of panic. He even felt an eerie sense of calm. Join forces? Bibikin wasn't looking down on her. After all, he had a mecha. How could she, without anything else, help? Yeah, look at the situation now. It's going to be hard for you to break through alone, right? Lin Xiu pointed at the red rock beasts that were gradually approaching them. I have a mecha. Bibikin shrugged. With his mecha in hand, he was confident he could escape the siege of these red rock beasts. There are so many of them. I have a mecha. A repeater, right? Ouch! Another howl, and countless streams of molten lava, wrapped in rubble, shot towards them. Damn! Bibikin, get out of the way! Dolly screamed in fear at the approaching lava. Seeing this, Lin Xiu's mental power materialized, and a green stick suddenly appeared in her hand. She twirled it with one hand, creating a windmill motion that sent the incoming lava flying. Idiot! Using an energy gun? She glanced at the few people standing there, bewildered, and rolled her eyes speechlessly. You have an energy gun, but you don't know how to use it? Are you saving it for New Year's? Huh? Okay. The others quickly snapped back to their senses and raised their energy guns. Countless beams flew from behind Lin Xiu, sending the lava flying in the air. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Xiu's eyes. She had only seen Dolly with an energy gun before, and naturally assumed he was the only one with one. She hadn't expected him to have another hidden weapon. Almost everyone had one. What good luck. Hold on. With that, BBcan immediately launched into attack mode. He locked onto several of the closest red rock beasts. With a flash of white energy beams, they exploded in midair, sending countless magma and debris raining down. Even the debris was too massive for Lin Xiu and the others, so they could only dodge repeatedly. Seeing he couldn't dodge, BBcan immediately activated defensive mode. 2 heavy shields instantly appeared from his robotic arms, crossing them overhead. The others, seeing this, quickly jumped beneath them. A continuous series of crackling and sizzling sounds echoed overhead. Outnumbered, there was no other option but to hide beneath the mech's shield. Seeing his energy gun nearly depleted, Lin Xiu used his staff to push the rubble before him and proposed again, "What do you think? Join forces? Join forces. We must." BBcan immediately stood up, controlling the mech. "Sister, what are you going to do?" In fact, he could have escaped in the mech at first, but he was too young, or perhaps too confident. His smooth sailing had gradually made him lose his sense of danger. "Have you read the information from the academy?" Lin Xiu asked. "Have you heard of catching the leader first?" "Yes." BBcan's mind raced, and he immediately grasped the key point. "So what should I do?" The red rock beast was the companion beast of the fiery rock star beast. If they could find the fiery rock star beast, their current situation would be resolved. How much energy does the mech have left? Can it fire the laser cannon? 50% left, enough for the laser cannon. Okay. Lin Xiu nodded. When they get closer, use the laser cannon. The others did the same, trying to group them together to create opportunities for BBcan to attack. "Your name is Dolly?" "Yes." Suddenly called out, Dolly paused, then nodded subconsciously. Ouch. Lin Xiu turned and smiled brightly. "You're a rare talent, handsome and talented, with the potential to become an emperor." He said whatever he wanted to say, starting with some flattery. "Speak humanly." Dolly rolled his eyes speechlessly. Whatever was going on. "Okay." Lin Xiu immediately dropped his smile, returning to his normal self in a split second. "There's a task only you can handle." Dolly suddenly had a bad feeling. This premonition was quickly confirmed. "Fuck you. Lin Xiu, your sister. I will never forgive you." Dolly was like a puppet being manipulated, dangling in the air, cursing. Why had he just impulsively agreed to such a ridiculous proposal? This wasn't the way to be a bait. Lava kept splashing under his butt, frightening him so much that his knees pulled up to his chest. "Dolly, your spirit body manifest a light bulb." "Light bulb? What is that?" Dolly was stunned and shouted, "Can a spirit body manifest just because it wants to? Do you think everyone is like you? Is it that he doesn't want to? It's that he simply can't do it at this stage." Psychic power is divided into 3 stages: perception, manifestation, and control. It wasn't just him. Most freshmen were in the first stage, with the exception of some. The next second, a shimmering green ball of light flew towards him. "Catch it!" Dolly wanted to dodge, but upon hearing it, he instinctively caught it. That was none other than Lin Xiu's manifested spirit. The moment he grasped the orb, Dolly's entire body glowed green, rivaling the sun and moon in brilliance, instantly attracting the attention of the nearby red rock beasts. "Why so green? Can't you change your color?" "What did you say? Can't you change your color?" "I said, can't you change your color?" "I can't hear you clearly." "Scream louder." Lin Xiu scratched his ears nonchalantly. "BBcan, swing the Starlink forward a little more." BBcan obeyed. "Ah! BBcan, you're not human. Move up a little. My butt's on fire." "Oh, sorry, the console's stuck." BBcan slowly manipulated the mech's arm to pull the Starlink back. Con Nime. Even the most basic agricultural mecha was equipped with a rudimentary AI system, and its integration with the operator's mental power made it even more fluid. At least find a more plausible excuse. Lin Xiu saw that Dolly still had the energy to curse, suggesting he was adaptable. "So BBcan cast." "BBcan, eh?" After a second of silence, he immediately cast the Starlink, carrying Dolly, toward the center of the red rock beasts. Ah! It's hitting me! It's hitting me! Before it even touched, Dolly began to howl. His howl instantly drew the red rock beast's attention. This made things much easier for them. Lin Xiu nodded in satisfaction. Is this the joy of a fisherman? He catch all these fish in one go. Dolly, hold on. Yes, it's up to you. Someone even secretly recorded the scene with their light meter. Lin Xiu happened to see them. Tourism photo ops? Being caught, the student was so frightened that he almost lost his grip on the energy gun, missing the target several times when shooting at the boulder. Shifting his gaze, he saw a group of red rock beasts gathered below Dolly. Lin Xiu immediately declared, "Now, can attack." As soon as she finished speaking, countless energy beams suddenly flashed from behind her and collided with the red rock beasts. A bright burst of light erupted in the air, accompanied by a tremendous impact and black smoke. can maneuvered the mech around, intentionally hurting the red rock beasts together. Its shield instantly transformed into a beam cannon. Target locked, attack activated. With a loud explosion, the red rock beasts exploded in the air, disintegrating into rocks and tumbling to the ground. Ouch! The familiar cry rang out again. Lin Xiu, perched on the mech's head, released his spiritual sense, locking onto the target's position almost instantly. can. As her voice fell, the mecha's arm immediately flung her forward. Lin Xiu, using the momentum in midair, spun around, leaping directly over the red rock beast and landing behind it. The mental staff materialized in his hand once again, and he struck a protruding red rock in a dark corner with all his might. The next second, a loud, slightly trembling whimper echoed throughout the surroundings. Ah! 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 One roar after another, rising in pitch, then mournful, before finally fading away. As if without support, the red rock beast instantly collapsed, crumbling into rubble and scattering everywhere. The scene of Lin Xiu beating the star beast on the head with his club was exposed to everyone. The fiery rock star beast was a fiery crimson, its eyes, forehead stripes, and tail glowing red like magma, looking incredibly majestic. But its face was incredibly irritating, so irritating that it made one want to give it a beating. Watching it clutch its head and whimper under the blow, yet still stubbornly holding on, with a fearless demeanor, Bebekin's mouth twitched slightly. Lin Xiu, don't kill it. The fiery rock star beast is rare and valuable. The fiery rock red crystal it produces is an essential ingredient in mecha construction. The mecha's resistance to fire is due to its inclusion of fiery rock red crystal. Got it. Lin Xiu immediately withdrew. Woo woo woo. The 1-meter-tall fiery rock star beast was beaten so hard it couldn't fight back. It could only lay on the ground with its head in its hands, tears welling up in its eyes. It looked pitiful. Stop pretending. Get up. Seeing this, Lin Xiu raised his leg and struck it in the butt. The fiery rock star beast instantly stood up, its weak, helpless, and pitiful appearance gone. Others, belatedly realizing, star beasts are known for their tough skin and flesh. Even a broken stick wouldn't hurt them. How could they be killed so easily? What are you talking about? Let me down. Dolly's resentful voice echoed from the air. can. I almost forgot about him, and immediately let him down. I exited the cockpit, and was about to fold up my mech when a dark shadow flashed by, leaving the ground empty. No, where's my mech? Such a huge mech? Chapter 21. I've lost my energy gun too. Mine too. can suddenly remembered something and turned around. Not only had he seen Lin Xiu, he hadn't even seen a single hair of the fiery rock star beast. What else could he not understand? He immediately roared to the sky, Lin Xiu, you're despicable. After all, I helped you deal with the red rock beast. Isn't it okay to charge you some interest? A faint response from afar drifted through the wind. Shameless. We could have dealt with the red rock beast without you. Damn it! This guy is simply too much. He stole the mecha, but he also stole the energy gun. What if we're in danger next? Dolly raised his hand weakly and said, well, didn't she keep two? He successfully earned the look of a knife from the others. Dolly yours? Dolly hesitated, finally choosing to keep quiet. He was insane, actually thinking Lin Xiu was showing mercy. Not far away, Lin Xiu sat in the cockpit of her mecha, a blanket of triangular badges spread out before her, over 30 in total, their golden brilliance strikingly beautiful. A closer look revealed that each badge had a number. For example, A1, B1. She turned all the badges, numbered side up, and examined them for a few seconds, coming to a conclusion. A1 through A6 formed a group. B1 through B6 formed another group, and so on. Unfortunately, while the triangular badges in her hand looked numerous, they were incomplete. They had been pieced together to form a group. She lowered her eyes to gaze at the 6 consecutively numbered badges before her. What was the connection between them? Time to grow some brains. Lin Xiu scratched her head, glancing at the fiery rock star beast, sprawled on the ground in despair. She unleashed a mighty blow on its head, controlling the force as she slapped it, primarily to avoid hurting her hand. After all, the fiery rock star beast's body was known to be as hard as rock. The fiery rock star beast immediately stood up, its eyes fierce, baring its teeth and howling at her. 2 more fierce beasts finally huddled down, their heads lowered and their tails tucked between their legs. Stop that face and smile? The fiery rock star beast grinned reluctantly. Yeah, that's good. Lin Xiu unclenched her fist and reached out to touch its head. It was hard, with no feel at all. With a hint of regret, she withdrew her hand. Haha, you look so silly when you laugh. How about calling me silly dog from now on? Isn't that fitting? The fiery rock star beast, confused, barked twice, almost perfunctorily. Just as it was about to lie down, its nose twitched as it caught a whiff of milk, instantly perking up. Out of nowhere, a bowl of milk had appeared before it. It leaned in to sniff, eager to eat, its eyes furtively observing Lin Xiu's every move. If it hadn't been for the sudden appearance of liquid on the floor, Lin Xiu would have thought it didn't like it. She pushed the bowl towards Silly Dog. Here, try it. Silly Dog wanted to refuse, but the aroma was simply too good to resist. Just a sniff, just a sniff. By the time it came to its senses, it had already succumbed to a slump. It paused slightly, its nose still lingering with the sweet, alluring aroma. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, it buried its face in the bowl again. It had already eaten, so a little more wasn't a big deal. Lin Xiu smiled with satisfaction when he saw this. It seemed that pimpin milk was very popular wherever it was. So Qiaosun should like it, right? The image of a panda in central China sipping milk from a bowl of milk flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Silly Dog glanced at her, bewildered, unable to understand what the biped was grinning at. Never mind. This stuff was truly delicious. It was already empty in a short while, and he licked the bowl eagerly, still unsatisfied. Seeing that Silly Dog had almost finished, Lin Xiu put away the empty, glowing bowl. Silly Dog immediately came over, wagging his tail, and circled at her feet. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Xiu actually saw a hint of flattery on Silly Dog's stone face. More to drink? Do you know where I can find fiery rock red crystal? Afraid he wouldn't understand, Lin Xiu tapped the light meter, pulled up a picture of fiery rock red crystal, and brought it to Silly Dog's face. This is it. Silly Dog remained silent, looking at the picture. A hint of confusion crossed his stone face. He hesitated for a few seconds, then finally nodded. Then take me to find the fiery rock red crystal, and I give you a bowl of milk. How about that? Lin Xiu pulled the bowl out of the space button again and, under Silly Dog's expectant gaze, refilled it, but didn't give it to him immediately. She pointed at the bowl of milk, and then at the image of the fiery rock red crystal, repeating her words twice. Silly Dog tilted his head and twitched his ears. He understood, barking at her in response. Very good. Lin Xiu exited the cockpit, folded up the mecha, and used her mental power to materialize a rope around Silly Dog's neck. Something felt missing. She pondered for a moment, then glanced at the golden triangle badge on the table. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Got it. She strung all the badges together with a mental rope, creating a big gold chain for Silly Dog. As Silly Dog swung, the badges rustled. Lin Xiu nodded in satisfaction. Let's go! With a command, man and dog set off again. In the holographic projection room, Chimin stared at the image on the screen, his mouth twitching slightly. Isn't she a little too arrogant? This is an entrance exam, not a walk in the garden. Fia chuckled cheerfully, it's just a fight with a little star beast. How can she be so arrogant? With that, the holographic projection room fell silent. To be honest, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. No freshman in previous years had ever been able to defeat a fiery rock star beast with his bare hands. Even though this fiery rock star beast was only in its infancy, its strength was no less than S rank. The teachers from various departments glanced at Fia speechlessly. He was probably the only one who could laugh. After all, this was a student fighting alone. The person accused of being arrogant, led by Silly Dog, had arrived at a small volcanic crater. Lin Xiu felt the roiling lava before her eyes, feeling scorching. If she accidentally fell in, she'd be wiped out in seconds, not even an ash left. Exoskeleton armor wouldn't be any use. How far is it? There was no path ahead. Any further would mean falling directly into the lava. Wait! Could the fiery rock red crystal be in the lava? Silly Dog's next move confirmed her suspicions. She felt a tugging sensation on her hand. Her mental chain had loosened in a moment of inattention. By the time she realized what was happening, Silly Dog had already rushed into the lava. Silly Dog, come back. Unfortunately, the Silly Dog ignored her and simply jumped into the lava, disappearing. Lin Xiu's eyes widened. He took 2 steps forward before suddenly stopping, remembering what he read earlier. The fiery rock star beast not only enjoyed eating the lava grass parasitic on the red rock beast, but also bathed in lava. So, the Silly Dog should be fine, right? Soon, the Silly Dog proved with facts that mere lava was nothing to worry about. It was like it had returned to its happy home, swimming around in the lava. Lin Xiu saw it was having fun, so she didn't rush it and let it go. After a while, the Silly Dog grew tired and dove headfirst into the lava. A few seconds later, it reappeared and leaped back to shore. It shook itself, sending lava splattering everywhere. Fortunately, Lin Xiu dodged quickly. Just as she was about to say something, the Silly Dog's curled tail loosened, and a supply box, along with dozens of fiery rock red crystals, fell to the ground. A supply box. Lin Xiu's face lit up with joy, a truly unexpected surprise, but then her entire expression fell. Another dose of nutrient solution, she decided, hopeless. She slammed the box shut, and as if unsatisfied, she kicked it back into the lava. Her gloom instantly dissipated upon seeing the fiery red crystal on the ground. It was palm-sized, red, and translucent. It would look great as a bracelet. It wasn't hot in her hand, but warm. An interstellar hand warmer. Silly Dog was amazed by her ability to change her expression, but seeing she ignored him, he nudged her leg with his head, signaling that he fulfill his promise. Lin Xiu nearly lost her balance, but luckily she found her footing. Didn't the idiot know her own size? She sighed helplessly, and pulled the bowl of milk from the space button. Eat it. Ah! Silly Dog's eyes lit up, and he eagerly stepped forward to drink. 1 fiery red crystal adds 100 points. She now has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 15 fiery red crystals, for a total of 1,500 points. Add to that the nearly 50 triangular badges she found along the way, which also adds up to 1,500 points. The points from supply boxes, killing star beasts, and other odds and ends added up to a staggering 1,895, with red rock beasts making up the bulk, totaling 4,895 points. Looking at the real-time points rankings on the light meter, her name was firmly at the top. Who else? Look at Pei Qingyu again. He's outside the top 10, SOSO. Xiao Sun? 52nd, just average. Nian, who fought him at the school gate before, was ranked 45th. The most surprising thing was Bubuka, a student in the mecha maintenance department, who was actually ranked 5th. I don't understand. Absolutely don't understand. Isn't his talent perception? Wait. Perception? Detection? She got it. Holy crap, isn't the badge supposed to be accurate? Where's Silly Dog? Lin Xiu looked around, but there was no sign of it. It had finished its milk, leaving only the bowl. She searched for it, and her eyes were suddenly drawn to a large, unidentified red tree on the back of the crater. It looked familiar, but she couldn't place it for a moment. Ah. I really would. No, why doesn't the information say that the fiery rock red crystal is actually the excrement of the fiery rock star beast? After Silly Dog finished his urgent work, he walked aside and, flatteringly, used the tip of his tail to push the freshly baked, still steaming fiery rock red crystal to Lin Xiu's feet. 2-legged beasts, these are all for you. Praise me now. It would be even better if I could drink some sweet water again. Lin Xiu pursed her lips slightly, a complicated expression. It was in a dilemma whether to take it or not. She could no longer look directly at the fiery rock red crystal. Ah! Seeing she stood there unresponsive, Silly Dog followed her gaze towards the fiery rock red crystal, tilted his head, and thought for a few seconds. Oh, he got it. Too little, huh? It's a little too little indeed. It's because the lava grass was destroyed by those 2-legged beasts, leaving him hungry. But it doesn't matter, he can still poop, with a click. Dozens of steaming fiery rock red crystals appeared before Lin Xiu again. Should that be enough? Silly Dog barked at her a few more times, seemingly determined to keep pulling. Lin Xiu quickly stopped him when he saw this. After some mental preparation, he waved his hand and collected the fiery rock-red crystals on the ground into his space button. I have to say, silly dog really has a knack for eating. He produced 13 in total, which translates to 1,300 points. The gazes towards silly dog grew increasingly eager. This is definitely a great tool for earning points. It's a bit hard to explain how to obtain it, but thinking about it this way, like hens laying eggs and star beasts laying rubies, immediately made her feel better. Say, Babuka, is there really a supply box here? Of course. I saw it fall near here with my own eyes. We've searched everywhere else, and since we can't find it, the crater is the only place left. A familiar voice came from outside, drawing closer. Box? Could it be the supply box she had just kicked away? Lin Xiu glanced at the supply box floating in the lava, her lip curling slyly. She looked around and found an inconspicuous crevice in the red rock to hide. Seeing the silly dog still licking the bowl, she immediately kicked both the beast and the bowl into the lava. The milk bowl was just an ordinary one, melting instantly under the intense heat. Ah! The silly dog, seeing this, immediately panicked and pounced, only to catch a paw full of lava. The look he gave Lin Xiu was suddenly filled with resentment. Did you hear the barking? Is there a star beast in there? What are you afraid of? With so many of us, how can we defeat a star beast? Noises continued to drift in from outside, and Lin Xiu quickly dodged into the crevice in the red rock. Hide well. You're not allowed to come out until I tell you to. Ah! Silly dog tilted his head and barked in confusion. She quickly placed her index finger to her lips. And don't make a sound. Silly dog understood and immediately sank down, leaving only half of his ear visible as it floated on the surface of the lava, merging with it. Because of its unique appearance, it would be impossible to spot without careful observation. It would simply be mistaken for two small protruding rocks. Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief at this. The sound of footsteps near her ears gradually became clearer as they approached from afar. Chapter 22. It was a 5-person team. Lin Xiu, lurking in the shadows, spotted a familiar face among the group. It's so hot. We're in the crater now. Seeing the bubbling lava, it's impossible not to be hot. Look! It's a supply box. What? Several people chattered. Upon seeing the supply box, they ignored the scorching heat and hurried over to get a better look. Indeed. That's great. Shima glanced around cautiously, making sure there was no immediate danger before turning to Babuka. Go get the supply box. What? Buka paused, then asked, why me? Why aren't they going? Shima looked at him and said, unequivocally, without our protection along the way, you would have been eliminated long ago. Now is your time to shine. You know there's no such thing as a free lunch. Buka frowned slightly at this and immediately retorted, but I've been the one fixing all your equipment along the way. How did that become a free lunch? Because of saving you, Nian still hasn't woken up yet. Shima's meaning was clear. If you don't go, who will? Buka was silent. The situation at the time was clearly that they had discovered a golden triangular emblem on the head of a D-rank star beast. He turned to look at Nian, who lay unconscious on Cec's back. Although he disagreed with Shima's explanation, Nian had indeed been injured and unconscious while trying to save him. This was also why he was willing to reveal the clue to the supply box, hoping it might contain a healing potion. Buka activated his jet engine, levitating himself in the air. After another glance at the unconscious Nian, he flew directly towards the center of the magma. The reason they asked him to get it was simply because they were worried about the burning sensation on his skin and the danger of the star beast appearing. As soon as he reached the cabin and landed, several people gathered around him. What's inside? Buka opened the supply box, revealing several tubes. Nutrient solution will be fine too. They hadn't eaten in days. Shima reached in and took all the nutrient solution, then turned to give Sai a look. Let's go. The latter immediately understood, lowered the person on his back, and found a large rock to lean against. What are you doing? Buka suddenly had a bad feeling. Let him rest here for a while, Shima said as he walked out, showing no sign of stopping, and the others followed suit. What? Buka's face was filled with disbelief. Was he planning to give up on Nian? But Nian's injury and coma were partly due to them. Now he felt he was a burden and was planning to discard him? Buka, don't forget the message on the badge. We've done our best by leaving him here. Shima glanced at him sideways and continued, since you're worried, then stay with him. With that, he led his men away without looking back. You guys. Buka glared at the men as they disappeared from view, clenching his fists. Hearing Yen's low groan of discomfort, he hurried over. Nian, how are you? Are you feeling better? No one responded. Lin Xiu glanced at Nian furtively, exclaiming, what a guy. He's even worse than Lin Xiu. He didn't look as lively and energetic as he had seen him before. His face was grim and pale, his lips twitching slightly, cracked and pale. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, and his brows were furrowed, as if in pain. She subconsciously touched the space button. She had opened a few potions from the supply box earlier. Just as Lin Xiu was debating whether to give them to Nian, another commotion erupted outside, even punctuated by shrill screams. She quickly expanded her spiritual sense. There were quite a few people, and she saw several familiar faces. This crater truly is a feng shui treasure land. Command, individual combat, mecha maintenance, information engineering, medicine, agronomy, all the major disciplines gathered here in one day. It looked like a conflict. Lin Xiu was instantly excited, concentrating intently against the crack in the rock, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Fight! Fight! When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Isn't that wonderful? God is truly helping me. Hey, after not seeing you for a few days, how come Pei Qingyu is even more arrogant than Xiaosun? A 3-second stun skill successfully stunned the students within 5 meters. Several light mechas flew out from behind him, flashing a cold light, and instantly harvested the enemy. Shima and his friends suffered an unexpected disaster. The items they had harvested over the past few days were looted, and along with them, the points they had worked so hard to accumulate became someone else's wedding dress. The points were reset to 0, leaving them in the last position in the reserve. The points harvested caused Xiaosun and his friends' points to skyrocket, and their ranking soared, making the other departments jealous. Some students from other departments secretly tried to loot, but were caught and immediately became furious. I'm reporting you for harming our classmates and using unfair means to steal points. That's a big accusation. You're acting as if you didn't steal anyone else's points. A student from the medical department stepped forward, pointed at the magnetic gun in his hand, and continued, you stole it from me. The rules don't explicitly say you can't steal other students' points. So you can only steal ours, not yours? You're both right and wrong. Who understands my family? I was starving before, and I finally found some nutrient solution, but they took it all away from me. Ugh, it's been so hard for me. Do you know how I've been through these past few days? They think we're easy targets, so they're taking advantage of us in the medical department. Who among us here hasn't had points or other things stolen from us by other departments? One of the medical department students said weakly, really? As soon as these words were spoken, there was a moment of silence, and all the medical department students looked in a certain direction in tacit agreement. Pei Qingyu rubbed his nose. Why were they all staring at him? The medical students were chattering, their faces flushing. Finally, they threw in the towel and said, great. You're colluding with the medical department, aren't you? How can I put it? This turn of topic was so abrupt, irrelevant, and yet they were forcing a smear campaign. Well, you're right. We are colluding, so what? Xiaosun spoke with such righteous conviction. If some of you hadn't failed to seize the Zenib mecha and seriously injured it, we wouldn't have been able to form an alliance with the medical students so naturally. Actually, I have to thank you. Do you know what it feels like to have a Nani around? The look, the tone, was as arrogant as it could be. But he was right. To seize the light mecha, students from other departments ganged up on a little girl named Snivy, even leading her to the chassis of the E-rank star beast Flame On, nearly burning her to a pulp. If a healer from the medical department hadn't happened to pass by, they would probably have had to abandon the test and seek support from the practical instructor. Right. You don't know what it's like to be led by a single soldier. I love the students from the individual combat department so much. It feels so safe to have them around. No, it has to be your medical department student. As expected of a healer, you're amazing. Everyone's amazing. Yeah. The students from the two departments boasted to each other, completely ignoring the people around them. The others from the other departments, who were being treated like air, responded, You're treating us like we don't exist, huh? Everyone listen up. Let's form an alliance and take out the people from these two departments first. With so many of us, we can't defeat them. Besides, the medical department has absolutely no combat power. Once we defeat them, we split the points. Someone shouted, eliciting a flurry of responses from the others. Agreed. No problem. Sure. The various departments instantly formed an alliance. Most of the top-ranked students on the points list were from the individual combat department. If they could take their points, their ranking would quickly rise. You know, the Academy Awards are based on ranking this time. Some of them had already been plotting against the individual combat department students, hoping to create conflict and cause internal disintegration. Suddenly, someone offered them a pillow while they were dozing off. With such an opportunity right in front of them, why not seize it? The students from the medical department were innocently targeted, fuming with anger, yet they were powerless to protest. Compared to the other departments, their medical department was indeed quite weak, even inferior to the agronomy department, which specialized in plant cultivation. After all, they could control plants. They lost in battle, not in battle. Even if they couldn't defeat the opponent in terms of momentum, they couldn't outmatch him. Who are you looking down on? Paging you, show them some strength. Our medical department is also very strong. That's right, Xiaosun, go. With both sides shouting, the situation became tense. Brothers, charge. Take down those weaklings from the medical department first. Someone in the combat command department shouted, and everyone drew their weapons. Those with mechas flew them, while those with jet shuttles rode them. Who are you calling weak? The students from the medical department were chased, running around with their heads in their hands. Even when they activated their jet engines, they were shot down by the mechas the moment they took flight. Damn it! Protect me, protect me! Ah, I'm dying, I'm dying! Instantly, various energy beams crisscrossed the sky, and the sound of artillery fire was intense. Stop fighting yourselves, protect us! One of the medical students was directly thrown to the ground by the shuttle, and looked at the students from the individual combat department fighting fiercely nearby, tears in his eyes. Under the command of the students from the combat command department, the students from the other departments had a clear goal: to eliminate the medical department first. They ignored the battle and ignored any distractions, focusing solely on taking down the nurse, especially Pei Yu, this special big daddy. He received special treatment from all the departments. He stepped on the jet shuttle and looked at the 6 mechas surrounding him, some light, some heavy, and even some assault type. He couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. This wasn't necessary. This was probably the highlight of his life, wasn't it? Even more glorious than him going on stage to accept the Best Actor award. A flash of pale yellow light flashed, and he materialized his spirit form, Moon Palace Little Laurel Tree. Enemy immediately straightened his body and warned, "Be careful of his stun ability." Everyone quickly stepped back upon hearing this. What are you afraid of? We're in the cockpit. Could his ability even penetrate the mecha? Bebekin leaned back in his chair, looking confident. Yes. The others, slow to react, quickly controlled their mechas to surround the group again. Who says my stun ability can't stun you through the mecha? Pei Yu's lips curled up slightly, a confident smile forming. His confident demeanor made the others pause. Pei Yu seized the opportunity and unleashed a 3-second stun ability, feinting a move. While they were dodging, he quickly controlled the shuttle to dash out. Alas, it failed. Bebekin, with a smug look on his face, piloted the mech to repel the enemy. What did I say? His stun talent is completely useless against mechs. Since he couldn't dodge or defeat them, he could only call for help. Pei Yu looked nearby. Xiaosun, what are you doing? I'm surrounded. In a fight, protect the nurse first, understand. Xiaosun was entangled by people from other departments, unable to escape. Just as he tried to move in their direction, someone rushed over and surrounded him. The purpose was obvious, to stop him. Even using the human wave tactic, Pei Yu's heart sank at the sight. He glanced around. The medical department was either being chased or kidnapped. The individual combat department was entangled by the other departments and had no time to provide support. Looking at the other departments, they saw that, under the command of the combat command department, they were clearly focused and well organized. Do you think he can make it to you? Bebekin controlled the mech, switching his cannon to Starlink. Brothers, go ahead. If we take him down, the other medical students won't be a threat. At a command, the 6 men surrounded Pei Yu, determined to tie him up. In reality, they could have been dealt with using cannonballs long ago, but they also had to consider the fragility of the medical students. After all, this was just a small entrance exam, and facing a weak-armed healer, they opted for a gentler approach. Pei Yu's heart sank. He certainly wouldn't stand there foolishly waiting for them to tie him up. He stepped on the jet shuttle, using his small size to break free from the encirclement of the 6 mechs. But the result was bound to be disappointing. 6 arm-thick Starlinks flew out from behind and bound his limbs. Just as he was about to be dragged back, several energy beams came towards him, shattering the Starlinks wrapped around his limbs. At the same time, a heavy mech appeared before him. Why are you tied up again? A familiar voice called out. Chapter 23. Freed, Pei Yu suppressed his ecstasy. Without a moment's hesitation, he rode the jet shuttle and hid behind the heavy mecha. Then he confirmed, "Ah, Su." Lin Xiu responded, "Find a place to hide. Don't be alone. Otherwise, if you're not careful, you'll be trapped again." "Okay, got it." Pei-Ching nodded. Then she activated the mecha's electromagnetic sound system. "I'm Lin Xiu from the Individual Combat Department. All students from the Individual Combat Department and the Medical Department follow my command. Form small teams of 5 and quickly gather around the students closest to you. Mech against mech, prioritize target lock-on to minimize or weaken the firepower of other departments. Unarmed orcs, transform into beasts. Elves, stand back and use your racial innate skills. Rain of arrows, responsible for ranged attacks to prevent sneak attacks. Other students, coordinate your attacks based on your racial innate skills. Medical students, move towards them. Don't be left alone, stay in a group. Don't run in a straight line, move smartly and seek cover whenever possible." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light flashed, and Lin Xiu nimbly controlled his mech to spin 360 degrees in the air, dodging the bullet-like beams of light coming from all directions. 6 mechs attacked head-on, and Babican's familiar voice echoed over the mech's communication channel. "Turn on the PA. Are you assuming our command center doesn't exist? That's called a cunning plan." Lin Xiu spoke as he controlled the mech, launching a series of kicks that sent the 2 closest mechs flying several meters away. Simultaneously, he activated his flamethrower machine guns and unleashed a fierce, intensive barrage on the men. "So confident? You're relying on yourselves? Don't cry when we surround you later." Babican chuckled, thinking she was delusional. The combined might of the various departments, were they afraid they couldn't defeat a single soldier? He didn't even take the medical department seriously. A group of fragile flowers wasn't anything to fear. 1 versus N, the outcome was already predetermined. Victory would ultimately belong to them. Of course. Lin Xiu leaned back in the cockpit chair, watching Babican, who had been kicked away by her again, and said nonchalantly, "How can you fly a mecha without confidence? Don't you agree, Babican?" Such a heartbreaking blow. Babican instantly remembered the theft of his mecha. Shit, he was wondering why this mech looked so familiar. Even the blackened spots on it from the red rock beast were exactly the same. So it was his stolen mech. Shameless villain. How could I be so shameless? Lin Xiu leaned back in his chair, brushing his hair from his forehead with a meaningful smile. "Babican, I see you're really lucky. It's only been a few days, and you're already flying a mech again. It looks even better than my current one." The rage within him surged again, and he shouted into the communication channel, "Everyone, attack! I don't see how she can hide." Lin Xiu smiled, and immediately took control of the mech and flew out. "Want to run? Chase!" Babican and his men gave chase. "Don't you want my mech? Why are you just running? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm just going to stand there and let you hit me." With that, Lin Xiu accelerated the mech to maximum speed and vanished in a flash. Immediately afterwards, 6 beams of light followed. With exceptional control, Lin Xiu piloted the mech through the crowd, appearing and disappearing like a shadow, dodging pursuit while casually greeting students from other departments. Switching weapons, a Starlink appeared in the mech's hands. He quickly tied a knot, creating an interstellar lasso. "Oh, who should I tether?" Lin Xiu swung the Starlink around, searching for her target. "You?" With a whoosh, the Starlink swung through the air, and was instantly thrown out. A mech was instantly pulled back. "Damn! Who is that?" By the time the student realized what was happening, he had already lost his freedom, bound like a chrysalis. The Starlink was made of a special metal or material, making it incredibly strong. But it wasn't enough to trap the mech, so Lin Xiu made several more ties, not really intending to tether anyone, but more for fun. Having discovered the fun, she searched frantically for her next target. She targeted students who operated mechas, hitting them with every strike. Once they were caught, she strung them together with star chains, creating a truly spectacular sight. "Everyone, get out of the way! Help me, help me! Someone, help me! Ah, I'm trapped." Because of her actions, she trapped quite a few mechas, giving the students from the medical and individual combat departments a break and allowing them to quickly converge. Combined with her previous instructions, the students from both departments became organized and purposeful, instantly turning the tide. Inside the holographic projection room, Thea took in the scene and nodded with satisfaction. That's how it should be. Ona nodded in agreement. Seeing the beacons close at hand, Lin Xiu didn't hide this time. She threw the mecha string a short distance away. "Chiao Sun, catch it." At the same time, several mechanical arms extended infinitely, whoosh passing her, heading straight for the mecha string, attempting to free it. Lin Xiu wielded her flamethrower machine gun like a club, hammering the mechanical arms into the ground. Looking up, her eyes darkened, and she quickly warned, "Be careful." On the screen in the cockpit, she saw two of the old 6s circling behind and charging at the mecha string. Sizzle! A blue energy beam, laced with lightning, knocked the two old 6s to the ground. The five-man team, led by Qiaosun, seized the opportunity and successfully caught the mecha string. Lin Xiu turned and saw Babuka and Yin. Babuka, perched on Yin, who had transformed into an electric leopard, saw her looking over and raised his electromagnetic energy cannon. "Buka, that's great. Thank goodness we made it." Buka smiled shyly. "Thank you for the healing potion." Yin echoed, "Thank you. If you need any help in the future, just let me know." In that situation, she could have easily taken advantage of his injury and unconsciousness to steal all of his and Babuka's points and items, but she didn't. She even lent a hand. He was sincerely grateful to Lin Xiu. "Sure thing." The three of them exchanged a few brief pleasantries. Lin Xiu, watching the group of mechas gather around him, took out the energy gun he'd stolen from Bibican and tossed it to Nian. Then, wielding the flamethrower, he charged forward. "Hey! Wait a minute." Nian frantically clutched a pile of energy guns, about to say something, but all he got in response was a few loud bangs. The sudden, resounding roar shook the surroundings, drawing the attention of the students engaged in the battle. They gasped at the scene before them. It was brutal, truly brutal. It was truly tragic. Lin Xiu, manipulating his mech and wielding its heavy flamethrower, launched a fierce attack on Bibican and his men like a whack-a-mole, sending them reeling and tumbling to the ground. All the other students and mechs nearby were caught in the clutches of the monster. 1 against 1, 2 against 2, and deep pits gradually appeared around them. The terrifying scene sent shivers down the spines of the students from the other departments. Mechs or not, they retreated dozens of meters, fearing they would be the next to fall into the pit. Bibican climbed out of the pit in his mech, gritting his teeth and saying, "Everyone, attack." He just couldn't believe that so many people couldn't defeat her. At a command, students from other departments swarmed forward. Those with weapons used them, while those without transformed into beasts or used their racial innate abilities. Students from the command department were in charge of directing the battle. Students from the mech repair department used local materials to build miniature fighter jets one after another. Students from the agriculture department took out the exotic plant seeds they had found and, regardless of the species, brought them to life. All of them, all manner of exotic plants rose from the ground. Entangle. Missed. Bite. Everyone rushed towards Lin Xiu, shouting in unison, "Attack!" Lin Xiu piloted the mech, weaving through the artillery fire at astonishing speed, leaving trails of scorching flame in the air. Swinging the long cannon, she struck down mech after mech with a swift movement. Scattered, they were stars in the sky. Gathered, they formed a rope. Countless beams of energy converged, dense and precise, impossible to dodge. Their fierce attack triggered a series of small explosions, and countless particle balls of light exploded, leaving sparse glows. Finally, the mech lost control and plummeted to the ground, its fuselage twisted and deformed, severely damaged, and even accompanied by a faint puff of black smoke. Someone hadn't figured out how hard the other guy had struck, but half of her mechanical arm had been blown off. Various system warnings echoed in the cockpit. The mech's damage was nothing to Lin Xiu, but now she faced the most critical situation. The mech's power source had been depleted and it was about to shut down. Energy is running low. Please refill. Please refill. Lin Xiu raised his hand slightly, erasing the red exclamation marks that lit up on the surrounding screens. He sighed with regret. It seemed the mech was unusable. It all happened quickly, a matter of minutes with the concentrated fire from all the major departments. The students from the individual combat and medical departments, who had been left alone, were momentarily stunned. Then, they reacted immediately and rushed forward. Damn, can you guys have some shame? You're just the number of people, right? Everyone, attack together. Charge. Most of the medical department's talents favored healing or other non-offensive support abilities. They stood on top of the beast-like individual combat students. Students with weapons used them, while those without, relying on students from the individual combat department, snatched weapons from other departments. Some even gathered red rocks from the ground and threw them at them, regardless of whether they hit the target or not. The scene was chaotic, but a hint of order gradually emerged. Lin Xiu's 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, let alone the fact that these weren't just 4 hands, but countless hands. He couldn't hit them at all. Of the 36 strategies, retreat was the best. She stared at the warning prompt that kept popping up and issued her final command, switch form. As soon as she finished speaking, the mecha instantly switched to fighter mode, leaving a trail of red flames as a shadow and soaring from the pit into the sky with a heart-wrenching roar. The mecha was severely damaged. It was a formidable bow and crossbow. The wings and hull had varying degrees of damage, and its stability was already extremely fragile. Seeing the imminent collapse, Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These people are so ruthless. She looked at the students from various departments, who were attacking again, and shouted to the sky, "Silly dog." What? From the sky, a huge fireball hurtled towards the ground, smashing directly into the crowd. This sudden scene caught the students from various departments off guard, and they quickly fled in all directions. "Quick, get out of the way! Run!" There was a loud bang. The fireball landed on the ground, creating a large crater. Dust filled the air, flames shot up into the sky, and a figure emerged from the raging flames. Ah! Silly dog looked around in confusion. You wouldn't know until you saw it, but it was startled. Oh my god, why are there so many bipeds? It's the fiery rock star beast. At the same time, the light watches in the hands of all the students present popped up Silly Dog's introduction. Ah! Silly Dog tilted his head at the sound. What was this person talking about? Silly Dog, they're calling you stupid. Lin Xiu's voice rang out from the mecha. No, we don't have it. Everyone tried to explain. Unfortunately, the only response was a scorching flame. Ah, it's so hot, so hot. Isn't the exoskeleton armor supposed to be impervious to water and fire? How could it be so hot? Idiot, that's the fiery rock star beast. Don't you think about the essential ingredients for making the exoskeleton fireproof? It's the fiery rock red crystal. How do you get the fiery rock red crystal? Of course, it's produced by the fiery rock star beast. The exoskeleton armor is just hot. It's a good thing it didn't burn to ash. Look, everyone. It's the golden triangle badge. Suddenly, someone pointed at Silly Dog in shock. What? Everyone instinctively looked in the direction he pointed, their eyes instantly burning. A golden triangle badge wrapped around Silly Dog's neck. It was obvious it was man-made. What a lavish act, if they could get their hands on these triangle badges. Everyone began to paddle in perfect unison, stealthily approaching Silly Dog, trying to take advantage of the situation, snatch something away and run. They truly wanted points over their lives. And they actually let a few of them succeed. Silly Dog tilted his head, bewildered, as he stared at the person who had touched him and fled, his eyes filled with confusion. When his eyes caught the gleaming golden triangle badge, he froze for a moment, then looked down at the big gold chain hanging from his chest. It was clearly missing several pieces. He flew into a rage, howling to the heavens. Awoo! A majestic cry. The ground began to shake and crack, and countless red rock beasts crawled out from the cracks. Run! Seeing the situation was dire, everyone turned and ran. Shagu's maneuver gave Lin Xiu a chance to escape. She opened the cockpit of her mecha and, without hesitation, leaped from the air. Just as she was about to land, a black and white figure sprinted over and caught her securely. Looking at the pair of slightly twitching black ears before her, Lin Xiu smiled radiantly. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. I can never repay you enough. I will treat you to steamed bread and bowls of milk later. Bowls of milk? What is that? Bowls of milk is. A secret. You know when the time comes. TSK, making it so mysterious. Xiaosun quickly carried her to reunite with his teammates. When he set her down, he leaned over and asked, Is bowls of milk the milk of some star beast? If so, I won't drink it. I'm already a grown man, and if I still drink star beast milk, I'd be laughed at. But steamed bread is something I can consider. Is it the head of a star beast? Isn't that a bit cruel? The barrage of questions made Lin Xiu chuckle, unable to suppress the upward curve of her lips. I don't know why, but I suddenly remembered a popular meme from Midsummer. Rabbits are so cute, how can you eat them? Look! What's that? A medical student nearby stared intently to the left. Everyone instinctively looked in the direction he pointed. They all gasped, their breathing involuntarily pausing for a few seconds. A massive figure towered above the crater. Its head towered high, its features blurred and indistinct, its crimson pupils radiating a malevolent, chilling light. Inside the holographic projection room, Aona's face darkened as she watched the images playing on the screen. The expressions of several other teachers from various departments were equally dismal. How could this happen? According to our data, that creature was in its dormant state. How could it suddenly awaken? Jia Meishin, a teacher from the Department of Information Engineering, retrieved the previously gathered data and displayed it on the left screen. Chemin pondered for a moment, then whispered, perhaps the noise was too loud and woke it up? Students from various departments gathered together. Add to that the noise made by the fierce rock star beast. Who could stand it? The teachers from various departments suddenly understood. There really wasn't a more appropriate explanation. An agronomy teacher asked, so what do we do now? Should we send someone over? You know, that thing is tough to deal with. Why are you panicking? Aren't the school guards nearby? Thea raised his eyes slightly, looking at the other teachers. You're just too worried. The Zerg are much more terrifying than this thing. If they need our help even for a tiny star beast, how will we ever go to the battlefield in the future? What if we encounter the Zerg? They couldn't refute Thea's words. The Zerg were indeed more terrifying and much more difficult to deal with than those star beasts. After a few seconds of silence, Thea stood up, stretched, and let out a long sigh. I'm going to wait at the finish line. I think these little brats will be there soon. He still had great confidence in this freshman class. With that, his body instantly disintegrated into countless particles and disappeared into the projection room, leaving the teachers from other departments staring at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 24. Flame Dream Longtail slept soundly within the volcanic lava until a sudden tremor woke it, preventing it from returning to sleep. Startled awake, it crawled out in anger, determined to see who had dared to disturb its sweet dreams. As soon as it looked up, it saw its nest. Below stood a host of two-legged beasts the size of black sesame seeds. It instantly flew into a rage. These two-legged beasts again. They're not letting me sleep anymore. Today, I'm going to teach them a lesson. It opened its bloody maw and unleashed a beam of magma, instantly devouring everything in its path. Holy crap! Students from all the departments, now oblivious to the so-called civil war, were stunned by the power of Flame Dream Longtail's flames. After a brief pause, they reacted and fled in all directions. Everyone was in a state of panic. The reason was simple. Flame Dream Longtail's flaming attack practically covered the entire volcanic area. Silly dog. Lin Xiu barked at the silly dog. The silly dog approached immediately, and she leaped onto its back. Ah Su, carry me! Xiaosun shouted as he ran. Lin Xiu immediately grabbed his claws, which were constantly scrambling upwards, and hauled him onto his back. Classmate. And me too. Classmate Lin, carry them. Lin Xiu climbed onto the silly dog's head and whispered into its ear, Silly dog, can you let your little brother carry them? The silly dog looked down at the biped scrambling to climb onto it and jumped away. Yes, of course. It's better than letting them get on top of him. Awoo! He roared to the sky. Red rock beasts continued to rise from the ground. Silly dog turned and barked at Lin Xiu. Ah! Tell them to go after the little brother. Lin Xiu immediately understood and shouted, Everyone, find the nearest red rock beast and let it lead you. The students from all the departments instinctively refused. This was a red rock beast. But they quickly realized that the fiery rock star beast was in Lin Xiu's hands, so why would they be afraid of a red rock beast? After realizing this, the students searched for the nearest red rock beast, gritted their teeth, and leaped aboard. Saving their lives was paramount. Some would even offer to help slower students. The students in mechas also rescued quite a few students. Standing atop the red rock beast's massive shoulders, they finally saw the true form of Yin Ming Chongwei. Yin Ming Chongwei's body was ablaze red, its massive body coiled together, clad in red stone armor. Its crimson eyes were filled with ferocity. Perhaps because its appearance was different from the slippery snakes Lin Xiu had known, she wasn't quite so frightened. At this moment, its information popped up on the light meter. Name, Flame Dream Longtail. Mental power, SS+. Species, snake. Talents, create mist, illusions, captivate the mind. It was SS+. This was getting a bit tricky. As she looked at the stone flame dream snake, it also looked back at her. The moment their eyes met, the stone flame dream snake opened its maw again, and a ball of flames flew towards them at high speed. Lin Xiu's alarm bells immediately went off. Thankfully, Silly Dog was able to dodge it in time. Looking at the charred, pitted ground around them, her heart sank. The power displayed by Flame Dream Longtail was terrifying. It was definitely not something they could contend with. At this moment, Yinmeng Longwei had already opened its bloody maw and charged towards them. She could not escape, it chased her, and she could not even fly. Gradually, Lin Xiu sensed something was amiss. Lin Xiu asked in confusion, Why is it chasing us? No matter how they tried to hide, it was like it had a GPS tracking system, always able to pinpoint them. I don't know. Xiaosun shook his head. I wanted to ask too. A female classmate was on the verge of tears. Several times, she had seen Yinming Longwei catching up, nearly biting the fiery rockstar beast's tail, only to have it flee the next second. The sound of Yinming Longwei's jaws snapping behind her made her heart pound. This was too exciting. Have you taken anything special these days? No. The two shook their heads in unison. Have you come into contact with anything? No. After a round of questioning, they all said no. So why was Flame Dream Longtail only chasing them? Lin Xiu was puzzled. They had only arrived at the desolate planet a few days ago, so logically, they wouldn't have come into contact with Flame Dream Longtail. What about the natives of E498, the small desolate planet? She subconsciously turned her gaze to Silly Dog. Just as she was about to ask, Flame Dream Longtail opened its bloody mouth and bit them again. Just when everyone thought they were about to die, it suddenly stopped. Instead of the expected pain, an indescribable fishy odor was smelled. You? The three of them vomited immediately. Silly Dog even retched as he ran, nearly vomiting up the bowls of milk he had been drinking. The female classmate suddenly stood up, looked down at Xiaosun, and excitedly yet restrainedly uttered two words. Father. Xiaosun, ? His eyes were filled with confusion. Was he being a father without a care? Before he could figure it out, the silly dog stepped on something, causing a sudden jolt. The girl lost her balance and stumbled to the ground. Xiaosun quickly scooped her up, but his expression was not quite normal. He hugged the girl's arm and muttered to himself, such tender bamboo shoots. They smell so good, I want to eat them. Then he opened his mouth and took a bite. Lin Xiu's eyelids fluttered, and she grabbed his hair and pulled his head back. One called him father, the other called him bamboo shoots, and these two people were strangely chatting. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Ah, she knew it. It was that stench from before. Senior brothers and sisters, why are you here? Where's Master? Why can't I see Master? Just as she was about to hug her senior sister and cry out her recent experiences, she suddenly felt a sharp pain, a heart-wrenching pain that made tears flow. Instantly, she realized there were no senior brothers or sisters in front of her. It was just Xiaosun and a female classmate. After finding herself lying on the ground, she immediately stood up and looked around. Oh my god, they'd been flung out by that stupid dog. No wonder it hurt so much. Then she looked at the stupid dog, licking Xiaosun's face relentlessly. It was too much to bear, truly too much to bear. She stood up, intending to rescue Xiaosun, when a shadow suddenly fell over her head. She couldn't help but look up, meeting a pair of dark, bloodshot pupils. Yin Ming's long tail bared its tongue, revealing its sharp fangs, and it attacked her face directly. Lin Xiu's heart skipped a beat. But the next second, it suddenly laughed. Yin Ming Chongwei couldn't understand how this biped could laugh when facing death. Twisting its tail, it gently wrapped around the people on the ground. Just then, countless mechas descended from the sky, surrounding it layer by layer. They were students from various departments with mechas. Oh my! Isn't that our classmate Lin? How did he get into this state? The beacon's familiar voice reached Lin Xiu's ears, and the sarcastic tone successfully suppressed the corners of her mouth that had just risen. Uh-huh. Seeing her like this, Beacon felt incredibly relieved, but the most urgent thing now was to get the person out. Team A launches an attack to attract attention. Mech maintenance students, start your mini-fighters and disrupt them from the air. Agriculture students, take note. As soon as there's a gap, pull them back. Medicine, prepare for treatment. Yes. A small reconnaissance light ball in the sky captured the scene. Fia, hiding nearby with the school security team, nodded upon seeing this. It seemed his assistance wasn't needed for the time being. Under the fierce attacks and deliberate or unintentional guidance of students from various departments, Yin Ming Chongwei finally revealed a flaw. Now, Agriculture Department, prepare. 3, 2, 1, steal the person back. By constantly distracting Yin Ming Chongwei, the other students kept it from paying attention to Lin Xiu and the others. While it was free, the agriculture students could control the vine-like plants and steal the person away. It proved to be quite successful. Great. Someone said it, but the next second, they choked. Because Yin Ming Chongwei had unexpectedly reacted, swung its tail, and hooked the person again. The agriculture students, not to be outdone, manipulated the vine-like plants and pulled hard, almost rescuing the person. There was no reason for them to be hooked back again. And so, a strange scene unfolded. A strange tug-of-war ensued between the two sides. When Yin Changwei exerted force, the agriculture students matched, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Xiu and the other three, along with the beast, were like merchandise, being pulled back and forth, fought over. There were even some carefree students cheering the agriculture students on. It's hard to judge this, my family. It's really hard to judge. I say, can you please stop pulling? I'm about to burst. Lin Xiu looked at them with despair. Both sides paused, then reacted. Then, they started fighting again. In the end, our superior numbers left the Flame Dream Longtail unable to focus, allowing them to seize the three men and the beast. Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief as her body relaxed. She felt as if her upper and lower bodies were no longer her own. Are you alright? Pei Qingyu cast a healing light on the group. He was so warm and caring. Lin Xiu stretched her arms and said, I'm fine. If they continued to pull her, she would probably be in danger. This stalemate isn't a solution. Bibikin frowned slightly as he watched the battle unfold. If they kept expending energy like this, their energy would eventually run out. Why did the Flame Dream Longtail wake up? Lin Xiu vaguely remembered the information indicating that the Flame Dream Longtails were dormant from January to September each year. During this period, they never woke up. Maybe the fight we just had was too loud and woke him up. Bucka pulled up the data on the light table. It says that Flame Dream Longtails sleep 80% of the year. They absorb the energy beneath the magma through sleep. I think we must have disturbed their slumber. Lin Xiu suddenly realized. Yes, even the deepest sleepers are always disturbed. For example, bears have been awakened from their hibernation in midsummer. Bibikin suddenly turned to look at them. So now we just need to get them back to sleep, right? Bucka responded, that's the theory. Then how do we get them back to sleep? This question stumped everyone. Did you smell anything just now? Like a foul odor? Chapter 25. Yes. Bucka nodded and continued, thankfully, the scent of Pei's spirit flower woke us up. Otherwise, they would have probably finished their entrance exams by now. It turned out that students from all departments were not unaffected. It just happened that Pei Qingyu was treating an injured student at that moment. The other students were experiencing hallucinations, but only those around him were unaffected. After several tests, this conclusion was reached. After everyone regained consciousness, they saw the three people and the beast about to be devoured by Yin Changwei, and they immediately rushed over. So that's how it is. Lin Xiu nodded slightly, looking at them seriously, and said, thank you. Friendship first, testing second. Bibikin smiled at her. So what exactly should we do to put Yin Changwei to sleep? Everyone shook their heads. At this moment, a student from the agriculture department weakly raised his hand and said, well, I think I have a solution. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned around, making him feel uncomfortable. What's your name? Quachi. Lin Xiu nodded and looked at him. Okay, Quachi, what's your solution? I have a queen flower. I found it in the southernmost lava crevice. Its pollen can put people into a short sleep. Recalling his previous experience, he couldn't help but tremble, and the more he talked, the more tears came. Bibikin clapped his hands and said, that's great. Can I see the queen flower? Lin Xiu looked at Quachi. She wanted to confirm first whether the flower could really put people to sleep. Quachi hesitated for a few seconds, then said, okay, but you better cover your noses. Huh? Just as the other students were confused, Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu exchanged a glance and obediently covered their noses. Queen flower, could it be what they imagined? The next second, as Quachi forced the queen flower to bloom, even though the two had covered their noses beforehand, they could still smell an indescribable stench, even more overbearing than the Flame Dream Longtail. Almost instantly, sleepiness washed over her, and Lin Xiu immediately used the turtle breathing technique. It was exactly as she had imagined, but the difference between the two was enormous. Compared to the queen flower, the flower from Universal Star was a mere younger brother. She looked at the drowsy crowd, and immediately gave each of them a chestnut. The pain in their foreheads instantly woke them up, and they all covered their foreheads, looking at Lin Xiu with a hint of resentment and grievance. Lin Xiu ignored him. Quachi, take the flower. Oh, okay. Quachi covered his forehead, and quickly used his talent, instantly transforming the queen flower back into a seed. Lin Xiu's eyebrows lifted slightly at this. This talent was quite good, perfectly suited to the Zhongxia people. After confirming that the queen flower indeed had a soporific effect, the next steps became much easier. They briefly discussed for a few minutes, then Lin Xiu pointed to the two men and one beast lying on the ground. Old Pei, wake them up. Yu did as he was told, materializing a small spiritual tree. Surrounded by the unique fragrance of osmanthus, the 2 men and 1 beast immediately regained consciousness. Silly Dog had just regained consciousness, his eyes still a little hazy, when Lin Xiu dragged him out to work. Big gold chain. He pulled Silly Dog directly to Yanming Longwei, dangling him with a swagger. In fact, there was no need to dangle. Once Silly Dog appeared in Yanming Longwei's sight, its eyes never left Silly Dog. Lin Xiu couldn't understand what was happening. Yes, these 2 beasts definitely have a grudge. A grudge is good, a grudge is good. Silly Dog, take it for a walk first. When I call you later, bring it back. Ah! He refused. I give you a bowl of milk. Ah! He refused. 2 bowls of milk. Ah! He refused. Lin Xiu tempted 2 bowls. Ah! Silly Dog's heart was shamelessly moved, and he nodded repeatedly. He bounded over to Yanming Longwei, turned around, and faced it. The moment Yanming Longwei's tail swung over, he raised his right limb, and a steaming red liquid landed on its tail. The air froze for a moment. This was bad news. Lin Xiu gave Silly Dog a thumbs up, and quickly slipped away to hide. As expected, Yanming Chengwei's already blood-red pupils suddenly filled with bloodshot. He howled to the sky, and opened his mouth to bite Silly Dog. Silly Dog immediately ran away. This wave of hatred was steadily drawing power. He ignored the intensive attacks from students from various departments, intent on catching Silly Dog and tearing him apart. Beacon breathed a sigh of relief and activated the mecha's PA system. Stop attacking. It was better not to waste energy in this situation. How are Babuka's preparations going? Lin Xiu replied, almost there. Silly Dog was being chased, jumping up and down. Just as his energy was running out, and he was about to be caught, Lin Xiu's voice finally rang out. Silly Dog, this way. Silly Dog instantly felt himself back on track, even picking up speed, no longer dodging, and charging straight in her direction. Yanming Chengwei followed closely behind. Bring it here. After Silly Dog led Yanming Chengwei to the designated location, Lin Xiu quickly grabbed the big gold chain around its neck and vanished instantly. Yanming Chengwei's pupils dilated slightly. Where was the beast? The next second, it smelled a refreshing fragrance, as if returning to its mother's embrace, incredibly warm. Gradually, it closed its eyes. After more than 10 minutes, students from various departments gradually emerged from the corners. They stood there, cautiously watching. How's it going? Are you asleep? Shoo, keep your voice down. Probably asleep. Another 10 minutes passed, and Yanming Chengwei remained motionless, even snoring. Everyone's hearts were instantly at ease. Lin Xiu nodded to Beikan. The latter looked at Babuka. Everyone get ready. At a command, the ground where Yanming Chengwei stood suddenly rose. As it rose higher and higher, an oversized, long-handled frying pan appeared in everyone's sight. This was made by the students in the mecha maintenance department, following Lin Xiu's instructions, using local materials. Due to limited materials, they even dismantled all the mechas to make the crucial pot. Is it really alright? Beacon hesitated. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed unreliable. If he hadn't been worried about the noise caused by using a mecha, he wouldn't have agreed to Lin Xiu's proposal. Trust me. Alright. The mechas had already been used, and now there was no other way but to trust her. Lin Xiu patted Silly Dog on the head, asking him to help. Then, with Silly Dog's help, all the red rock beasts gathered together, transforming into a gigantic stone man. They walked to the other end of Yanming's tail, where the frying pan handle was. Release. With a command, the giant stone man pressed the frying pan handle down. With a whoosh, Yanming's tail was instantly flung away. With a thud, a precise shot landed in the volcanic crater's lava. This route, the result of repeated calculations by Babuka and his classmates in the information engineering department, was foolproof, and a single step would send the animal straight home. Oh! Got it! We did it! Ah, we're awesome! Everyone present couldn't help but cheer. Some students hugged each other and jumped around. Lin Xiu placed the bowl of milk in front of Silly Dog and exchanged a smile with Yu. Give me a fulcrum, and I lit the entire planet. The principle of leverage is more than just talk. Beacon's joy at success pounded his brain, and he couldn't help but grab Chiaosun's arm, spinning excitedly in circles. Wait, he seemed to have forgotten something. Classmates, charge. Take down the individual soldiers. Take down Lin Xiu, and we win. Students from all the departments were stunned upon hearing this. A moment ago, they had been hugging and cheering, sharing joy. Now, They were like water and fire, and the two sides instantly distanced themselves. It seemed like this was no longer a simple entrance exam. Points weren't the only thing that mattered. The only thing that mattered was winning or losing. Winning meant points, but losing meant losing. Can't they just run? Both sides thought so, and then, after a brief moment of harmony, they resumed their fight. You guys fight, I leave first. They simply took advantage of the chaos and ran away. Pei Qingyu, Qiao Sun, and several nearby classmates followed closely behind. The silly dog was left happily sipping its bowl of milk, unaware that this might be the last time it would taste something so delicious in its life. Damn, don't let her get away. Chase! A mighty group of people gave chase. The finish line. Thea and her escort team had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lin Xiu and the students from various departments following her, she couldn't help but smile. You're so young, that's the good thing. Seeing them approach, she immediately frowned, her expression turning serious for a second. A total of 6 days, 16 hours, and 51 minutes. Congratulations on completing the entrance combat capability test ahead of schedule. Now let's start calculating the points. The final results showed that Lin Xiu's points had plummeted to first place. Second, Bei Beikan from the Command Department. Third, Hua Qi, Department of Agriculture. Fourth, Xi Niwei, Department of Individual Combat. Fifth, Qiao Sun, Department of Individual Combat. Sixth, Anian, Department of Individual Combat. Seventh, Pei Qingyu, Department of Medicine. The other students weren't bad either. Thanks to Yan Ming Chongwei, this freshman class has the highest points ever. Everyone was excellent this time, very good. After a few encouraging words, Thea pulled a blue gem from her space button and placed it on the pile of golden triangle badges. A magical scene occurred. The moment the blue gem was placed, all the badges began to shake, eventually combining into a giant maple leaf badge. Hanging in the air, it gradually shrank, finally shrinking to its normal size. Thea pinned the blue jeweled gold maple leaf badge on Lin Xiu's chest and solemnly declared, "From today on, you are the freshman class's top student. I hope you will uphold the school's rules and motto and lead your classmates to greater progress." Yes. Although reluctant, Bibikan offered his envious blessing. Congratulations. Thank you. The students from all the departments chorused, "Hello, top student." They weren't surprised by this outcome. Admiration for the strong is human nature, and Lin Xiu truly lived up to that title. They were willing to do so. After nearly 7 days on the desolate planet, the students from all the departments were already exhausted. Once aboard the starship, they didn't even bother to eat, simply guzzling down their nutrient solution and falling asleep. Lin Xiu emerged from the shower, yawned, and was about to return to sleep. Suddenly he stopped, glancing at the bed. There was a bulge in the quilt, still shaking. What the hell? Chapter 26. For a moment, Lin Xiu sat on the sofa, propping her head in her hand. Looking at the figure thrashing about at her feet, she couldn't help but sigh. How did you follow me? Ah! The silly dog heard this, and dropped the basin beneath him with a clang at her feet. He tilted his head towards her, a look of grievance on his face. It had only taken a few seconds to drink milk before the person disappeared. Thankfully, it was quick-witted and shrunk down, sneaking into the starship behind the other two-legged creatures. Following the scent, it successfully located the two-legged creature that had abandoned her. Ah! Do you realize how difficult it was to find you from so many rooms? And hiding from the other two-legged creatures, he nearly got discovered several times. Thinking of this, the silly dog felt even more aggrieved, even collapsing on the ground sobbing. Ah no, why are you crying? This scene completely stunned Lin Xiu, and she quickly pulled out the last remaining bowl of milk from her space button. The silly dog's eyes lit up, and he leaned forward to drink. But after a few sips, he froze, glanced at her guiltily from the corner of his eye, and began to twitch again, but this didn't affect his ability to drink milk. Lin Xiu watched this, her lips twitching slightly, as she let out a silent laugh. What a silly dog! She reached out and stroked its stiff head, explaining softly, I didn't mean to leave you behind. The silly dog barked, "Ah? Really? Of course." Lin Xiu nodded heavily, and said seriously, the situation was urgent, and I had no choice but to leave first. I figured, with your formidable skills, you'd be able to catch up soon. And I called you when I left. Silly dog looked at her in confusion. Ah? You called me? Why don't you remember? Yes, several times. You ignored me, and I thought you didn't want to follow me. Lin Xiu said this while revealing a hint of hurt, which made Silly Dog stunned. Silly Dog, upon hearing that Silly Dog had stopped drinking milk, immediately retorted, Ah! How could that be? You're my favorite biped. You're also my favorite star beast. I didn't expect you could change size besides breathing fire. Ah. Of course. Lin Xiu smiled at it. By the way, will your family be worried when you leave the desolate planet? Ah. Family? Silly dog stopped drinking his milk and lay on the ground, somewhat sadly. Shortly after it was born, its family was eaten by the giant creature in the magma. For all these years, it had been a beast. So there's this inside story? No wonder Yin Ming Chunwei kept chasing Silly Dog. She reached out and stroked Silly Dog's stiff head again. Then follow me from now on. I guarantee you have endless milk. Growing up without parental protection and constantly on guard against predators must have been incredibly difficult. No wonder it's so foolish, lacking even the most basic vigilance against humans. Ah! Really? Really? Hearing the correct response, Silly Dog spun around happily. Alright. I'm a little sleepy and need to go to bed. Play in your room for a while. Don't run out. After saying this, Lin Xiu yawned several times, wiped the tears from his eyes, and dove headfirst into bed. Perhaps he was truly exhausted and fell asleep instantly. Ah! The Silly Dog finished his bowl of milk and called out to Lin Xiu. Seeing no response, he trotted over to the bedside and pawed at her hand. Still no response. He tilted his head and stared at her blankly for a few seconds. Then, with a low purr, he nudged her hand with his head. He lay there, watching her slowly close her eyes. He was asleep, but Lin Xiu was awake. A deafening snore echoed through the room. Lin Xiu looked at the Silly Dog beside her, pursed her lips, and rolled her eyes in silence. She immediately had the smart butler turn on the do not disturb mode for sleeping. Instantly, her ears were quiet. She fell back into bed, and soon, she could hear the sound of steady breathing. The starship was moving very fast, and since E498 was just a small, desolate planet on the outskirts of the central system, it only took a moment for the starship to reach the starport of the capital planet. I definitely have to keep the Silly Dog with me from now on. Sooner or later, it'd be too full. Fortunately, many people in the interstellar space keep mild-mannered, non-aggressive star beasts as pets, so Lin Xiu planned to give Silly Dog a safe ride from the start. As she emerged from Fia's room, she breathed a sigh of relief. She looked down at Silly Dog at her feet and placed a specially made collar, designed for interstellar pets, around its neck. Alright, now there's nothing to worry about. Silly Dog twisted its head uncomfortably. Lin Xiu petted it soothingly and explained, Sorry, I might have to put you through this for a while. Otherwise, you won't be able to stay with me. No matter where you walk your pet, always use a leash, especially Silly Dog or the notoriously aggressive fiery rock star beast. It's well known on the Star Network, and it's a popular auction site. I thought raising Silly Dog would be a bit of a hassle, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. On second thought, Silly Dog is a fiery rock star beast. The fiery rock red crystal it produces is a rare and indispensable material for crafting various items, equipment, and even mechas. No wonder Teacher Fei Ye was so forthcoming, even taking care of the taming procedures for her. With Silly Dog around, would Kebros still be short of fiery rock red crystal? Thinking this through, Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Older people are always wiser. Although the teachers hadn't said anything yet, and had agreed so readily, there was no guarantee they'd come back to her later. As expected, everything has a price. I heard that the fiery rock star beast was extremely difficult to tame. Once, a wealthy businessman accidentally captured one and imprisoned it, hoping to force it to produce fiery rock red crystal. However, the beast had a fiery temper and refused to tame anything, ultimately burning itself to death. This was the first time I ever seen someone as affectionate as Silly Dog. When disembarking from the starship, they happened to run into Pei Qingyu. Thinking that he'd have to trouble him with Silly Dog's meals in the future, Lin Xiu took Silly Dog with him, and went over to greet him. After a brief chat, the two of them disembarked together. As they left the inspection area, a large group of macho pink bodyguards rushed towards them. He passed them directly, and ran to Qiao Sun behind him. Welcome, young master. Young master, you've worked hard. Young master, have some water. He offered water, massaged shoulders, and fanned himself. This was a familiar feeling. The two exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding. In tacit agreement, they quickened their pace and fled. As expected, Xiao Sun's familiar voice called out from behind, Hey! Old Pei! Ah Su, wait for me. Ah? Silly Dog turned his head in confusion. Lin Xiu turned a deaf ear. After hearing the cue, he gave up pretending and ran, dragging silly dog along. The next second, they crashed into a pink wall. Hiss! Lin Xiu covered his forehead and looked up. Before him stood a row of Barbie pink bodyguards, muscular, with well-defined features, tall and strong. Miss Lin, Mr. Pei, long time no see. Butler Kebu stepped out from behind the Barbie pink bodyguards, placed his hand on his chest, and saluted them gracefully. Butler Kebu, long time no see. Pei Qingyu and Lin Xiu politely returned the salute, sighing as they lowered their heads. It seemed they couldn't avoid it. I wonder if Miss Lin and Mr. Pei are getting used to life on Capital Planet. Lin Xiu gave a characteristic smile. Capital Planet is beautiful. Pei Qingyu and I both love it. Aside from the first few days, we went out for a stroll on Capital Planet, after which we were packed up and sent to the deserted planet by the school teachers overnight. There was no question of whether we were getting used to it or not. I wonder if there's a chance I could invite you two to Naxal Manor for dinner. The young master has been wanting to find a chance to thank you in person. Ah, this? Lin Xiu exchanged a furtive glance with Pei Qingyu, who said gently, it would be an honor. After the 7-day entrance battle strength test, Kaburo generously granted 2 days off, hoping that all students would rest and recover. Cub obviously knew this. It seemed he had come prepared. What? You want to come to my house for dinner? That's great. Upon hearing they were going home for dinner, Qiao Sun, arriving late, jumped for joy. The sudden action startled Silly Dog, who immediately opened his mouth, ready to unleash a fireball. Lin Xiu, seeing this, quickly grasped Silly Dog's mouth, instantly swallowing the newly gathered fireball. Puffs of black smoke emerged from Silly Dog's mouth. Woo-woo! Silly Dog looked at her resentfully. Lin Xiu gave an awkward smile and quickly released her hand. Ah, sorry. Keb's eyes flashed with surprise. Is this the fiery rock star beast? Ah, yes. Lin Xiu nodded. As expected of a prominent family, she had barely left the starport, and they already had the latest news. Keb, with a smile, examined Silly Dog and praised him generously. He's handsome. You have good taste, too. Of course, Lin Xiu agreed with a smile. In that case, please. With Kebu's gesture, the surrounding Barbie pink bodyguards instantly made way. They even considerately opened the door of the Barbie pink hover car, even though it was automatic. Qiao Sun was the first to act. When a good friend came to visit, it was imperative to treat them well. For the first time, he didn't chat with them the entire way. Instead, he clutched his laptop and sent messages non-stop. From time to time, he asked what they liked to eat and drink, and what color flowers they liked. How about the replica pink rose? Aw, no. Qiao Sun shook his head, his fingertips sliding across the laptop. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Ah, I get it. Lin Xiu asked curiously, What do you know? Hey, keep it a secret for now. You find out later. Qiao Sun then moved aside. Although the laptop had an anti-spying mode, he still covered the screen. The limited edition car sped quickly, arriving at Naxal Manor in no time. The moment she exited the car, Lin Xiu saw the so-called secret Qiao Sun had mentioned. Her fingers twitched slightly, her expression shifting unpredictably. If it weren't for the occasion, she really would have wanted to. Qiao Sun leaned in and smiled at her. How is it? Do you like it? Looking at the incredibly sincere face before her, Lin Xiu immediately deflated. She forced a smile and whispered, I like it. Thank you, Qiao Sun. Getting the answer he wanted, Qiao Sun cheerfully turned to Pei Qingyu beside him. Old Pei, how about you? Pei Qingyu smiled at him softly. I like it. They say sincerity is a surefire way to win. With someone so pure-minded and sincere, it's hard not to dislike him. Chapter 27. Miss Lin, Mr. Pei, please. Kebu walked ahead, leading the way. Lin Xiu, holding a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, and Pei Qingyu, holding a bouquet of yellow chrysanthemums, followed behind him. The manor was magnificent, with bionic flowers lining both sides of the road. White chrysanthemums on one side, yellow chrysanthemums on the other, complementing the yellow and white chrysanthemums in the hands of the two. Beside him, Qiao Sun chattered non-stop, introducing this and that. Lin Xiu glanced at the white chrysanthemums in her hands, then looked up at Pei Qingyu. They both saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes, yet also found it somewhat amusing. Who would send flowers and chrysanthemums? And they had both yellow and white chrysanthemums. If this happened in Zhongxia, one would have thought the owner of a house had passed away, and they had come to pay their respects. Thinking of this, a soft laugh naturally broke out. Qiao Sun asked, puzzled, What are you laughing at? At you. Huh? Because you gave us such precious replica flowers, And we're so happy. Hee. Xiao Sun lowered his chin, like a pink peacock with its tail spread. I carefully selected these. I was worried you wouldn't like them. No, we love them. Pei Qingyu looked at him and suddenly asked, but why did you suddenly think of giving us this? Aren't pink roses good enough? Just because I like pink roses doesn't mean you will too. Of course, when giving gifts, you should give something your friends like, or something that suits them. I think this replica white chrysanthemum is perfect for Ah Su. In my eyes, Ah Su is as pure as this white chrysanthemum. Lin Xiu blinked in disbelief. It was the first time she heard someone say that about her. She spoke almost word by word, thank you. We're still talking about this. Xiao Sun waved his hand dismissively. As for old Pei, he always gives me a warm feeling, like the sun. I had originally wanted to find a flower that resembled his spirit form to give to old Pei, but unfortunately, I couldn't find one. So, I had to settle for replica yellow chrysanthemums. Warm like the sun? Is he perhaps misunderstanding something about me? Pei Qingyu gave him an awkward yet polite smile. Although giving yellow and white chrysanthemums was somewhat absurd, or perhaps even unlucky, they appreciated Xiao Sun's kindness. There are many interstellar plants, but replicas of universal star plants are extremely rare and precious. He was thoughtful. Current plants containing the M element are cultivated by planters, while the ancient plants of universal star naturally contain the M element. While the M element contained in the replica universal star plants may not be as high as that of innate plants, it is still far greater than what can be achieved by planters. This item is priceless, unattainable by the average person. It's no wonder the Naxal family, one of the top 3 galactic tycoons, is such a worthy addition. Led by Keibu, the group entered the manor and boarded the hovercraft within. While they were talking, they arrived at the Sky Garden. Lin Xiu disembarked from the hovercraft and looked down, sighing inwardly that the people of the capital planet seemed to love building sky gardens. Fortunately, she wasn't afraid of heights. She wasn't afraid of heights, but some beasts were. Ah Su, can you get silly dog to let go of my legs? Sorry. Lin Xiu quickly stepped forward, pulled silly dog off Pei Qingyu's legs, and carried him into the courtyard with one hand. Unlike the magnificent manor below, this place resembled an elegant bamboo grove. It was filled with lush, verdant bamboos, one after another, lush and leafy. A single winding stone path could be seen through the bamboo forest. This must be what a winding path leading to a secluded place is like. The 4 people and the beast rode the shuttle for a distance before finally arriving at a courtyard. Lin Yuan, was written in large calligraphy on the doorway. You could see it just by looking up. A tall figure stood at the doorway, apparently having been waiting for a long time. His long hair was casually tied into a silver pigtail, and he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Every gesture exuded elegance and nobility. Is this Xiao Sun's brother? His facial features bear some resemblance to Xiao Sun's. But the difference between the 2 brothers was too great. The older brother resembled an aristocrat, a domineering CEO, while the younger brother looked like a wealthy, nerdy upstart. As if to confirm Lin Xiu's suspicions, Keibu stepped forward and said respectfully, "Young master, the people are here." Xiao Lin nodded calmly and instructed, "Well, go down and prepare." "Yes." After Keibu withdrew, Xiao Lin turned to the 2 of them and said, "Follow me." The further inside, the more the scenery became reminiscent of midsummer weather. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu felt a sense of familiarity, even a sense of homecoming. Xiao Lin led the 2 of them to an octagonal pavilion. "Sit down." "Okay." The 2 of them sat down together. Xiao Lin then slowly spoke, "Xiao Lin Naxal is my name. You can call me Xiao Lin. I'm Xiao Sun's older brother. I've been wanting to treat you to a simple meal, but things have kept me busy, so it's been delayed until now. Hello, my name is Lin Xiu. My name is Pei Qingyu." The 2 of them introduced themselves, one after the other. As if noticing their awkwardness, Xiao Lin smiled at them. "Don't be shy. As a brother, I just want to treat my brother savior to a simple meal." Meeting his sincere eyes, Lin Xiu smiled politely. "You're welcome. I just did what I felt I should do. That being said, if it weren't for you, Xiao Sun might not have come back." Xiao Lin didn't bother with politeness. This was what he really meant. His brother was his only family in this world. If anything happened to Xiao Sun, he couldn't imagine how he would react. Although it had been some time, he still remembered the feeling when he heard his brother had been kidnapped, filled with uncontrollable panic and fear. Yes. Xiao Sun sat beside his brother, nodding his head like a chick pecking at rice. The silly dog squatted nearby, thinking Xiao Sun was playing with it, and imitated him by nodding. The silly look instantly caught Xiao Lin's attention. He looked at Silly Dog with some surprise. Fiery rock star beast. It wasn't a question, it was an affirmation. Yes. Lin Xiu nodded. It's indeed a good pet. Qiaosun nodded and continued. I just happened to stumble upon a mutant lava grass recently. I'm sure it would like it. He then pulled out an exquisite box from his space button and handed it to her. Thank you. I accept it for Silly Dog. Lin Xiu smiled and accepted the box. She was about to refuse, but thinking of Silly Dog, she finally decided to accept it. She couldn't just keep drinking bowls of milk forever. After returning, they study this mutant lava grass. See if it can be mass-produced. Since everyone else has given gifts, they naturally can't leave it unsaid, and they didn't come empty-handed. Lin Xiu gave Pei Qingyu a look. The latter understood and took out 2 exquisite boxes. This is a small gift from us. I hope you accept it. Pei Qingyu handed the boxes to Qiao Lin. Seeing this, Qiaosun couldn't help but wonder, Old Pei, when did you prepare these gifts? How come I didn't know about them? Weren't they together? Pei Qingyu smiled but said nothing. He couldn't say that this was just a sudden impulse to prepare the milk and steamed bread for him. He had been dragged here as a guest right after leaving Starport, so he had no time to prepare any gifts. But they couldn't just show up empty-handed. They thought, Qiaosun is a panda, so his brother must be a panda too. Any panda would probably like milk and steamed bread. So they took out Pei Qingyu's previous stock, rummaged through boxes and drawers, and found a fairly elegant box to pack it in. Of course, they couldn't just give it away. Lin Xiu had an idea, and wove a zhongxia knot out of soft metal. When Xiaolin saw the zhongxia knot quietly lying inside through the transparent box, his delight was beyond words. Thank you, I love it. I'm glad you like it. I was just worried you wouldn't. As they talked, the stone table was already laden with delicious food. After a few pleasantries, they began to eat. Butler Keibu even thoughtfully prepared a meat feast for Silly Dog. They occasionally exchanged a few words, and the meal was a lively one. It was Qiaosun, however, who kept glancing at Pei Qingyu, several times wanting to speak but stopping himself. After finishing their meal and dessert, meeting his hesitant gaze once again, Pei Qingyu finally couldn't help but ask, Qiaosun, you seem to have something you want to tell me. The question was quite blunt. Qiaosun looked up at him, his expression struggling, unsure of what to say. Qiaolin understood his brother's predicament, and he wasn't one to beat around the bush. He said bluntly, actually, I asked you all here today not only to thank you for saving little Sun, but also to ask Mr. Pei for something. Having said it, finally said it, both Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu felt a sense of relief. Summoned to eat right after disembarking from the starship, they didn't seem to be in a hurry. They weren't children. Words of thanks for saving their lives would be enough for them. Pei Qingyu looked at him and replied, you say? I have an uncle, who was once an excellent interstellar frontier warrior. But in a battle with the Zerg, he was seriously injured. We paid a heavy price to keep him alive. As time passed, the medicine we found for him became ineffective, unable to suppress the dark factor in his system. If this continued, he would either explode or mutate into a puppet controlled by his race, something none of us wanted to see. So, Qiaolin stood up, bowed deeply to Pei Qingyu, and continued, so today, in addition to thanking you for saving my brother's life, I also like Mr. Pei to help my uncle, no matter the cost. Old Pei. Qiaosun also stood up, his eyes filled with pleading. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow at this. She had been wondering why Qiaosun had been so quiet since entering the forest garden. So that's why. Did you find the wrong person? I'm just a freshman, barely even taking 2 classes. With your Naxal family's connections and financial resources, are you worried you won't be able to hire a healer? We once spent a fortune hiring the Federation's only SS healer, Mr. Doctor, but the effect. Qiaolin shook his head slightly in disappointment at this point. It was minimal. It was suppressive at first, but now it's completely useless. Pei Qingyu frowned slightly. If he can't suppress it, how can I? He's the Federation's #1 healer. As a healer, Doctor knew him well. If even the big guys can't suppress it, how can you rely on a rookie like him? You really think too highly of him. Qiaolin's tone was quite confident. You can. Pei Qingyu's eyes widened, and he hesitated. Is it because of my SSS spiritual level? No. Qiaolin shook his head, looking at him seriously, and said, because you're a member of the Star Travel Tribe. This was the conclusion he had drawn from his brother, and it had been confirmed. Regardless of a member's spiritual power level, as long as their innate healing ability was awakened, they would definitely have the ability to suppress the dark factor. Since arriving in the interstellar space, he had heard of the Star Travel Tribe several times, and they seemed to have a mysterious confidence in them. Pei Qingyu lowered his head, unsure of what to think. It may be a little hard to believe, but I've seen you in my uncle's photo album. As soon as Xiaolin finished speaking, he and Lin Xiu's hearts were suddenly filled with turmoil, and they looked at him in unison. For two time travelers in disguise, what could be more terrifying than I've seen you somewhere before? This is more frightening than a ghost story. Or rather, someone who looks very similar to you. He took in the shock in their eyes and leaned over, saying, "Follow me." Chapter 28. Xiaolin led them along a wooden corridor, through a round archway, and gently opened the door to a courtyard. The layout was simple, allowing for a glimpse into the entire courtyard. A dense bamboo forest surrounded the courtyard. A clear, man-made lake came into view. In the center of the lake stood a small, two-story bamboo building. Xiaolin's love for bamboo was truly overflowing. The only thing that stood out was a large, withered tree growing next to the bamboo building in the center of the lake, so shriveled that not a single leaf remained. A giant panda lay huddled beneath the withered tree. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up at the sight of the giant panda. She turned to look at Xiaosun. "Is this your uncle?" "Yes." Xiaosun nodded and replied softly, "My uncle is seriously injured. He can't even maintain his human form. He can only hang on in his beast form." Pei Qingyu looked up at his pleading gaze and sighed. "Can I go over and take a look?" "Of course," Xiaolin said, and led them over. On entering, Lin Xiu realized that the panda was in very poor condition, truly terrible. It was emaciated, its fur tangled, and covered in filthy black spots. It couldn't even breathe. She even wondered if Xiaosun's uncle was dead. It was completely different from Xiaosun's original form, a stark contrast. In the end, he couldn't bear it. Lin Xiu secretly glanced at Pei Qingyu, and saw that his brows were tense, and he moved his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. The next second, Pei Qingyu took a step forward and came in front of Uncle Xiaosun. He reached out and touched the panda's head. A pale yellow light shone from his palm. As he gently stroked, the black spots on Uncle Xiaosun's body faded slightly. When Abby lectured them on the island, she emphasized the symptoms of having one's mental strength eroded by the dark factor. One of the points stated that if black spots appeared on the body, it meant that the mental pollution was extremely severe. Once the entire body turned black, there was no hope. You could imagine how severe Xiaosun's uncle's mental pollution was. Xiaolin was delighted upon seeing this, and excitedly looked at Pei Qingyu. It worked. His eyes were so intense they could burn. As expected of a star traveler. Great. Uncle is finally saved. Xiaosun happily spun in circles, even giving Pei Qingyu a big bear hug. "Oh Pei, thank you so much." He had never seen his parents since he was born. He had heard that they disappeared in an interstellar riot, and their whereabouts were unknown. It was his uncle who raised him, and his brother. He wasn't like a parent, but he was more than a parent. If his uncle passed away, he and his brother would have no family left in this world. Looking at the two jubilant people, Pei Qingyu pulled Xiaosun away and poured cold water on him. "Don't be too happy. His problem is serious. I can't cure him with my current abilities. I can only temporarily protect his mental power from being consumed by the dark factor." Xiaosun's mental power was even worse than he had imagined. It was a tangled mess, most of it already assimilated by the dark factor, leaving only a faint glow flickering. After Xiaolin calmed down, he immediately grasped the key point. This is already very good. The effect was immediate, something even Lord Doctor couldn't achieve. He now had great confidence in Pei Qingyu, or rather, in the Star Travel clan. Healers also needed to grow. He was still a student. Just because he couldn't heal now didn't mean he couldn't in the future. At this moment, Butler Kebu came over and handed a yellowed booklet to Xiaolin. "Young master." Xiaolin took the booklet and led the two of them to a nearby stone table. Then he said, "This is my uncle's booklet." He opened it, flipped through 2 pages, and handed it to Pei Qingyu. "Doesn't this person look a lot like you?" Pei Qingyu took the booklet, his pupils narrowing slightly when he saw the photo, and his hand holding the booklet tensed slightly. Lin Xiu also came closer. She darted back and forth between the two. Wow, they were exactly the same. And the photo looked familiar to her, as if she had seen it somewhere before. A person who looked exactly like Pei Qingyu, holding a panda cub in one hand, smiled brightly. Even though the photo was yellowed and old, even blurry in places, Pei Qingyu was absolutely certain it was him. Even the red mole on his earlobe was identical. He gently stroked his face in the photo, a wave of memories filling it. When he first entered the entertainment industry, he shot to fame with a comedy film and, that same year, landed a role on an animal conservation variety show. He had the honor of being a panda keeper for a season at a wildlife park. The little glutinous rice dumpling in the photo was called Yuan Yuan, a beautiful female bear. Before he traveled through time, he would visit Yuan Yuan at the zoo every year. Yuan Yuan had grown from a small dumpling into a large one. I hadn't expected to see Yuan Yuan again in this way after traveling across the stars. A wave of emotion washed over me. Xiao Sun noticed something strange on his face and half-jokingly asked, "What's wrong? Could this really be you?" Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. She finally remembered why the photo looked familiar. Wasn't it the poster that senior sister had kept in her closet? So, the person in the photo was indeed Pei Qingyu himself. "This is my family." Pei Qingyu was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Grandparents?" Lin Xiu nearly collapsed at that. She coughed softly, secretly sulking. "6, it has to be you. Am I okay with being my own ancestor? What a coincidence. Well, I didn't expect to see a photo of my ancestor here." Pei Qingyu returned the booklet to Xiao Lin and asked, "Is this Panda from your uncle's family?" "Panda?" Xiao Lin pointed at the ball in the photo. "You mean Z Iron Beast, right? This is my great-grandmother." So this is the great-grandmother Xiao Sun was talking about. Pei Qingyu remembered what Xiao Sun had told him back in the Zerg prison. Something about his great-grandmother being related to the Universal Star People. He hadn't expected this great-grandmother to be Yuan Yuan. This wasn't just a slight connection, this was a significant connection. "Yes." Xiaolin nodded. It was only then that he remembered hearing snippets about the star travelers from several respected elders in his tribe when he was young. He hadn't expected such a connection. Xiaolin turned his gaze to the dead tree. It looked like his uncle would be well soon. Pei Qingyu followed his gaze and said softly, "From now on, come see me every 3 months. I will do my best to help your uncle suppress the dark factor until it's completely eliminated." This was the result of his careful consideration. As a Chinese, he couldn't bear to see his national treasure reduced to this state, let alone Yuan Yuan's offspring. Furthermore, he had just discovered that his spirit form could not only suppress, but also assimilate the dark factor, taking it for itself, and ultimately benefiting him. In just a moment, he could clearly feel his healing abilities increasing. "Okay, thank you. Old Pei, thank you so much. I don't know what to say." The two brothers were delighted and expressed their gratitude again. Lin Xiu wasn't surprised by this result at all. It could be said that she knew the outcome the moment she saw Uncle Xiao Sun. After all, he was a panda. "I heard from Xiao Sun that you're into mechas. It just so happens that the group's mecha industry recently delivered several new civilian mechas, which are now parked on the manor's helipad. While they're not as good as military mechas, they're quite impressive in every way. If you're interested, we can go check them out together." Speaking of this, Xiao Sun became excited. He stepped forward, hooked his arm around Pei Qingyu's neck, and led him back. Come on, old Pei, pick whichever one you like. If you like them all, take them all. Same with you, Ah Su." Is this really what they could imagine? Pei Qingyu and Lin Xiu exchanged a glance. They didn't just like mechas. They really loved them. But when they arrived at the helipad in their hovercraft, their faces froze for a moment. Does Xiao Sun really like pink that much? It dazzled them. The helipad and the row of cool mechas were all pink. As if noticing their annoyance, Xiaolin smiled and explained, "Sorry, I wasn't thoughtful enough. Because Xiao Sun likes pink, the things usually sent to the manor are mostly pink. Take a look first. If you like anything, let me know, and I have someone change it to a different color." Lin Xiu shook her head repeatedly. No, I think pink is pretty nice. Very girly." "Yeah," Pei Qingyu agreed. You guys really have the same taste as this young master." Xiao Sun chuckled, eagerly pulling the two of them in front of the mecha and launching into a flurry of chatter. Come on. Ah Su, I saw you really liked this lightweight mecha last time. Come try it out. Old Pei, I remember you said you wanted a mecha that could cook. I've got you covered." Pei Qingyu had 6 things to say at this point. He was just trying to fool the salesperson back then, nitpicking and making up excuses. He couldn't really buy a mecha, and he couldn't afford it anyway. Suddenly, Xiao Sun's attention was drawn to a mini mecha at the far edge, half the size of a regular mecha. "Keibu, why is there a child assistance mecha?" Butler Keibu immediately puffed out his chest. Finally, he had a chance to shine. He hurried forward to explain, "Master, this is for Miss Lin's pet." Lin Xiu turned around abruptly. There was even a silly dog. She looked in disbelief at the mini mecha, then at the silly dog being pulled into the cockpit by Xiao Sun. Seeing the dog's adorable expression, which matched Xiao Sun's, she silently averted her eyes. This mini mecha was actually quite impressive. It was a standing giant panda, wearing a small hat and holding a bamboo stick. It looked incredibly adorable, like a scaled-down figurine. Suddenly, the other mechas didn't seem so appealing anymore. They were too cool and cold, not at all as cute as pandas. Finally, at the insistence of the two brothers, Lin Xiu and the others each picked a mecha to take home. Even Silly Dog had a child assistance mecha. Lin Xiu knew she and Silly Dog were benefiting from Pei Qingyu's influence. On the way back, Lin Xiu leaned against the window and couldn't help but sigh to herself. Healers are truly a hot commodity. 10 million star coins have arrived on the optical computer. A cold electronic sound echoed through the car. Lin Xiu sat up in shock from his near-death illness, his body instantly straightened, and his gaze blazing at Pei Qingyu. The optical computer notification sound had come from him. Pei Qingyu was also bewildered at this moment. He looked at Xiao Sun, who was playing with the silly dog beside him, puzzled. What's this? Xiao Sun looked up at him, then immediately lowered his head to play with the animal, saying slowly, Oh, my brother said this is the consultation fee. Pei Qingyu murmured softly, So that's how it is. This was the first time he had experienced the benefits of a healer so directly. Lin Xiu silently tilted her head to the left. Envy, jealousy, and resentment. Damn it, why wasn't she a healer? Weren't the spirits said to be members of the plant-based Star Traveler tribe, born with healing abilities? Why didn't she have them? Chapter 29. At night, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Lin Xiu sat in a reclining chair on the second-floor terrace, meditating. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps came from beside her. It's so late, why aren't you sleeping yet? She lay in the reclining chair, motionless, but the silly dog at her feet instantly stood up. After recognizing who was coming, he lay back down. Pei Qingyu sat down beside her. You haven't slept either, have you? Lin Xiu asked again. Is Xiao Sun asleep? Originally, he had only said he would take them home, but after returning, he insisted on staying for a meal. He ended up staying, succumbing to Pei Qingyu's steamed buns and bowls of milk. The silly dog was envious, as he felt the two-legged creature was taking away the food that should have been his. Yeah. Asleep. Pei Qingyu nodded. After a brief silence of several seconds, he finally spoke. While treating the giant panda today, I discovered that my mental power can not only suppress the dark factor, but can even assimilate it and feed it back into me. Oh! Lin Xiu immediately opened his eyes. Whatever the 6th Legion's people had said, or the information they had found, only stated that star travelers who had awakened their healing talents could suppress the dark factor. There was no record or claim of them devouring it, and using it for their own benefit. Lin Xiu stood up and looked at him. Have you told anyone else? Pei Qingyu shook his head, looking up at the night sky, and whispered, In this vast interstellar universe, you're the only one I know and trust. Who else could he tell? Xiao Sun. Forget it. As the saying goes, those who are not of my kind will be killed. We must obey our ancestors. Thank you for your trust. Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the answer she had longed to hear. She reclined back in her chair, staring at the night sky, her mind struggling for a moment before finally speaking up. I think this matter is known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. The fewer people who know, the better. There's no need to mention it after today. The ability to suppress the dark factor is different from the ability to suppress, devour, and exploit it. Do you think the old humans' departure from the Federation after the Star Wars was partly due to this? An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. After enduring countless hardships, they finally found a habitable home suitable for human survival. Instead of resting and recuperating, they went off to explore the mysteries of the universe and engage in interstellar travel. She didn't believe there wasn't something fishy going on. Pei Qingyu was silent for a long time before uttering a single word. Perhaps. The Zhongxia people place great importance on home and hold a strong spiritual sustenance in it. If the star travelers were truly Zhongxia, then this would be a serious problem. Next time I go to Xiao Sun's house, come with me. We see if you have the same ability then. He had a hypothesis in mind. Perhaps consuming and transforming the dark factor didn't require a healing talent. Lin Xiu nodded. Yes, okay. The stars in the sky twinkled, and they became one of them. To be honest, this vacation was both a break and a half. For Lin Xiu, it was just a long sleep. When he opened his eyes, he realized, oh, it was time for school. The three of them, along with the beast, headed for the Kerbro Military Academy. When they saw the majestic gates again, their mood suddenly changed. Xiao Sun insisted on driving his flashy pink car. The moment it stopped, he attracted the attention of many classmates, mostly girls, because pink is a color that symbolizes youth and liveliness. Lin Xiu and Silly Dog got out of the car first. Wow! Instantly, a chorus of wows erupted. Is this the fiery rock star beast? Oh my god! Mommy, I finally saw a live fiery rock star beast. The news that Lin Xiu had a fiery rock star beast and would bring it to the academy to raise had already gone viral on the school's internal Star Network forum. The most excited were the students from the mecha maintenance department. They rushed over one by one, surrounding her and Silly Dog. Hello, Lin, I'm Jiawei from the mecha maintenance department. Can I add you as my PC friend? Lin, I'm Du Chafong from the mecha maintenance department. This is my PC ID. Can we add each other as friends? Lin, can I pet the fiery rock star beast? Everyone was talking back and forth, the PCs even coming close to Lin Xiu's face. Silly Dog backed away in fear, thinking these two-legged beasts were terrifying. Especially the look in its eyes, which was exactly like the worm in the lava. Some students even took advantage of their unpreparedness to touch them. When their butt was touched, Silly Dog's cerebellum instantly shrank, and they jumped up on the spot. Woo woo! Silly Dog issued a warning. The other students instantly became even more excited. Wow, you're still angry. That's so cute. Good boy, can you give me a fiery rock red crystal? They didn't get the fiery rock red crystal, but everyone did get a Tony. A custom-made afro, a limited edition smoking version. Silly Dog's mouth opened and closed, and another afro appeared in the crowd, accompanied by a burning smell. He always remembered Lin Xiu's repeated emphasis on not hurting people casually, and controlled the fire very carefully, burning only the hair. Lin Xiu couldn't help but laugh at this. Then he saw Teacher Fia, standing behind the other students, who had also received a limited edition black afro. So, she had successfully earned the privilege of a speech. At the conclusion of the entrance battle test, she gave a self-reflection in front of all the new students. When had she ever been treated like this? Her face flushed red, so red you could fry an egg on it. After receiving the rewards for her ranking in the entrance battle test, she was giving the lead speech one moment, looking incredibly proud. The next, she was reading her self-reflection, looking incredibly embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Babe by Kanzi was laughing so happily from below. Lin Xiu snorted and glared at him. The Silly Dog, frightened by so many people watching for the first time, hid behind Lin Xiu's legs, constantly alert and very sensitive. Babe Baikon's unbridled laughter was a provocation to him. He opened his mouth and spewed out a fireball. Oh no! Lin Xiu was so shocked, she had no time to stop him. Bibikin had a new hairstyle. She almost gasped for breath. Meeting the gazes of the faculty and school leaders, her mind was filled with the thought, this is all. Ha ha ha. Now it was the other students' turn to laugh at him. Quiet! Feiya stood on the stage, his sharp eyes scanning each student in the audience. The auditorium fell silent for a moment, but the strained expressions on everyone's faces revealed their discomfort. Feiya finally looked at Lin Xiu. Seeing he couldn't avoid it, Lin Xiu coughed lightly and said, Hello, teachers and students. I'm Lin Xiu from the individual combat department. I sincerely apologize to every student whose hair was given a new look by the fiery rock star beast. I'm deeply sorry. Such incidents will never happen again, and the fiery rock star beast will be kept under strict supervision. The fiery rock star beast has a reputation for being dangerous, and it's not as innocent as everyone seems. So please exercise restraint and refrain from taking advantage of it. Hearing this, the group of students with conspicuous afros immediately drew glances from the others, feeling uneasy. Lin Xiu had never felt 10 minutes felt so long. Finally, she emphasized again, don't play with fire, don't take advantage of others. After that, she bowed and quickly left the stage with Silly Dog. Bearing the mixed stares of the crowd until the conclusion of the closing meeting, she immediately took Silly Dog out for a few breaths of fresh, deserted air, and the heat on her face subsided. As long as she wasn't embarrassed, it was others who were embarrassed. Reply? Go to class. That evening, the school Star Network forum became a buzz again. Number 818 that freshman head. Hashtag young boys and girls openly flirting at the school gate. Inside the Qianfeng Lake Villa, Leno carefully browsed the posts. After seeing the accompanying photo of the fiery rockstar beast, a smile curled his lips, a determined look in his eyes. For the next few days, while Lin Xiu was walking her Silly Dog on her morning run, she would often see a figure carrying her on his back, showing affection to the Silly Dog. Sima Zhao's intentions were obvious to everyone. Silly Dog had seen the world at the Qiaosun family, and wasn't easily fooled. Seeing that the Silly Dog remained unmoved, the man set his sights on her again. After several chance encounters and deliberate conversations, Lin Xiu was honestly starting to get annoyed with him. The courses in the individual combat department are primarily practical training. She spent almost the entire day in the virtual training room. It was either mecha combat, physical training, or mastering mental strength. How could she even think about dealing with this person? She used to enjoy practical training the most in school, but now it's the opposite. She enjoys academic subjects. She's deeply interested in Federation history, the minerals of the various galaxies, and the humanities. For a native interstellar person, these would be so familiar that their ears would become calloused. But for her, an alien, it's just right. She's always full of energy and a thirst for knowledge in academic classes. So much so that every academic teacher praises her. Look at Lin Xiu. Don't think academic subjects are unimportant. Learn more from Lin Xiu. Such remarks echoed daily, drawing a hint of resentment from everyone who looked at Lin Xiu. She was so angry, but she couldn't fight them, so she could only turn a deaf ear to them. After hearing them so often, she actually gotten used to them. That day, she, Qiao Sun, and Pei Qingyu finally managed to get together and headed to the diarrhea cafeteria for lunch. After a few bites, someone suddenly appeared beside her. Lin Xiu paused for a moment, then resumed her meal, as if nothing had happened. Qiao Sun, who's this? Your friend? Pei Qingyu, I don't know him. The two were exchanging glances when the person suddenly said, Classmate Lin, what a coincidence. We meet again. Lin Xiu's rice suddenly lost its flavor. She poked at the bottom of her bowl and offered a polite smile. Hello, senior. Qiao Sun immediately asked, Su, your friend? Before Lin Xiu could reply, Lanua introduced herself. Hello, my name is Lanua, and I'm the top junior. You can call me Senior Lanua, just like you, Lin. Qiao Sun greeted her heartlessly. Oh. Hello, senior. Pei Qingyu echoed, hello? After a few brief pleasantries, nothing more followed. Lin Xiu just wanted to finish her meal and leave, but Lanua started talking again. Lin, what have you thought about what I said last time? Lin Xiu couldn't eat anymore and repeated what she had said several times before. Senior, I'm sorry, I thought I made it clear last time. I have no plans to join a club at the moment. No matter how much he boasted, she didn't want to join a club. To put it nicely, it was a club, but to put it bluntly, it was no different from a small group, full of cliques and factions. A club's success depends on its leader. Lanua clearly didn't meet Lin Xiu's standards, not to mention someone with ulterior motives, making it even more unlikely he agree. Even offering credits wouldn't work. A truly powerful person is always alone. She was suited to being a lone wolf. After repeated rejections, Lanua's face grew somewhat embarrassed. With a half smile in her eyes, she looked at Lin Xiu and said, Mr. Lin, why don't you reconsider? I won't bother you anymore. With that, she left. As soon as the person left, Pei Qingyu immediately asked, what's going on? He thought the person looked familiar, and now he remembered that he'd been hanging around their place for a while. Fearing someone with ulterior motives might be scouting the area, he called in the robot guards, and the situation quieted down. Lin Xiu poked at the rice in his bowl and chuckled. Who knows? Perhaps his last words had worked. For the next few days, Lin Xiu finally had some peace and quiet, and no more so-called chance encounters occurred. But something else happened. She was unexpectedly challenged to a fight by members of the gang. She was completely stunned when she heard the news. When one is at home, disaster strikes from above? Chapter 30. Lin Xiu had just emerged from the virtual training room when Qiao Sun shoved the laptop screen in her face. She glanced at him, bewildered, before returning her gaze to the screen. It was a post on the school's internal Star Network forum. Number 818, the Freshman Chief. A familiar title. Wasn't that the post from a few days ago? She'd seen it before. As her gaze shifted downward, she quickly understood the reason. This post had been tossed around. Despicable Lin Xiu. Relying on a fiery rock star beast to gain points is taking shortcuts. It's unfair. I refuse to accept it. Give me a fiery rock star beast, and I can get first place too. Why is she the chief? You're openly stealing your classmates' resources, disregarding their lives. I challenge you, and so on. Lin Xiu hadn't expected to see comment manipulation, even in Star Network. She scrolled down again, frowning slightly. Qiao Sun thought she was upset, and just as he was about to say something, he heard her say with regret, Didn't you say you were going to challenge me? How come you didn't even leave a message? Qiao Sun's expression froze slightly, and he leaned in closer to examine the screen. It seemed to be true. What a fuss. Turns out it's just a bunch of empty talk. Lin Xiu suddenly stared at him for a few seconds, then said, "Why do I feel like you look disappointed?" He subconsciously touched his face and muttered, "Is it that obvious?" Lin Xiu glared at him angrily, then said softly, "What do you think?" She took off the gravity bracelet she used for physical training, tossed it to Qiao Sun, and headed for the door. "What are you going to do?" "To pick up Silly Dog." Silly Dog has been enjoying a lot lately, being picked up by the mecha maintenance department every day, pampered with delicious food and drinks, hoping to earn some fiery rock red crystals every day. Silly Dog is also enjoying this. Upon hearing this, Qiao Sun immediately followed. After arriving at the mecha maintenance building, Lin Xiu didn't immediately go to pick up Silly Dog. Instead, he turned a corner and went to the mecha maintenance training room, quietly slipping in from the back. He naturally found a round table in the back row and sat down, openly attending the class. Jia Meishin stood at the podium, screens on either side of him displaying an introduction to a basic mecha and a disassembled diagram. It's well known that there's a mutual relationship between mental power and mechas. By using mental power to establish a connection with the mecha, the operator can directly convey their intentions and commands, enabling quick and accurate operation, significantly improving the mecha's performance and combat effectiveness. As a mecha technician, mental power is equally indispensable. The level of mental power even determines the upper limit of a mecha technician's career. If you want to learn to build mechas, you must first learn to repair them. The first step in repairing a mecha is learning to use your mental power to sense and identify problems, and to use it to establish a connection between the materials and the mecha for repairs. The teacher was lecturing, while Qiao Shu and Mao tugged furtively at Lin Xiu's sleeve. "Didn't you say you were here to pick up Silly Dog?" "What's that for?" Lin Xiu quietly replied, "Oh, of course, to learn how to repair mechas." "Don't we have a teacher?" Qiao Sun expressed confusion. The individual combat department also had a mecha instructor who briefly taught mecha knowledge. It's impossible to be able to operate a mecha but not repair it, right? What if something unexpected happened? How can they be the same? Lin Xiu turned to look at him seriously and asked, "Is it possible to compare professionals with amateurs?" "That's right." Qiao Sun suddenly felt that she made a lot of sense. "Why are you learning this? Do you want to make a mecha?" "You don't?" "I do, but I simply don't have the talent." Lin Xiu reached out and patted his shoulder. "It's okay. Once I learn it, I customize one just for you. Then I wait." Qiao Sun's eyes lit up. He didn't even consider whether she was bragging. He simply assumed that if she said it was possible, it must be possible. He simply idolized her blindly. Xia Meishin looked at the two of them and warned. Students in the back stopped whispering. Lin Xiu and Qiao Sun both straightened up, feeling guilty. Xia Meishin's gaze lingered briefly on the two of them, then he looked away, toward the crowd, and said, "Since you're in class, pay attention and don't disturb the other students. Now, I teach you how to repair a mech." He snapped his fingers softly, and the center of the round table in front of the students instantly dented, and a miniature mech rose from it. A 180-degree transparent screen lit up above the table, a bit like the grid backpack in the Zhongxia game. Each grid displayed a thumbnail of a material. Simply tapping the corresponding grid enlarged the image, and double tapping released the material, very convenient. Before you are a C-class agricultural mech with various levels of damage. Your task for this class is to repair this mech. Repairing a mecha requires 3 key considerations: technique, material selection, and mental power connection and repair. What you need to do now is release your mental power to sense the mecha in front of you and identify the problem. Lin Xiu looked at the rusty, missing limbs mecha before her. Although she could immediately see the problem, she followed Xia Meishin's instructions and began to release her mental power over the mecha, sensing it. As expected, she discovered something unusual. Besides the visible damage, there were also minor issues with the internal sensors, indicating a faulty circuit. Having identified the problem, the next step was to fix it. First, they selected the appropriate materials, then used repair tools primarily, supplemented by mental power, and quickly completed a brand new mechanical arm and knee joint. Using their mental power, they carefully connected the mecha. Also, they replaced the dented mecha shell. "Okay, success." Qiao Sun gave her a thumbs up, as expected of you. Lin Xiu's lips curled slightly. Of course. She looked at the brand new C-class agricultural mech in front of her, and nodded with satisfaction. Now it was the final step, testing. She tapped her fingertips on the screen, and programs lit up as the mech's AI system began automatic testing. Lines of green data spread out before her. Lin Xiu smiled, put down her tools, and looked at Xia Meishin, Teacher, I fixed it. Oh! Xia Maixin's eyes flashed with surprise, and he quickly walked over to her desk. He tested the mech again, and all the data was rated excellent, with a 100% repair completion rate. He couldn't help but gasp. If he remembered correctly, it had only been 20 minutes. He turned to look at Xiaosun beside him, a crack appearing on his face. His expectations were too high. He silently averted his eyes. What are you making? Xiaosun replied, the Peninsula Iron Box. Xia Maixin thought he had misheard and asked again, what? The Peninsula Iron Box. Lin Xiu nearly choked on his saliva when he heard that. He looked at the Peninsula Iron Box placed before him, and couldn't help but hold his head. It was a miniature version of the original Peninsula Iron Box. But is making figures in mecha repair class really appropriate? 6 or young Master Chiao 6. Xia Maixin couldn't help but raise his voice. So you worked on it for so long, and all you made was this iron box? Yeah. Xiaosun nodded. He did want to repair the mecha, but the sight of all those materials made him sleepy. He really couldn't do anything. Xia Maixin and Lin Xiu, The students around them paused at the noise. Seeing her finish the repair first, they couldn't calm down and continued, craning their necks and glancing over. Students closer even came over to get a closer look. So fast. Wow, that's incredible. Classmate, how did you do that? Teach me. One student even asked Xiaosun what he was working on. A component? But classmate, you look a little unfamiliar. Haven't you been to class before? Someone said something, and everyone turned to look at Lin Xiu, noticing Xiaosun next to them. Yeah, how come I've never seen you before? Hello, I'm Lin Xiu from the Individual Combat Department. Lin Xiu smiled politely at everyone and explained, Teacher Chuanxing asked me to come here for the lecture. Oh, so it's from the Department of Individual Combat. No, what are you doing here? Someone from the Department of Individual Combat. What? What did you say your name was? She said her name was Lin Xiu. Is that the Lin Xiu we were thinking of? This statement was like a bombshell, and everyone reacted with a flurry of questions. If the teacher hadn't been there, they would have rushed over. Probably. If there weren't other people with the same name in school. This made Lin Xiu lose confidence. Suddenly, a classmate raised her hand and said weakly, I have a question. Did you walk into the wrong classroom? This is the sophomore training room, and the freshman's is next door. After all, the teacher Chuanxing she was referring to was a freshman teaching instructor. Lin Xiu, shock. Family members, what's the matter? Hurry, 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 hurry. Sorry, I'm leaving now. She hurriedly prepared to leave with Xiaosun. Then, they were blocked by a wall of students standing in a row. Lin Xiu swallowed unconsciously, her words stammering. What's wrong? Lin, since you're here, why don't you leave after class? Yes. This is all fate. So tell me how you found the problem so quickly. Don't your mental strength falter when you're making the connections? Lin Xiu looked at Xia Maixin, somewhat bewildered. He smiled faintly. You're right, classmates. Since we're here, let's finish the class first. Lin Xiu, ? So, she was left there, bewildered, and so was Xiaosun. Xia Maixin looked at the so-called Peninsula Iron Box with a look of disappointment. He pulled him aside and explained the functions of the basic materials one by one. When she finished class and went to pick up Silly Dog to take back to the Qianfeng Lake Villa, she was in a daze. Lin, come again next time. The words of the seniors echoed in her ears, their enthusiasm almost overwhelming. Since they had so warmly invited her, she would go again next time. She learned a lot in today's class. As she was thinking, Xiaosun suddenly pulled him around the corner and mysteriously placed his palm to his lips. Shh. His eyes were terrifyingly bright. This familiar look, could there be some gossip? Lin Xiu followed his gaze. Isn't that Senior Lanul? Chapter 31. She had never imagined that the melon she was eating would actually end up on her own head. Up ahead, Lanua was talking to an unfamiliar classmate. Lin Xiu vaguely thought she heard her own name. She expanded her awareness, trying to listen more closely. Here's a potion for incessant bleeding. After drinking it, you vomit blood whenever you smell a certain scent. Take it before challenging Lin Xiu, then provoke her. When she attacks, feign injury and collapse. What if she ignores me? Ignore you? If she ignores you, just get close. Seize the opportunity. As soon as she touches you, immediately fall down and vomit blood. Act as if you're in pain. Then I step forward and seek justice for you. After this, I give you a layer of fiery rock red crystal. The unfamiliar classmate was hesitant at first, but upon hearing the fiery rock red crystal, he made a decision. Then you've got a deal. Lano raised his chin slightly, confidently saying, I always keep my word. He was even mentally calculating how many fiery rock red crystals he should ask for, and how he spend them. The market price of a single fiery rock red crystal was 300,000 star coins. Naturally, the rarity of the material meant it was more expensive. After much deliberation, he decided it would be better to use them to make mechas, and resell any leftovers at a high price. The two of them were colluding, and their plan seemed quite good, but they had no idea that their every word was being overheard by the two men in the dark. Xiaosun turned to look at Lin Xiu. They're plotting against you. Lin Xiu pursed her lips speechlessly. I heard it. It's not like she didn't have ears. Isn't this a classic scam? They're trying to blackmail her. What should we do? What do you mean by what should we do? I usually take revenge on the spot. Lin Xiu sneered and turned to look at him. Lend me your clothes. Huh? Xiaosun gave her a blank look. Although she didn't understand, she immediately took off her school coat and handed it to her. Come with me. With that, Lin Xiu tiptoed around and crouched on the path Lanua had to take to return to the Qianfeng Lake dormitory. Time ticked by, and just as Xiaosun was about to ask what she was doing, Lanua finally appeared. Lin Xiu first used hand gestures to create a shielding formation, disrupting the surrounding magnetic field. After he passed, she swiftly stepped forward, standing behind him. She quickly raised her school coat and covered Lanua's head with it, pulling him down and throwing him to the ground. It was so fast that by the time Lanua realized what was happening, his vision had gone black and he had fallen to the ground. Then, waves of pain shot through his body. Ah! A scream rang out. Xiaosun watched on, stunned. Coming to his senses, he quickly stepped forward to restrain Lanua's thrashing limbs. At this moment, Lanua was like a fish on a chopping board, yet his mouth remained stubborn. Who are you? Let me go now, or you be in trouble. Do you know who my father is? How dare you do this to me? It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything. Once he did, Lin Xiu's blows intensified, each one hitting her hard. She wasn't the type to ignore her severity. She used some caution when she struck, so while it hurt, it didn't show. Lanua huddled up in the air, his hands clutching his head, unable to speak. Even Silly Dog couldn't resist leaving a pool of nectar on it. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiu finally grabbed the increasingly excited Xiaosun, took Silly Dog with her, and, grabbing the school uniform coat with one hand, vanished instantly. After successfully returning to the villa, the two men and the beast immediately collapsed on the sofa. Beating someone up is a skill, and it's also very tiring. Although a bit immoral, it's quite satisfying. Lin Xiu threw the school uniform coat on Xiaosun. Take the clothes back and wash them. We take Silly Dog back to the dorm after class today. No one has seen Lano, understand? I understand, I understand. Xiaosun nodded repeatedly, then remembered something and immediately stood up and looked at her. Shouldn't the star have seen us just now? Every planet has a star eye central center. Every plant and tree on the entire planet is under its surveillance. While observing the entire planet, it also serves an important protective function. The planetary shield is activated from the center to ensure the planet's safety. The existence of the star eye center allows the planet to detect and respond to external threats promptly, and can even provide emergency defenses when necessary. If Lano wants to investigate, he can simply ask the Academy's auxiliary robots to retrieve the surveillance footage from that moment. Lin Xiu looked up and gave him a mysterious smile. Don't worry, it's okay. She had considered this issue long before she decided to take action. By using a shielding formation to disrupt the magnetic field, the star eye wouldn't have any surveillance footage for that brief period. That's good. Xiaosun finally felt relieved upon hearing this. But life is full of drama. Even the most cautious can slip up. The next day, on their way to class, Lano and teacher Fia found them. Inside the office, the atmosphere was tense and tense. Fia stood in front. After listening to Lanua's accusations, she remained silent for a few seconds, then looked at Lin Xiu and Xiaosun. Tell me, what happened? Lin Xiu immediately protested, Teacher Fia, I'm innocent. I really didn't hit Senior Lano. Bullshit, if you didn't hit him, then who did? Xiaosun stubbornly retorted, you're just saying it. Do you have any evidence? You say we hit you, but where did we hit you? Did you see us hit you? Humph, of course I do. Lanua snorted coldly, pulled out a pair of pants from his space button, and threw them at Xiaosun. While he didn't know what method they used to make the injuries invisible, he was definitely beaten, and his body was aching slightly. Do you really have evidence? Xiaosun fumbled at his pants, confused. There was nothing special about them. They were just ordinary school uniform pants. He had them too. Seeing he couldn't find the key, Lano immediately turned his pants over twice and placed a dark spot in front of everyone. Here's the evidence. He even pulled up an analysis from the computer and laid it out before everyone. Liquid analysis results. After comparing multiple data points, it can be determined that the liquid is the excrement of a fiery rockstar beast. There's only one fiery rockstar beast in all of Kebro, and you raised it. And yesterday afternoon, around the time I was beaten, a classmate saw you two leading the fiery rockstar beast to Qianfeng Lake. If it wasn't you, who did it? Others, Lin Xiu hadn't expected that the final flaw would be revealed by Silly Dog. Damn it. With solid evidence, there was no point in denying it. She looked at Lanua seriously and said, I really didn't hit Senior Lanua. In the face of evidence you still... Before Lanua could finish his words, Lin Xiu's voice rang out again, I used my fists and my feet. Lanua practically roared, Lin Xiu. From childhood to adulthood, he had never seen such an arrogant person. Teacher Xueqing, who had come with Lanua, saw her witty remarks and frowned unhappily. Fia, the attitude of your students is very problematic. I suggest they go to the detention room and reflect on it. He was already being very tactful. It's not enough to hit someone for no reason, but the apology was completely lacking. If he were one of her students, he would have taught her a lesson long ago. Fia then turned her gaze from the data analysis and looked at Lin Xiu and Xiaosun with a complicated look. Conflicts between classmates are inevitable. You hit someone, and then you hit them. And then you have someone to use as evidence and bring it to light. What kind of a thing is that? Let him think about how to punish these two brats. Teacher, I admit that hitting someone was wrong, but is Lanua okay? Lin Xiu finished speaking, then clicked on a video on his laptop. The moment Lanua saw the video, his face fell. As the image and sound played, his heart sank even deeper. Xueqing stared at the video in amazement, then turned to Lanua, clearly unable to believe that the student he considered a good student could do such a thing. Facing the teacher's disappointed gaze, Lanua lowered his head in shame and hummed, Teacher Xue, I'm sorry. What's the point of saying sorry to the teacher? As soon as Xiaosun finished speaking, he received a sharp glare from Feiya, who scolded him, Shut up. Oh! Xiaosun reluctantly shut up. After understanding the whole story, Xueqing looked at the two of them and said, although Lanua was wrong first, you can't join forces to attack him. Besides, his plan didn't succeed, right? People tend to be biased. After all, he was his student. This made Lin Xiu feel uncomfortable. She frowned and retorted, Teacher Xue, I disagree with you. His plan didn't succeed because I discovered it in advance. I noticed him repeatedly trying to seduce the fiery rockstar beast. When that didn't work, he created all sorts of chance encounters and set his sights on me. After being rejected, I thought it was over. I didn't expect him to team up with other students to blackmail me. Should I have let him blackmail me? Lanua's face flushed instantly. He hadn't expected that they had seen through his intentions so early. Wasn't he just a clown in their eyes before? Xueqing was speechless. He hadn't expected so many twists and turns. But it was understandable. After all, it was a fiery rock red crystal. As a student in the mecha maintenance department, who wouldn't be moved and jealous, she was about to speak in her student's defense, but Feiya cut her off. In my opinion, both sides are at fault. Go to the detention room for a day to reflect and submit a self-reflection. He was quick, barely giving them a chance to refuse. As soon as he finished speaking, the school's patrolling robot guards entered and, regardless of the three people's willingness, carried them directly to the detention room. As soon as the three left, the office fell silent. Feiya sat down in a chair and leisurely sipped her replica tea. Then, looking up at Xueqing, she said softly, Look, isn't the matter resolved? Since it's resolved, please return. This was an order to leave. It was no use staying any longer. Xueqing glanced at him and walked out. As soon as she left, Feiya followed. He arrived at the detention room, looking at the two people writing self-criticisms with dismay, and then he started to rant. Just when Lin Xiu and the others were getting overwhelmed and their heads were about to explode, Feiya finally stopped. He sighed helplessly. Remember to clean up your act next time. As for the other student, don't worry about him. I take care of it. Lin Xiu smiled sweetly at him. Thank you, Teacher Feiya. She was worried about what to do if that student came to try to extort money after she left. I'd be thankful if you don't cause me any more trouble in the future. Fei Ye walked away with his hands behind his back. Ah, this Lin Xiu really was a troublemaker. He had a feeling similar incidents would happen more often in the future. Someone hadn't known who leaked the news, but by the time the two emerged from the confinement room, word had spread that Lano had been hooded and beaten. As the person involved, Lin Xiu had been living a very quiet life, not causing any more trouble. Or perhaps it was because the hooded beating Lano had successfully deterred Xie, who had been secretly trying to keep an eye on Xiago. As long as no one dared to step in front of her, nothing would happen. They say calm is the prelude to a storm. 3 months later, on a day off, she was kidnapped, both her and her beast, by a hooded man on her way to the underground arena. The man had planned it, using the latest high-tech gas, and she was immediately struck by it. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a laboratory-like space. Lin Xiu was surprised to find her arm covered in tubes, and surrounded by various mechanical instruments. The bright, glaring white light made her squint. Turning to look around, she was surprised to discover another bed next to hers, another person lying on it, even more tubes inserted into their bodies than she was. With great effort, she finally managed to see the person's face. The person turned and met her surprised gaze. Lin Xiu's pupils shrank slightly, and the words on her lips blurted out, "Why are you here too?" Chapter 32. Pei Qingyu was also extremely surprised. Their eyes met, their mouths opening and closing for 2 seconds before finally letting out a sigh. I don't know either. They had agreed to go shopping at the shopping center after the tournament, but they hadn't expected to be surrounded, knocked unconscious, and taken away as soon as they stepped out. Me too. Lin Xiu sighed, as her eyes adjusted to the bright light. The cold metal walls, the flashing technological equipment, and their current state brought a dark thought to her mind. This room was either a prison cell or a laboratory, and she preferred the latter. She tried to lift her hand to remove the metal canister from her body, but found the movement incredibly difficult. Although her heart was filled with a strong desire, her body remained motionless. Even moving a finger felt like a luxury. This feeling of powerlessness made her feel a little irritated. This couldn't go on. Sooner or later, someone would come, and by then, they might be finished. Now, with no one around, was the best time to escape. But she couldn't move at all. She had no idea what the hell those people had injected into her. Can you move? Pei Qingyu replied, no. He even felt tired just talking. Can't move? That's terrible. So what should she do now? Lin Xiu gave up her futile struggles and lay back on the bed, relaxed. She stared at the gleaming white ceiling, when an idea suddenly struck her. She gathered almost all her strength in her hands, slowly made a hand gesture, and the next second, she vanished from the bed, collapsing onto the ground not far away. Pei Qing's eyes widened upon seeing this. It still has to be you. Save me, save me. In critical moments, one still has to rely on metaphysics. Lin Xiu practically used her hands and feet to crawl to his bedside. She tugged at the metal pipe, but it had almost no effect. She couldn't pull it out, she couldn't. She was completely powerless. She felt like crying, but then a bright idea struck her. Although she couldn't physically move it, she didn't have to rely on brute force. Interstellar mental power is very similar to Universal Star's spiritual consciousness. In a sense, they can be understood as the same thing, just with a different name. Mental power can be materialized, which is very similar to spiritual power. So, she only needed to control it with her mind, no need to physically do it. She lay on the edge of the bed, taking a few breaths, then her mental power materialized several small knives, and cut the metal pipe with force. Removing the metal pipe was impossible. It would be better to cut it open. I thought it wouldn't be easy to cut, maybe even grinding it for a while, but it was surprisingly smooth, cutting through in one stroke. Thank you. Pei Qingyu hurriedly and laboriously climbed down from the bed. Who could have imagined that he'd lose his strength and land directly on Lin Xiu's head? You're pressing on my neck. Lin Xiu's resentful voice sent them both crashing to the ground. Sorry. Pei Qingyu's face was filled with apology. If anything, he wouldn't have wanted to end up like this. What are you sorry for? Suddenly, an unfamiliar male voice echoed from behind them. The sudden voice startled them both, their hair standing on end. It's over, she's been discovered. Ah, she clearly didn't notice anyone just now. When did they come in? Why didn't she notice at all? Lin Xiu screamed inwardly as she turned her head. A sinister face was almost touching hers. Lin Xiu's pupils shrank slightly, her heart pounding, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. You could tell from his face that he wasn't a good person. He who strikes first is the strongest, and he who strikes later will suffer. Instantly, Several psychic knives appeared behind the man and, without hesitation, stabbed him directly into his carotid artery. Ah! The man howled in pain. Pei Qingyu rushed towards the man headfirst while he was clutching his neck. The man was instantly knocked to the ground. As he opened his mouth to call for help, Lin Xiu quickly pressed his mute point and stabbed him several more times in the carotid artery. A moment later, the man, stunned, died. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu immediately helped each other to their feet. When did this person come in? There's no sound at all. Pei Qingyu shook his head. I don't know. Are you done yet? Why are you taking so long to get a sample? Black Spider is waiting for it. Several unfamiliar male voices echoed from outside, a hint of impatience, and they even pushed the door open. Besides the cold machinery, the bed was already empty. Instead, a figure lay on the ground, blood splattered around him. Striking closer, they saw Xiao He. Where's he? Where did those two go? Xiao He. The three of them felt their hearts sink when they recognized the deceased as Xiao He. One of them quickly ran to the control panel, entered his fingerprint, and was about to activate the alarm when a knife appeared behind his neck. With a flash of cold light, he fell to the ground. Seventh brother. Seeing this, the other two quickly drew their weapons and looked around cautiously. With a soft sound of a door closing, they both fell to the ground, their throats slit. Lin Xiu emerged from behind them, leaning against the control panel and exchanging a glance with Pei Qingyu, who was standing at the door. She began to search the others for anything useful. Aside from 2 magnetic guns and a silver box, there was nothing else. Lin Xiu tried to open the box to see what was inside, but found it impervious to prying. She figured it might require something special to unlock it. Recalling the warning someone had just tried to issue through the operating system, an idea suddenly occurred to Lin Xiu. She simply pulled the man's hand and placed it on the button on the box. Authentication failed. She tried the others again, but they all failed. After pulling several people's hands over, exhausting her energy, she panted as she pressed the last person's body into the identity verification area of the control panel. As expected, identity verified successfully. 6 large words appeared on the large screen before her. While searching for useful information, Lin Xiu said to Pei Qingyu, "Hurry up and give me a few sips." She suspected their general weakness was caused by the drugs. Since Pei Qingyu could absorb the dark factor, why couldn't he also absorb the drugs that were causing the weakness? Pei Qingyu looked at her blankly. What? Although she didn't understand, her hand subconsciously gathered a healing orb of light. The instant the orb entered her body, she felt a warm sensation, instantly dispelling some of the negative influences and clearing up her dizziness. It worked. Lin Xiu was delighted and looked at Pei Qingyu. It worked. Give me a few more doses. Pei Qingyu immediately turned and performed a group healing. His body instantly returned to normal, and he was finally able to stand. Lin Xiu deleted all the data related to her and Pei Qingyu and opened a program. Look at this 3D layout. He looked at the 3D layout on the screen. It was of a building built underground, with 3 floors. They were on the bottom floor, the 3rd floor. They wanted to take a closer look at the floor plan, but it said they didn't have permission to view it. Lin Xiu's heart suddenly sank. Using the materials on the workbench, she quickly made a portable electromagnetic jammer. The teacher had just taught her about this a few days ago, and she hadn't expected to use it today. She had a feeling she would need it soon. She put away the electromagnetic jammer and turned to Pei Qingyu. Let's get out of here first. Only after we get out can we find the exit. Pei Qingyu nodded in agreement. Then the 2 men each stripped a set of clothes from the others and put them on, donning their face shields. After ensuring there were no obvious flaws, they carried the silver box and swaggered out. They didn't know where the exit was, so they should have gone that way. To avoid being detected by the surveillance equipment, they chose to go straight ahead. On the way, they encountered 2 groups of people also wearing white nanosuits. Just when Pei Qingyu thought they were about to be discovered, and Lin Xiu was ready to kill them, they had simply brushed past each other. After turning the corner, the 2 exchanged glances and breathed a sigh of relief. If they had shown even the slightest hint of fear, something strange would have been revealed. Thankfully, their visors concealed their features. Also, fortunately, one of them was a seasoned actor, able to face emergencies with composure, while the other, prepared and fearless, was completely prepared. And so, they were fooled. As they walked, Lin Xiu paused, as if she had forgotten something. Pei Qingyu glanced at her sideways and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Xiu shook her head. "Nothing, let's go." Saving her life was paramount, so she simply let it go. She would remember it when she needed to. Compared to the previous moment of fear, The rest of the journey was surprisingly smooth. She even managed to find a teleportation device. There are 3 floors in total. Just set the floor you want to go to. The two of them were instantly delighted. Just as they were about to press the button for floor 1, a figure hurried in and launched into a barrage of abuse. What's going on? Taking so long to get something? You be in trouble later. Come with me to Area 1. Everyone's waiting. Without giving them a chance to speak, the figure hurriedly led the two to the 2nd floor. Lin Xiu had originally planned to kill the man outright, but several groups of people arrived, and she gave up the idea. A little impatience can ruin a big plan. Saving one's life is crucial, especially in times like these. One must not act rashly. Just as she was wondering where Area 1 was, and what to do next, the teleporter had already reached the 2nd floor. As soon as they stepped outside, Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu were stunned by the sight before them. A long corridor lay before them. Neatly lined on both sides of the corridor were cylindrical, transparent glass containers. These containers were filled with red liquid, with all sorts of creatures floating within. She even saw several familiar faces within them, typical Zhongxiao people. Her hair suddenly stood on end, her heart pounding. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt the creatures within the containers were breathing. She subconsciously walked closer, her peripheral vision casually glancing at the markings. Star Traveler Tribe. The 3 large characters assaulted her vision. What are you looking around for? Hurry up and follow me. The man suddenly stopped, turned to look at her, and said softly, Do you want to become a living specimen too? Lin Xiu quickly shook her head, trying to suppress her shock. The man stared at her for a long moment, then gave a sinister laugh before turning and saying, If you don't, then follow me. Lin Xiu gently pulled Pei Qingyu, who appeared calm, but whose fists were trembling, to follow. At this moment, her mind was filled with the thought that the Star Travelers had been made into living specimens. Chapter 33. The passage was a bit long, and even with the lights as bright as daylight, it couldn't dispel the chill in Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu's hearts. The living specimens displayed on both sides were everywhere, somewhat creepy. The surroundings were eerily silent. Not a soul was passing by, and only the faint sound of their footsteps could be heard, a somewhat eerie sound. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they finally arrived in front of a massive metal gate. The man strode forward and verified his identity with the intelligent security system on the left side of the gate. Authentication successful. With a cold, mechanical, electronic sound, the metal gate slowly opened. Woo! A fiery red figure howled and leaped out. At the same time, a group of attack robots instantly appeared, wielding weapons and surrounding Silly Dog. Ignoring Silly Dog's attacks and struggles, they tied him up and dragged him back. Silly Dog. Lin Xiu finally realized what she had forgotten. She had forgotten Silly Dog. Silly Dog, I'm sorry, I have to put you in this position for now. After all, your master can barely protect himself right now. Lin Xiu silently averted her gaze, not looking at it. She was incredibly thankful she hadn't taken action, otherwise, it would have been her lying on the ground, perhaps already a living specimen. Woo woo woo. The Silly Dog stubbornly scratched the metal floor, making a series of sharp, piercing scratching sounds. At that moment, a man in a white nanosuit emerged. He pulled out a glass tube and waved it in front of the Silly Dog. The dog's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Having solved one problem, Red Spider handed the glass tube to a robot, stood up, looked at them, and asked, Did you bring the stuff? Lin Xiu's heart instantly rose, and she quickly replied, Yes. Could this person be Red Spider? The stuff must be this box, she thought as she passed the box over. Red Spider's expression brightened slightly as she took the box. She continued, How are those 2 people? Not awake yet. Not awake yet? Red Spider frowned, glanced at the 2 men, then turned and carried the box inside. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu stared at each other, unsure whether to go in or not. After a brief hesitation of 2 seconds, they followed in. What they saw was a huge, transparent glass dome, situated right in the center. It was filled with green liquid and drenched in a strange, deformed creature. Its features were indistinct, its body pierced with instruments and tubes. A huge screen in front of them scrolled through complex data. A group of people in white nanolab coats stood before it, chatting among themselves. Several others used handheld laser scanners to scan the organisms within the glass container. Silly Dog was placed unconscious in a large silver cage. Red Spider lifted the box onto the workbench, entered a security code, and proceeded to genetically unlock it. The box instantly opened, revealing 2 tubes of red liquid. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu stood in a corner not far away, minimizing their presence. Only after watching Red Spider open the box did they realize why she hadn't been able to open it despite several attempts. It turned out they had been using the wrong order from the beginning. What on earth was this thing that required 2 levels of passwords? At this moment, Pei Qingyu, standing beside her, quietly tugged at her hand, signaling her to look at the large screen. 2 spinning blue tech figures appeared on the screen, Observer 1 and Observer 2. As if a thought had occurred to her, she quickly glanced at the 2 large glass tubes of red liquid, which Red Spider had already placed on the special laboratory equipment on the workbench. Looking at the familiar columns of height and weight, Lin Xiu suddenly had an idea. Could Observers 1 and 2 be him and Pei Qingyu? The next second, Red Spider gave her a definitive answer. Genetic match successful. Blood compatibility 100%. Red Spider nodded with satisfaction at the data before her. Third brother, activate the input device and prepare to inject blood. Yes. As various instruments lit up, codes began to flash frantically on the screen, calculating the data. They placed the bright red blood on a specially designed transmission device, where it flowed through a transparent hose into the body of the bizarre-looking creature in the giant glass container. What were they planning to do? Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu were baffled, and could only watch in silence. Soon, a scene shocked them both. As Observer Number 1's blood was depleted, the strange creature in the glass container gradually changed in appearance. The long, sharp front and back legs gradually transformed into hands and feet, and the deformed, bloody face, which was barely discernible, slowly took on a pale, human form. It alternated between deformed and normal. However, when Observer 1's blood completely disappeared, the changes suddenly stopped. The strange creature in the glass container now possessed human limbs, a monstrous body, and a small portion of a human face. It seemed even stranger. Lin Xiu, standing at a distance, blinked hard, trying to see more clearly. Red Spider's deep pupils gleamed with a faint light upon seeing this. He simply waved his hand. Inject Observer 2. Unlike Observer 1, almost at the moment Observer 2's blood was injected, the strange creature in the glass container finally revealed its true form. It was a typical Zhongxia face. Of course, you could also call it the face of a star traveler. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu saw shock in each other's eyes, their hearts beating wildly. What on earth were these people trying to do? Why was this star traveler here? What had they done to him? Why had he become a half-human, half-ghost monster? Why could her and Pei Qingyu's blood restore this star traveler to his original form? There were so many questions, and she desperately wanted the answers. Ha ha ha. As expected. A hint of madness flashed in Hongzhu's eyes, and he couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps his laughter was too harsh, and Xia Xinghui, submerged in the glass container, slowly opened his eyes. While surprised by the changes in his body, he couldn't help but spit at Hongzhu through the glass. Hongzhu wasn't annoyed, even used to it. He gave a sinister smile. I advise you to save your energy. Save it for later. As for later, there was no need to wait. The moment he finished speaking, Xia Xinghui's screams echoed. Several irregular black scales sprouted from his cheeks again, almost completely covering his entire face, leaving only his eyes exposed. Even his mouth, amidst the roar, gradually transformed into the mouthparts of a ferocious star beast, sprouting several sharp fangs. Satisfied with this, Red Spider manipulated the experimental equipment and injected Observer Number 2's blood into him again. For better analysis, he only injected a small amount. The effect was remarkable, and it also astonished him. Why was Observer Number 2's blood more effective than Observer Number 1's? Even with just a small amount, the effect was comparable to that of Observer Number 1's entire tube of blood. To obtain more accurate data and verify his hypothesis, he first injected an unidentified green liquid into Xia Xinghui. Just as the transformation was about to occur, he promptly injected Observer Number 2's blood, each time with varying amounts. Red Spider even extracted the fiery rock factor from Silly Dog and injected it into Xia Xinghui's body. The scorching flame seared Xia Xinghui's entire body, tormenting him to death, yet even then, he never uttered a single plea for mercy. Following back and forth between the mutant and the normal human world, his body was now covered in blood, leaving no trace of intact flesh. This, of course, wasn't the worst of the torment. The worst was Xia Xinghui's inherent healing ability, automatically healing his injuries. This gave Red Spider the emboldening freedom to experiment recklessly. This was his most satisfying experimental subject, ready to be made at will. It was heartbreaking. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu silently averted their gaze. As fellow humans, they truly couldn't bear to watch. If they continued, they might do something impulsive. The only option now was to wait. Observer 2's blood supply was quickly depleted. The experiment was at a critical juncture, and Red Spider frowned unhappily. He turned to the two men in the corner, trying to minimize their presence. Go get some more blood. Yes. They both nodded in unison. After leaving, they didn't return to the room on the third floor where they first woke up. Instead, they found a relatively secluded corner in the corridor of Area 1, where a glass container was placed. It's really our blood? It turned out that their weakness wasn't just due to the medication, but also because someone had bled them. That large tube must have held at least 800 cubic centimeters, if not more. Pei Qingyu looked at her with a serious expression. You better be careful next time. Huh? Observer 2's blood is yours, right? Why didn't you say it was yours? Pei Qingyu said softly, I'm 195 centimeters tall. Observer 2's physical stats included a height of 175 centimeters. Lin Xiu, His heart ached. You saw the experiment just now. Your blood is very special. If they catch you, you be finished. Lin Xiu's expression also grimaced. Yeah, I know. This wasn't a good thing for her. After a few seconds of silence, Pei Qingyu asked the crucial question, what do you think of that star traveler? We have to find a way to escape from here. As for that star traveler, Lin Xiu hesitated. They were all in danger now. Even if they couldn't bear it, they were powerless. The best thing to do was to escape first, and then report it to the teacher or the star police. This lab was clearly an illegal one. Reporting it should be possible, right? You want to get out? A strange voice boomed above them. Their hearts skipped a beat again. No way. Why did someone always appear unexpectedly while they were secretly plotting and say something like that? You're walking without making any noise? Lin Xiu subconsciously gathered a small knife of mental power and flew it towards the source of the voice with swift, accurate precision. I know a passage that can get you out. A sudden word reached her ears, and Lin Xiu quickly stopped her mental knife. Looking up, she finally saw the person clearly. Lin Xiu's pupils shrank slightly. Wasn't this the living specimen she had seen in the glass containers on both sides of the passage? How did he get out? Her mental knife was only millimeters away from the person's carotid artery. Chapter 34. The knife, condensed from spiritual power, is a spiritual entity. It's not restricted by physical walls, and can ignore obstacles, requiring a correspondingly high level of spiritual power. Out of caution, Lin Xiu didn't fully retract the knife, submerging it in the liquid in the glass container, ready to strike back if anything went wrong. Lin Xiu was stunned, quickly looking away, and hesitantly said, Brother, how about you put on some clothes first? The living specimens in the glass containers on both sides of the passage were mostly naked, with the exception of a few star beasts. She saw everything she should and shouldn't see. Meng An's expression cracked for a moment, and he quickly covered his private parts. His cheeks flushed, and he managed a hard, gritted-out sentence. Is it me who doesn't want to? Look away. What are you looking at? Pei Qingyu touched his nose and looked away. He was sure it was a fellow villager. Unlike the interstellar language just now, the hometown blurted out in a fit of rage, and embarrassment felt truly endearing. So let's give this fellow a little face. Lin Xiu raised his hand to shield his eyes, spreading them with his fingers to reveal a pair of curious eyes, staring at him unabashedly. It felt like he was blocking them, yet it didn't. His muscles were well-defined, and, to put it simply, his small frame was quite something. Meng An, who had never been stared at like that before, was instantly enraged and jumped up and down in the glass container. No looking. Men and women shouldn't touch each other, understand? Okay. Lin Xiu looked away, somewhat disappointed. You said you knew a way out? Yes. Meng An nodded. We can work together. You help me rescue Xingxing, and I help you escape. After rescuing Xingxing, they have to find a way to escape anyway. It's just two more people. Pei Qingyu asked doubtfully. Xingxing? Could it be the star traveler from the lab in Area 1? You've been to the lab in Area 1, and should have seen the huge glass container inside. The person imprisoned inside is Xingxing. His name is Xia Xinghui, and he's my friend. Oh, by the way, my name is Meng An. Meng An's face instantly turned sad as he mentioned his good brother. He didn't know what had happened to Xingxing. Not long ago, he heard screams from inside, which had successfully awakened him from his slumber. He opened his eyes to see two researchers exiting the lab, stealthily hiding in a dark corner behind the glass container he was in. He hadn't wanted to reveal himself, but he heard a familiar dialect from his hometown. Shocked, he observed them for a moment. Although he didn't know why they were there, he decided to reveal himself once he was certain they were his own people. Wasn't this a gamble? Thankfully, his gamble paid off. It was true. Pei Qingyu recalled the scene they had just witnessed in the laboratory, and a moment of silence fell. The familiar surname and the authentic local dialect subtly influenced him and Lin Xiu, and the balance of their hearts had unknowingly shifted towards Mingyan. The three were about to talk about something else when a sudden, orderly sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. The patrol is coming. Get out of sight. Mingyan quickly turned around, his head lowered to feign sleep for a second, and he returned to his original, living specimen form. After the patrol robot passed, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Mingyan turned and met Lin Xiu's slightly teasing gaze. Your acting is pretty good, isn't it, Pei Qingyu? Yeah. Pei Qingyu nodded. Mingyan didn't have time to listen to their nonsense. He rolled his eyes speechlessly. Just tell me if you're willing to cooperate. Okay, no problem. Lin Xiu nodded, retracted his mental knife, and asked, how do we get you out? Don't be fooled by the glass cover. It's not actually glass. It's made of a similar and rare material, making it impossible for humans to open it. Not to mention it's equipped with a security alarm system. Lin Xiu guaranteed that if they moved, the lab would immediately detect it. Mingyan pondered the image before he fell asleep. To open the glass cover, iris verification must be performed by a level 3 or higher researcher. You really know how to give us a hard time. Lin Xiu was silent. Where could she find him a level 3 researcher in this situation? Pei Qingyu nodded in agreement, looking at him and asking, then do you know how to identify the level of researchers? I don't know. Mingyan blurted out without thinking, the researchers here are basically dressed identically, making it impossible to tell them apart. Red Spider is easy to spot, because everyone follows his orders, and is always followed by a group. I don't know about others, but if you see someone walking with several robots or researchers following him, he's definitely level 3 or higher. Lin Xiu pursed her lips. I know that without you telling me. With guards already, could they be ordinary researchers? Pei Qingyu pondered for a moment, then said, could those people in the lab on the 3rd floor be level 3 researchers? Lin Xiu's words suddenly clicked, and he glanced at him. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Let's go down and see. There's a chance. Mingyan listened to their conversation, feeling a surge of anticipation. Perhaps he could finally escape from the specimen container. He glanced at them and urged, be careful when you go down. Stay safe. If possible, please give me some clothes. Being naked is quite embarrassing, after all. Don't worry. Be careful too. Having made their decision, Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu hid behind the glassware, quietly waiting for their chance. After the patrol robots closest to the teleporter passed by, Lin Xiu grabbed Pei Qingyu's wrist and vanished instantly. Mingyan stared in astonishment at the two men who had vanished from the spot. This was the plan? For safety's sake, they hadn't immediately headed to the lab after arriving on the 3rd floor. They chose to hide nearby and observe for a while. Seeing no movement, they swaggered out of the corner and flung open the lab door. After all, they were ordered to collect blood. How could they be so timid? When they pushed the door open, the men were still lying where they had left them. It had been so long, and no one had come. A flicker of confusion flashed in Lin Xiu's eyes. It was good that no one had noticed. Hopefully, they'd be safe for the later they were discovered. Little did she know that the person most likely to notice their disappearance had already been killed by her, and was lying on the ground. I go keep watch. Pei Qingyu said, walking to the door and nodding at her. A sharp psychic knife appeared in Lin Xiu's hand. She walked over to the others and, with a flick of her hand, she secured the iris. As she stood up to leave, she suddenly paused, her gaze fixed on the empty lab tubes on the workbench beside her. She then glanced at the red blood flowing on the floor. Seeing her pause, Pei Qingyu asked, what's wrong? Lin Xiu replied, wait a minute. 10 minutes later, the two men, carrying a box, opened the laboratory door and emerged with a calm demeanor, entering the teleporter with unwavering composure. However, this composure vanished as soon as they reached the 2nd floor and returned to the familiar specimen passage. They stealthily avoided the patrolling robots and returned to the dark corner where Mingyan's instruments were located. So fast? This was much faster than he had expected. A flicker of surprise flashed in Mingyan's eyes, and he lowered his voice to ask, how's it going? Did you get it? I got it. Lin Xiu nodded and took out the iris. It was still fresh and warm. Because she wasn't sure whose would work, she took both. Pei Qingyu suggested, just in case, let's try another glass container first. If their guess was wrong and the iris didn't work, and they couldn't successfully open the glass cover, the security alarm would undoubtedly go off, which would be troublesome. Okay. After a brief discussion, the two decided to start with the glass container at the very edge, closest to the transmission mechanism, so that failure would be considered a hazard. They had plenty of time to escape. As they verified their identities, their hearts leaped to their throats, their gaze fixed on the screen. The result was delightful. Iris authentication successful. In their delight, they were nearly spotted by a patrolling robot. Maybe it was the living specimens or the lab, but there were unusually many patrols on this floor, and they were especially frequent. The two tiptoed back to the glass container where Mingyan was, took out the iris they had just tested, and opened the container. Thank you. Mingyan stepped out of the container. A piece of clothing fell on his head. Pei Qingyu warned, hurry, and put on your clothes. Mingyan blushed, covering his buttocks and then his front. In his excitement, he almost forgot that he was completely naked. What was the difference between him and someone running naked? While he was changing, the three of them briefly discussed the situation. Then Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu emerged from the corner, carrying a box, and returned to the laboratory. What took you so long? Red Spider took the box with a slightly displeased expression. It was just that thing, but it was a bit too slow. The two of them didn't know how to respond, afraid of making a mistake, so they simply didn't answer, bowing their heads and admitting their mistake. As expected, Red Spider simply glared at them with disapproval before opening the box. She repeated the previous experiment, injecting blood into Xia Xinghui's body. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu watched on with trepidation. Because the blood inside wasn't theirs at all, it belonged to those researchers. When she took the iris, she used an empty lab tube to store some blood, just in case. However, to make the effect look real, Lin Xiu reluctantly dripped a few drops of her own blood into theirs. She wasn't sure if it would work, and she felt unsure. Her body tensed, ready to flee at any moment. As the seconds ticked by, the blood was injected into Xia Xinghui's system, and Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Great, it seemed to be working, just not as well as before. Hongzhu had obviously noticed this, and couldn't help but frown. Why is there such a big difference? Is there something wrong? Third brother increased the dosage. He thought about it, and still felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Just then, the fiery rock star beast's roaring roar echoed, disturbing his mind. His thoughts were instantly interrupted. Hongzhu's brows furrowed into a deep frown, and he reached out to pinch his brows. This idiot has been howling non-stop since the drug wore off. It's so annoying. If it weren't still effective, he really want to snap its neck and make a specimen of its head. After taking a deep breath, he looked at the researcher closest to him and said impatiently, "Go give it a sedative and make it shut up." "Yes." The researcher nodded. But he didn't immediately administer the sedative. Instead, he walked straight towards them. He threw the tube in front of them. "Did you hear? Keep that idiot quiet." "Yes." The two of them responded in unison, quickly taking the tube and heading towards the large metal cage where the stupid dog lay. A glimmer of darkness flashed in Lin Xiu's lowered eyes. She recognized this person. This was the one who had brought them to Area 1. The researcher sneered as he watched the two men's backs. That fiery rock star beast wasn't easy to deal with. Several researchers had been lost trying to administer the tranquilizer. The two men arrived at the metal cage and breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the whimpering, thrashing, and thrashing around inside. The fact that it still had the strength to bark and move proved it was probably fine. Seeing the biped approaching, the idiot dog opened its mouth to gather energy, intending to unleash a fireball upon them. Halfway through the energy gathering, it suddenly smelled a familiar scent. It tilted its head and studied the two men before it. The familiar scent emanated from them. After a careful sniff, its eyes instantly cleared. It was the biped. Ah! Biped, you're finally here. Do you know how I've been spending all this time? It howled with such utter dismay, its tail wagging like a propeller, drawing the other's attention. Lin Xiu was startled by this, and, almost instinctively, grabbed the biped's mouth with his bare hands. Pei Qingyu even grabbed its tail. The concept of a star beast wagging its tail was self-evident. Even with both hands, they struggled to catch it. Lin Xiu couldn't help but whisper, "Shut up." "Woo." The silly dog whimpered and instantly shut up. Feeling the gazes behind him gradually fade, Lin Xiu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Almost killed. Chapter 35. Since Silly Dog's previous resistance had been so fierce and violent, resulting in multiple injuries, everyone stood a bit further away, fearing being caught in the crossfire. This also gave them an opportunity to maneuver. "Shoo." Lin Xiu placed her index finger to her lips. Silly Dog now understood, and even began to roar at the two of them with a rather dramatic air. Those who didn't understand might have thought it was being harsh, but in reality, it was just venting its frustration. Lin Xiu rolled her eyes speechlessly. "That's enough," she whispered. Silly Dog understood and lay down, feigning death. From the perspective of others, it seemed that she and Pei Qingyu had worked together to hold down the fiery rock star beast. With Silly Dog's cooperation, the rest of the process went much more smoothly. Pei Qingyu held Silly Dog down, while Lin Xiu pretended to inject the sedative into it, but in reality, the entire injection went directly into its body. Silly Dog also cooperated quite well. At her instruction, he rolled his eyes and fainted. The lab fell silent, its only sound being the ticking of mechanical instruments. Looking around, researchers methodically carried out their research and analysis at their workstations. She and Pei Qingyu exchanged glances. With their keen observation and superb, and deceptive, rhetoric, they appeared like any other researcher and quickly blended in. They secretly searched for useful information. Ultimately, it was the Star Traveler's unique healing abilities that were to blame. They desperately wanted to understand the secrets of their healing abilities. Why, unlike other healers, could they suppress the dark factor and attempt to harness this power for their own benefit? The howling of Xia Xinghui and Silly Dog echoed again and again. Lin Xiu couldn't remember how much time had passed, nor did he know what was happening with Mingyan, or whether he had rescued the other Star Travelers. They were making no progress. As time passed, they finally got their chance. Taking advantage of a few researchers going to the restroom, they successfully obtained the security verification codes for several key passages. Similarly, as Red Spider continued his experiments, observers 1 and 2's blood supply began to run low again. Clearly, we were just one step away. We were almost there. What went wrong? Red Spider's eyes were bloodshot, staring frantically at the green, healing light being extracted from the vessel in front of him. Just as he was about to call for more, a sudden alarm disrupted everyone's movements. It was the 3rd floor. He immediately checked the central surveillance footage and saw Mingyan surrounded by a group of robots. He didn't know where he gotten the mecha from, but under the onslaught, more than half of the robots were instantly defeated. Red Spider's face darkened as charcoal as he pointed at 2 people, coldly saying, "You 2 lead the team and bring the man back." "Yes." Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu, suddenly called upon, nodded in unison and, with a group of robots, marched towards the 3rd floor. While they didn't know how Mingyan had been discovered, they were thankful that Red Spider had sent them. Lin Xiu poked Pei Qingyu's arm and whispered, "How about some acting?" Pei Qingyu nodded in agreement. "I think so." He was a professional at acting, and this was a perfect match for his profession. It had to be said that he was indeed much better at acting than Lin Xiu. He was full of drama, relying on his multitude of robots to do whatever he pleased. He was so reckless, just charging in and attacking. He was even more villainous than a villain, simply arrogant to the extreme. Even if Red Spider stared at the surveillance footage streaming from the screen, he couldn't find a single flaw. "Everyone, attack! Surround him with a large circle, a few more layers. Don't let him get away. Don't get close. Stay away. Cover him with fire." Mingyan was in a terrible state. He charged, dispatching the robot in front of him and pinning Pei Qingyu against the metal wall. The mech's blue eyes flashed, signaling Pei Qingyu that it was enough. He was overacting. He was about to be caught. Pei Qingyu blinked, then tremblingly glanced at Lin Xiu, who was not far away. "Save me! Save me!" Here it came. It was her turn to perform. Lin Xiu instantly perked up. His gaze was fierce, ignoring his pleas for help. He raised his hand and waved it forward, coldly uttering 2 words, "Capture him." At a command, the robot team raised their magnetic weapons, emitting a cold silver light. They all locked onto Mingyan and launched an indiscriminate attack on the mech. "Damn it!" Pei Qingyu, panicked, howled appropriately, "Stop! Everyone stop!" The robot's movements faltered slightly. Mingyan immediately seized the opportunity, yanking Pei Qingyu up and throwing him towards Lin Xiu. The force was so strong that it instantly struck several robots, even sending Lin Xiu stumbling to the ground. At that moment, Mingyan, controlling the mech, dispatched the robot in front of him and fled. Ahem. Pei Qingyu lay on the ground, clutching his chest. It hurt so much. He seriously suspected this person was taking this opportunity for revenge. "Chase him." Rising from the ground, the 2 men waved their hands, sending another wave of robots after him. Useless, 2 useless pieces. They even let him get away. Red Spider slammed his fist on the workbench, a resounding thud. A cold glint flashed at his eyes, and he randomly assigned 2 more men. "You 2 go too." "Yes." Looking at the footage on the screen, He felt something was amiss, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It was a serious problem. After sending 3 waves of men, Red Spider gradually realized something was amiss, and his expression grew serious. He suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly activated the central monitoring system. Gazing at the footage on the screen, he felt something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint it. After sending 3 waves of men without receiving a response, Red Spider gradually realized the seriousness of the situation, and his expression grew serious. An uneasy premonition welled up in his heart. He quickly activated the central monitoring system. Sizzle, sizzle. The screen displayed a flurry of garbled text, then went completely black. The entire laboratory, and even the entire corridor on the 3rd floor, was plunged into darkness. Electromagnetic jammer. Someone's jamming the central monitoring system. The system's core is right here. To successfully disrupt this crucial monitoring system, one must enter the laboratory. But not just anyone can enter here, so there's only one possibility. A traitor. His peripheral vision darted over the fiery rockstar beast in its metal cage, and 2 figures flashed through his mind. He instantly realized it was those 2. How cruel. He looked at the silly dog with a cold, poisonous gaze. This time, he personally took action, determined to make those 2 traitors know the consequences of betraying him. It just so happened that one of the experiments was short of a few test subjects. So, he led a group of people out of Area 1 in a mighty procession. Shortly after he left, 2 figures sneaked into the laboratory. In their hidden dark area, a pile of robots was stacked high, and even damaged wiring glowed with electricity. Several bodies lay precariously on the ground. These were the men Red Spider had sent to capture Mengen. After avoiding surveillance, Mengen scurried around outside to attract attention, while they hid in a corner on the 2nd floor, coming out in waves. Their goal was to lure the snake out of its lair. Now, they had finally arrived. After working together to eliminate the remaining researchers in the lab, the 2 men immediately went to the control panel, entered the security code, and attempted to open the glass container. Wrong password. Almost instantly, a shrill alarm blared, and a red light flashed. Oh no! The 2 men cried inwardly. Fallen in a trap. Many patrol robots appeared at the door. Pei Qingyu shouted anxiously, try again. Lin Xiu rubbed his hands, and tried twice more. Wrong password. The alarm grew louder, a piercing buzz echoing throughout the lab. Pei Qingyu had changed significantly after his training at Kebro. He swung a boomerang, condensed from his mental power, and sent it careening towards the door, instantly toppling the patrol robots. Time was running out, so Lin Xiu acted decisively. With a long mental staff in hand, he struck the glass container with all his might. Brutal demolition. They already been discovered. This one blow wouldn't matter. As expected of a lab vessel made of rare and special materials, it only vibrated twice. She must have used the wrong method. Lin Xiu manipulated the mental staff again, this time employing a deft touch. With a fluid force, the staff smashed directly into the glass container. A buzzing sound echoed through the air, hinting at a loosening. After Pei Qingyu dispatched another wave of robots, he frowned and asked anxiously, "Is it okay?" Of course. She couldn't say no. Lin Xiu took 2 steps back and drew a gravity symbol in the air, injecting it into the mental staff. This time, she didn't suppress her mental power level. She unleashed all of her SSS Plus mental power, concentrating it on the staff and striking the glass container with a powerful blow. This was a full-strength blow only possible with SSS Plus mental power. With a snap, the glass shattered, shards flying everywhere. Xia Xinghui awoke from his coma and opened his eyes. He looked at the 2 men warily. Do you know Mengen? He sent us here. Pei Qingyu's words temporarily dispelled his doubts, but a hint of wariness remained. What are you doing here? Go away, this isn't the place for you. Besides, I'm in this state, half human, half ghost, and can't leave. I'd be easily discovered. He looked at the tubes and unfamiliar limbs on his body, a wry smile playing on his lips. Ah, this isn't that simple. Lin Xiu pulled a small glass tube filled with red liquid from his boots, and thrust it directly in front of Xia Xinghui. Drink it. What? Xia Xinghui instinctively wanted to refuse, but Lin Xiu didn't give him a chance. He simply grasped his chin, uncorked the tube, and poured the red liquid into his mouth. A sweet, fishy taste exploded in his mouth. It was blood. Xia Xinghui's pupils widened slightly. But in an instant, his body returned to normal. He examined his hands, startled. Whose blood was it? Observer 2? Can you come with us now? Despite his words, the 2 men didn't give him a chance to refuse. Pei Qingyu also released the silly dog. Growing in size, one of them grabbed Xia Xinghui's arm and leaped onto the silly dog's back. As they were about to exit the laboratory, several magnetic heavy machine guns were trained on the three men's heads. The silly dog retreated repeatedly. Red Spider and his men entered from outside. Seeing Lin Xiu and Yu, he understood. "It's you? None of you will escape today." He looked at the three men and the beast with a sinister look and snorted, "Attack!" Countless robots and patrol guards swarmed in. Yu. As soon as the words fell, the people around him stopped dead in their tracks. It was his 3-second stun talent. Almost instantly, a blazing flame erupted from Silly Dog's mouth, shooting skyward and illuminating the entire laboratory. The nearest robots were reduced to charcoal, their limbs broken and their wiring crackling with sparks. While Red Spider scrambled to avoid them, Silly Dog took advantage of the raging flames and ran away. The three of them picked up several electromagnetic energy guns. The clatter of gunfire echoed from behind, the barrage intensifying. While frantically dodging, Lin Xiu and the other three coordinated their attacks, forcing Silly Dog to fight their way through. Every corner of Area 1, Level 2, was filled with a cacophony of footsteps and gunfire, and the sirens were deafening. Lin Xiu instructed Silly Dog to use the glass containers and other equipment around the corridor to avoid the incoming ammunition, concealing himself while searching for opportunities to escape. Xia Xinghui frowned, his face etched with anxiety, and said, "This isn't a solution. There were too many people. They simply couldn't hold their own." "Don't worry, we have help." Lin Xiu gave him a mysterious smile. He pulled another remote control device from his boots and pressed it gently, sending another wave of robots surging out from behind them. "Just how much is hidden in those boots of yours?" Xia Xinghui was speechless, yet also a little shocked. Chapter 36. With so many robots attacking from both sides, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Xiu grabbed his arm. The next second, he disappeared from his position and reappeared behind a new batch of robots. Lin Xiu fired a shot with his back to them, and the robots instantly rushed forward, engaging in combat with other robots. The scene was chaotic, and it was impossible to distinguish friend from foe. They also took the opportunity to escape on the transporter. Xia Xing's mind raced, and he immediately grasped the key point. "Did you modify the robot's instructions?" "Correct. But there's no prize." Lin Xiu's lips curled slightly. "Did you really think they were naive just sitting back and waiting? Of course, we should make good use of existing resources. This was a case of borrowing a knife to kill someone, using their knife to kill their own people. Warning, warning, system damage, please leave immediately. Please leave immediately." Just then, the transporter suddenly beeped. It must be Red Spider and his men sabotaging the transporter system. Ding! As the floor arrival notification sounded, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. They arrived just in time. Almost the moment they exited, the teleporter exploded, sending a massive energy wave sending the three and the beast flying dozens of meters away. "Come out! Lux!" Accompanied by a cry that echoed throughout the corridor, a golden mecha descended from the sky. It was Red Spider. "Lock the target." A red beam of light flew directly towards the group. At the critical moment, Mengen finally arrived. He, also piloting a mecha, struck Red Spider from behind, knocking it to the ground before rapidly flying towards the three. Next, he threw out 3 space buttons. The three of them understood and immediately caught them. These were the space buttons that had been looted from them earlier. No one knew where Mengen had found them, but well done. Almost instantly after the space buttons were in hand, 3 mechas appeared in the empty passageway. 2 pink, 1 green, a classic combination. Both parties remained silent about the other's aesthetics. The moment Xia Xing returned, Mengen became excited. "Xing? Shaoan. Where are the others?" Mengen replied, "Don't worry, they're in the cockpit." The friends were severely injured and wouldn't wake up for a while, so they had to be crammed into the mecha's cockpit. Now's not the time to reminisce. "Let's go!" Lin Xiu interrupted them. "Where is the passage you mentioned? Take us there. Follow me this way. You can't escape if you want to." Red Spider, controlling the mecha, stood up from the ground and fired at them. Mengen led them on a chaotic scramble, finally reaching a dead end at the very edge of the first floor. No way out. Lin Xiu's heart sank. "This is the passage." "What?" A flicker of surprise flashed in Yu's eyes. Could there be a secret passage here? A second later, Mengen gave him his answer. He tapped lightly on a smooth metal floor, and it suddenly gave way. A hidden compartment was revealed. "Let's go!" The teleporter to the surface had been destroyed, leaving only this emergency passage. But each checkpoint required identity verification or a security code. Fortunately, they had already figured out the codes, almost completely back in the Area 1 lab. But they were still too complacent, thinking that finding the passage would secure their escape. Seeing they couldn't stop him, Red Spider sneered and activated the passage's self-destruct system. This move was truly insane. Thinking about leaving? Then forget it. No one will make it out alive. With a loud bang, the passage exploded, blocking the path. The entire lab shook. The shockwaves swept up dust and debris, creating a massive storm. On the ground, mountains stretched out in a continuous circle. Babuka watched the data jumping from the instrument in his hand, and the gentle vibrations beneath his feet. He shouted, "Teacher, we found it. It's here." Fia strode over, surveying the analytical data in his hand, and the rolling hills before him. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Blast this area." Now that the location was determined, the next step would be much easier. Red Spider was completely unaware that his action had inadvertently helped them. The Lax was a heavy weapon mech. Red Spider switched to attack mode, locked onto its target, and attacked indiscriminately. Countless energy beams streaked through the dark universe like meteors, instantly striking the mech. Lin Xiu stared at the red alert on the screen. "You go ahead, I cover you." With that, he piloted the Barbie pink mech forward. "No way." Xia Xinghui immediately retorted. "Why would she be left alone in this situation? Let's go!" "Don't let her hold us back." Pei Qingyi pulled out the Starlink and immediately ensnared the two of them. "It's time to leave now. Don't try to be a hero, or you end up losing more than you gain." The fact that Lin Xiu dared to stay behind proved she was capable of escaping. Don't forget, she's a genuine member of the Xianin sect. Facts proved him right. Although Lin Xiu could fight alone, the sheer number of robots surging around her was too great for her to handle. Finally, under overwhelming pressure, she used her ability to shrink the Earth into an inch, vanishing in the blink of an eye, along with her mech. "Where are they?" Red Spider angrily smashed a large crater in the ground and quickly chased in the direction Pei Qingyu and the others had fled. The teleporter was destroyed, and the emergency exit was blocked. All entrances and exits to the first floor were blocked by a swarm of robots, forcing them to circumvent a blind spot. Red Spider's eyes were cold and ruthless, gazing at her prey like a venomous snake. With a wave of her hand, countless guards and robots surged forward. The mecha Xiaolin had sent was a lightweight one, lacking a particularly rich supply of weapons, and the limited ammunition they had was already depleted. Lin Xiu made a decisive move and switched to cold weapons. The mechanical arms instantly transformed into two broad blades. A flash of cold light emanated, and with each strike, he dispatched a robot. Pei Qingyu's 3-second stun skill was extremely effective, stunning the enemy instantly, and Lin Xiu was instantly decimated. Their coordination was seamless. Xia Xing healed the three of them, casting a healing spell. Instant recovery. But 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, let alone so many, and they gradually began to feel overwhelmed. At this critical moment, a sudden tremor erupted overhead. Granite fell, and a bright beam of light shone through the cracks into the darkened laboratory corridor. Lin Xiu and the others quickly maneuvered their mechas, using the gap as a breakthrough point, and rushed straight out of the laboratory. In the blink of an eye, a massive hole was torn open in the laboratory. Red Spider's heart sank, and he led a group of robots in pursuit. After all, pink is so conspicuous. Xiao Sun immediately spotted the 2 Barbie pink mechas flying in front and exclaimed, "It's Ah Su and the others." But when he saw the mechas following behind them, his face changed drastically. "Prepare for battle." At Fia's command, everyone present instantly entered combat mode. Weapons in hand had already locked onto the group of tails. "Attack!" The moment Fia finished speaking, countless energy beams shot out from behind him, streaking across the sky. Small black mushroom clouds appeared in the sky, and the robots exploded and fell. The sudden attack caught Red Spider off guard. He quickly adjusted his camera, and the figures of Fia and his group appeared on the cockpit screen. They stood not far away. Perhaps sensing they were being spied on, Fia on the screen suddenly grinned in his direction. "Damn it!" Despite his reluctance, Red Spider decided to retreat. After giving the order to retreat, he looked at the large hole in the ground, his eyes flickering. He absolutely couldn't let them discover this place. He immediately activated the underground laboratory's self-destruct sequence. Amidst a burst of smoke that resounded through the sky, Red Spider and the remaining researchers initiated a space jump. A black hole appeared, and they vanished on the spot. The mech crashed to the ground. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu, lying on Silly Dog's back, emerged from the ruins. "Ah Su, old Pei, are you all okay?" A familiar voice called out, and Lin Xiu couldn't help but look up. Seeing who it was, he couldn't help but feel delighted. It was Babuka. "Silly Dog's here too. Why are you here?" Lin Xiu looked at the two men with some surprise, then turned and saw Teacher Feiya. There were also some familiar faces from the individual combat department. Feiya snorted coldly. "Instead of asking why we're here, think about how to write your self-criticisms later." Qiaosun added, "You've been missing for almost half a month." "What?" Pei Qingyu was surprised himself. He thought it had only been a few days, but it had been half a month. As Qiaosun chattered, Lin Xiu understood the general situation. Because Lin Xiu was so prone to causing trouble, and her SSS level of mental power, Feiya had become more concerned about her. When Xia Maixin, the sophomore mecha maintenance instructor, approached him and asked if he was deliberately holding her back from class, Feiya was completely bewildered. To prove his innocence, he took Xia Maixin to the training ground to find Lin Xiu. But the instructor informed him that she hadn't attended class. Unable to bear Xia Maixin's nagging, Feiya finally ran to the Qianfeng Lake Villa to look for her. Coincidentally, he ran into Ona, a medical instructor who was also looking for someone. Their eyes met, and after a brief exchange of messages and unsuccessful knocks on the door, he gradually realized something was amiss. He immediately accessed the Star Eye Central Security Center surveillance footage through the school's intelligence system. That's when he realized they had been kidnapped by a group of people in exoskeleton armor. "Then how did you find this place?" "My brother installed a special locator on the mech I gave you, which is immune to electromagnetic interference." Qiaosun was quite proud of this. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu asked in unison, "A locator?" "Don't misunderstand." Seeing their expressions change, Qiaosun quickly explained, "It's because I've been kidnapped so many times since I was a child. So, everything sent to Naxal Manor for me is equipped with a locator. If anything were to happen to me, my brother would be able to find me accurately." In reality, he knew his brother had been working on the locator for years, fearing that he might one day encounter an accident and vanish without a trace like their parents. Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, looking at Qiaosun earnestly. "Thank you. If it weren't for the locator on the mech, and if Teacher Feiya and the others hadn't come, we'd probably be dead in the underground lab today. Unfortunately, the mech was severely damaged and unusable, so they stored it in the space button." "Hey, where's Mengen?" "Who's that?" "The one who came out with us. He left a long time ago." Bucka paused and turned, "But they did ask me to bring you a message." "What message?" "See you later." Lin Xiu gazed at the distant horizon, the sound of the wind whispering a prophecy of a future reunion. She had a feeling their next encounter wouldn't be too far off. Chapter 37. #report. The rookie chief from the 14th class has publicly criticized himself again. The internal Star Network forum at Kebro's school was abuzz with activity. "I'm dying of laughter. This has happened so many times. What a wonderful person." Qianfeng Lake Villa. Lin Xiu wordlessly turned off her laptop and slumped back in the recliner. The housework robot brought her a glass of juice. She took a sip and pulled up the mecha design blueprints. A Barbie pink lightweight mecha appeared on the screen before her. She tapped the screen to rotate it 360 degrees, considering its structure and frame. Babuka sat beside her, helping her analyze the data. This was the mecha Qiaosun's brother had given her, her first mecha, and it held immense significance. Even though it was badly damaged, she still wanted to salvage it. Qiaosun, eating a steamed bun, walked over with Pei Qingyu, carrying fruit and snacks. Seeing she was still studying the mecha, he said disapprovingly, "Hey, if you like it, I give you another one. Why go through all this trouble? It was just a civilian mecha, not a particularly good one to begin with. The best mechas were all in the military." While he was happy that his good friend valued his gift, there was no need to take it so seriously. His words earned a roll of the eyes from Lin Xiu. "Master, they don't want it, but I do. Why don't you consider me?" Bucka flirted at him. Qiaosun shuddered, goosebumps covering his skin. "Go away. Try the osmanthus cake. I made it myself." Pei Qingyu pushed the plate toward Babuka. Babuka didn't hesitate, picking up a piece and tasting it. "Not bad. Thank you." "You're welcome." Babuka waved his hand dismissively. "We were all classmates, so it was only natural for us to help each other. Besides, he hadn't done anything special that day. He was just following Teacher Feiya's instructions." Pei Qingyu glanced at the design on the screen and asked, "How is it?" "It's definitely not possible to repair it. The cost is disproportionate." I plan to improve and expand upon the original design, optimizing it comprehensively. Just as I thought. Pei Qingyu sat down next to her and handed her a list of materials. Take a look and see if there's anything missing or needs replacing. Lin Xiu stood up, examined it carefully for a moment, then shook her head. What's wrong? Is something wrong? No. Lin Xiu sighed helplessly, pointing at some of the materials. It's just too expensive. We can't afford it. What kind of reinforced steel costs 5 million star coins apiece? Even if she sold herself, she couldn't come up with that much money. Xiaosun glanced up at the steamed bun and explained, this is a new, top-grade material recently developed by the Ministry of Military Industry. It's miles better than ordinary reinforced steel on the market. I hear it's very durable. Lin Xiu, Wow. Your materials are really top-grade. Xiaosun couldn't help but smack his lips. Even if we were building a new mecha, we wouldn't have to start with such top-grade materials, right? Some of these materials were not even available to the Naxile family, and were difficult to obtain, because they were controlled by the military. Lin Xiu responded to his doubts, with a simple three-word answer, you don't understand. Pei Qingyu agreed, saying, if you're going to do it, you have to do it the best. And he didn't say the materials would be used to repair the Barbie pink mecha. Lin Xiu closed the materials list and asked, what did the teacher say about the underground laboratory? During their time in the underground laboratory, they remained on high alert, not daring to let their guard down for even a moment. Having finally been rescued, they've been catching up on sleep in the dorm these past few days, except for attending classes. This matter has become quite serious. We've reported it to the Central Committee, Bubuka replied. The underground laboratory was enormous, located on an asteroid at the edge of the central galaxy. Even though the underground laboratory's self-destruct system had been activated, they still found something unusual inside. The relevant professionals had already been dispatched. Teacher Fia told you to focus on your classes and prepare for next year's Military Academy League. The relevant personnel will handle this matter. I understand. Lin Xiu couldn't help but feel a headache at the mention of the Military Academy League. Thinking back to what Teacher Fia had said to her while she was writing her self-criticism, her head hurt even more. The Military Academy League, held every 4 years, can be simply understood as the Military Academy Freshman League. This competition has a significant impact on the allocation of school resources, and is also closely linked to the future prospects of participating cadets. The outstanding cadets from every galaxy gather here. The value is extremely high, and the glory shines with it, so the corresponding competition rewards are very generous. If you rank at the top, or if your outstanding performance during the competition attracts the attention of the major legions, you will be directly reserved by the legions and join them directly after graduation, saving yourself decades of detours. Bubuka leaned slightly, eyeing them mysteriously. Want to hear some gossip? Yes. I heard the prize for first place in this Military Academy League is not only a sizable sum of star coins, but also an invitation from Interstellar Treasure's only top-tier SSS Mecha Master, Sir McInnes, to build a custom mecha for them. The material costs will be shared directly by the various military academies. Wow! Lin Xiu's heart was deeply moved. She couldn't help but think of Major General Alish's mecha, the Flying Cloud. Its impressive form made her want it too. So what? Are you tempted? Bucka was delighted by their reactions, which mirrored his own. He couldn't be the only one to be scheming. That was Sir McInnes, the only man in the galaxy who could build an SSS mecha. A top spot is hard to come by. So many people paid him handsomely to build mechas, yet he never showed up. It was clear that every major academy had invested heavily in this Military Academy League. The Kerbro Military Academy also attached great importance to this competition. As a student in the Individual Combat Department, one of the Academy's flagship programs, Lin Xiu had been feeling unprecedented pressure these past few days. She could clearly feel the recent heavy and complex course load. She no longer had time to attend classes in the sophomore mecha maintenance department. Every day she was either on the way to the training ground or the virtual training ground. Physical fitness was her weakness, somewhat hindering her SSS's spirit. Thus, she received special care from the training instructor during physical training classes. She was exhausted every day. Lin Xiu couldn't help but look at the silly dog happily sipping milk at her feet and rubbed her brow. Well, she's not even as good as a dog. Silly dog spends his days eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. Aside from occasionally finding a few fiery rock red crystals, he lives a perfectly happy life. Lately, he's become addicted to live streams. He's fallen in love with melodramatic moral dramas. Look at Pei Qingyu, a rare healer. Even with his enhanced training, He can't match the intensity of his previous solo combat system. Forgive Babuka. Technical professionals, beyond basic training, have mostly focused on developing their brains. Shifting her gaze to Qiaosun, she felt a little better. In the same profession, this guy suffers just as much as she does. Lin Xiu leaned back in her chair, eyes closed, and asked, "How are the fiery rock red crystals selling?" Making mechas is not only time-consuming and laborious, but also incredibly expensive. To raise enough money to buy the necessary materials, she set her sights on Silly Dog. So, she and Pei Qingyu decided to register a holographic virtual store on Star Network. After completing the relevant paperwork, a batch of fiery rock red crystals produced by Silly Dog was put on the shelves. The price was 299,000 yuan per crystal. She was responsible for the daily shoveling, while Pei Qingyu was in charge of operations. The first thing she did every morning was grab her small shovel and enthusiastically go shoveling. This always gave Silly Dog a very subtle look. But it also reminded her of the days when she used to touch eggs every day back in her hometown in Zhongxia. Not bad, they basically sell out in seconds. Pei Qingyu pulled up the backend data and projected it onto the screen. As a rare material with widespread use, fiery rock red crystals were always sold out before they could even be displayed. Some people even specifically staked out the virtual store entrance, a kind of interstellar yellow bull. Besides selling fiery rock red crystals, they also undertake mechanical repairs, but unfortunately, business is sluggish, with no customers. Don't you even look at what this thing is? Qiaosun, imitating Lin Xiu, lay back in a chair and stared at the sky. The market price is 300,000 yuan apiece, and you're selling it for 299,000. Wouldn't everyone come to you to buy? Of course, there's no problem selling. Look at what you're saying. Our prices are very reasonable. Qiaosun said rather perfunctorily, yes. A reasonable price. However, while they were talking, Silly Dog produced another fiery rock red crystal. He even very consciously bit the small shovel, imitating Lin Xiu's scooping up his own shit. He placed the fiery rock red crystal in a fixed container. It's already a full-fledged star pet. Bubka's eyes brimmed with envy. I'm so jealous, I want it. I want it. Bubka nodded repeatedly, like a little chicken licking rice. Yeah. Then let's see if you can get Silly Dog to give you two. Bubka looked at Lin Xiu in surprise, as if he won a multi-million jackpot. Really? Of course. That's fantastic. Bubka spun around in delight, quickly calming down and excitedly stalking towards Silly Dog. That lewd smile made Silly Dog bolt. Hey! Don't run. I treat you to something delicious. I have the most popular canned star pet food in the Federation. It's delicious. Do you want to try it? If it's not, I won't charge. Bubka chased Silly Dog, jumping up and down. Finally, they ran out, one in front of the other, filling the entire Qianfeng Lake Villa with their figures. Inside the villa not far away, Reno and Mu Jieyue sat opposite each other and talked freely. The continuous clamor made the two men frown. Mu Jieyue stood up and looked outside. Babuka and Silly Dog ran past him, one after the other. Who's that? This year's freshman. Oh, really? Mu Jieyue watched the man and beast gradually disappear from view, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Is that the fiery rock star beast? Yes, Lanu explained. It's the star pet of this year's freshman class. Mu Jieyue murmured softly, star pet? Lanu, fearing he would provoke Lin Xiu over the fiery rock star beast, quickly warned him, yes, but I advise you not to go after it. That freshman class leader is not one to be trifled with. Too much talk brings tears to my eyes. Just thinking about it now makes my body ache. Mu Jieyue suddenly turned to Lanua and asked, What's the name of the freshman leader? Lanua replied, Lin Xiu. Mu Jieyue murmured softly, Lin Xiu. Looking in the direction the fiery rock star beast had departed, a meaningful smile played on his lips. Lanua inadvertently caught the corner of his mouth raised, and he didn't know if it was an illusion, but it felt a little strange. He must have taken his warning to heart, right? Never mind, he already warned him, and it wouldn't be his business if he got a lesson. Chapter 38. During their free weekend, the two of them headed to the underground arena for another match. The only difference was that this time, they brought bodyguards. A Barbie pink bodyguard, unique to Qiaosun. Standing at the entrance of the underground arena, they stared at each other, each wearing the same Barbie pink nanosuit and visor, speechless for a moment. Everyone entering the underground arena paused for 2 seconds to glance at them, making them extremely conspicuous. Nian and Babuka were new to this situation, so the frail ones chose to look down at their toes. After a moment's silence, Lin Xiu finally spoke, Is this really necessary? They were just coming to the arena for a match. There was no need for such a large crowd. Xiaosun nodded firmly, of course. The underground arena was a hive of activity. To prevent a recurrence of the previous incident, Xiaosun, in addition to bringing bodyguards, also had a custom-made nana-suit made specifically to stand out. Lin Xiu said with a wry smile, "Thank you, you're so thoughtful. Let's go in." This time, they chose a team mecha confrontation, a 5-man squad. Team name, Little Birds. Xiaosun's original words as to why they chose this name were, "Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu are too short." Standing in front of them, wouldn't they look like little birds? Bucca and Nian agreed. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu, innocently shot by arrows, objected. Objection invalid. Xiaosun took the team badge from the staff and waved it in front of them. The minority obeys the majority. Besides, the matter is done now, and it can't be changed. Lin Xiu was speechless and ignored him, turning around and stepping into the arena. Unlike the online Star Network virtual arena, the underground arena retained the most original offline competitive style. It was massive and circular, with a protective shield around the edge of the spectator stands to prevent injuries to spectators during fights. Every day, countless people watched the matches here, making the noise unbearable. This became clear the moment they entered the arena. What the hell is this fight? Even my star pets could outfight them. Wow, my star coins. I bet them all. Give me back. Ha ha ha, you're getting rich. I knew you could do it. It's clear that humans don't share the same joys and sorrows. Lin Xiu turned to look at the others. Wait, all bets on us to win. Bucca chuckled at him, blinking. I already did. Nian echoed. I did too. Xiaosun was even more exaggerated, waving his hand, and commanding all the bodyguards to bet on them to win. The sheer force of the situation, coupled with the striking Barbie pink, instantly captured the attention of everyone around them. Bucca glanced at Lin Xiu, making eye contact. Is he always like this? He nodded. Looking at her Barbie pink nano suit, she couldn't count the number of times she had sighed in frustration today. Fortunately, she had put on her visor before entering, otherwise, she couldn't imagine how embarrassing it would be to be recognized by someone she knew. She couldn't even think about it. Lin Xiu shook her head, her gaze fixed on the center of the arena. The fight on the field was drawing to a close. Under the immense impact, the mecha's limbs flew everywhere, scattering across the ground. The battle was brutal. The losing team left the arena amidst the audience's curses and spitting. With the match over, Lin Xiu and his team began preparing to enter the arena. Next, please welcome Team Little Bird and Team Strong. The host's voice rang out, and the two 5-member teams entered the arena amidst cheers. They were all dressed in Barbie pink. Even the mechas were Barbie pink, generously sponsored by young Master Chiao. The moment they appeared, they instantly captured the audience's attention, and the atmosphere became lively again. Little Bird, always with you. The bodyguards took out their familiar large screens and sat in the audience, shouting at the top of their lungs. They were fervently cheering for their young master. The leader of the strongman team observed this and scoffed, just grandstanding. Little Bird. Although attractive, because they were a new team, the vast majority of people placed their bets on the strongman team. This was a long-established team in the A-level zone, known as the ever-victorious general. Wouldn't defeating a new team be a piece of cake? Anyone would know how to choose. Apparently, the person involved thought so too. They treated Lin Xiu and the others as mere scofflaws, completely dismissing them. Family charge. 4-star coins. 4-star coins. Everyone chimed in, except for Xiaosun, who, after meeting the 4 others' gazes, stammered to win. They had plenty of star coins. The main purpose of coming here was to have fun. The betting was over, and with the host's call, game on, the opposing team, maneuvering their mechs, charged forward. They didn't even give Xiao Niao even time to react. They were intent on a swift and decisive battle. Almost instantly, the mech charging in front had both its arms severed, set flying by gravity. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Lin Xiu, controlling the mech, stood before the 4, wielding twin swords, a commanding presence. The macho team hesitated for a few seconds, then adjusted their tactics and attacked Lin Xiu, seeking revenge for their comrades. The result was Lin Xiu, broadsword in hand, striking each mech with his own. The others had no chance to attack. 2 minutes, and the match was over. The macho team's defeat was unexpected. The audience suddenly fell silent. The arena was eerily quiet. The host was stunned for a few seconds, then, upon realizing what was happening, quickly declared, I declare the Little Bird team the winner. The 5 members of the macho team remained dazed, until they exited the cockpit and left the arena. 2 minutes. The 5 of them had only lasted 2 minutes in that man's clutches. Had they been instantly defeated? This was unbelievable. I'm not convinced. I'm reporting them for cheating. The report is invalid. The intelligence system has analyzed that the little Birdian team isn't suspected of cheating. The host smiled and called over security, having them escort the men away. Ah, a conspiracy. I'm reporting it. The strongman team is fixing the match. Young Master wins. Young Master wins. Young Master is truly the best. The audience members, who had bet on the wrong horse, were extremely excited, clamoring for their money back. The host ignored them and moved on to the next match. Lin Xiu and the other 5 sat in the audience, happily counting their star coins. These were the results of their previous bets. Different bet amounts resulted in different star coins. 500,000 star coins easily in hand. Happy. Qiaosun watched Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu, their eyes fixed on counting money, their faces naive, their lips twitching slightly. Say, what's this habit you two have? Who still uses cash these days? Digitalization has become a pervasive part of people's lives. Don't you find counting money joyful? Lin Xiu paused and looked at Pei Qingyu, who was also counting. Are you happy? Pei Qingyu nodded. Happy. Lin Xiu then looked at Nian and Babuka, who were also counting. What about you? They both nodded in unison. Happy. Lin Xiu pointed to the group of bodyguards counting rapidly. What about you? The bodyguards replied in unison. We're very happy. There's simply no greater joy than this. See, this is the charm of cash, the joy of counting it, the sense of security of receiving it. How can that be compared to a string of numbers? Lin Xiu said, handing a stack of cash to Qiaosun. They were all counting. Wouldn't it be a bit out of place if I didn't count too? Qiaosun hesitated, then began counting as well. You know what? You really can't help but think counting money is addictive. Soon, it was their turn again. Lin Xiu and the others, as usual, bet on themselves to win. They had fought a brilliant first match, so more people were betting on them this time, but most still weren't optimistic. How could a newly emerged team possibly compete against a veteran team with years of experience in the arena? However, reality slapped them in the face. One match, 5, 10, 20. Unsurprisingly, the little Birdian team won every match with overwhelming strength. The longest match lasted only 5 minutes. It could be said that they completely crushed the entire field, leaving no one standing. Little bird, little bird. The atmosphere was high. The 100% win rate had everyone betting on them, cheering with excitement. They just loved teams like this. They were destined for great fortunes. They were happy, but some were not. But they were merely unhappy, not daring to react. In the shadows, several pairs of eyes glared coldly at the audience in Barbie pink nano shirts, chatting and laughing, but dared not speak out. What that Barbie pink meant, others didn't know, but did they? But it didn't matter. As long as they were in the underground arena for one day, they would make them vomit up everything they had eaten. Lin Xiu and his men weren't greedy people. After winning 20 games, they stopped playing. After a quick packing, they left the underground arena and boarded the luxurious new Plus Speedster bound for National Manor. Time flies. 3 months have passed since I last helped Uncle Qiaosun with his treatment. Today is the second treatment. Ha ha, 8 million star coins. That's a good deal. Why sell the fiery rock red crystal? I can just go compete in the underground arena. Lin Xiu grinned from ear to ear as she looked at the extra zeros in her laptop account. The others were more reserved, but they couldn't hide their smiles either. They each earned at least a few million star coins. You didn't see the look on the underground arena manager's face when we left. Bucka grinned. It was a bit ugly. If they hadn't just taken Qiaosun's flying car, he was sure today wouldn't have gone so smoothly. It was just that Qiaosun's status kept him from expressing his anger. They were all shrewd people, so they naturally knew how to make choices. Alas, Lin Xiu sighed with some regret. His next trip to the underground arena might not be so smooth. The thought of the mecha materials list suddenly made her feel uneasy. How poor. As she was musing, the car had already arrived at Naxal Manor. Xiaolin and the butler, Keibu, had been waiting for a long time. Lin Xiu stared at the gate before her. No matter how many times she had come, she was still struck by the scale and scenery of Naxal Manor. When would she ever own a manor like this? Qiaosun smiled and greeted them. Mr. Pei, Ms. Lin, long time no see. Long time no see, they both replied. Brother, these are my friends. Bucka and Nian. Qiaosun introduced them. This is my brother, Xiaolin Naxal. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Hello, everyone. Chapter 39. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group headed for the forest garden. Uncle Xiaosun's condition had improved considerably after his last treatment. Pei Qingyu activated his mental power to sense its condition, and then withdrew his hand. Ah Su, help me lift it up. I do it. Xiaolin strode forward, but was still a step too slow. Lin Xiu had already lifted the giant panda. Pei Qingyu raised his head, and gave her a subtle look. A pale yellow healing light emanated from his hand, and sank into the giant panda's body. Lin Xiu lowered her eyes, a faint green light flickering in the dark palm of her hand supporting the giant panda. 20 minutes later, as Pei Qingyu finished his treatment, she paused. Looking around, the dark spots on the giant panda's body had faded considerably. How's it going? The brothers Xiaosun and Xiaolin looked at him nervously, causing Babuka and Yin, who stood quietly watching, to become nervous as well. Much better than last time. Once the black spots on his body completely disappear, he'd be able to wake up. I estimate another visit in 3 months should be enough. Pei Qingyu was slapped in the face almost as he finished his words. A whimpering sound came from behind him, and he quickly turned around. The giant panda slowly opened its eyes amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd. Da Qiao Xiao Qiao. The giant panda looked bewildered. Why was it here? Uncle, you're finally awake. Xiaosun excitedly rushed towards it. After flapping his legs a few times, he realized he was standing still. Turning around, he saw that his brother had lifted him up. Xiaolin reminded him, Uncle just woke up and needs to rest. Xiaosun had grown up. If he rushed at his uncle like he did when he was little, his uncle wouldn't be able to handle it. Xiaosun had calmed down by then, standing obediently to the side, looking at the giant panda with an expression that couldn't hide his excitement. Then he noticed his uncle staring at Pei Qingyu, not blinking. Half an hour later, they sat at a stone table beside a large dead tree, watching the giant panda drink from basins of milk. Before, there were dark spots on his body, so they weren't noticeable. Now that the dark spots had faded, Lin Xiu noticed that Uncle Xiaosun's fur was a class above Xiaosun's, thicker and glossier. Burp! After finishing his bowl of milk, the giant panda leaned against the dead tree, rubbing his stomach with satisfaction and burping. Uncle, this is delicious too. Xiaosun quickly took out the steamed bun he had taken from Pei Qingyu and handed it to him. The giant panda took the steamed bun and took a big bite. His expression paused slightly, then he met Xiaosun's expectant gaze with a complicated look. Finally, he gritted his teeth and ate it. He swore he'd never eaten anything so disgusting. He nearly vomited several times, but cleverly wiped his face with his hands. Uncle, how is it? Is it delicious? Yes, it is. The giant panda nodded slightly, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Alas, being an elder these days isn't easy. This scene made Pei Qingyu laugh. His dislike for steamed buns was quite similar to Yuan's. They were indeed a common thread. The giant panda's ears were so sensitive that even though they tried very hard to suppress their laughter, it still caught on. He trotted back to the bamboo hut and rummaged through the drawers, finally finding the photo album. He quickly returned to the dead tree and carefully opened the photo album with his paw. His small eyes occasionally glanced up at Pei Qingyu. After comparing them repeatedly, he closed the album. He asked, almost affirmatively, "Are you a healer?" "Yes." Pei Qingyu nodded. The giant panda stood up, cupped his fists, and bowed. "Hello, my name is Qiao Run Nashi Lu." The sight of a giant panda bowing to him was truly breathtaking. Pei Qingyu, half conscious, returned the greeting, "Pei Qingyu Fei Yi Pei." "I know." Qiao Run looked at him meaningfully. Those 3 short words were truly explosive. Pei Qingyu's heart instantly lifted. Although I was unconscious before, I was still conscious and occasionally cleared my head. Xiao Qiao has been a chatterbox since she was little, and she talked a lot, and she mentioned your name among them. Xiaosun immediately retorted, "How could that be?" Xiao Run looked at Xiaosun with a gentle gaze. "He's just so chatty, his ears are almost calloused." Butler Kebu directed the robots to serve everyone replica chrysanthemum tea. After a brief self-introduction, they began chatting about family matters. Qiao Run and Pei Qingyu were particularly engaged in conversation. Especially when they mentioned their great-grandmother Yuan, the two seemed to have endless topics to discuss. Qiao Run did most of the talking, while Pei Qingyu listened, occasionally asking questions. Buka imitated them, taking a sip of tea, looking at the teacup he had never seen before with a look of curiosity. The cup is very beautiful, and the craftsmanship is quite retro. He seems to have seen it in a book, but he can't remember it for the moment. He will go to the library to look for it, when he returns to school and make a set for himself. He stole a glance at everyone's expressions, seeing they were all listening intently to Xiao Run. He nudged Nian with his elbow and whispered, "Why did they clasp their fists just now?" Nian shook his head, "I don't know." Their way of communicating seemed a little different from the common etiquette of the Federation. This is the greeting etiquette of the Star Travelers. Lin Xiu's voice echoed faintly, almost startling the two of them. Bucka touched his frightened heart across his chest, and after a long pause, he finally managed a sentence, "Very special." Lin Xiu smiled but said nothing. "Mr. Pei, thank you for your help." Xiao Run's face was filled with gratitude. "I thought this was the end of my life, but unexpectedly, there would be a day of clarity." Pei Qingyu smiled, "It's not a big deal." After all, he had been paid. "I don't have anything to offer you. Take any of these cards you like," Xiao Run said, pulling out a metal card holder from the space button, holding it in his palm and gently shaking it. Swish. With a swish, several transparent interstellar property cards fell one after another, forming a long line. They were of all kinds. From small interstellar car companies to large planetary property rights, he had everything he could imagine, and even more he couldn't. Lin Xiu and the others stared in amazement. She seemed to understand where Xiao Sun had learned his talkativeness and his habit of giving gifts and money at every turn. Pei Qingyu glanced at them, his Adam's apple rolling. "Is this a top-tier chaebol?" His heart was shamefully moved. But his words were completely different. "No need. Xiao Sun and the others have already paid me." Xiao Run looked at the property cards in his hand with some disappointment. After a moment's hesitation, he simply swiped a few and shoved them towards him. "I heard you like mechas. This is the ownership card for the mecha subsidiary of Nashi Le. Please accept it. And this? From a star-rated hotel chain under the Nashi Le group. This one's from Nashi Le. Oh, and giving it to the company right after a disagreement really tempted Pei Qingyu. Seeing his expression soften, Xiao Run stuffed a few more cards into his arms. The two began to push each other back and forth. "Pei Qingyu, I've already been paid. I can't take it." "Xiao Run, what did Xiao gave was his, and this is mine." "Pei Qingyu, that doesn't make sense." "Xiao Run, my point is my point." "Pei Qingyu, eh." Lin Xiu watched this scene, feeling uncomfortable and unable to help but smirk. The scene was reminiscent of when elders give out red envelopes during Chinese New Year or other festivals. Pei Qingyu perfectly displayed the feigned reluctance and the desire to accept but not accept. Lin Xiu clenched her fist and coughed softly. Her instincts told her that this pushover was about to come to a head. Sure enough, Pei Qingyu stopped trying to evade the offer the next second, his face showing embarrassment. "Alright, I take this card, and forget about the others." "How can that be? What's so good about a hotel?" "Here's how, you choose the mecha." Xiao Run was immediately displeased. He quickly snatched the star-rated hotel chain's ownership card from him, and replaced it with the mecha company's. Pei Qingyu handed the mecha company's ownership card back to him, saying firmly, "No, just the hotel. Otherwise, I won't have it either." Xiao Sun, seeing this, also approached to grab it. "Oh Pei, just accept it. It's a little gift from Uncle Xiao Run." Pei Qingyu still shook his head. "That's a bit too much. I can't have it." Although he truly wanted it all, it was only in his mind. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The more you take today, the greater the price you pay later. The reason he chose the hotel, besides being the cheapest among the property rights cards, was primarily to raise money for materials. He felt Xiao Run's life was worth the price, and he could afford it. As for the mecha company, although he was tempted, he simply couldn't afford it. Xiaolin interjected, "How could anything be more valuable than a life?" Pei Qingyu smiled but said nothing. "Alright then." Seeing that he wasn't being sarcastic but genuinely didn't want the mecha company, Xiao Run finally relented and gave him the star-rated hotel chain. Lemons on Lemon Mountain, you and me under the lemon trees. That was the true picture of Lin Xiu and the others at that moment. Xiaolin smiled and turned to Lin Xiu. "MS. Lin, I heard you've been selling lion red crystal lately?" Lin Xiu nodded. "Yes. It must have been Xiao Sun who revealed it." Xiaolin wasn't one to beat around the bush, so he simply said, "How about we work together? The fiery red crystal is incredibly rare, and the market supply is in short supply. Now that there's a stable source of supply, how could we not seize it?" Lin Xiu immediately perked up. "Tell me more." Both of them were straightforward, and with the relationship between Xiao Sun and Xiao Run involved, the partnership was quickly finalized. From now on, all of the fiery red crystals produced by Silly Dog will be delivered to Naxal Manor once a month. Xiaolin purchased them at the market price of 300,000 star coins each, and Lin Xiu gave him a discount because they knew each other so well. 288,000 star coins each. For Xiaolin, it was just a matter of taking advantage of the situation to sell it at a good price. A lower price would have been even better, and both parties were quite satisfied. When they returned to the Kebro Military Academy, the four of them were still in a daze. Looking at the gates, already closed due to curfew, they chuckled in unison, pulled out their jet shuttles, and leaped over with remarkable skill, evidently having practiced a lot. Ah, this interstellar hotel actually belongs to Chiao Sun. On the way back to the dormitory, Babuka was so excited that he acted as if he were the one who had received the property rights, his speech incoherent. Oh, it's Pei Qingyu's now. Chiao Sun scratched his ear and pursed his lips, saying, a humble little business under the Nashila group. Is there any need to get so excited? He immediately received a glare of jealousy. Chiao Sun quickly stepped back and trotted up behind Pei Qingyu. Why didn't you choose a mecha? I couldn't understand it, I really couldn't. Didn't they really like mechas? I do like mechas, but I like the ones I made myself even more, Pei Qingyu said, leaving him with a dashing back. That's a mecha company after all? Taking it over would mean mecha freedom. Doesn't he want that? He can't. Chapter 40. The group chatted and laughed along the way. Just as they were about to part ways and return to their dormitories, they encountered Fei Ye, a dark-faced man. Their smiles froze for a moment, and after a few seconds of silence, they all said, Teacher Fei Ye. Inwardly, they wondered, who had upset him again? Oh no! Curfew. 9:00 curfew, and it was already 12 a.m. Could it be them who had upset him? The group swallowed subconsciously. Fei Ye examined them one by one, seeing their panic, and then said, Did you go out to play? Yes. The stern lecture he had imagined did not come. 10 credits will be deducted from each of you. Just when Babuka and Pei Qingyu thought they had escaped, Fei Ye looked at them calmly and said, I tell your department's counselors. I hope there won't be a next time, otherwise it'd just be a simple deduction of credits. Huh? Lin Xiu and the others were stunned at first, then quickly realized what was happening and nodded in agreement. Okay, we promise there won't be a next time. Watching Fei Ye's departing back, they looked at each other, bewildered and puzzled. I expected a lecture, but he turned out to be surprisingly easy to talk to. What happened? Had Teacher Fei Ye changed? The next day came. Lin Xiu, Chiao Sun, and Ninayan, all from the individual combat department, finally understood why Teacher Fei Ye had let them off so easily last night. So, it was waiting here? Inside the virtual training ground. I heard from Fei Ye that some of you really enjoy playing in the underground arena. That gives me some inspiration. So, I especially built an aerial arena for you overnight in the virtual training ground. Mecha class instructor Li Meiluan waved his hand, and countless particles instantly combined into a giant circular platform, suspended in midair. He was addressing all the students, but his gaze was fixed on the 3 people hiding in the crowd. He smiled and asked, How is it? Do you like it? The laughter made their hair stand on end. Xiaosun raised his hand weakly. Teacher, can you please stop laughing? I'm scared. And it's rather vulgar. He had a bad feeling. Lin Xiu and Ninayan turned to look at him in shock. Young master, what are you talking about? Are you going to die? Puff. The sounds of suppressed laughter and expectant glances echoed from the other students. He silently lit a candle for the 3 of them and wished them well. Li Meiluan's expression froze, his face instantly falling. He said sternly, The Military Academy League is about to begin, and spots are limited. I cut to the chase. See that arena? You have 3 hours to complete the challenge. All methods are welcome. You can pilot a mech or a shuttle, use your fists or a magnetic cannon. Any student who successfully fights in the arena within the allotted time will participate in this Military Academy League. Do you understand? I understand. After the other students finished answering, Xiaosun raised his hand again and said, Teacher, I don't understand. Didn't I teach you to report before you speak? Didn't I examine him thoroughly? Jean Rusong, look at you now. What do you look like? A drunken old man on the street? At this remark, the students watching the performance subconsciously straightened their backs. It would be troublesome if someone caught their eyes during the performance. Xiaosun said confidently, You haven't taught me that. Li Meiluan, his blood pressure soared. Confirming from his eyes that this was a troublemaker, he glared at Xiaosun coldly. Do you understand now? I understand. Very good. Li Meiluan nodded with satisfaction. What don't you understand? I understand, As long as you're within the ring area within the specified time, you win the challenge, right? Vermillion smiled but said nothing. He simply skipped over the question. The challenge begins now. 3 hours. At the command, all the students from the individual combat department present, some charging straight for the ring, others turning and running to the nearby supply area. Charging it is easy, but defending the ring is difficult. Over 2,800 members of the individual combat department were here. The mechas lined up in the military supply area were endless. If they could grab one, they'd be nearly halfway there. Mortal flesh and blood couldn't compare to the allure of high-tech weapons. The students in the individual combat department were truly formidable. They actually transformed into beasts and started fighting over a mecha. Lin Xiu couldn't help but shudder as she stood there. It was brutal, truly brutal. That single blow had killed her. Lin Xiu, why aren't you going? Vermillion turned to look at her. The other students were busy grabbing weapons, equipment, and fighting for the ring, but she was just sitting here watching the fun. Teacher, isn't it still early? 3 hours in. Lin Xiu propped her chin up with one hand and forced a smile at him. Vermillion looked at the ring in midair not far away and smiled meaningfully. Really? Lin Xiu frowned slightly and sat up straight, a bad feeling brewing in her heart. She spread her palm, and a small green spiritual tree appeared in her palm. 3 leaves fell from the tree and flew out, circling several times before one of them came to rest, its golden veins gleaming. She picked up the leaf, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, and her gaze towards Vermillion changed instantly. She put the spiritual tree away, then stood up calmly, brushing off the dust. She looked at the long-lost military supply area and blinked. It was terrifying. These people had gone too far. They had only just sat down and stood up, and they hadn't even left her with a spare part. But it wasn't a big deal. She clicked her fingers together, and as she walked, she disappeared from the spot where she had been. Then, before Vermillion's astonished eyes, she appeared below the ring. With a leap, she flew into the air, using the momentum of nearby classmates to soar upwards. This was the wind-stepping cloud step. Utilizing the exoskeleton's jet engine, she pushed her agility to its limits, spraying most of her classmates with exhaust fumes. If a classmate hadn't intercepted her, she would have reached the ring long ago, relying solely on the exoskeleton's jet engine. Her uncanny agility baffled those who tried to intercept her, and they ultimately gave up. Without the obstruction, Lin Xiu quickly caught up with Qiaosun and Nian. Hi! She leaped over Qiaosun on the nearby mecha, greeting him and rubbing his beastly head. It's a shame you can't touch an orc's ears. Oh my god, Ash, you're running so fast? Wait for me. Qiaosun didn't get the mech, but Nian did. The two of them conspired, and Qiaosun transformed into a beast and rode in the mech piloted by Nian. Nian gave him a ride, and he would help Nian deal with the troublemakers around him. Qiaosun couldn't help but urge, Nian, hurry up. There was no way they couldn't catch up in a mech. As it turned out, they couldn't. In the time it took them to talk, Lin Xiu had already reached the ring. The ring was now in chaos. Several mechs collided like streams of light, a roaring sound incessantly. Countless energy beams intersected and collided in the air, and sparks lingered in the sky for a long time. Almost the moment she stepped onto the ring, she understood what Vermillion meant by that meaningful smile. Above the ring stood countless smaller rings. Each small arena was numbered. Winning the fight wasn't just about standing on the main arena. The challenge only began when you stepped onto it. She quickly found the closest small arena and sat down in the center. Soon, Qiaosun, Nian, and the others arrived. Thanks to Qiaosun's giant panda form, she spotted them from the crowd. Lin Xiu immediately stood up and waved at them. Qiaosun, Nian, over here. A flash of cold light flashed. Instead of her friends, she was attacked by other students. Luckily, she dodged quickly, otherwise she would have been blasted away. Lin Xiu looked up at the mecha in the sky and couldn't help but quip, wow. This mecha is pretty good. I want it. Gathering her mental energy, she grasped 2 broadswords in her palms, leveraging the momentum to leap upwards and attack the mecha attacking her. Countless energy beams shot past her. Lin Xiu swung one of her broadswords, instantly removing the mecha's magazine. The mecha experienced a brief malfunction, its position wobbling slightly. Once the mecha had stabilized, Lin Xiu was already in front. She sheathed her broadsword, assumed a Tai Chi stance, and grasped the light mecha's mechanical arm, performing an impromptu, graceful, one-sided pas de deux. Fists and legs flew in a flurry, her hands behind her back as the mecha spun endlessly beneath her. In the mecha's cockpit, Laura was practically spitting sparks at the controls, still unable to control the mecha. The red warnings in front of her continued to multiply, and she suddenly regretted provoking this person. The students fighting nearby paused, temporarily making peace, and watched the fight. Some even applauded. Not bad, you dance well. Lin Xiu glanced over, and the crowd dispersed instantly. Having had enough fun, Lin Xiu released the mech, her dual blades reappearing. With a single swipe, she sliced the mech's head clean off. Experience in the underground lab had taught her that slicing heads saved time. That was how she dispatched those robots. After she finished, she felt a little regretful. How would she drive it later? Never mind, she could just deal with this one and find another. Using her broadsword like a paddle, she concentrated her full power and sent the light mech flying, sending it careening off the stage. Ever since absorbing the dark factor from Xiao Run's body yesterday, and using it for her own benefit, she felt her talent and mental strength had increased. That was why she was so confident in sending the mech flying. It was a light mech, thankfully. A heavier mech wouldn't have been so easy. Laura fell to the ground, barely registering anything. He couldn't understand how someone could have sent him flying with a weapon manifested through his psychic power, even though he clearly didn't have a mecha. Isn't that too outrageous? Shooting someone flying is understandable, but this is a mecha. Perhaps because the scene just now was too exaggerated, the students nearby quietly distanced themselves from her, their memories of her previous battle record. Of course, some students went the other way and directly seized the ring near her, feeling completely secure. Who could understand that? Lin Xiu watched this scene unfold, propping up her chin with her hand and sighing boredly. Sometimes being too strong isn't a good thing. A passing classmate happened to overhear this and stumbled. Listen, is that even human language? She glanced at the small ring nearby, and suddenly an idea struck her. I got it! Chapter 41. A green vine appeared in her palm. She swung it into the air, forming a circle upon landing. This circle, centered on the small arena beneath her feet, encompassed the 8 surrounding arenas, corresponding precisely to the 8 directions. After Chiaosun and Inayan had dealt with the tangled roadblocks, they saw her sitting in the center of the circle. The arenas outside the circle had already been occupied by other students. 2 lines of words were written on a vine in front of her. 300 credits per arena, no bargaining. Professional substitute, guaranteed peace of mind. Chiaosun's mouth twitched slightly, and he jumped off the mech and walked over to her. What are you doing? Can't you see that you're rowing the land? Lin Xiu seemed a bit bored. A flash of green light flashed, and the vines instantly intertwined to form a green vine hanging chair. She sat down, swaying gently, feeling quite comfortable. It contrasted sharply with the intermittent buzzing and billowing black smoke. Xiaosun continued, What do you want the credits for? Lin Xiu gave him a mysterious smile. Guess? Xiaosun's mind raced, remembering their earlier materials list. He looked at her with a complicated expression. You're not looking to exchange them for materials from the school's materials room, are you? Bingo! Lin Xiu snapped her fingers and gave him an appreciative look. Xiaosun spun his head. That's right. She worked really hard for that material. He glanced at the words on the stick on the ground. Speaking of which, can't this be cheaper? 300 credits is a bit steep. We've only been in school for so long. Where do you all get so many credits? It's a bit pricey indeed. Nian agreed. 300 credits is pretty good, okay? I was thinking 500 credits. Lin Xiu had done some calculations. Time flies, and before we know it, half of the semester has already passed. Holidays will be over soon. No matter how lazy you are, everyone should have at least 300 credits. According to Bubuka, when she and Pei Qingyu were kidnapped, the students who came to support them each received 100 extra credits upon their return. Getting a kill gives an extra 10 credits, and they killed quite a few robots back then. So 300 credits is really good. You're too ruthless. Even more ruthless than my brother. Xiaosun checked his credits on the light meter. Not more, not less, exactly 500 credits. It seems this guy has it all planned out. But despite all the complaints, he still gets what he deserves. With a wave of her hand, she allocated 300 credits to Lin Xiu and said, Give me a seat. Lin Xiu stood up from the green vine chair and flattered, All right. Young master, please. Take your pick. The one to your left. Xiaosun said as he stood up. Looking at the empty arena, he felt something was missing. He turned and pointed at Lin Xiu's green vine chair. Give me one of those too. 50 credits each. Lin Xiu's smile widened, and he gestured in front of him twice. Since we're so familiar with each other, I give you a discount. 49 credits. Why don't you just go grab it? Xiaosun yelled at her, then changed the subject, See how stingy you are. Give me one. Young master, you have good eyesight. This is a green rattan hanging chair I wove using my innate ability. Maintaining its shape requires a lot of mental effort. Lin Xiu waved his hand. A green rattan hanging chair appeared behind him. Xiaosun curled his lips speechlessly. He would have believed someone else's words. As for Lin Xiu, he didn't believe it. SSS mental power, and you still say it's a struggle to maintain a chair? You're just kidding the giant salamander. Xiaosun sat on it directly. Not to mention, it was quite comfortable, and it even swung. He suddenly found some fun. When he got home, he asked the housekeeper to make him two for his room. This was the first time he had witnessed Lin Xiu's talent. It's strange, for a star traveler with an awakened plant-type spirit, to have a talent other than healing? I want the arena on your right. Nian immediately assigned 349 credits to Lin Xiu, pointing to the green vine hanging chair and saying, I want this one too. Okay, boss. This way, please. Lin Xiu grinned happily, and with a wave of his hand, another green vine hanging chair appeared in the center of the small arena on the right. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, suddenly reminded her of the left and right guardians of the villains in the TV series Universe Star. So she's the villain now? As Lin Xiu pondered this, the surrounding classmates were already drawn in. Hurry up! The big devil's here to collect protection money. Big devil? Lin Xiu glared at him. What did you call me? Of course, I call you Chief Lin. The classmate smiled brightly and rubbed his hands. Chief, 300 credits per position, right? Give me one. Sure. Lin Xiu readily agreed. Since he was so understanding, he didn't mind the nickname. He even asked, very considerately, want a chairlift? The competition still has 2 hours and 10 minutes until it ends. Standing alone must be tiring, right? How many credits? 66. The left and right guards' eyes widened upon hearing this, suddenly feeling that their chairlift, at 49, was quite reasonable. How much? The student almost thought she had misheard. 66 each. Want one? Lin Xiu pointed to her left and right, gently coaxing, left guardian Xiaosun, S plus mental strength, right guardian Yin, S plus mental strength, and me, the chief, SSS mental strength. We're professionals subbing. Yes, take one. The student was so tempted by this damn sense of security. He immediately gave her the credits. A wise choice. Lin Xiu patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Go ahead, classmate, pick the arena of your choice. Watching the credits rise, she smiled to herself, a small step closer to mecha materials. So what if it's 88,000 credits? A little adds up. However, constantly promoting the green rattan hanging chair isn't the right approach, so I just changed the words on the floor. One arena is 398 credits, no bargaining. Professional proxy, guaranteed peace of mind. It's only been a short while, and the price has gone up again. The three of them stood in their respective arenas, their eyes meeting, and a sudden feeling of camaraderie blossomed. It was a good thing they arrived early. Lin Xiu called out, anyone else? First come, first served. SSS Mech Solo Professional Proxy, guaranteed peace of mind. With the first person to pick a peach, many more were willing to follow. Me. Give me one. I was here first, give it to me. You've got the credits, Chief Lin, I want the spot closest to you. Damn, who's pushing me? Go away. How am I supposed to buy a spot if I don't push you? A group of people kept coming, some even getting into fights. In a short while, all 8 spots were sold. Looking at the 8 people leisurely lounging on the hanging chairs inside the green vine circle, the students outside felt uneasy. This is too much. This is too much. On the ground, Li Meiluan sat in his makeshift camp, calmly watching the images on the large screen before him, and suddenly smiled. Fia, look, I think our Kebro team still has a good chance of winning this military academy league. Fia turned to look at him sideways. Aren't you afraid that her actions will be unfair to the other students? Why would it be unfair? Li Meiluan sat up straight and chuckled. I said at the beginning of the competition that no method is off limits. One can't be too rigid in life. One must think outside the box to achieve unexpected victory. Wasn't the reason we lost in previous years because we were too conventional? To put it bluntly, it's because we were too honest and couldn't outmaneuver the others. Fia found it hard not to agree with him. The people at the First Federal Strategic Academy are simply too cunning, with an endless variety of underhanded tactics. They're so hard to guard against that they always win championships. You have a point. But what she's doing is undoubtedly drawing hatred. She'd be attacked by everyone. As if to verify his words. On the big screen, the The safe zone within Lin Xiu's circle was completely surrounded by 3 layers of enemies. Since she didn't get a chance to compete on the stage, the students who came later all focused their attention on her. Let's stop fighting for a minute. Everyone listen to me. The arena is full now, and there are no more open spots. Let's work together to take down Lin Xiu first. After she's taken care of, 9 spots will be freed up. We then compete based on our strength. Agreed. I agree. I say, you're discussing how to deal with me in front of me. Is that appropriate? Lin Xiu stood up from her swing and looked at the students around her. TSK, you really don't treat me like an outsider. Lola smiled at her. Appropriate, absolutely appropriate. She still remembered the grudge of being thrown off. She couldn't defeat Lin Xiu alone, but what about a group? A single chopstick breaks easily, but a bunch of chopsticks won't. Go! Lola, controlling the newly acquired mecha, charged forward. Lin Xiu looked at her right guard. Nian, lend me the mecha. Okay. Nian immediately exited the cockpit. Almost immediately, Lin Xiu entered the mech, manipulating it to spread his legs shoulder-width apart. He stepped forward with his left foot, slowly raising his arms. Asu, what are you doing? Get out of the way. It's almost face-to-face. Xiaosun jumped up and down beside him. Chief Lin, get out of the way. The students who had paid the protection fee hugged each other, their hearts almost in their throats. It's over, it's over. No way to dodge it. This is over. Ugh. A watermelon is so round, I chop it in half. You take half, he takes half. Almost as the Lola mech approached, Lin Xiu seemingly sideways, successfully dodging her attack. At the same time, he grabbed the mech's arm, pulling it back and performing a set of 24 Tai Chi moves on it. Laura was left dazed in the cockpit. With a final, brutal kick, Lin Xiu sent the mech flying, leaving a trail of blue smoke in the air as it fell back onto the stage. Damn it! Again! I'd definitely be back. Lola's voice echoed throughout the virtual training ground. Bang! The mech plummeted from the sky with a deafening roar. The entire aerial arena vibrated, and the students preparing to attack were also affected by the vibrations. The sound seemed to foreshadow the start of a fierce battle. Lin Xiu looked at the hesitant students around him, and said with a venomous arrogance, What? Are you stunned? What are you all standing there for? Didn't you say you were going to attack me? Come on, all of you. The arrow was on the string, and had to be released. The atmosphere was already so intense, it would be a shame to not act cowardly and fearful. Charge! Someone shouted, but they launched a fierce attack on Lin Xiu. They were young and energetic, and even the simplest provocation stirred their blood. Why is Lin Xiu provoking them? Xiaosun shouted, his voice breaking. He transformed into a beast and rushed in front of Lin Xiu, his body growing larger and larger. He roared at the students without mechas charging at him, and with an S+ mental power attack, he successfully repelled a wave of them. Nian's beast form was that of an electric leopard, extremely fast and a typical opportunist. In sync with Xiaosun's roar, he swung his claws and instantly destroyed the entire group. The two, who had initially disliked each other at the school gate and had a quarrel and a fight at the beginning of the semester, now worked together with remarkable tacit understanding. They probably never expected this day to come. Lin Xiu looked at them in confusion. What are you doing? She collected protection money, so how could she let the boss do it himself? Xiaosun grinned. You said we were your bodyguards, so of course we're here to protect you. Nian looked up at her and agreed. Focus on the students with mechas. Leave the others on the ground to Xiaosun and me. The other students, who had paid protection money, chorused. Leave the rest to us. Okay. Lin Xiu finished, sighing. I'm touched. You're such nice people. The others, who had inexplicably received the nice guy card, responded, What should I do now, that I suddenly don't want to help her anymore? Chapter 42. Since someone has taken care of the people underground, she no longer has any worries. She soared into the air in her mech, utilizing her wind-stepping cloud step to its full potential. She nimbly and swiftly weaved through the hail of bullets. Finally, she dodged and dove in front of the nearest mech. She engaged it in close combat. Each strike was accompanied by a sharp clash of metal, sending the student retreating step by step. Suddenly she stopped. She quickly switched her mech's weapon mode. Her arms transformed into lightsabers, and with a sidestep, she quickly blocked the mech's attempted sneak attack from behind. The lightsaber illuminated, instantly dislodging the mech's legs. Classmate, sneak attacks are wrong, Lin Xiu said, then unleashed a kick, sending the mech flying off the stage. Warning! Warning! Locked. Red alarms blared in the cockpit. Lin Xiu calmly piloted the mech, scouting for position. Why do they always like sneak attacks? Not far away, a mech, hidden behind the crowd, instantly activated its magnetic missile launcher. Several high-energy laser beams streaked across the sky, whistling towards her. Seeing this, she sheathed her lightsaber and muttered, "A watermelon." With nimble movements, she directly controlled the mech to direct the magnetic missile between her palms. The high-energy laser beams converged and formed a massive sphere. With her unhurried movements, the sphere grew larger and larger. Oh my god! What's going on? How could she catch the magnetic missile with her bare hands? The students piloting the mech stared at the scene in shock. The student who launched the hidden missile sat in the cockpit, staring at the screen in front of him, his eyes wide open, wondering why he couldn't control the magnetic missile. It was a tracking missile that automatically locked onto its target. This is unscientific. Classmate, haven't you seen Tai Chi? Lin Xiu grinned and, with a roundhouse kick, launched the energy beam ball directly towards the mecha-heavy area. Boom! A loud noise echoed in the sky. The mecha struck by the ball instantly lost its balance, flashing with lightning and billowing with black smoke as it plummeted from the sky, slamming heavily onto the ground. The student who had attacked, having regained control of the magnetic energy bomb, had no time to rejoice before he realized his companions were gone. The mecha he piloted was the only one left in the air, standing tall and conspicuous. Where were the others? He quickly began searching, and upon seeing the large and small pits on the ground and the shattered mechas within, his heart sank. Oh no! Realizing this, he quickly turned and ran, controlling his mecha. But it was too late. A shadow suddenly flashed across the screen, and before he could see clearly, the screen went black. The mech he was piloting had its head ripped off, and Lin Xiu kicked it off the stage like a ball, sending its body plummeting down with it. Lin Xiu, piloting his mech, stood tall in the air, his gaze fixed on the mechs on the ground, their limbs missing. Just as he was about to attack, the mechs, in perfect unison, pulled out triangular white flags and waved them frantically. Chief Lin, we were wrong. We won't fight anymore. Right. We won't fight anymore. Lin Xiu, You're the ones who said we fight, and you're the ones who said we wouldn't fight. Are you kidding me? Just when everyone thought it was all over, she changed the subject, adding, it's okay to not fight. Each of you will pay 250 credits to save your life. What? Not happy? Lin Xiu immediately switched his mech's arms to ammunition cartridges and pointed them at them. Classmates, They were absolutely certain that if they said they didn't, they would suffer the same fate as the previous student. Having their mech's head removed, that was terrifying. As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. That was exactly what this group of students was talking about. They waved white pennants, nodding repeatedly while manipulating their mechs. Happy? Of course we are. We're more than happy. Right? Yes. A wry smile played across everyone's lips, and they resignedly paid the 250 yuan protection fee. In their hearts, they regretted provoking this demon. Why had they even messed with this terrifying demon? It was too difficult to defeat him in hand-to-hand combat, or even in mech combat. Just because they couldn't defeat Lin Xiu didn't mean they couldn't defeat anyone else. A few clever guys, using their mechas to take advantage of the chaos, directly seized the other guy's small arena. Damn, a sneak attack. Didn't we say we were forming an alliance? Why a sneak attack? The already unstable alliance dissolved instantly. The classmates who had just been happily teaming up to deal with Lin Xiu suddenly turned against each other and began fighting among themselves again. This greatly reduced the pressure on Xiao Sun and the others. Lin Xiu fired a cannon into the safety circle, instantly clearing it. She parked the mecha on the arena, stepped out of the cockpit, sank into the hanging chair, and yawned. They shouldn't come back. I'm going to take a nap. Call me when the fight is over. Huh? Xiao Sun was stunned. Seeing that she had closed her eyes, he turned to look at Anian and patted his shoulder. Brother, I'm going to take a nap too. Call me when the competition is over. Without giving him a chance to refuse, he strode to his own arena, sank into the hanging chair, and closed his eyes. He turned to look at the other students, who had paid their protection fee. Nian, I'm going to lie down for a while too. Call me when the competition is over. Me too. Nian, He looked up at the sky and sighed helplessly. Alright. Just as Lin Xiu had said, no one bothered them until the competition was over. Wake up. Chief Lin, wake up. Lin Xiu drowsily opened his eyes, and stared blankly at the excited people before him. What's wrong? Chief Lin, the competition is over. Yes, yes. Thank you, Chief Lin. Oh. It's over. She rubbed her eyes, trying to clear her head. But the restart failed. I'm so sleepy, I want to go home and sleep. At this moment, Li Meilun arrived at the center of the arena on a shuttle. Looking down at the students below, he said solemnly, after 3 hours of intense competition, the ring-grabbing mission has been successfully concluded. Congratulations to the 1,000 students who successfully defended the ring and qualified for the Military Academy League. 50 additional credits will be awarded to each student. I hope everyone will not slack off in the coming days, but will train hard and be in top form for the upcoming Military Academy League. I hope you will all bring honor to the school and yourself. Did you all hear that? I heard that. A unified and powerful voice echoed through the virtual training room. Excellent. Li Meilun nodded. Then, class dismissed. His figure also transformed into countless particles and vanished into thin air. A sudden cheer erupted from the arena. Amidst the laughter and chatter, Lin Xiu yawned, exited the virtual training room, and dashed back to the dormitory on the shuttle. She needed sleep. She hadn't eaten and slept so soundly that if Pei Qingyu hadn't called her the next day, she would have been late for class. She wasn't in the mood for class either, groggy and drowsy, her eyelids drooping. At noon, the group met in the Diaria cafeteria. Lin Xiu half closed her eyes, chopsticks in hand, mechanically feeding herself. Just as the food was about to go up her nose, Pei Qingyu quickly stopped her. Huh? What's wrong? She struggled to keep her eyelids open, looking at Pei Qingyu blankly. Qiaosun also noticed something was wrong, and looked up at her. Ah Su, what's wrong with you today? Did you not sleep well? I guess so. Lin Xiu spoke in a slow, soft voice, a stark contrast to her usual self. After yawning several times, she struggled to wipe the tears from her eyes. I don't know why. I'm just so sleepy. Are you too tired? Inian hesitated, recalling yesterday's scene where she single-handedly took on a group of mechas. Maybe it's because I've used too much mental energy? Honestly, he didn't believe it. This was SSS mental energy. Pei Qingyu grasped her wrist, and a pale yellow healing light shone into her body. Her expression suddenly faltered, and her brows furrowed slightly. Nian and Qiaosun, seeing this, dropped their meals and stared intently at the two of them, not daring to breathe. 5 minutes later, Pei Qingyu withdrew his hand, looked at her, and asked, "How are you? Are you feeling better?" "Yeah." Lin Xiu gestured with her fingers. "A little bit." His head cleared a bit, but he was still very sleepy. Pei Qingyu looked at Lin Xiu and said gently, "Are afternoon classes important?" Before Lin Xiu could open her mouth, Qiaosun's voice rang out, "Not very important, just academic subjects." Their individual combat department, as the name suggests, places a greater emphasis on practical training. In that case, Asu won't be attending afternoon classes. Pei Qingyu turned to Qiaosun and Inian. "Please ask for her leave." "Okay." Qiaosun and Inian nodded in unison. "I take you back to the dorm." Pei Qingyu looked at Lin Xiu, whose head was thumping, and helped her up. "She probably couldn't finish her meal. Let's wait until she's rested." "Let's go together." Qiaosun and Inian quickly ate a few mouthfuls of food and hurried to catch up. The jet shuttle was moving very fast, and with Pei Qingyu's deliberate speed boost, they arrived at the Chiafone Lake Villa in no time. After verifying their identity at the door, the intelligent butler robot immediately opened the door and came forward to greet them. "Welcome home, master." It was accompanied by Silly Dog. It rushed out excitedly, but upon seeing Lin Xiu, who looked clearly unwell, it immediately stopped and circled around her. Pei Qingyu picked Lin Xiu up and placed her on the sofa. Then he turned to look at the two of them. "You go to class." "I'm here." "Okay, let us know when she wakes up." Qiaosun glanced at the sleeping figure on the sofa, hesitant to speak, but ultimately left with Inian. He thought about going to the infirmary. But then he remembered Pei Qingyu, the SSS healer, and there seemed no need to go. The door slammed shut, and Lin Xiu, who should have been fast asleep on the sofa, suddenly opened her eyes. The voice was still languid. "Are they gone?" "Yes, they are." Pei Qingyu walked over to her and sat down, channeling his healing power into her body as he asked, "I sense an unstable energy within you. This energy is very gentle, slowly merging with your own. The reason you're sleepy is because you're overwhelmed by the energy, and your body has naturally entered a state of slight intoxication." Are you saying I'm just overeating?" Pei Qingyu nodded. "That's understandable." Lin Xiu, Chapter 43. With Pei Qingyu's help, Lin Xiu finally digested the unstable energy within her body. For a moment, she felt refreshed and full of energy. Her spirit tree had grown considerably. She felt like she had endless energy and wanted to play a few matches in the underground arena, but it wasn't the weekend, so she couldn't leave the school. Also, digesting the energy took quite a while, almost the entire afternoon, and it was already evening. Gurgle. Her stomach growled. I knew you'd be hungry. Pei Qingyu emerged from the kitchen with his intelligent butler robot and placed the freshly cooked dish on the table. Eat. Ah! The hungry dog, having been hungry all day, perked up, crawled out of its den, and walked around Lin Xiu twice. Its nose twitched slightly, sniffing. After confirming the biped was alright, it slowly retrieved its food bowl and, with a clang, dropped it in front of her. Ah! Two-legged beast, it's time for dinner, hurry up. Come here, I get you some. Pei Qingyu picked up the dog's food bowl and led the silly dog to the other side. He found the mutant lava grass with ease, had the intelligent butler robot cut a few bunches and put them in the food bowl, and added a few steamed buns. Eat. Ah! The silly dog immediately stepped forward and happily began to eat. He looked at the bare lava grass and injected some energy into it, causing it to grow instantly. Pei Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. With the daily irrigation of his and Lin Xiu's innate energy, the mutant lava grass Qiao Lin had given him had grown from a single plant into a vast field. When it's ripe, cut it, and then induce labor. It's enough for a stupid dog to eat. Lin Xiu urged, are you ready? Come on. I'm here. Pei Qingyu reached the table and realized she hadn't touched her chopsticks. Aren't you hungry? Why aren't you eating? Of course I'm waiting for you. It was only a few minutes anyway. She'd been hungry for so long, so a little longer wouldn't hurt. When Lin Xiu saw him sit down, she immediately picked up her chopsticks and started eating. She finished most of the bowl in one gulp. Only when she felt her stomach was finally full did she slow down her eating. After swallowing the food in her mouth, she couldn't help but praise, delicious. Then eat more. Pei Qingyu smiled and poured her a bowl of soup. Try this. The robot made it. I think it's pretty good. Okay. Lin Xiu tasted it, and was simply delightful. Is this the dried bamboo shoots Qiaosun gave me? Yes. He brought them to my house last time. He said they were a century-old treasure. No. A century-old? Lin Xiu's voice rose, her eyes widening. Suddenly, the bamboo shoots in her bowl didn't smell as good anymore. Pei Qingyu replied, that's what he said. You really did it. Aren't you afraid of mold or food poisoning? Pei Qingyu gave her a calm look and explained calmly, it's not moldy. I had Qiaosun try it, and he didn't get any poisoning. We also tested it with instruments, and all the indicators showed S+, making it a top-tier ingredient. Really? Lin Xiu looked at the bamboo shoots in her bowl and felt like she was ready again. Master, it's true. Dried bamboo shoots are 100,000 star coins per portion on StarNet, and that's 10 small pieces. The smart butler pulled up the Star Network data. Lin Xiu stared at it for a moment, then immediately picked up a piece of bamboo shoot and put it in her mouth, mumbling, then I have to eat more. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but this bite tasted even better than the previous ones. Oh right. Didn't you ask me to see if I could devour the dark factor and use it for my own benefit? I tried it the other day, and it worked. I know. Pei Qingyu didn't show any surprise, saying gently, I knew it when Uncle Qiaosun woke up. Lin Xiu thought for a moment, then realized, that's right. If she couldn't devour the dark factor, Uncle Qiaosun wouldn't have woken up so quickly. It would have taken a while longer. Pei Qingyu then expressed her hypothesis. The energy in your body must be the energy converted from the dark factor. Lin Xiu agreed, I think so too. Neither of them was the type to procrastinate when it came to eating. After the cleanup operation, they handed the dishes and cleanup to the smart butler and took their dog for a walk. On their way, they unexpectedly encountered Lanuo. He had been stealthily following them since they left the courtyard. Lin Xiu's spiritual sense detected him several times as he tried to approach and speak, but he retreated halfway. For this reason, she and Pei Qingyu deliberately slowed down their pace to give him an opportunity. But he was too timid, and after waiting for a long time, he still didn't respond. So, when he emerged from the shadows for the nth time to speak, Lin Xiu quickly turned around and, without giving him a chance to escape, said, Senior, long time no see. Ah. Lanuo suddenly shuddered, then, realizing what was happening, immediately gave a warm smile. Student Lin, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look much prettier now. Lin Xiu, ? She stared at him in disbelief. Has he changed? I was wrong about what happened last time. I'm sorry. Lin Xiu, shock. What's going on? So he was sneaking around behind her, hesitating, because he wanted to apologize, but didn't know how. Leno saw this and said sheepishly, I heard your individual combat department spots for the Military Academy League have been confirmed. Since Lin is so talented, he must be among them. Lin Xiu shrank back warily. What do you want? I have a Military Academy League journal here. I think it might be helpful. Leno said, pulling a notebook from his space button and handing it to her. Lin Xiu took it hesitantly, flipping through it casually under his expectant gaze. Did you write this yourself? The handwriting was good, but the pressure was so strong that it tore the paper, revealing the resentment he felt while writing. Lanua nodded, of course. Every word and sentence here was a lesson learned through bloodshed. Otherwise, how could it be called experience? If someone offers unwarranted kindness, they are either a traitor or a thief. Lin Xiu expressed his doubt. Are you so kind? Ahem. Lin, what you said is true. It's only natural for classmates to help each other. Lanua cleared his throat and said, somewhat embarrassedly, do you still have the fiery rock red crystal? I'd like to buy two. Just this one. Of course. Then you can definitely buy it in the virtual store. Out of stock. Is it urgent? If it wasn't urgent, she probably wouldn't have come to my door. Lanua nodded. Although there was a minor grudge between the two of them, she took revenge on the spot. When business comes knocking on your doorstep, there's no reason to refuse. Why bother with the money? So, without even thinking, she agreed, sure. 300,000 star coins each. Leno looked up in shock. Huh? What? Lin Xiu frowned. Too expensive? No, it's not. Add me as a friend, and I pay you right away. Leno quickly opened his computer and pretended to add me as a friend, fearing she'd change her mind. If he'd known it was so easy, why would he have gone through all that trouble before, and even gotten a beating for nothing? He automatically put his thoughts of getting something for free out of his mind. 600,000 star coins credited to my computer. A long-lost electronic notification chimed, and Lin Xiu suppressed the corner of his mouth, nodding with satisfaction. Silly dog, give Senior 2 fiery rock red crystals. The family stock had long been given to Qiao Lin, and the money had already arrived, so he had no choice but to pay in cash. Ouch! Silly dog tilted his head and immediately lowered his butt, but the instant he caught Lanua's burning gaze, he stood up and hid shamefully behind Pei Qingyu, cursing. What kind of fetish is this guy? Watching animals poop? Lin Xiu noticed Silly Dog's embarrassment and immediately made him a small green vine toilet with vines. Go ahead. 360-degree surround. Absolutely no one can see. Silly Dog was very satisfied with this and finally, reluctantly, emerged from behind Pei Qingyu, head held high, and gracefully entered the toilet. A minute later, Lanua happily ran back to the dormitory, clutching a fresh, still warm fiery rock red crystal. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. With the addition of the fiery rock red crystal, his mecha will be complete. Ah! The silly dog twitched its ears, looking thoughtfully at Lanua's back. Does this biped really like its own poop that much? Before he could figure it out, the doors of the surrounding villas began to open one after another. Hello, Lin. My name is Fu Changyin, and I'm the head of the mecha maintenance department in my 3rd year. Do you have any fiery rock red crystals left? I'd like to buy 2 too. Oh no, 5. Lin. My name is Dilly, and I'm also in the mecha maintenance department. I want some fiery rock red crystals too. There's also me. But I'm in the medical department. Me. I want 10. A group of people instantly surrounded the 2 people and the beast, chattering non-stop. Lin Xiu and Pei Qing raised their eyebrows at the sight. So many people were living in the Qianfeng Lake Villa. Normally, we only see a few, but today, a whole bunch of them popped up. So, these guys usually observe from home, but none of that matters. What matters is that they're here for business. Lin Xiu immediately smiled, revealing his 8 large white teeth, and mingled effortlessly among the seniors. 300,000 star coins have arrived on the computer. 600,000 star coins have arrived. 2.7 million star coins. The electronic notifications continue to chime, and for the next half hour, Silly Dog couldn't emerge from the small restroom. After seeing off the last senior, Lin Xiu let out a breath, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the senior's excessive enthusiasm. Silly Dog, we're leaving, going home. As the voice trailed off, Silly Dog emerged from the small restroom, looking exhausted. He couldn't poop anymore, not even a single poop. The moment he saw Lin Xiu, he started yelling, cursing profusely. Its voice was so loud that it echoed throughout the Chiefeng Lake dormitory area. Okay, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. It's just that they like you too much. Ah! You liar. They clearly only like my dad. I've noticed you've been constipated lately, and haven't paid your dues in a while. I'm going to help you clean out your stomach. It's not good for your health if you keep holding it in. Ah! That can't be done. Yes. I won't do it next time. Never again. I go back and ask old Pei to make you a bowl of milk to replenish you. Ah! I want to drink a whole bucket. Okay, no problem. I let you drink as much as you want. Lin Xiu turned to look at Pei Qingyu. Right, old Pei. Pei Qingyu chuckled. Yeah, all you can drink. Satisfied by the two's coaxing, the silly dog stopped barking and hopped along ahead, no longer looking drained. Lin Xiu couldn't help but grumble, drama queen. Just looking at its back, he could sense its joy, and the slight guilt he felt for exploiting it vanished. Concern had distracted him. How could he have forgotten that this guy had brought out over a dozen fiery rock-red crystals the first time they met? The shadows stretched the figures of the two men and the beast. Occasionally, the evening breeze blew, blowing strands of Lin Xiu's hair against Pei Qingyu. Treading on the shadows, Lin Xiu asked cheerfully, "What are you planning to give Babuka for his 18th birthday?" They had all received an invitation from Babuka for his 18th birthday 2 days ago, only then realizing that Babuka had been a minor all along. I haven't decided yet. I don't know what interstellar people like, otherwise I could cater to their tastes. This was exactly what was bothering him lately. I haven't decided yet. Lin Xiu shook her head and added, I heard that the Shuilan galaxy, where his family lives, is entirely made up of ocean planets, with almost no land. When she searched the StarNet for information about the Shuilan galaxy, she was stunned. The azure planets, completely covered in ocean, were incredibly beautiful. With so many oceans, could visiting them bring them seafood freedom? But is there any seafood in the interstellar space? She was craving oysters. Chapter 44. There's no seafood in the interstellar space, not even oysters. But there are comparable alternatives. The Super Invincible Supreme Plus version. Shuilan Galaxy, Highway Star. Ah Su, hurry! This is a long-bearded sea spiny beast, not a giant lobster. If it catches you, you're dead. Bucka said as he, Chiao Sun, and Enian laboriously dragged Lin Xiu toward shore. It was unknown what Lin Xiu had grown up on. Despite his small frame, his strength was no less than theirs. The three of them were dragged directly toward the sea. Seeing he couldn't pull it back, Chiao Sun quickly called for help. Old Pei, come help. No matter how hard Babuka pulled, Lin Xiu remained unmoved. She pointed at a long-bearded sea spiny beast with half its head peeking out of the water not far away, and said, Pei Qingyu, just tell me if this is a lobster. Even if the Jade Emperor came today, this would be a supersized lobster. Aside from the size, everything else was exactly the same. It looked delicious. She couldn't even imagine how fragrant and delightful this giant lobster would taste after being braised. Ah Su calmed down. Pei Qingyu couldn't say anything against his will, because he also felt that it was a giant lobster, a true giant lobster. Not to mention Lin Xiu, even he himself, the moment he saw the long-bearded sea spiny beast, had already gone through all 108 ways to cook lobster in his mind. Damn it! Lin Xiu immediately lost her temper and stopped struggling, sitting cross-legged on the beach. Bucka, trust me, it's really delicious. She salivated at the long-bearded sea spiny beast tumbling on the surface of the sea. The taste of spicy crayfish came to her mind, and her mouth watered. Yes. I believe it. Bucka wiped the sweat from his face, and nodded repeatedly, inwardly marveling at Lin Xiu's immense strength. He almost lost control. He was also incredibly grateful that they had taken the same interstellar flight to his home planet, Highway. Otherwise, he was certain that, under Lin Xiu's instigation, these people would have already charged towards the long-bearded sea beast. Facts prove that even if he were there, he couldn't stop Lin Xiu's determination to obtain the top-grade big lobster. Name, long-bearded sea beast. Mental power, S. Species, sea beast. Talent, water control. Features, extremely sharp claws, source of power. After reviewing the data scanned by the optical computer, Lin Xiu was instantly invigorated. A mere S-rank sea beast, she's an SSS. What's there to be afraid of? Just do it. No one should stop her from eating the lobster today. Taking advantage of the three people's moment of composure, he instantly vanished from the spot with a teleportation move. Under their stunned gazes, He appeared before the long-bearded sea thorn beast. The long-bearded sea thorn beast's figure paused slightly while playing in the water. Lin Xiu immediately materialized a long staff with his mental power, and as the long-bearded sea thorn beast attacked with its large claws, he directly sent it flying. He lightly tapped the water's surface, leveraging the momentum to leap up, swinging the long staff with great force. With a continuous, all-round attack, he kept the long-bearded sea thorn beast suspended in the air. Slut! You dare to bathe in front of her, seduce her. A full bath service was immediately arranged. Damn! Ah Su, come back quickly, it's dangerous. Babuka's voice broke as he immediately rushed forward on the shuttle. As soon as he reached the shallow end, he froze. Ah Su, this is too strong. He was stunned, unsure of what was going on, and even began to worry about what she'd do if she couldn't find a partner. According to StarNet data, 80% of men prefer petite women when looking for a partner. Ash's appearance was quite petite, but his fighting skills were anything but. Chiaosun walked over, gently patted his shoulder, and said, "That's nothing compared to that. He's seen stronger and more outrageous ones." On asteroid A418. Seeing that she could handle it all on her own, the three of them felt relieved and went straight to chatting in the shallow water. No! How can she walk on water if she doesn't have a jet engine? Nian and Chiaosun shook their heads. Finally, it was Pei Qingyu who cleared their confusion. The Star Travel Tribe has a set of skills. Once mastered, they can walk freely on the water without sinking. Amazing! Chiaosun couldn't help but admire him, turning to look at him with shining eyes. I want to learn this. Old Pei, you can do it, right? Teach me. The other two didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with anticipation. Pei Qingyu choked and remained silent for several seconds before speaking. I don't know how. It wasn't just them. He wanted to learn too. Who wouldn't want to learn how to walk on water? What? Chiaosun stared at him in disbelief. You can't do it. Why can't you? Aren't you also from the Star Travel Tribe? Yes, yes. Bucca and Yen echoed. The string of questions silenced him. What can't you do? Lin Xiu approached, carrying a long-bearded sea spiny beast several times her size. Pei Qingyu stepped forward and lifted the long-bearded sea thorn beast, sharing the force with her while explaining, they wanted to learn Qigong and asked me to teach them, but I said I didn't know how. The other three hurried forward and carried the incredibly dead long-bearded sea Spinosaurus to the beach. Oh, Qigong requires a certain level of aptitude, but none of you have it. Lin Xiu stretched his muscles and continued, with today's interstellar civilization, there's absolutely no need to learn this. Besides, Qigong isn't something you can master overnight. Very few people truly master it, and they all start practicing from a young age. Okay. Although somewhat disappointed, they didn't necessarily want to learn it. They just thought it was cool, and it was a whim. Everyone's attention was quickly drawn to the long-bearded sea Spinosaurus before them. Babuka's face wrinkled, unable to imagine how to eat it. Is this really edible? Lin Xiu said firmly, of course. But I grew up on Highway Star, and I've never seen anyone eat this before. Bucca even began to wonder if he was a fake Highway Star. Oh, just wait. When she finished making the spicy lobster, he knew how delicious it was after just one bite. Lin Xiu pulled out a bunch of metal materials from her space button. With a few bangs, a massive iron pot was ready. She also made a few bowls and chopsticks, along with some other utensils. She placed the pot on the ground and looked at the people standing around, not knowing what to do, watching. She instructed, Babuka, you and Anian, wash the pots and pans together. Remember to disinfect them. Anian and Babuka nodded. Yes. Chiaosun, go find where Silly Dog is and bring him back. Chiaosun replied, I go right away. As for you. She turned to Pei Qingyu, a large axe materializing from her psychic power. Come with me to deal with this giant lobster. Pei Qingyu asked, how would you like to eat it? Did you bring the seasoning? Yes. Because the space button was so convenient, they both loved shoveling everything into it. If only they could fit their entire house inside. It made them feel incredibly safe. And so, the seasoning inside came in handy today. Lin Xiu looked at the giant claw, almost as tall as she was, thought for a moment, and said, let's chop half off and make spicy crayfish. We can take the other half back home and study it later. Pei Qingyu nodded. Okay. You go pick out the shrimp thread. I chop off the two large claws. Okay. With that, Pei Qingyu jumped onto the back of the long-bearded sea spiny beast. His psychic power materialized, and a 2-meter-long kitchen knife appeared in his hands. He sliced down the center of the carapace. After cutting it open, the kitchen knife transformed into an elongated toothpick, extracting the shrimp thread. He had initially worried that the creature's body structure might be slightly different, but surprisingly, just as Xiu had said, it was identical except for size. Lin Xiu also successfully removed its 2 large claws. The 2 of them worked together to split the long-bearded sea thorn beast's body in 2. One part was packed and placed in the space button, and the other part was cut into several small portions for seasoning. Nian and the others also returned. Lin Xiu took out the testing equipment and inspected every part of the long-bearded sea thorn beast. After confirming that it was free of harmful substances and safe to eat, he handed the subsequent processing over to Pei Qingyu. He then built a simple stove and threw a few pieces of fiery rock red crystal into it. Silly dog. Come on, spit some fire. Ouch. Silly dog immediately blew a stream of fire in the direction she pointed. The fiery rock red crystal instantly ignited. The pot was already boiling, and Pei Qingyu had finished his work. Old Pei, it's up to you now. Pei Qingyu gave her an okay sign. Don't worry. He stood confidently beside the cauldron on his shuttle. If he had been a little unsure before, after checking the shrimp thread and confirming that it was an enlarged lobster, he was instantly confident. He pulled out the pig oil he had previously refined using the pig beast from the space button and poured the entire can into the pot. He heated the oil and added some of the replica Sichuan peppercorns he had managed to snag from the researcher's virtual store, along with crescent-shaped garlic and ginger substitutes, and dwarf yellow root, and stir-fried until fragrant. Then he poured in a packet of magical technology and hard work. There was no way around the lack of seasoning, so he had to find another way. Add the processed long-bearded sea spiny beast to the pot and stir-fry, and the aroma will emerge. Wow! What a nice smell! Xiaosun and the other 3 came over at the smell. Silly dog was even smarter, expanding his body and swooping over the pot, his tongue hanging out and drooling. Lin Xiu strode forward, quickly pulling it away and scolding it. Watch out, your saliva's dripping into the pot. Ah. Okay. Silly dog, ears drooping, sat obediently to the side, its animal eyes fixed on the pot. Good boy. Lin Xiu patted its head, then scooted over to Pei Qingyu and gave him a thumbs up. That's the smell. Old Pei is great, and you're the best. Pei Qingyu smiled without saying anything. Babuka gulped at the aroma. Old Pei, is it ready? He now believed it was truly ready. We have to wait a little longer. Pei Qingyu waved his large spatula back and forth, stirring the food. Xiu, pour in the water from the side. Oh. Okay. Lin Xiu immediately poured the appropriate amount of water into the pot. Is that enough? Yes. Pei Qingyu took the lid and closed it. He stretched his arms, and saw Babuka and the other 2 still eagerly waiting by the pot. He couldn't help but feel a little amused. Stop staring. We have to wait about 30 minutes. Okay. The 3 of them finally came over with a languid look on their faces. It was so frustrating to only be able to smell but not eat. Chapter 45. The longest Lin Xiu had ever waited was those 30 minutes. To distract herself, she ran to pick up star clams. The shells were a vibrant white, gleaming brightly in the sunlight. They were named for their star-like appearance. Lin Xiu casually tossed a spiky ball into the bucket. Looking at the sea creatures scattered across the ground, she couldn't help but sigh. I've dreamed of going to the ocean for so many years, and I never imagined I could actually do it in the stars. I always lived in Chicheng Mountain, watering the mountains and plains, but I never seen the real ocean, let alone go to the ocean. Listen, is that singing? Pei Qingyu placed a sea snail shell, twice the size of his palm, next to Lin Xiu's ear. Lin Xiu stopped and put her ear to the conch shell. Her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in surprise, it's really singing. At first, she thought it was the resonance between the ocean and the air inside the shell, but she didn't expect it to be literal singing. A beautiful, soul-stirring chant. It's so beautiful. How could the mermaid's song not be beautiful? Bucka passed by them, bending down to pick up a small conch from the beach. We mermaids are born to sing. Every conch shell here contains a mermaid's song. Bucka, you must sing beautifully, right? Xiaosun stood behind him, placing his hands on his shoulders, and said, sing a piece. If they hadn't received Babuka's invitation to her 18th birthday ceremony, they wouldn't have known the mermaid, known as the interstellar diva, was actually right beside them. Babuka fell silent upon hearing this, his eyes lowered, his mind shimmering. After a few seconds, he whispered, I can't. He went to the Federal Military Academy because he couldn't sing. Huh? Xiaosun blinked, thinking he misheard. Bucka clenched his fists, struggling for a moment. Then, he closed his eyes and shouted, I can't sing. As a merman, they would probably look down on him for not being able to sing. He closed his eyes, but his fists pumped vigorously. He seemed to be waiting for their judgment. Every moment was torture. Suddenly, a hand gently patted his shoulder. If you can't sing, then forget it. I'm tone deaf too. The contempt and ridicule he expected didn't come. It was different from what he expected. Bucka suddenly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by Pei Qingyu's gentle smile. The others had already departed. Lin Xiu stood by the cauldron, waving at him and shouting, "What are you standing there for? Come and eat lobster." Huh? Buba was stunned. Pei Qingyu finally pulled him over by the arm. Don't you think it's strange that a mermaid like me can't sing? I'm an anomaly? Babuka, not everyone is born singing or talking. Lin Xiu looked up at him. Some people are born mute. Does that make them an anomaly? Babuka faltered. No. Lin Xiu tilted his head in confusion. If that's the case, why do you think you're an anomaly? Buba lowered his eyes to his toes, his expression gloomy. He whispered, singing is a mermaid's innate talent, something they're proud of. What's the difference between a mermaid who can't sing and a worthless person? You can't say that. Lin Xiu shook his finger at him. Not being able to sing doesn't make you worthless. It's just a small flaw. You can find other ways to compensate for this flaw. When you become strong enough, this small flaw won't be so important. Bucka, Hey, why are you overthinking it? Let me see if the spicy long-beard sea Spinosaurus is okay. Yeah, Babuka, don't overthink it. Even if you can't sing, you've made it all these years, haven't you? Qiaosun stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, offering comfort. Bucka, Thank you, not at all comforted. Nian echoed, relax. A group of people gathered around the cauldron, eagerly waiting. Bucka couldn't help but chuckle at their expressions. Yes, just like Qiaosun said, even though he can't sing, he's made it all these years, hasn't he? Is it done? Is it done? Ah. Let me see. Lin Xiu lifted the lid of the pot, and the overpowering aroma of spicy crayfish hit him immediately, making his mouth water. It's cooked. Finally, it's ready to eat. Nian couldn't help swallowing, eagerly anticipating it. Lin Xiu pulled out a three-dimensional square of metal from the space button and tossed it to the ground. The square of metal instantly expanded, transforming into a square table. Pei Qingyu then placed the long-bearded sea spiny beast on top. Everything was ready. Then let's eat. Lin Xiu took the lead and offered a piece to Pei Qingyu, saying with a grin, Chef, eat first, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, you guys eat too. No one moved, just staring at him motionlessly. Pei Qingyu blinked. Okay, you're all waiting for him to take the first bite to test the poison, right? He swallowed it straight down. Qiaosun leaned forward, his eyes glued to him. How is it? Is it delicious? Pei Qingyu frowned slightly, and the others, thinking it wasn't tasty, followed suit. It tastes good. It would be even better with beer. Lin Xiu, She rolled her eyes speechlessly. She filled the bowl for the silly dog. Then she picked up her chopsticks, and scooped up a piece of long-bearded sea spiny brush meat, and put it in her mouth. The familiar flavor stimulated her taste buds, filling her entire mouth. It was incredibly flavorful and incredibly delicious. The technology and hard work were truly amazing. Even with the lack of seasoning, they had perfectly recreated the flavor of the spicy crayfish, instantly bringing back memories of Zhongxia. She didn't know if it was a matter of region or species, but she always felt that the long-bearded sea spiny beast was tastier than the lobsters from central China, its meat more chewy and tender. The trio hesitantly picked up a piece and put it in their mouths, chewing it tentatively for a few times. Then, stunned, their eyes lighting up. Delicious. Ah! Delicious. Qiaosun waved his hand and declared, I declare that the spicy long-bearded sea spiny beast is my #1 dish from now on. The capital star cloud dish is just a bummer. When he got back, he had the butler bring someone to catch the long-bearded sea spiny beast. This dish must be on the table from now on. No one paid any attention to him. Looking closely, they were all busy eating. Qiaosun quickly picked up his chopsticks and scooped a few pieces of meat into the bowl, devouring it with big mouthfuls. The group ate with their mouths drooling. After their fill, they cleaned up briefly and lay on the beach, enjoying the sun, the sea breeze, their eyes half closed, savoring a moment of tranquility. After a long while, Nian couldn't help but ask, Bucka, where exactly is your home? After disembarking from the starship and leaving the starport for so long, all they could see was the sea, the same sea, with hardly any people in sight. From time to time, sea beasts would leap out and play. The seabed. I know it's the seabed. Which sea? How do we get down? Check your rebreathers. Bucka stood up and brushed off the sand. If everything's fine, let's go. The rebreather was only the size of a fingernail. When used, it automatically covered the body with a barely visible protective layer of oxygen, allowing one to move freely in the sea without worrying about breathing. After confirming their rebreathers were functioning properly, Babuka pulled out a sea beast shell and blew into it. With the ethereal, melodious sound of a conch shell, a massive green-armored sea beast emerged from the calm sea. The figure moved from far to near, blurry to clear. Lin Xiu's eyes flickered. Prime Minister Turtle? She quickly switched her computer to scan mode. It was a green-armored sea beast. So they were going to ride on the back of this massive green-armored sea beast? She suddenly felt a little excited. Alas, she was wrong. After reaching shallow water, the green-armored sea beast stopped moving, and the patterns on its carapace glowed brightly blue. Everyone watched in amazement as it retracted its limbs and head into its shell. A flash of blue light passed, and the green carapace rapidly extended, reaching the seabed. A submarine tunnel crafted from a green shell appeared before everyone. So, aren't we just going down on its back? Lin Xiu pointed at the green-armored sea beast in disbelief. I thought it was a real sea beast. It turned out to be a cybernetic fake turtle. To be honest, I thought we were just sitting on its back too. After Pei Qingyu finished speaking, he and Lin Xiu locked eyes, each unable to suppress a chuckle. After watching too many fantasy dramas, he subconsciously assumed that was the case. No, Bucka explained. This is an underwater tunnel. If you want to ride it, I have someone catch 2 of them when we get to the mermaid palace. Okay. The 5 people and the bees chatted as they entered the tunnel, stepped onto the quantum glide track, and headed for the mermaid palace. I had expected the light inside to be dim, even a little depressing. To my surprise, it was surprisingly bright. The further down I went, the more transparent the tunnel became, blending seamlessly with the seawater. From inside, one could clearly see the marine life outside. Gorgeous coral reefs, schools of tangible, multicolored fish, and mysterious, fluorescent creatures she and Pei Qingyu had never seen before intertwined and flowed through the water, creating a dreamlike scene. These vibrant wonders completely dispelled her fear of the deep sea. If I had to describe it, it would be like entering a fairy tale. Lin Xiu tugged at Pei Qingyu's sleeve and whispered, "Isn't this an interstellar version of an ocean aquarium?" Pei Qingyu leaned in and whispered, "Yes, but this is much more impressive than an aquarium." Lin Xiu nodded in agreement. While they were talking, they had already reached the end of the tunnel. As soon as they exited the quantum glide track, they saw mermaids standing side by side. Stereotypes are misleading. When you think of mermaids, you subconsciously think of long, flowing hair and beautiful, dazzling fish tails. The mermaids here were well dressed, their eyes gleaming like sapphires, their hair thick and flowing. Aside from their prominent fish fin ears, they looked essentially like ordinary people. "Your Highness." One of the blue-haired mermaids stepped forward and saluted gracefully. "Lin Xiu, long time no see." Bucka smiled at him, pointing to Lin Xiu and the others and introducing them. "These are my classmates and friends. They're all here for my 18th-year-old coming-of-age ceremony." Lin Xiu smiled warmly at them. "Hello." They all responded with a flurry of greetings. After a brief greeting, Lin Xiu summoned the jellyfish carriage and addressed them again. "Her Majesty has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me." Amazed, they followed Babuka's steps and boarded the jellyfish carriage. Lin Xiu and the others tried hard to suppress their shock, feigning composure as they gazed around from the luxurious carriage. Riding a jellyfish under the sea. That was so cool. Silly dog, relying on his status as a star beast and needing no regard for etiquette, simply leaned over the window and stuck his head out. Chapter 46. Stereotypes mislead again. Lin Xiu's image of the mermaid palace. Large corals, conch chambers, and shell beds. The mermaid palace in reality, magnificent and spectacular. The structure of the entire underwater city resembles tree rings. Circles upon circles nestled within a central core. The majestic mermaid palace, the heart of the entire underwater city, stands at the center of these tree rings. A brilliant blue light emanates from the palace's apotheosis, forming a transparent, vast protective shield that tightly envelopes the entire underwater city. The unique architectural style is meticulously executed. The towering, exquisite sculptures and glittering precious gems all evoke the city's mystery, luxury, and prosperity. The jellyfish limousine stopped at the coral platform closest to the mermaid palace. The 5 people disembarked one after another, their eyes filled with astonishment as they gazed upon the mermaid palace so close. It's truly magnificent. Babuka, your family is truly wealthy. Not at all. Babuka wasn't being modest. He pointed at Xiaosun, who stood there in astonishment, and said, "This is the one who truly has money." No one else could refute this statement. Lin Xiu and the others finally arrived at the palace, their path clear. Mermaid Queen Bubian sat on the throne, having been waiting for a long time. "Sister." As soon as Babuka entered the hall, he impatiently rushed towards the person on the dais. "You're so grown up, why are you still acting like a child?" Bubian stepped down from the throne and gently stroked his head. Babuka chuckled, "It's been so long since I've seen you, sister. I miss you a little." The two exchanged a few words, and then Bubian turned her attention to Lin Xiu and the others. Seeing this, the latter placed their right hands over their left chests, and all performed a standard interstellar salute. "Greetings, Her Majesty." Bubian nodded slightly. "Greetings, guests from afar. Sister, this is my friend." Babuka quickly introduced Lin Xiu and the others to her sister. Lin Xiu and the others secretly studied Sister Babuka. She wore a golden crown, a large, shimmering deep-sea sapphire set in its center. Her long blue hair cascaded to her waist, and her every gesture exuded a majesty that made one hesitate to look directly at her. As expected of siblings, their appearance was about 70% similar, but their temperaments were worlds apart. They stole a glance and quickly dropped their eyes. "Thank you for taking care of Babuka." Bubian smiled faintly. "I've had a room and some food prepared for you. You can go and take a look." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Several people expressed their gratitude. None of them were fools. The siblings hadn't seen each other for a long time, and must have a lot to talk about. There was no need for them to stay here, so they immediately followed Lin Xiu to the room they had been assigned. The first thing that caught Lin Xiu's eye upon entering the room was the seashell bed she had longed for. She dove in immediately, buried her face in the mermaid quilt, and took a deep breath. It was soft and fragrant, exactly as she had imagined. After lying there for a while, she stood up and looked around. The decorations were exquisite, filled with all kinds of marine life. She casually picked up a conch shell and put it to her ear. The beautiful mermaid song rang out, and she felt her soul elevated. "Ah! I want to hear it too." Silly Dog jumped up and down at her feet. As a last resort, Lin Xiu materialized a rope with his mental power and tied a conch shell to his ear. It was quite adorable, you know what? It was like a conch clip on your ear. Wandering around, she arrived at the living room and, curiously enough, drew aside the large curtains that took up an entire wall. "Wow!" She couldn't help but exclaim. "This is a room with an ocean view." "Ah!" Silly Dog followed her gaze, his eyes suddenly filled with stars, dazzlingly bright. Mermaids gathered in groups of 3 or 5, transforming into fish tails and dancing with the sea beasts, light and graceful. As the mermaid song played, they gracefully swung their tails, leaping to the rhythmic beat. With each high leap, their enormous tails shimmered in the reflected light, a truly beautiful sight. "What's going on?" "Huh? I don't know." Lin Xiu, puzzled, fashioned a hanging chair out of her gifted rattan, and sat by the large window to watch the free show. "Wow, that girl is pretty. The other one has a great figure. This guy is very nice. Why are their tails so shiny? How do they maintain their appearance? I'm curious how mermaids mate in this form. No, but what if they need to go to the bathroom? Ahem, ahem, ahem." Lin Xiu blushed, and her thoughts, which had strayed drastically, were immediately brought back to their senses. She was watching intently when the silly dog suddenly barked loudly at the window. Its tail unmoved, muscles tense, as if ready to charge and attack at any moment. "Ah! What's wrong?" Lin Xiu followed its gaze, her smile suddenly faltering. She abruptly stood up, pressed herself against the window, and strained her eyes, trying to get a closer look. Behind the crowd, several dark figures flashed by, hiding behind a nearby reef. What was that? Lin Xiu instantly closed her eyes, then opened them a second later, her pupils gleaming with a dark green light. Just as she was about to see the shadow hiding behind the reef, a sharp pain pierced her eyes. She closed her eyes subconsciously, and when she finally realized what was happening, she opened them again. The figure was gone, empty. She immediately expanded her consciousness, looking further out, and vaguely spotted an appendage that couldn't be more familiar. An alien? Why would there be an alien on the seafloor? Lin Xiu frowned, instinctively heading out the door, stopping suddenly halfway. Silly Dog tilted his head and looked at her. "Ah? Why aren't you leaving?" Without evidence, if she rashly went to Sister Babuka, would she believe it? Even if she did, What if it turned out to be a mistake? After a few seconds of brief thought, she and Silly Dog immediately changed direction. With a flash of lightning, they appeared behind the large reef. Hey, Ash? Nian wanted to go over and say hello, but the next second, he was gone. He scratched his head in confusion. Lin Xiu arrived quickly, leaving everything around him unchanged, so she immediately spotted the traces still lingering in the muddy sand. Strangely shaped footprints. If before she had only been 50% certain it was someone of the opposite sex, now she was 90%, leaving the remaining 10% to be confirmed. Once confirmed, she immediately returned to inform Bubuka and the others. The alien, a land creature, had appeared here without apparent reason. Clearly, something was amiss. Perhaps something serious was about to happen. A spiritual tree appeared, and a leaf with golden veins naturally fell and floated ahead, guiding her. Lin Xiu, guided by the leaf, gradually moved away from the city. She had no idea how far she had walked. The sea beasts and marine life around her gradually faded from numerous to few, from present to absent, from vibrant and vibrant to utter darkness. Leaving a mark on a prominent reef, she couldn't help but wonder if she had taken the wrong path. After walking a little further, a circular abyssal trench appeared ahead. She didn't rush forward, but instead hid behind a nearby reef, her expression slightly grim. An indescribable stench of corruption permeated the surrounding sea. You? Silly Dog couldn't help but dry heave. As he retched, his eyes suddenly rolled back, and he fainted. Silly Dog? Silly Dog? Lin Xiu immediately squatted down to investigate, but before she could even touch the dog's body, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Before she lost consciousness, she fainted, catching a glimpse of a dark figure before her. It was an alien. This time, she was absolutely certain, and her eyes closed uncontrollably. It's over, I'm going to die. This was her last thought. The next second, a sharp pain shot through her face, and she could faintly smell the scent of a flower. Osmanthus, Pei-Ching Yu. Under the influence of the osmanthus scent, Lin Xiu gradually regained consciousness. The sounds of fighting in her ears made her desperately want to open her eyes and speak. But it was no use. Finally, after feeling a sudden drop of warmth on her face, she successfully opened her eyes. She looked at the blood-stained figure before her and instinctively said, Nian? Why are you here? Ah Su, are you awake? Nian turned and glanced at her quickly. Hold your breath. Lin Xiu reacted and immediately obeyed. Two sharp appendages appeared behind him, and she explained, Be careful. Nian ducked to avoid the attack, then turned back and kicked him away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xiu quickly stood up, his psychic staff materializing, sending several charging aliens flying. The two of them stood back to back, looking around warily. I was just about to go out for a walk when I ran into you. I wanted to say hello, but you didn't seem to hear me. You looked serious and hurried, and I thought something had happened, so I followed you. Lin Xiu was walking too fast for him to keep up, and he got lost several times along the way. When he caught up by accident, he saw her and Silly Dog surrounded by 3 aliens. Lin Xiu said gratefully, Thank you. If he hadn't appeared in time, we would have died here today. You're welcome. Now let's figure out how to get out of here. Because they were surrounded. A steady stream of aliens crawled out from the abyssal trench, emitting a chilling, piercing howl. The 2 men's heads nearly exploded from the howling, gradually losing their strength. After one accidentally scratched his cheek with an alien, Lin Xiu immediately formed a hand seal. Forbid. A golden rune formation spread out from her center. The unbearable piercing sound faded. Nian looked at the golden formation beneath his feet in surprise. After Lin Xiu quickly dispatched the aliens that charged at her, she finally found a moment to remind him, Stay within the formation. Okay. The aliens knew no pain, their movements swift and ferocious. The appendages extending from their backs were sharp as knives, brimming with killing intent. After dispatching another wave, their chests heaving wildly, they stared with a slightly flustered look at the aliens waiting around them. A vine appeared in Lin Xiu's hand. She swung it like lightning, stirring up waves and emitting a wind-splitting whistle. With a sweeping motion, the whip instantly knocked all the aliens to the ground. Go! She used the vine to scoop up the unconscious Silly Dog on the ground, grabbed Nian with one hand, and instantly vanished. In a reef cave not far from the abyssal trench, Lin Xiu quickly set up a blinding formation at the entrance. For added security, she also deployed a quantum shield. The two held their breath, their eyes warily watching the aliens just a meter away, not daring to breathe. The aliens lingered outside the cave entrance, searching, until they gradually disappeared. Just as Nian instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, A bloody maw suddenly slammed into the quantum shield, a complete surprise. Nian's eyes widened, his heart pounding with fear. Shock! He clutched Lin Xiu's arm tightly. Just when he thought they had been discovered, the alien stared at the quantum shield for a moment, then turned and walked away. Nian blinked, motionless, fearing that if he took another breath, the aliens would return. After a long moment, Lin Xiu whispered softly, "They're gone. You can let go." Huh? Nian instinctively glanced at his hand, startled, and quickly let go. With a slightly embarrassed expression, he said, "Sorry." As if worried, he stared outside for a moment longer and whispered, "Is it really gone?" "Yeah." Lin Xiu nodded, walked over to the silly dog, and rubbed its eyelids twice. Nian asked curiously, "How did you know?" Lin Xiu stopped what he was doing and looked at him. "Idiot, use your mind." Nian suddenly realized what was happening, and slapped his forehead in frustration. How could he have forgotten to use his mind? After checking on the silly dog, Lin Xiu sat back and tapped on his laptop, his brow furrowed. "Is your computer working? Send a message to Babuka and the others, alerting them that aliens have appeared near the Mermaid Palace." "Let me see." Nian quickly activated the computer and sent the message, but it failed. He shook his head. "No. The signal's blocked, it can't be sent." Just as Lin Xiu was about to lose heart, Nian changed the subject. "But I told Xiao Sun when I came here. I hope he come as soon as he notices something's wrong. That's all I can do." Lin Xiu just hoped they noticed something was amiss soon. Those aliens seemed to have vanished, but they were still hiding in the shadows. She was certain they'd be discovered if they ventured out now. "One more thing." "What?" Lin Xiu touched her swollen, sore cheek and looked at him gloomily. "Did you hit me?" Nian lowered her head, not wanting to meet her eyes. She whispered, "I'm sorry. It was an emergency, so I hit you a little too hard. You can hit me back." "That's not necessary." Lin Xiu suddenly remembered the sweet osmantha scent she smelled while unconscious, and couldn't help but ask, "Why do you smell like Pei Qingyu?" "Some time ago, after class, I happened to see him testing a new potion. It's said to calm the mind and suppress volatile energy, so I took two." Lin Xiu, A night passed, and nothing happened. Today was Babuka's 18th birthday ceremony, and with the ceremony imminent, they should have noticed two people were missing. Plus, with the sign she left as a precaution, they should have come anyway. Even if they were busy with the ceremony, they should have sent someone to look for them. But aside from the alien lurking nearby, her spiritual sense detected no one else. Could something have happened in the Mermaid Palace? Chapter 47. Nian. Lin Xiu suddenly asked, "Do you have any more of that osmantha-scented potion?" "Yes." Nian nodded. "Give silly dog some." "Okay." Nian immediately took out a tube of pale yellow potion and placed it before silly dog. With Lin Xiu's help, he pried open silly dog's mouth and poured the entire tube into it. Smack! Silly dog moved his mouth subconsciously. A sweet aroma filled his mouth, tempting him to slowly open his eyes. Huh? As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw two enlarged faces. Their pupils shrank slightly. After taking in their features, he visibly sighed. Lin Xiu patted his head, then looked at Nian and asked, "Do you have a mecha on your space button?" Her mecha had been damaged during the last trip to the underground lab and hadn't been repaired yet. He shook his head. "No, we do have a jet shuttle. It's a pity we can't use it here, under the sea." Lin Xiu lowered her eyes, her expression dark. That was going to be a problem. Use the speed charm? But there were so many aliens outside, lurking around. She was so engrossed in her thoughts that her mind wandered, and her hand almost poked the silly dog in the eye. Fortunately, the silly dog closed it quickly. Ah! The silly dog suddenly lost its temper. It raised its head, opened its mouth, and bit her entire palm, spitting saliva all over her. Lin Xiu, Just as she raised her hand to teach it a lesson, her eyes suddenly lit up. There was a solution. The silly dog, holding its head with its paws, had waited for a long time for the biped's love lesson, but to no avail. Unable to help but sneak up, it looked up, and suddenly shuddered. The look in the biped's eyes was all too familiar. Its animal instincts told it to run. As soon as it stood up, Lin Xiu pushed it back down. "Silly dog, I need your help with something." Silly dog shook its head. "Ah. I refuse." "No way." A minute later, a massive flaming star beast burst out of the reef cave. Almost instantly, dozens of black figures descended, instantly surrounding it. Nian couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the aliens." As expected, the aliens hadn't left at all, but were hiding in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike. Get ready. Lin Xiu stood on Silly Dog's back, his twin psychic blades in hand, already in a defensive stance. Silly Dog. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed throughout the sea. The majesty and penetrating power of the roar overwhelmed some of the weaker sea beasts, causing them to lose their balance and fall into the mud and sand. After all, it was an alien, so it was less affected, its form pausing for 2 seconds. Lin Xiu seized these moments, using his finger as a brush to draw a talisman in the air. He quickly struck the speed talisman on the Silly Dog's back. Silly Dog, run. At a command, a strong gust of wind swept over, a delayed but still powerful push on the dog's back. The two stumbled to their knees on the Silly Dog's back, quickly reaching out to grab the rocky carapace to prevent themselves from losing their balance and falling. The instant they broke through the alien encirclement, the aliens had regained their mobility, swiftly turning and lashing out with their long tails. The blades flashed, cleaving the long black tail into several pieces, which fell to the ground. Lin Xiu, holding his 2 swords, glanced at Yin, only to see several sharp little throwing knives surrounding him, 2 of which were covered in a dark slime. Their previous actions had successfully enraged the aliens, immediately prompting a swarm attack. The 2 exchanged glances, then, back to back, manipulated their psychic weapons, instantly slashing at the approaching aliens. Enhanced by the speed talisman, Silly Dog sped 1,000 miles, and coupled with Lin Xiu's authentic snakeskin maneuvering, he successfully left the horde of aliens behind. He quickly moved toward the mermaid palace. The water rippled slightly, revealing a deep purple figure. He bent down to pick up the severed alien limbs from the muddy sand, gazing in the direction of Lin Xiu and the others' retreat, a rhythmic, low humming emanating from his mouth. The surrounding aliens immediately quieted, as if frozen in place, like a still statue. The marine life around them multiplied from nothing to many, a sign that they were drawing ever closer to the mermaid palace. Lin Xiu suddenly asked, "Don't you think this is too easy?" Nian looked at her in confusion. "What?" Lin Xiu frowned and whispered, "These aliens are too easy to deal with. As obedient puppets, the aliens are vindictive. Don't they always stop until they achieve their goals? Just let them get away like that?" After she said this, Nian realized what was happening, and her face suddenly changed. "Where there are aliens, there must be Zerg. Have you seen Zerg before?" Lin Xiu shook her head. "No." That's why she felt something was wrong. Before she could think, her nose twitched slightly, as if she had detected a faint scent of blood. Lin Xiu's heart sank. Before she could even spread her spiritual sense to investigate, Silly Dog's swift movements had already brought them to the outskirts of the underwater city. Her face paled. "Where's the shield?" Nian also stood up, looking toward the nearby underwater city with a solemn expression. Something's happened. Miserable cries drifted in from the distance, becoming clearer as Silly Dog approached. The smell of blood grew stronger, and even streaks of blood could be seen in the water, gradually becoming denser and denser. Finally, a city enveloped in blood-red waters came into view. Nian stared at the scene in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could this happen?" They had only been away for a night, and this beautiful underwater city had long since lost its former glory. Even Silly Dog, usually somewhat playful and erratic, seemed to realize something was amiss and ran with all his might, trying to outrun it. As they raced, several mermen rushed out in panic just as they reached the underwater city's gates. 2 ferocious-looking Zerg followed behind them. Seeing they were about to be slain by the Zerg, Lin Xiu, with his vine in hand, swept them over. Nian's psychic flying knives arrived, and in a flash, 2 heads tumbled to the ground. He learned this headshot trick from Lin Xiu, and it had proven incredibly effective. The Silly Dog's tail swept through, sweeping both head and body several meters away like garbage. Lin Xiu looked at the mermaid girl in his arms and asked with concern, "Are you all okay? What happened here?" "We're fine." The mermaid girl shook her head repeatedly, her body trembling as she cried angrily, "Prince Butchui has rebelled. He openly poisoned Her Majesty Babuka during her coming-of-age ceremony, and allied with the Zerg to betray the Queen and the mermaids. Hurry, leave. You can still survive if you leave here." Lin Xiu's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked, "How's Her Majesty now? Is she alright?" He hoped the Queen was alright. As long as she was alright, with someone to look after her, Babuka and the others would be safe, at least for now. A Zerg general transformed himself into Her Majesty Babuka and, during the coronation ceremony, took advantage of the Queen's inattention and severely injured her, leaving her unconscious. At this point, the merman girl's tears could no longer be stopped, falling like pearls to the ground, her brows filled with sorrow. For the mermen, the Queen had always been their spiritual pillar. But now, with the queen in a coma, her life or death uncertain, the prince rebelling, and the Zerg invading their homeland, everything seemed shrouded in a gloomy haze. Yin grabbed the other mermaid girl's arm and asked urgently, "Where are Babuka and the others?" "Your Highness, they seem trapped in the mermaid palace." As the mermaid girl's choked sobs rang out, Lin Xiu and Yin's heart surged with anxiety, their hearts pounding like ants on a hot pan. The prince had rebelled. He openly poisoned them. No wonder they waited for nearly a day and a night, and no one had come looking for them. "Pei Qingyu, please don't get hurt." Lin Xiu turned and said, "Can you guys hide somewhere? Are you going to find your friends?" "Yes. We can. Don't worry about us, just go." The two mermaid girls huddled together, their bodies trembling slightly, their eyes determined. Lin Xiu placed the two mermaid girls in a relatively safe place and directed Silly Dog to head straight for the mermaid palace. Most of the magnificent sculptures and grand buildings had been reduced to ruins, stained with blood. The sea had long since turned a bright red, and corpses were strewn across the ground. In the streets and alleys, mermen could be seen hanging in the air, their hearts pierced by sharp weapons. Some were left with only half their bodies, their tails missing. Suddenly Lin Xiu heard a subtle sound, a bit like chewing. She quickly wiped the speed talisman from Silly Dog's body. Sure enough, as Silly Dog stopped moving, the subtle sound became clearer. She and Yin exchanged a glance, each grasping their psychic weapons. Lin Xiu patted Silly Dog's head, urging it to move closer to the source of the sound. Then, they saw an alien devouring a merman, its beautiful tail reduced to nothing but bones. A murderous look flashed in her eyes, her gaze icy. Her two blades reappeared, and using the momentum to leap from the Silly Dog's back, she slashed the alien's head to the ground, sending it tumbling several times. Lin Xiu looked at the merman before her, his face twisted as he glared at her, and a wave of pity welled up in her heart. Death must have been painful. She reached out and placed her hand over the merman's eyes, gently closing them. Yin stood quietly beside her, his expression gloomy, as he watched the scene before him and everything around him, his chest heaving, a sense of powerlessness rising within him. Just then, a mournful chant echoed throughout the underwater city. They both looked up. The source of the voice was the mermaid palace. "Silly Dog, let's go." Without caring for anything else, they leaped onto the Silly Dog's back and headed for the mermaid palace. The mermaid palace was bustling with activity. If you ignore the swarms of Zerg and aliens before you, the hall's layout alone gives you the feeling of a coming-of-age ceremony. Bu Chui sat on his throne, looking down with disdain at the few people surrounded by his trusted followers and Zerg. With a casual wave of his hand, his sea magnetic spears were trained on Lin Xiu, who hovered in the air, chanting the mermaid's song. Under the intense and fierce attack of the sea magnetic energy beams, cracks gradually appeared in the protective shield surrounding them. The alien's long black tail seized upon these small cracks and thrust forward, piercing the shield. Finally, the shield shattered, shattering instantly. The tail pierced the shield, piercing Lin Xiu's scapula, interrupting his chant. A boomerang flew by, severing the black tail. Seeing this, Qiaosun quickly controlled the mech to rescue the person. The queen's personal guards also immediately stepped forward to protect them in the center. Seeing this, Butri rested his chin on one hand, looked at them with amusement, and sneered, "My dear nephew, stop struggling in vain. Hand over the aquamarine scepter, and I spare you and your friends' lives." Bupka clutched his injured left arm and roared, "Dream on. TSK, 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 young people have wild tempers." Butri smiled, but his words were icy cold. "In that case, I can only send you on your way." Even without the aquamarine scepter, representing imperial power, there was still the Empress. Once he found the girl, he could threaten them with her life. Was he really afraid they wouldn't hand over the aquamarine scepter? He flicked his finger, and the Zerg and alien creatures in the hall attacked simultaneously. Babuka roared heartbreakingly, "You teamed up with the Zerg to attack the underwater city. You betrayed your sister and the mermaids. You're a sinner to the entire mermaid race, and yet, you still dream of becoming king. Bah! Betrayal?" Buchui's smile faded, and he raised his sea magnetic gun and fired at them. "Those who obey me will prosper. Those who disobey me will perish. Once we eliminate dissenting voices, I wonder who will dare to gossip." Chapter 48. The ground shook. While fending off the attack, Qiaosun glanced at Pei Qingyu, who was healing Lin Xiu behind him, and at Babuka, whose body was devoid of any visible flesh. He gritted his teeth. The Zerg weren't difficult to deal with. The xenomorphs were. They were like death warriors, fearless of life and death, unafraid of any attack. When one fell, the next would step over the corpse of the previous, one after another, an endless stream. The Zerg, as expected of an intelligent race, cleverly used the xenomorphs to attract their attention, sneaking around behind them and launching a surprise attack. Be careful. Xiao Sun, exhausted, quickly used his Starlink to grab a Zerg and drag it over. But he could stop one, not a whole group. Seemingly realizing this gap, the Zerg hiding behind the xenomorphs abandoned their cowardice and charged forward. A powerful psychic energy boomerang swept past, sending the Zerg retreating 2 steps. It was Pei Qingyu. He swung the large boomerang in his hand again and shouted at Xiao Sun, mecha! Come on! Xiao Sun was instantly delighted and quickly handed him his space button. Pei Qingyu took the space button and quickly pulled out a mecha. Remain? Bucka looked up and asked, give me one. Give me one too. Lin Xiu stood up with Babuka's help. Can you guys handle this? Although Pei Qingyu expressed doubt, he quickly pulled out 2 mechas from the space button. As expected of young Master Qiao, the space button was filled with limited edition civilian mechas, all in a single pink color, perfectly suiting his taste. The 2 piloted the mechs and immediately launched an energy bombardment. Once they found a feel for their movements, they said, we're just injured, not missing our hands. The Zerg arriving this time were clearly elite and well equipped. The aliens' hard exoskeletons were covered in sharp spikes, and they roared as they engaged the Queen's Guard. Bucka and his companions fought hard, but they were outnumbered. Under the continuous attacks of the Zerg and aliens, the mech suffered severe damage. As the battle dragged on, their weapons and mech's power rapidly depleted, their movements gradually becoming sluggish. The Zerg, clearly aware of this, intensified their attacks. The aliens charged forward, while they retreated and attacked from a distance, directly increasing their firepower. They even increased their dark factor release to disrupt them. The longer the battle went on, the worse it would be for Bucka and his companions. Although he had learned the psychic power technique in school and used it to resist the dark factor, his psychic power was still affected, becoming extremely unstable and showing signs of rioting. At this moment, Pei Qingyu, the only healer on the scene, played his role. He directly released the psychic form of the small tree, and the yellow osmanthus flowers penetrated the mecha into the cockpit and into the bodies of the others, calming their turbulent psychic power. But this was far from enough. The Zerg used insect chirping to disrupt them. Under the influence of the insect chirping, Babuka and his companions were quickly overwhelmed by the Zerg. The aliens continued to tear at the mecha, tearing it apart, leaving only a shattered cockpit. Babuka sat in the cockpit, watching the gnawing aliens before him, the scars on their bodies, and his companions who had suffered the same fate. He felt a deep sense of pain and a heavy burden. Today was supposed to be a grand celebration for his 18th birthday. However, he had never imagined that his uncle, the king, would collude with the Zerg and betray the mermen. Looking at Buchui, who sat on the throne, watching them as if he were watching a performance, his eyes were filled with resentment. Just as they were about to be dragged out of the cockpit by the aliens, a chant suddenly rang out, striking their hearts. The hall fell silent. Song of the Merman. Lin Xiu looked up suddenly. On the day of his 18th birthday, Babuka had finally sung the merman's song. The mermaid's song, with its alluring power, successfully restrained the surrounding Zerg, giving them a chance to breathe. Babuka looked at them and sternly said, "Get out of here." Xiao Sun asked, "What about you? What are you going to do?" Bucka fell silent. If he left with them, there would be no one to control the Zerg. Lin Xiu clearly saw his thoughts, and turned to look at Xiao Sun and the others. "You go first, I stay." As a mermaid, a royal guard, he absolutely could not abandon Babuka and flee. But Xiao Sun and the others were different. Moreover, Pei Qingyu was an SSS healer, extremely important to the entire Federation. He absolutely could not die here. Do we look like cowards? Pei Qingyu sent the nearest alien away with a roundhouse kick, frowning unhappily. Still talking? We might as well take out a few more Zergs. Everyone reacted instantly. It was a pity they had already missed the best opportunity. Another mermaid song rang out, instantly releasing Babuka's control. But Shui, sitting on the throne, sneered, "My dear nephew, congratulations on becoming a true mermaid." As a member of the royal family, his mermaid chanting power rivaled anyone else's, let alone a rookie who had just learned it. He easily broke free from his control. Oh no! Everyone retreat. They were now walking into a trap. Without their mechs, the Zerg could easily dispatch them. Pei Qingyu and the others clearly realized this, but it was too late. They almost instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. At the critical moment, a blazing flame surged in from outside. Also, A massive fiery rock star beast entered. Silly dog. Bubuka exclaimed. Roar! Silly dog unleashed a deafening roar at the Zerg, instantly shocking them. Lin Xiu quickly manipulated the vines to wrap around them, pulling them onto Silly Dog's back. He, clutching two swords, dove onto the platform, reaching Butui, who was pointing a spear at them. He quickly knocked the sea magnetic gun away and slashed the hilt at his neck. Butui quickly dodged, and Lin Xiu pressed on. Butui was about to chant when Lin Xiu silenced him with a silencing spell. A single grappling move instantly restrained him. Seeing this, Silly Dog, along with Xiaosun and the others, suddenly leaped up, arcing through the air. They arrived at her side. The Zerg, seeing this, turned and rushed over. The Queen's guards also arrived. Lin Xiu placed his two swords on Butui's neck and sternly shouted, "Stop these Zergs now. Otherwise." The sharp swords thrust forward, and a faint red liquid oozed from his neck. The stinging sensation on his neck instantly made Butui tense up. His throat rolled, and he looked at the Zerg below and shouted, "Back off, everyone back off." However, the Zerg seemed to have heard nothing. Perhaps it was an illusion. Their attack only intensified. Butui grew anxious and roared, "I told you to stop, retreat. Don't you understand?" Still, no Zerg listened. How could this happen? Butui shouted repeatedly, to no avail. His heart sank, and his expression darkened as he thought of something. Lin Xiu immediately sensed something was wrong. As if to confirm her intuition, a humming sound echoed, and all the Zerg froze, motionless. Tap, 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 accompanied by the sound of footsteps. A dark figure entered from outside, and the surrounding Zerg lowered their heads and made way. As the figure drew closer, Lin Xiu and the others finally saw the person. Although humanoid in form, their appearance was anything but human. His skin was dark purple, he wore a tight-fitting exoskeleton armor, and a long scorpion tail jutted out from behind him. If it weren't for his buzz cut, Lin Xiu would have mistaken him for a woman. "Sir Scorpion!" Butui exclaimed, his face slightly distorted. "What do you mean?" Things seemed to be spiraling out of his control. "Nothing." Scorpion rubbed his wrist, looked at him with disdain, and said slowly, "I just suddenly thought this place was great. It's perfect for raising offspring." "What?" Butui glared. "That's not what you said back then." Scorpion laughed unbridled, as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. "Oh, you're so naive, trusting a Zerg's promise." His smile vanished as his gaze met Lin Xiu and the others, a sinister glint in his eyes. "I didn't expect to see a few familiar faces here." Xiaosun immediately retorted, "Who are you?" "Heh," Scorpion sneered, moving his fingers. "Capture them." Pei Qingyu immediately gathered all the mechas from Xiaosun's space button, giving each of them one, and handing the rest to the Queen's guard. Lin Xiu used his mental power to materialize chains to bind Butui, and tossed them to Shuiwei, the captain of the Queen's guard. "I leave him to you." "Yes." Escape was clearly impossible in this situation. Lin Xiu piloted the mecha and charged directly at Scorpion, taking the initiative. She felt a sense of familiarity with this Zerg, as if she had seen him somewhere before, but she couldn't place it for a moment. But that didn't matter. Her primary goal was to defeat him. Capture the leader first. It's a truism passed down from our ancestors. Scorpion was knocked back 2 steps, unfazed. He simply stretched his neck, and a mech appeared before Lin Xiu. A powerful clash of forces, under Lin Xiu's deliberate guidance, blasted a number of nearby Zerg. The moment the mech emerged, Lin Xiu remembered who it was. "It's you?" The iconic scorpion tail, that Zerg from the A418 desolate planet, when they first arrived in the interstellar space. Her face darkened, and 6 sets of cannonballs suddenly appeared from behind the mech, locking onto Scorpion. Bombs flew, and Scorpion went into defensive mode. Lin Xiu sneered and unleashed a powerful SSS-powered psychic attack, piercing through the shield. She dove behind Scorpion and ripped off his long scorpion tail. A familiar alarm, a familiar warning. Scorpion's expression suddenly changed. Once again, the same person had ripped off his tail. Fury raged, he backflipped and retreated several meters. He pulled all the surrounding aliens toward him, as human shields. Is he not going to fight her head-on? Lin Xiu paused her movements and stood straight. He enveloped the mech with his mental power, quickly forming hand seals. Anyone facing a battle, all must form a formation and march forward. As Scorpion stared in confusion, a golden rune formation suddenly appeared at her feet. Disperse. The formation expanded, instantly covering the entire hall. Scorpion, ? Although he didn't understand, he had a hunch this wasn't a good thing, so he didn't hide and charged forward. Lin Xiu didn't dodge or evade, her lips moving. Kill! The moment he charged. A golden bolt, 2 fingers thick, instantly struck, splitting his mech in two. Scupion scrambled from the cockpit, huddled behind the Zerg once more. This seemed like the beginning. Countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared. All the Zerg within the formation's range were instantly struck, leaving a scorched aroma. Lin Xiu chuckled softly from her seat in the cockpit. Since she couldn't defeat them, she had to find another way, resorting to unconventional tactics. Isn't it just a group attack? She can do that too. Don't forget, she's a member of the Xianan sect. Chapter 49. Everyone nearby exclaimed in unison, "Fuck! Old Pei, do you know how to do this? I want to learn." Pei Qingyu remained silent. No. Qiaosun couldn't help but grumble. You can't do this, you can't do that. Are you a fake star traveler? Shut up. Pei Qingyu didn't want to pay any attention to him at this point. Even star travelers have their differences, okay? What are you talking about? Lin Xiu pursed his lips speechlessly and shouted at them. Are you just standing there like wooden men? Don't you know how to collect heads? Their shouting startled them, and they rushed over to collect heads. Nian swallowed hard as he watched the lightning strike near his feet. Ah Su, this lightning won't accidentally injure friendly forces, right? No. Nian breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'm relieved. Under the lightning, the Zerg had nowhere to hide, especially the aliens, who were instantly reduced to ash. In places unseen by ordinary people, every time a Zerg or alien died from the lightning, a tiny golden light would appear, passing through the mecha and into Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu felt her hands and muttered in disbelief. Is this the golden light of merit? Can the golden light of merit be received in the interstellar space? Ah Su, why is the lightning gone? Qiao Sun's roar echoed. Lin Xiu suddenly came to her senses and realized that the formation was slowly shrinking, the lightning thinner than a hair. She pressed her fingers again. No response. Lin Xiu? Question mark. Unconvinced, I tried again and nearly lost my breath. Damn! I almost forgot the ultimate drains mana. It nearly drained her body. Pei Qingyu, give me a couple of sips. As soon as the words fell, a pale yellow healing light descended, enveloping her entire mech. Lin Xiu instantly recovered, chanting the 9-character mantra and quickly forming hand gestures. Surrounded by the Zerg, she leaped overhead, and a bolt of lightning, even thicker than before, suddenly struck. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, a large group fell. Lightsaber in hand, she mowed them down. Rushing in front of Scupion, he gradually began to struggle under the continuous and fierce attacks, let alone trying to dodge the damn lightning. Lin Xiu seized the opportunity and swung out a Thythic star chain, quickly binding him into a chrysalis. After all, it was a civilian mech, far inferior to the well-equipped Zerg, and its energy was about to run out. Qiao Sun and the others had directly seized the Zerg's mech, and to be honest, it was very well managed. Even so, one person's energy is limited, and completely eliminating these Zergs is clearly a massive undertaking. Just then, Her Majesty, Queen Bubian, arrived with a team. Sister. Babuka hurried forward, surprised and delighted. Are you okay? Bubian moved her cracked, pale lips. Ignoring him, she glanced at Butui with a complicated expression, and said to the mermaids behind her, Capture these Zergs. Yes. The mermaids grabbed their weapons, and charged towards the Zerg in their mechs. With the reinforcements, the next step went much more smoothly. Imprison them all in the sea prison. Bubian issued her orders in an orderly fashion. Finally, she exited the palace. Standing on the rooftop terrace, she took in the entire underwater city. Everywhere she looked, she saw ruins and the corpses of her own kind. She was silent for a few seconds, then activated her azure scepter, revealing a golden fishtail, and sang the mermaid song. The song carried divine power, and wherever it reached, ruins rebuilt. Qiao Sun and the others, watching the scene before them, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How miraculous! The next second, the singing abruptly stopped, and the buildings that had been restored to their original state were instantly reduced to ruins. Babuka's horrified voice rang out. Sister. Your Majesty. Ling Xiu and the guards quickly gathered around. Babuka quickly stepped forward, embracing the fallen Bubian in his arms, trembling as he wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. How could this happen? No matter how hard he wiped, he couldn't get the bright red blood off her lips. In fact, the more he wiped, the more blood appeared. A pale yellow healing light illuminated, and Pei Qingyu treated her without reservation. Bubian glanced at Ling Xiu and the other mermaids gathered around her, then laboriously placed the azure scepter, symbolizing imperial authority and power, into Bubuka's hand. From today on, you are the new mermaid king of the mermaid tribe. This sentence consumed all her strength, and she closed her eyes immediately afterward. Sister! Your Majesty! Exclamations echoed from all sides. Stop howling. You're not dead yet. Lin Xiu placed a hand on Pei Qingyu's shoulder, transferring his energy to him. Pei Qingyu's spirit suddenly emitted a gentle green light. The emerald green tree instantly grew, transforming into a towering tree, bursting with countless yellow flowers. In the city, the mermaids hiding in the shadows suddenly caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance, soothing their turbulent, sorrowful hearts. They quietly poked their heads out, making sure there were no Zerg nearby. Then, cautiously, they emerged from their hiding place. Looking up, they saw a massive tree appear on top of the papal palace, emitting a dazzling green light. In a trance, they seemed to see countless adorable, long-eared white creatures flying out of the tree. Mom! Look! A young merman looked in amazement at a small white rabbit darting toward him. He didn't know what kind of star beast it was, but he found it incredibly adorable. He instinctively reached out to touch its long ears. The moment his fingertips touched its ears, the little white rabbit transformed into a ball of orange light and sank into his body. The wounds, large and small, on his body healed instantly. The merman mother hurriedly examined the child thoroughly, finally hugging him and weeping bitterly. Afterward, she knelt with the child on the ground and bowed deeply toward the papal palace. Similar events unfolded in every corner of the city. In the mermaid palace, everyone except Xiaosun stared in shock at Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu, speechless for a long moment. Bubian, thanks to the combined healing efforts of the two, finally managed to hold her breath. You? Bubuka looked at them, his thousands of words reduced to 2 words. Thank you. He gazed at the ruined city, gripped the azure scepter, and revealed a golden fishtail as dazzling as Bubian's, perhaps even twice hers. He connected his spiritual power to the azure scepter, mobilizing the power of the ocean and singing the mermaid's song. The song echoed throughout the sea. With boundless power, it dispelled the gloom that enveloped the entire city, and indeed, the hearts of all of them. The mermaids knelt on the ground, gazing at the rebuilt ruins, bowed deeply toward the mermaid palace, and chanted in unison, "Greetings, our emperor." The moment the mermaid's song began, they knew a new mermaid king had been born. The mermaid king's burden was heavy. Especially after such an incident, with so much work to be done, everything needed to be handled by Bubuka, the temporary mermaid king. It was unknown how the major families from other planets in the Shuelon galaxy learned of the Zerg attack on the mermaid palace. Seeing Bubuka's youth, they came to visit with ulterior motives. Sitting on the high throne, Bubuka looked down at the leaders of the major families and said coldly, "What did you just say? Please allow us to bring our men to Highway Star, so that we can protect the undersea city and even the mermaid palace in time if the Zerg attack again." Bender stared directly at Bubuka. Although it was a request, his tone was very firm. "Please allow us to settle on Highway Star," the leaders of the other families said in unison. It was more of a threat than a request. Lin Xiu, standing nearby, sneered, "How dare you?" These people's thoughts were clearly written on their faces. Did they really think the mermaids were extinct? Buka asked again, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Yes." The moment they answered, a long stick suddenly appeared and knocked them to their knees. It's one thing not to greet the mermaid king, but you actually dared to look his majesty in the eye. Do you want your eyes? Then, several knives appeared before them, their tips millimeters from their eyes. I thought they'd be afraid, willing to compromise, but they were surprisingly stubborn, perhaps completely certain she wouldn't dare do anything to them. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of these family leaders. They weren't built to be intimidated. They shouted, "Come in." Members of the major clans rushed in unison. There were at least 100 of them. TSK, so they came prepared. Lin Xiu sneered. Using the wind-stepping cloud step, he charged at the crowd, detaching their arms and tapping their acupuncture points. Within 10 seconds, the members of these clans collapsed to the ground, wailing. Lin Xiu smoothed her hair and snorted, "That's it? Dare to dance in front of her?" The members of the major clans fell silent upon seeing this. They exchanged glances, then looked at Bubuka again. Their earlier arrogance was gone, and they were now affable. They opened their mouths to speak, but Lin Xiu tapped their mute points. The others felt a sudden sense of relief, a sense of satisfaction. The attempt to assassinate the mermaid king is an unforgivable crime. Ling Shui strode forward and said coldly, "Come, take them all to the sea prison and keep them safe." Lin Xiu immediately said, "Your Majesty, please release one person so that we can notify his family to redeem him." Ling Shui looked at Bubuka. She nodded. Do as she says. Time together is always short. The school holidays are over, and Feiya has urged them several times. It's time to go back. Highway Star Harbor. Bubka looked at Lin Xiu and the others, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. Pei-Ching Yu said gently, have you decided? Yes. Bubka nodded, looking at the azure scepter in her hand. Now that my sister is in a coma, the great families of the various galaxies are eager to make a move. The mermaids need me. Highway Star, and indeed the entire Shuelon galaxy, needs someone to take charge. People always face choices, and at this critical moment, there was no way he could leave Highway Star. I've already submitted my application for withdrawal from the school, and they've already approved it. The surroundings fell silent for a few seconds. Pei-Ching Yu approached, gave him a hug, and said warmly, keep in touch. The others, seeing this, followed suit. Bubka looked at them and smiled, then, have a bon voyage. Have a bon voyage. Watching their backs as they entered the testing area, Babuka's smile vanished the moment he turned around. He glanced at Shuiwei and said coldly, let's go back. He still had a lot of things to deal with. Night, on the terrace of the Mermaid Palace. After visiting his unconscious sister, Babuka went alone to the terrace atop the Mermaid Palace, overlooking the entire city. As he looked, he couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong? Sighing? A familiar voice echoed in his ears, fleeting. Was it hallucination? Just then, he felt a damp sensation on the back of his hand. He instinctively looked down, his pupils shrinking slightly. It was Silly Dog. As if remembering something, he suddenly turned around. He saw Lin Xiu, Pei-Ching Yu, Qiao Sun, and Enian standing side by side in the distance, smiling at him. You guys? Bubka's nose flushed, and he fought back tears. Didn't you leave? Yes. Qiao Sun stepped forward, clasping his arm around his shoulders, grinning. You're back again, aren't you? What? You're not welcome? Silly Dog chimed in. Ah. No, welcome, very welcome. Bubka looked up at the school of fish overhead and asked, his breath a little unsteady. But what about your studies? No classes? Lin Xiu replied, Teacher Feiya has approved our leave. After they told Feiya what happened at Haywixing, they recalled Babuka standing alone at the starport, looking so pitiful. They discussed applying for a long vacation, as the semester was only a month away. They expected a rejection, but it was unexpectedly approved. As if knowing they wouldn't be back anytime soon, Feiya had only one request for Lin Xiu. They must be back before the Military Academy League. You? Bubka pursed his lips, looked at them, sniffled, and choked out, you're really being ridiculous. Qiao Sun couldn't help but tease, you're such a grown-up, and you're still crying? Shame on you. Shut up. Amid the commotion, Ling Shui hurried over. Your Majesty, this is terrible. Scupion has escaped. Everyone was shocked. What? Chapter 50. If only Scupion had escaped, Ling Shui might not have been so anxious. The key is that Buchui had also run along, which was a problem. Babuka's face darkened upon hearing this, and he immediately led a group of men in pursuit. Lin Xiu and the others followed closely behind. Thankfully, Babuka had been more cautious and had secretly placed micro-locators on Buchui before imprisoning him in the sea prison. They used the locators to track him all the way to the abyssal trench. The surroundings were littered with traces of fighting. Looking at the alien remains strewn across the ground, Ling Shui paused. Why? Are there so many aliens here? Nian paused, and finally, under the gaze of everyone, briefly recounted how he had followed Lin Xiu here, been besieged by aliens, and taken refuge in a reef cave. Lin Xiu was silent for 2 seconds, then apologized, I'm sorry. I was planning to go back and inform you after confirming everything, but I didn't expect to be trapped here, missing the best opportunity to inform you. Bubka saw her inner struggle and stepped forward to comfort her, saying, this has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself. Who could have imagined that Uncle Wang, always so kind and friendly, would team up with the Zerg to betray them? Lin Xiu briefly explained the situation and information to them. Bubka pointed to the screen in front of them, and said, the locator shows they're here. 2 red dots stood out at the top of the screen. These dots pointed to the abyssal trench. Nian asked, do you want to go down? Bubka nodded affirmatively yes. Ling Shui immediately stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, let me lead the team down. Please. Although he desperately wanted to go down, things were different now. There was much to consider, and his current status meant he could no longer act with the same impulsiveness. The underwater city couldn't afford any more problems, and he couldn't afford any mishaps. Just as Ling Shui and his men were about to descend, Lin Xiu suddenly said, I go with you. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but this time she felt different from her last visit. She felt a faint sense of something calling her from the trench. I'm going too. I'm coming too. Qiao Sun and the others all stepped forward, expressing their desire to go. Lin Xiu raised her hand to signal them to quiet down, then said, Anian, Pei Qingyu, you two stay. Qiao Sun will come with me. Qiao Sun's brows lit up instantly. Great, great. Huh? The silly dog tugged at her calf, its face etched with take me there. Lin Xiu patted its head and said gently, okay, I take you there. Someone needed to stay outside in case of emergencies. Anian, with his strong fighting skills and steady personality, was clearly the more reliable choice. Pei Qingyu would also need him to treat Bubian, so nothing could happen during this critical moment, so he had to stay. The others nodded, okay. After a few brief words, Ling Shui led a team in an ocean-going aircraft, taking Lin Xiu and the others into the abyssal trench. Descending downward, they drew closer and closer to the location marked by the locator. The group sped up, and then collided with a giant abyssal sea beast. Lin Xiu released his spiritual sense, and saw the locator on the face of the abyss sea beast with his sharp eyes. Scupine and his men must have discovered the positional device while fleeing, and they immediately took advantage of the situation. She quickly sent a message to Ling Shui, we've been tricked. The ocean aircraft was no match for the abyssal beast, not even enough to reach its eyes. Ling Shui immediately ordered her men to change direction, run. Unfortunately, the moment they appeared before the abyssal beast, it was too late to escape. The abyssal beast swung its tail, instantly sweeping them and their aircraft away, hurling them into a massive deep-sea vortex not far away. Lin Xiu quickly swung her vine and quickly hooked it onto a nearby giant reef. Why is there a whirlpool here? She was answered by the collision of Qiao Sun and the silly dog. Ah Su, get out of the way! Ah! Man and beast flailed, desperately trying to avoid the current, but ultimately they were no match for the force of the sea. Drawn by the vortex's powerful pull, they crashed into Lin Xiu, one after the other. Ah! Lin Xiu nearly vomited blood from the blow. Suddenly, his hand loosened, and the vine flew out, sucking the two men and the beast directly into the vortex. Above the abyssal trench, Bucca's expression changed drastically, as he watched the punctuation mark suddenly disappear from the screen. What's going on? Why are Ah Su and the others gone? Pei Qingyu and the others immediately gathered around him. What? After repeatedly testing the equipment and confirming it wasn't a problem, his heart sank. Don't panic. It's possible that some substance or environment is blocking the signal, preventing us from seeing their exact location. Babuka pulled a small cube from his space button and tossed it into the air, instantly transforming it into a simple operating table. His fingers flew across the table, modifying programs and testing instruments. Pei Qingyu and the others didn't dare to interrupt, so they could only pace around, checking the progress periodically, anxious as ants on a hot pan. All right. As he finished speaking, the red icons representing Lin Xiu and his group lit up again on the screen before them. Pei Qingyu frowned at the chaotic, scattered red icons, asking, why are Ling Shui and the others so far away from Ah Su? Didn't they go down together? Could something have gone wrong along the way? The others stared at the screen for a while longer, their eyes weary. Even as the coordinates representing the mere people began to move, the coordinates of Lin Xiu and his group remained motionless. Nian asked, could something have happened? Given Ash's strength, the chances of something happening aren't high. Perhaps something happened along the way, or they're trapped somewhere. It had to be said that Pei Qingyu had discovered the truth. Lin Xiu and the others were indeed trapped in one place. The coordinates didn't move because they were unconscious in their sleep. They even dreamed. Lin Xiu was like a passing visitor, a fleeting glimpse. She witnessed the entire process of the Universal Star people conquering the universe and establishing a federation. She couldn't help but sigh, so the Zhongxia people are truly star travelers. Or perhaps the Zhongxia people were definitely star travelers, but star travelers weren't necessarily Zhongxia people, as there were many foreigners among them. She witnessed the Star Sea battle and finally understood why the star travelers suddenly abandoned their hard-earned new home and chose to leave. Possessing a treasure is a crime. Although the rift was sealed, the problem of the dark factor remained unresolved. So, the settled new humans took notice of the innate healing gifts of the Zhongxia people among the old humans and began secretly capturing them for human experiments, hoping to uncover the secrets of their genetic gifts. If they also possessed healing abilities, then there would be no need to worry about the dark factor. Furthermore, If they successfully cracked the secrets of their genetic gifts, perhaps they could unlock the secret of immortality and achieve true immortality. So, her and Pei Qingyu's sudden abduction was premeditated. Perhaps that underground laboratory was specifically used to study the secrets of the Star Traveler's genetic gifts. She had a bit of a conspiracy theory and began to suspect that someone higher up was involved in their abduction. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her emotions suddenly surged, a rage that felt inexplicable and wrong. Lin Xiu felt that this shouldn't be the way she was, but she remained awake, her anger flooding her mind. Her cheeks felt uncomfortable and hot with anger. Suddenly, she saw a flash of green light, and a white flower floated into her hand. Lin Xiu's eyes snapped open. What she saw was a row of strange, sharp teeth, a wide mouth, and a fishy, smelly liquid dripping down her cheek. It was an alien. Lin Xiu quickly rolled to avoid its bite, somersaulting, and swiftly kicked away all the surrounding aliens. The slime on her cheek exuded a pungent, fishy odor, forcing her to cover her nose. So the burning sensation she felt on her cheek in her dream was actually the alien slime? Realizing this, Lin Xiu's stomach churned, and she ranted and retched, frantically wiping her cheek until it burned and swollen. You? Sorry, I can't hold it in any longer. She vomited first as a sign of respect. Then she saw a man and a beast rushing over, also retching. Qiaosun, silly dog? Ah Su, vomit. Qiaosun practically retched after every 2 words. Stop! Stop it! Lin Xiu hurriedly tried to stop her. Regurgitation was detrimental, and she could barely hold it in. She could only force herself to hold it in, gazing at the approaching Zerg. She desperately needed something to distract herself. She grasped her twin psychic blades and charged forward without a word. Her subsequent attack, tinged with personal vendettas, tore off the alien's limbs and sent it flying like a bowling ball. After dispatching the alien, Lin Xiu realized they seemed to be in a cave. The plants on the surrounding reef walls emitted a shimmering blue light, illuminating the entire cave. After a quick scan and finding no one else, she turned to Qiaosun and asked, "Did you see anyone else?" "No." Qiaosun shook his head, suppressing the nausea in his chest. He then said, "I only saw you and Silly Dog." Coincidentally, he and Silly Dog woke up at the exact same time. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw the surrounding aliens drawn towards Lin Xiu. Each of them immediately found a corner to hide in. It was unknown what these aliens had eaten. The stench was so strong that it could be smelled from a distance. Then, under the influence of the stench, both the man and the beast successfully vomited. Qiaosun said, "This place is quite nice." Rubbing his stomach, he wandered around. When he reached a dark corner, the soil beneath his feet loosened, and a sudden sense of weightlessness washed over him, his heart skipping a beat. Qiaosun howled, "Ah! Help!" Lin Xiu quickly grabbed him, but before either of them could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw Silly Dog sprinting towards them. "Ah! Don't come over here! Don't come over here! Ah! I'm going to die!" Then, amid Silly Dog's panicked cries, the two of them and the beast fell down together. Lin Xiu had seen the 18 bends of the mountain road before her, and now she was experiencing the 18 bends of the tunnel. She, Qiaosun, and Silly Dog tumbled madly down the pitch-black, narrow tunnel, sliding dizzily down it, unable to even remember the time. After an unknown amount of time, there was a thud as they finally landed. Exhausted, the two of them and the beast lay on the ground for a moment before regaining consciousness. Qiaosun looked at the tiny, human-shaped silkworm pupae hanging overhead, covering his face and exclaiming, "Oh my god! What are these things?" Lin Xiu activated the optical computer to scan. Name, pupa. Species, Zerg. Introduction, Zerg cub. Zerg cubs grow in 3 stages, oviparity, pupation, and cocooning. Qiaosun's eyes widened. Damn, that Zerg thing about using this place as a Zerg breeding ground was actually true? Or did you think I was kidding? Scupion walked in from a nearby passage, gazing at the two with a half-smile. He was followed by a group of Zerg. Lin Xiu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately shouted, "Silly Dog, spit fire!" Roar! Raging rock shot up into the sky, and right in front of Scupion, Silly Dog burned the pupa above him to ashes. Lin Xiu nodded in satisfaction. It didn't matter if he burned it sooner or later, so why not burn it now? It would be hilarious if, due to excessive chatter, no one got burned. Luckily, Silly Dog wasn't an ordinary star beast. While its natural fire breath was weakened by the seawater, it was still very easy to use on insects. You all deserve to die. Scupion's eyes crimson, his lips moving. He had just started to singe, But the next second, he was silent. Qiaosun. Lin Xiu twirled his fingers, concealing his fame and accomplishments. The silencing spell was as effective as ever. A golden formation appeared beneath his feet. Scupion's eyelids twitched at the sight. With a wave of his hand, a black vortex appeared before him, and he quickly stepped into it. I remember this day's vengeance. Wait. A flash of lightning flashed in Lin Xiu's hand. Scupion's expression froze, and he walked away without looking back. The Zerg behind him summoned a group of aliens to hold them back, while he quickly stepped into the black vortex. TSK. It would have been better if they hadn't said such a harsh word. To save their own lives, they even ignored these pupae. How interesting. Seeing this, the formation beneath Lin Xiu's feet instantly vanished, and his two swords reappeared. Together with Qiaosun and Silly Dog, they dispatched the remaining aliens. He sneered at the vanishing black vortex, and ordered Silly Dog to spray fire a few times. After ensuring the pupae were completely incinerated, he led them toward the passageway where Scupion had just appeared. The passageway glowed with a faint green light, eerily terrifying. Qiaosun instinctively grasped Lin Xiu's arm, pressing his body against Silly Dog for safety. After walking for a while, they arrived at a vast cavern, interconnected by several passageways. Unfortunately, the cavern was filled with insect eggs, lacking even a proper path. Amidst the eggs, a small, altar-like column stood. In the center of the column, a shimmering emerald green crystal hovered, glittering with green light. Lin Xiu stared at the green crystal, a surge of longing rising within her. She desperately wanted it. Ah Su! Qiaosun's worried voice brought her back to her senses. After regaining consciousness, Lin Xiu stared at the green crystal so close to her, startled. When had she even gotten here? This thing could actually bewitch people, so this was what had been captivating her all along? She subconsciously took a few steps back, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the green crystal, only then to discover a tiny sprout within. Under her feet wasn't a cylinder at all, but a Bagua diagram. At that moment, the green crystal suddenly moved, and before Lin Xiu could react, it sank directly into her body. Instantly, Lin Xiu fell to the ground, unconscious. Ah Su! Ah! Chapter 51. Even in her coma, Lin Xiu could sense the energy from the young bud within her body merging with her own. She stared at her hands in shock, wondering if it was an illusion, but she felt as if her mental power had expanded. What was that smell? Such a sweet fragrance? She sniffed, trying to determine the source of the faint floral scent. Based on the intensity of the aroma, she soon arrived at the foot of a large tree. Looking up, she saw a tree covered in white flowers, emitting a delicate fragrance. This looks a bit like the marriage tree on Qincheng Mountain. If you ignore the white flowers on the tree. Wait! She seemed to have heard her senior brothers and sisters say that the marriage tree on Qincheng Mountain had bloomed once before, and the flowers were white. Lin Xiu examined the tree in disbelief, muttering softly, could this really be the same marriage tree on Qincheng Mountain? Curiosity filled her. She couldn't help but reach forward and gently touch the trunk. Just as her fingertips touched the tree trunk, a gentle green light ignited, and white flowers instantly fell, dancing in the air before slowly converging into a single figure. The figure slowly turned, their features blurred and indistinct. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she thought they smiled at her, their lips moving as if they were saying something. Lin Xiu's pupils widened slightly, and she suddenly woke up. The familiar conch shell lantern filled her eyes. Where was this? Why did it feel so familiar? She reached out to touch her frantically beating heart, but found her hand numb, as if pressed against something. Instinctively turning to look, she fell silent. The silly dog had shrunk, sleeping beside her, using her arm as a pillow, even spitting bubbles. Looking at the familiar floor-to-ceiling window before her, and the sleeping silly dog beside her, Lin Xiu confirmed that this was the room Bubian had arranged for them. But wasn't she in the abyss trench? How did she get back? Did Qiaosun and the others bring her back? The door quietly opened, and Pei Qingyu walked in carrying a tray. Seeing Lin Xiu open her eyes, he was stunned for a moment. Awake? Placing the tray on the table, he picked up the nearby testing equipment and strode over. She performed a full-body scan. Looking at the normal data, he nodded with satisfaction and asked, "Are you feeling any discomfort?" Lin Xiu closed her eyes and felt for a moment, then shook her head. "No, but I feel full of strength." Pei Qingyu pondered for a moment, then said, "It seems you felt the same way the last time you woke up." Lin Xiu thought about it carefully, and it was indeed true. She materialized her spirit tree, and both of them were startled. How did it get so big? I don't know. For some reason, she suddenly remembered the sprout in the trench cave. Could it be because of absorbing that sprout? What sprout? Lin Xiu immediately told him about the sprout. Pei Qingyu's face darkened, and he gathered healing energy in his hand. Let me check you again. Oh, okay. After checking her 3 times to make sure she was fine, Pei Qingyu withdrew his hand and reminded her, no problem. Next time you come across something strange, don't touch it easily. Okay. Lin Xiu nodded repeatedly, then asked, how did I get back? Ling Shui and the others happened to encounter Qiao Sun and the unconscious Yu while they were chasing Guchui, so they brought you up with them. Lin Xiu uttered an "oh," then suddenly remembered the cave full of insect eggs and hurriedly asked, where are the eggs in that cave? Don't worry. Pei Qingyu glanced at the sleeping silly dog, his lips curled up. Let silly dog burn them. That's good. Lin Xiu looked at silly dog and suddenly felt a pique. He concentrated his mental power into a fine needle and poked the bubble on its nose. With a pop, the bubble burst, and silly dog woke from its sleep, baring its teeth. Seeing Lin Xiu, its tail transformed into a propeller and lunged forward. Pei Qingyu quickly grabbed its neck and placed it on the ground, his eyes warning, Ah Su just woke up, you need to rest. Ouch. The silly dog barked to acknowledge his actions, then lay listlessly on the ground. He kept reminding himself, 2-legged beasts are too weak, no clinging, no clinging. Are you hungry? Pei Qingyu pointed to the plate on the table. Try some Sea Star specialties. He had originally prepared it for himself, but now that everyone was awake, he decided to share it. Luckily, considering that the silly dog might come over and get some, he took a larger portion. Lin Xiu shook his numb arms and got off the bed. He curled his lips at the bland seafood before him. A little spicy snack? Pei Qingyu wanted to refuse, but when he met Lin Xiu's expectant eyes, he swallowed his refusal and said gently, okay. Lin Xiu happily pulled the long-bearded sea thorn beast from the space button and flattered him. Thank you. Pei Qingyu took the long-bearded sea thorn beast and placed it in the kitchen for the intelligent housekeeper robot to work on, while he directed it from the side. Lin Xiu leaned against the doorway, watching the intelligent housekeeper, and couldn't help but sigh, this thing is so useful. I wish I could take it back home. A brief silence fell in the kitchen as she finished her words. Pei Qingyu paused, hesitantly asking, can we really go back? These days seemed like a dream to him. Another silence. This time, Lin Xiu gave a definitive answer, yes. Before Pei Qingyu's surprised gaze, she dropped a bombshell. While I was unconscious, I saw the marriage tree on Qincheng Mountain and met someone. I couldn't see her face clearly, but she gave me a string of numbers that I think look a bit like the anchor coordinates, though they're incomplete. Pei Qingyu's voice trembled as he asked, what? Lin Xiu gave a string of numbers and continued, I suspect these are very likely the anchor coordinates for our time and space. She didn't know why she felt they were coordinates. It was almost subconscious. For both of them, this was probably the best news they had heard in a while. It wasn't clear if it was the overpowering aroma of the hemp seed or the poor isolation of the rooms in the mermaid palace. Just as they were about to have a deeper conversation, a group of people pushed open the door. See? I told you Ah Su is awake, and you didn't believe me. Qiao Sun laughed. After smelling the familiar scent, he knew Ah Su was definitely awake, because the long-bearded sea Spinosaurus was placed in Ash's space button. Bucka asked, how's it going? Are you alright? Fine, feeling strong. As he spoke, Lin Xiu pounded his chest and turned to look at Ling Shui. Thank you. Ling Shui remained serious. This is what I should do. Even as they talked, the spicy long-bearded sea Spinosaurus was ready. The familiar flavor burst in their mouths, and they all smiled with satisfaction. Qiao Sun suddenly said, Old Pei, why don't we go catch a few more sea beasts later? Didn't Ash say other sea beasts are just as delicious? Pei Qingyu nodded. Okay. Nian agreed. I go too. Okay. Wait, what are you talking about? Ling Shui looked at the meat in his hand and asked hesitantly. Isn't this the long-bearded sea Spinosaurus? The others smiled at him. Ling Shui, shock. This. He hesitated for a long time before finally uttering, this is so delicious. Puff. Laughter broke out. They thought he was about to say something. I go with you later, and see what sea beasts we can eat. That way, we won't have to worry about the tides of sea beasts during their breeding season. Lin Xiu looked at him and Babuka in confusion. You have sea beast tides under the sea? Of course. Ling Shui explained, after the mating season, sea beasts begin their breeding season. They're incredibly numerous, and have no natural predators. This often causes them to intrude upon the underwater city, causing a series of troubles. It's really annoying. I see. Lin Xiu nodded slightly, and he and Pei Qingyu exchanged glances in tacit understanding. Then, a smile curled his lips. No natural predators? Isn't that what he was about to say? After a quick meal and watering, while it was still early, the group set out to catch sea beasts, except for Babuka. His status as the Mermaid King meant he couldn't act recklessly. He sighed as he looked at the red message on the screen before him. If only someone could handle this for him. When he saw how to handle Prince Buchui's message, an idea struck him, and he grinned wickedly. He immediately rushed to the sea prison. 30 minutes later, Babuka sat in his hanging basket, legs crossed, leisurely enjoying afternoon tea. Buchui sat at his desk, frantically busy, occasionally taking a moment to glare at him angrily. And so, their eyes met. Babuka grinned and said, "Uncle Wang, don't you want to be the Mermaid King? Doesn't this satisfy you? Why are you unhappy? Are you just not a smiley person?" Butuki rolled his eyes. "How is that even a Mermaid King? Why not?" Buka threw all the new information at him and continued, "Come on, Uncle Wang. If you really don't want to do this, you don't have to." Butuki's veins bulged at this, and he pounded the table in anger. "Just quitting if you don't want to? If you have the guts, give him his mermaid heart back. Oh, Ash and the others should be back soon. I go check on them." Buka stood up and headed outside. "By the way, the table is very expensive. Don't break it." Ignoring Butuki's expression and glare behind him, he skipped away happily. Looking at the jewel heart in his hand, gleaming like a ruby, Babuka laughed so brazenly that the surrounding guards wondered if their emperor was mentally unstable. "What's going on? You're laughing like a villain." Xiaosun approached, carrying a large bucket. Buka chuckled at them, then led them to see Buchui conducting his duties. Others, This Babuka is quite the clever fellow. Lin Xiu's eyes flickered with a smile as he turned and asked, "Aren't you afraid he'd run away or do something?" Buka proudly raised his head. "Don't worry, I have his mermaid heart." "Mermaid heart?" "Yes. Mermaid heart, as the name suggests, is the heart of a mermaid. I used the aquamarine scepter to extract his mermaid heart, effectively controlling his lifeblood. As long as I have it in my hands, he won't dare to act rashly." Hearing the praise, Babuka's tail perked up in the air. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lin Xiu gave Xiaosun a look, and the latter immediately understood. He strode forward, hooked his arm around his neck, and covered his eyes. "Come on, I take you to see a big treasure." Buka's body stiffened slightly when his eyes were covered, but after hearing Xiaosun's words, he relaxed and whispered, "What's all this mystery?" "Oh, you know soon," Xiaosun said, leading him forward step by step. When Babuka felt he had reached the room, Xiaosun lowered his hand, signaling him to open his eyes. "Okay." The moment he opened his eyes, Babuka froze, his eyes gradually reddening. Lin Xiu and the others, holding a beautiful cake, smiled and said, "Surprise?" Then, they sang the birthday song. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. You guys." Buka sniffed, momentarily unsure what to say. Several people said in unison, "Happy birthday, Babuka." "My birthday already passed." "We know, but that doesn't conflict with us celebrating your birthday. Come blow out the candles, and make a wish." Xiaosun pushed him over to the cake and continued, "Ash said if you blow out the candles, and make a wish on this cake, your wish will definitely come true." Buka forced a smile, and blew out the candles under their gaze. "Then I hope—" "Stop! Stop!" Pei Qingyu quickly interrupted him. "You can't speak your wishes out loud. If you do, they won't work." Buka looked at the people before him, lowered his head, and smiled silently, then made his wish in his heart. "I hope my sister wakes up soon. I also hope. Come, take a look at the birthday present we prepared for you." Nian led him to another room filled with gifts, the most eye-catching of which was a huge bone sculpture. Babuka exclaimed in amazement at the ornament before him, "Wow! What is this?" Both the cake and the exquisite ornament before him were things he had never seen before, and he was filled with curiosity. Pei Qingyu approached and explained, "This is a laurel rabbit holding the moon ornament, carved from top-grade jade sea beast bone. The ornament is white with a yellowish tint. On a giant laurel tree, a white rabbit embraces a concentric sphere. The most captivating feature of this ornament is the concentric sphere. A sphere within a sphere, each layer is a hollowed-out design with uniform thickness and intricately carved patterns. This ball is so beautiful." Buka simply slid it, and the concentric spheres began to rotate. A closer look revealed that each layer's imagery was developed based on the unique characteristics of each of the 5 characters. For example, Babuka was a mermaid, so Lin Xiu and his team carved a scene of a group of mermaids dancing together. Xiaosun was a panda, so they depicted him in a bamboo forest with countless shoots. Inian was an electric leopard, so Lin Xiu simply carved him into a golden leopard, climbing atop a mountain of copper coins. Lin Xiu was with Silly Dog, while Pei Qingyu sat under the laurel tree in the Moon Palace, playing with the rabbits scattered about. This is a concentric sphere. It's an intangible cultural heritage handicraft of the Star Travelers. Pei Qingyu and I have limited skills, so some of the carving may not be perfect. Please don't mind. Bucka quickly responded, of course. I love it. If it weren't so large, he would have put it in his pocket. Seeing that he truly loved it, Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. God knows how worried they were that he wouldn't like it. After all, this thing had nothing to do with the most popular gifts on StarNet. See that pink mecha? This young master gave it to me. In fact, even if Xiaosun hadn't said it, Babuka would have known it was from him, because he was the only one among them who liked pink. Nian pointed to the fancy box on the table and said, I gave you the limited edition exoskeleton armor. He remembered that Babuka had always wanted this exoskeleton armor. So, after saving and saving for several months, adding the money he earned from the underground arena, and mobilizing Lin Xiu and the others to help him with a month-long robbery, he finally bought it. Ah! Silly Dog immediately gave him a pile of fiery rock-red crystals and, with a graceful cat-like gait, nudged Babuka's leg. He remembered that these bipeds love this. At this moment, Babuka's tears finally burst forth. Thank you, everyone. Nian looked at the pearls scattered across the floor and couldn't help but shout, Everyone, pick them up. Bucka, Are you being polite? Lin Xiu was dazzled by the sight of these golden pearls. Great, Babuka. The pearls you dropped are actually golden. Bucka looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, fighting back tears, as he hummed softly with a thick nasal voice. I'm royalty. Soon, the golden pearls scattered across the floor were gathered by Lin Xiu and the others and placed in a glass jar. Pei Qingyu stepped forward, gently patted his shoulder, and handed the jar filled with golden pearls to him, saying gently, Keep the pearls. Don't drop them again. Woo woo woo. Bucka cried out, hugging him and bursting into tears. Ah! Why are you crying again? Why didn't I realize you were such a crybaby before? Ah woo woo. The group frantically began picking up pearls from the floor again. Babuka watched this scene with tears in her eyes, and she started to laugh while crying. She wished that time could stop at this moment. Chapter 52. Highway Star was facing numerous internal and external challenges. The workload was overwhelming, and Babuka lacked experience, but fortunately, he had a free worker nearby. Buchua's actions were repulsive, even hateful, but his abilities were impeccable. Whether he was coordinating with the Zerg Special Task Force sent by the Federation or handling various miscellaneous tasks, he handled them with ease and tact. Bupka had learned a great deal from working alongside him during this time. At first, after 2 days of being exploited, Buchui became perfunctory, even completely uncooperative. Until Babuka showed him the footage recorded by the Central Authority, especially the scene of the little mermaid being pierced through the chest by the Zerg and tossed around like a ball, he remained silent for a long time. After returning, he worked tirelessly, taking the initiative to handle various matters without Babuka's coercion, bringing order to Highway Star and the entire Shuelon galaxy. Babuka scoffed. What was this? A belated remorse? What about the dead members of his tribe? Don't think the entire mermaid race will forgive him just like that. Once they've learned what they need to learn, it's time to execute Buchui. That day, uncle and nephew stood on the rooftop terrace of the Mermaid Palace, overlooking the city. Bupka looked at him and asked, Why did you collude with the Zerg in the first place? Buchui lowered his eyes, and gazed at the city below, his thoughts unsettled. After a long pause, he whispered, I'm no worse than Bubian. I'm superior to her in every way. Why would the old mermaid emperor pass the throne to her? Bupka sneered, Do you now understand how you're inferior to your sister? Buchui fell silent again. Though he was reluctant to admit it, if it were Bubian, she would never go to such extremes, much less collude with the Zerg and murder her own kind just to fight for the throne. He had imagined the possible consequences of a Zerg invasion. At most, it would involve sacrificing a few mermaids. But he had never imagined that the Zerg would betray their faith and cruelly treat even children. Scupion was right about one thing. He had been so bewildered that he had believed the Zerg's promises. Bupka! Babuka! Come down quickly. My brother is here. Xiaosun's voice came from inside the house. Here he comes. Bucka immediately turned and headed inside. Xiaolin had come to discuss business. Originally, Xiaosun thought the spicy sea beast was delicious and sent some home. Xiaolin couldn't stop eating it. Surprisingly, there were no substitutes on StarNet. The merchant's keen intuition led him to immediately decide to personally visit the Star Highway for an on-site investigation. The sea beasts of the ocean system were so rampant and destructive that people avoided them when they encountered them. Who would associate them with food? Although many interstellar impoverished people hunted sea beasts for survival, improper handling made them inedible, and there were even several cases of death from poisoning caused by accidentally ingesting sea beasts. The meeting was extremely satisfying for both parties. After a feast featuring all sea beasts, they readily signed the agreement. Time flew by. Xiaolin spent nearly 2 months investigating this place. He had arrived looking handsome and elegant, and by the time he left, he had even become somewhat more prosperous. Highway Star Harbor. In the same place, Bubu looked at the few people and one beast before him and said with a smile, "Goodbye. Keep in touch." Several people came forward and gave him a big hug. "Remember to watch the Military Academy League and cheer us on." "Of course." Bucka nodded and said mysteriously, "Although I'm not at school anymore, I still have insider information." The implication was that if anyone wanted to know anything, they could come to him. Okay. Everyone waved goodbye. They boarded the Naxile family's private starship and returned to the capital planet. Bucka watched the sky starship depart and sighed softly. This time, they were leaving for Real. Happy days always pass by so quickly. The new semester is about to begin, and a new challenge awaits them. Although Fia told them to return before the Military Academy League, they couldn't really go back on time. They had to leave some time for team training, team rapport, and understanding of key points and precautions. On their first day back on the capital planet, Nian parted ways with Xiaosun and followed Lin Xiu back to their house in District 3. After a brief rest, they secretly made their way to the underground arena. "I've been living so comfortably on Highway Star that I've forgotten what it was like to pilot a mecha. Of course, it would have been great if I could earn some more star coins. Alas, man proposes, God disposes." Their plans were instantly ruined when they saw Fei Ye's tall, burly figure at the entrance to the underground arena. Lin Xiu rubbed his eyes, and after confirming who it was, he forced a smile, revealing his 8 white teeth. "Teacher Fei Ye? Why are you here?" Fei Ye folded her arms and looked at them with a half smile. "Why can't I be here?" "Ah." Lin Xiu suddenly patted his head. "I suddenly remembered that the clothes at home haven't been washed yet. See you later, Fei Ye." "Bye." Nian and Pei Qingyu were shocked. Once they realized what was happening, they quickly said, "My socks aren't washed. My pants aren't washed yet. See you later, Teacher Fei Ye." With that, the three of them turned and left. It was obvious that Fei Ye was waiting for them. Fei Ye clapped his hands behind them, and a group of intelligent robots rushed out from nowhere, surrounded them, and carried them back. "Since you're all back, come with me to the training camp." The three looked confused. "Huh? What? You're the only ones missing." Fei Ye gave them each a slap on the shoulder and directed the intelligent robots to take them to the flying car. Pei Qingyu raised his hand and said weakly, "Teacher, I'm from the medical department. The implication was that you have no control over me. The medical department is also here." "Huh?" Then, they learned from Teacher Fei Ye that even though the semester had ended, and they had entered the long vacation period, the students participating in the Military Academy League had already entered a closed training camp on the final day for intensive training in preparation for the upcoming Military Academy League. Lin Xiu understood, but what would happen to Silly Dog if she left? She couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Fei Ye, what will happen to the fiery rockstar beast if I leave?" "Don't worry about that." Fei Ye suddenly smiled kindly at her. "Give me your home address. I take care of the fiery rockstar beast while you're at the training camp." There were plenty of people willing to look after her at the Lion Star Beast School. Nian asked, "What about Xiaosun? He should come too." Xiaosun was also on the roster for the Military Academy League. They couldn't just go, could they? Fia glanced at him, seeing through his thoughts. She said calmly, "Don't worry, another instructor has already gone to pick him up." Nian said, "Oh, that's good. It's impossible for them to be toiling away in the training camp while others are at home, enjoying everything they need. Brothers, we have to be together." The flying car was moving very fast, and in a short while, they arrived at the training camp. They didn't even have time to change their clothes. They were still wearing the casual clothes Babuka had made them out of shark silk when Fia shoved them all into the virtual cabin and into the virtual battlefield. Then, ruthlessly, he stopped the aircraft at high altitude and kicked them down. Damn it! At least give me some gear. Even without exoskeleton armor, a shuttle will do. The howls of several people echoed in the wind. Although it was a virtual battlefield, it was a 100% faithful reproduction of the real world. The food here could be eaten directly, and the pain was also 100% real. Falling directly from the air, wouldn't that kill you? If you died jumping from this height, I don't think you even participate in the military academy league. Lin Xiu's fragrant voice echoed in the wind. Feiya sat in the aircraft, leisurely crossing her legs and swinging them, heading towards the observation room. In this kind of environment, everyone's bodily functions would be significantly reduced. The practical training instructors from various departments chose Snow Floating Planet as a simulation to train students' adaptability and endurance in such harsh conditions, so as to prevent them from being helpless when encountering similar extreme cold conditions in the Military Academy League. On a snowy mountaintop on the floating snow planet, an avalanche had just occurred. The tranquil snow suddenly stirred. An arm suddenly emerged, followed by half a head. Bubuka struggled to climb out of the snow. Looking around, he noticed several heads popping out one after another. He hurried forward to help pull them out. Leaning against the snow, panting, he said, "So why did we fight just now?" The school's mission was to build a shelter, find food, and survive here until the end of training within the specified time. You guys just wanted to steal the winter fruit. Zenowai collapsed to the ground, her chest heaving. It was because Bibican and the others wanted to steal the food they had worked so hard to find, the winter fruit. How could they let Bibican take their only food? Of course not. So the two sides started fighting, and the noise was so loud that it triggered an avalanche. Dolly suddenly asked, "Where's the winter fruit? You're still planning on snatching it at this hour?" Znaiv rolled her eyes speechlessly and said unhappily, "Even if you wanted to, it would be useless. The winter fruit had already disappeared in the avalanche." "That's not what I meant." Dolly shook her head in disappointment, gesturing to the classmate in her arms. "He's injured, and there's no healing potion here. His body temperature has dropped significantly. I was wondering if giving him a winter fruit would help." Winter fruit sounds cold, but it actually tastes incredibly warm. One bite instantly warms him up, which was one of the reasons for their earlier brawl. Znaiv heard this and stood up, walking over. The first thing she saw was a long wound on the classmate's arm, purple from the cold, the blood congealed into ice. "That's a bit serious." She frowned slightly, and turned to look at her teammates. "Does anyone still have any winter fruit?" "No." "Me neither." No one, as she expected. Dolly hugged his classmate tightly, trying to offer him some warmth, but the effect was minimal. He couldn't help but mutter, if only there were some medical students here right now. They had all been randomly dropped in different locations. Luckily, he encountered Bibican quickly, and the two of them immediately teamed up and traveled together. They encountered many people along the way, but not a single medical student. As soon as he finished speaking, a green light descended from the sky, landing on the injured classmate. Could it be that the heavens heard my prayers? Dolly sat up in shock, nearly dead. "Pray to me instead of to the heavens." A gentle voice echoed, and two figures landed on the snow simultaneously. Chapter 53. Chief Lin. Zenowai stood up excitedly after recognizing who was coming. Lin Xiu nodded slightly and greeted her. "Zenowai, long time no see." Pei Qingyu came over to Dolly and examined the student's wound in his arms. He said gently, "The inside is healed. Once the surface heals, just apply some scar removal medicine." "Okay, thank you," Saishi thanked him. He then checked on several other students with minor injuries. When they finished speaking, Bibican strode forward, twisting his hips, and pushed past Lin Xiu to stand before Pei Qingyu. Her eyes sparkled as she grasped his hands and said, "Pei Qingyu, you're back? We heard about Haywixing. Is Bubuka okay? Have you formed a team? Do you want to join our group?" A barrage of questions peppered Pei Qingyu. "Buka is fine. Haywixing is stable now. What's a group? Were they going to be divided into groups during this training?" They hadn't heard a word from Fia about this, and they were grabbed almost as soon as they arrived at the underground arena entrance. Before kicking them down, they didn't explain the rules. Bibican explained, during the training period, students from all departments can form teams or go it alone. No matter what method they use, as long as they persevere until the end of the training period, the mission is completed. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, realizing it was a snow survival trial. Pei Qingyu apologized, "Sorry, I've already formed a team." Bibican was stunned. "Huh?" Pei Qingyu pointed to Lin Xiu next to him. "Ah Su, and I have already formed a team, and so has Nian." Bibican was stunned. Huh? When? Just now. Pei Qingyu looked at Lin Xiu. Right, Ash. Lin Xiu stepped forward and grinned. Yes, we're already a team. Forget it. BB can, Wait. Where's Nian? Wasn't Nian kicked down with him? Where's he? Pei Qingyu looked around but couldn't see any sign of Nian. He looked at Lin Xiu and asked, have you seen Nian? Oh yes, where's Nian? After searching around and failing to find him, Lin Xiu quickly pulled out her spirit tree and took 3 leaves to count. The leaves led her to a small bump not far away. She leaned over, digging rapidly in the snow. Soon, a hand, discolored by the cold, emerged, and then Nian's face emerged from the icy surface. As he climbed, the thick snow was stirred up and scattered across the ground. Nian's surroundings came into view, causing Lin Xiu to involuntarily take a few steps back. The noise of movement was too loud, and the snow in front of her trembled and fell. A lake appeared before her. The spot where she had been standing was only a thin line away from the water, almost 10 centimeters away. The ice was faintly visible with cracks. If she had put even a little more weight or moved a little further, she would have fallen into the water, joining Nian. Nian trembled and said, "Help me." Lin Xiu quickly took out a vine and threw it to him. After making sure she had a firm grip, she pulled it out with a force. After emerging from the lake, Nian lay on the snow, watching the falling snow. He closed his eyes, gasping for air as he breathed. Finally, "You remember me." Just now, he cried out in the lake, but to no avail. Fortunately, the shark silk was waterproof, otherwise, before he could pull himself out, he would have been turned into an ice sculpture. Lin Xiu gave an awkward, polite smile and casually snapped her fingers. A small flame appeared between her fingers. "Want some warmth?" The blazing flame stood out against the white backdrop of the sky. Nian opened his eyes excitedly, but when he saw the tiny flame in Lin Xiu's hand, thinner than his own finger, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "You brought a fire starter? Aren't we forbidden to bring anything?" Lin Xiu sighed helplessly. "Have you been frozen, silly? Teacher Fia looted all our space nukes from the aircraft before we were kicked off. Didn't you know? And have you ever seen a fire starter that can actually produce fire from your fingertips?" Nian suddenly remembered the lightning she had casually unleashed on Highway Star, and honestly moved closer to Lin Xiu. The shark silk was waterproof, but it wasn't cold-proof. His teeth chattered. As he moved closer, he was surprised to find that his body had actually warmed a little. "Here you go." "Nian?" ? His eyes widened, doubting he had misheard. Lin Xiu didn't explain, simply tossing the small flame into his hand. The flame shot up considerably as he threw it, reaching the size of a fist. "Oh my god!" Nian instinctively wanted to throw it away, but then stopped abruptly, staring at the small flame in his hand in amazement. "It's not hot? It won't go out even without fuel. This isn't just any fire." Lin Xiu raised his chin slightly, a hint of pride in his voice. "How do you feel? Not cold anymore, are you? Is this also a talent of your star travelers? I want to learn." BB Can and the others, rushing over and witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chorus, "We want to learn too." Lin Xiu instinctively turned his head and saw BB Can and the others staring at him with starry eyes, their gazes wide and filled with a thirst for knowledge. "Not everyone can learn this." Lin Xiu ruthlessly refused. "This wasn't something you could learn just by wanting to. Can you give me a little flame like that?" Zidawai stepped forward, somewhat sheepishly pointing at the small flame held in Nian's hands. She, or perhaps they, had never really considered learning this. Not to mention Lin Xiu's reluctance to teach, no race was willing to casually pass on their innate skills. Fearing she refused, Snivy quickly said, "I can join your team. And I know so much. I go find you some winter fruit later. Welcome." Lin Xiu, always soft-spoken and polite, had no resistance and immediately gave her a small spark. "I want to join your team too. I can fight mechas. Me. And me. I know how to grow vegetables, does that count?" A group of people followed suit, voting by show of hands. Bebekin looked at his rebellious teammates with a look of disappointment and said quietly, "I say, can't you all show me a little respect? A bunch of fence-sitters, damn it, he's not even dead yet, and you're just climbing the fence right in front of him. Is that appropriate?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at him. One of them whispered, But Chief Lin has a fire. With a fire, they wouldn't have to worry about freezing." Wow, whoever said that, but several students, who had been hesitant due to their friendship, suddenly turned to Lin Xiu. "BB Can. Saving your life is the most important thing. The teachers didn't say we had to form a team, anyway. Just complete the survival mission. Dolly patted his shoulder gently, and ran off to ask Lin Xiu for a small flame. Bibikin was left standing alone, disheveled in the blizzard. Bibikin paused for a moment, realizing what Dolly said made perfect sense. He glanced at Lin Xiu, gritted his teeth, and rushed forward, his voice rasping, "Sister, I want one too." Lin Xiu, shock. "Huh?" The others turned their heads and stared at him in astonishment. Their hair instantly stood on end, goosebumps blanketed the floor, and sighs echoed. This tone actually came from Bibikin's mouth? "What are you looking at?" Bibikin glared back at them one by one, giving Lin Xiu a fawning smile. All this for survival. Only after he got the little flame did he realize how warm it was. The practical instructors from the various departments were incredibly cruel. None of the exoskeleton armor they gave them was any good. Besides being a little thicker and offering a bit more defense than the average nanosuit, it lacked any other features. The engine unit had even been manually removed. They were determined to make them endure a long period of training in this icy, snowy, wind-scorching place, starving and freezing. It's not that there weren't students with fire attribute talents, but the flames they condensed were consumed very quickly. It's unreliable, absolutely unreliable. Lin Xiu's little flame is even better. Though small, it's incredibly effective. The instant he touched it, his body temperature began to rise, and he felt his back pain disappear. And so, because of a tiny flame, the few people who had previously fought tooth and nail over a winter fruit, triggering an avalanche, instantly united. Now, they gathered together, holding the little flame, giggling cheerfully, occasionally chatting, acting like good brothers. Gurgle, gurgle. Someone's stomach suddenly growled, shattering the brief harmony. "Sorry. It's my stomach." Quachi raised his hand sheepishly, his face flushing red as he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. One of the students couldn't help but sigh, "I'm hungry." "Me too." "If you're hungry, eat." As soon as Lin Xiu finished speaking, silence fell. "What's wrong?" Sensing something was amiss, Lin Xiu pondered for a few seconds before hesitantly asking, "Are you out of food?" "Well, we used to have some, but it's gone now." Zinawai rolled her eyes at Bibikin and told Lin Xiu and the others about the avalanche they caused while fighting over the lone winter fruit. Lin Xiu was truly impressed. He immediately said, "You're truly talented? Don't you know you shouldn't shout or make loud noises in the snowy mountains? Sound can cause air vibrations, which can easily lead to avalanches. We even specifically covered this in class. Weren't you paying attention?" Everyone lowered their heads and replied, "Now we understand." "Stop cursing, stop cursing." The atmosphere around them was a bit awkward. "That Asu." Nian, seeing this, intervened, "I just saw some lake beasts in the lake. They should be edible, right?" Bibikin frowned upon hearing this and immediately said, "Lake beasts? Can humans eat them?" "It's fishy and disgusting. Even the star pets wouldn't eat it." Lin Xiu asked, "Are you hungry?" "Yes." "That's all. In this environment, having food is good enough. Why worry about the taste? Are you going to complain about this and that when you're on the border battlefield in the future, with supplies scarce? Are you going to be so picky?" During their time in the 6th Legion, through Abby, she and Pei Qing witnessed hundreds of battles, big and small, on the border battlefield. When resources were scarce, and they had no food, they ate the bodies of Zerg. That stuff was much harder to swallow than lake beasts. Lin Xiu had them speechless. Seeing they'd taken her words to heart, she continued, "Let's take a look. If it's prepared, it should be edible. If not, look for food elsewhere. Zinawai, you and Dolly, and the others will build an igloo or cave. Bibikin and 2 others will join us fishing for lake beasts." Dolly's eyes were filled with confusion. "What?" Lin Xiu suddenly had a bad feeling. "Igloo." The others shook their heads. "Never heard of it." "It's a house made of snow. A cave dug in the snow. You can actually build a house out of snow?" Lin Xiu held her forehead, indicating she didn't want to talk to these interstellar people. Finally, she handed the task of building the igloo to Pei Qing. "I don't know how these interstellar people taught them. They didn't even know basic snow survival techniques. They truly forgotten the most basic, most primitive survival methods while enjoying the comforts of high technology. Could this be why Teacher Fia had abandoned them to this desolate, icy place? Compared to Pei Qing's group, Lin Xiu and his friends were having quite a go at fishing for lake beasts. With their combined efforts, they successfully landed 3 large Shiba lake beasts, including a snow crystal Shiba. Lin Xiu was overjoyed. This species was mentioned in the Star Encyclopedia. It's boneless and can be eaten raw, with a sweet, soft, and chewy texture. As BB and the others watched excitedly, she concentrated her spiritual knife and cut off a small slice. She took a sip. It wasn't as delicious as the description suggested, but it was indeed chewy and springy, a bit like the texture of a crystal bun. Wait! Crystal buns. Lin Xiu clapped his hands and said, "Ah! We eat crystal buns later." "What are those?" "You find out in a moment." Lin Xiu tossed the lake beast to them and ran with the snow crystal beast, saying, "Pei-Ching Yu. Pei-Ching Yu. Let's eat crystal buns." By now, Pei-Ching Yu and his igloo had already been built. Seeing Lin Xiu's beaming face holding the snow crystal beast, he smiled in sympathy. "Okay. But we don't seem to have any pots and pans." "That's easy." Lin Xiu handed the snow crystal beast to him, and ran off to borrow another classmate's exoskeleton armor. "Classmate, can you cut me a part?" "Not much, just a small piece." "Can't cut it?" "It's okay, I can." With a wave of her psychic knife, she plucked every student wearing an exoskeleton armor. The other students gathered around to watch. She used her mental power to put all the pieces together, and soon the pots, pans, and bowls were ready. Lin Xiu placed her work before Pei-Ching Yu, waved her hand, and said with a smug smile, "Pei-Ching Yu, how about this? This is all the empire I've built for you." Pei-Ching Yu silently gave a thumbs up. Everything was ready, only the east wind was missing. Master Pei began cooking in the snow for the first time in his life. He used snow crystal beasts as the skin, and lake beast meat as the filling. Perhaps it was too cold, but the crystal buns looked more like glutinous rice balls than steamed buns. This first Waterloo in his life left Pei-Ching Yu speechless. Lin Xiu, suppressing a smile, consoled him, "Pei-Ching Yu, why don't you just make a few more dumplings?" He bowed his head, thought for a moment, and whispered, "Okay." "What are dumplings?" "Can I learn? I want to make them too." A group of people immediately gathered around. They'd been wanting to come up earlier, but the two of them hadn't been able to get involved because of their tacit cooperation. Now they finally had their chance. They couldn't just sit there and eat for free, could they? Lin Xiu hadn't expected everyone to end up making dumplings together. She almost thought it was Chinese New Year. Everyone was a workaholic, working quickly. The dumplings were done in no time. While they looked unsightly, they were still edible and tasted great. A group of people sat on a table piled high in the snow, happily digging into their food. Both the crystal buns and the dumplings completely dispelled the stereotype held by BB and his classmates that lake beasts were unpalatable. Looking at the scene before her, Lin Xiu suddenly felt that even the snow had become gentle. She suddenly blurted out to Pei-Ching Yu, "Happy winter solstice." Pei-Ching Yu momentarily forgot to chew and was about to say it wasn't winter yet, but then, looking at the white snow all around him, he smiled knowingly and said softly, "Happy winter solstice." The other students looked up at them, blinked, and chimed in, "Happy winter solstice." Then, they lowered their heads and continued eating. Even though they didn't understand what it meant, they knew it was the right thing to say. In the observation room, Fei watched the students' every move and nodded with satisfaction. Through the screen, she said to them, "Happy winter solstice." Although Lin Xiu's small spark of anger was a little beyond the teacher's expectations, it wasn't a big deal. "Is this dumpling really that delicious? I really want to try it." Chapter 54. The meat of the Bye-Bye Lake beast was plentiful. The 8 of them ate it all day long. Just as Dolly and the others were fuming over their lack of restraint and devouring their food, they heard a sizzling sound not far away. Pei-Ching Yu watched the Bye-Bye Lake beast, stunned by the shock, float up from the ice. A crack appeared on his calm face. After a moment's thought, he couldn't help but ask, "So, this is how you used to catch Bye-Bye Lake beasts?" "Yes." Lin Xiu nodded, pinched his fingers, and increased his strength. With a crackling sound, several more lake beasts emerged from the lake. "Look how convenient it is." The onlookers watched the scene in silence. In short, with Lin Xiu as a bug and Pei-Ching as their big dad, snow survival training became much easier. Of course, they couldn't rely on Lin Xiu and the others for everything. Most of the time, Lin Xiu would give the key points, and the others would do the work. Not to mention, after 2 days of explaining the key points, Lin Xiu actually felt like a teacher. During this time, they also discovered a withered weed in a crevice on the snowy mountain. Adhering to a give-it-or-leave-it attitude, they finally managed to revive it with Qua Chi. Under his meticulous care day and night, it even grew lush and green. From one plant, it grew to 2, then 6, adding a vibrant green touch to the snowy world. Most importantly, it produced a good yield, barely enough for their daily meals. It looked a bit like a cross between an onion and cabbage, a strange mixture, and tasted a bit like a raw sweet potato, equally strange and delicious. As expected of a landscaping specialist in the Department of Agriculture, he was a real expert at growing vegetables. If it weren't for his long, elf-like ears and deep, piercing eyes, Lin Xiu would have suspected his ancestors were also related to the star travelers. A classmate saw Lin Xiu rolling a ball of snow from the ground, making it grow bigger and bigger. She couldn't help but lean over and ask curiously, "Chief Lin, what are you doing? Do you need any help?" "No, I'm making a snowman." Who in her family would understand? Due to geographical reasons, she had never seen such heavy snow since she was a child. This rare opportunity, she had to make up for all the snowmen she'd been accumulating over the years. The classmate's eyes were filled with confusion. "Building a snowman?" I said. Lin Xiu stopped rolling the snowball and looked up at him. "Do you really not pay attention in class?" He smiled sheepishly. I know. Zenowai leaned over and raised her hand confidently. A snowman is a person made of snow. It was a form of entertainment for people in the ancient universe on snowy days. It's mentioned in the Star Sea history. Ancient Universe chapter. After she finished speaking, she looked directly at Lin Xiu, her face full of praise me. Lin Xiu immediately returned her admiring look and said, "Well, it doesn't have to be a person. You can make it into anything you like a lake beast." Did I want to make a snowman? Me too. So, with nothing to do after eating, the group started making snowmen. "BB-can, what are you making?" "A huge, unrecognizable snowman holding something." "What's he doing?" BB-can answered his question directly, deliberately keeping it a secret. He, take a closer look. After he completed the last step, a sharp-eyed classmate quickly recognized it and tentatively asked, "Isn't this BB-can's fishing figure?" "Let me see." "It really looks like it." A group of people instantly stopped what they were doing and gathered around. Although it was a bit abstract, the outlines were still recognizable. Damn! Dolly also realized what was happening and, with a snap, chopped off half of BB-can's snowman. He gets angry just mentioning this. Who knows him so wickedly? Photos of BB-can's fishing figure are still circulating on the school's internal Star Network forum, and their popularity is only growing. Everyone who knows him, and even those who don't have seen the photo has seen it. "Oh my god, why are you hitting my snowman?" BB-can, seeing his painstakingly constructed artwork scattered to the ground, was so enraged that he grabbed a ball of snow and threw it at Dolly. Dolly, shock. "This can't be tolerated, but it certainly can't be. Want to fight, huh? Come on." He immediately grabbed a ball of snow, twisted it in his hand, and threw it at BB-can, using all his strength, though his aim wasn't quite right, and it landed on another student. "No, why are you hitting me?" Things escalated quickly. What had been a peaceful snowman building affair turned into a snowball fight in a matter of seconds. In the observation room, the teachers from various departments observed this scene in silence. I say, aren't they a little too relaxed? To anyone who didn't know, they think they were on a trip. Their leisurely lifestyle made them envious. In such an environment, with fresh greens to eat, they even started fighting after eating. It was really a bit disheartening to watch. It's true. Look at those students to the east. They're struggling to get food, and their shelters are collapsing again and again. Shivering in the cold wind, that was exactly the effect they wanted. I knew these kids weren't paying attention. They thought academics weren't important, so they ignored them. Now you get it. One of the teachers looked at the other screens, watching groups of people struggling through the blizzard, his face drooping with dissatisfaction. These are the future hope of the Federation. After graduation, they will be assigned to various legions and sent to their bases. Whether it's high-tech warfare or primitive combat, they need to learn. The Military Academy's Quadrennial League is designed to acclimate these freshmen and teach them how to handle similar situations. But now, it seems that, with the exception of a few, most are performing poorly, lacking the necessary foundational knowledge. Without high-tech products, they are nothing. Don't panic, let them have some fun first. Another teacher smiled mysteriously, pulled up the control screen, and with a flick of his finger, changed the parameters. The other teachers, seeing this, gave the students, who were having so much fun, a look of despair across the screen. Aha! BB-can sneezed while playing. Before he could wipe his nose, the ground suddenly shook. Oh no! Avalanche! Someone shouted. The snowy mountain behind them collapsed instantly. The once tranquil hillside seemed to transform into a white dragon, freed from its restraints, plummeting rapidly. Countless snow particles and dust swirled in the air, so fast that even time seemed to slow down. Shocking and magnificent, with an indescribable force, it shook the entire world of ice and snow. Bibikin was stunned. Could his sneeze be so powerful? Run! Everyone reacted quickly. After a moment's pause, they turned and ran, not even caring about the food in the igloo. Bibikin said as they ran, "Isn't this me? I really didn't mean to do it. Stop talking. Save your energy." Lin Xiu shouted, "Run to the sides. Find rocks, find some solid shelter." The avalanche was coming with such force that everyone fled in all directions. It was a scene of him running. It was chasing him. He couldn't escape even if he had wings. "Quachi!" Znawi suddenly shouted. As a plant technician in the Department of Agriculture, Quachi worked with plants on a daily basis. His training wasn't as intense as in the individual combat and command departments. He ran a little slower, and was quickly swept away by the snow. Seeing this, Lin Xiu swung her vine, and quickly swept him over. The surging avalanche was only 2 meters away from him. Even though she used her windward cloud step to its full potential, there was no way to avoid it. Not far away, Pei Qingyu clung tightly to a rock and anxiously called out, "Ah Su! Quachi!" The other students' eyes drifted towards them as they ran. Just when they thought the two had been buried in the snow, a green light unexpectedly flashed. Suddenly, a vine erupted from the snowdrift and coiled around the rock where Pei Qingyu was standing. Unfortunately, the rock was too large for the vine to wrap around, and instead, it unexpectedly wrapped around Pei Qingyu. He was shaken and immediately grasped the rock tightly. Just as she felt herself about to be swept away, a green figure suddenly flew out of the snow. It flashed by in a flash. The rocky area was gradually engulfed by the avalanche, and Pei Qingyu's figure vanished from sight. A little further away, a small green boat was surging forward, surprisingly faster than the avalanche. It was Lin Xiu and his group. The green boat was made by her using vines. If it weren't for the time it took to create the speed talisman, they wouldn't have been buried by the snow. It took a lot of effort to break free. Lin Xiu collapsed onto the boat, exhausted, and still had to expend her mental energy to control its direction. Pei Qingyu was healing her, restoring her condition. Even then, she reminded him, "Quachi, keep an eye on any stray students. If you find any, bring them up with your plant-based talent." "Okay, Chief Lin." Quachi nodded. He actually managed to pick up a few stray students along the way. At first, there were no problems. As more and more people arrived, the boat began to feel crowded. Lin Xiu opened her eyes and took a look. What's going on? She barely had time to catch her breath. Why were there so many more people on board? And some of them, she didn't recognize. The new classmate gave her an awkward yet polite smile. Hello, Chief Lin." "Hello, Chief. Thank you for saving my life." "It wasn't me." Lin Xiu shook her head repeatedly and pointed at Quachi, who was still retrieving someone. "He did?" An avalanche blew out a group of classmates. The boat had limited capacity, and was clearly not big enough for so many people. Lin Xiu simply used vines to make a few more boats, and slapped speed talismans on them. After dispersing the people, the boat instantly became much more spacious. "Lin Xiu, you're amazing." After being rescued, Bibikin touched and looked around the boat, clearly very interested. Lin Xiu, never one to be modest, rested her hands on her sides, legs crossed. Upon hearing the compliments, she shook her head and gave a wicked smile. "Just average, third in the world." Pei Qingyu scathingly commented, "A bit greasy." Her smile froze for a moment. After glaring at him, she quickly did it properly. Nian asked, "How do you control the direction?" Lin Xiu replied, "A mental link." His eyes were filled with eagerness. "Can I try it?" "Of course." Lin Xiu withdrew his mental power, and Nian instantly established a link with his own. It's just that his driving skills weren't very stable, and they almost vomited. "Wow!" Classmates kept zipping past them in small boats, and among them, Lin Xiu and the others spotted Xiao Sun. He was like a fool, steering the boat forward, his teammates soaring behind. Passing students silently lit 3 incense sticks for his teammates. After crashing into obstacles several times, Bibikin helped Saishi to a shaky stand. Suddenly, he patted Nian's shoulder and said with a complicated expression, "How about I do it?" If the boat hadn't been fast enough, his skills would have been buried by the avalanche. Originally, the training teachers from various departments wanted to use the avalanche to surprise them. To put it bluntly, they had seen too many happy scenes and wanted to see some tears. Unexpectedly, the situation went against their wishes. They were so easily resolved. Unwilling to give up, the training teachers created various small surprises. Although they didn't see the scene they wanted to see with Lin Xiu, they saw it with some other students, and they felt relieved. Finally, the snow training ended with the wailing of most students, and the cheers and laughter of a few. The school had already started at this time, and the Military Academy League also began. Chapter 55. 7th Galaxy, Lulu Star. The starport has been bustling these past few days. From the frequently docked starships, a steady stream of energetic, neatly uniformed cadets have emerged, bringing the usually quiet berthing area to a bustling bustle. In the holographic auditorium of the berthing area hotel, Director Rick, the leader of this Military Academy League, is holding a mobilization meeting with all the participating students. The competition will be divided into 3 stages: preliminary rounds, semifinals, and finals. The rules of this year's Military Academy League have been greatly simplified, adopting a strategic simulation point system. The complex and tedious elements of previous years have been eliminated. Advancement is simply a matter of defeating your opponent. In a nutshell, it can be summed up in one word: win. If we are eliminated at any stage, we can pack up and return to the capital. The preliminary round will serve as a screening and selection process for all participating military academies. The top 12 will advance to the next round. The semifinals will select 6 outstanding teams from the 12 teams to advance to the next round. Finally, the finals will further narrow down the top 3 from the 6 teams to determine the final champion. A total of 66 military academies will participate in this Military Academy League. I look forward to you overcoming all obstacles and ultimately lifting the trophy. Lin Xiu sat drowsily in the back row, unable to bear the boredom. It seems that no matter where they are, the oratory skills of school leaders are breathtaking, each word imbued with a drowsy charm. Rick looked at everyone and said seriously, "I hope everyone will give their all and achieve excellent results in the competition. Do you all understand?" "I understand." Finally, amidst enthusiastic applause and slogans, the mobilization meeting ended. Lin Xiu's figure also disintegrated into countless particles and gradually disappeared. Reality. She stepped out of the holographic cabin and into the living room, collapsing on the sofa, yawning and boredly browsing her laptop. Recently, all the content on the StarNet has been focused on the upcoming Military Academy tournament. The buzz has only grown, and it's no exaggeration to say that it's drawing nationwide attention. Each Military Academy tournament is live-streamed to boost the morale of interstellar citizens and showcase the capabilities of the cadets from each major cadet academy to the entire galaxy. This time, the venue was chosen to be the 7th galaxy closest to the 1st, 3rd, and 4th Legion's bases, Lulu Star. This planet has frequent seasons, a 7-day climate change, and extremely long polar days. It's an energy-rich planet, uninhabited, but with no natural predators. The star beasts are overrun with disasters. It's a perfect venue for this Military Academy tournament. Hashtag the Military Academy League is about to begin. Which academy are you picking? Hashtag who will be the champion this year? Hashtag can the top academy break the 4-peak curse? Hashtag the Kebro Military Academy has released 2 SSS aces, potentially becoming the dark horse of this Military Academy League. Clearly, this Military Academy League has been a hot topic. Lin Xiu casually flipped through the trending news, finding it somewhat uninteresting. Ding. Bubka's message rang out. Lin Xiu clicked to switch to his chat interface. He opened his file. File name: details of the dark horses in the Military Academy League. Lin Xiu couldn't help but exclaim TSK. As expected of Babuka, he's always got the inside scoop. It detailed the outstanding students from each major military academy, along with their honors and achievements, even detailing their family members and hobbies. Reading through it all, she came to one conclusion: this class is truly exceptional. Ollie from the 1st Military Academy, Daphulin from the Academy of Science and Technology, Dingson Blue from the Mecha Assault Academy, and so on. What surprised her most was Monla, the SSS healer from the 7th Military Academy. So, besides Pei Qingyu, there's another SSS healer? These schools are keeping it a secret. Not a single word has leaked out. Lin Xiu thought she'd seen it wrong. She sat up straight, blinked, and read the information several times. Especially after seeing the column for her parents, she was finally certain. This was the orphan of the martyr they met in the sky garden above the colorful clouds. Wasn't her mental power supposed to have dropped to E level? How did it become SSS again? And it had even surpassed her original S+ level. Was it because she drank that incredibly unstable potion that almost no one succeeds in, even risking their lives, that expands mental power? So she won the bet? Thinking of this, Lin Xiu felt genuinely happy for her. But the next moment, her gaze suddenly stopped on Nin's profile displayed on the screen, fixed on the section about his relatives, and she lost focus for a moment. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door brought her back to her senses. As luck would have it, it was Ni, and Lin Xiu opened the door and looked at him, her expression grim. "Asu, let's go! Didn't we have dinner together?" Lin Xiu didn't respond, staring at him blankly, as if trying to see a flower bloom in him. "Asu?" Yin tilted his head, puzzled. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Why does she look at him with a strange look? He seemed to be hesitant to speak. Wait, could she possibly like him but be too embarrassed to say it? How can I refuse without hurting her or embarrassing her? In just a few seconds, his expression remained as calm as an old dog, but his mind was already conjuring up a drama. Huh? It's nothing, just a little sleepy. Wait a minute, I grab something and leave. Lin Xiu, unaware of his thoughts, rushed into the room and placed the items under his pillow into the space button. Are you done? Here I am. With that, he hurried out. The next morning, when Lin Xiu woke up, he felt like he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember what it was. After a while, he simply gave up. Wearing a blue school uniform and the maple leaf badge that belonged to the headmaster. After fixing her appearance, she flashed a perfect smile in the mirror. After ensuring nothing was amiss, she headed out to rejoin the main force. The atmosphere at the makeshift command post on Lulu Star was bustling with activity. 360-degree video recording equipment was everywhere. Students from various military academies, led by their team leaders, entered the venue one after another. The Quadrennial Military Academy League attracted enormous attention, and many prominent figures came to watch, most of whom were usually only seen on the official Star Network videos. As the students from the Kebro Military Academy entered the arena, several people in the stands leaned forward imperceptibly. Major General Ba Gu, commander of the 1st Legion, tilted his head to his adjutant and whispered, "Is that the healer with the SSS psychic power?" His adjutant leaned low and replied, "Yes, the one next to him is the freshman class leader of Kebro, and his mental power level is also SSS level." Oh! Major General Ba Gu suddenly became intrigued. It's interesting that 2 SSS level individuals appear every century. According to our intelligence, they are both from the Star Travel tribe. After the adjutant finished speaking, Major General Ba Gu remained silent for a long time, and his gaze towards the 2 young men became somewhat complicated. Pei Qingyu frowned, feeling as if someone was staring at him. He looked up and met Major General Ba Gu, who was sitting in the audience. The latter smiled at him friendly. A chill suddenly rose in Pei Qingyu's heart. The man's smile made him feel uncomfortable. He nodded slightly in response, and quickly shifted his gaze. Try to avoid too much contact with that person for the time being. Lin Xiu's voice suddenly rang in his ears. A flicker of surprise flashed in Pei Qingyu's eyes. She turned to look at her, only to see Lin Xiu staring straight ahead, as if nothing had happened, as if she hadn't said the words just now. Okay. Lin Xiu spoke without moving her lips. His face isn't right. He's not a good person. Be careful. Ever since they entered the arena, she had felt several gazes flickering between her and Pei Qingyu. They weren't exactly kind, like the gaze of a hunter on their prey. The others had known to hold themselves back, but that person was unbridled, his eyes flashing with greed like a cold, venomous snake. She tugged at Qiao Sun's sleeve and whispered, "Do you know who that person is?" Qiao Sun followed her gaze and asked, "Major General Ba Gu of the 1st Legion, what's wrong?" Lin Xiu casually replied, "Nothing, just curious." She observed Ba Gu with her spiritual sense, and sneered inwardly. The smile on Ba Ji's face suddenly froze, his brow furrowed, and a streak of crimson blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Major General, are you okay?" The adjutant was startled by this, and immediately looked around with alarm. Ba Gu raised his hand, and calmly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before saying, "I'm fine." With an impassive expression, he calmly surveyed everyone present. He gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, until it broke. Someone actually plotted against him in such a situation. Although he only lost a little blood and wasn't seriously injured, it still brought him a deep sense of humiliation. If those old men knew about this, wouldn't they laugh at him? At this moment, the students from the Kebro Military Academy had already arrived at their respective positions. Lin Xiu's diffused spiritual sense captured his every movement and expression, and a slight smile curved his lips. He dared to attack because he was certain that Ba Gu wouldn't associate him with him. After all, who could have imagined that a mere freshman would dare to attack a major general? The students from the 1st Federal Strategic Academy arrived late, whether intentionally or not. Leading the group was Ollie, also the top freshman. As he passed Kebro, he casually said, whether intentionally or not, "I thought you rely on your family connections to get into the Mecha Assault Academy, but you ended up in Kebro. You've truly fallen." Every sentence didn't mention Xiaosun, but instead focused on Xiaosun and, incidentally, Kebro. The look he gave his classmates was undisguised disdain. He gracefully adjusted his collar and proudly passed by them like a peacock. "What's that guy talking about? What does he mean? Is he implying something about us?" The other students glared at Ollie. With so many Star News media present, the school's public image was at stake. They kept reminding themselves, "No fighting, no fighting, no fighting." Xiaosun almost rushed forward to fight him. Lin Xiu quickly grabbed him. Under his puzzled gaze, he snapped his fingers and feigned boredom. With a thud, Ollie fell to the ground, face first. Lin Xiu winked at him. "Are you feeling better?" Xiaosun instantly felt refreshed. "Yes." Puff. Someone couldn't help but laugh. Like a flick of a switch, the students' laughter erupted. It wasn't loud, but it sounded like they were trying hard to suppress it, unable to hold it back. "What are you looking at?" Ollie hurriedly got up from the ground, quickly adjusted his newly styled hair and clothes, and after a quick retort to his classmates, he held his head high and stormed off. Is he really not embarrassed? I don't know. The hushed voices of his classmates drifted by. Quiet. FIA and Rick approached side by side, looked at them, and continued, "Listen carefully. You all be randomly dropped into a simulated battlefield on Lulu Star. Lulu Star is uninhabited, and it's ruled by star beasts. Their mission this time was to eliminate the star beasts, and points would be awarded based on their level. S-level players received 150 points, A-level players received 100 points, B-level players received 50 points, and C-level players received 10 points." Mr. Committee from the Central Committee spoke briefly and explained the rules. Then all the students present began to disappear one after another, and were sent to various places on the Lulu Star simulated battlefield. Chapter 56. In addition to earning points from star beasts, students from all military academies must also be vigilant and protect their school badges. These badges serve as point recorders. If damaged, the associated points will be transferred, and all competitors will be eliminated. Although the final result of the competition is determined by the combined points of all military academies, individual points are also a key criterion for selecting the best military academy students. After all students were deployed to the simulated battlefield, a massive 360-degree transparent screen lit up in the temporary command area. The planetary central system automatically selected the most outstanding team for the main screen, while the remaining teams were divided into several smaller screens, arranged in a row above and below the large screen. As the four-time champion, the Federation's first strategic academy, known as the Premier Military Academy, undoubtedly occupied a prime position. The temporary command area was essentially a massive grandstand. The circular layout centered around the screen, with the audience seats arranged in a ring. A small, isolated area at the front, the best location, served as the viewing area for the leaders. As the large screen turned on, StarNet Live followed suit. Anxious netizens immediately flocked to the live stream, vying for a spot on the holographic projection screen so they could be projected onto the audience and experience the intense atmosphere up close. But space was limited, and only a handful of people managed to secure one. Most netizens watched from home or elsewhere on their laptops. Wow, it was truly spectacular. Who do you think will win? Of course, the first military academy. That's a no-brainer. That's not necessarily true. Looking at the official website, there are quite a few dark horses this year. The discussion continued. At this moment, a gentle light flashed, and two tall, pine-like figures appeared in the stands, calmly taking their seats. They were the belatedly arrived 6th Legion commander, Alesh, and his adjutant, Trey. They had gone to investigate a sudden Zerg movement and returned late. Even after rushing back to base as quickly as possible, they still missed the opening ceremony. Alesh flipped through the materials in his hand. This class of freshmen seems quite good. Yes, Trey agreed. I thought the emergence of Pei-Ching-Yu, an SSS healer, was already a big surprise, but I didn't expect that Manla would give them such a big surprise. True, like father, like daughter. I'm so happy for her. Alesh, long time no see. Pachito, the principal of Kebro, came over and sat down next to him. Upon hearing this, Alesh quickly stood up and gave an interstellar salute. Teacher. Long time no see, you've lost a lot of weight. Pachito glanced at him briefly before shifting his gaze to the screen and asking, What do you think of this competition? Alish said without hesitation. The chances of winning are very good. Pachito raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? You seem very confident? Alish nodded, of course. Hearing this, Zhu Tingji, the principal of the First Military Academy, scoffed. Don't be so confident. So what if you, Kebro, have 2 students with SSS level mental power? Don't forget, this is a team competition. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even if she is strong alone, she will be useless against a group of people, and will find it difficult to compete. Remembering what he told Ollie and the others before the match, he suddenly felt a bit more relieved. When he was a student at the First Military Academy, he'd been defeated by Alish in the Military Academy League. Ever since then, he lived under Alish's sway. He would never allow his students to lose to that brat Alish recommended. Alish snorted coldly. Just watch. Isn't he watching? A flicker of disdain flashed across Zhu Tingji's eyes. He pointed at the big screen and said, Look at the students at Keblo. It's been an hour, and they're still standing there motionless. Are they asleep? Some of them have even received several boxes of supplies. When he mentioned some of them, he puffed out his chest. These were students from his First Military Academy. Unlike those useless people at Keblo, who only knew how to sleep. Alish looked up at the screen. On the screen, he saw several figures hidden in the treetops, their eyes closed, motionless, as if they were about to fall asleep. He stared at it for a few seconds, his lips suddenly curled up, and he leaned back in his chair, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Zhu Tingji? ? Is this just an illusion? He quickly stared at the large screen. Simulated battlefield. Qua Chi's ears twitched slightly, and he suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up and whispered, Chief Lin. Someone's coming. The elves are the darlings of the forest, naturally possessing a close affinity with plants. His return to the forest was like returning to his happy home. Within a 10-mile radius, he could hear every whisper. To the elves, plants were like voices, conveying the information they sought through the wind. As soon as he finished speaking, not only Lin Xiu but another classmate also opened their eyes. The 3 of them were lucky. Their drop-off locations were only a little over 1,000 meters apart, so they met in a few steps. Team competitions are more convenient when they form a team. So Qua Chi suggested forming a team, and Lin Xiu agreed, and the 3 of them naturally joined forces. Now that they all had teammates, it would be unfair to their numbers not to do something. Lin Xiu planned to wait and see, gathering some equipment and other supplies. That way, if they encountered students from other military academies on their way to the main group, they wouldn't be left defenseless and vulnerable. Lin Xiu stretched and asked, How many people? Qua Chi replied, 2. The one wearing the purple nano-combat uniform is from the First Military Academy. To better distinguish the cadets from the various military academies, the nano-combat uniforms used in previous military academy leagues have been designed using the primary colors of the respective academies. The nano-combat uniforms of the Kebro Military Academy are primarily blue. First Military Academy? Lin Xiu, lost in thought, suddenly smiled and looked up at the 2. Follow the plan. Yes. They rubbed their hands, a flicker of excitement in their eyes. Not far away, 2 students from the First Military Academy approached, one in front and one behind. Fiona suddenly stopped and tugged at her friend, Henry's arm. Henri, look. Henri looked in the direction she pointed, and saw what appeared to be a supply box near the bushes. Although their mission was to eliminate star beasts to earn points, the organizers would also be dropping some supplies onto the simulated battlefield. If it weren't for the reflected sunlight, Fiona wouldn't have noticed. They almost missed it. Henri was overjoyed and immediately went to grab the supply box, but Fiona grabbed him. He turned back, puzzled, and asked, What's wrong? If he didn't take it now, what if someone from the other military academy showed up? Fiona looked around warily and said, Don't let your guard down at any time. Observe first. Do you suspect an ambush? Henri dismissed her and simply shook her hand off. He strode forward and snatched open the supply box. His expression suddenly changed, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and ran. Nothing. An ambush. But it was too late. A huge vine net dropped from the sky, entrapping him. With a whoosh, he was dangling from the tree. Fiona, seeing this, ran without a second thought. But as she turned, another vine net came crashing down, entrapping her. But as she turned, her vision went dark as another vine net flew towards her, instantly trapping her as well. Lin Xiu clapped her hands in satisfaction and snapped her fingers. An extra vine in the vine net pulled her back, dangling her from the tree. She and Henri, who was also in the same situation, exchanged a look of dismay. Fiona, looking at him, was furious. I told you to be careful. If he hadn't acted impulsively, they wouldn't have been ambushed. Henri was speechless, a trace of regret crossing his face. Sorry, Fiona said angrily. Apologies are useless. But what do we need the Interstellar Patrol for? If you have that time, you better figure out how to break free. The two struggled desperately, but found that the more they struggled and resisted, the tighter the vines tightened, and no matter how hard they tried, they were completely unable to break free. How could this happen? What's so tight about these vines? Fiona twisted wildly, the vines holding her swaying in the air with her violent movements. Wow! Lin Xiu, hands in his pockets, walked leisurely with two classmates to the tree. Looking up at them, he couldn't help but joke, you two seem to be chatting quite animatedly. It's you? Fiona recognized Lin Xiu immediately. It was she who had plotted against her. Henri glared at them, and sternly demanded, from the Kerbro Military Academy? Let us down. Hiss. Lin Xiu gasped dramatically. Quachi, did you hear that? I heard it. Lin Xiu looked at another classmate, Luo Gaogao, and asked, what about you? I heard it, too. Facing Fiona and Henry's puzzled gazes, Lin Xiu couldn't help but tease, hey girl, you're still half asleep, aren't you? Do you think we let you down in this situation? She pointed at Quachi and Luo Gaogao and said, even if I agree, will they agree? They both shook their heads. But, if you're willing to give us the supplies you have, we might consider letting you go. Lin Xiu nonchalantly scratched his ear, then looked at the two students next to him, and asked, don't you agree? Quachi and Luo Gaogao nodded again, yes. Heng Li's expression changed, and he was about to refuse, but Fiona's look stopped him. She looked at Lin Xiu hesitantly. Do you mean what you say? Of course. Fiona continued, the supplies are in the space button. Let us down first, or how can we give them to you? Without a second thought, Lin Xiu nodded, okay. With a snap of his fingers, the two instantly fell to the ground, free again. Fiona had expected to be rejected and to have to work hard to convince the three men to let them down, but it was surprisingly smooth. She exchanged glances with Henri, their eyes flickering slightly. The moment the space button was handed to Lin Xiu, a cold glint flashed in their eyes, and they launched a sudden attack. Then, amidst Lin Xiu's meaningful smile, they were once again ensnared by the vine net, and the sound of fists colliding with flesh filled the air. Ah, stop it! I was wrong. Give it to me. I give it to you now. Fiona, struck in the face, couldn't help but cry out, ah. Tell them to stop. Lin Xiu sneered, too late. 10 minutes later, the two of them were once again hanging from the tree, Lin Xiu tossing the space button with a sardonic smile. Chief Lin, someone's here. They're from the Mecha Assault Academy. Quachi's voice echoed in his ears. Lin Xiu waved his hand, and the two of them were dragged behind an inconspicuous tree by vines, their mouths gagged. The commotion must have attracted the nearby group. Let's go, and see what goodies we've got this time. As she finished her words, the three of them rubbed their hands excitedly, and leaped onto the nearby treetops. The two men hanging behind him struggled and twisted, trying to make some noise to alert the other party, but their mouths were constricted by the vines, and they could only make whimpering sounds. So, for a while, any student who passed by was caught in the fishing net made by Lin Xiu and his team. They were favored one after another. One after another, two after two, no one could escape their fishing net. Those with bad attitudes were stripped of their non-combat uniforms. Even considerately, they had Quachi and his team affix the school badges that tracked their points to the students' briefs, hanging them from the trees for maximum visibility. It's just like plucking feathers from a passing goose. I love watching. More, these military academy students have really nice bodies, and he doesn't have much, just a little money. If you're having trouble making it in the military academy, come find me. Netizens were stunned by this scene. Several students, stripped of their non-combat uniforms and hung from trees for their improper attitudes, had no idea they had become famous on the Star Network. After waiting for 2 hours without seeing any other military academy students, they decided to move on. Lin Xiu gazed with satisfaction at the human cocoons hanging from the tree branches, then headed south with Quachi and Luo Gaogao. Hey, don't go. Put us down first. Come back soon. Help. No matter how they yelled and screamed, Lin Xiu turned a deaf ear. It was already a relief that she didn't eliminate them outright. The hexagram indicated that it was south. Find the nurse first, and then she could indulge herself without restraint. I just hope Pei Qingyu will fight back and not get angry. Whatever they say, they're afraid. After the three of them had been riding the jet shuttle for a while, Zinawai's voice suddenly rang out from the woods ahead. Pei Qingyu, be careful. Chapter 57. When Lin Xiu and the others arrived, they saw Pei Qingyu, Zinawai, and several others tightly surrounded by Ali and his squad of about 7 or 8 men. Ahead of them was a supply crate, clearly engaged in a struggle for supplies. Behind the trees to their right and back were several other teams from other military academies. There were the Mecha Assault Academy, the Technological Military Academy, the 7th Military Academy, and so on. They were watching from the sidelines, clearly hoping to wait for the 1st Military Academy's troops and the Kerbros to be evenly matched, so they could reap the spoils. While Zinawai and the others were engaged in a battle with the 1st Military Academy students, Ali, his eyes gleaming with a sharp, cold light, instantly transformed into a beast. While they were not paying attention, he quietly slid to the side, quickly seizing an opening and charging straight at Pei Qingyu's back. Just as he was about to launch a surprise attack, intent on severely injuring Pei Qingyu, the SSS healer, something darkened overhead, and a green net descended, enveloping him tightly. Immediately, he was dragged several meters away and dangled from a nearby tree. The commotion here successfully drew the attention of Zinawai and the others. Realizing they had nearly been ambushed, they quickly moved toward Pei Qingyu, surrounding him and protecting him. When both sides engage in a battle, attack the nurse first, but also protect her. Ali! Seeing this, Don Huanchu rushed over. Ali's eyes widened slightly, and he yelled, "Watch out! Get out of the way!" Almost as soon as Ali's voice fell, he was ensnared by the green net and dragged several meters away, yanking him directly onto the tree, where he remained with Ali. Dong Huanchu? ? The whole process took only 3 seconds, and he was still completely bewildered, wondering how he ended up here. His body, though quicker than his mind, struggled constantly, but the more he struggled, the tighter it got. The other students, seeing this, didn't dare move forward. Instead, they gathered together, stiffened their bodies, and vigilantly watched their surroundings, their eyes unblinking, afraid to miss even the slightest movement. Zinawai and the others followed suit, carefully protecting Pei Qingyu, and slowly moving away from the tree where Ali and the others were hanging. Suddenly, a subtle rustling sound echoed around them. "Be careful!" someone shouted. As the words rang out, several large green nets descended from the sky, quickly entrapping all the students from the 1st Military Academy present and sending them off to accompany Ali and the others. A moment later, their group was neatly entangled in the tree, staring at each other in silence. Zinawai and the others were silent for a moment, wanting to laugh but not daring to, feeling a bit awkward. This obvious disparity made her feel that the person hiding in the shadows must be one of her own. A figure leaped from a tree not far away, instantly confirming her suspicions. Chief Lin. Zinawai's eyes flashed with surprise. She knew it was her. Finally, her heart settled. Lin Xiu nodded slightly in response. She plucked a handful of leaves from a nearby branch and twirled them in her hand. The paper-thin leaves became sharp and weak in her grasp, piercing the air and flying directly towards the several other military academy teams hiding in the shadows, fiercely piercing the trunks of the trees where they were hiding. "Have mercy, have mercy. We're just passing through, nothing more. Friends, we've just worked with you guys from Cabro. If you don't believe me, ask them." The 3 teams, seeing they'd been discovered, simply walked out. They didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the 1st Military Academy, being left hanging from a tree, howling and wailing. That would be truly humiliating, even to the entire Star Network. "Who are you?" Zinawai couldn't help but roll her eyes. Don't think she didn't know what these people were up to hiding in the shadows. The situation was dire just now, leaving them completely unable to pay attention to them, but things were different now. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from the front. "Zinawai." Quachi waved at Zinawai from his perch in the tree. Then he leaped from the canopy, landing safely. Luo Gaogao followed closely behind. "Quachi." Zinawai smiled. The other students came over one after another. Quachi strode over to them and asked, "How's everyone?" "Fine." Zinawai nodded and began to recount their experiences along the way. How should I put it? A mixture of good fortune and bad luck. The good news was that they were randomly dropped near a scimitar lair. As soon as they landed, they were captured by the scimitar and taken into the lair. Inside, they met students from other major departments and even saw several people from other military academies. The bad news was that they had no equipment, only nano-combat suits. Even though they could use their mental power to condense weapons, facing a large number of scimitars was still a bit difficult. The most crucial thing was that there was an S+ scimitar king in charge. They didn't dare move, not at all. The points were right before their very eyes. They couldn't even claim them, which made them miserable. To be on the safe side, they decided to outsmart them. The others from the Kerbro Military Academy discussed this quietly, and ultimately decided to emulate the Dolly fishing beast plot. Ah, Lin Xiu nudged Pei Qingyu with her elbow, and said teasingly, "Have you noticed your affinity with nests and the like? Last time it was a Zerg nest, this time it's a star beast nest. Isn't that just fate?" Pei Qingyu's expression was indescribable. He turned his head slightly, ignoring her for the moment. This made Lin Xiu laugh a few times. Luo Gaogao was very interested in what was happening next. He quickly asked, "So you sent someone out to attract attention, and the others took advantage of the opportunity to escape?" Zinawai became excited when she talked about this. She chuckled. "Yes. We heard from people in other military academies that they were taken back to the long-eared beast's lair because the long-eared beast king was in heat." Luo Gogo's eyes widened as he thought of a possibility. "Could it have taken you back because?" Zinawai replied, "You guessed right." Lin Xiu and the others responded, I didn't realize this long-eared beast king was so cunning." Lin Xiu suddenly had an idea and looked at her. "I have a question. Is this beast king male or female? You mean attracting its attention? Did they send someone to seduce it?" Before Zinawai could answer, a student from the Mecha Assault Academy retorted, "What do you mean by seduction? That's called a honey trap." Lin Xiu looked at him in confusion. "You're so excited. Could that selfless student be you?" Bet was speechless, glaring at her fiercely before turning his head away and falling silent. Watching his ears visibly redden, Lin Xiu realized it was indeed him. Quiet, listen to me." Zinawai immediately took control and continued, "The Beast King is male. This student from the Mecha Assault Academy is called Bet. Their beast form is a droop-eared velvet beast, very similar to the long-eared beast. Among long-eared beasts, it's a top-tier immortal." Zinawai couldn't help but chuckle again at this point. "And then you had this student Bet use his beast form to seduce the Beast King?" "Yes." "And was they successful?" "Yes." Zinawai nodded, looking at Pei Qingyu, and continued, "Speaking of this, it's all thanks to Pei Qingyu's guidance." Pei Qingyu's face froze at the reminder, and he tried to shut Zinawai up, but it was too late. She had already spoken out. At first, Bet used his velvet form to seduce the Beast King, but the Beast King didn't even look at him, and even carried off a dark-skinned boy from the first military academy. Quachi couldn't help but ask, "What happened to that dark-skinned boy?" Zinawai recalled, I don't know. He just walked a little strangely." Lin Xiu couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow. So exciting." The students watching nearby couldn't help but agree. Even Ollie, and the others hanging from the trees subconsciously tightened their grip. The first military academy's trapped fish couldn't help but yell, "What nonsense!" He then regretted his yelling, and immediately retreated behind the other students. The netizens watching on Star Network were stunned, and stayed on their live stream. In the end, Pei Qingyu gave Bet some small suggestions. Have him partially transform into a beast. Show off his ears and tail, and then slightly modify his red nano combat uniform, revealing his slender thighs and curvaceous figure. You have no idea how stunning Bet looked after these changes. Pei Qingyu called it a bunny girl. "Chief Lin, do you know what a bunny girl is?" "Of course." Lin Xiu couldn't help but burst out laughing, looking at Pei Qingyu. "It has to be you. You've seen them a lot before, right?" "Ha ha ha, sure, this honey trap is pretty good." "Bunny girl, who wouldn't be confused by it?" "Oh no, Bet's bunny boy." Pei Qingyu taught Beta another secret, playing it safe. The Beast King he seduced was completely bewildered, his eyes gleaming. As the saying goes, when one person achieves enlightenment, everyone around him prospers. We moved directly from the dark cave to our nest padded with velvet. We ate a lot of carrots. Quachi couldn't help but exclaim, "That was exciting. This stuff tastes good. Would you like some? It's so expensive online now. 100 star coins each." Zinawai pulled an alluring red fruit from her space button and handed it to them. "Thank you." Lin Xiu thanked her, then took it without hesitation, tasted it, and commented, "Delicious." "Why are you eating it?" "Keep talking." Ollie and the others were swinging in the trees, their hearts itching to hear the noise. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook. Quachi hurriedly said, "A group of star beasts are approaching." "Oh no!" Zinawai and the others' faces changed drastically. The Beast King and his men must be catching up. Run. But it was too late. The long-eared Beast King, dusty and exhausted, came with his minions. With a leap, he landed heavily on the ground, creating deep pits. His eyes glared at them. The long-eared Beast King, leading a group of minions, rushed over with a menacing momentum. The beast's eyes shone a chilling red. The ground shook twice with each leap, and shallow pits appeared wherever they passed. Lin Xiu looked at the leading long-eared beast king, who was more than twice as tall as the other long-eared beasts. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Isn't this just a large rabbit? For a moment, she seemed to understand why Lulu's star beasts were so rampant. With no natural enemies, and abundant food and fodder. If they weren't in heat, who would be? Surely this wouldn't be a wild and violent birth. The students from the various military academies stared at each other, weapons drawn, and as they prepared to attack, the long-eared beast king leaped in front of Bet, looked at him pitifully, and burst into sobs. She looked like a young wife abandoned by a scumbag. Everyone, ? They hesitated for a few seconds before sheathing their weapons. It seemed there was a more harmonious alternative besides fighting. Beta. Someone said it. You're really going too far. Beta's fury flared up. Although her expression was reluctant, her body honestly transformed partially into a beast. A bunny girl appeared before Lin Xiu and the others. Oh no, it should be called a bunny boy. As expected, after the partial transformation, Lin Xiu and the others could see her ears grow longer, and the beast king's eyes turned pink. The snow-white fur around her body also had a faint pink tint. Under the crowd shove, Beth immediately put on some style, pulling out a small handkerchief from somewhere and hesitantly approaching the long-eared beast king. She said in a hushed voice, "You idiot, why are you here just now? You don't even know you're starving." Yu said this was called preemptive strike. No, it's called preemptive strike. Regardless of whether you're in the wrong or not, when the other party wants to hold you accountable, you take the initiative. Leave them speechless. Tighten their grip. As expected, the Beast King was stunned. Not just the Beast King, but everyone present, including the leaders, teachers, and netizens watching, was stunned, their expressions indescribable. Didn't I tell you I was hungry and asked you to find some food? Where's the food? Why isn't there any? The Beast King couldn't bear to see his beloved so heartbroken. He quickly had his subordinates bring over a pile of carrots, gently placing them in front of him. In a moment, they formed a small hill. Bet stamped his foot, covered his face with a handkerchief, and pretended to cry, "Why are they still carrots? I want meat. Meat. You understand. Meat." His voice broke, unable to contain itself. Everyone covered their faces and looked away. It was unbearable to watch. It was truly unbearable. The long-eared beast king frantically said, "Don't cry, don't cry. I go find you some meat. I think this little long-eared beast is pretty good. I want to eat it." At these words, everyone held their breath and quietly grasped their weapons again, fearing the long-eared beast king would turn against them. After all, these long-eared beasts were all his kind, his minions. Who knew there were even his descendants among them? How dare Bet say such a thing? Lin Xiu and Yu, however, had a hint of anticipation on their faces, almost craving the spicy rabbit head. I hadn't expected the long-eared beast king to be so tolerant of Bet. 10 minutes later. Everyone present was enjoying a roasted baby long-eared beast. Wow, I didn't expect long-eared beasts to be so delicious. I love the legs. By the way, are we really okay with openly eating its offspring, and even letting them comment on it? Well, do you want to see what it's doing? Everyone turned around, and saw that the long-eared beast king was eating even more heartily than they were. One wasn't enough, so he threw 2 more over for the students to help roast. Okay, we were overthinking it. I have a question. We all ate the long-eared beasts. Does that give us points? Yes. 1 point for each one I ate. I just saw it. Ordinary long-eared beasts are E-level star beasts, and aren't counted toward star beast points. However, to encourage students, they usually give 1 point per one. After eating and drinking, they decided to set off, but the long-eared beast king insisted on following them. So, Bet once again offered her services, finding free labor and transportation for everyone present. Because of the long-eared beast king, there were few star beasts nearby, so they decided to explore other areas. After walking for a while, they suddenly heard a loud commotion up ahead. Mecha! Shoo! The various military academy teams present, having previously appeared as a loving family, began to distance themselves from each other and quietly surrounded them. Chapter 58. You never know until you see it, and it's shocking. Oh my god, which military academy are these guys from? How dare they provoke Jijifeng? A classmate nearby swallowed hard at the sight. Good luck to you, dear. Why pick on the most vindictive Jijifeng? Their vengeance is no less intense than that of an alien. They're from the Lisp Military Academy, another classmate replied. They're so lucky. They actually have mechas. Are there mechas in the space hubs of those from the 1st Military Academy? As soon as the 7th Military Academy member said this, everyone's eyes turned to Kebro's team, like wolves and tigers. They knew that the space hubs of those from the 1st Military Academy had been looted by Kebro's men, including the supply box. They didn't know if there were any mechas inside. If there were, that would be even better. They would eventually take them. This is why they, despite being clearly enemies, pretend to be close and work together. Zenowai subconsciously touched her space button upon hearing this. As the Lisp Military Academy team clashed with the Jijifeng, more and more Jijifeng gathered around them, charging forward recklessly. Fearing accidental injury, Lin Xiu and the others hid in the trees. The people at the Science and Technology Military Academy couldn't help but mutter, what a deep hatred and resentment. What immoral things have these people done? Could it be that a Jijifeng also had a crush on a student in their team? And then that student also cheated on her and ran away? It was strange that he saw such fearless expressions on the faces of a group of star beasts. At this point, he shifted his gaze to someone sitting on the arm of the long-eared beast king on a nearby branch. He was almost calling someone by name. Bet, you might as well just say my name. What are you looking at? His eyes flashed, and he leaned directly against the long-eared beast king's chest, stroking its chest hair with a seductive, charming gesture, and complained delicately, damn it. They actually dared to laugh at me. You have to teach them a lesson for me. The long-eared beast king's ears instantly perked up. A low, warning growl, coupled with a deathly stare, sent a shiver through the hearts of the people at the Technological Military Academy. Xie Yan had a bad feeling and quickly apologized. Sorry. Too late. Bet raised his chin proudly. The long-eared beast king leaped onto the branch, where the Xian Technological Military Academy was located and landed heavily. There was a click, and the air froze for a moment. The next second, the branch snapped as expected. Everyone on that branch instantly fell. With a loud bang, the ground shook 3 times. The noise was so loud that the Jijifeng and Lisp Military Academy troops, who were engaged in a fierce battle ahead, paused in unison and turned to look in the direction of the sound. Busy with dealing with Jijifeng, the Lisp troops were unaware of the sudden increase in their number. They were especially stunned when they saw Bet in the arms of the long-eared beast king. The Lisp Military Academy troops instinctively glanced at Jijifeng, and after a glance, they once again tacitly stopped fighting. Without giving the Technological Military Academy team a chance to speak, they rushed forward in unison. The Jijifeng was a star beast renowned for its speed. Bet saw only a few afterimages before they were upon him. Terrified, he quickly clung to the long-eared beast king. The long-eared beast king, holding Bet in his arms, fled with his minions. No way. Would they stay here and become food for the Jijifeng? The Science and Technology Military Academy team wasn't so lucky. While they were fending off the Jijifeng, the Lisp Military Academy team took advantage and launched a surprise attack. However, their school badges, which tracked their points, were snatched away in an instant, and they were eliminated. The whole process took only a few minutes. The other military academy teams, seeing the situation was dire and preparing to flee, turned and encountered the Kebro team, led by Lin Xiu. What are you planning? Meeting their half-smiles, the teams instantly became alert. Yes. Lin Xiu clapped his hands. A large green net suddenly descended from the front of their group, scooping up a flock of creatures and draping them directly from the tree. Hand over all your space buttons. Lin Xiu swung his cane and slammed it against a nearby tree. The entire tree shook, and leaves fell. Beneath the tree, Jijifeng and the members of the Lisp Military Academy looked up. A similar green net instantly descended, draping them, mechas and all, from the tree. They were joined by the other military academy teams. The Jijifeng, renowned for their exceptional speed, were clearly even more agile than the Lisp Military Academy's men. As star beasts, their sensitivity far surpassed that of humans. Sensing the danger, the few Jijifengs on the edge immediately scattered and hid in the woods. Our chief is asking you. Hand over the space button. Seeing they were playing dumb, Znawi stepped forward and began to plunder. If anyone resisted or struggled, Quachi would retract the vines, even causing them to sprout barbs on one side. With his mental power, he could easily pierce their nano-suits. As for the other student in a mecha, Lin Xiu took special care of him. He personally dismantled his mecha and, leveraging his SSS-level mental power, seized control of it. Even the Jijifengs weren't spared. That was a surefire way to earn points. In a matter of moments, all the Jijifengs in the vicinity were instantly annihilated, and the Kerbro Military Academy's points skyrocketed. For them, it was a good start. But for the other military academies present, It was a truly unlucky start, and the end was imminent. After a round of rounds, Snitty had reaped a bounty. She approached Lin Xiu, clutching a stack of space buttons. Look, Chief Lin. They're so rich. She just discovered several mechas inside, a truly enviable sight. Luckily, they were all theirs. So happy, Lin Xiu randomly picked up a space button and glanced at it, smacking his lips. Sure enough, this equipment was always snatched away quickly. Look, they're getting rich now. It would take forever to find it just by searching through supply boxes. Thank you for your generous sponsorship. I'm very satisfied. Lin Xiu solemnly gave the various military academy teams hanging from the trees an interstellar salute. Several other military academy teams rolled their eyes. This was truly heartbreaking. If you're grateful, then thank me. Could you please stop smiling? It's smeared all over your face. Dong Huanqi yelled, if you're truly grateful, then let us go. Yo. Still alive. If this guy hadn't spoken, Lin Xiu would have almost forgotten to praise Ji Huan for tying up the first military academy's men. She looked at Dong Huanqi and gave him a fake smile. But, you better shut up. A slight movement of her fingers silenced Dong Huanqi, who whimpered for a moment. Realizing she couldn't speak, she felt a pang of regret. Just as she was about to ask how the Lisp men could attract such a storm, a sudden gust of wind blew past her ears. She quickly dodged, but the flash of cold light was too late, leaving a streak of blood on her face. She immediately used the momentum to perform a sideways roundhouse kick, sending the oncoming shadow flying. Lin Xiu instinctively touched her cheek, feeling a wet, sticky sensation on her fingertips, blood. At this moment, she finally saw clearly what had attacked her. It was a snaking wind, twice the size of all the snaking winds they had killed. Its eyes gleamed fiercely, and it glared at her with its teeth bared. At the same time, the light meter also revealed that it was a snaking wind beast king with a mental power level of S+. Ah Su! Pei Qingyu immediately threw a healing light ball over, and the wound healed instantly. Chief, are you okay? Keblo and the others quickly stepped forward to surround the two of them. Snivy leaned forward to examine the scars on her face. Thanks to Pei Qingyu's prompt treatment, they had already healed and scabbed over. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. A girl's face is very important. Scarring would be disastrous. Lin Xiu gave him a look of gratitude. Watching the swarms of swarmas constantly emerging from the forest, Lin Xiu glanced at the other cadets hanging from the trees and immediately said, Quachi, let them down. No! Lin Xiu, you can't afford to play with me. We're about to be left hanging. I object. Your plan is blaming me. The group of people were arguing, refusing to come down. No objection. With Quachi's voice, they all landed, finding a moment of freedom. Lin Xiu couldn't help but snort at the sight. They couldn't be fighting a desperate battle here, while these three were watching from above. What were they dreaming about? Let them all come down and share the hatred with her. Even putting aside why those swarms of swarmas had attacked Lisp's men like a death squad, the pile of swarmer carcasses on the ground, like a small hill, indicated that the Beast King would not let them go easily. The best way to deal with such vengeful and stubborn star beasts is to eliminate them all at once, and for all. As more and more gusts of wind arrived, the atmosphere around them grew tense and tense. The two sides were deadlocked, each waiting for the next move. Finally, the gust of wind king launched the first attack, followed closely by the others. Everyone instantly engaged in battle, their mental energy concentrated into weapons. Lispa's classmate piloting the mech suddenly spoke weakly. Classmate, have you returned control of the mech to me? A mech would be much more advantageous for our current situation. Lin Xiu nodded in agreement. The classmate was delighted, but the next second, he was thrown out of the cockpit by the mech's intelligent AI system. Lin Xiu quickly replaced his limbs and slipped into the cockpit. He left a single sentence, you make sense. So I take this mech. Classmate, ? Are you kidding me? This is my mech. Mine. How could he have kicked it out? However, no one paid any attention to him except Jijifeng. He quickly dodged, drew his gun, and shot him in the head. Seeing Jijifeng fall at his feet, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had escaped danger earlier in the cockpit, when Zenowai was looting the space link. The others weren't so lucky. Why are these star beasts indestructible? Suddenly, someone stared in disbelief at the weapon condensed from their spiritual power. It had actually broken. This is a weapon condensed from spiritual power. How could it break? How could it possibly break? As long as one's spiritual power was full, this wouldn't happen. This is spiritual power. He muttered to himself, almost thinking he was seeing things. He shook his head and took a closer look. It must be either an illusion or broken. Unconvinced, he picked up the broken stick and locked onto the nearest slug, rapidly unleashing a barrage of blows. The next second, he was sent flying several meters by the slug. He fell to the ground. The spiritual power stick he held tightly in his hand was now more bent than a winding mountain road, a complete loss of its original straightness. What's going on? Fuck. This is outrageous. Isn't a slug a speed-type star beast? How can its defense be so strong? It shouldn't be. It wasn't just him. Others were in agreement. Even with real guns and ammunition, it would take 2 more shots to kill it. The defenses of these slugs seemed to vary slightly. Some were easily defeated, while others were indestructible. Not only were they puzzled, but representatives from the various military corps and teachers observing their progress also noticed this. Trey whispered, "Major General, I feel something is amiss." Chapter 59. Hearing this, Ba Ge, the commander of the 1st Legion, snorted, "Something's wrong? What's wrong? I think these students are just too lazy. They can't even handle a mere A-level star beast. How can we trust them with the future of the Federation?" His words immediately rattled the principals of the military academies, including Lisp and Tech Military. Oh, after all, they easily took down those from the 1st Military Academy, didn't they? Ba Ge, you've never beaten Alish before, but now, the one you recommended is easily captured by the one Alish recommended. It's truly fate. You? Ba Ge glared at him, deforming the armrest again, making it symmetrical with the previous one. Principal Gao Rufei of the Mecha Assault Academy, not wanting to be intimidated, said with a grin, "Isn't that right, Alish?" Alish glanced at him out of the corner of his eye but didn't respond, staring at the screen with a gloomy expression. Compared to the other students' struggles, Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu, both of SSS-level mental power, had it much easier. After all, SSS-level players are simply crushing A-level players. It was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. The moment their sword swung down, Lin Xiu seemed to see a wisp of black energy emanating from their blood. To verify this hypothesis, she killed 2 slugs in quick succession. The bamboo-like tail of one of the slugs fell to the ground, seemingly containing something else. She had a hypothesis in mind, and this time, instead of simply using mental power, she incorporated a thunder spell and struck with one strike. The wind whistled with the sound of lightning. The slug's body crackled with lightning, swelling instantly, then rapidly shrinking until it was reduced to skin and bones, emanating a strong, foul odor from within. Her situation quickly attracted the attention of the others. After dispatching the nearby Jijifeng, they quickly gathered around. "What's going on? How could this happen? I say, you people from Kebro are a bit too cruel. Yeah, just kill the star beast, there's no need to make it so disgusting." Lin Xiu was a little speechless. It would take a 10-year cerebral thrombosis to say such a thing. She looked over and saw someone from the 1st Military Academy. "Why didn't you feel cruel when you were eating the long-eared beast just now? I saw you were enjoying it, and you were picking out the brains." "You?" The classmate was speechless. Lin Xiu rolled his eyes, sulking. "This looks a bit like being infested by some parasitic insect, or possessed by some spirit." Pei Qingyu felt the scene before him resembled a lot of Chinese fantasy dramas. Possessed by a spirit, sucking away the yang energy, and leaving only a skeleton. What else could be the end result of raising a goo in one's body? Lin Xiu suddenly looked at him and said, "You're right." A flicker of confusion flashed across Pei Qingyu's eyes, but the next second, his mind suddenly connected, and his eyes widened. "You mean these Jijifeng?" Lin Xiu nodded, but didn't say anything definitive. "It's just my guess." "Gwens? Monsters? What are those things? What are you talking about?" The people from the various military academies expressed confusion. Dong Huanshu didn't take it seriously, and stepped forward to kick the emaciated Jijifeng corpse. The moment he touched the corpse, the Jijifengs shattered like thin paper, revealing its skeleton. Dong Huanshu quickly stepped back, pointing at Jijifeng's corpse, and defended himself. I didn't use any force. I just touched it." But the expressions of those around him clearly showed disbelief. He felt like crying, tears failing him, and could only repeat himself, "It really wasn't me. I just touched it lightly, and it shattered." He then stepped forward to try to lift Jijifeng's body. Just then, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept past. Everyone shouted in unison, "Be careful!" It was the Jijifeng Beast King. As fast as lightning, it was right in front of Dong Huanshu's eyes. Its front claws flashed with a cold light, and it grabbed him fiercely. At the same time, there was a loud bang. A beam of energy passed by, striking the Beast King's eyes. The Beast King had no choice but to distract himself to avoid it. At that moment, he suddenly felt a tightening around his waist. Almost instantly, just as the Beast King was about to touch him, he was pulled away, barely avoiding the attack. Watching a strand of hair slowly drifting through the air, he swallowed hard and looked gratefully at Tai Chi, who had dragged him back. "Thank you." The Beast King was already approaching, a gust of wind brushing past his ear. Besides the glow of the energy bomb, there was also a cold gleam of the mecha. The mecha, gleaming with a cold silver light, darted past his ear, hurtling towards the Beast King like an arrow. From time to time, several energy beams would burst out from behind, annihilating any attempt to advance. What's this? As Dong Huanshu dodged the attacks of the other mechas, he subconsciously glanced behind him. He saw a silver mecha appear in the air behind him, wielding a long, energy-powered sniper rifle, firing every shot with unerring precision. It was someone from the Kebro Military Academy. That healer, while Pei-Qingyu was using his energy sniper to disrupt the Beast King, he also cast 2 3-second stun abilities to disrupt the Jijifeng below. Zinawai and the others coordinated well. Seeing Jijifeng stunned, they immediately dispatched their mechs to finish them off. Aren't healers supposed to be squishy? So, that earlier incident of them grabbing the supply crate was all just him putting on an act? If Pei-Qingyu could hear his inner thoughts, he'd definitely cry out in injustice. Back then, they were broke, without even a bottle of nutrient solution. How could they possibly fight against the List team, who had mechs? Compared to the intense battle between Lin Xiu and the Beast King, the situation on their side was equally tense. As the number of Jijifeng killed increased, their military academy's points soared. They soon discovered that Jijifeng seemed somewhat immune to mental power. However, it didn't seem to have any effect on other energy weapons. Unfortunately, all their weapons had been looted by Kebro's men. Watching the Kebro men wielding mechas and energy weapons filled his heart with bitterness. After a tremendous effort to slay 1-star beast, he turned around to see them easily defeat 3. Without comparison, there's no harm. Well, since the Kebro men were already charging ahead, he might as well just give in. So, several teams from other military academies began to take advantage of the situation, forming a silent agreement. They would lead Jijifeng towards the Kebro men, while they would remain hidden behind, waiting for their chance. Seeing Jijifeng near death, he rushed forward to deliver the final blow. This way, they didn't have to go to the trouble of killing Jijifeng, and the final points were still credited to them. That was fantastic. Okay, playing dirty, huh? Zinawai immediately ordered the rest of the Kerbros to take off in their mechas. All that friendship first, competition second, go away, activate attack mode. The cannon barrels fired indiscriminately at the ground. I thought we were all military academy students, so I show some mercy. Now, don't blame them for being ruthless. Oh my god! Run! You're so cruel. The people from the various military academies took the opportunity to flee. They already collected most of the points, so if they didn't retreat now, when would they? You want to leave? Have you asked us? Tai Chi and Luo Gaogao, driving their mechas, blocked their path. I knew these people weren't going to play nice. Chief Lin had specifically instructed that these leaks couldn't be allowed to leave. If they were to leave, they had to harvest some leaks first. The students from the Mecha Assault Academy chuckled, and were about to say something to fool them, when they suddenly looked ahead, and their faces lit up. Tai Chi quickly switched perspectives, seeing a swift silver flash approaching. Startled, he and Luo Gaogao quickly maneuvered their mechas to block the attack, only to be pushed back repeatedly. Then, dozens of silver figures descended from the sky. Hey! Did you miss me? A familiar voice echoed, and the bunny boy Bet made a dazzling appearance. Unfortunately, the long-eared Beast King wasn't with him this time. Bet! Never before had the Mecha Assault Academy wanted to see him so badly. Chichio, controlling his mecha, dispatched the surrounding Jijifeng with a single shot. Then, looking at the scattered, somewhat bewildered Mecha Assault Academy team, he said coldly, "Come here." This familiar voice, its tone so cold it lacked a hint of warmth, caught the attention of the other military academies before they could grasp the situation. It's Chief Chi. Excitedly, they ran behind Chichio's mecha. When they looked at the Kebro Military Academy again, their backs straightened instantly. They were practically dangling their noses to the sky. At this point, Lin Xiu and the Beast King were already in a heated battle. It shouldn't be like this, how could it be? The Jijifeng Beast King's defenses were astonishingly high. No matter how she attacked, it was merely a tickle. Lin Xiu controlled the mecha, locking onto its target, and firing a cannonball at the Beast King. The energy beam from the cannonball instantly illuminated the entire sky. She took advantage of this opportunity to quickly land on the ground. In the cockpit, she stared at the magnified bodies of the other Jijifeng creatures on the screen for a moment. Her eyes widened, her previous suspicions becoming even more certain. There's something wrong with that savage beast king. There's something wrong, or rather, most of the savage beasts here are. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was startled. What? Lin Xiu continued. Look at those bones. Look at those bones. Xiu quickly controlled the mecha to peel back the savage beast's body. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't touched it, but the bones instantly shattered. Countless white, oval insect eggs spilled from the bones, covering the ground. It looked eerie. What is this? They quickly scanned it with a light meter. The scan result, unknown eggs. What the hell is this? Lin Xiu exchanged a glance with Pei Qingyu across the mecha. They both already had the answer. Everyone watching the livestream and present were shocked. Interstellar netizens were even discussing it on the livestream channel. What is this thing? How come it looks so much like a bug egg, but smaller? It looks disgusting. Alesh, looking at the bug egg before him, magnified several times by the eye, suddenly became restless. How could this thing appear on Lulu planet? As soon as he finished speaking, his adjutant, Trey, and everyone present who had even the slightest knowledge of the situation all looked displeased. Recent Zerg activity has been unusual. The 6th Legion had handled a Zerg-related incident 2 days ago, and the data they sent back happened to include a description of this white bug egg. It's confirmed to be Zerg, but the specific level and species are still under investigation. It's tentatively designated as Class A. One thing is certain, however, this type of bug egg prefers to parasitize other organisms. It lacks a physical form, and relies on the host's flesh and blood for nourishment and growth. The Capital Planet Biological Research Institute has another hypothesis. Once mature, these bug eggs might replace their host and become its own. The Type A Zerg, supposedly at the border, suddenly appeared on Lulu, near the central system. This was terrifying. Mr. Komitai of the Central Committee immediately summoned the interstellar troopers and issued several orders. While protecting the safety of the students from the various military academies, they were to quickly resolve and determine why the Type A Zerg had appeared on Lulu. The expressions of the military academy teams within the simulated battlefield were equally grim. They rushed forward to investigate, some even opening their glasses to scan the contents. The interior of the Zerg egg was magnified infinitely, revealing a living organism within, still wriggling. It was something they had never seen before. Could this really be a Zerg egg? Let's kill it first, no matter if it's not. Everyone's attitude towards fighting the Zerg was surprisingly unanimous. It's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. Their hatred of the Zerg was ingrained in their genes. Chapter 60. All the mech pilots present unleashed their floating flame cannons in unison, locking onto the scattered corpses of Jijifeng. For a moment, the entire sky was illuminated by blazing red flames. Lin Xiu, observing this, snapped his fingers softly, and the black smoke suddenly grew thicker, gradually obscuring the other's vision. Just then, a flurry of frantic shouts erupted. Who's there? Someone touched my butt. Ah. My clothes? Who's pulling at my pants? Xiu stared at the red warning on the screen, and the music that signaled the loss of target lock. He immediately turned his mech, and rushed towards the source of the sound. A large green net suddenly enveloped him. With lightning speed, he swung his energy lightsaber, severing the restraints, sending vines scattering across the ground. Also, the surrounding black smoke was slashed apart. Lin Xiu hadn't considered the vine net's ability to restrain him. It was simply buying him time to escape. The other military academy teams were all shrewd, taking advantage of the black fog obstructing their vision to slip away. The enemy mechas were too numerous. Their lives were paramount. The priority was to reunite with the main force. Lin Xiu and his men, however, took a few gifts with them when they left. After all, they'd been used as tools to earn points, so a little interest wouldn't be too much, right? Chief Chi Woo. The Kebro people are going too far. They're actually stealing our clothes. The black smoke dissipated, and vision returned. Only the other Mecha Assault Academy members remained. Their red nano-combat uniforms were gone, leaving only their briefs disheveled in the wind. They hunched over, their hands quickly covering their faces. Everyone's face flushed crimson. It was truly embarrassing. How could they ever go out and see people again? It was obvious that their current appearance had been captured by the StarNet users watching the live stream and posted on the StarNet. Indeed, that was indeed the case. In just a few seconds, their nude photos had spread all over the StarNet. While the male students were in such a plight, The only 2 female students who escaped were relieved. They patted their heads, thankful they hadn't been exposed. Bet, however, confidently began to flex his muscles. Since it was already being broadcast, wouldn't he take the opportunity to show off his physique? Wouldn't that make the girls crave him? The female students present all looked away. It was too greasy. It was unbearable to watch. It was truly unbearable. And they even blinked. Clearly, this situation didn't tempt the female students, but it did tempt a certain beast king. With a thud, a white figure descended from the sky, scooping Bet up into its arms and rubbing against him furiously. It was the long-eared beast king, who had sprinted all the way here, following the scent. Let go, let go! It's dying! The more Bet struggled, the tighter the long-eared beast king held her. Lin Xiu and the others silently retracted their lightsabers upon seeing this. They had seen this long-eared beast before. Bet hadn't been running long when she encountered Lin Xiu. She briefly explained what had happened, and then followed them back. But hadn't they just tied up this long-eared beast king and dumped him in the cave? Had it broken free so quickly? They didn't have time to dwell on it, because the wind-striking beast king, just blown away by Lin Xiu's energy beam, was back again. Lin Xiu and his men immediately surrounded it. As an S+ star beast, it had a lot of points. With so many of them, were they afraid they couldn't take down a mere star beast? They weren't as useless as those people from Kebro, who spent ages taking down a single star beast. As expected, with more than a dozen of them piloting mechas, surrounded and attacked by fierce firepower, the powerful wind beast king was powerless to fight back. It was covered in wounds of varying depths, bloodstained, at a disadvantage, and on the verge of death. Bang! From the distance, a beam of energy suddenly struck, striking the wind beast king and instantly killing it. 1 shot, 1 kill. Points earned. Lin Xiu sheathed his energy sniper rifle and turned to run. What's this called? This is called a backhanded attack. This is called a surprise attack. This is called a sudden appearance. This is how these people had just grabbed heads to earn points. She was simply giving him a taste of his own medicine. Lin Xiu's eyes darkened as he watched the mecha figure on the screen gradually disappear from view, nearly gritting his teeth. The people from the Mecha Assault Academy exclaimed angrily, "Damn it! Damn it! When did the people from the Kebro Military Academy become so shameless? After fighting for so long, wasting energy and effort, only to end up making things worse for others. How could one not be angry? Who's leading the Kebro team?" Lin Xiu's tone was so calm that no emotion could be detected. But precisely because of this, everyone present felt a sense of pressure hanging over their heads. One of the students replied, "I heard the people from the Kebro Military Academy call her Chief Lin. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be Lin Xiu, the SSS psychic." SSS? Lin Xiu's expression darkened as he gazed at her direction and whispered, "I remember that." Not far away, the men from the Kebro Military Academy were sprinting. After running for a while, they finally stopped. Seeing there was no danger around, they put away their mechas. Energy is limited, so it's better to conserve it. Zenowai couldn't help but ask, "Chief, why didn't you eliminate the people from the other military academies, when you had such a good opportunity just now?" Even if they were concerned about the Mecha Assault Academy's mecha squad, the people from the other military academies didn't have mechas. Wouldn't that be a simple matter? Lin Xiu grinned, of course, it was to harvest the leaks. Zenowai expressed confusion. Then you should have harvested them just now. No, no, no. Lin Xiu shook his index finger. These leeks are too small now, just sprouting. Wouldn't it be better to wait until they grow a little more? Zenowai thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be the case. But what if there's no chance later? You're stupid. If there's no chance, create one. Lin Xiu paused, her lips curled slightly. Of course, that's only if you're absolutely sure. If you're not, you have to uproot the leeks after you've harvested them. Don't give them a chance to sprout. Oh. Zenowai nodded, half comprehending. So, are we going to meet up with the others now? Of course. Lin Xiu brought up the map on her watch. In the front left of the map, the blue dot representing the Kebro Military Academy was surrounded by a group of red dots. This looks a bit tricky. She stared at the map for 2 seconds and said, "Change your nanosuits." Huh? The others were confused, but obeyed. They all changed into the Mecha Assault Academy's nano-combat uniforms. The primary color was red, with a secondary color of white, and it stood out against the trees. Pei Qingyu straightened his clothes, walked over to Lin Xiu, and said, "Are you planning to frame me?" Lin Xiu said seriously, "Look at what you're saying. How can that be called framing? That's called putting the blame on someone." Pei Qingyu, What difference does that make? From now on, we're members of the Mecha Assault Academy. Everyone, don't let on. When you meet someone from the Mecha Assault Academy, hold your head high and be confident. Only when you believe you're from the Mecha Assault Academy can you convince others that you're from the Mecha Assault Academy. Got it? Got it. Zenawai and the others understood immediately and strode forward, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they looked at her. So, Chief, what should we do next? Lin Xiu turned to look at them, and said, of course, we rendezvous with the main force. Everyone nodded. They should indeed rendezvous with the main force first. Most of the Kebro people were gathered in Area C, surrounded by people from other military academies. The situation was a bit tense. They soon realized this large force was not theirs. While clearing a star beast's nest, the noise attracted the attention of other military academy teams. Lin Xiu calmly dispatched the last star beast. Luo Gaogao, you seem to be in the mecha maintenance department, right? Luo Gaogao nodded, yes. Can you make a signal jammer? Luo Gaogao, assuming she was trying to block the entire simulated battlefield signal, replied, of course I can, but I can't do that. It wasn't just impossible, it was simply impossible. At least not right now. Lin Xiu explained, you misunderstood. I just want to temporarily block our coordinate signal, so other teams can't see our location on the optical map. That's easy. Wait a minute. Luo Gaogao was faster than she expected, having finished almost as the team approached. He had also added a jamming function to the jammer, which could briefly change the color of the coordinate dots, giving the illusion that they were on his side. Lin Xiu gave him an appreciative look, checked it, and immediately activated the jammer after confirming it was working properly. Then, as the others watched, he grabbed a handful of dust from the ground and smeared it across his cheeks, scratching his hair to make himself look less disheveled. After completing all this, he found a conspicuous spot and leaned against a rock, breathing heavily. Follow my example, hurry up. The injured ones, expose your wounds. Oh, okay. Luo Gaogao immediately understood and did as he was told. Lin Xiu continued, Pei Qingyu, come here and pretend to nurse me. Pei Qingyu immediately stepped forward and squatted beside her, pretending to heal her. The footsteps were getting closer, and the members of Team Kebro's heart was in their throats. Lin Xiu released his spiritual sense, observing carefully, trying to absorb any useful information. They're from the Mecha Assault Academy. 30 of them. Leading them is a silver-haired elf named Linga. What a coincidence. They had originally planned to show weakness, letting their guard down so they could be wiped out. But now that they were from the Mecha Assault Academy, they had to change their strategy. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the Mecha Assault Academy team emerged from the forest. The first thing they saw was someone wearing the same nano-combat uniform as them, sprawled on the ground, looking rather disheveled, as if they had just been through a fierce battle. Lingjia. Pei Qingyu immediately summoned his innate acting skills, staring at the silver-haired elf in the front with surprise. Excellent. As he spoke, he relaxed his strength and leaned against the stone as if he had survived a disaster. Lingjia's guard dropped slightly when he heard him call out his name. He put away the energy gun he had drawn. Who are you? He didn't recall seeing this person before. And the map hadn't shown any of his own here. Pei Qingyu stood up and looked at him. I'm Fei. Lingjia's expression was a little hesitant. Fei? Yes. We met last time during the entrance exam. Thank you for protecting me. Really? Lingjia tried to recall, but still couldn't recall anyone named Fei. Of course. Several other classmates were injured back then, and I treated them. Lingjia's face was filled with surprise. You're a healer? Yes. You haven't forgotten me, have you? There's a chance. Pei Qingyu took in the change in his expression, and calmly glanced at the people behind him. It seemed someone in their group was injured, but there was no healer. This was a coincidence. It was a sure thing. Lingjia's eyes darkened as he explained, How could I have forgotten you? I remember you treated me back then. Pei Qingyu's face was puzzled. Are you mistaken? I didn't treat you. This kid was testing him, apparently still unconvinced. Oh, really? Looks like I misremembered. Lingjia smiled at him, then turned to look at the men lying on the ground. What's going on? Just now, while we were killing the Star Beast, we were nearly outmaneuvered by the 1st Military Academy. We were injured in the fight. Lingjia hurriedly asked, Where are the 1st Military Academy guys? They had just seen the red coordinate dots on the light map indicating other teams nearby, so they rushed over. We eliminated them. Well done. Lingjia gave him a thumbs up. The others weren't seriously injured, were they? Are they all right? Pei Qingyu immediately patted his chest. I'm a healer. With me here, what's the problem? Indeed? Lin Xiu nodded and asked. By the way, a few of my team are injured. Could you please help treat them? Pei Qingyu's face suddenly showed anxiety. Take me to see them. While he was treating the injured, Lin Xiu secretly opened the map behind his back. The red dots on it had long since disappeared. Then they lit up with the same dark red as theirs. Lin Xiu watched Pei Qingyu's busy back, and finally let down his guard. It seemed he was truly one of them. It was true that healers were highly sought after, and in a short while, he was mingling with the Mecha Assault Academy members, chatting and laughing. Hua Qi and the others looked at Pei Qingyu, who was not far away, completely stunned. This wasn't what they imagined. They thought it was a sting operation, but they actually infiltrated the enemy ranks. The men exchanged glances. Is this the large force the chief mentioned? It's just a handful of people, not very large. Right. Will we be discovered as imposters? Probably not. With so many people from a military academy participating in the competition, how could they possibly recognize them all? Soon, the Mecha Assault Academy staff came over and carefully helped them up, asking with concern. Are you all okay? Are you all right? No, thank you. You're welcome. Through this conversation, Lin Xiu engaged in a lively back and forth with them, seamlessly blending in and laughing. To those who didn't know her, she might have mistaken her for a member of the Mecha Assault Academy. Zinawai and the others walked behind, their expressions expressionless, but they were actually terrified. She kept reminding herself, stay calm. Hold your head high and be confident. She couldn't let Chief Lin and the others down. Chapter 61. One tricked the Mecha Assault Academy team by claiming he was one of their own. One felt a certain familiarity with them, perhaps having seen them somewhere before. Also, considering the team had multiple healers who could provide them with healing, they wouldn't have to be timid when encountering star beasts later, and if they were injured, they would have someone to treat them. And so, the Kebro team, led by Lin Xiu, successfully infiltrated. To enhance their credibility along the way, the Kebro team rushed to the front every time they killed star beasts, displaying extraordinary bravery and enthusiasm. Adding to this, the Mecha Assault Academy's coordinated efforts made killing star beasts much easier. They feigned innocence while intentionally securing the final blow, ensuring their points were credited, and their points soared. Poor Mecha Assault Academy members. They had no idea they were helping others. Furthermore, the Kebro team voluntarily gave Lin Xiu the nutrient solution and primary healing potions they had obtained. This generous act further strengthened Lin Xiu's trust and goodwill towards them. With their favorability levels nearly up, the next steps would be easy. Under Pei Qingyu and Lin Xiu's seemingly unintentional guidance, they headed towards Area C. Area C was located on the eastern edge of the simulated battlefield. It was an abandoned town comprised of dilapidated buildings and piles of broken stones. The race was already halfway through, and a light rain had begun to fall. They needed to reach Area C as quickly as possible and find a place to rest. They had killed many star beasts and destroyed several nests along the way. Despite the excitement, everyone was still a little tired. Hush. Lin Xiu suddenly paused, making a gesture to stop. The group behind him quickly stopped. Lin Xiu leaned lazily against a large tree, a blade of grass in his mouth. He nudged Pei Qingyu's elbow, motioning him to inquire about the situation. He then released his spiritual sense to observe the front. TSK, there are quite a lot of people here, several teams. Luckily, no old acquaintances were seen, otherwise they would have been exposed. Pei Qingyu walked over to Lin Xiu and whispered, "What's wrong?" "There are people up ahead." Pei Qingyu followed his gaze and indeed spotted several figures, occasionally turning over broken stones, as if searching for something. He clicked on the map. It was all red dots. They must have spotted us too. Pei Qingyu pointed at the map. Since he could see the red dots of the other team's coordinates, the other team should also be able to see theirs. Lin Xiu smiled meaningfully, stepped aside, and gently patted his shoulder. "Young man, you're still too young." He proudly waved the shield in his hand and said, "When we were near Area C, I had a shield made to temporarily block our location." Pei Qingyu, He subconsciously glanced at Lin Xiu, who was not far away. The latter smiled faintly. Pei Qingyu immediately understood. He gave Lin Xiu a subtle look of admiration and said, "Very impressive. Lin Xiu, you're really smart." He gave him a thumbs up. He had noticed along the way that Lin Xiu was a bit cocky. A little praise might have unexpected results. "Thank you." Lin Xiu raised his finger and grinned. "A little bit." He glanced at Lin Xiu from the corner of his eye and put the shield back into the space button. He wouldn't have thought of this if he hadn't overheard Mamuzi mentioning the jammer during a conversation with the others. After blocking the coordinates, Lin Xiu waved to the group behind him, saying, "Let's move on quietly. Be careful not to get spotted." There were so many other military academy teams gathered here, and he was outnumbered, so he didn't dare to confront them head-on. He first hid somewhere, and see if there was a chance to exploit them. After Lin Xiu finished speaking, he led his group, avoiding the sight of the other military academy teams, and quietly found the nearest ruined building to slip inside. Their position was pretty good. It was concealed and inconspicuous, yet they could still observe the other military academy teams. It was just a bit far away. They could only see their backs. Zinawai couldn't help but hold her head in her hands. What a coward! She approached but didn't, and watched from such a distance in vain. Soon, Lin Xiu demonstrated with practical actions how to observe the movements of other military academy teams and obtain useful information from such a distance. Jieshi, take a few people and keep an eye on the surroundings. Report immediately if you see any movement. Yes. Let me see who's here. Lin Xiu leaned against a broken wall and pulled out a fingernail-sized mini reconnaissance drone from his pocket. He quickly programmed the mini, secretly released it, and then checked the monitoring panel on the light meter. The mini flew 2 circles in the air and, at Lin Xiu's command, headed towards the location of the other military academy teams. They soon arrived at an abandoned building. In the shattered room, a dozen or so people in yellow non-combat uniforms gathered. Judging by their colors, they were from the 7th Military Academy. They seemed to be discussing something. A mini reconnaissance aircraft, hidden in a dark corner, approached stealthily. Is your information accurate? Yes. This is the image and location information Xiaolu sent me before he was eliminated. The mini reconnaissance aircraft approached stealthily, rising from the ground along a classmate's back and hiding behind his neck, covertly recording the image. Okay, we act later this evening. For now, we go out and determine our approximate location. If we encounter other military academy teams, avoid any conflict and don't let them notice us. Yes. With that, the group stood up. Lin Xiu quickly maneuvered the mini reconnaissance aircraft directly into the classmate's hair. Perhaps because the movement was a little too rough, the classmate suddenly stopped and scratched his head. Another classmate turned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Then he walked out. The mini reconnaissance aircraft flew out of his hair the moment he left the room and hid in the nearby ruins. After completing all this, Lin Xiu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He almost been discovered, but luckily he reacted quickly. Pei Qingyu asked, puzzled, "What are they talking about? Won't we just take a look and find out?" Lin Xiu zoomed in on the image the mini reconnaissance plane had just recorded. A group of people gathered, staring at the emerald green plant and its red fruit on the surveillance panel, all with expressions of surprise. Ordinary people might not know about this, but Lin Xiu and the other students, who had some connections, knew something about it. I didn't expect it to be this thing. No wonder so many military academy teams gathered here. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu were surprised because this thing looked a bit like a strawberry. Even the red fruit had the same number of seeds as a strawberry. Quachi couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Of course it's good stuff. Lin Xiu turned off the surveillance panel, clearly not wanting to explain too much. Meeting the others' puzzled looks, he smiled faintly and changed the subject. "Everyone, get some rest. We follow up to see it in the evening." His eyes were filled with a determination to obtain this plant. It was a pity he didn't capture its exact location, otherwise he would have been the first to get it. Temporary command post. Looking at the bright red fruit on the big screen, Ba Ji's expression flickered with excitement, but he quickly suppressed it. Glancing at the others around him, he could see something strange on their faces. At this moment, the Star Network live broadcast channel was suddenly flooded with people, all discussing what kind of fruit this was. It looked delicious. Some of them were members of large families, peeking at the screen, carefully examining the red fruit, as if trying to confirm something. Outside, the rain was pouring down, and the weather was gloomy. After so many days of traveling, they finally had a place to rest, and it was inevitable that they relaxed a bit. After confirming the personnel on guard duty, they gathered in groups of 3 or 5, huddled together, and took a short rest. Lin Xiu didn't sleep for long. She went to the restroom midway, but she didn't sleep again after returning. It would be her turn to relieve her guard soon. When she woke up, it was already dark. Fearing detection by other military academy teams, they kept their mech lighting systems on, relying instead on the light from their energy lightsabers to illuminate their vision. "Do you want some nutrient solution?" "Yes, thank you." Lin Xiu smiled, accepting the nutrient solution from a member of the Mecha Assault Academy and holding it in her hand, but she didn't drink it immediately. The team wasn't too large, but they weren't too small either. Traveling as a group, supplies were bound to be a bit tight. She and Pei Qingyu noticed this and handed Lin Xiu a lot of nutrient solution and potions along the way, temporarily alleviating their food shortage. She leaned against the wall, watching the others drink the nutrient solution, her lips twitching slightly. Something's happening. The 7th Military Academy's people are leaving. Jia, take a team and stay here to provide support. The rest of you follow me. Ling Xiu gave the order, and under the cover of darkness and rain, she led a small group and quietly followed the 7th Military Academy team. As the rain intensified, the temperature plummeted. The non-combat suits maintained a constant temperature, but the uncovered areas, like faces, were frozen red. Just as everyone was walking for who knows how long, their noses streaming, the men from the 7th Military Academy finally stopped in front of a pile of abandoned buildings. Ling Xiu and the others instantly perked up. Looking at the direction shown on the map, they couldn't help but mutter to themselves, "These people are really cunning. They've passed this place at least 7 or 8 times." The men from the 7th Military Academy looked around cautiously, then checked the map again. When they saw that their troops weren't listed, they immediately squatted down and began to dig through the rubble. The others, weapons in hand, surveyed their surroundings. Soon, a faint light and a faint, sweet scent caught everyone's attention. It was a plant laden with red fruits. It was the same plant from the previous image. The familiar sweet smell lingered in his nose, and Lin Xiu opened his eyes. He hadn't expected it to be strawberries. Her spiritual sense shifted towards Lingda and the people from the 7th Military Academy. What exactly was this thing? Why were they so nervous? Be careful, baby. It wasn't just them. The other military academies seemed very interested in this thing as well. In just a few seconds, she saw several teams appearing in the darkness around them. The Kebro team was among them, led by an old acquaintance, Bibican. It seemed unlikely that the 7th Military Academy's people would be able to take the red fruit away. It was clear that these teams had been waiting for a long time, just like them, to pick the peaches. Chapter 62. Watching the men from the 7th Military Academy dig up the red fruit, roots and stems included, and carefully place it in a custom silver box, Ling Xiu tightened his grip on his weapon. Everyone get ready. Almost as his words fell, a red beam of energy streaked through the air, striking directly at the men from the 7th Military Academy. At the same time, with a flash of silver light, a mech descended from the sky, its arms crossed, blocking the attack. Yafei exclaimed in surprise, "Monla, give me the box." Monla extended the mech's hand. Without a second thought, Yafei placed the box on it, and she and her teammates around her all drew their mechs. The mech launched another, intense attack, leaving her no time to stow the box in the cockpit. Yafei and the others quickly fought it off, tacitly surrounding her in a circular formation. Yafei watched the teams from the various military academies emerge from the darkness. She wasn't surprised, but she wasn't surprised by the sheer number of them. Most of the teams had gathered here, watching them intently. This was a bit tricky. She said cautiously, "I distract them later, and you find a chance to leave." Monla replied, "Okay." The rain continued to fall. The raindrops echoed against the broken walls. The night was dim and gloomy, and with the frequent raindrops, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Kuchangshi from the Military Academy of Science and Technology stepped forward and jokingly said, "Isn't this a classmate from the 7th Military Academy? So energetic? Out for a stroll so late at night?" Yafei followed suit. "It never rains on Capital Planet. We're so lucky to see one, so we came out for a stroll. What about you?" Kuchangshi, who would believe such a lame excuse, he said, a little speechless, "Of course, the same as you." "Then you continue watching. I won't interrupt you." With that, Yafei led her team into the air in their mechas. The other major military academy teams were getting impatient. They hadn't taken action earlier because they didn't want to let the other teams take advantage, and they wanted to let them wear down the opponent. Now they were about to leave, and how could they leave openly under their noses? So they immediately surrounded them in their mechas. "Ling Xiu, should we go in?" "Wait a little longer." Ling Xiu shook his head, then said, "Everyone check your mecha equipment." "Yes." He was quite experienced at being the 6th in command. Seizing opportunities, while maintaining sufficient patience was crucial, allowing for the most unexpected and reaping the rewards with minimal effort. Several members of the 7th Military Academy maneuvered their mechs nimbly through the air to evade the enemy. But they were no match for the sheer numbers of the other academy teams. Amid the sharp clash of metal between mechs and sparks, they were quickly surrounded. Monla opened the team's message channel and asked, "Has Yafei contacted the others?" Yafei replied, "Yes, Hold on for another 10 minutes and they be here. Manla frowned as he looked at the rapidly moving coordinates of the large force on the map. Holding out for 10 minutes against the siege of the various academy teams was a bit of a stretch. But it wasn't impossible to try. Yafei switched to defense mode. Okay. As her teammates switched to defense, she switched to attack mode, activating all of her mech's weapons. The roar of the engines was deafening. Protected by her teammates, she hesitated not, locking onto everyone nearby and raining down energy shells. Faced with sheer force, this was enough to keep her going for 10 minutes, until the main force arrived. What is she trying to do? Who cares? The energy will eventually run out. We just have to wait. She's stalling for time. The 7th Military Academy is on their way. Someone said this, but they all glanced at the map and saw a cluster of red coordinates rapidly moving in their direction. Let's all attack together. Someone from Lisp suggested. Agree. The other military academy teams chimed in. Charge. But no one moved, and there was a momentary awkwardness in the air. Lisp's team, why aren't you going? Technology military team, why aren't you going? Other teams, I saw you weren't moving, so I wasn't moving either. All the military academy teams, Everyone was shouting charge. Yet no one was moving. They were all so cunning, they could be seen through. Ollie's arrival broke their impasse. Great. He glanced disdainfully at the other military academy teams. He piloted his mech and charged forward with the 1st Military Academy's men. His eyes were filled with a relentless determination to obtain the red fruit. It must belong to their 1st Military Academy. Lin Xiu couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's Ollie." His eyes sparkled with the desire to eat melon, but his mouth felt a little lonely. So he simply pulled out a tube of nutrient solution and sipped it. He gazed ahead with great interest, eager to see what would happen after the reunion of his former lovers. In this situation, it would be a shame not to have the heroine's comeback and slap the hero in the face. Zenowai was all too familiar with that look and quickly leaned over to ask, "Any gossip?" Then everyone gathered around. Ollie and her abandoned childhood sweetheart. Lin Xiu briefly recounted the love-hate relationship between Ollie and Manla. Quachi asked, how do you think Ollie would feel if he knew Manla's mental power had not only recovered but also reached 2 levels? Luo Gaogao replied, wouldn't he be utterly devastated? Pei Qingyu leaned over and said softly, my guess is he'd be deeply moved to save the relationship. 1+. Ling Jia agreed. Quachi asked again, so, did he know Manra's mental strength had recovered? Zenowai said, idiot, we all know, how could he not know? Before the competition, information about the new students at the major military academies had already spread everywhere. Especially for a healer like Manra, whose mental strength was SSS. No one would be unaware of it. Do you have any more nutrient solution? Give me a tube. Give me some too. Then, they hid in the shadows, like audience members at a stage play, sipping nutrient solution while watching the massive, intense battle ahead, occasionally commenting. It goes without saying, but men understand men best. Ollie, upon discovering and confirming that it was Manra who was being protected by the other members of the 7th Military Academy, immediately adopted a gentle tactic. Manra, long time no see. I didn't expect to see you here. As soon as he finished speaking, he was greeted by a blinding flare. Manra! Ollie tried to communicate, but they didn't give him a second chance. After several more fruitless attempts, Ollie's eyes darkened. Never one for a quick temper, he sent a message in the team chat. The 1st Military Academy's mechs landed around the 7th Military Academy's troops, locked onto them, and activated their floating missiles. Facing a single floating missile, they could have resisted, but facing a volley of them, the 7th Military Academy's members were instantly pushed back dozens of meters, their formation scattered, and they nearly lost their balance in midair. By the time Yafei and the others had managed to stabilize their mechs, Ollie had already rushed in front of Manla and kicked him. Manla quickly controlled the mech, grabbed its legs with his backhand, and flung it away. Ollie's mech rolled several times in the air before landing steadily on the ground. It seems I underestimated you, Manla. Manla didn't reply, simply looked at him coldly. He immediately activated his mech's weapons and attacked. Not to be outdone, Ollie charged forward in his mech. A fierce aerial clash ensued, setting off a series of explosions. Manla's mech was thus exposed to the various military academy teams. All the teams seized this opportunity, including Ling Jia and his team. Amidst the hail of bullets, Pei Qingyu smiled faintly and pulled the trigger. Immediately, the energy-powered sniper rifle in his mech's grip blazed brightly, and a laser beam pierced the air, sending those surrounding Manla flying away. Lin Xiu seized this opportunity, piloting his mech in a flash, and before Monla could react, he snatched the box of red fruit. Seeing this, Yafei quickly shouted, "Monla!" Her cries successfully drew everyone's attention back. Ling Xiu, upon seeing this, immediately led his men forward. A melee erupted. Lin Xiu, holding the box, was the primary target of the other military academy teams. Instantly, the surrounding mechas swarmed over, surrounding her. Among the surrounding military academy teams, one mecha charged ahead. Its eyes flashed twice, rhythmically, as it gazed at Lin Xiu. 3 short, 1 long. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up at the sight. It was BB-Can. She had taken advantage of a break during the day to sneak into the restroom area where the Kebro team was resting. She had managed to connect with BB-Can and exchange information. She inconspicuously approached BB-Can's location. Then, as the other military academy teams attacked, the box accidentally flew out, landing squarely in the mecha's hands. As soon as BB-Can received the box, he turned and ran without hesitation. "Cover!" With his command, the mechas of the Kebro team quickly blocked behind him, buying him time to escape. Just as BB-Can was about to escape, a sudden obstacle appeared. It was another Mecha Assault Academy team led by Qi Xiu. And the first military academy team led by Ali, which was chasing behind, formed a circle, attacking from both sides. "It's Chief Qi." "Great." Ling Xiu clenched his fists with joy. He quickly led his men to help. Lin Xiu secretly sent a message to Znaiwi and the others on the Mecha team chat, asking them to take advantage of the situation and act accordingly. So, as the 3 sides engaged in a fierce battle, Lin Xiu, under attack, was once again careless and, like a bowling ball, carelessly crashed into the nearest Mecha Assault Academy personnel, disrupting their rhythm. Znaiwi and the others followed suit. Pei Qingyu was even more of a hindrance. He fired with his energy sniper rifle for a long time, but his shots were always off target. After being hit countless times, Ling Xiu finally lost his patience and yelled at him, "Fei, what's wrong with you? You hit one of our own." Sorry, it was so chaotic, my eyes were blurry." Sorry. Although Pei Qingyu apologized, his expression showed no sign of regret. He continued to act as he pleased, missing every shot. "And you, Mumuzi, get out of my way. You're just making things worse. And those 2 over there. Are you pigs? You can't recognize your own people, can you?" Hua Qi and the others, who were called pigs, said, "I really want to shoot him." Perhaps it was because Lin Xiu and his men were so brazen in their disruption, not even attempting to conceal it, that Qi Xiu quickly noticed something was amiss. Coupled with Ling Xiu's shouts, he quickly noticed them. He had a vague suspicion, and to test it, he deliberately directed the Mecha Assault Academy's troops to coordinate with the 1st Military Academy's movements. With 1 main force and 1 auxiliary, and with the other Military Academy teams arriving one after another, a clear encirclement had been formed. Except for the Kebro Military Academy, all the teams launched a torrential attack, simultaneously charging towards BB-Can and his men in their mechas. Seeing there was no escape, BB-Can clutched his box and shouted, "Lin Xiu, I'm dying!" The moment he finished speaking, a massive net flew out from the ground, instantly encircling every member of the Kebro team. With a powerful tug, the Kebro team was instantly pulled to the ground. This left the attacking wheels of the major military academy teams empty. Major military academy teams? ? Hovering in the air, they all looked down at the ground, only to see a huge blue light illuminate, approaching. "It's a source energy missile. Everyone, get out of the way." With a loud boom, a small mushroom cloud appeared in the sky. Lin Xiu couldn't help but praise Qiaosun, "Well done." Qiaosun feigned modesty. Basic drills. He was filled with relief. They had made it in time, making it worth the long journey he and Yin had taken. With a flash of cold light, Lin Xiu quickly maneuvered his mech and ducked to avoid the sudden attack. A figure on the ground used the momentum to rise, grasping 2 swords in hand. With the crackling sound of metal clashing, Qi Xiu's cold voice echoed, "Lin Xiu. It's you after all?" Lin Xiu grinned, answering the question irrelevantly. "The temperature has dropped rapidly, and it's quite cold. Luckily, I have a nano-combat suit with a constant temperature, so I'm not afraid of the cold." Qi Xiu's face darkened upon hearing this, and he was about to teach her a lesson when a sudden earthquake shook the ground. The city, already a wasteland, suddenly crumbled, revealing cracks of varying sizes. From the center, long, black limbs covered in sharp barbs emerged one after another, each of varying lengths and shapes. The troops from various military academies halted their attacks, gripping their weapons tightly, and staring at the scene before them in alarm. Soon, a massive head emerged from the crack, its single eye atop it flashing a bloody red light, followed closely by a massive body. Once the body was fully exposed, Lin Xiu finally saw its appearance clearly. It resembled a spider, but its limbs rivaled those of a centipede, each extremely slender and encased in a hard exoskeleton. It looked like the product of some biological laboratory research. The light meter also displayed the scan results. Name: Spear Star Beast. Level: unknown. Ability: unknown. What? This thing is a Spear Star Beast? Are you kidding me? Xiao Sun looked at the image on the light meter, then at the giant creature before him. They weren't exactly alike. They were completely unrelated. Just as he was comparing them again, the Spear Star Beast suddenly let out a chilling, piercing sound. Its body began to tremble, and with each tremor, a group of miniature Spear Star Beasts crawled out from beneath it, through the cracks. Their numbers were so huge that they covered the entire ruins in the blink of an eye. Xiao Sun was completely stunned. What is it doing? Laying eggs live? It's incredibly fertile. As the tiny Spear Star Beast moved, wisps of black gas spread outward. The students nearby suddenly had a splitting headache, and they and their mechas fell from the air one after another, making a loud bang. Chapter 63. The other teams that arrived were also affected. However, as they were slightly further away, the impact was less severe. Qixiu, his face pale as paper, fought through the stabbing pain in his head and the turbulent mental energy, turning on the mecha's loudspeaker to warn, "There's a dark factor in the black gas. Use the psychic power method." Upon hearing this, the others hurriedly forced their chaotic mental energy to form a barrier to resist the black gas. Unfortunately, the dark factor had already invaded their bodies from the beginning, and their mental energy was now in a state of turmoil, a tangled mess, unable to support the mental barrier. This scene was expected by the leaders of the major military academies. To make it more realistic, and the experience more intense, they had specially sent a mutant Spear Star Beast from the border battlefield in advance. The purpose was to allow the students to adapt in advance. If they encountered the same situation again in the future, they would be able to handle it with composure. Captain Kebro. Director Rick, watching this scene, couldn't help but frown. Are you sure everything's okay? While the mutant star beasts don't carry as many dark factors as the Zerg, their impact on mental strength is no less. The captain of the 7th Military Academy. Chelchi wasn't worried at all. He said calmly, "What's there to be afraid of? There are healers on the field." Monla was among them, and he was quite proud. But the dark factor. The captain of the 1st Military Academy, Duoxiking, said nonchalantly, "At worst, don't we still have 2 star travelers? If you're worried about this and that, then why go to a military academy? You might as well go to an art school." She said the intensity was still too low. Strong pressure breeds strength. The Zerg are now rampantly invading. What they need right now are fearless warriors. Rick looked up at the big screen, his heart aching. Ever since that plant appeared, his heart hadn't stopped beating. He had a constant feeling that something was beyond their expectations. For example, that plant was an accident. When they scouted the scene beforehand, they hadn't even noticed its presence. If the mechas of the various military academy teams hadn't accidentally knocked over the broken stone walls during the confrontation, they wouldn't have known that red fruit existed on Lulu Star. For safety's sake, he approached Mr. Kimity of the Central Committee, leaned down close to his ear, and whispered something. Only when Mr. Kimity nodded slightly did he return to his seat. He continued to watch the developments on the big screen, hoping he was overthinking it. Just as everyone's minds were in turmoil, chaos, and a surge of pain washed over them, 2 gentle rays of light enveloped each person, a warm glow that instantly soothed their turbulent mental powers. "It's the healers!" The group, having recovered, all looked up. Sure enough, a man and a woman stood not far from them, one on each side. The rain pelted down on them, and as the healing light illuminated, it imbued them with a divine aura. It was Pei Qingyu and Meng Hua. The presence of 2 SSS healers brought a sigh of relief, a surge of security. This treatment was unique. Even the major legions stationed along the border didn't necessarily have SSS healers. As the pain subsided, everyone gradually stood up, quickly using their mental powers to cast a protective shield around themselves to counteract the dark factors in the black gas. "Ah Su, are you okay?" Pei Qingyu helped Lin Xiu up from the ground, and the latter winked at him. The black gas laced with the dark factor had no effect on her at all, but to appear less conspicuous, she had to fall to the ground with the others. She wasn't a healer, though even healers would be affected by the dark factor. Evidently, Pei Qingyu knew this, so she didn't immediately treat them the moment they fell. Instead, She waited until another SSS healer, Meng La, got up before taking action. As soon as she took control of the mech, she saw the small spear-shaped star beasts flying rapidly ahead on the screen. They came in a swarm, a mighty force, wings sprouting from their ferocious faces, like passing dark clouds, and low, humming sounds emanated from their mouths. Damn! Can this thing still fly? Shocked, they quickly controlled their mechs and charged forward. Killing a small spear-shaped star beast earned 1 point. Everyone's points began to increase by 1. Isn't this just points delivered to my door? This delighted Xiaosun immensely. He took out his flaming bombs and aimed them at the surrounding small spear beasts. The energy beam streaked across, sending them plummeting to the ground. Hua Qi and his team took a large vine net, tossed it into the air, and as the vines retracted, they instantly captured a large number of small spear beasts. The other military academy teams followed suit, and students with botany talents were in high demand. Watching their points steadily climb, everyone was delighted, even engaging in some fun, having a blast. But soon their joy faded. Faced with the overwhelming attack of the small spear star beasts, some students' mechas were gradually running out of energy. And a detail they had previously overlooked in their pursuit of points was revealed. The razor-sharp teeth prominent on the ferocious faces of these small spear star beasts could actually rip through the metal of a mecha. Looking at the mechas whose mechanical arms had been gnawed away, Henri couldn't help but shout, "Everyone, be careful! It seems these things feed on metal. We all know." He quickly turned around and saw that all the mechas around him that had run out of energy and stopped moving had more or less been devoured by the small spear star beasts. As mecha operators, they dared not leave and could only hide in their cockpits. This was definitely not going to work. "Run," Bibikin said. While the points were tempting, they didn't have enough mecha power to sustain the small spear star beasts. For a moment, the teams from the various military academies ran in unison towards the woods in Area C. "Are we just leaving like this?" Xiaosun was a little reluctant. His mech still had energy, and he wanted to collect another wave of points. "Don't be too greedy." Nian pulled him forward. "Yeah, while it's fun to net, it's only a point increase, not much at all. With that time, why not find a few star beast nests and bomb them twice? Wouldn't that be faster than this?" Hua Qi put away the vine net. "Okay." Xiaosun couldn't argue, because what they said made sense. Just because he could think clearly in time didn't mean everyone else would. Several teams, overwhelmed by the ever-increasing points, killed one wave and thought about killing another before leaving. As he was killing, he suddenly realized his mech's energy was severely depleted, only 0.5% remaining. After a single volley, the energy was completely depleted. The mech instantly shut down. Without energy, the little spear beast looked like a lamb to the slaughter. In the blink of an eye, the mech was devoured, leaving only the cockpit. Looking at the cockpit about to be gnawed through, Dong Huanshu felt a surge of regret. He would have been less greedy. But it was too late now. He sighed helplessly and laid down, even closing his eyes, bracing himself for elimination. Ah! The sharp pain in his wrist snapped him open. A little spear beast squeezed through the gap and bit his wrist firmly. He instinctively tried to shake it off, but nothing would work. Suddenly anxious, he quickly concentrated his mental energy into a knife and cut it off from his wrist. However, the pain in his wrist intensified. A piece of flesh had been bitten off, a wisp of black energy still emanating from it. His previously calm mental energy began to fluctuate again. Blinking, his consciousness began to fade. Startled, he shouted, "Everyone, be careful. Don't get bitten." "What? Someone got bitten." Ollie's face darkened at the familiar voice. He immediately turned back and pulled Dong Huanshu out from the dense swarm of small spear beasts. He saw other trapped people along the way and pulled them out, regardless of whether they were from the first military academy or not. The few who had been bitten were in poor condition. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they bit anyone they saw. Their teeth were bared, and saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. This reminded Lin Xiu of rabies. How could this happen? What's going on? Everyone was buzzing with discussion. If they weren't all piloting mechas, they wouldn't dare approach. Pei Qingyu said, "It's probably a mental disturbance." "Ah Su, help me hold him down." "Okay." Lin Xiu immediately used Starlink to tie up the bitten men. Pei Qingyu stepped out of the cockpit this time and examined Dong Huanshu's wounds. It had only been a few minutes, but the flesh had already rotted and turned black, oozing with pus, and even the bones were visible. A green light emanated from his palm as he began to heal him. The others gathered around him, not daring to breathe, fearing to disturb him. A minute later, Dong Huanshu finally calmed down under his care. His eyes were clear, and he collapsed to the ground as if dehydrated. Pei Qingyu asked, "Are there any other healers?" With so many bitten people, he couldn't be the only one to heal them. Yes. After Monla stepped forward, several more healers emerged. Although their spiritual power levels weren't as high as Pei Qingyu and Monla's, they could still easily heal such wounds. The others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. But the next second, their breath was instantly lifted. A swarm of spear star beasts swarmed through, like a swarm of locusts, leaving no grass or grass growing in their path, leaving bare ground. Even the rocks were not spared. The moment they struck, protective shields rose one after another, successfully repelling their attacks. However, the mecha's energy was limited, and they couldn't hold out for long. Bibikin asked the other military academy teams, "Will you cooperate? How will the points be divided?" "Equally." "Then cooperate. Resolve the immediate crisis first, then discuss other matters." To completely eliminate these small spear star beasts, they had to address the root cause. The teams discussed the matter, and decided to each send a team to jointly defeat the spear star beast. Having reached a consensus and a plan, they held back no longer. With energy missiles clearing the way, they instantly charged forward in their mechas, heading straight for the spear star beast. Once within range, they stopped advancing and instead launched a long-range lock-on attack. Amid the roar of artillery fire, mushroom clouds rose and fell. Before this sheer force, everything else became insignificant. But the spear star beast's defenses were far more formidable than they had imagined, almost outrageous. After the bombardment, only limbs and broken arms remained, but it didn't die immediately. It even used its countless long limbs to unexpectedly string together the nearby mechas. Qi Xiu blasted it apart with a single flare, freeing the skewered mechas. Turning around, the spear star beast had vanished. Qi Xiu asked, "Where's the long-hair star beast?" He was answered by the sudden appearance of a small mushroom cloud in the woods. Bibikin's face paled, and he hurried back. Chapter 64. At this moment, in the woods of Area C, the military academy teams, left behind to care for the injured students, had darkened expressions as they stared intently at the spear star beast that had suddenly appeared ahead. Their slightly trembling hands betrayed their uneasy mood. Without any warning, it appeared in their field of vision, continuously attacking the shield. With each strike from its sharp limbs, the shield trembled, and even began to show signs of cracking. The shield is about to collapse. Pei Qingyu looked up, his expression grave, as the crack spreading like a spiderweb overhead. "What should we do? Our remaining energy won't last much longer." "Me too. How about we team up and charge out and take him down?" Lin Xiu listened to the conversations between the other teams and turned to look at her own team. "How much energy do we have left?" Bibikin had secretly given her the box of red fruit during the chaos, which was why she didn't go with them. It was a good thing she didn't go. The main forces of each major military academy had been largely taken away, leaving only a small number behind to protect the injured students from accidents. However, the situation had unexpectedly reversed. Quachi responded, 7% remaining. At this point, the other military academy teams also announced their remaining energy levels. Lipa has 6% remaining. The first military academy has 8% remaining. The military academy of science and technology has 5% remaining. So many teams surprisingly have less than double-digit energy remaining. Lin Xiu turned to look at them and suggested, "My suggestion is to gather all the shields and construct a large defensive shield, prioritizing the protection of the injured, the medical students, and those without mechas." The various military academy teams were silent for a moment, sizing up each other and the injured students before finally nodding. "I have no objection. I agree." Seeing that most of the academy teams agreed, Lin Xiu continued, "Beta, have your Beast King summon some minions." "What do you mean by my Beast King?" Beta nearly jumped up, but nodded. "Okay." Lin Xiu glanced at everyone and said, "Divide each academy into several teams. Once one team runs out of energy, another will immediately take over until Bibikin and the others return." Everyone answered in unison yes. Although a few teams seemed displeased, it didn't matter much. The majority had to obey the minority, and they had no choice now. She also didn't have time to deal with him. The moment the protective shield dropped, dazzling energy beams bombarded the spear beast in unison, forcing it back 2 steps. Lin Xiu led the mecha team forward. Taking advantage of this opening, a massive protective shield rose from behind them. After Lin Xiu and his team lured the spear beast away, maintaining the shield became less demanding. But the constant influx of smaller spear beasts was a real headache. They maintained the shield to isolate the black gas carried by these smaller spear beasts. Even a tiny inhalation of the dark factors within would cause fluctuations in one's mental power, causing shockwaves. In severe cases, it could even lead to the same situation as Dong Huanchu and the others had just experienced. What are you doing? Come help. Don't think you can rest easy just because you have a protective shield. Bet's voice rang out. Everyone snapped back to their senses and looked up. On either side of the long-eared beast king stood long-eared beasts, lined up in a row, ready for battle, forming a circular formation along the edge of the protective shield. They continuously pulled out carrots and hurled them at the approaching little spear star beasts. Bet, meanwhile, sat on the long-eared beast king's shoulders, magnetic gun in hand, blasting each of the little long furry star beasts. For a moment, everyone was stunned, but then, they reacted, quickly drawing their weapons and standing beside them. Henri set his sights on the long-eared beast next to him. Beast, can you let me sit for a moment? Gee? What was he talking about? The long-eared beast ignored him. Henri, a bold man, tentatively touched it, but when it didn't react, he gritted his teeth and leaped onto its shoulder. He expected the long-eared beast to swat him away, but it didn't. Because now it was locked in a fight with a swarm of small spear-shaped star beasts. It kept throwing carrots, its arms practically leaving shadows. How could he fall behind when the star beasts were working so hard? So, Henri stood on its shoulders and unleashed his full firepower. He even used his psychic flying knives. Can you do that? Seeing this, the others followed suit. Aside from the students using mechas to maintain the protective shield, everyone else, with jet shuttles on their feet and weapons in hand, joined the battle. What? No weapons? Don't they still have psychic power? Pei Qingyu took in the entire scene. He had thought that the long-eared beasts attacking the star beasts with carrots would be a futile effort, a one-sided attack. But surprisingly, the carrots seemed indestructible the moment they were thrown, leaving a dent on the ground. The small spear-shaped star beasts were no exception, being smashed directly into the pit. You can't judge a fruit by its appearance. But this made him wonder if the carrot he'd eaten earlier was fake. On the other side, she didn't know if it was Lin Xiu's imagination, but ever since she emerged from the protective shield, the spear star beast's eyes seemed to be fixed on her. Wherever she went, it would follow. This made it easier for her to lure it away. She even had a suspicion. Could it be because of the red fruit? As her thoughts wandered, her mech narrowly avoided being pierced by the spear star beast's long limbs. She nimbly dodged, then shattered the limbs with a flare bomb, retreating several meters to distance herself from it. She turned to look at the others. Still, we're organized by military academy. List needs to go to the station. Which direction is the station? Lin Xiu, She had forgotten that interstellar people didn't understand these things. 12 o'clock. The first military academy, go to the 3 o'clock direction. The military academy of science and technology, go to the 6 o'clock direction. The mecha assault academy, go to the 9 o'clock direction. The 7th military academy. As expected of military academy students, they arrived at the designated location almost the moment Lin Xiu finished speaking. Zenowai hurriedly asked, Chief Lin, what about us? You all stand with me at the 3 o'clock direction. Lin Xiu arrived at the starting position and continued, the other teams can take positions in the directions I just mentioned. When everyone was in position, Lin Xiu turned on the mecha's loudspeaker. Everyone, repeat after me. Appear, soldiers, fight, all, form, lie, advance, march. Though everyone present didn't understand, they obeyed. Just as they finished chanting the 9-character mantra, thunderclouds began to gather in the sky, covering their heads with a flash of lightning. The bright flash of lightning awakened the slumbering night. Even the rain became clear. Attract thunder. Kill! As Lin Xiu's voice rang out, thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and bolts as thick as arms instantly descended. The thundercloud surged in the sky, and wrist-thick lightning and thunder suddenly descended, swiftly striking down. When Bibican and the others arrived, they were stunned. The spear star beast was struck by several bolts as thick as arms, plummeting from the air. No matter how it dodged, the lightning followed closely behind, slamming it down heavily to the ground. A deep crater appeared in the ground. The lightning's range was vast, affecting the surrounding small spear star beasts. Any struck by lightning were instantly reduced to ash, then dispersed by the rain. Lin Xiu hovered in midair in his mecha, sensing the golden particles flying from all directions. The moment he opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flashed before his eyes. At the same time, a gentle yellow light from the penetrating mecha fell upon her. Lin Xiu stared at Pei Qingyu's face on the screen, controlling the mecha with a wink of gratitude. This time, She didn't need to rely on nursing mana recharge. The golden light of merit had already replenished most of her depleted mental energy. The lightning struck for a full 10 minutes, stopping only when the spear star beast was completely dead. Nian was stunned by what he saw, swallowing hard. He felt that Lin Xiu had been too conservative last time in the mermaid palace. Lin Xiu's red lips parted softly. Move. The lightning immediately moved away, striking the small spear star beast around the protective shield, stopping only when he saw it had nearly destroyed it. I can't let her take all the points, right? I have to leave some for the other students. Is this person dead? A group of people hesitantly stepped forward, quickly surrounding the pit and craning their necks to peer inside. Wow, how cruel! They didn't even leave a complete corpse. The body was shattered into pieces, and even the two heads couldn't be put together. The mecha team that had followed Lin Xiu also flew down from the air. Looking at the tragic scene inside and around the pit, they were momentarily bewildered. Could it be so powerful? They were just repeating a tongue twister. Seeing Lin Xiu approach, he swallowed subconsciously and quickly made way for her. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel lucky that he hadn't dissented, otherwise they might have been lying in there. They even secretly wondered, if I recited it again, I should be able to summon lightning, right? Wouldn't that be more than enough to deal with those star beasts? Not only them, but the viewers watching the Star Network live broadcast channel also thought the same thing. Can someone explain how this works? Wow, this is so cool. If I recite that phrase, can I summon lightning too? Forget it, you above. I tried it, and it didn't work. But the one with the biggest reaction was Ba Ge. He stared at the image on the big screen before him, trying to suppress his complex emotions. He gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, his expression gloomy and unreadable. Is this the Star Traveler clan? Lin Xiu suddenly felt a burning sensation in her ears. She instinctively reached out to touch them, not knowing who was saying bad things about her. She walked over to the pit and looked inside. She couldn't help but purse her lips. This was not what she had expected. I truly underestimated this star beast's defenses. Even under such powerful thunder, it could still sustain a limb. At this moment, a golden light shot out from the pit, dispersing into several fragments, radiating to everyone present. Lin Xiu instantly recognized it as the golden light of merit. Unlike the others, she had received far more. The difference between a steamed bun and a sesame seed. No one present, except Lin Xiu, could see the golden light of merit. So, when it sank into their bodies, they only felt a warmth and comfort. Their mental powers, previously affected by the dark factor, seemed to be revitalized. Now that the big boss has been dealt with, then, she looked up and saw everyone's gaze fixed on her. She couldn't help but purse her lips and said, "What are you all standing there for? Clean up the little spear star beast. Aren't you going to collect points?" Shocked, everyone rushed to clean up. The spear star beast is gone, but its descendants still exist. These are all points. Lin Xiu turned and gave the people from the Kebro Academy a look. After all, those who had been tortured by Lin Xiu immediately understood and turned and ran in their mechas. While escaping, he still managed to use the vine net to carry off several bags of small spear star beasts. These were walking points, and a little bit of accumulation adds up to a lot. They've escaped. Ollie, shrewd enough to notice this, immediately activated his mecha, intending to give chase. Suddenly, a beam of energy laser struck the mecha's leg joint, causing it to lose balance and fall to its knees. Seeing that the other teams had already pursued them, he panicked and was about to stand up when a mecha appeared in front of him. Ollie was slightly startled. Monra. Chapter 65. Stay put. Just don't cause any trouble. Leaving her with a word, she led a team of men from the 7th Military Academy in pursuit. Zenowai, watching the pursuing team behind them, couldn't help but exclaim, "Chief, they're catching up." Lin Xiu said calmly, "Get out of the way." Okay. Zenowai had just moved away when the sky suddenly changed. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the energy in the air seemed poised to unleash, threatening to strike down. The pursuing team was forced to take cover. By the time they had bypassed the area, Kebro's men had already vanished into the woods. Qi Xiu, seeing this, said coldly, "Ling Jia." Ling Jia stepped forward and said, "Here," surveying the direction. Qi Xiu's lips curled up imperceptibly. "Did you think you could escape by hiding in the woods? Don't forget, the elves rule the forests. Wherever there are plants, no movement escapes their notice. Even if the elves weren't there, with so many people in the Kebro school, their presence would leave traces everywhere. There was no need to worry about missing them." He was determined to get the red fruit. "Yes." Ling Jia immediately closed his eyes, calmed down, and listened to the sounds of the plants. He quickly determined his location. 1 o'clock. Let's go! Lin Xiu, piloting the mecha, took the lead. Lin Xiu followed closely behind. He felt a mixture of love and hate for Pei Qingyu and the others. He hated their deception, but at the same time, he felt that he and them were perfectly compatible and could become good friends. In the woods, several faces appeared from a large tree. Lin Xiu's voice echoed from behind them. Where are they? Hua Qi's long ears twitched, and he replied, about 500 meters from a beacon's position. Tell him to prepare. Lin Xiu's eyes lifted slightly, glancing at Hua Qi, who was conducting reconnaissance nearby. A faint smile played on his lips. Elves, they have them too. Yes. Beacon quickly received the message and gestured. A sudden rustling sound in the forest instantly alerted Lin Xiu. He immediately halted the team. He quickly raised his magnetic gun and swept it across the front. The ground suddenly collapsed, and a large net descended overhead, only to be shattered by his powerful blow. A flash of silver light flashed, and a mecha suddenly appeared behind him, delivering a fierce kick. Xiaosun's face was filled with confusion. Why hadn't things gone as he imagined? Shouldn't he have kicked this guy down? The next second, the world spun, and he was thrown directly into Lin Xiu's trap. This was a case of stealing a chicken, but losing the rice. Lin Xiu, standing above, said coldly, a trifle. However, he didn't sense any panic from the mech. The mech even stumbled to its feet, and immediately gave him a rendition of Subject 3. Lin Xiu, ? What the hell is this? Suddenly, a subtle sound came from behind him, and he realized something was amiss. He turned around, and saw most of his teammates lying on the ground in a twisted state, their mech's arms twisting uncontrollably in a position that looked exactly like the mech in the trap. He felt a chill in his heart, and dozens of vines swiftly emerged from the woods, binding him tightly. Lin Xiu yanked the mech hard, instantly dragging the man hidden in the shadows out. Seeing him pulled out, Anian and the others charged forward. Brothers, charge! Lin Xiu quickly switched his mech to fighter mode, launching a stream of blue flame into the sky. But the next moment, his body suddenly became paralyzed, unable to even move a finger. Then, his head began to buzz and dizzy, his vision went black, and he could see nothing. The mech was suddenly yanked by an external force, crashing heavily to the ground. He also passed out. Beacon clapped his hands, looked at Lin Xiu, who lay wrapped like a cicada pupa on the ground, then glanced at the other Mech Assault Academy members, who had been treated similarly, and nodded with satisfaction. Done, take him away. This sack made of nano-combat suits is really useful. Lin Xiu won't cheat me. 1+1. The others nodded repeatedly. Let's go, next team. With that, he couldn't suppress the smile that rose from his lips as he led his men back into the woods, awaiting the next wave of unfortunates. Lin Xiu was awakened by a burst of noise. The constant chatter made him feel a little irritated, and he instinctively opened his eyes. When Lin Xiu regained his sight, he found himself seemingly hanging from a tree. When he tried to control the mecha, he discovered that its power engine had been removed, and with it, key joints had malfunctioned, requiring immediate repair. A rare crack appeared on his face, a face that had stood for 1,000 years. Chief Qi. Lin Xiu was right beside him. Seeing that the chief had been captured, his heart sank. What happened to you guys just now? Of all the people, not a single one was trustworthy. Lin Xiu was silent for 2 seconds before replying, I don't know. Lin Xiu thought he misheard. Lin Xiu said weakly, I don't know either. I felt a sharp pain in my abdomen, and I couldn't move. I felt dizzy and dazed. By the time I realized what was happening, I was here. Lin Xiu, Could he say he felt the same way? The only difference might be that I didn't feel the pain. His attention was quickly drawn to the people from the Kebro Military Academy, and he had no time to dwell on the question. The Kebro Academy personnel were crouching in the shadows. Upon hearing someone approach, they set a trap for the team, which Lin Xiu considered utterly terrible. Then, the same person launched a surprise attack, discovered them, and was also kicked into the trap. The trap person also twisted his mecha, and then the important part came. The Kebro Academy personnel appeared unnoticed behind each member of the team, pulled out a large cloth bag, and directly covered the mecha. The moment he was hooked, 2 more teammates scurried out, one removing the power engine, the other removing the joints. In just 3 seconds, they were surrounded by a group of young men. Lin Xiu looked at the uniforms on the new men's mechas, and couldn't help but say, this uniform looks familiar. Bet said weakly, Lin Xiu, is there a chance this is our school's nano-combat uniform? He was tied to the long-eared beast king, his head filled with the long-eared beast king's breath, nearly suffocating him. Couldn't they have tied them looser or separately? Now it was Lin Xiu's turn to be shocked. He immediately exclaimed, "Where did they get our uniforms?" Then he remembered that when he met Lin Xiu and the others, they seemed to be wearing the Mecha Assault Academy uniforms. Shit! He wasn't stupid. He immediately thought of the people from his own school being stripped naked by Kebro's men. You guys. Lin Xiu stared at the shamefaced Mecha Assault Academy students, pointing and joking, for a long time, but nothing came out. After all, he himself had been tricked by Lin Xiu and his group before. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he said, "I know." What did he know? His startled expression caught the attention of everyone around him. "I just observed, and the reason we're unable to move is probably because we drank the nutrient solution Pei Qingyu and his group gave us." Back when Pei Qingyu and his group surrendered to him, he had openly handed over whatever was in the supply boxes they found. Mostly nutrient solution. He hadn't expected them to tamper with it. Bingo, you got it right, but unfortunately there's no prize. Lin Xiu had appeared in front of them at some point, leaning against a tree and grinning at them. "Mamuzi, you despicable villain. I trusted you so much." Lin Xiu twisted and turned in anger, hanging from the tree. "Let me and my team down now, and we still be friends." Qiaosun retorted, "Are you still asleep?" "You? Another team is coming." Nian's voice came from the front, with a hint of excitement. Lin Xiu waved his hand and said, "Let's go. This is the last wave. Cut the leaks and the game is over." Leaks. Leaks. What are they? Does that include them? The teams from the various military academies, a dense row of trees, couldn't help but secretly murmur. Instinct told them, leaks. Definitely not a good adjective. Lin Xiu was right. By the time they had hung the last batch of leaks on the surrounding trees, the competition was nearing its end. In the end, the Kebro Military Academy took first place with an exceptionally high score of 10,888 points. Second was the First Military Academy. Although they had been defeated several times, they still had some strength. Otherwise, how could they have won 4 consecutive championships? Third was the Mecha Assault Academy. The military academies that successfully advanced to the semifinals included Kebro Military Academy, the First Military Academy, the Mecha Assault Academy, the Science and Technology Military Academy, the 7th Military Academy, the Lisp Military Academy, the 6th Military Academy, and so on. What's more interesting is that among the 12 military academy teams, there was actually a biological research academy. That's quite surprising. As the name suggests, the Biological Research Academy is dedicated to biological research. Aside from high intelligence, they lack in everything else. Who would have thought they would stand out in the preliminary round? The award was presented to them by His Excellency Committee of the Central Committee. As the group returned to the hotel after the summary meeting, Ba, the commander of the First Military Academy, approached. Behind him, besides the gloomy and dejected Ollie, there was actually another student. Looking at the incredibly white non-combat uniforms, Lin Xiu and the others immediately knew they were from the Biological Research School. "Hello, Lin Xiu. My name is Mu Jieyue. Nice to meet you." The man stepped forward and gave her an interstellar salute. Lin Xiu immediately returned the salute. "Hello." She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt like she had seen this person somewhere before. Qianfeng Lake? That couldn't be right. Why would someone from the Biological Research School go to the Kebro Military Academy? The majors of the two schools were vastly different. As the name suggests, the Kebro Military Academy doesn't engage in that kind of research. Fei Ye's voice echoed from a distance, waving at them. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was about to go over upon hearing this, but was stopped by another group of people. "Hello, classmate Lin. I'm Committee, the person in charge of this Military Academy League. You can follow them, and call me Mr. Committee." Committee spoke gently, his face revealing that of a kind and amiable old man. However, his next words were firm, leaving no room for refusal. He glanced at the two guard-like figures standing beside him. Seeing this, the latter took a step forward in unison, both looking at her. One of the guards said, "Please, Lin Xiu, please hand over the red fruit you won during the competition." Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu were slightly stunned, exchanged glances, and then slowly said, "Excuse me, I've already given the red fruit to Director Rick." The implication was that if you wanted the red fruit, go to Director Rick instead of him. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel fortunate that they had handed it in early, encountering Director Rick as soon as they left the simulated battlefield. Wait! Could it be that Director Rick was going to do this, waiting outside specifically? She thought for a moment, then hesitated. "Mr. Committee, If I remember correctly, the competition rules don't state that students have to hand in any supplies they find during the competition afterward, right? Xiaosun immediately agreed yes, yes. The members of the Kebro team also gathered around, making it hard for Rick, beaming from afar, to ignore them. After seeing committee, and the students from the School of Biological Research behind Ba Ge, his eyes flashed, and then he walked over with a carefree smile. What's going on? Why are you all gathered here? He first criticized the Kebro Military Academy, then calmly glanced at the person standing nearby. Isn't this Mr. Kimity? Are you here to cheer Kebro up with all this fanfare? Before Kimity could say anything, Ba Ge interrupted. Do you have the red fruit? Rick met Ba Ge's gaze, and said meaningfully, yes. Their eyes met in midair, and anyone could see the flash of lightning. Director Rick, Teacher Fia is calling me. We go over first. Lin Xiu saw this, and immediately moved out of position, attempting to escape. Something was wrong. That red fruit must be very important. She better not get involved with it. Mu Jieyue stepped aside, blocking with her long arm. Just as she was about to speak, a strong, sinewy arm clamped down on her. It was Teacher Fia. He glanced at Mu Jieyue, then swept his gaze over everyone present, finally landing on Rick, who nodded slightly. The two exchanged glances. Fia then turned to Lin Xiu and the others. I told you a long time ago. What's wrong with you dragging your feet? Don't tell anyone you're Kebro's students when you get out. While the word sounded harsh, there wasn't a hint of accusation. They left with Lin Xiu and the others in a grand and open manner. Ba Ge was about to intervene when he met a sharp gaze. He turned around and saw it was Alish. Humph. Seeing this, he snorted coldly, averting his gaze unwillingly. With Rick in his hands, the red fruit would be a problem. This guy is a lifelong eater. After much hesitation, Lin Xiu finally asked, Teacher Fia, what are they doing? Nothing. A cold glint flashed in Fia's eyes, and she casually waved her hand, warning, in the future, avoid contact with the people from the 1st Military Academy. They and Major General Alish have always been at odds. Having suffered a setback at Alish, they might well get it back at them. Then, Pei-Ching, you continued that Mu Jieyue? As soon as he finished speaking, Fia stopped, looked at the people from the Kebro group behind him, and said sternly, and the people from the Biological Research Institute. Absolutely avoid excessive contact with them. Huh? Why? A student asked, puzzled. After a long pause, Fia spoke again, because the people from that academy are all lunatics. Mads? The students of the Kebro Military Academy looked at each other, their eyes clear yet bewildered. They didn't understand, but they obeyed. Since Teacher Fia said no contact, then no contact. Chapter 66. Lin Xiu didn't know if the people at the Biological Research Institute were crazy, but she was certain that Mu Jieyue was definitely ill, and seriously ill. After the preliminary rounds, according to tradition, everyone had a 7-day break to recuperate. But during those 7 days, no matter where Lin Xiu and the others went, Mu Jieyue was like a dogskin plaster, impossible to shake off. He was everywhere, a lingering presence. He was also incredibly shameless. You absolutely couldn't talk to him. If you did, you'd be doomed. He'd been sneaking around like a thief these past few days. The semifinals were only 2 days away. After discussing competition-related matters with Director Rick and the others, Lin Xiu exited the holographic auditorium. As soon as she emerged from the holographic cabin, she met Pei-Ching-Yu's gaze. Bet just sent a message saying her tongue is feeling lonely, and asked if you'd like to go to the long-eared beast's house. Pei-Ching-Yu, What do you mean by lonely tongue? I'm just greedy. Despite his inner complaints, he nodded. Go? Well, he was a little greedy himself. The image of the long-eared beast king feasting on his kin flashed through his mind. He wondered if he felt guilty while doing so. Let's go now. The others have already gone. Lin Xiu stood up, and was about to open the door, when Pei-Ching-Yu's slender hand stopped her. She looked up at him, puzzled. Pei-Ching-Yu pursed his lips helplessly. Let's see if that guy's there first. Lin Xiu suddenly understood, then nodded in agreement. That's true. Mu Jieyue had been like a tracking device on them these past few days. No matter when or where they left the house, he could always find them. The thought was terrifying. It made both of them a little nervous. Lin Xiu released his spiritual sense and began to observe his surroundings. He didn't miss a single corner. How is it? Pei-Ching-Yu hid behind Lin Xiu, hunched over, tentatively poking half his head out, and asked, Are you there? No, let's go. Lin Xiu immediately opened the door, and, taking advantage of the dark and windy night, led Pei-Ching-Yu out of the hotel and quickly disappeared into the night. Not 2 minutes after they left, Mu Jiu suddenly reappeared in the same spot. Looking at the place where they had suddenly disappeared, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he casually licked his lips with his tongue. He tapped his fingertips on the computer, and a small, thick white cloud emerged from the sky and flew in front of him. It was the size of a palm, and not as soft as a white cloud. Even though it was made to look very realistic, the metallic marks on its body were still clearly visible when he got close. He tapped the white cloud several times in a rhythmic pattern, and a small screen instantly appeared on the cloud. Watching the two figures moving swiftly across the screen, bursts of laughter could be heard from time to time. Mu Jiu's gaze was fixed on the people laughing ostentatiously within the screen, and he lowered his head and murmured, "What an eyesore. I hope you all laugh this happily from now on." Something struck him, and he chuckled softly, amusement fleeting. When he raised his head, a pair of crimson eyes appeared, and he slowly walked forward with uncontrollable excitement. Over here, Lin Xiu and Beth were eating the long-eared beast, when they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Instinctively, they turned their heads, but saw nothing. Pei Qingyu noticed the movement and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "It's okay." Lin Xiu raised her brows and took a big bite of meat. Perhaps she overthought. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable. They even had a few drinks. Barbecue with wine. Forever. A few people were walking arm in arm, swaying leisurely down the street. As they neared the hotel entrance, they suddenly saw a blurry, tall figure. They were startled and instantly sobered. They stood up straight, their heads held high, their chests held in, their stomachs drawn in, and they all bowed in unison, saying, "Hello, Teacher Feiya." "Feiya, eh?" He looked at the people standing in a row before him, his lips trembling slightly, the words finally turning into a sigh. "Come in." "Huh?" Xiaosun's eyes widened slightly, almost thinking he misheard. "Is Teacher Feiya so easy to talk to?" Looking up, his eyes met Feiya's. Meeting those sharp eyes, he shuddered and quickly straightened his back. Okay. With that, he gave his friends a look and ran into the hotel first. "Goodbye, Teacher Feiya." The others hurriedly followed, shoving forward as if fleeing a flood or a wild beast, their backs hurried and chaotic. Even Beth, a member of the Mecha Assault Academy, was panicking. It was strange. Although he wasn't from the Kerbro Military Academy, seeing Feiya's stern face, his body subconsciously trembled, his heartbeat slowing, as if he had done something wrong and had been caught. If Lin Xiu knew what he was thinking at that moment, he would definitely pat him on the shoulder and tell him, "Kid, you still have too little experience. This is the legendary authority that only belongs to a homeroom teacher." Watching the fleeing figures, Feiya chuckled softly, "Little bastards." Then he strode in. A small white cloud slowly appeared in the air the moment he entered. After a brief period of relaxation, intense training and review began. Unlike the preliminary round, according to the Military Academy League announcement, the semifinals will be significantly more challenging than the preliminary round. In particular, the addition of attack and defense will make the competition even more intense. Each participating military academy will serve as a strategic point for both the attacking and defending sides, and the team that captures the most points will win. After all, this is a team competition based on military academies, a comprehensive test of the overall quality and capabilities of the participating academies. Teamwork, strategic planning, and quick response will all be put to the test in this stage. The semifinals will be held in Area A on the back side of Lulu Star. Lin Xiu stared at the yellow sand and the dim sky before her, and couldn't help but murmur, "A lone smoke rises straight from the desert, the sun sets over the long river." The ancients were truly realists. One moment, she was lamenting the passing of time, the next, her face was covered in wind and sand. Lin Xiu rubbed her eyes, and tried to spit out the sand in her mouth. "Everyone, come on! There's someone alone!" As the voices rang out, several figures quickly appeared around her, forming a tight circle and rushing towards her. Netizens watching the live broadcast on Star Network expressed regret, clearly believing this would be her end. She's from the 6th Military Academy. What luck! With such a small body, she'd definitely be eliminated. 1 against 7, there's no chance of winning, and this student looks quite weak. If nothing unexpected happens, this student should be the first to be eliminated. Just as this netizen finished expressing his opinion, something unexpected happened. Bang, bang, bang. Several sounds rang out. Dark figures were kicked to the ground, their mouths full of sand. As the elimination announcement rang out, the figures of the 6th Military Academy students slowly vanished, leaving the competition arena. Lin Xiu put on the thermostat cap he had just plucked from someone else's head, and smiled with satisfaction as he watched the golden badge disappear in his hand. In this semifinal, everyone wore a golden badge. If the badge was crushed, the corresponding person would be eliminated. This small twist instantly captured the attention of a wave of netizens, eager to see how far this seemingly frail and short student could go. Before he had ever seen a desert, Lin Xiu had always wanted to visit it. He thought it was so beautiful. Now, all he could say was hee. Traveling to the desert was a pleasure. Now it was torture. After walking for a while, and dispatching 3 waves of enemies, she sat down against a dead tree. Panting, she wondered if her luck had been a bit off. Everyone she encountered along the way was in groups of 3 or 5. She was the only one who seemed like a lone wolf, so it was no wonder they surrounded her. If it were her, she would have attacked even a lone wolf. She wondered what had happened to the others, whether they were alone. After a short rest, Lin Xiu stood up, patted her butt, and was about to leave when the sand beneath her feet suddenly began to flow, followed by a feeling of falling. In an instant, she vanished from the spot, along with the dead tree next to her. The wind and sand were so strong that if the netizens on Starnet weren't watching in real time, they would have almost thought everything that had just happened was an illusion. What happened? Where's that person? She just vanished like that. What happened? Where is she? Where's she? As netizens tried to locate Lin Xiu, several people on the other side were gradually closing in on her coordinates. The coordinates are gone, Xiaosun exclaimed, pointing at the light chart. The others looked at the map displayed on the chart. Sure enough, the green dot that had been closest to them suddenly vanished. Have we been eliminated? Probably not. Wouldn't eliminations be announced? Yes. Then should we continue? No need. Pei Qingyu shook his head, pointing to the small green dots at 3 o'clock and continuing, let's go here. Spreading out in a team competition is a big no-no. The only thing to do now is to regroup with the closest people. Everyone nodded and immediately changed direction, heading in the direction he pointed. Pei Qing pursed his lips as he reached the spot where the green dot on the map had disappeared, then strode on. His intuition told him that the coordinates where the green dot had just disappeared must be Lin Xiu's. While he didn't know what had happened, he hoped she was okay. Chapter 67. Stop! Quan Chi suddenly stopped, raising his hand to signal everyone to halt. The group following behind immediately stopped moving, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Pei Qingyu whispered, what's going on? There's someone ahead. Quan Chi's long ears twitched slightly, tapping into his elven racial gift. In the desert, beneath the yellow sand, sparse grass and withered trees still grew, struggling to survive. The elves share a special, natural connection with plants. Wherever there are plants, they can use their special racial abilities to obtain the information they need from them. During this interval, the group, 10 in total, leaned against a boulder and slowly and cautiously moved toward the Gobi Desert. After about 500 or 600 meters, the sounds of battle ahead gradually grew clearer and more intense. Even without Quan Chi's warning, they could hear them clearly. The group cautiously hid behind a boulder, stealthily peeked out to observe their surroundings and the battle ahead. The surrounding area was mostly rocky and uneven, making it a convenient hiding spot. Go up. Pei Qingyu pointed to the towering rocky mountain beside him and climbed up first, with the others following closely behind. After reaching the top, they each found a relatively secluded spot to hide. The location they chose was excellent. From their perch, they could take in the scenery below. If they were spotted by other members of the military academy, they could quickly leap onto the smaller rocky hill nearby and escape. From their high-angle view, through their smart lenses, they finally had a clear view of the two groups fighting ahead. The blue non-combat uniforms, unique to the Kebro Military Academy, stood out against the yellow sand. Bibican and Yin. Xiaosun spotted two familiar faces immediately. Pei Qingyu tapped the light watch on his wrist and quickly pulled up a map. Bibican and his team were clearly the closest team to them on the map, though their current situation was a bit precarious. The deep purple non-combat uniforms belonged to the Technological Military Academy, one of them said. At this moment, Quan Chi also used his smart lenses to clearly identify and lock onto one of the Technological Military Academy members below. It's Dafulin. The air froze for a moment as these words were spoken. Dafulin, a rock tribe member, possessed SS-level psychic power, renowned for his strength and gifted with shield-like defense. We were already outnumbered, and the disparity in numbers was significant, putting us at a disadvantage. Even with the 10 of them, we still outnumbered the Technological Military Academy, not to mention Dafulin, who possessed SS-level psychic power. The situation was quite challenging. Xiaosun looked at Pei Qingyu. What should we do? We can't just stand there and watch. Seeing this, the others instinctively looked at Yu. Yu, what should we do? He doesn't know either. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent again. At this moment, below, BB and his group were scattered by Daffulin's relentless charge, and were instantly surrounded by the rest of the Technological Military Academy. Watching the mecha surrounding him and charging towards him, Yin, sitting in the cockpit, the sound of the mecha's severe damage and imminent disintegration echoing in his ears, and on the screen, suddenly glanced down at the golden emblem on his chest. Just when he thought he was about to be eliminated, several feathered arrows suddenly struck from the sky. The arrows exploded the moment they landed, sending yellow sand flying. The Tech Military Academy's personnel were caught off guard and thrown back several meters by the aftermath. In a sudden turn of events, Yin seized the opportunity and piloted his mecha out of the encirclement. Elves? The Tech Military Academy's personnel all looked up in the direction of the arrow's origin, instantly locking onto Yu and his men's location. Quachi hovered high in the sky, his back to the blazing sun. He once again spread his vast, magnificent wings, and countless arrows streamed from his wings like a tide, raining down upon the Tech Military Academy's personnel below. "Come here!" Davlin shouted, and the others immediately obeyed. The moment the arrows landed, a massive stone shield instantly blocked them. This was Davlin's spirit form. Everyone gasped at the scene. Was this Davlin's true strength? He had single-handedly withstood Quachi's hail of arrows, without even activating his mecha's defenses. You know, the elves' innate skills are among the best in the interstellar world, and the Zerg have even bred a force of black beetles with extremely strong defenses. Quachi. Seeing this, BB and his team were overjoyed, their morale soaring. They had thought their advance would end there, but unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events. They took advantage of this opportunity to quickly distance themselves from the Technological Military Academy team. Seeing this, Yu and his group breathed a sigh of relief. "We've attracted their attention, but what should we do now?" asked one of the team members. Yu looked at Daffulin, who was protecting the rest of the team like a giant. "Capture the leader first." "What? Are you serious? Do you want to hear what you're saying?" Meeting their slightly surprised looks, Yu explained, "The core of this Technological Military Academy team is Daffulin. As long as we take him out, the others won't matter." "Well?" Xiao Sun tugged at his sleeve. "That's Daffulin. Do you think a bunch of us squishy guys can handle him?" They were afraid they'd be blasted away by Daffulin's spiritual shield before they could even charge. "Don't encourage others, and diminish your own prestige." Xiao Sun covered his face and said, "No, brother." Putting Daffulin aside, 2 of the 3 of them are equipped with mechas, and what do we have? Nothing. Everyone present was suddenly embarrassed. The journey had been relatively uneventful. They hadn't encountered many people from other military academies, and even if they had, they avoided them. Their main strategy was to hide and grow slowly. The current situation was that they were growing slowly, but not growing rapidly. The only mecha was still in tatters. They found it while hiding behind the corpses during the clash between the First Military Academy and the Mecha Assault Academy. Yu glanced down and saw that indeed, everyone had a mecha. The number of mechas in the supply boxes for this rematch had clearly increased significantly. "I'm not asking you to just go head-to-head." Cieli immediately understood his intention and stepped forward, saying, "Perhaps we could try a mecha jammer." "Huh?" Xiao Sun was confused. Cieli calmly pulled out his tools and collected some materials from the wreckage. With the aid of his mental power, he had crafted a small mecha jammer in just 3 minutes. Time is limited, and materials are scarce, so we can only focus on making a simplified version. This one can temporarily disrupt the mecha system, rendering it inoperable, but it only lasts for 1 minute. That's fantastic. Everyone was delighted. The situation was changing rapidly. Although it was only a short minute, it was enough to change the course of the battle, and every second was filled with infinite possibilities. "You're amazing." The others couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Not bad." Ji Li scratched his head a little embarrassedly. As a mecha maintenance specialist, they naturally had to take many courses related to mechas, including mecha jamming and counter-jamming. This would come in handy. Eliminate Daffulin in 1 minute? That seems quite difficult. The joy was short-lived, and their heart sank again. "That depends on you." Yu turned to look at Xiao Sun. The latter was terrified by his gaze. While they were discussing countermeasures, Quachi and BB couldn't hold out much longer, and were at a disadvantage. After launching another barrage of arrows, Quachi's mental strength was nearly exhausted, and he nearly fell from the air due to a loss of balance. Pei Qingyu immediately cast another healing spell on him. Quan Chi steadied himself and looked at them. Say, have you guys finished discussing this? I can't hold on any longer. If they kept talking, he thought they would all be eliminated. Even if they were discussing a strategy, they should have come up with something after so long. As he finished speaking, a flash of silver light passed by, accompanied by Quan Chi's new barrage of arrows, heading straight for Fat Ada Fulin below. This was the mecha that Ji had just repaired. Protect Dafulin. However, the men from the Technological Military Academy were still a step too slow. By the time they reacted, Xiaosun had already sprinted his mech above and to the side of them. The cannon had already locked onto its target. A blue beam flashed, and a large crater suddenly appeared on the ground. Yellow sand flew up, and the aftermath sent the rest of the surrounding people flying. 2 star chains swung out from the mech, tightly encircling the figure in the sand. Xiaosun quickly piloted the mech upwards. Why can't I pull it? He immediately increased the power. Still, it didn't budge. Xiaosun couldn't help but feel anxious, a silent cry of bad luck brewing. Before he could even think, he felt a dizzy sensation, and his mech was instantly flung away. Nian rushed forward to catch him. Nian! Xiaosun's heart pounded. He maneuvered the mech to keep it steady. The laser beams passed close by, and Nian leaned sideways, blocking them for him. They both returned and rejoined the battle. BBK quickly led the rest of the group to attack Dafulin, and a fierce exchange of fire ensued, the air filled with intertwining laser beams. Fulin, piloting his mech, was unstoppable. Pei Qingyu and the others stood atop the boulder, keeping a close eye on the surrounding movements. At this moment, Xiaosun, Nian, and several other students once again used the star chain to bind Dafulin, attempting to pull him away. However, the rest of the Technological Military Academy arrived, laser swords in hand, attempting to sever the star chain. Seeing this, Xiaosun piloted his mech and Nian's sword into the sky, hovering in midair. The exchange of lasers and energy bombs had blasted numerous craters in the surrounding ground, sending up dust that drifted in the air for a long time. Cieli finally activated the mech jammer. Except for Xiaosun's mech, which had been modified by Cieli, all other mechs present instantly ceased operation, including BBK and his companions. BBK and his group, Silence is the present Cambridge. What's going on, buddy? Xiaosun's roar echoed from the light table. Ji scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry. Limited materials. Can't specify a target. Xiaosun, He looked at Dafulin in front of him, who remained motionless no matter how hard he pulled. He wiped his face in frustration, wanting to cry but unable to. Capture the leader first. How do you capture this? Isn't this ridiculous? Though he grumbled inwardly, his hands didn't stop moving for a second, directly targeting the mechas of the nearby Military Academy of Science and Technology. Determined to kill as many as he could, he raced against time, using energy beams to violently dismantle their mechas and seize the golden badge. Chapter 68. Xiaosun, leave the mech intact. Repair it, and it'd still work. Ji clenched his hands as he stared at the scattered wreckage of the mech. His mind raced, and in just a dozen seconds, he already come up with countless repair plans. Xiaosun responded, got it. After a round, the elimination announcements continued. For the people at the Science and Technology Military Academy, every second was unbearable and agonizing. In the cockpit, no matter how they operated the mech, the system remained unresponsive. Entire darkness surrounded them, not even an alarm sounded, and the cockpit exit was sealed. They were like lambs to the slaughter, helpless to be harvested, powerless to resist. It was a bit frustrating. Elimination isn't the primary goal. Getting them out of here is enough. Pei Qingyu quickly stopped him. Kicked him away. Hurry! The minute was almost up. Upon hearing this, Xiaosun quickly controlled the mech like a soccer ball, sending everyone from the Science and Technology Military Academy flying one by one. When it was Dafulin's last turn, the mech's right leg was suddenly grabbed. The interference ended, and Dafulin, having regained control of the mech, firmly grasped the leg with unexpected strength. Xiaosun was amazed at his strength, and alarms blared in the cockpit. Oops. Just when he thought he was about to be thrown again, BBK arrived at full speed. The coordinated mech team quickly launched a powerful attack, freeing Xiaosun from Dafulin's grasp. Freed, Xiaosun immediately locked onto Dafulin. BBK. Hearing this, BBK and the others quickly maneuvered their mechs to distance themselves. A blue energy beam passed by them, and Dafulin, unable to dodge, was directly struck by the energy beam, catapulted high into the sky, shrinking to a tiny dot and disappearing into the horizon. Seeing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Turning around, they saw Pei Qingyu and the others gathering the scattered broken mechas. Cieli even materialized several spirit forms, working furiously on a pile of scrap metal. Can this be repaired? Bibikin turned to look at Pei Qingyu. The latter gave him an affirmative look. Okay. If it can be repaired, their overall combat effectiveness will be greatly enhanced. Don't worry, it's no problem. Cieli didn't even look up, even quickening his movements. The two teams exchanged greetings, successfully reuniting. It's really not easy. I thought I was going to be eliminated right at the start. Yin walked over to Qiaosun and put his left arm around his shoulder. Thanks, brother. Qiaosun put his arm around his shoulder and said, You're welcome. Why don't I see Chief Lin? She's not with us. Oh, that's right. After all, the teleportation locations are random. If Lin Xiu had been there, they wouldn't have spent so much time here. It's just that these three have always been inseparable, so it's strange that they weren't together this time. While the two of them were talking, Bibikin wasn't idle either. This isn't a solution. How long will it take to reunite one by one? See if there's an oasis nearby? We can use it as a base, and have other students nearby come over. It's much better than us trying to find them one by one. Yes. Pei Qingyu nodded. According to the rules of the semifinals, each participating military academy must choose a strategic location based on its own academy. Once selected, it cannot be changed. The location will be marked on the map with the corresponding military academy's emblem as a symbol of the stronghold. This facilitates the rapid assembly and reunion of teams from the same academy, greatly improving efficiency and responsiveness. However, it also means that opponents can also use the map to understand the location of the stronghold. This desert is nothing but sand dunes and boulders. We haven't seen a single blade of grass along the way. Bibikin shielded his eyes from the blazing sun and looked around. Finding an oasis is a bit difficult. You can go to the Gobi Desert ahead. Quachi suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. Have you forgotten? I'm an elf. If you can find a living plant, I can use the information it conveys to locate the oasis. Everyone suddenly realized that, unlike deserts completely covered in sand, the Gobi Desert, as a rocky area, still had some plants. Alright. Now that we had a clear goal, it was best to leave here quickly. Bibikin immediately ordered, everyone. Move. Cieli's side had also completed their task, scraping together 10 mechas from here and there. Though their appearance was unremarkable and unattractive, they were functional. After distributing them to others, there was still one left. Cieli stored the extra mecha in the space hub and was about to leave when he saw Qiaosun squatting there, unsure of what to do. Qiaosun, what are you doing? Let's go! Hurry! Qiaosun hurriedly said, There seems to be something wrong with the joints in my mech. It won't move. Let me take a look. Upon hearing this, Ji Li immediately exited the cockpit and quickly inspected the mech Qiaosun was piloting. He then pulled a string of soft, milky white beads from the joint of Qiaosun's right leg. Once the object was free, the mech instantly returned to normal. Qiaosun adjusted the mech, then looked at his hand. What is this? It was about the size of a badge, stuck together into a string. The sunlight shone even brighter, making it look even more beautiful. I don't know. Ji Li examined it carefully, unable to make out anything. Seeing the others had already left, he immediately tossed the beads aside, got into the mech, and followed them. Alright, let's go. Oh, here I come. Qiaosun took a few steps, then suddenly returned, picked up the beads, and then hurriedly piloted the mech toward the Gobi Desert. He was completely unaware of the sudden drop in the ground where he had just stood. Then, a pair of brown wings fluttered out of the sand, emitting a gentle hum. With the mecha, Pei Qingyu and his companions' travel speed leaped forward. In just 10 minutes, they reached the Gobi Desert. There's rottenwood fruit here. As the only agronomy student present, Quachi immediately recognized the withered, yellow, shrunken fruit on the dead tree before him. Rottenwood fruit? This was a clueless area, and the others turned their attention to him. Yes. Because this fruit has a very demanding growing environment, its taste and appearance are inferior to other fruits found in the interstellar world, so it's not very well known. Quachi plucked one, broke it in half, revealing the golden flesh, and continued, although this fruit is low in juice, it's dense, sweet, and sour, and quite delicious. Bibikin took a bite, and found it quite good. Looking around, he saw 4 or 5 rotten trees nearby, each laden with fruit. He immediately decided, everyone pick some and take them with you. It's perfect for food. Yes. Leading a small group on guard to observe the surroundings, the rest of the group went to pick rottenwood fruit. Huachi placed a hand on the trunk of the rotten tree and used his innate skill, listening. Then his eyes suddenly opened. There's something underground. Move! The moment the voice fell, everyone quickly evacuated the ground. Hovering in the air in their mechas, they noticed that the ground was already densely covered with long, black creatures. What is this? So disgusting. Sand nematodes. You can catch some and eat them. They're rich in energy and good for the body. Forget it. Though they refused, their bodies remained honest, and they had already grabbed their tools to catch worms. After all, in this awful place, having something to eat was good enough. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Pei Qingyu. As a native of Zhongxia, standing at the top of the food chain, he simply took out the large colander that Cieli had made for him and dug into the sand. He shook it to remove the sand and dirt. Tiny sand nematodes, caught. Just as everyone was catching them with all their might, the sand suddenly gave way. Brown figures flew out from it, instantly devouring all the nearby sand nematodes. Everyone's light watches also lit up. Name, Wing Crawler. Species, Zerg. Level, A. Ability, Devour. Details, 9 feet tall, brown in color, with sharp, large mouthparts, and can devour anything. Wing Crawler is a relatively common Zerg, not particularly powerful, making it a perfect training ground for cadets from the major military academies. To make the Military Academy League more realistic, the organizers will select a group of Zerg from the border or star prison before the competition begins. This will allow the participating students from the major military academies to more comprehensively test their abilities and help them prepare for the Zerg challenges they may face in the future. Each Zerg sent to the competition field is embedded with a self-destruct chip. In the event of an emergency, the relevant personnel will immediately activate the self-destruct sequence and eliminate it. This practice greatly ensures the safety of the participating cadets. Watch as Wing Crawler after Wing Crawler emerge from the sand, fluttering their wings and rising into the air, emitting a subtle humming sound. In just a few breaths, they quickly formed a circle, tightly encircling everyone. It was like one wave had just subsided when another arose. The netizens watching the Military Academy League were all sweating with worry for them. The swarm of winged crayfish reminded Pei Qingyu of the flies and mosquitoes on planet Huanyu, their buzzing noise truly irritating. It truly brought back the pain of summer bites. There are quite a few of them. Bibikin frowned. A head-on confrontation wouldn't work. He had to think of other options. Soon, he noticed a spot where the winged crayfish were relatively sparse, offering a good point for a breakthrough. Everyone, attack the left rear. At a command, everyone worked together to advance towards the left rear. Countless laser beams traced dazzling paths across the sky, quickly tearing a hole for them. The group accelerated forward, the winged crayfish in hot pursuit. At that moment, a sudden sandstorm swept in from the front, its force so immense that it not only swept them up but also engulfed the nearby winged crayfish. At this moment, 100 kilometers away, men from the 1st Military Academy and the Mecha Assault Academy were fighting for a small oasis. Suddenly, the sky shifted, and countless sand particles danced in the air amidst a fierce howling wind. The sudden change caused both sides to pause, and they all looked forward. Amidst the yellow sand, numerous small black specks appeared and flew rapidly toward them, gradually growing larger as the distance closed. Dong Huanshu murmured, "What is that?" "Dong Huanshu, get out of the way." He heard his teammates' urgent shouts. Before he could react, a massive black shadow charged directly toward him. He then felt a strong sense of dizziness, accompanied by a continuous thud, like a heavy object falling to the ground. Chapter 69. It hurts. Hiss. What is this place? Oasis? Oh my god, it's an oasis. Bibikin shook his head, trying to clear his head. Eyes darting on the screen, he caught sight of the vibrant scene outside, and a surge of joy filled his heart. It's an oasis. Such effortless access. Can you please get off me first? A familiar voice suddenly rang out from beneath him. His heart tightened, and then the mech he was pinned to flip over and flung him away. Bibikin quickly adjusted his stance and took a closer look at the mech map. The logos of the 1st Military Academy and the Mech Assault Academy were glaringly bright. This is bad news. Bibikin quickly distanced himself from them. The other students at Kebro also quickly stood up and retreated in unison, gathering closely together and warily observing the people from the other military academies. All three factions eyed each other warily, a three-way standoff etched in a stalemate. Dong Huanshu stood up, looked at the instigator, and said unhappily, "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's from the Kebro Military Academy." He snorted coldly, turning his gaze towards the Mecha Assault Academy. How about we team up and eliminate them? That's a good idea. Beth, standing not far away, glanced in the direction of the Kebro Military Academy team and continued slowly, I think about it. The hearts of the Kebro people instantly sank to their knees. Beacon's mind raced, searching for an escape route. The First Military Academy and the Mecha Assault Academy were not to be underestimated. They were far superior to the Technological Military Academy. They were incredibly tough and formidable. If they truly joined forces, they would have virtually no chance of success. Escape became their only option, and every last one who could escape was a winner. As Pei Qingyu said, as long as the mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Thinking of this, he also looked towards the Mecha Assault Academy and said, instead of joining forces with them, why not join forces with us, don't you think, Bet? A glint flickered in Bet's eyes. Oh, isn't that Beacon? What a coincidence. Since they were acquaintances, wouldn't he have to play the emotional card? Beacon immediately laughed, hey, isn't it a coincidence? After all, we've eaten the long-eared beast together. How about joining forces with us to eliminate the people from the First Military Academy first? Bet said without hesitation, okay. Okay. Bet was stunned at first, then reacted and gave him an appreciative look. Brother, you have good vision. Of course. Bet continued, there's a healer in their team. You guys from Kebro will hold the others back while we take out the healer. The Kebro people. Speechless, their peripheral vision flickered in Pei Qingyu's direction. They also have a healer on their team, so they need to keep it well hidden. A team with a healer is like an indestructible cockroach, incredibly formidable, and turning the tide against the odds is commonplace. Therefore, healers often receive special treatment on the battlefield. Pei Qingyu clearly understood this, having remained silent from beginning to end, striving to play the role of a minor figure, minimizing his presence. Beacon rolled his eyes speechlessly, and said with disdain, I think the healer is more suitable for us, Kerbro. As for the mech-to-mech battles, we leave it to the professionals at your Mech Assault Academy. Beth heard this with a rather dejected tone. We're truly unable to do what we want. Our mech sustained significant damage during the recent clash with the First Military Academy, and many of its functions have been disabled. Now we can only rely on the students from Kerbro to help. That's easy. We happen to have a mech repair technician on our team. His skills are superb, and he's quick. We guarantee your satisfaction. Beacon waved his hand generously and pushed the mech out, explaining that it was severely damaged and where it was, so why hadn't he seen it? Bet, everyone at the First Military Academy. Isn't it appropriate for you to discuss this right in front of us? Do you really think our First Military Academy members don't exist? Dong Huanshu said angrily, you're dreaming. We're all 1,000-year-old foxes. Why are you pretending? I think we should just go it alone, Bet. Bet smiled and said, if you ask me, of course we team up and take down your First Military Academy first. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately led the members of the Mecha Assault Academy in a charge towards the First Military Academy. As fast as lightning, seeing this, Beacon responded swiftly, firing shells towards the First Military Academy like they were free. According to their previous plan, the members of the Mecha Assault Academy quickly located and locked onto the First Military Academy's healer. This held the others back, and the rest fell to the Kerbro Military Academy's forces. The Mecha Assault Academy's men easily crossed the battle zone and quickly approached the healer's position. While forcing the mecha in front of him to retreat, Beacon also took the opportunity to constantly observe the movements of the Mecha Assault Academy and the First Military Academy, staying vigilant at all times. How could he put it? It was unusual to get so close to the healer so easily. If he hadn't let him down, his name would have been written backwards. Seeing this, he immediately sent a message to the mech chat. Everyone, stay together. Stay alert. Pay attention to your energy and mental energy consumption. In life, you have to learn to take it easy. Being too honest will lead to being betrayed. His heart was pounding, a faint sense of unease. As if confirming his premonition, a beam of blue light suddenly struck him from behind. Be careful. Pei Qingyu immediately swung his star chain to pull it away, but the energy beam still grazed it, leaving a mark on the mech and a crackling sound. Xiao Sun and Anayan quickly turned around and rushed towards the instigator, eliminating it in a few moves. Pei Qingyu immediately used the star chain to pull Beacon towards him, but the energy beam still grazed the mech, making a crackling sound. Xiao Sun and Nian quickly changed direction, charging directly at the attacker. With just a few moves, they eliminated him. Xiao Sun gritted his teeth. Bet, you. No wonder he agreed so readily just now. It turned out he was waiting here. Oh no, we've been caught. Bet felt no guilt at all for backstabbing his ally. In fact, He felt strangely pleased at the moment, a sort of revenge for the preliminaries, when Lin Xiu and his team had tricked him. He hadn't intended to join forces from the beginning, agreeing was merely a temporary solution. What if Lin Xiu was on the team? From what he had just observed, it was clear that Lin Xiu wasn't there. That would be great. Since they'd been caught, there was no need to pretend any longer. He exchanged a knowing glance with Dong Huanshu, and the two major military academies immediately coordinated their attack, turning their unified target towards the Kebro Military Academy and launching a collective attack. The situation was dire, and Bibikin made a snap decision: retreat at 1 o'clock. He knew Bet couldn't be trusted, but fortunately, he hadn't trusted him at all, and had been cautious. The enemy was outnumbered, and with the combined strength of the two major military academies, their limited numbers were no match for them. It was best to run. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed his teammates had already fled dozens of meters away. Bibikin, That was quite speechless. Don't you understand the importance of protecting and commanding when two armies engage in battle? Although he internally resented them, it didn't slow him down in the slightest. In fact, his decision was a wise one. When the men from the other two military academies saw them retreat and were about to pursue, they suddenly stopped, turning and staring at each other in unison. A sudden silence fell, and the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Linga couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you chasing? If you don't chase them now, they all run away." Bet didn't answer, but glanced at the men from the first military academy. The two sides locked eyes, and the air froze for a moment. Dong Huanshu, watching the Kebro people disappear from his sight, couldn't help but ask, "You just let them get away?" Ling Xiu scoffed, "If you don't want them to escape, then go after them. If they chased them, wouldn't the oasis be handed over for nothing?" He wasn't a fool. How could that be possible? Clearly, the people from the first military academy were thinking the same thing. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If they want to chase, let them chase. Both sides were operating with this careful strategy, and it actually allowed the Kebro Military Academy's people to escape. Bibikin wasn't surprised by this outcome. He had accurately grasped the mentality of both teams. After the figures disappeared, the atmosphere in the oasis became tense again. The members of the First Military Academy and the Mecha Assault Academy resumed their standoff, and sparks flew in the air. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The people from the Kebro Military Academy, who should have escaped, fled to a safe area but sneaked back. Chapter 70. At the edge of the small oasis, a group hid behind the sand dunes, vigilantly monitoring the battle for a stronghold between two large military academies not far away. Thankfully, the optical map only displayed the coordinates of members of the same academy, in addition to the locations of strongholds. Otherwise, they would have been discovered as soon as they approached the oasis. Does this count as walking into a trap? Xiaosun couldn't help but ask, chewing a piece of dry grass. No, we're like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You know? Bibikin glanced at him, his eyes suddenly drawn to the string of beads he held in his hand. What's that in your hand? I don't know. Xiaosun looked at the beads and explained, this thing was stuck in the joint of my mech's right leg. Geely helped me remove it, and I thought it looked pretty, so I started wearing it. You dare to carry it without knowing what it is? Bibikin's eyelids twitched, and he immediately used the optical map to scan it. The scan turned up nothing, and a sense of foreboding washed over him once again. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over, exclaiming, "Wow! Wing crawler! Why are these things following us? Didn't the previous sandstorm sweep them away? Why do they feel like they're flying in our direction?" Everyone was startled at these words, and upon closer inspection, they saw it was indeed there. Looking at the wing crawler so close, Bibikin no longer cared about exposing himself and immediately said, "Get in the mecha." The crawler was incredibly fast, blocking their path in an instant. Seeing no escape, the Kerbros decided to fight. For a moment, artillery fire erupted from all sides, and yellow sand flew into the air. Why are they only chasing me? Xiaosun piloted his mech through the boulders, attempting to evade the crawlers behind him with a dashing maneuver. I want to know why he's only chasing you. Quachi was struck by the crawlers and fell to the ground. He quickly rolled to avoid the oncoming hail of bullets. Then he gathered with his classmates, back to back, closely watching the increasing number of crawlers around them. My mech is running out of energy. Me too. My mech is about to fall apart. Quachi was on the verge of tears. This mech, cobbled together from scrap metal, had limited durability to begin with. It was a blessing from heaven that it had managed to survive the intense battle until now. Geely swallowed. What should we do now? Even if he could repair the mech, there was no chance he'd be free to do so in this situation. I just hope BB can and the others can come to their aid after they've dealt with the wing crawlers over there, otherwise they'd be dead. Crushing the golden badge myself is not a pleasant experience. Quan Chi, watching the mech about to disintegrate, steeled himself and said, "You guys cover me." Okay. The group immediately changed formation, surrounding Quan Chi. Though they didn't understand what he was going to do, they trusted their teammates and it would be alright. Faced with another swarm of wing crawlers, they quickly activated their mech's defense mode, their sturdy armor holding up against the wing crawler attacks. The wing crawler's sharp mandibles scraped against the mech, sending sparks flying. Some even bit off chunks of metal. The defensive layer before them was easily breached. At this critical moment, a holy light suddenly shone among them. Quan Chi immediately soared into the sky, wings spread wide, and countless feather arrows rained down, swiftly clearing out the surrounding wing crawlers. This unexpected move caused the nearby wing crawlers to hesitate briefly, and Xiao Sun and the others seized the opportunity to annihilate them all. Among the swarm, one, twice the size of the others, plummeted to the ground. Its fiery form and gently swaying antennae were particularly eye-catching, its emerald green eyes darting around, as if searching for a target. Suddenly, it spread its wings behind it, and charged towards Xiao Sun without hesitation. Even as the barrage of feather arrows pierced its body, causing it to ooze dark brown fluid, it seemed completely unfazed, and continued its charge forward. Quan Chi yelled, "Xiao Sun, be careful!" But it was too late. Xiao Sun was violently sent flying. The female winged shrew's barbed claws, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, easily pierced the mech and ripped it to shreds. Xiao Sun was effortlessly snatched from the cockpit. The sharp claws clamped tightly around his neck, and Xiao Sun instantly lost all strength, unable to utter a single word. His face flushed crimson from lack of oxygen, his condition extremely critical. Seeing this, the others immediately rushed their mechs towards the female winged shrew. But before they could get close, a flash of cold light emanated, and they were blown away by the female's wings. This instantly brought a heavy feeling to everyone's heart. Despite this, they had no time to dwell on it. They hurriedly stabilized their mechs and fended off the attacks from the other winged shrews. Xiao Sun was now suffering from a severe lack of oxygen to his brain, his throat practically smoking, and he even rolled his eyes. His vision gradually blurred, and a bright figure flashed through his mind. If only Lin Xiu were here, he thought. Wait, Lin Xiu. He strained his eyes open, a smile suddenly breaking through his lips, leaving the winged worm somewhat bewildered. Just as its mandibles were about to bite Xiao Sun's neck, its vision was suddenly obscured by something pressing against its head. Winged worm? ? What's that? With a loud bang, the deafening explosion echoed. Xiao Sun was blown away by the shockwave, his body arcing through the air. Seeing he was about to fall, he quickly transformed into his animal form to mitigate the impact of the landing and the aftermath of the explosion. Thanks to Lin Xiu for the talisman. He asked her for a few more when he gets back. This thing is incredible. Almost the moment he landed, a black and white figure shot off into the distance. At that moment, his mind was filled with only one word: run. When Pei Qingyu and his men arrived, they saw a battered and bloody giant panda scurrying across the sky, closely followed by a swarm of winged slugs. Xiao Sun, get it! Pei Qingyu chased after him in his mecha, throwing starlinks and several healing orbs at him. Xiao Sun held onto the starlinks tightly, and Pei Qingyu quickly switched his fighter to combat mode, revving it to full power. A blue tail flame traced a long trail across the sky, accelerating to maximum speed. Xiao Sun finally caught his breath, completely mad. What the hell is this thing doing? Why is it chasing me? He had finally realized that these winged crayfish were targeting him. Hearing this, Pei Qingyu suddenly looked at the white beads around his neck. Throw that thing away. Huh? Xiao Sun was stunned for a second, then reacted and ripped the beads off his neck. Just as he was about to throw them away, he suddenly looked toward the oasis not far away. Oh Pei, I just had an idea. What? Xiao Sun chuckled, his smile utterly lewd as he gazed toward the oasis. So, the men from the 1st Military Academy and the Mecha Assault Academy, who were engaged in a fierce battle not far away, had tacitly stopped fighting again at the sound of the explosion, keeping a close eye on the situation. Suddenly, men from the Kebro Military Academy emerged from the woods, their leading mecha carrying a black and white ball on a Starlink. At first, believing they were launching a surprise attack, everyone was ready to fight at any moment. However, to their surprise, the members of the Kebro Military Academy paid them no attention. Instead, they flew their mechs directly overhead. An object fell from the sky and, by some strange coincidence, landed directly on Henry's mech. What is that? The men from the 2 military academies looked bewildered. After all, they were elves. Linga immediately sensed something was amiss and shouted, "It's Zerg! Run! Run!" Henri watched the Mech Assault Academy's humiliated escape, his face filled with disdain. The word escape doesn't exist in my vocabulary, and neither does anyone from the 1st Military Academy. Right. Everyone present at the 1st Military Academy quickly drew their weapons, formed battle formations, and prepared for battle. If the Zerg approached, they would immediately kill them. Especially when they discovered they were wing crawlers, they showed no fear. Because the first virtual training class for freshmen was all about killing wing crawlers, for them, it was practical combat, practically in line with their professional expertise. So, when they saw the other 2 teams fleeing, the 1st Military Academy's students looked down on them. But they regretted their actions the next moment. This is too many. Did the Kerberos men disturb the wing crawler nest? There was no way they could kill them all. At first, they had the upper hand, but as the battle dragged on, their mental strength, energy, and other aspects began to run out of steam. With their lives threatened, the 1st Military Academy's students were forced to crush the golden badges on their chests, and automatically eliminate themselves to avoid further losses. Even so, some students were still seriously injured. Thankfully, the healers and medical staff outside the competition venue were already prepared and waiting for them. Once the injured students emerged, they were rushed to the healing chamber for treatment. Henri saw the disappointment on his leader's face the moment the healing chamber closed, and his heart skipped a beat. His lips moved, and he tried to say something, but then his vision went dark, and he fainted unwillingly. Amidst the yellow sand, the female winged crayfish struggled to rise from the ground. Its wings trembled slightly, and the 2 antennae on its head swayed back and forth, as if searching for something. Suddenly, its gaze was drawn to a glittering string of beads near a piece of mecha debris not far away. Chapter 71. After discarding the white beads, the number of wing crawlers chasing them decreased considerably. With the assistance of the healer Lin Xiu, the Kebro Military Academy team launched a counterattack. After successfully eliminating the last wing crawler, everyone found a relatively secluded and elevated spot to rest, finally able to catch their breath. Who? Cieli collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, letting the sand swirl into his mouth and nose. He felt like he had survived a catastrophe, a life lost. Finally, I can breathe. If the team hadn't had a healer to provide timely treatment and maintain their mental strength, they would have collapsed long ago. Pei Qingyi walked over to Qiaosun, gently patted his shoulder, and sat down. He said earnestly, "Next time you encounter items of unknown origin, never pick them up carelessly." Got it. Qiaosun collapsed on the ground, letting Pei Qingyi heal him. He felt a surge of regret. He hadn't expected that the beads had truly caused the accident. What the hell is that thing? How could it have kept a winged crayfish chasing it for so long? I don't know. Someone in the group suddenly blurted out, "It can't be insect eggs, can it?" As soon as this was said, everyone turned to look at the student. What's wrong? Why were they all staring at him? Could this really be insect eggs? Qiaosun immediately sat up from the ground, his eyes wide. If it were insect eggs, then that would be fucking terrible. The thought of him carrying insect eggs around before, even hanging them around his neck, made him nauseous, and he kept rubbing his arms. Seeing no one answer, he added, "No, it can't be. It doesn't look like insect eggs, does it?" And that thing was exactly like a bead. How could insect eggs be so beautiful? Even if they're not insect eggs, they could be something very attractive to the Zerg. Bibikin was silent for a few seconds, remembering the previous scam results, which hadn't yielded anything. They weren't sure what it was yet, but the leaders watching the tournament were incredibly familiar with it, and were whispering among themselves. Didn't Lulu's star undergo a thorough inspection after the preliminary round? How could this thing still be there? The 1st Military Academy's principal demanded with a stern face. And what about those advanced wing crawlers? Who brought them in? He was already upset about Dong Huanshu and the others' elimination, and now he finally had a place to vent his anger. Didn't your 1st Military Academy get these wing crawlers from the border? 1st Legion Commander Ba Gu was speechless upon hearing this. The Zerg released in the semifinals had indeed been entirely managed by members of the 1st Legion. He moved his lips slightly, exchanged a glance with the 1st Military Academy's principal, snorted coldly, and returned his gaze to the arena. Everyone was already accustomed to his indifferent reaction. A few minutes later, a neatly dressed aide trotted over to committee, a member of the Central Committee, and leaned over to whisper something in his ear. The other leaders took it in silently. Who among them wasn't a shrewd person? Experienced in the world, though committee didn't speak, one could more or less deduce some information from their subtle facial expressions. After a while, the aide led a few people out, and everyone turned their gaze, expressionless, to the giant screen ahead. We've rested enough. Get up, get organized, and get ready to go. Bebekin stood at the front of the group, clapping his hands to attract everyone's attention. Go! Where to? To fight our way back, of course. Bebekin stood up, brushing off the sand. He explained, You heard the elimination announcement? Dong Huanshu and his team seemed to have been completely wiped out. Just now, when we were running, I saw the Mecha Assault Academy right behind us. That means there's no one guarding that little oasis. So, I'm going to go back and check. If it's deserted, we can use it as a base. After all, it's a prime location. The surrounding sand dunes and scattered large rocks form a natural defense point, perfect as a first line of defense. In that case, let's go! Xiaosun immediately stood up. What if we're too late and someone gets there first? Don't forget the Mecha Assault Academy. If we can think of anything, they can too. So, everyone quickly gathered their equipment and quietly returned. They advanced with extreme caution, fearing another encounter with a winged crawler or another military academy. Meanwhile, under Linga's command, the Mecha Assault Academy members quietly approached the small oasis. The two teams clearly shared the same goal. Now the competition was to see who could reach the oasis faster. There's another group not far from us, Linga said, gently twitching his long ears. And they've likely noticed us too. That must be the Kebro Military Academy team. They have an elf in their ranks too. Bet barely needed a second to determine the identity of his opponent. So what do we do now? Should we go? Go! Of course we must. We were the first to discover this little oasis. If it weren't for the First Military Academy's interference, it would have long belonged to our Mecha Assault Academy. The thought of the First Military Academy's troops filled Bet with indignation. Catching a glimpse of orange beneath his feet, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a deep sense of confidence. Even if we run into Bebekin and his team, I'm not afraid. They hold a secret weapon in their hands. Even if the people from the Kebro Military Academy want to seize it, they have to think twice. If a real fight breaks out, the outcome is still uncertain. The Kebro Military Academy's men haven't yet realized that the Mecha Assault Academy's men have gained a significant boost thanks to Bet's miraculous physique, instantly boosting their overall combat effectiveness. They now have only one goal: to reach the small oasis as quickly as possible. Bet and his men could predict that the other team was the Kebro Military Academy team led by Bebekin, and similarly, the latter team could predict that their opponent was the Mecha Assault Academy team. After all, both sides have elves providing intelligence. The competition now hinges on who can reach the small oasis first. It's truly a race of speed. At the edge of the small oasis, the familiar sand dunes remain. Hua Qi is communicating with the plants within. Meanwhile, the other team members, alert to their surroundings, nervously watch his movements. Finally, Hua Qi's answer, No. That's great. Let's get going. Xiaosun clapped his hands. The Zerg may have left, but we still have a small tail following us. As he finished speaking, the Mecha Assault Academy team, as if to cooperate with him, rose from behind the sand dunes on the other side. Hi! Linga smiled and waved at them, his eyes fixed on Hua Qi, a fellow elf. Let's go! Bebekin's heart tightened, and he immediately gave the order, heading straight for the oasis. Seeing this, the Mecha Assault Academy team also rushed towards the oasis. Some even intercepted part of the Kebro Military Academy team, and the two teams engaged in a clash. Wait, something's wrong. Why are there only so many people in the Mecha Assault Academy? Compared to the previous number, it was half, which didn't match the information Hua Qi had given. Look ahead. Bebekin didn't have time to think about it, but Nian's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and exclaimed. Several orange figures had already reached the edge of the small oasis. The smart lenses zoomed in, and the Kebro Military Academy team immediately recognized Beth, riding on the orange figure. Perhaps sensing their gazes, Beth deliberately gave them a provocative yet gesture with a playful smile, displaying extreme arrogance. Everyone at the Kebro Military Academy. We can't let him in first. Pei Qingyu glanced back at Lin Xiu and the others following closely behind him, then pulled out his large colander again. Bebekin glanced back at the sound and saw a large colander hurtling toward him. Then, feeling his body become lighter, he carved a graceful arc through the air, flying towards the small oasis. The wind carried Pei Qingyu's words. It's up to you. To establish a stronghold, One must place stronghold equipment in the designated area and activate the stronghold icon representing their respective academies. Only then can the area be considered successfully occupied, so the key now is to see who can complete the occupation faster, BBkin or Bet. Pei Qingyu's move, like a golf swing, overtook him, sending BBkin flying into the small oasis. Concerned that he would be unable to defeat Bet and his team alone, he then used force to send Xiao Sun and Nian in for reinforcement. Bang, bang, bang. The sound rang out continuously. Instantly, everyone on the field was startled, momentarily forgetting the confrontation, and all turned to look at the large colander held in Pei Qingyu's mech. Ling Xiu was silent for a few seconds, then his gaze shifted from the colander to Pei Qingyu, giving him a thumbs up. "You're still ruthless." Pei Qingyu replied, "A man without ruthlessness is unstable." After seizing the other's moment of distraction, he sprinted at full speed, heading straight for the center of the oasis. Ling Xiu quickly followed him the moment he rushed out, close behind. If only Pei Qingyu hadn't timed his slapping man perfectly, the falling BB-can and the others would have landed squarely on the base device Bet was about to deploy. Bet had only needed to place the Mecha Assault Academy emblem on it to successfully activate the base. But something unexpected had happened, and it infuriated him. "Hey, isn't that Bet? A new love again? You scumbag. Does the long-eared Beast King know you've been cheating on him?" Xiao Sun stood up and glanced at the star beast he rode, his expression nearly cracking. Suddenly, this scene struck him as familiar. He was truly jealous of Bet's physique, which attracted star beasts. "Just shut up." Bet couldn't help but roll his eyes. He patted the Milu star beast beneath him and feigned tears. "My dear, how dare he slander me? Show them some lessons." As the cry began, the Milu star beast's fur immediately fluffed up, its sharp, pointed claws exposed, and it attacked BB-can and the others. Xiao Sun saw this and quickly dodged. BB-can's voice rang out at this moment. "Xiao Sun, can Yin hold them off?" He then pulled out a set of stronghold equipment from the space hub. Nian looked at Bet and the others, his expression solemn, and his head nodded slightly in response. Okay. Even if it was 2 against a group, the number disparity was huge, and although the situation wasn't optimistic, how could he know without trying? He had to do it anyway, just 2 people wanted to stop them. Bet felt like he had heard a funny joke. He pointed at the device across from him, and said to the remaining Milu star beasts, "Destroy their base equipment." Bet suddenly felt that his special ability to attract star beasts was truly remarkable. He could always have free labor and thugs wherever he went. Ah! This damn charm, it was so soothing. Chapter 72. Due to the interference of the Milu star beasts, the beacon's activation of the base's equipment was extremely difficult. Their personnel were entangled, leaving them with no chance of reaching the equipment, and the pressure was exacerbated. Seeing the equipment about to be destroyed, Xiao Sun steeled himself. He pulled out a rectangular piece of yellow paper, and quickly placed it on the forehead of a Milu star beast. After quickly distancing himself, he manipulated the mecha, clenching his fist and pressing it against his cheek. As his body twisted, he shamefacedly chanted the spell Lin Xiu had given him. Shimi. 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 His sudden action drew the attention of others, even those watching the live broadcast of the Military Academy League on StarNet. BB-can covered his face with his hand in shame. What the hell was he doing? Even those watching the live broadcast of the Military Academy League on StarNet were completely stunned by the scene. Puff! Ha ha ha! Beth laughed unrestrainedly at the sight. But the next moment, his smile froze. Boom! With a loud bang, the sky suddenly darkened. Dense dark clouds overhead obscured the sunlight. Lightning, indiscriminately striking friend and foe, struck everyone except him to their knees. The mecha crackled with rising black smoke. The Milu star beast was reduced to charcoal. His sharp teeth were strikingly white, comically trembling, like someone with Parkinson's disease. BB-can and Yen's eyes widened at the sight. 6. They stared at each other. He can do that? I don't know. Xiao Sun, you... Black smoke billowed from Beth's mouth as he spoke. Sorry. This is my first time, so I don't have much experience. Xiao Sun chuckled. Isn't that inexperienced? They attacked indiscriminately, not even sparing their own people. Taking advantage of everyone's restraints and immobility, he quickly reached the device and, under Beth's watchful eye, placed the emblem representing the Kerbro Military Academy on it, successfully activating the base. Looking at the base marker on the light map, he smiled with satisfaction, not forgetting to taunt the other members of the Mecha Assault Academy. So what if I have the Star Beast's help? They're still watching me activate the base. Bet rolled his eyes speechlessly. It hurts. He wanted to beat him up and avenge his previous humiliation, but his entire body was numb and weak, unable to move at all. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "How did you do it?" He wasn't the only one curious. Everyone present, even the netizens watching the live stream, wanted to know how he did it. Is it a natural skill? I've never heard of a Z Iron Beast summoning lightning out of thin air. Nian, the only one present who knew the inside story, pursed his lips slightly, feeling envious. If he had known back then, he would have. You're just too ignorant. Xiaosun waved his hand proudly. It's just a little trick, nothing to mention. Ever since seeing Lin Xiu unleash lightning on Highway Star, he'd been completely stunned. For a long time, he dreamed of himself summoning mighty lightning. After waking up, he resorted to every possible means, sparing no effort to pester Lin Xiu to teach him how to summon lightning. They say a strong woman fears a clinging man, and finally, driven to tears, Lin Xiu finally taught him. He'd been inexperienced the previous time he split the wing crawlers, and had exploded immediately. He expected the same thing to happen this time, and he'd been prepared to transform back into his beast form at any moment. After all, his beast form was thick and tough, making it incredibly durable. To his surprise, it actually worked this time. What a pleasant surprise. Hee, as expected of this young master, he learns things quickly. That's just awesome. If Lin Xiu were present, she'd definitely explain to him that the so-called talisman paper was actually useless. It was just a piece of pristine yellow paper, not even a talisman on it. They say poor students have a lot of stationery, but this yellow paper was simply a pretense for Xiaosun. The real power came from the rune seal she left on Xiaosun's palm. When he recited the specific incantation, the seal would activate, achieving the desired effect. However, this seal had a limited number of uses. With repeated uses, the color of the rune seal in his palm would gradually fade and eventually disappear. Seeing him so smug, Bet and the others were almost gnashing their teeth. You're so cruel. I just love it when you want to kill me but can't. Xiaosun handsomely tossed his non-existent bangs. Don't be so harsh. You're not the commander-in-chief. What's the point of taking over the oasis? Bet blurted out, what do you care? Who would complain about having too few strongholds? The battle for strongholds in this semi-final was crucial. The more we could capture, the better. Xiaosun immediately felt the urge to tease him, chuckling, if you talk nicely, I might even let you go, because we had supper together. Are you dreaming? Bet rolled his eyes. He looked up at him, and immediately put on an ingratiating smile. Brother, I was wrong. The change in expression was so swift that even the people at the Mecha Assault Academy were stunned for a moment. Oh ho ho! Xiaosun burst into a Barba-like laugh upon seeing this. Betty's face flushed instantly. Fortunately, the people outside the cockpit couldn't see his expression, otherwise he really wished he could find a hole to crawl into. If a few smiles and a few calls of brother could get Xiaosun to let him go, Bet would be willing to do it no matter how many times he was asked to. Face, can you even eat that? Finally, Xiaosun had had enough and unceremoniously eliminated Bet and his group, taking over their legacy. A string of charred Milu star beasts and their mechas. Instantly rich, huh? The elimination announcements for Bet's team continued to blare. Ling Jia, still grappling with Pei Qingyu and the others, feinted a move and turned to run. What a joke. All their teammates were eliminated, and they were the only ones with a dozen or so men left. Aren't they going to run and wait for the next meal? The elimination announcements for Bet's team continued to blare. Ling Jia, still grappling with Pei Qingyu and the others at the edge of the small oasis, saw the situation was getting worse. He feinted a move and turned to run. What a joke. Most of their teammates were eliminated, and they were the only ones left. Aren't they going to run and wait for the next meal? The moment the stronghold icon lit up, every military academy team in Area A saw it. The Kebro Military Academy team, in particular, was instantly excited. The moment the stronghold icon lit up, every military academy team in Area A saw it, and the other military academies that had already occupied the stronghold immediately began to discuss strategy. It's well known that the Kebro Military Academy possesses an SSS-level healer. If they successfully reunite, the battle for the stronghold will be extremely difficult for other teams, making it a very difficult situation. While some teams are worried, others are happy, such as the scattered Kebro Military Academy teams. Let's go to the stronghold. Zinawai excitedly stood up and led the others towards the stronghold. For this stronghold battle, the Kebro Military Academy had implemented a blocking point strategy: defend first, then attack. First, gather forces, then wait until the halfway point of the match, and then, based on the actual situation, capture the strongholds of other military academies. Just ensure they maintain a lead in the number of strongholds by the end of the match. The purpose of this strategy is to allow the other military academy teams to wear down their strength for a while, allowing the Kerbro Military Academy to gain an advantage in the later stages and reap greater benefits. Although Znawi didn't know what a checkpoint meant, it was always right to listen to Chief Lin. She looked at the stronghold icon on the map and murmured, "I wonder if Chief Lin is even at the stronghold." At this moment, in a cave south of Area A, Lin Xiu's nose started to itch again, and she was about to sneeze. She quickly buried her head in her arms, closed her mouth, and forcibly suppressed the sneeze. Huff! Lin Xiu stared intently at the people nearby, and couldn't help but let out a breath. She was almost discovered, but luckily she held it in. Looking at the rune seal flickering on her palm, she pursed her lips. It must be that bastard Xiao Sun who was talking behind her back. After a flash of disdain, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. She didn't know what had happened to him, that he actually used the lightning spell. The aroma of barbecue wafted over, and Lin Xiu couldn't help swallowing. She glanced resentfully at the group sitting in front of her, discussing countermeasures. Among them was a familiar face, Mu Jieyue. From the way they interacted and their expressions during conversation, she was certain she had encountered the Biological Research Academy team. The people from the Kerbro Military Academy have lit up their base. Yes, I see. Are we going over now? No, wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Wait for what? Why didn't they continue? Lin Xiu, listening from behind, felt incredibly uncomfortable. Why were they only talking halfway through? She had wanted to hear their purpose, but this was all they ended up with. She was listening in vain. By now, most military academies had already lit up their bases, but why were the people from the Biological Research Academy so unfazed, even in the mood to eat roasted star beasts? Comparison is so frustrating. She wanted to eat it too. I can't see it, I can't see it. As long as she couldn't see it, she didn't want to eat it. She glanced around, trying to distract herself, when she was suddenly drawn to the lush greenery lining the stone wall. The greenery here is so beautiful, so lush and verdant. Even if there were plants in the desert, they shouldn't be growing so lushly. She suddenly felt that something was amiss with this place. The air around her was unusually thin, even a little cold. She felt this the moment she fell into the place. And why were people from the Biological Research Institute here? She come in unexpectedly. Where were the people from the Biological Research Institute? How had they gotten in? Lin Xiu was filled with questions. She wanted to see where this place was. She opened the light table to check the map, but found it wouldn't open. The signal here is blocked. Her expression suddenly grew solemn, a bad feeling welling up in her. Before she could even think, her eyelids began to droop, and her vision blurred. Just as she was about to drift off, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw that everyone from the Biological Research Institute, except Mu Jieyue, had collapsed to the ground, clutching uneaten star beast meat. Lin Xiu immediately grasped the key. There's something wrong with the meat. No! It's the smell of meat. What was he planning? After a while, Mu Jieyue stood up and casually walked around a few times, as if checking for anyone else and whether everyone from the Biological Research Institute was unconscious. After confirming this, he took out a palm-sized ball and scanned the area, as if searching for something. Soon, he locked onto a direction and headed inside. This place was more like a rocky canyon than a cave. Looking up, one could see the blazing sun overhead, devoid of the usual cave-like gloom. The path was dotted with towering stone pillars, their shape shaped by long wind erosion. Lin Xiu followed cautiously. The pillars were covered in lush greenery. The deeper they went, the more they felt like they were in a tropical forest. This was quite intriguing. Before the competition, she had reviewed the information on Area A. Aside from a few oases, the rest of the area was barren. Suddenly, she pressed her hand against her chest and stared ahead, a surge of intense longing welling up within her. This feeling. It was like the time she encountered the green crystal in the abyssal trench of Highway Star. As she walked deeper, Lin Xiu's breathing became increasingly rapid. A faint breath of air accidentally leaked out, and Mu Jieyue, who was standing ahead, suddenly turned around. No one was there. Perhaps I was mistaken? He stood there, his face calm, his expression unmistakable. A few seconds later, he turned and continued walking forward, as if nothing had happened. Lin Xiu hid behind a stone pillar, clutching her chest and breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had dodged quickly and applied the concealment charm. Otherwise she would have been discovered. She hadn't expected Mu Jieyue to be so perceptive. She would have to be even more careful next time. Mist gradually gathered around them. She poked her head out, preparing to continue forward, but suddenly realized that Mu Jieyue was no longer in sight. Where's she? Just then, Lin Xiu felt a chill on her back, her heart pounding, and the hairs on her body stood up. She turned and saw someone standing behind her. If not Mu Jieyue, who else could it be? Those dark eyes, sharp as an eagle's, stared directly at her. Lin Xiu's eyes widened, and she instinctively held her breath, her heart pounding. Chapter 73. Was she exposed? The thought had just surfaced when Lin Xiu immediately suppressed it. After all, while Mu Jieyue was looking at her, his gaze wasn't fixed on her. Besides, she still had great confidence in her talisman drawing skills. As expected, Mu Jieyue quickly averted her gaze. Just as she was about to move forward, Lin Xiu instantly vanished from her position with a teleportation movement, reappearing a second later beside a nearby stone pillar. When Mu Jieyue passed her and continued inside, Lin Xiu quietly breathed a sigh of relief, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. She marveled at this person's extraordinary vigilance. If she hadn't had the concealing talisman, she would have been exposed long ago. The more this seemed to her, the more it confirmed that there was something fishy about Mu Jieyue. As Mu Jieyue advanced, time seemed to blur, and before they knew it, they had entered a narrow passage. Lin Xiu's sharp eyes noticed the intricate patterns covering the stone walls beside the passage. She took a closer look. The lines seemed to form a series of murals. On the stone wall, a massive tree reached into the sky. A few simple lines around its branches skillfully created a shrouded effect of mist. A group of people in long robes knelt beneath the tree, raising offerings above their heads as if performing some kind of ritual, a scene of extraordinary mystery. Almost unconsciously, she reached toward the stone wall. For some reason, the sight of the enormous tree reminded her of the marriage tree at the Taoist temple on Qincheng Mountain. Although the scene was different, the tree evoked an inexplicable resonance and memory in her. As her gaze descended further, the tree on the rock wall was reduced to its trunk, beneath which sat a group of robed figures. Looking further down, she saw a figure resembling the high priest, robed and holding a seedling, standing on an altar. Why does this altar resemble the Bagua diagram so much? It's exactly the same Bagua diagram altar with green crystals in the abyssal trench of the highway star. Coincidence? Probably not. Lin Xiu was certain there was some connection between the two. Her gaze fixed on the small seedling held by the high priest, and a sudden thought struck her, followed by a surge of ecstasy. Perhaps this was the coordinate of the second anchor point she was searching for. Just then, the veins on the seedling on the rock wall suddenly began to glow green, and she faintly smelled a familiar floral fragrance, as if confirming and answering her suspicions. As the fragrance of flowers gradually filled the air, and the green light emanating from the seedlings on the stone wall grew brighter, the longing she had so hard to suppress surged again. At that moment, in the distant universe, the marriage tree within the Qincheng Mountain Taoist Temple in the Huanyu Xingyan Kingdom seemed to sense some mysterious connection. Overnight, countless buds sprouted from its branches. Master! Master! The marriage tree is sprouting buds. Sprouting buds? The disciple who had risen early for morning exercises rubbed his eyes upon seeing this. After confirming that he had seen correctly, he immediately dropped his bucket and hurried to the backyard. Lin Xiu, far away in the interstellar space, was unaware of this transformation of the Qincheng Mountain marriage tree. She was now terrified. She fumbled with her hands, trying to cover the green light. What if she attracted Mu Jieyue? Clearly, her concerns were exaggerated. Mu Jieyue hadn't noticed anything happening. He was completely focused on the palm-sized sapling at the center of the altar. The sapling emanated a soft green light, and just looking at it brought a warm feeling, as if the soul was cleansed and elevated. Mu Jieyue seemed a little excited and hurried forward, wanting to touch it. However, as soon as his foot touched the altar, he was repelled by an invisible force, and slammed back against the stone wall, causing it to dent. Lin Xiu, hearing the noise, happened to witness this scene. She watched as someone climbed out of the wall, attempting to touch the sapling on the altar again. Without a second thought, she struck him unconscious with a single blow, then cast a sleeping spell on him just in case. After doing this, Lin Xiu patted Mu Jieyue's cheek again. Still not waking, she was relieved. Unlike Mu Jieyue, Lin Xiu felt no sense of obstruction from the barrier. The moment his left foot touched the altar, the patterns of the Bagua pattern on it instantly shone with a brilliant golden light, pulsing and flickering. The small seedling originally located in the center of the altar seemed to be summoned, lightly flying towards Lin Xiu, then sank directly into her chest and disappeared. Without the seedling, the surrounding environment immediately became turbulent. The stone pillars began to crumble and collapse, countless huge rocks falling from the heights, rolling and scattering, sending up clouds of dust. The once vibrant green plants withered and died in an instant, leaving the scene in chaos. Lin Xiu was startled, pursed his lips, glanced at the unconscious Mu Jieyue, and single-handedly lifted her up and rushed towards the exit. At the same time, the entire A-zone, and indeed the entire Lulu planet, was shaken violently. The entire planet seemed to be shaken several times by a tremendous force, the tremors permeating every corner. Several major military academy vanguard teams lurking around the small oasis of the Kerbro Military Academy were particularly affected, being immediately exposed. Huh? We spotted a few shrews. Znive and her team happened to come face to face with the Lisp Military Academy vanguard team hiding nearby. Shrews are a common interstellar beast. They are swift and prefer to hunt day and night. They eat everything, even metal, and are one of the most hated beasts by interstellar citizens. This description perfectly describes the people from the other military academies. Seeing they had been discovered, Bowen simply gave up hiding and stepped forward. Other military academies, come out too, stopped hiding. The other military academy vanguard teams, Tai Chi, they really will thank you. Don't get involved with them. Seeing they remained unmoved and stubbornly feigned death, Bowen, adhering to the principle that if I didn't suffer, no one else would suffer, he pointed out the vanguard teams from the other military academies. What a bunch of cowards. With so many of them working together, they couldn't defeat a small team. 9 o'clock, First Military Academy. Don't hide. My sister has seen you. 12 o'clock, Federal Strategic Academy. 6 o'clock. Bowen's lips chattered as she watched the various military academy teams emerge from all directions. Snitty's composure grew unsettled. If it were just the Lisp Military Academy, she might be able to hold her own, but facing so many teams at once, what difference would it make? It was like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. 12 teams, and only half are here. They really think highly of us. She thought so, and said it out loud. Someone from the Federal Strategic Academy suddenly said, "Who told you to have a healer on your team?" An ordinary healer would be fine, but an SSS healer is hard not to be intimidated. Zenowai finally came to her senses, and quickly surveyed the teams on the field. No wonder the 7th Military Academy wasn't in sight. They probably weren't in much better shape now. After all, they also had a healer. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Our academy's healer isn't here. It doesn't matter whether he's here or not. It's a small matter. Bowen smiled but said nothing. They were originally a vanguard team, scouting the situation to determine if Pei-Yu was at the oasis. If he wasn't, that would be best. They could then mobilize their forces to capture the stronghold and set up an ambush nearby to capture any members of the Kerbro Military Academy who were rushing to join them. If Pei-Yu were in the oasis, it would be a bit of a hassle, but not a major problem. They could first join forces with the other military academies to eliminate the Kerbro Military Academy's forces. Just like now, under a flash of icy light, without giving Znivy a chance to speak or negotiate, Bowen led the Lisp Vanguard squad into a swift assault on Znivy. To avoid making too much noise and alerting the people in the small oasis, he opted for close combat. The silver mecha gleamed coldly under the blazing sun. The mecha's twin cannons fired continuously, a crisscrossing of light and shadow across the battlefield. The teams from the other military academies quickly joined in, silently joining forces with the Lisp Military Academy. The Kerbro Military Academy faced off against 6 men. The pressure was a bit intense, and the situation was quite challenging. But in just 10 minutes, they were eliminated by the combined forces of the 6 major military academies' vanguard teams. What a shame. It was just that close. Znivy left the arena unwillingly. The announcement of elimination rang out. The commotion here eventually caught the attention of Bibican and his men in the small oasis. Quachi hurried into the makeshift combat command room. Commander Bay. There are 6 teams surrounding us, each with around 20 men, including the 1st Military Academy Lips. Zenowai's team must have been eliminated by their combined efforts. Yes, I see. Bibican frowned slightly as he looked at the map before him. The enemy team had around 100 men in total, a full half as many as theirs. It looked like they were planning a joint siege. Pei-Yu, looking at the map, said, "Actually, we can take advantage of Area A's environmental conditions and a little stratagem." Bibican looked up at him. "Oh?" Pei-Yu smiled. "I wonder if you've heard of the Empty City scheme." Chapter 74. In the interstellar age, with the rapid advancement of technology and the widespread availability of advanced weaponry, as a native interstellar citizen, while they had heard of ancient strategies, like the Empty City strategy, They preferred to resolve combat problems through superior firepower. After Pei Qingyu's brief introduction, Bibican instantly opened up to a new world. Pei Qingyu pointed to several locations marked in red on the map and said, "The reason they're lurking around and holding off on approaching is simply because they don't know how many of us there are. If it weren't for the tremor just now, they probably wouldn't have been discovered." Bibican clenched his fist and continued, "So we can take advantage of this. Ideally, we can capture the rest of them in one fell swoop." Pei Qingyu nodded in agreement. "Yes. Tell me more about your empty city strategy." Bibican's mind suddenly lit up, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. He then shouted, "Quachi, let Cieli come in." "Yes." Cieli hurried in, and soon left excitedly with his team. On the sand dunes at the edge of the small oasis, Berwine turned off his smart glasses, turned around and lay on the dune, exchanging glances with the other 5 military academy teams. For a moment, the atmosphere was somewhat quiet. Finally, the first military academy broke the silence. Bjorn asked, "Still no movement?" Berwine nodded, "Yes." The Federal Strategic Academy member paused for a moment and said, "I don't think that's normal. Normally, on the map, their team members would disappear near their base. It was impossible for the Kerbro Military Academy's members to be unaware of their movements. Something's amiss. Were they planning some big move?" The First Military Academy and the Lisp Military Academy exchanged a quick glance, each recalling the experience of being outmaneuvered by the Kerbro Military Academy in the preliminary round. How embarrassing, truly humiliating. After the match, they were even reprimanded for it. But as the saying goes, every failure is a lesson learned. To avoid repeating the same mistake, they conducted in-depth research and specialized training on the Kerbro Military Academy's practices. The same thing will never happen again. There's movement. Everyone looked. They saw a group of about 10 people emerge from the edge of the oasis. They seemed to be searching for something in the woods. What are they doing? I don't know. They look like they're cooking? Are you kidding me? Everyone looked, and sure enough, they were cooking. They even had the pots and pans set up, and were even leisurely grilling meat, chatting and laughing together. Humph, they're so laid back. Anyone who didn't know would think they were camping. Henrik said this, but his eyes were fixed on the Kerbro Military Academy team, afraid to miss any details. There was something wrong with those people from the Kerbro Military Academy. Logically, shouldn't they be busy preparing for battle? Why were they eating? And it looked quite delicious. Henrik shocked. He was startled and quickly shook the abnormal thought from his mind. The vanguard teams from the other military academies had the same idea, deciding to wait and see. Why haven't they reacted yet? Cieli threw his stick aside and said to the people around him, "I guess they're worried it's a trick." That makes sense. It seems we need to spice things up a bit. Cieli nodded thoughtfully, then picked up a spatula and tapped the cauldron twice. And then, at the front of the small oasis, a group of about 20 people suddenly appeared. Due to the high temperatures in Lulu Star's A zone, the heat wave made the distant group appear shaky and difficult to focus on. Their appearance instantly caught the attention of the vanguard teams from the major military academies. "Look! There's someone at 7 o'clock too." A group of about 30 people emerged from the back of the sand dunes and quickly entered the small oasis. "There's another group to the left." Successfully, they saw 4 groups converge on the small oasis. Bo Wendy's brow furrowed so tightly that he could have pinched a fly to death. "We've been holding out here for so long. How come we didn't notice there were other teams nearby?" "How should I know? I was going to ask you." The first military academy member rolled his eyes and continued, "Also, don't look at me like that. I'm not from your Lisp military academy. What are you pretending to be? Do you really think you're so powerful?" They had only joined forces because we all shared the same goal, adhering to the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In the current situation, how could a few of them handle it? From what they had observed before, the Kerbro stronghold had at least 100 people, possibly even more. Didn't they see those Kerbro Military Academy members still leisurely barbecuing? They didn't seem nervous or anxious at all. This only proves one thing. Their stronghold has ample firepower, and they're not afraid at all. Thinking of this, Bjorn immediately sent the message back, then faintly shielding his head from the sun with his hand. "It's too hot out here. I'd be leaving now." With a wave of his hand, he led the first military academy team members quickly away from the scene. Once out of sight of the other military academy teams, they quickly hid behind the sand dunes and discreetly observed the surrounding situation. A nearby team member asked in confusion, "Why don't we cooperate with them? I don't think there are many people in the Kerbro stronghold. Our several military academy teams combined are more than enough." "Idiot, that's just what you saw. Bjornmay rolled her eyes at him and explained, if we really cooperate, we might be the ones to be eliminated. Did they really think the other teams were vegetarians? We were all enemies, and who could guarantee they wouldn't turn against us? The other military academy teams clearly understood this, and for a moment they looked at each other in silence. Well, we're leaving too. Me too. Then, they hurried away with their respective teams, looking a bit distraught, as if a monstrous force was looming behind them. The men from the Federal Intelligence Academy didn't even bother pretending. They simply sped away in their mechas. The Lisp Military Academy members, led by Bowind, fell into a brief silence, looking at each other. No, what do they mean by this? Are they afraid we turn on them? Or else? Oh my god, you're not really thinking that, are you? Bowind's silent expression gave the answer. He had indeed considered joining forces with teams from other military academies to eliminate the most threatening First Military Academy first. Unfortunately, they left before he could even implement it. So what do we do now? Let's go back. Bowind waved his hand, declaring he returned to the base camp first. However, before they had gone far, the mech he was controlling stopped in midair. Staring at the figure appearing on the screen, his lips twitched slightly. He then led the Lisp Vanguard squad to change course, finding a large, dead tree nearby suitable for rest. Seeing him suddenly stop, the other Vanguard squads glanced in his direction. They met each other's meaningful gazes. With an awkward chuckle, everyone agreed to remain silent. In reality, each was secretly mocking the other, scheming, treacherous, sixth brother. Didn't you say you were going back to the base camp? Why were you squatting somewhere else? Not far away, Bibican, lurking in the shadows, used his smart lenses to see all their positions. That's hilarious. I knew this group wouldn't retreat so easily. Let's go follow the plan. With that, Bibican led a team to stealthily approach the rear of the nearest Federal Intelligence Academy. Paging you. It's up to you. Okay. Xiao Sun, disguised, carried Paging you on his back and, backed by his 10-man team, made a pretentious start toward the small oasis. Suddenly, he pointed ahead and exclaimed in surprise, "Look! The small oasis. We're finally there." Really? It really is the small oasis. Wow, we're finally there. The others immediately chimed in, some even raising their hands to wipe away non-existent tears. Paging you, In his 10-plus years in the industry, he never seen such poor acting. Why are you wiping tears while driving a mech? It doesn't look credible at all. The noise from their side quickly attracted the attention of the Federal Intelligence Academy. Henrik, observing this, immediately and cautiously laid an ambush, quietly observing them. Is that Paging you? One of the team members asked. Henrik looked over, taking in Paging you's face clearly. Only then did he notice how badly their team was in condition. Their clothes were tattered, their mech severely damaged, missing limbs and bloodstained, as if they'd just been through a fierce battle. Some of them didn't even have mechs. Henrik glanced at the team behind him, then at Paging you and his group. Just when they thought they'd been exposed, he clenched his fist, weighed the pros and cons, and finally made up his mind. A direct buoyant missile blew Paging you and his group away, sending a cloud of dust clouding their view. Paging you was even flung dozens of meters by the aftermath, putting distance between him and Xiao Sun and the others. Great opportunity. Henrik immediately unleashed his Starlink, dragging Paging you back from the yellow sand. Ahem. Paging you coughed twice, and just as he came to his senses, he met several pairs of eyes from the Federal Intelligence Academy. Paging you. I've long heard of you. Henrik smiled. What a shame. You're going to stop here. It's your bad luck to have met me. Paging you remained unfazed, even offering a smirk. Have you ever heard a saying? What? Villains die because they talk too much. Henrik, shock! He immediately sensed something was wrong, feeling dizzy, and before he could react, he was eliminated. He didn't even know how he was eliminated. Paging you stood up and calmly brushed off the dust. Let's go next one. Using the same method, the same routine, the other teams were eliminated one by one. As he touched the corpse, Bibican couldn't help but exclaim, "This trick is so effective." Paging you used his 3-second stun skill to stun everyone around him. He then led a team to rush in and kill them in just 3 seconds. It was simply perfect. They were careless too. Overconfident, they assumed the healer wasn't very effective, and didn't eliminate him immediately, which gave Bibican and his team an opportunity. Wouldn't the other military academy teams hear such a commotion? Of course they did. They simply ignored the situation and tried to reap the benefits, only to end up getting themselves into trouble. Thankfully, the teams were hiding far away, so they couldn't see the situation clearly, allowing them to take advantage. Pei Qingyu and his team's move stunned the StarNet netizens watching the live broadcast of the StarNet Military Academy League. No, what just happened? This? Eliminated already? This is too impressive. There's no shady dealings going on. The other teams are just too weak. Chapter 75. Tisk, it's still faster to steal other people's supplies. BBkin couldn't help but sigh as he looked at everyone's brand new mechas. The equipment left behind by several teams had made them a little richer. Of course. Pei Qingyu nodded slightly, agreeing. Having painstakingly searched for supplies himself, how could stealing from others be faster? Cieli, good work. Cieli scratched his head and chuckled. It's all thanks to everyone's good coordination. He had simply taken advantage of the unique desert environment of Lulu Star's Area A to create a small gadget. The key was the sheer skill of BBkin and his team. By projecting multiple scenes in real time onto different locations, coupled with the tacit cooperation of the others, a blend of truth and falsehood, reality and illusion, a man-made mirage emerged. As several teams appeared one after another, successfully attracting the attention of the other military academy teams, BBkin seized the opportunity and led his team to a successful circumvention. With Pei Qingyu using himself as bait and the other teams working together, they successfully defeated the other teams in one fell swoop. BBkin couldn't help but sigh. Before this, I never imagined holographic projection could be used in this way. Yeah. Chiaosun nodded rapturously. I've noticed you and Asu always have so many brilliant ideas. Sometimes, I really want to crack your heads open and see what's inside. Quachi leaned in and whispered, it's hard to disagree. Pei Qingyu smiled silently at this, fiddling with the mecha in his hands. What's in your head? Of course, it's been there for about 5,000 years. On the planet universe, mirages are a rare natural wonder. However, in the interstellar world, where holographic projection technology is highly advanced and practically ubiquitous, it's become commonplace. Seeing that the supplies had been nearly cleared, BBkin gathered everyone. Cieli, how long will it take to deploy the energy panels and water supply system? 20 minutes, Cieli replied. A bit long. Although they were now in an oasis, the water in the small lake was not drinkable. Not just the oasis lake. All water resources on Lulu, other than those produced artificially, contain significant amounts of biotoxins and radioactive substances. They must be filtered and purified with specialized equipment before they can be consumed. In its early days, Lulu was a lush, vibrant planet, a highly habitable place. However, due to the impact of the Star Wars, Lulu experienced several massive explosions, transforming it into a desolate desert. BBkin paused for a moment and called out 2 mecha maintenance specialists. Let them assist you. Can we get it done in 10 minutes? Ji looked at the 2 men and nodded. Sure. This wasn't a difficult task. The only time required was setting up the equipment. BBkin nodded with satisfaction at the answer he was looking for, then called out another group. You will serve as the reconnaissance team. Act with extreme caution and concealment. If you detect anything amiss, retreat immediately. Remember, your mission is to gather information and data, not to fight. Understand? The reconnaissance team responded in unison. Understood. BBkin continued, the rest of you, split into groups of 5, 2 at a time, and take turns patrolling. If you detect any abnormality, sound the alarm immediately. Rotate every 3 hours. Maintain high vigilance, and don't let anyone exploit your weaknesses. Understood? Dismissed. At a single command, everyone followed BBkin's instructions and got to work. As fellow cadets, they had all undergone rigorous and professional training. How could they be so easily dealt with? Luckily, the advanced team from another cadet school had just arrived, and they underestimated the enemy. If the main force had arrived, they would probably have been annihilated here. Thinking of this, BBkin's eyes involuntarily turned towards the direction where Znaiwi and the others had been eliminated. Yellow sand billowed, a vast expanse of desolate ground. It was their fault for being careless. If they had been more careful and vigilant, Znaiwi and her team might not have been eliminated. However, why did Lulu Star suddenly shake? That noise just now was quite a big one. As the instigator, Lin Xiu suddenly opened her eyes and glanced around warily. The familiar, desolate yellow sand brought a sigh of relief. The stone pillars collapsed with a crashing crash. She hastily abandoned Mu Jieyue in a safe area and rushed towards the Kebro's stronghold. However, before she had taken 2 steps, a familiar feeling of weakness washed over her. The next second, her eyes went dark and she passed out. As she closed her eyes, she seemed to see a massive tornado, carrying yellow sand towards her. Having learned from her previous experience absorbing the sprouts in the abyssal trench, She found it much easier to control the energy within her body this time, not even needing Pei Qingyu's help to organize it. Lin Xiu slowly stood up and shook off the yellow sand, feeling a sharp pain all over her body. She subconsciously rubbed her limbs and re-examined her surroundings. Looking at the jagged rocks, it was no wonder her body ached unbearably. Now she understood the reason. Being hurled into this desert rock forest by a tornado was bound to hurt. Fortunately, she was wearing a nanocombat suit. If she had hit her head, she might have suffered a memory loss episode. Lin Xiu pulled up the map. As before, it didn't show her coordinates, but it did show the locations of the major military academy bases. She frowned slightly. Without a clear location, she couldn't tell which direction to head. Before she could think of a solution, footsteps suddenly sounded from behind her left. Lin Xiu's heart suddenly tightened. She instinctively sought cover and hid, holding her breath and observing cautiously. Soon, a small group of about 5 people approached. The leader, a man in a white nanocombat suit, cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Seeing nothing unusual, they approached a dead tree near the rocks ahead. The dead tree instantly came to life, sliding rapidly, revealing a screen with a cold glow on its trunk. Identity verification. Verification successful. With a cold electronic mechanical sound, the dead tree moved again, quickly moving away, and a passage suddenly appeared on the ground. What was going on? She couldn't help but widen her eyes. She watched as the men once again surveyed their surroundings, confirming they were clear, and then one after another entered. Seeing the passageway was about to close, Lin Xiu quickly drew a hiding spell on herself, becoming invisible, and followed silently. She had expected the passageway to be narrow, but unexpectedly, it held a hidden secret. After jumping down, she found herself in a spacious corridor. The silver-white hue cast a cold glow under the dim light. Even with the thermostat function of her nanocombat suit, she still felt a hint of chill. It contrasted sharply with the rolling desert and scorching heat outside. The further they went, the more familiar the environment felt, like an abandoned research base. Wait. Almost instantly, Lin Xiu remembered the last time she was abducted to the underground research facility. Could this be another underground research facility? Could there be such a place hidden on Lulu Star? Hadn't the official site survey revealed it? Her sixth sense told her something was amiss. Lin Xiu's heart sank. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings and followed behind. I can't be that unlucky, right? Her mind raced, her body following the team through several checkpoints, encountering several groups of people wearing the same equipment as them. At the last checkpoint, she was nearly spotted by the scanning beam, but thankfully, her agility allowed her to dodge. Lin Xiu patted her chest in fear and breathed a sigh of relief. What a close call. She was almost discovered. Where's the person? But in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Just as she was searching, she heard a conversation. Lin Xiu paused and followed the sound. Looking closely, it was the leader in the white nanocombat suit from earlier. He was talking to another person in a white sterile suit. What's going on? Failed. A few succeeded though. Did you bring the stuff? Yes. The man handed a tube of red liquid to the person in front of him. Are you safe? No. The researcher took the red tube, a glint of madness in his eyes, and warned, bring me some more test samples. Be careful, don't get caught. Yes. Lin Xiu, hiding in the shadows, carefully listened to their conversation, her brow furrowed slightly. Suddenly, they saw the 2 men produce a mechanical sphere. As they released it, it floated in the air, its sides spreading like a shellfish. A pair of tentacles sprouted from its tip, instantly absorbing the red liquid from the tube. Then, it circled in the air before clinging to a dark wall. Then, countless tiny tubes extended from it like vines, instantly illuminating the entire room. Lin Xiu then saw clearly that the mechanical sphere wasn't clinging to a wall at all, but to a transparent container, identical to the one she'd seen last time, perhaps even more advanced. Suddenly, her pupils narrowed, and she stared at the glass container in disbelief. She actually saw someone familiar inside. Isn't this Manla? What was going on? His entire body was immersed in green liquid, with thin tubes clinging to the transparent container. The red liquid gradually flowed through the tubes into the container, merging with the green liquid. Transparent blue screens suddenly lit up all around, countless codes flashing frantically as the liquid was pumped in. This familiar scene. Gene editing. How dare they? As the liquid continued to flow, one of them injected another black liquid. Almost instantly, the black liquid was injected, and Manla within the transparent container suddenly transformed. Frenzied, exposed, his limbs began to twist, gradually mutating. In just 3 minutes, he transformed into a monstrous alien. Isn't this the star beast they encountered before? Lin Xiu was startled. Were those star beasts transformed from humans? Just as this monster was about to break free from its restraints, the man in the white sterile suit calmly pulled a small, pale yellow flower from his pocket. The flower floated in the air, piercing directly through the container and sinking into the monster. The latter instantly became quiet, even a little docile, but his body repeatedly jumped back and forth between the monster and Manla, visibly unstable. Lin Xiu stared at the small flower. If she wasn't mistaken, wasn't this the sweet-scented osmanthus of Pei Qingyu's spirit form? How could these people have it? How did they preserve it? Chapter 76. Perhaps Lin Xiu's gaze was too direct, and Manla, in the transparent container, was acutely aware of it. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her eyelids slowly opened, her gaze fixed squarely in Lin Xiu's direction. Lin Xiu from Kebro? How could she be here? She strained to open her eyes, trying to see clearly. Blinking, there was no one there anymore. A sudden sense of emptiness filled her heart. On second thought, she must have been hallucinating. How could Lin Xiu be here? After all, her physical condition was so dire that she sometimes couldn't tell reality from illusion. Thinking of it, she closed her heavy eyelids and passed out. Manla! 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 Wake up! She seemed to hear someone calling her name in a trance. The voice was hurried, distant, and vague, yet it seemed all too real. Manla, exerting nearly all her strength, finally managed to open her eyes. Lin Xiu's face, magnified and slightly anxious, filled her with a momentary daze. Her lips moved. Lin Xiu? The voice was so soft that it would be hard to hear unless one was concentrating. Lin Xiu quickly responded, It's me, it's me. Are you okay? It was good that she could be woken, but she was afraid she wouldn't be able to. She waited until those people had left before coming out. Hearing the affirmative answer, Manla stared at her for a few seconds, her eyes finally focused, her face filled with disbelief. Why are you here? Go! They be back soon. To cut a long story short, I just heard they inject you with Agent A again in a while. You must control yourself and find the opportunity to use your body's changes to break through this container. I create a chance for you to escape from the outside. Then we escape together. It's useless. Manla shook his head. After the injection, my body is completely out of my control, not even my consciousness. I know. You just need to remember one thing. Seize the opportunity, break through the container, and run towards the exit. Lin Xiu looked at her firmly, saying word by word, trust me. Meeting her gaze, Manla finally nodded. Okay. She's in this state, so why not give it a try? There's still a glimmer of hope. No one wants to become a monster. For some reason, meeting Lin Xiu's determined, confident eyes, she subconsciously felt that if she said she could get out, then she could definitely get out. Lin Xiu asked again, Are there other people here besides you? She had just followed in, and vaguely heard the names of other military academies as she passed the patrol team. Yes. Before Manla could finish, footsteps suddenly sounded beside her. The two of them instantly became alert. Meeting Manla's worried gaze, Lin Xiu gave him a reassuring look. I understand. Don't worry. Remember what I said? As soon as she finished her words, her figure vanished into thin air. At the same time, the returning researcher walked in, carrying a white box. Behind him followed a man in blood-red clothing, strikingly dazzling. Lin Xiu, hiding in the shadows, met the man's eyes, her heart skipping a beat. Red spider? It was a red spider. She subconsciously took a step back, suddenly feeling something strange beneath her feet. Looking down, she saw the skeleton of a dead star beast. The ground was clattering with her feet, and with each clatter, Manla's heart skipped a beat. Red Spider walked to the transparent container, and suddenly stopped, when she passed where Lin Xiu had just stopped. Her sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, finally landing on Manla, who had closed her eyes and feigned unconsciousness. Her gaze was sinister. Even with her eyes closed, she could sense a chill creeping over her, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Just then, Red Spider finally averted her gaze, letting out a soft chuckle that made her heart tighten. Could this person have discovered something? Thinking of this, Mengele's eyelids fluttered slightly, opening just a fraction of a second before suddenly widening, staring in the direction of Lin Xiu's hiding place. At the same time, a cold voice rang out, piercing the silence. I've found you. Almost instantly, the words rang out, and the laboratory's attack system activated, sending several laser beams blaring towards Lin Xiu's hiding spot. With a whirring sound of electricity, Lin Xiu was caught off guard by the blue light, revealing himself and collapsing unconscious on the ground. Monra, shock. TSK, a test subject delivered to my door. Not bad, not bad. Red Spider approached calmly, circling Lin Xiu for a moment before half-crouching and grasping her chin with one hand. Upon taking in her features, she was stunned for a moment, then her eyes grew increasingly frantic. It's you. See you again, my perfect test subject. Monra, seeing this, anxiously slapped the walls of the container, making a series of noises, trying to break free. What are you trying to do? Let her go. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt this container was much easier to break than before, but cracks appeared after just a few hits. Red Spider's smile faded, her gaze darkening. She stood up and said coldly, "Someone come here." Two people suddenly walked in from outside. "Take her away, and lock her up in a solitary room." "Yes." With that, the two men lifted Lin Xiu up and carried her away. As they were about to leave, Meng La suddenly noticed the corners of Lin Xiu's mouth twitch slightly. She paused, a thought suddenly dawning on her. Red Spider, seeing her expression, couldn't help but sneer, "Don't worry, you see her soon." With that, he began fiddling with the experimental device in front of him, and data rapidly scrolled across the screen again. After a moment, a sound rang out from the loud floor, and an identical transparent container emerged from underneath, empty, as if waiting for its owner. Meng La's hair stood on end, her heart in her throat once again. The two men dragged Lin Xiu to a room and casually tossed her inside. After they left, a familiar figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Who else could this be but Lin Xiu? Luckily, she'd been clever enough to use a deception trick, allowing the Star Beast skeleton to replace her, otherwise she'd be the one locked up inside now. She recalled the room she passed, even seeing a group of people carrying two students in 7th Military Academy uniforms and locking them up inside. She arrived at the door of this room. Identity verification was required before the door could be opened. "Please state the password." A cold, mechanical, electronic voice rang out. Lin Xiu recalled the password she just heard and blurted out, "Password." A metallic sound echoed, and the door opened successfully. She instinctively let out a breath. Thankfully, she got it right, though it certainly was a bit of a password. She slipped inside, and as she turned, she was met with several pairs of eyes, all fixed on her. From unyielding determination to astonishment to excitement. Chief Lin. One of the students from the Kerbro Military Academy reacted first and quickly stood up, only to be pulled back by the star chain on his body. Lin Xiu looked at him and said, "Luo Gaogao?" It's me! It's me!" Luo Gaogao nodded vigorously. At this moment, the others also reacted and asked, "Student Lin, how did you get in? Those people outside didn't notice you, did they?" "No." That's good, that's good." Luo Gaogao frowned at the same time as he felt relieved. "Why are you here? It's dangerous here. Go out and contact Teacher Fia to come and rescue us." "Yes, yes." The group chimed in. Lin Xiu explained, "There's no signal here, and the exact location can't be found on the map." She wanted to contact the outside world. After all, something was amiss with this situation, especially after seeing Monla nearly transform into a monster. This was simply not something she could handle alone. No signal? No direction? Luo Gaogao frowned, pursing his lips. They must be using a special jammer or blocker. That's easy. Just find this thing and destroy it. That's what I thought. But how do I find it? If you can get me into the control room, I find it. A weak voice suddenly echoed from within the room. The two looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a thin figure squatting in the corner. "My name is Shueyang. I'm from the Military Academy of Science and Technology. I specialize in information. I'm quite talented. There's no system I can't access. So how do we get out now?" One of them said, tugging at the star chain on his body. "No key. The star chain is made of a special material, impenetrable by ordinary weapons." "Steal the key? No need to go to such lengths." Lin Xiu used her mental power to form a kitchen knife, and under their skeptical gazes, she cut through the star chains bound to their bodies one by one. The room fell silent for a moment, the only sound remaining as she sharpened the knife. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiu sheathed her mental knife and looked at them in confusion. "What's that expression? Why aren't they talking?" "No, it's fine." "It is cut already?" "Yeah." Lin Xiu nodded. "There's a saying, even the most skilled martial artist is afraid of a kitchen knife." As expected of Chief Lin, Luo Gaogao tore off the broken star chain from his body, and quickly stood up. "Okay, what should we do next? You and I, along with his classmate Xueyang, will go find the control room. The rest of you, go see if there are any other students, act accordingly, and then reunite here. Yes. Wait, I have a question. Go ahead. Lin Xiu signaled him with a look. The man said, the star chain is a bit tricky. We need to find the key first. After all, they weren't like Lin Xiu, who could easily cut through such a thick star chain. No, use this. Lin Xiu said, using her mental power to conjure several more kitchen knives and handed them to them. After walking a few meters away, they stared at each other, each seeing a hint of bewilderment in the other's eyes. Her mental power seemed a little different from ours. The control of their mental power was already beyond their comprehension. But as footsteps sounded, they quickly shook off distracting thoughts and hid, following the patrols and observing the nearby rooms. Let's go to the control room. Do you know where it is? Of course. Lin Xiu smiled confidently, materializing his spiritual tree. He shook off 3 leaves, swirled them around in his palm 3 times, and 1 leaf fell, pointing to the left. Let's go! Oh! The two stared at the scene in amazement. Although they didn't understand, they followed. As expected, the leaves led them to the control room. The 3 of them exchanged glances, their minds forming a plan. 3 minutes later, a 4-man patrol team appeared in the hallway. Lin Xiu deftly adjusted his white nanosuit. He reached the laboratory door. Please confirm your identity. A familiar electronic voice rang out. Scanning, identity confirmed. Please state the password. Password. Correct password. As soon as the words fell, the control room door opened. Lin Xiu took the opportunity to abandon the patrol team's tool in front of him to a corner, and led the 2 of them inside. Didn't you just leave? Why are you back again? Luo Gaogao and Xueyang paused slightly, and Lin Xiu said, the lab has discovered a military academy student who strayed into the lab. They've told us to be on high alert and pay attention. Have they caught him? Yes. The man nodded. Just when the 3 thought they had gotten away with it, he suddenly leaned in front of them, his eyes narrowed. Why haven't I seen you before? Which team are you from? The patrol team consists of 8 people, so why are there only a few of you? Where are the others? A series of questions swirled around her, leaving her no time to think. Lin Xiu explained, the others are dealing with that cadet. I see. The man nodded as he spoke, seemingly believing her, and turned away. Before Luo Gaogao and Xueyang could breathe a sigh of relief, the door behind them instantly slammed shut, even barred. The researchers' lips curled in a sneer. Capture them. Everyone instantly drew their energy weapons, and pointed them at the 3 of them. Seeing someone place their hand on the red button on the nearby console, Lin Xiu immediately performed the wind-stepping cloud step, swiftly moving through the crowd. However, in the blink of an eye, everyone was frozen in place, unable to move. Seeing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. I knew these people would be difficult to deal with, but it was a good thing I've been cautious. Xueyang, stunned, ignored everything else and hurried past them. Drawing on his experience, he quickly determined that the red button was the alarm. If Lin Xiu had been even a step slower, they would have been doomed. Go ahead. Lin Xiu gave him a look. Seeing this, Xueyang immediately stepped forward, his fingertips rapidly tapping on the screen, instantly taking over the control room's intelligence system. How long will it take? About 20 minutes. Okay. The intelligence system in this underground experimental base was incredibly sophisticated, unlike anything Xueyang had seen before. As time passed, sweat began to form on his forehead. Lin Xiu and Luo Gaogao dared not utter a word. To distract themselves, they searched the control room thoroughly, scavenging any usable weapons. Time ticked by, and finally, Xueyang's voice rang out. Found it. These 3 words were like a long, long rain after a long drought. It's a deep-seated system shield. However, I've successfully cracked its core defenses, and I disabled them now. Hearing this, the frozen researchers looked up, their gazes unflustered. There was even a hint of anticipation. Expecting what? Something was wrong. Lin Xiu hurriedly called out, Wait! But it was too late. A shrill alarm blared like thunder, echoing throughout the control room. The control room's panoramic screen offered a panoramic view of the entire underground research base. The ubiquitous red alarms and flashing lights cast a tense, threatening atmosphere. The patrol team gathered and instantly went into high alert. Chapter 77. After another failed attempt to silence the alarm, Xueyang hurriedly said, There's no solution. Once the shield is lifted, the alarm will sound. The key is that even though this thing sounded, it still didn't lift the signal shield. Careless. Hurry. Seeing the researchers temporarily held in the control room, about to resume operations, Lin Xiu quickly dragged the two of them out. Inside the laboratory, everyone, including Red Spider, was caught off guard by the sudden alarm. Monla, who had been injected with Agent A, was stunned at the sound of the alarm. Her mind was immediately shattered and consumed by another force within her body, turning her into a frenzy. Her body suddenly changed. The once delicate girl suddenly became tall and mighty, her muscles bulging, and even her face became angular. She swung her fist at the container in front of her, instantly shattering it. Seeing this, Red Spider's eyes darkened, and she shouted coldly, "Catch her!" However, facing Monra, who had transformed into a monster, she felt somewhat powerless, even a sense of powerlessness. Each of Monra's punches was like thunder, sweeping the onrushing crowd to the ground. Even the surrounding laboratory instruments were shattered and scattered by the sheer force. Even with energy weapons at their disposal, they were no match for Monra. She charged recklessly, even after being knocked to the ground by an energy bomb, bleeding profusely, and smeared with blood. She seemed insensitive to the pain, rising from the ground and staring intently at the door. She kept muttering, "Exit, exit." With a relentless fearlessness, she actually managed to break free. The noises from various directions startled the entire underground base, and patrols swarmed out, rapidly gathering. The cadets, who had been searching for their companions, had their composure shattered by the alarm, and suddenly panicked and alert. They dodged left and right, weaving through the chaotic passages to avoid detection by the patrols. While avoiding direct confrontation, they would occasionally attack smaller groups. They focused on the element of surprise, outnumbering the enemy. Soon, almost everyone had a weapon, and was fully equipped. Lin Xiu and his three companions weren't so lucky. Surrounded by patrols from all directions, they hid everywhere, finally huddled in a small, dark room, barely daring to breathe. The surroundings were pitch black, the only light coming from a few nearby laboratory instruments, emitting a faint, cold glow. "What is this?" Shui Yan was the first to break the silence, his voice filled with doubt. "Experimental subjects." Lin Xiu stood there, staring at the lab instruments before her. Her expression was slightly solemn, and her voice, deep and tinged with unease, repeated, "These are all experimental subjects." She was all too familiar with this. She had seen it before. They seemed to function similarly. Experimental subjects? Luo Gaogao glanced at her in surprise, then set his gaze on the instruments. The giant transparent vessel, soaked in a mass, was pierced by countless star chains, making it difficult to discern. As she approached, Shui Yang nearly cried out in surprise. She quickly covered her mouth, her eyes widening. With a trembling finger, she pointed at one of the instruments and whispered, this. "What's wrong?" The two, drawn to his movements, looked over. "Didn't you see the spear star beast during the preliminary rounds? Why are you so surprised?" "No. Look at its face for yourself." "Face?" Shui Yang leaned forward to take a closer look, trying to get a clearer view. Through the layers of star chains, just one glimpse was enough to frighten him so much that he immediately jumped back half a step and hugged Shui Yang. "Oh my god!" Compared to his reaction, Lin Xiu, who knew a little more about the situation, was noticeably calmer. He tugged at his arm and cautiously warned, "Keep your voice down." Hearing this, Luo Gaogao subconsciously glanced at the door. Seeing it was still closed, this time a little better, he trembled and pointed at the human face. "A human face. Yes, I see it. This person, ah no, I recognize this face." Shui Yang's trembling words caught the two men's attention again. He swallowed hard and said, "If I remember correctly, this should be Tu Fei, the previous chief of our Military Science and Technology Academy." "Huh? Are you sure?" Luo Gaogao stared in disbelief at the monster slumbering in the vessel before him. Aside from the human face, everything else had been completely mutated, completely devoid of any human appearance. It was even identical to the spear star beast they had seen before. Meeting the two men's surprised gazes, Shui Yang added, "Tu Fei's overall abilities are exceptional. Combined with the increased mental power of SS, he secured the position of chief of the previous term. It's said that his mental power is on track to break through SSS, so he's quite famous within our Military Science and Technology Academy. There are even stories about him on the Campus Star Network forum. I've seen his photo while browsing the forum, so I'm absolutely certain this is him. Logically, how come we haven't heard of such a person? It's said that something unexpected happened during that Military Academy League. To protect the others, he single-handedly lured away the Zerg and then disappeared. The Academy conducted a massive 3-day search, but only found a fragment of clothing. Therefore, it's assumed he died. At this point, Shui Yang's tone couldn't help but tinge with sadness. We didn't find his body back then, but I didn't expect to see it here today. It was just that the manner of their meeting was a little hard for him to accept. Oh my god! A cry of surprise broke the silence again, as if a switch had been flipped. The three of them gasped, stunned by the scene before them. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after Tu Fei opened his eyes, the light around him brightened considerably, allowing him to see the other vessels in their entirety. I hadn't noticed before, but now, looking closely, I realized that nearly every vessel contained a half-human, half-beast creature, a terrifying sight. Unlike Tu Fei, these creatures were half-human, half-star beast, and even vaguely resembling Zerg. But they all had one thing in common: they weren't pure star beasts or Zerg, but more like a hybrid of humans and other creatures. Though clearly human, they incorporated features from other creatures, creating a strange and somewhat terrifying combination. Is this a Zerg? Shui Yang pointed at one of the vessels, his voice trembling with speculation. The room fell silent. Everyone felt a little uneasy, so he asked again, do you think those aliens came from this? That shouldn't be possible, right? Isn't that caused by a mental breakdown? Honestly, Luo Gaogao looked at the scene before him, and said this with a lack of confidence. Xue pointed at the row of strange creatures with partial human features before him, and asked doubtfully, then, what should we do now? Record it first, and give it to the instructor after the competition. Lin Xiu suggested, his other hand already pressing the record function on the light meter, recording everything. Good idea. Seeing this, the other two agreed and followed suit, recording the scene. What do you think this liquid is? It's too green, isn't it? Luo Gaogao leaned in closer to get a clearer view. The next second, he was met with a pair of dark green eyes, like the pupils of an animal, fierce and cold, terrifying. The eyes are moving. His eyes are moving. He almost cried out. Hush, keep your voice down. Lin Xiu had barely finished his words when a loud bang erupted, and the door was violently flung open. A swarm of patrolmen stood in the entranceway, their energy guns pointed at them. Surprisingly, none of them took a single step forward, seemingly wary of the experimental subject in the vessel behind them. The two sides remained deadlocked, and even though only a few seconds had passed, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The patrolmen, fearful of the experimental subject, dared not fire, and could only advance step by step. Lin Xiu and his men retreated cautiously. Suddenly, a subtle sound echoed, and they felt a chill against their palms. It turned out they had been cornered by the vessel, with nowhere to retreat. She instinctively turned around, and immediately met Tu Fei's deep green eyes. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Xiu actually saw something different in those eyes. Surprise, struggle? Don't struggle. Surrender obediently, and you can still have an intact body. Hearing the patrol's warning, Luo Gaogao rolled his eyes nervously. So, do you want an intact body or to escape? Of course I escape. Who wants an intact body? In that case. Lin Xiu raised her hand, and two swords, condensed from her spiritual power, suddenly appeared in her palms. Aiming them fiercely at the instruments, she said, don't come any closer. If you come any closer, no one will be safe. These experimental subjects shouldn't be stable, right? Otherwise, why would they be tied with so many star chains? I hate threats. You can try. The man glanced at the swords in her hands with disdain, as if he had seen something amusing and couldn't help but sneer. If Starlink can just cut it off, then why bother using it to control these test subjects? Everyone charge. With a simple gesture forward, the patrol team charged forward. Coincidentally, I hate threats. Lin Xiu gave Xueyang and Luo Gaogao a look. The latter immediately protected him and assumed combat stance. The moment the patrol team charged forward, her two blades struck the vessel. Humph. The man was about to taunt her when he saw the blade strike, leaving several cracks on the vessel, making them exceptionally clear. A look of panic spread across his face, and at that moment, he couldn't smile. Stop her. Quick! But the next second, the vessel shattered, shattering across the ground. Luo Gaogao and Shui Yang teamed up to repel the advancing attackers, asking, Chief Lin, are you done? I wonder if these people were afraid to fire, otherwise they alone would have been a disaster. Alright. With a swift blow from her two blades, the star chains wrapped around Tu Fei were instantly severed. She quickly stepped back, sheathing her blades. She lifted both of them up with one hand, then, with a slight movement of her feet, she swiftly dashed out like a slick loach. Stop her. Don't let them get away. Unfortunately, all they saw was a back and a single sentence lingering in the hallway. Next time, don't talk so much. Because villains die from talking too much. The patrol team was about to give chase, when a dark figure suddenly attacked from behind. The leader's eyes widened as he looked down at his chest. If the sharp spike pierced his chest, his nano-suit would be completely vulnerable to it. A dark figure appeared beside him from the corner of his eye, and he closed his eyes before he could react. Who else could it be but Tu Fei? Tu Fei yanked the sharp spike out, and the man instantly fell to the ground. The others around him pointed their weapons at him, but they didn't dare to take the next step. Some even instinctively stepped back when they saw his eyes. The atmosphere began to freeze. The scene began to shift. The next moment, they suddenly felt a pain in their necks, and their heads suddenly separated from their bodies, falling to the ground. The sharp spike, soaked in blood, slid down the floor with a dripping sound. Tu Fei stared blankly at the masterpiece scattered on the floor, then walked out of the room. Chapter 78. At the corner of the passage, the two teams met unexpectedly. When they saw each other's faces clearly, they all breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerves relaxing slightly. One of them stepped forward and greeted Chief Lin. Lin Xiu asked, "Is everyone alright?" He quickly scanned the group. Aside from a few shambles, they seemed to be in no serious trouble. In fact, they even reaped a good harvest. Luo Gaogao and Xue Yang had clearly noticed this, pointing to their weapons and equipment. "You've got quite a haul." "Nothing much. We just took out 2 patrols." The man subconsciously straightened his back as he spoke, feeling a little relieved as he thought of how he just dealt with those patrols. If a military academy student couldn't even handle these little minions, how could he ever hope to kill Zerg in the future? Shui understood the implication. He glanced behind them and demanded, "Why are there just you two? Where are the others?" "It's hard to move with so many people, so we're splitting up into smaller groups and each acting independently. We agreed to reunite in the same room in an hour, regardless of whether we found anyone else or not." "Okay. Then let's go meet up with them first, and then we can discuss how to get out. I just noticed in the control room that besides the exit, there's a small passage to the north. We can try that." "Okay." The others agreed. After taking a few steps, Lin Xiu paused, catching the attention of Luo Gaogao beside her. He also paused, looking at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiu looked up at him and said, "You go ahead. I go get Menla." Menla? The name was familiar to everyone present. After all, he was a rare SSS-level healer, and everyone was more or less familiar with him. So, after a brief pause, they all nodded. "I go with you." Someone volunteered. He could die here, but not the healer. Besides, these people were from the 7th Military Academy. What was the point of asking someone else to go? "No, I can go alone. Too many people would make things difficult." Lin Xiu flatly rejected his request, clearly having made up his mind. "You?" Luo Gaogao was about to say something, but meeting Lin Xiu's gaze, he finally warned, "Then you must be careful. Focus on your own safety. If that's not possible, forget it." While the healer was certainly important, Lin Xiu, who also possessed SSS spiritual power, was equally important. "I understand. Don't worry." Lin Xiu turned and waved, leaving only her back. "Alright, let's go too." Shui Yang watched the figure disappear from sight and asked worriedly, "Are you really letting her go alone?" The others also looked over. Luo Gaogao gently patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, she'll be fine. Worry more about us than her. Don't cause her any trouble." If it were anyone else, Luo Gaogao would never let her go alone, but if it was Lin Xiu, she would definitely agree if she said it was okay. He had an inexplicable trust in her. All they had to do now was reunite with the others. The others were somewhat puzzled, but since the people from Kebro had said so, they couldn't say anything. They followed the group silently praying that everything would go well for Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was currently heading towards Monra's laboratory. There were 2 reasons for choosing to travel alone. One was that she was afraid others would see Monra's transformed appearance. Though they might not say anything, subtle changes would undoubtedly have occurred in their hearts. After all, Monra's inhuman, infernal appearance made it difficult for others to treat her with the same perspective and attitude as before. Of course, there was another, most important reason. She didn't want anyone to discover her secret. Lin Xiu stared down at the spirit tree in her hand. Ever since she had merged with the small green sprout, her body had undergone some changes. This feeling was particularly pronounced when she saw Monra's transformation in Tu Fei. Something in her heart told her that perhaps the key to Monra and Tu Fei's restoration lay in her hands. This matter was of great importance. Whether true or false, it could not be shared with others. Guided by the spiritual leaves, Lin Xiu quickly located Menla's hiding place. However, she didn't seem well. Seeing Menghua leaning against the corner, Lin Xiu stopped in his tracks. Just as he was about to approach, Menghua suddenly opened her eyes, a fierce glint flashing in them, and lunged at him. Lin Xiu flicked his wrist, quickly forming a hand seal, his palm facing Menghua. An invisible force pinned her to the spot. In just 3 seconds, Menghua's eyelids drooped heavily, and she passed out. Lin Xiu stepped forward just as she fell, catching her securely. Before she could even catch her breath, the piercing alarms were suddenly punctuated by a flurry of conversation, gradually becoming clearer as they approached from afar. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly glanced around, dragging Manra into the nearest room. Holding her breath, she carefully hid behind the door, releasing her spiritual sense until she was sure the patrol had left. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. She turned her gaze to Manra, who lay on her side on the ground, and quickly took in her surroundings. This was a room filled with various laboratory instruments, and even more alarmingly, it contained specimens of various Zerg species. The thought was terrifying, horrifying. But now was clearly not the time to dwell on such thoughts. After confirming there was no danger, Lin Xiu first destroyed the sky eye within the room, then crouched down before Manra. He gently placed his palm on her forehead, and a soft green light illuminated, lasting for about a minute. Just as Lin Xiu began to wonder if she was overthinking it, she was surprised to discover that Menghua's most obvious mutation was actually shrinking. It worked! She was delighted. It worked! She increased her energy output, and the green light gradually intensified, even brighter than the lights in the room. Bathed in the green light, Menghua's strange features began to fade. It was an extremely difficult process, taking nearly half an hour before Menghua finally returned to normal, her beautiful self again. Seeing this, Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. She leaned against the door, panting. Her face was as pale as paper, and beads of sweat covered her forehead. The excessive energy consumption had completely drained her. Lin Xiu? Menghua's consciousness gradually returned. She struggled to open her eyes, only to see a blurry figure. She tried to see more clearly, but exhaustion kept her from falling unconscious again. Seeing Menghua faint again, Lin Xiu, with his frail body, lifted her up and carried her on his back. This place wasn't safe. They needed to leave as soon as possible. In their current state, anyone else would be dead. Lin Xiu finally arrived at the prearranged location with Menghua, stumbling and struggling. As soon as she appeared, Luo Gaogao eagerly ran over and took Menghua from her back. Hurry! Get in first. The patrol team will be here soon. Lin Xiu was practically dragged inside. Already exhausted from the long journey, seeing her teammates, she let go of all her strength. With just a gentle tug, she nearly fell to the ground. Lin Xiu whispered softly, it's okay, I just felt a bit drained. Chief Lin, are you okay? Shui Yang quickly supported her, looking at her with concern, only then noticing how grim her complexion was. Luo Gaogao had never seen her so vulnerable before, and he was immediately anxious. He quickly set Menghua aside and asked frantically, but he didn't dare to make a loud noise, so he could only frantically spin around in circles. Healing potion? Do you have a healing potion? Give her one. Yes. I have one. Here. Quickly, a healing potion was passed through the crowd to Shui Yang. Shui Yang took it and gave it to Lin Xiu to drink. After downing the potion, Lin Xiu's complexion finally improved a little, but she had exhausted so much that a small potion was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket for her. Any more? Clearly, the others had noticed this too. After Shui Yang inquired again, another healing potion was handed over. No, keep it. Lin Xiu stood up and pushed the potion back. In these times of scarcity, when supplies are scarce and they need to search for supply boxes, healing potions are an extremely valuable, non-renewable resource. Every use is one less, and with so many people, they're bound to need them sometime. Don't worry, Chief Lin, we still have some. As if sensing her thoughts, the young man who had handed her the potion opened a metal box. Inside was a row of healing potions, about 20 or so. This is what we just took from the other room. There's plenty. Don't save it. Then, thank you. On seeing this, Lin Xiu took the healing potion and drank it. But her expression didn't seem to change. Then, they handed her another potion. Take another. Lin Xiu, She wanted to refuse the offer, but when she met his clear, sincere eyes, she couldn't bring herself to say no. The sweetness of the potion spread through her mouth, slowly draining down, and with it a warm current, she felt a slight improvement. She quickly stretched her muscles to show she was truly better, fearing they would offer another one. I'm fine. Luo Gaogao stared at her carefully, finally nodding with satisfaction. Yeah, finally a bit of color. Seeing that she was truly better, they turned their attention to the unconscious Menghua beside them. Lin Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief, resting her hand on the table nearby for support. Someone asked with concern, "Is she okay?" Lin Xiu rubbed his tired brow and said calmly, "It's nothing, don't worry. She wake up soon." "That's good." The teammates nodded in agreement. A sense of relief finally lifted. After all, Monra is an SSS-level healer. If something happened here, it would be an immeasurable loss to the Federation. Lin Xiu leaned against a nearby shelf and looked at them. "Now that everyone's here, let's discuss an escape plan. I used a little trick to break into the system in the control room earlier. When I broke into the system in the control room, I also obtained a 3D holographic projection of the entire underground base." Shui Yang tapped the light meter, and a transparent screen suddenly appeared before everyone. He continued, "I've discovered that in addition to the initial entrance and exit, there's another hidden escape route. It's right here." He marked the location with a red dot. It was clearly their only hope. Given the current situation, the entrance and exit are clearly blocked. "We've just checked, and they're surrounded by patrol teams, tightly sealed off, waiting for us to fall into their trap. So, I suggest we take this escape route. What do you think?" Shui Yan said, looking at everyone. "I have no objection." "I have no objection either." "Agreed." "Since everyone agrees, then it's settled." Shui made the decision immediately, his tone tinged with pride as he continued, "I had a trick up my sleeve back in the control room. Through my operation, I can paralyze the system here for 3 minutes. In these 3 minutes, all checkpoints throughout the base will be open to us, allowing unimpeded passage. So we must seize this opportunity. Our successful escape hinges on these crucial 3 minutes." "Great. Looking at the route, the escape passage isn't far from here. We have aircraft, so we should be able to charge straight through, right?" "Not really. The aircraft is too large, and the moment it surfaces, it'd be targeted. That's a bit tricky." Everyone suddenly began to struggle. "It seems we have to split up into smaller groups, like before, and rendezvous near the passage." Lin Xiu suddenly asked, "How many aircraft are there?" 6. Each aircraft can carry 4 people, so 6 makes 24, and they only have 22 people in total, more than enough. "Enough." Lin Xiu nodded and continued, "We charge straight through later, and I take care of the rest." "Huh?" The others looked at her in confusion. Lin Xiu explained, "I cast a speed spell on each of the 6 aircraft shortly. They travel 1,000 miles. You just need to keep track of the direction." "Speed spell? What's that? Is this your innate skill?" You could think of it that way." Lin Xiu thought about it, and concluded that calling it an innate skill didn't seem out of place. Talent was the key to their line of work, so how could it not be considered an innate skill? "Okay, then we just pack up and leave once this patrol has passed." Although the others were inevitably a little uneasy, they also knew clearly that hesitation at this moment would only waste precious time and energy. Besides, Lin Xiu had saved them before. They had to believe him even if they didn't want to. The hesitation and doubt they felt at that moment vanished instantly after they boarded the aircraft and experienced the power of the speed spell firsthand. For 3 minutes, the entire base system was paralyzed, plunging into darkness. Lin Xiu and his team seized this opportunity to break through the defenses, successfully passing through the small passage and escaping the underground base. Chapter 79. Looking at the long-lost yellow sand, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, like a long drought finally ending in a downpour. Even the air felt freer, and the ever-tightened nerves finally relaxed. "That's incredible. Otherwise, how could he be the chief? Oh my god, that talent is making me jealous." Listening to the quiet chirping of crickets behind him, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and found a place to sit down. Unable to stand, absolutely unable to stand, he glanced at Menghua beside him, wondering if the sleeping spell was too strong. Why was he still expecting her to nurse him when she wasn't awake yet? There was a loud bang, and the aircraft suddenly shook violently. "They're catching up." Countless red dots suddenly appeared on the aircraft's control screen, rapidly approaching them. Even with the help of the speed spell, they couldn't shake them off. "Go southeast." Lin Xiu folded the leaf in his palm, stood up, and immediately took control of the aircraft, charging out. The others didn't have time to think, and instinctively followed. A few seconds later, countless aircraft swarmed out, and just as they were about to catch up, they suddenly stopped. One of them asked curiously, "Why aren't they chasing?" Luo Gaogao explained, "If they continue, they'd be out of range." "Ranger?" "The signal blocking range." Luo Gaogao continued, check the light meter to see if the signal has returned. If they leave this range, they'd be detected by the Military Academy League, so they don't dare to rush out. After hearing this, the others finally realized what was happening and looked down at the light meter. Sure enough, the signal had returned. The colorful coordinates of their location stood out against the entire map. The commanders of the major military academies noticed the coordinates almost as soon as they appeared. In the oasis of the Kerbro Military Academy's stronghold, Chiaosun pointed at the moving coordinate dots that suddenly appeared on the screen and asked in confusion, had they started fighting already? No. Bibikin stared intently at the dots' movement and said with certainty, they're running away. Chiaosun repeated, looking at him in confusion, running away? Bibikin patiently explained, look, their movement pattern is very clear. All the dots converge, forming a nearly straight path, and there's no sign of deviation. This indicates they're moving rapidly in a certain direction. Indeed. Chiaosun nodded in agreement, his gaze still fixed on the screen. Bibikin added, from this direction, they seem to be heading for our base. Chiaosun looked at him and speculated, are they teaming up? Planning to eliminate us first? No. Bibikin shook his head and offered his guess. Look at the colors of these coordinates. They're in groups of 3 or 2, so sparse. Perhaps they've encountered some danger, forcing them to travel together. Chiaosun suddenly spoke up, couldn't Lin Xiu be among them? A moment later, the room fell silent. A few seconds later, Bibikin broke the silence. You know what? That's actually possible. It seemed like something she could do. Bibikin's words made everyone present ponder. If Lin Xiu, a core member of the team, was truly among them, it meant they were in serious trouble. Otherwise, with her abilities, how could she have escaped being pursued? If that were the case, they would be under considerable pressure. On the one hand, they needed to ensure the safety of their base, but on the other, they couldn't sit idly by and watch their teammates fall into danger. What if it was a trap set by another military academy? But Lin Xiu didn't give him time to think, as they were already approaching the oasis, the base of the Kerbro Military Academy. The patrol on duty had already spotted them, and stopped them outside. Watching the mecha descend from the sky, everyone was startled, their bodies tensing up. Then, realizing what was happening, they found it a bit amusing. They had all been frightened by the people in the underground lab. One of us, one of us! Lin Xiu emerged from the aircraft, stood outside, and waved. Chief Lin! Nian exclaimed in surprise, driving the mecha closer. Why are you with him? He eyed the men from the other military academies behind Lin Xiu warily. This is a long story. Let's go back a bit, and I explain it to you slowly. Lin Xiu said, his gaze lingering behind him for a few seconds. Nian didn't move. Lin Xiu looked up at him, puzzled. You don't believe me? Nian shook her head, pointing at the others behind her, excluding those from the Kerbro Military Academy. I believe you, but I don't believe them. The others, Thank you. They were offended. They wanted to retort, but they didn't know how. After all, what Nian said did make sense. Shui Yang stepped forward with remarkable agility and said, Chief Lin, thank you for rescuing us. Let's say goodbye here. Now that they were safe, it was time for him to find their base at the Military Science and Technology Academy. Yes, Chief Lin, we be leaving first. Thank you for rescuing us. Thank you. After the competition, I treat you all to a meal. Okay. Then we be leaving first. The group chatted in a flurry, preparing to leave. Just then, Lin Xiu's voice echoed in their ears. Why are you all being so polite? Now that we're here, there's no reason to leave right away. Stay and be our guests. What did you say? Shui Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, his vision went dark, and he fainted. Seeing this, Lin Xiu looked at the silver mech standing behind Nian and nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Pei-Ching Yu smiled gently, of course. Nian and the others skillfully pulled out their starlinks and tied up everyone except those from the Kerbro Military Academy, stringing them together. Is this really okay? Will they scold you when they wake up? Lin Xiu rolled his eyes speechlessly. Please. Before you ask this, could you please pull down the corners of your mouth? Is it that obvious? Nian paused, subconsciously touching the corners of his mouth. I'd be more careful next time. It's been so long since we've met, and I didn't expect you all to still have such good chemistry. Lin Xiu was extremely pleased that he could understand each other's intentions with just a glance, without needing to say anything. She turned to look at Nian and asked, Can I go back to the base now? Nian smiled, yes, of course. Pei-Ching Yu took control of the mech, placing its palm facing up in front of her. Come on up, I take you. Thanks. Lin Xiu, using the momentum, leaped directly onto its palm. Pei Qingyu's lips curled slightly at this, and he smoothly placed her on the mech's shoulder. Once seated, Lin Xiu leaned over to the mech's head, roughly at ear level, and whispered, Pei Qingyu, give me a quick sip. It was at this moment that her tense body finally relaxed. She leaned against the mech, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Pretending to be sick is exhausting. Pretending not to be sick is even more exhausting. Hearing this, Pei Qingyu's smile gradually froze. He mobilized the small spiritual tree in his hand, gathering it on the mech's palm, and channeled healing energy towards Lin Xiu. His expression gradually grew serious. What happened to you that consumed you so much? That's a long story. Let's cut to the chase. Let's talk about it when we get back to base. If I tell you now, I have to repeat it again later. I'm so tired. Pei Qingyu, This wasn't an excuse. She was genuinely tired. Her eyes were weary, and she desperately wanted a good night's sleep. Unfortunately, she could only think about it for now. She had to get to the important things first. What? Something like this actually happened. That's outrageous. Didn't the Corps conduct a thorough investigation of Lulu Star before the Military Academy League? How could something like this happen? It was like this in the last preliminary round, and now it's happening again. When will it ever end? After listening to Lin Xiu and Luo Gaogao's accounts, Bei Beacon launched into a flurry of outbursts in the makeshift command room, terrifying everyone around him. How would I know? Lin Xiu leaned back in her chair and continued, anyway, that's roughly what happened. I've recorded all the footage and will hand it over to Teacher Fia after the competition. We see what the higher-ups say. That's all we can do. Bei Beacon sighed, looked her up and down, and asked with concern, how are you doing now? Are you feeling better? Do you want a few more healing potions? It's okay. I'm just overdrawn and overexerting myself. I'd be fine after a little rest. Lin Xiu's headache gave her a headache at the mere mention of healing potions. She nudged Pei Qingyu beside her and continued, besides, there's a big nurse here. Why would she need healing potions? Isn't that right, Pei Qingyu? Well, don't worry. I treat her well. Pei Qingyu nodded in agreement. You? Bei Beacon pointed at her, hesitant to speak, finally sighing, forget it, just know what's going on. To be able to push someone with SSS mental power to the point of exhaustion, that must be a huge problem. It was truly a headache. His brow had been furrowed since Lin Xiu appeared. Bei Beacon continued, what are you going to do with that bunch of people out there? Lin Xiu smiled, what? Of course, I repay you for saving my life with my own body. Bei Beacon shuddered at her expression. Just have a plan in mind, and I leave them to you. With that, he slipped away. Past experience told him that whenever Lin Xiu showed that expression, he was definitely up to no good. What do you think that look is? Lin Xiu pointed in the direction Bei Beacon had left. The others smiled, but remained silent. Lin Xiu? Question mark. After Pei Qingyu's treatment, her injuries had almost fully healed. She instantly became full of energy, as if the listless person she had been at the beginning wasn't her. Lin Xiu casually stretched her arms, thinking to herself, time to get down to business. A moment later, a flurry of noises echoed through the oasis, faintly resentful. The sudden noises instantly alerted everyone present at the Kerbro Military Academy. They immediately stopped what they were doing and looked towards the source of the noise. Chapter 80. Up ahead, Lin Xiu stood before the other military academy members. He said something, earning their angry glares. Lin Xiu? That's all right. I thought something had happened. The people from the Kerbro Military Academy felt relieved upon seeing this. They seemingly continued with their work, but their peripheral vision kept tracking their direction. Didn't you say you were grateful for saving my life? As the saying goes, a life-saving favor must be repaid with your life. I don't ask you to repay me with your life, I just asked for a small favor, and I didn't expect you to refuse. It was all wrong after all. Lin Xiu's emotions suddenly flared up as she spoke, covering her face with her hands and sobbing. As soon as she finished speaking, she was met with accusations from the others. Is this just a small favor? You're asking us to betray? We at the 7th Military Academy will never do anything to let the 7th Military Academy down. Neither will we at the 1st Military Academy. A group of people stiffened their necks, looking determined to die rather than surrender, refusing to do anything. Lin Xiu, seeing this, retorted directly, how is this treason? Did I ask you to stab your own people? The other students at the military academy looked at each other in bewilderment and replied, no. Did I ask you to steal your own secrets? The other students at the military academy shook their heads again, no. Lin Xiu continued. Did I ask you to do anything that would harm your own team? Everyone was speechless, unable to respond. First, I didn't ask you to steal. Second, I didn't ask you to rob. And third, I didn't ask you to do anything that would harm your own interests. I just asked you to do a small favor, a small job, and you're not willing to do that? This is so hurtful. She sighed. The other members of the military academy looked embarrassed upon hearing this, but more so, they were left speechless by her inexplicable logic. They exchanged glances, a silent exchange of words. In the end, they remained silent in tacit agreement. Shui Yang glanced at the others, then at Lin Xiu. He pursed his lips, unable to help but mutter to himself, this guy has one perverse theory after another. You can't beat him, so just shut up. She had indeed saved them before. But expecting them to help or work was absolutely impossible. They could be forced, but not voluntarily. This was a matter of principle. Lin Xiu stopped wasting words at this, stood up straight, smiled, and snapped his fingers. As soon as the words fell, the men from the nearby Kebro Military Academy sprang into action, quickly picking them up and dragging them away. The crowd panicked. There was a hint of panic in their shouts. What are you doing? What are you going to do? We can talk about it later. They struggled desperately as they spoke, but the men from the Kebro Military Academy had them firmly under control, unable to move. Shut their mouths. Lin Xiu turned to Menghua, sighed with regret, and said, Menghua, I think you're quite valuable. I wonder how much supplies your 7th Military Academy is willing to give for ransom. A flash of surprise crossed Menghua's eyes at this, but he was quickly dragged away by the Kebro Military Academy men. Just then, Bibikin approached and said to Lin Xiu, got it. Taking advantage of the moment, Bibikin had the light watches they had previously looted from the group of people taken away. Using their respective light watches, they quickly sent the ransom information to the commanders of their respective military academies. Are you really planning on having the other military academies come and redeem us? Lin Xiu glanced up at him and asked, or not? I don't think any of the other academy teams, except Manla, will come and redeem us. I wasn't expecting to get anything from them anyway. She gazed into the distance and continued, whether or not the other academy teams come, I take them out for a walk. Okay. Bibikin chuckled, already making a plan. We at Kebro don't keep idle people, not even prisoners. If they use our things, even if they're prisoners, they have to go out and work and create value. The two of them smiled knowingly, and Manla and the others nearby suddenly shuddered. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a little nervous, Shui Yang said. To be honest, I feel the same way. Manla nodded in agreement. Shui Yang shuddered as he recalled Lin Xiu's expression. He had a feeling this guy was holding back a big move. What's wrong with you? Nothing. He shook his head, perhaps overthinking it. The next second, someone came in and led him out. Looking at the pile of scrap metal before him, Shui Yang's mouth twitched slightly. He turned to look at Cieli beside him, a look of confusion on his face. Cieli casually shoved a pair of repair tools toward him. Shui Yang? Question mark. Cieli raised his chin slightly, and pointed at the scrap metal nearby. His meaning was quite clear. Shui Yang, How abominable. He was an information genius from the prestigious Military Academy of Science and Technology, and yet he had been reduced to repairing scrap metal for these people from the Kebro Military Academy. After successfully repairing one, another pile soon followed. It was an endless process. He wondered where Kebro and his men managed to find so many broken mechas. Some were left with only arms and legs. After 2 days of repairing the broken mechas, Shui Yang's eyes were lifeless, his movements stagnant. He felt he would go mad if he continued. In just 2 days, he repaired every mecha he ever owned. He didn't take a break except to use the restroom. When he was hungry, he just drank a tube of nutrient solution and keep working. He couldn't stop repairing. Is this just a waste of time? I don't want to do this anymore. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Cieli, are you done? Quachi walked over and casually placed his hand on Cieli's shoulder, looking at the mecha before him. Yeah, it's done. Cieli put down his tools. Okay, let's go. Everyone's waiting. Quachi clenched his fist and punched him twice on the shoulder in appreciation. Jili nodded, looking at Shui Yang, who had just stood up after repairing the mech, and said, you come too. Shui Yang casually tossed the repair tools aside and let out a long sigh. It was finally over. Seeing them walking ahead on their own, he immediately followed, though he was puzzled. Wait. Will they ask him to repair the mech somewhere else again? No? No way. Just as Shui Yang's thoughts were wandering, he had followed Quachi to the back of a sand dune. Quan handed him a small reconnaissance device. Shui Yang took the device and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they weren't repairing the mech. He glanced around and realized they had already left the oasis base of Kebro. He looked down at the reconnaissance device in his hand, and a sudden realization struck him. So, we're operating the reconnaissance device this time? That's right. Quan patted his shoulder. Come on, keep working. Shui Yang, is it suitable? Letting an outsider operate the detector. Absolutely perfect. Quan raised his brow slightly and continued. If you don't want to continue repairing the mech, get back to work. We're short on manpower right now. Even a passing sand beast would have to come and help. Repair the mech? Shui Yang shook his head. He swore he'd never repair that crappy mech in his lifetime. He immediately gave up and quickly got to work operating the detector. I heard you're quite experienced at hacking systems. I'm sure you can handle the first military academy's base system, right? Cieli suddenly spoke in a gloomy voice. Shui Yang knew without hesitation that it must have been Lin Xiu who said that, but so what? He would never help them hack into the first military academy's base system. Didn't you use up all your watches to send ransom messages? There was no need for him. How can they be the same? A message can be sent with a light meter, but a stronghold defense system can't. Quan saw him about to refuse and said bluntly, if it really doesn't work, you should go back and repair your mecha. Even though he said that, the people from the Kebro Military Academy had already surrounded him. I do it, can I? Shui Yang swallowed hard as he looked at the energy guns pointed at him from all sides, and decided to follow his heart. Just go for it. It wasn't their military academy after all, so he'd just do it. If they were lucky enough to take down the first military academy, who knows, their technological military academy might even reap the benefits. After convincing himself, Shui Yang picked up the equipment that Ji Li had prepared nearby, and a large curved light curtain appeared before him. As his fingers moved rapidly, pop-up windows lit up one after another on the screen, a dense jumble of information codes. It didn't take long before he successfully hacked into the first military academy's base system. Cieli, observing this, unleashed the mini reconnaissance aircraft. Shui Yang quickly opened a loophole in the system, allowing the mini reconnaissance aircraft to enter the oasis. Ba Gai, commander of the 1st Legion, who was watching from outside, saw the scene and frowned, feeling deeply unhappy. What a bunch of losers. They didn't even know their system was hacked. What a waste of time. All the counterintelligence techniques they learned were just for nothing? Ba Gai, commander of the 1st Legion, who was watching from outside, frowned, feeling deeply unhappy. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, what a bunch of idiots. Their defense system was so easily hacked. Have all those counterintelligence techniques they learned been useless? The Kebro Military Academy felt the same way, even thinking they could even take on them. Looking at the live feed from the mini reconnaissance aircraft, Ji Li felt a bit unrealistic. It's a success already? It should be? The people around him echoed, feeling uncertain. After all, this is the premier military academy. This shouldn't be the case. As if to confirm his thoughts, a face suddenly appeared on screen, and a direct, face-to-face attack followed. The person snorted coldly, their smile fading. As they raised their hand, the video cut out, and a staccato electric current rang out. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, that's right. If they could really hack so easily, that would be a problem. We've been discovered. What now? Another invasion? Listening to their inquiries, Shui Yang replied nonchalantly, why panic? It's not over yet. They underestimated him. Everyone looked at him. Shui Yang straightened his back and tapped the screen, bringing up a voice message. ZZ. Coordinates, ZZZ 113.25, ZZZ 62.88, people, hurry. 3 voice messages in a row. Even the intermittent nature of the message made it clear that it was unusual. Great, Shui Yang. Cieli praised him, and immediately passed the message to Bei Qian. A reply arrived quickly. Let's go! Cieli stood up and dusted himself off. Let's go to the coordinates. As they headed for the coordinates, Bei Qian also counted the number of people and prepared to depart. Chief Lin, I leave it to you now. Okay, be careful. If you can't win, run. Got it. Bei Qian took 1/3 of the troops, including Pei Qingyu. With an SSS-level healer, he felt reassured. With Lin Xiu guarding the stronghold, he felt even more reassured. So he immediately decided to lead a team to see what the first military academy's men were secretly up to. They might have discovered something valuable, and wanted to keep it for themselves. After he and his men quickly arrived near the coordinates set by Ji Li, he quickly stopped and found a hiding place. A flash of blue light flashed across his face, and he quickly locked onto several locations, with the data displayed on the light meter. Beacon shared the locations. The others at the Kebro Military Academy looked at the red dot on the screen and magnified it. Mecha Assault Academy combat uniforms. Are they here too? I don't know. There are at least a few teams here. What were all these people gathering for? As a gifted elf, Quan Chi knew everything about plants, as long as they were still alive, thanks to his enhanced perception. Amidst the mostly dry grass surrounding him, he surprisingly sensed a rich vitality. Amplifying his perception, a green plant with red fruit hanging from it emerged in his mind. His mind trembled, and he instantly opened his eyes. Red fruit. He quickly sent the message to Beacon. After reading Quan Chi's message, everyone's mood suddenly darkened. Everyone's gaze simultaneously turned to the screen, where a red fruit was rotating 360 degrees, clearly referring to the red vermillion fruit. Luo Gaogao whispered, "Do you want to grab it?" Beacon affirmed, "Of course." Chapter 81. But in this situation, we can only outsmart ourselves. If we had known this thing existed, we should have called Lin Xiu over. He pondered for a moment, then immediately picked up the light watch and sent the coordinates of the red vermilion fruit to Lin Xiu. At that moment, Lin Xiu was leaning against a tree, checking the incoming messages on the light watch, his fingertips tapping on his knees. A thought suddenly occurred to her. The rarity and importance of the red vermilion fruit, she didn't believe anyone from the other military academies would remain indifferent. Since they were able to intercept the coordinates of the first military academy, surely someone from the other academies could as well. Even if some didn't know, wouldn't it be better to let them know too? After all, if they confirmed the vermilion fruit's location, they would surely send their main force to vie for it. With no one guarding the house, wouldn't she be able to seize the opportunity to make a big move? Lin Xiu rubbed her chin and immediately sent a message to Beacon. Upon seeing this, Ba Gai, the commander of the First Legion, frowned slightly. His eyes scanned the surroundings, revealing everyone discussing the red vermilion fruit. His gaze involuntarily lingered on Alish, and he clenched his jaw. Feeling the undeniable gaze, Alish knew who it was without even turning. He scoffed softly, his gaze fixed intently on the screen before him. Beacon sighed after receiving Lin Xiu's message. He knew this man wouldn't just sit there and defend the base. Tell him to hold steady and stall for as long as possible, and then come over when she makes a big move. He truly trusted himself. By the time she arrived, the opportunity would be gone. Forget it, she's unreliable. Sighing again, he raised his hand and gestured, "Cieli, post the coordinates for the red vermilion fruit." Outnumbered, he needed to put some pressure on the First Military Academy and the Mecha Assault Academy. Cieli was stunned at first, then immediately nodded yes. With the coordinates deliberately released, within just 10 minutes, teams from other military academies began arriving. A closer look revealed Ollie Dailane from the First Military Academy, Daphulin from the Technical Military Academy, Dingson Blue from the Mecha Assault Academy, Yafei from the 7th Military Academy, and Xie Yan from the Lisp Military Academy. All familiar faces. Looking at the real-time feed from the remote monitoring device in front of him, Chiao Sun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and said, "They're arriving quite quickly." Pei Qingyu, standing nearby, echoed, "Scarcity makes things valuable, especially the red vermilion fruit. No one can resist it." Indeed. Chiao Sun nodded in agreement. Beacon zoomed in on the Mecha Assault Academy screen. After staring at Chixiu's stern face for a few seconds, he couldn't help but sigh, "This isn't going to be easy." Chiao Sun heard this and asked, "What should we do then?" Beacon didn't answer, but instead sent a message to Nian, asking him to bring all the captives he had taken. After sending the message, he looked meaningfully at the red coordinates of the military academy teams on the screen, his lips curling slightly. What's the saying? Good people should always be good, and they should be sent to the west. Look how thoughtful he is. A moment later, Nian arrived with a group of captives. To prevent any accidents, everyone was tightly bound with star chains, their mouths gagged tightly. Woo woo woo. Shui Yang and the others stared at the people from the Kebro Military Academy in confusion. Although they didn't know what they were up to, it didn't stop them from twisting their bodies to express their dissatisfaction, making some noise to try to stir up trouble. Beacon ordered, "Keep an eye on them, they'd be invaluable later." Yes. The team members immediately obeyed. So, just in case, several men from the Kebro Military Academy tied them up again, as tightly as possible. Only then did they nod with satisfaction. After completing the arrangements, Beacon directed the team members to divide into 3 groups. Ian, Quan Chi, you lead one team to draw fire, observe the situation, and keep an eye on the movements of the red fruit. Don't let other teams snatch it away. Xiaosun, you and Pei Qingyu lead one team to conduct reconnaissance and defense. Keep an eye on Pei Qingyu and protect him. I lead the last group, 3 people each, to set up guard posts to prevent being discovered and attacked by other military academies. Xieli, you come with me and remain vigilant. Yes. The team members responded in unison. The teams from the other major military academies also began to adjust their positions. Their goal was clear. The red fruit was a must-win. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the red vermillion fruit to ripen. Ollie, are we just going to sit there and wait? A member of the 1st Military Academy was pulling at the weeds, stripping everything around him bare. What's there to be afraid of? Just go in and do it. In the face of absolute strength, no one else is to be feared. He had always believed that fists conquer everything. Not afraid. Ollie, still staring at the red vermilion fruit not far away, explained, the fruit isn't ripe yet. Huh? According to the information, when the red vermilion fruit emits a sweet scent, it's a sign of ripeness. Ollie glanced at the light watch in the hand of the man next to him. Didn't you read the information carefully? The team member smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself that he hadn't really looked closely. Ollie glanced at him, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes, but he didn't say anything, returning his gaze to the red vermilion fruit in front of him. As they talked, a rich, sweet aroma suddenly filled the oasis, a sign that the red vermilion fruit had ripened. Ollie immediately waved his hand and rushed out with his men, determined to seize the opportunity. As the 1st Military Academy team led the charge, the other academies followed closely behind. While some took the lead in the fight, others naturally lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike, ready to take advantage of the situation. For example, the School of Biology, while it seemed as if everyone had rushed out, a small, main force, led by Qixiu, remained, skulking in the shadows, quietly probing the situation. Of course, as the 6th in command, Bibikin was no slouch either. He was observing the evolving situation through the detector, his eyes fixed on the coordinates of each red dot on the screen. While the teams appeared to be locked in a fierce stalemate, they were actually each trying to fish in troubled waters, testing each other while searching for a breakthrough. After only a few encounters, the teams had already tacitly engaged in a fake match, putting on a show. None of their firearms were used, their mechas engaged in close combat. The teams hiding in the shadows were speechless. Their acting was rather poor. How could they even engage in a competitive match? Just then, Bibikin noticed someone quietly approaching the red fruit. He was incredibly fast, and was about to seize it. Suddenly, several vines, like long snakes, suddenly rose from the ground, covering their mouths and encircling their entire bodies, before violently flinging them out. Bibikin instinctively looked up, and saw the Mecha Assault Academy's location not far away. Ling Xiu smiled at him from atop a tree, his 8 large teeth unable to conceal the smugness on his face. Moving his gaze away silently, he saw a team from the Biological Research Academy quietly emerge. Their movements were swift and stealthy, silently defeating a lurking team. Is that the Lisp Military Academy? Pei Qingyu also glanced over, a vague feeling of catching sight of a familiar face. Yes, Bibikin said with a hint of seriousness in his tone, notify the others to be on guard. He then adjusted the team's position, instructing Hua Qi to pay special attention to the Biological Research Academy's movements. Mu Jieyue looked towards the Kebro Military Academy's location. Seeing they had been discovered, he launched an attack without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, dozens of mechanical simulated clouds quickly flew towards Bibikin's position. Bibikin, startled, immediately shouted, "It's an explosive ball. Everyone get out of the way." As the explosion rang out, smoke filled the air, instantly obscuring vision. Mu Jieyue then led the Biological Research Institute team in a swarm. The Kebro Military Academy's men were no pushovers, reacting swiftly. A few bang, bang, bang sounds were heard. Several mecha figures were kicked out of the smoke. Bibikin swiftly counterattacked, causing all their hidden security points to explode simultaneously, catching Mu Jieyue and his team off guard. Several nearby teams that had sneaked in hoping to reap the benefits also suffered significant losses. Qiaosun and his team reacted quickly, leading their mecha teams to surround the Biological Institute team from all sides, quickly trapping them. A few moves dispatched a number of them. Seeing this, Mu Jieyue took advantage of the lull in the fighting to launch several more mechanical clouds. While his line of sight was obstructed, he vanished into the smoke in his mecha. Qiaosun, who had followed him, said with some annoyance, "Damn it! He actually got away." He tried to chase him, but Pei Qingyu grabbed him. "Don't waste time. Business is more important." Okay. Xiaosun reluctantly turned his mecha around and joined the fight for the vermilion fruit. As the fight raged on their side, the other team fighting for the vermilion fruit, as if receiving a signal, instantly stopped slacking off. Like a tiger out of its cage, they swiftly charged towards the red vermilion fruit, initiating a new battle. Laser beams, artillery fire, and thunderous fire crisscrossed the air, completely unlike the gentle display from earlier. Seeing the 7th Military Academy's men taking advantage of the chaos to approach the red vermilion fruit, Bibican, from a distance, immediately shouted, "Throw out all those prisoners." Then, a silkworm pupae rain began to fall from the battlefield, unexpectedly disrupting everyone's rhythm. What is that? Why are silkworm pupae falling from the sky? Idiot! Those are people. Monla! Quick! Catch Monla! The military academy team of those prisoners fell into a state of panic upon seeing the familiar face. Some were directly eliminated by the chaotic fire, while a few were lucky enough to be rescued. Bibican thus successfully reached the red vermilion fruit. Before his mecha arm could even touch the fruit, he was repelled by Ali, and several men from the 1st Military Academy immediately swarmed him. Ali immediately went to pick the fruit. Xiu's elite team quietly approached, quickly attacking from the flank. A flash of blue laser sent Ali flying, and his smug smile froze. Xiu dug the red fruit out, roots and soil included. Without hesitation, he accelerated his mech to maximum speed and rushed out. The others immediately followed, engaging the remaining members of the Mecha Assault Academy, who had stayed behind to cover their retreat. Mu Jieyue, hiding in the shadows, watched the figure flash by, a hint of a sneer playing on his face. No one has ever been able to snatch something from me. The Mecha Assault Academy principal, who was sitting outside watching the competition, was grinning from ear to ear. The others, watching this, were furious. They hadn't expected someone from the Mecha Assault Academy to get the prize. How enviable, but the competition wasn't over yet, so who would ultimately get the prize was still uncertain. We have to wait and see. Chapter 82. Of course, they weren't the only ones thinking this. The teams currently competing also shared the same sentiment, and a large group of them gave chase. Xiu didn't dare look back, knowing without hesitation that they were chasing him. Luckily, he had arranged a small team to cover the rear, buying him some time and preventing him from being so passive. Steep rays of silver light streaked across the sky like meteors, disappearing in a flash. Lin Xiu had just finished robbing the Lisp Military Academy base, when the roar of mechas suddenly erupted overhead, one after another. Lin Xiu, stop stealing. Xiu has run away with the red fruit. Bibican's message boomed like a bombardment, his teeth grinding. Even through the light, one could sense his anger and despair. Looking at the coordinates, he was very close. Xiu must be among the mechas that had just flown overhead. Lin Xiu turned to look at the Lisp Military Academy garrison, who were about to attack her, and said with a smile, "Classmate, I think your mech is pretty good. Lend it to me." The others at Lisp Military Academy. Wow. After the shock wore off, she immediately turned around and ran in her mech, not forgetting to retrieve her classmate, who had been trapped like a cicada chrysalis on the ground. "Hey, don't run," Lin Xiu said, picking up a Starlink and swung it out, pulling the nearest mech back. How can she pull a mech? That's unrealistic. Amidst a wailing, Lin Xiu yanked the man out of the cockpit, got in himself, and sped off, soaring into the sky. "I built this road, I planted these trees. If you want to pass by, leave me some money." A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Without hesitation, Xiu charged his energy beam cannon to full power, unleashing a barrage of fire on the obstacle ahead. Taking advantage of Lin Xiu's moment of distraction, he quickly passed by her. "Hey, you're wrong. I'm here." The person who should have been hit by the beam cannon suddenly appeared beside him, controlling the mech twin blades in hand and slashing directly at him. Xiu was caught off guard and was struck, sending him back several meters, nearly falling from the air. He quickly maneuvered the mech to maintain his balance. At this moment, alarms blared in the cockpit, and red exclamation marks filled the screen around the console. "Warning! Warning! The mech has been locked. Warning! Warning! The mech is under intense attack. Do you want to activate defense mode? Warning! Warning! The mech is severely damaged. Do you want to initiate emergency repair procedures?" The mech was about to disintegrate. Xiu decisively activated the mech's escape mode. As soon as he detached from the mech, there was a bang, and flames flew everywhere. The mech he had been controlling was hit, disintegrated in midair, and fell. He pursed his thin lips into a straight line. After not seeing him for a few days, Lin Xiu had become so impressive. Ha ha, Su, you're still the best. Chief Lin. A mighty group of people chased after him. It was none other than the contingents from the various military academies, led by BB-Can. It wasn't me! Lin Xiu cried out in injustice, looking at the two blades in her hands. She had only slashed twice. How could she not? Qi Xiu's heart trembled, and he controlled the mech again, accelerating sharply. The surrounding scene receded rapidly like a tide, and the others were no less affected. The men from the Mech Assault Academy also arrived, protecting Qi Xiu. Both sides stared at each other, refusing to yield. Just as they were about to engage in close combat, the ground suddenly shook violently, sending a cloud of yellow sand dancing in the air, obscuring vision. Then, a suffocating aura washed over them from all directions. Everyone looked up and saw a massive, black and red creature descend from the distant sky. Its limbs were twisted together, its eyes bloodshot. Within its mouth, which took up most of its face, countless tentacles danced wildly, emitting a low humming sound. Its appearance caused a tremor, and the air was thick with the nauseating smell of rotten duck eggs. Even from a distance, Lin Xiu could smell it. It was nauseating. A vast black figure descended from the sky, rapidly spreading, covering the entire sky and the sun. Zerg. Qi Xiu's expression suddenly changed, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. The voice, unlike its usual cold and calm tone, was now filled with a hint of urgency and fear. Tens of thousands of Zerg swarmed the sky, emitting wave after wave of eerie buzzing noises. For a moment, the arena was plunged into unprecedented panic, and the initial battle was abruptly halted by the appearance of the Zerg. Is this an alien? Why does it feel different from the aliens we're used to seeing? I actually saw a human leg on the alien. One of them trembled slightly as he spoke. Qi Xiu said coldly, "What are you still standing there for, you idiots? Run!" By the time he finished speaking, he had already leaped dozens of meters, a group of people following him. The others finally came to their senses, and quickly turned their mechas around, instantly dispersing. Even if they weren't from the same school, under the Zerg siege, everyone tacitly worked together to kill the Zerg, forming teams nearby to avoid being left alone. The Lisp Military Academy student thanked them. "Thank you, brother. It's my pleasure." The 6th Legion student had barely finished speaking when, with a swift swing of his rifle, he dispatched another Zerg. However, the Zerg's speed and numbers far exceeded their expectations. After futile attempts to retreat, they discovered they had been surrounded from all sides. With no escape route, they simply joined forces to fight. As cadets, none of them were cowards. They considered it a preemptive battle. Even if they died, taking a few more Zerg with them would be worth it. But the Zerg attack was like a tidal wave, unstoppable. Suddenly, someone from the 1st Military Academy shouted frantically, "Signal!" Communication interrupted, but the sound was quickly drowned out by the Zerg attack. The giant alien, sitting firmly in the rear, commanded the Zerg's attack, while it itself emitted bursts of shrill, undulating, piercing buzzing sounds, like blades scraping against metal, making the whole body ache. "It's the insects." BB-Can was startled, quickly channeling his mental energy and shouting, "Psychic power!" The others, upon hearing this, gathered their composure and quickly channeled their mental energy to resist the insects' chirping. Qi Xiu urgently shouted, "Send a distress signal." One team member frantically operated the light meter, sweat dripping down his forehead. Sent. No response. Another's voice trembled. "It can't be sent at all. The signal is completely blocked. Even withdrawing from the game is impossible." "How is that possible?" Their communications equipment was all military grade. "We're trapped." Everyone's expressions grew increasingly grim, their anxiety rapidly spreading, giving the Zerg an opening for a surprise attack. In just a few minutes, dozens of students were hit, their mechas plummeting from the sky. BB-Can took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety. He spoke urgently but firmly. "Hold on. Everyone, hold on. Don't panic. Such a commotion can't go unnoticed outside. Hold on, everyone." The commotion at the competition venue quickly attracted attention from all sides, and the broadcast signal from the Military Academy League was suddenly cut off. The leaders of various parties, and the StarCraft netizens watching the league from the temporary command center were stunned for a moment, then realized something was wrong. Committee of the Central Committee stood up with a serious expression, glancing sharply at his adjutant beside him. "Have you contacted the escort team?" To ensure the students' safety, they had secretly deployed escort teams at the competition venue in case of any unforeseen events. The adjutant quickly manipulated the terminal, his brow furrowed. "We're trying to contact the guards hidden in the shadows at the competition venue." "What's the result?" Committee's tone was already tinged with impatience. Cold sweat dripped from the adjutant's forehead. No response. What's going on? He frowned slightly as he watched the garbled text frantically flashing across the large screen before him. Where did the signal get interrupted? The adjutant clicked on a map of Lulu Star and pointed to a spot. North of Area A. We've attempted to connect, but we're still unable to connect. Committee's gaze was stern as he scanned the map. He said in a deep voice, Alish, immediately lead your men to search the area where we've lost contact. Yes. Alish obeyed the order and quickly left. As he passed by Bagu, the commander of the 1st Legion, he gave him a cold, deep look. Bagu snorted coldly. Committee noticed his little movement and angrily scolded him. Bagu, shouldn't you explain to me what's going on? And the 3rd and 4th Legions? Didn't you conduct a comprehensive search of Lulu Star before? Is this the result of your investigation? If anything goes wrong with this class of students, I will make all of you bear the consequences, and you will lose your positions as Legion commanders. The men being scolded dared not speak, hanging their heads in silence. Baji's face darkened. He immediately stepped forward and said, Sir Committee, I request to lead a search of the lost contact area. Committee sneered and looked at him. You're quite proactive. At this time, the situation north of Area A was dire. Seeing their energy and mental strength nearly depleted, with Zerg corpses piled at everyone's feet, the teams were forced to unite and fight together. The competition, the red vermillion fruit, and so on, would wait until they were alive. Just as their mental strength was dwindling, gentle green lights lit up, quickly covering the injured and mentally broken students. Feeling the changes in their bodies, they felt themselves back to health, instantly restored to full health, and were extremely grateful for their team's 2 superb nurses. Brothers, charge. Don't charge all at once. Leave some people to protect the healer. Don't worry, we're watching. Pei Qingyu and Meng La were surrounded by mech soldiers, who surged outward with the 2 as their center. Seeing the Zerg swarming around him, Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and blasted out his mech's audio. Everyone, lead the Zerg in one direction. Ever played this game? Hit the mobs together, you know? Everyone was startled and looked over. At this moment, Lin Xiu controlled the mech, hovering in midair, his mental power completely enveloping it as he rapidly formed hand seals. Those facing a battle, all must form a formation and march forward. A massive golden rune formation suddenly appeared above the ground, expanding in all directions. The sky was thick with dark clouds, thunder and lightning, and an oppressive feeling lingered. Quick, gather all the Zerg inside the golden circle. Ah Su is about to unleash his ultimate. Xiao Sun was naturally familiar with this scene, and his tone held a hint of excitement he wasn't aware of. Seeing this, Bibikin immediately led the men from the Kerbro Military Academy to gather the mobs. Seeing this, Chi Xiu didn't hesitate and directed his mech to assault the academy, following closely behind. The 1st Military Academy, the Military Academy of Science and Technology, the 7th Military Academy, the Lisp Military Academy, the 6th Military Academy, and other major military academies worked together in unison, gathering the surrounding Zerg within the Golden Rune formation. Seeing they were nearly gathered, Lin Xiu coldly shouted, Destroy! Countless golden lightning bolts, 2 fingers wide, descended from the sky, instantly attacking their positions indiscriminately. The lightning sent smoke sizzling from everyone and caused their mechas to tremble. Such powerful lightning! Our own people! Don't strike us! Smells so good. I think I'm done. The group was tossed about by the lightning, nearly falling. They glanced at Lin Xiu with resentment, a flicker of excitement in their eyes. Someone shouted, Chief Lin, right? Do it again! This time, they had experience. Seeing Lin Xiu about to be struck by lightning, they immediately flashed out of the formation. After 3 waves, Lin Xiu's body began to strain, but she couldn't resist the 2 super powerful SSS nurses, who kept her healthy. After absorbing 2 green sprouts, she became more powerful, but she couldn't withstand the frequent lightning strikes. After being struck 10 more times, she finally gave out, like a withered flower. No matter how Pei Qingyu and Meng La healed her or gave her blessings, it was useless. Even controlling the mecha became difficult, and she nearly fell from the air. Fortunately, Pei Qingyu quickly caught her. She said breathlessly, Pei Qingyu, I can't take it anymore. Pei Qingyu said gently, Ah Su, you're not alone? Bibikin walked over and said, Rest. We're not here for nothing. Yes, Chief Lin, you should rest for a while. We're here for you. Leave it to us. Quachi stepped out of the damaged mech, closed his eyes, and the moment he opened them, a pair of enormous, magnificent elven wings suddenly appeared behind him. He leaped from the ground and soared into the air. Dinson Blue and Ling Xiu from the Mecha Assault Academy also stepped out of their mechs, similarly spreading their elven wings and flying beside Qua Chi. 1, 2, 3. Every elf present stood up, suspended in the air. Meanwhile, the others on the ground had already gathered the Zerg together again. Every elf took Lin Xiu's place, working together to unleash their racial innate ability. A hail of arrows. Chapter 83. The guards, hiding in the shadows since the start of the league, finally escaped the formidable Zerg and arrived to witness a scene dominated by the elves, their arrows unleashed in unison. They paused for a moment, then immediately joined the fray. This gave the students, who had been fighting at the forefront, a moment to catch their breath. Everyone tacitly protected the healer in the center. Above them, the elves were unleashing a hail of arrows. It was a 360-degree defense. The battle didn't get any easier with the guards' arrival. Those few dozen men were a mere handful compared to the tens of thousands of Zerg. The situation grew increasingly dire. The men wielding laser rifles and operating mechs gradually lost their mental energy, their eyes blurry, and their movements slowed. The Zerg, keenly aware of this, randomly locked onto their targets with countless quantum laser cannons, selectively targeting crowded areas. Seeing this, Beckon's pupil shrank, and he roared at the top of his lungs, "Scatter! Scatter!" The only response he got was the flying corpses and shattered equipment around him. The others, seeing this, saw their eyes crimson, their rage surging. Their bodies burst with unprecedented strength, charging directly at the Zerg, blood-curdling. Pei Qingyu's face was pale, and the spirit form of Guishu behind him was staggering from severe mental exhaustion, appearing and disappearing, on the verge of collapse at any moment. Seeing the casualties mounting, and the number of people suffering from mental disturbances increasing, he gritted his teeth and piloted the aircraft to Monra's side, asking, "How much longer can you hold on?" The only answer he got was Monra's pale face, drenched in sweat. Even from the exhaustion, the blood oozing from the corners of his mouth was particularly vibrant. Pei Qingyu took a deep breath, straining to muster a bit of energy, and said, "Let's work together." The Zerg were too numerous, and the potion that could restore their mental strength had long since run out. Unable to escape, they could only wait for rescue. In this situation, they absolutely could not afford to fall. Menghua vomited another mouthful of blood before nodding, "Okay." The two SSS-level healers joined forces, and the healing light shone once again, instantly turning the situation around. Bebekin blasted the Zerg in front of him away with a cannon, quickly glancing at the two men in the center, his face wrinkled. It was clear that Pei Qingyu and Menghua had exhausted their mental strength. If either of them fell, they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Perhaps they would all perish before rescue arrived. He asked again, "No signal yet?" "No." The same answer made his heart sink. Qi Xiu, piloting a mech and leading the Mech Assault Academy at the forefront, had clearly noticed the changes in Pei Qingyu and Menghua. He struggled to suppress the raging mental energy within him, his gaze fixed on the red vermillion fruit beside him. He made a quick decision and swallowed it. A few seconds after it entered his stomach, he passed out. Without his mental connection, the mech he was piloting instantly lost control. Red warnings lit up on the screen surrounding the control panel, accompanied by electronic warning sounds that echoed throughout the cockpit. "Warning, warning, mech locked. Warning, warning, mech out of control. Warning, warning, mech left wing damaged. Warning." Qi Xiu remained unconscious. Lin Xiu, not far away, watched the detection screen before her and quickly noticed something was wrong with the mech. Almost as the laser cannon arrived, Lin Xiu, manipulating the mech, darted forward and swiftly snatched the blown-off cockpit from the bombardment. Lin Xiu opened the ammunition boxes on either side of the mech and, while firing, pulled the unconscious Qi Xiu from the shattered cockpit and tossed him to the approaching Ling Xiu. This wouldn't work. She surveyed the chaotic battlefield before her and sternly declared, "Concentrate your firepower. Mech Assault Academy, the 1st Military Academy, will coordinate the attack, and the elves will provide cover. 6th Military Academy, Kebro Military Academy, protect your healers. Everyone else, follow my command." As her words fell, everyone instinctively adjusted their formation. Technology Military Academy, electromagnetic interference. The Science Military Academy team was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and activated electromagnetic interference. The Zerg mecha systems within a 10-mile radius were instantly paralyzed, their attack power drastically reduced. Shuigyang's urgent voice echoed over the communication channel. "Quick! Only 3 minutes of disruption." Lin Xiu quickly said, "1st Military Academy, Mecha Assault Academy, launch the attack." Yes. The two teams, working in perfect harmony, fully capitalized on the crucial 3 minutes, rapidly harvesting kills. The elves drew fire from overhead, providing cover. Seeing this, Lin Xiu continued, mecha repair specialists, monitor the surrounding mecha, weapons, and other metal debris for possible reuse. Collect any useful debris and craft new weapons or components if possible. So, the mecha maintenance students followed behind, killing the Zerg while keeping an eye on their surroundings. Whenever they found any useful materials, they immediately picked them up. They dodged and killed the Zerg, constantly pulling out tools to repair their mechas or tinkering with their weapons. She maneuvered her mecha into midair, looking down with a slight frown. Biological Research School, fire flares. At a command, the Biological Research School team unanimously launched flares at the Zerg in front. A roar echoed, and the entire battle zone was instantly engulfed in a haze of exploding smoke. The smoke quickly filled the air, obscuring vision. The giant alien lost its target. Just as it moved its massive body, a purple lightning bolt as thick as an arm suddenly descended from the sky above it, knocking it to its knees. Its exoskeleton crackled and sparked, and a barrage of energy blasts followed. At this moment, Lin Xiu led a mech squadron, charging out from the flank of the smoke. The energy waves created by their psychic surge sent the surrounding Zerg flying. They instantly surrounded the giant alien. Lin Xiu coldly declared, "Attack." Giving it no time to react, the cannon barrels locked onto it with pinpoint accuracy, unleashing full force, unleashing a barrage of high-energy lasers. However, they still underestimated the alien's defensive capabilities. It roared furiously, its sonic waves sending the surrounding mech squad flying dozens of meters. The swirling tentacles extended endlessly, rapidly attacking them. Lin Xiu quickly steadied her mech. Seeing several mech soldiers being grabbed by the tentacles, her gaze icy as she charged back. Her psychic power instantly condensed into 2 blades, which she grasped. Several flashes of cold light flashed through the air, and the giant alien's tentacles shattered, falling to the ground with a resounding thud. Be careful to avoid it, and observe its weak points. Yes! The high-energy laser cannon continued its barrage. After several probing attacks, they finally located the giant alien's weak point. One of the mech soldiers, sitting in the cockpit, stared intently at the red data on the screen before him and shouted, "Face! Attack its mouth!" In addition to its carapace, the alien was also equipped with exoskeleton armor, offering exceptional defense. Even its eyes were covered with protective lenses. The only relatively vulnerable part of its body was its bloody mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone almost simultaneously focused their fire on the alien's mouth. Deafening bombardments rang out in succession. Suddenly, a mushroom cloud billowed up, billowing thick smoke that obscured the sky and engulfed an area hundreds of miles in radius. The commotion instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Lin Xiu and his companions, who had already retreated to a safe area, observed the scene from the cockpit. Ollie stared at the image on the screen and hesitated. "Dead? Dead?" Davlin said with a hint of uncertainty, "Probably. Not right?" The mushroom cloud quickly dissipated, and the white mist from the flash decoy flares also quickly dissipated in the heat, clearing the view. "Even if not dead, he's probably crippled, right?" As he finished speaking, Ollie's eyes suddenly widened. "Where's the alien? Why is it gone?" In a panic, he began to search the battlefield at full speed. A huge crater appeared beneath the giant alien's location, a charred black mass rising with steam. The giant alien had formidable defenses. It was impossible for it to be blown away without even a single limb left. The alien's location was quickly locked onto. In the mecha cockpit, Lin Xiu stared at the red coordinates on the screen, his pupils suddenly constricting. He shouted urgently into the communication channel, "Pei-Ching-Yu, be careful." It turned out that the alien had suddenly appeared high above Pei-Ching-Yu and Mengelei's heads. The piercing sonic attack caught the elves defending the sky off guard. The intense pain in their minds and bodies, caused by the chaotic mental state, left them no time to resist. In a moment of daze, they were struck by the shells and fell heavily from the sky. By the time Bibican and the others reacted, Pei-Ching-Yu and Meng La had already been exposed to the giant alien's field of vision and locked onto it. Pei-Ching-Yu and Meng La quickly maneuvered the mecha to evade the attack. Several tracking laser bullets followed them closely, like shooting stars. In tacit coordination, the 2 men directed the tracking beams behind them toward each other. Just as they were about to strike, they simultaneously executed a cobra maneuver, soaring into the sky like a bolt of lightning. The next second, an explosion echoed behind them, and the 2 men successfully escaped the tracking beams. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, several thick tentacles swooped down from all sides with lightning speed, instantly entangling the mech's limbs and binding them like cicada cocoons. Warning: abnormalities detected in the mech's limb joints. Please address them immediately. Warning: the mech is under attack from outside, and its movement is restricted. Do you want to initiate explosive disengagement immediately? After Pei Qingyu struggled in vain, he said without hesitation, immediately. Initiate explosive disengagement. With a muffled thud, the entire mech erupted in smoke, flashed with lightning, and crackled. Most of its functions were completely paralyzed, but the tentacles on the outside remained unaffected, still tightly wrapped around the mech, tightening even further. Alarms blared in the cockpit. Demolition disengagement failed. Damage to the aircraft reaches 87%. The mechanical notification echoed in the cockpit, making his heart sink. The men from the nearby Kerbro Military Academy and the 6th Military Academy rushed towards the two without hesitation. As they approached, the shrill chirping of insects resounded throughout the battlefield. Zerg swarmed from all directions, surrounding them like a tide. Seeing this, Qiao Sun decisively hurled his lightsaber, slicing through the air and precisely severing the tentacles that trapped Pei Qingyu and Meng La. Pei Qingyu immediately unleashed several 3-second stun abilities, forcibly carving a path through the dense Zerg swarm. Nian seized the opportunity and rushed over with a small team, protecting him. At this moment, Lin Xiu also arrived with his mecha team and caught Meng La. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her back, and her hair stood on end. Turning around, she saw an old friend. Red Spider. Chapter 84. He stood atop the giant alien, casually swirling his wine glass, taking a sip and looking down with a disdainful gaze. He was in a good mood, admiring everything around him. When his eyes met Lin Xiu, Red Spider gave him a wicked smile, raised his glass slightly, and whispered, "See you again, my perfect experimental subject." With a wave of his hand, countless mechas and warships roared out from behind him, unstoppable, streaking across the sky like meteors. Under the intense firepower, in just a few minutes, only a few people were left struggling to hold on. Lin Xiu panted heavily and looked around. The dead and wounded were everywhere, with mecha wreckage, metal fragments, and falling classmates refusing to let go of their weapons. For a moment, she felt the entire world go utterly silent, so quiet that only her breathing and heartbeat could be heard. He glanced at the people supporting each other as they stood: Pei Qingyu, Qiao Sun, Anian, Mon La, Ali Dailane, Daphulin, Dingson Blue. All of them were top performers from their respective military academies. Linga's wings were shattered to pieces, scattered here and there. Go capture them. Red Spider moved his fingers, his face filled with determination. The mechs were severely damaged and forced to disintegrate. The few who could still move gathered together, back to back, in a circle, warily watching the aliens pouring in from all directions. Just as they were about to make a last-ditch effort, a surge of mental energy suddenly appeared around them, growing stronger from weak to strong. What is this? Qiao Sun gripped the lightsaber tightly, reaching out to wipe the blood that had splattered on his face. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated. A ball of white light appeared in their sight, the aftermath of its spiritual energy shattering the surrounding Zerg. A silver beam of light then shot out from the beam, striking Red Spider. The next second, she was sent flying to the ground with a resounding boom. Qi Xiu. Daphulin immediately recognized the mecha. Pei Qingyu. Lin Xiu saw this, and immediately began to rapidly form hand seals with both hands. All who face the enemy, fight, must line up and march forward. The instant Pei Qingyu's healing green light descended, the hand seals were complete. Kill! Lin Xiu's strength instantly drained, and she half knelt on the ground, her gaze fixed on the direction of the giant alien. Qi Xiu, piloting the mecha, flashed past her with a streak of silver light, charging towards the giant alien once again. At this moment, dark clouds gathered above Red Spider's head, and thunder rumbled. Red Spider looked up, his eyes filled with madness. He excitedly exclaimed, "It's truly miraculous." Hearing the sound of blades piercing the air, he casually pressed a button on his wrist. A chair materialized beneath him, carrying him to the top of the giant alien and into its cockpit. The moment he entered, lightning and Qi Xiu's attack struck Red Spider's spot. A deafening roar sent the giant alien crashing to the ground again. Red Spider scrambled up from the console, sitting back in his chair. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind. Seeing the effect, Lin Xiu and the others breathed a sigh of relief, instantly finding the strength to defeat the Zerg once more. Qi Xiu, tireless in his mech, engaged the enemy in close combat, while Lin Xiu occasionally delivered a few lightning strikes to assist. But the lightning became thinner and thinner, until it was only as thin as a toothpick. Lin Xiu knelt on the ground, gradually feeling the strain of her strength, her hand drooping limply from the seals. A warm, green, healing light fell upon her, but it was still a drop in the bucket. However, it was far from enough. Monla! A cry of surprise rang out. She quickly turned to look. Xiaosun instantly transformed into a beast, a giant panda, slamming down the surrounding Zerg and tearing the one holding Monla to shreds. I can't do this anymore. Monla raised his bloodied hand, summoning the last ounce of his mental energy. He gave the others a final wave of healing, then closed his eyes. Monla! Ollie Dailane's eyes widened, and he froze for 2 seconds. Ollie! Shui Yang cried out in shock. By the time Ollie Dailane realized what was happening, the alien's sharp blade had already pierced Shui Yang, who was standing in front of him. Responding quickly, Ollie Dailane swiftly dispatched the alien before him, kicking it away and reaching out to catch the falling Shui Yang. His head buzzed and his throat felt agonizingly dry. Dinson Blue stared at the fallen Zerg before him, his hand gripping his lightsaber trembling uncontrollably. Every function in his body had reached its limit. He plunged his lightsaber into the ground and lowered his head. He watched the people around him fall one after another. He then glanced at Qi Xiu, still entangled with the red spider. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu exchanged a glance, struggling to stand. After swaying, they said, Xiaosun, give Pei Qingyu and me a moment. Yes. Xiaosun was stunned for a moment, then, recovering his composure, he raised his head to the heavens and unleashed a beastly roar, relentlessly charging towards the endless stream of Zerg and aliens. Before he collapsed, he seemed to see a towering tree suddenly rise from the ground, blotting out the sun. When Ares and his men arrived, they froze in their tracks. In the nearby battle zone, students from the participating military academies lay sprawled, their bodies swarming above the dense Zerg hordes, a thundercloud obscuring the sky. Countless bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, indiscriminately striking the Zerg aliens below with a crackling thud, like a thunder pond. Of course, the most captivating sight was the towering tree in the center of the thunder pond. Countless orange-yellow flowers blossomed from it, emitting a warm glow. Palm-sized bunnies leaped from the flowers, carrying a healing light and rushing towards the injured and unconscious students and soldiers below. Is this the innate skill of the Star Travelers? Ba Gu stood aside, lowering his gaze to the orange-yellow flower floating in his palm, and slowly folded his fingers. Qi Xiu, also drawn back to his senses by this unique energy, watched Red Spider abandon its giant alien body and attempt to escape, and was about to give chase. A flash of fiery red light flashed, and Red Spider's escape pod was instantly shot down, with the accompanying mecha soldier surrounding it. Admiral Alesh? Qi Xiu exclaimed in surprise. Seeing the commotion, Lin Xiu finally gave up, and he and Pei Qingyu both passed out against Xiaosun's body. In the distant starry sea, a fleet of dark warships pierced through the turbulent space, rapidly heading towards the Federation. Illuminated by the starlight, a sliver of red flags appeared. A major incident occurred in the Military Academy League. The competition area was invaded by Zerg, and the participating Military Academy team suffered heavy losses, forcing the competition to be suspended. This incident caused an uproar in the Federation, and interstellar citizens' hatred of the Zerg reached its peak. Interest in this matter surged again, and people were deeply concerned about its follow-up. It was a month later when Lin Xiu woke up. She was forcibly awoken from the treatment chamber. The moment she opened her eyes, she received devastating news. Pei Qingyu had disappeared. What did you say? Lin Xiu quickly stood up and looked at Xiaosun before her. Old Pei woke up 2 weeks before you. As soon as he recovered, he was called away from the treatment center. They said they wanted him to help treat the patients in the critical care unit. At this point, Xiaosun subconsciously glanced around, leaning in and whispering, but I haven't been able to contact Old Pei for a week. He continued with a serious expression, the day after Old Pei went to the treatment center. An insect swarm broke out at the Federation border, and Admiral Allers was dispatched overnight to a fringe planet to resist it. From that day on, I haven't heard from Old Pei again. I suspect something might have happened to him. Lin Xiu suddenly had a foreboding premonition. When was your last contact? Where was he last seen? Xiaosun recalled. The last contact was a week ago. I had just finished treating my uncle and returned to the intensive care unit, and there has been no news since. But the intensive care unit at the treatment center is so small. I even used my family connections, but still couldn't find him. God knows how anxious he's been these past few days. If Lin Xiu doesn't wake up, he plans to hire bodyguards and conduct a thorough search of the entire treatment center. Lin Xiu's heart skipped a beat, And he suddenly had a foreboding premonition. Where are Professor Feiya and the others? 3 days ago, the school received a distress signal from asteroid E013. It's suspected that students from the previous class of the command department at the Kerbro Military Academy have gone missing. Professor Feiya has led a team to asteroid E013. After Qiaosun finished speaking, he subconsciously swallowed and secretly observed Lin Xiu's expression. What a coincidence. Qiaosun nodded, yes. It seemed like a deliberate arrangement. When he looked up again, he saw Lin Xiu striding out of the treatment room. He quickly asked, where are you going? Lin Xiu replied tersely, to find Pei Qingyu. Qiaosun immediately followed, I'm going too. As soon as Lin Xiu opened the door, several figures rushed in from outside, losing their balance and falling to the ground, sprawled out. It seemed as if they had been listening in the corner for who knows how long. Lin Xiu, The others, After 3 seconds of silence, Nian finally couldn't help but speak, we're going too. Lin Xiu glanced at the others, who were pecking at rice like chickens, and then led them to the intensive care unit of the treatment center. Of course, they returned empty-handed. The people in the intensive care unit seemed to have agreed on a plan, completely clueless. Lin Xiu frowned nervously, channeling her mental energy throughout the intensive care unit, scanning every corner, but still couldn't find a familiar figure. Her eyes darkened. Pei Qingyu isn't here. Something must have happened. Nian instantly sensed something was wrong. What then? I go find the principal. Qiaosun rushed out. Since teacher Feiya wasn't there, he'd go find the principal. His brother had donated a lot of money and a building to Kerbro. Hey Qiaosun, wait for me. Nian and the others followed closely behind. But after only a few steps he stopped. A familiar figure appeared before them, Mu Jieyue. A gentle smile played on his face. He looked past Nian and the others and glanced at Lin Xiu. Chief Lin, long time no see. Long time no see. Lin Xiu nodded politely, looked you up and down, and asked, why are you here? Mu Jieyue smiled and replied, I'm here to see a friend. Oh, then you can see me. I have something else to do, so I be leaving now. Lin Xiu strode off. Ah Su, wait for me. Qiaosun followed closely behind, pulling Nian in his arms. Once they were completely out of sight, Mu Jieyue's smile finally relaxed, and he whispered goodbye. Chapter 85. That night, the moon was dark, and the wind was high. Footsteps echoed in the corridor of the intensive care unit. Mu Jieyue casually adjusted his collar, exchanged a few words with the person behind him, and then flew out of the treatment center in his aircraft. As soon as he left, a figure quickly followed. They circled countless times, nearly losing him as they passed through the slums, before finally arriving at the base of a shabby building on the outskirts of the harbor. Mu Jieyue first surveyed the aircraft, and seeing nothing unusual, he folded it up. Lin Xiu stood in the shadows, a concealing talisman attached to his body. Seizing the moment his identity was successfully identified, he shrunk to an inch and entered before him. Mu Jieyue turned around, his eyes perplexed, and once again glanced around, a sense of something amiss. He frowned and entered the house in a few steps. After the door closed behind him, he entered the shabby bedroom and lay down on the bed. Sleeping already? Just as Lin Xiu was puzzled, he heard a click sound, and the person and the bed descended rapidly. Lin Xiu immediately rushed over, carefully positioning himself in the corner farthest from Mu Jieyue. He was confident he wouldn't be discovered. After all, as a child, to practice the wind-stepping cloud step, one had to stand on raw eggs or soft, freshly baked steamed buns, without crushing or squashing them. All around him was pitch black, and all he could feel was a steady descent. After more than 10 seconds, it finally stopped. Lin Xiu opened his eyes, and found himself in a completely enclosed room. The room was decorated in a cold black and white palette, with only a simple set of chairs, a wardrobe, and the bed that had just been placed there. She tiptoed to a corner and stood there. The moment she looked up, she was greeted by a muscular figure with firm, flowing lines. Mu Jieyue was changing clothes with his back to her. Lin Xiu adjusted her posture slightly, and when she looked up again, she met Mu Jieyue's dark eyes, her heartbeat slowing. She remained motionless, blinking briefly, her breathing becoming lighter. Just as she wondered if Mu Jieyue had spotted her, he straightened his collar and walked out. Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed him quietly. She had expected to walk down a long hallway, but instead, she emerged into a vast, circular laboratory. She immediately spotted Pei Qingyu, trapped in a large, transparent container in the middle. His eyes were closed, his brow furrowed, his body pierced with tubes, and his entire body was immersed in a green liquid. From him, the tubes led to the transparent containers lined up against the wall in all directions. The liquid in the containers was so dark that the outlines of several human figures could be vaguely discerned. Several figures moved between these transparent containers. A nearby control panel was piled high with crystals of various colors. They placed the crystals in the console's recesses and periodically tapped the adjacent light screen, as if recording something. What's going on? Mu Jiyu approached the glass container holding Pei Qingyu, watching the body data flash on the screen. A figure emerged from the shadows and approached the control panel in front of the container. A 30 centimeters tall transparent container appeared before Mu Jiyu. Confirmed, it's him. A familiar voice echoed, and Lin Xiu quickly looked over. I hadn't expected to see Red Spider here. Lin Xiu glanced at Mu Jiyu, then glanced at the people nearby who were controlling the data. Her lips pursed slightly. Two familiar faces, if she remembered correctly, from the School of Biological Research. So, a thought suddenly flooded her mind. Ah! At that moment, a hoarse roar echoed throughout the laboratory. Under the Red Spider's control, Pei Qingyu was trapped in a transparent container, forced to manifest his spirit form. The scent of osmanthus filled the air. Lin Xiu twitched her nose, faintly detecting a hint of blood amidst the floral fragrance. Right now, Pei Qingyu was in a dire state. The tubes wrapped around his body continuously absorbed his blood and spirit form, eventually congealing into a palm-sized green crystal, emerald green, with blood streaks. Red Spider stared at the faintly green glowing crystal before him with fascination. He tore his clothes to shreds, exposing his severed arm, and the festering wounds, large and small, that pierced his entire body. A closer look revealed patches of black spots covering the remaining intact skin, his body slowly beginning to transform. He carefully held the green crystal in his hands against his chest. As soon as it touched his skin, the crystal transformed into countless threads that seeped into his body. The wounds on Red Spider's body began to heal visibly. Seeing the effect, he used several more pills. New flesh grew on his arm, the black spots faded, and his injuries healed almost instantly. He sighed softly with relief and slowly opened his eyes. He scanned the transparent containers against the wall one by one, exclaiming in admiration, as expected of a star traveler. This healing ability surpasses all previous healers. That SSS girl is nothing compared to him. Are you sure there are no side effects? Mu Jiyu confirmed. Are you questioning me? Red Spider snorted in dissatisfaction, and pushed the light screen in front of him. Pointing to a red-marked value, he said, experimental data shows that his healing ability has the effect of suppressing and clearing the dark factor, with a 100% success rate. Before you, I had a batch of experimental subjects sent in. The mental powers of these subjects, severely disturbed and completely unconscious, began to stabilize after using the green crystal, and their bodies, distorted by the dark factor, began to recover visibly. The healing power is as high as 100%. If we can control this energy, we will no longer fear the dark factor. At this point, Red Spider stared intently at the transmission tube wrapped around Pei Qingyu, his eyes bloodshot and tinged with madness. He lowered his gaze to the dark spots on his arm, which had faded considerably, and whispered, "Not enough, not enough. Go bring me another test subject." Mu Jiyu raised his eyes, and glared at him coldly. "Do you think you've lived too long? Bringing Pei Qingyu here is risky enough. If you bring that person here too, you won't be able to leave Lulu Star alive." Red Spider suddenly grabbed Mu Jiyu's arms and cried hysterically, "I don't care. You must bring her here. She's more valuable than test subject number 2. Not now." Mu Jiyu indifferently ripped his hand from her body and continued, "Get ready. The teacher should be here soon. I go get her." He straightened his sleeves and strode out. Red Spider stared at his back, scoffing silently, then turned back to fiddling with the console. Lin Xiu's mind rang with alarm bells. Her gaze fell on Pei Qingyu, and she quickly formed a plan. Mu Jiyu's teacher had arrived so quickly that she even suspected he was waiting nearby. When she saw the person behind Mu Jiyu, Lin Xiu's eyes widened, a sense of predictability building within her. It was a familiar face. Ba Gu, commander of the First Legion, the principal of the Institute of Biological Research, and even someone she hadn't expected to see at the end. Some of the illogicalities finally made sense. No wonder so many people hadn't been able to find Red Spider, letting him escape every time. It turned out someone was helping him. She quickly activated the photo recording function on her computer. She might need it someday. Mu Jiyu turned to the person in front of him and said respectfully, "Teacher." The man looked up at Pei Qingyu and asked, "Are you all ready?" Mu Jiyu nodded Everything is ready. Then let's begin. Yes. As Mu Jiayue finished speaking, a translucent white capsule suddenly appeared, centered on the transparent container that trapped Pei Qingyu. Teacher, please. Mu Jiayue opened the capsule door. The man hesitated for a moment, then laid down inside. Seeing this, the others followed suit and entered the other capsules. After the hatch is closed, we will first soothe your mental energy, then cleanse your dark factors, and finally, transfer and replace your blood and healing elements. Hongzhu spoke at the perfect moment. Are you all ready? Mu Jiayue said calmly, begin. As the hatch closed, Hongzhu stood at the control panel and gave instructions to the screen before him. Several transmission pipe chains instantly extended from the transparent containers arrayed against the walls, converging from all sides and connecting to the 4 capsules. As energy was transmitted, the figures trapped within the transparent containers let out a series of piercing roars, twisting their bodies incessantly, their hands repeatedly pounding on the containers. But they were quickly pulled back by the star chains within, shrinking further and further, unable to move. Lin Xiu watched with her own eyes, as the person in a nearby container turned into a dried corpse in the blink of an eye. She swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on the center. Just as Hongzhu was about to open the device in Pei Qingyu's glass container to begin the energy transmission, Lin Xiu performed the wind stepping cloud step to freeze the surrounding supporters in place. Grabbing Red Spider's head, she pressed it against the console, performing facial and iris authentication. Open container number 1? The intelligent voice chimed. Yes. Opening container number 1 for you. The moment the container opened, Lin Xiu grasped the kitchen knife, a manifestation of her psychic power. She strode forward, severing the Starlink and transmission pipelines that trapped Pei Qingyu in a few swift strokes. Alarms blared. With one hand, she carried the unconscious Pei Qingyu on her shoulder. With the other, she quickly tucked the nearby green crystal into her space button. She hastily applied a concealment talisman to her body and rushed back in the direction they had come from. An unassuming corner of the parking area. 2 ordinary-looking girls sat on chairs, occasionally glancing out. It was Qiao Sun and Nian, now in disguise. Before arriving, the 3 of them had a brief discussion. The 2 of them would be responsible for the pickup, while Lin Xiu would follow Mu Jiayue. Regardless of whether they found Pei Qingyu or not, they would reunite here at the appointed time. Qiao Sun checked the time, stood up, and paced. It's almost the agreed time. Why hasn't Ah Su arrived yet? He clenched his hands tightly, and turned to look at the girl with the twin ponytails beside him. Nian, don't you think she'd be okay? No. Nian shook her head, affirming, even if something happens, she'd be fine. Have you prepared everything I said before? Of course. Qiao Sun nodded, then glanced down at his computer again. Still no news from Lin Xiu. 30 minutes ago, Qiao Sun's computer received a message from Lin Xiu, requesting 2 spaceship tickets to leave Lulu Star immediately. The 2 of them instantly realized something was amiss, and made immediate arrangements. However, the nearest spaceship was about to take off, but there was no sign of Lin Xiu. About 10 minutes later, just as they were about to go find Lin Xiu, a sudden gust of cool wind blew by their side, and Qiao Sun felt a weight on his shoulders. Let's go! Leave Lulu Star now. Lin Xiu's urgent voice echoed in his ears. Qiao Sun's heart skipped a beat. He stared at Anian for a second, casually tousling his twin ponytails, and said with a somewhat disappointed expression, "Anan, my legs are a little sore. Let's find a place to sit down." Anian nodded, okay. The 2 of them slowly walked around the hall, then pulled out their flying devices, and quickly headed towards the spaceship. Nian was piloting the aircraft. Qiao Sun turned to see Lin Xiu placing Pei Qingyu on the ground nearby. The latter was in a horrible state, his body still pierced by various transmission tubes, 2 of which had even pierced his limbs and shoulder blades. Lin Xiu acted decisively, pulling the transmission tubes and star chains from Pei Qingyu's body in just a few seconds. Blood gushed out, and Pei Qingyu opened his eyes in pain. He blinked in disbelief and whispered softly, "Ah Su?" "Yes." Lin Xiu nodded softly, and pulled out a pile of green crystals from the space button. He gave them all to him, barely stopping the bleeding. He pulled out a set of clothes he had prepared for his own use, and tossed them to Qiao Sun, "Change him." Qiao Sun immediately took them, looking at the wounds, large and small, on Pei Qingyu's body. His hands paused for 2 seconds, then quickened their movements. "What happened? Didn't you say you were just helping treat the other injured? How did it become like this? Who caused these injuries? See for yourself." Lin Xiu opened his computer, and uploaded a video file to him. He rubbed his shoulder and smelled it. Have you bought your spaceship tickets? Yes. Xiaosun nodded. The nearest route is to the border asteroid A8818. We depart in 10 minutes. That do? Xiaosun opened the video file, stunned and incredulous. He stared at Pei Qingyu, who closed his eyes and breathed with wide eyes. His finger trembled as he pointed at the screen. This. Lin Xiu said with a forced smile. As you can see. Let me see. Nian glanced casually, and the aircraft nearly fell from the sky. His heart pounding, he quickly took control and increased speed. Lin Xiu briefly recounted the story. The others remained silent, save for Pei Qingyu's slight breathing. They were terrified the entire way, fearing that Mu Jieyue and the others would catch up. Thankfully, they made it safely aboard the spaceship. Just as the spaceship was about to enter the starry sea, it was blocked by a sudden appearance of a starship. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. Attention passengers. According to the relevant authorities, due to the detection of large-scale Zerg activity in the Lulu Star Zone, the spaceship has activated its protection system. In accordance with the Starry Sea navigation safety regulations, for the safety of our passengers, we will now urgently return. For the safety of our passengers, we will now conduct a safety inspection of the spaceship. All passengers, please return to your cabins and cooperate with the inspection. If you spot any suspicious individuals, please immediately activate the alarm button. A mechanical alarm chime echoed in his ears. Lin Xiu exhaled and looked at Pei Qingyu. Their eyes met. It had finally come. The unexpected, though delayed, had arrived. Chapter 86. Xiaosun and Enian were not as calm as they were. Why not investigate sooner or later and now? What the hell is this insect tribe? I think they're coming for us. Xiaosun was spun in panic. Enian recalled the figure he had just glimpsed and frowned. If we can't leave now, it will be difficult to leave Lulu Star later. Right. Xiaosun clenched his fists and darted in front of Pei Qingyu. Go! We must go! Now! But how to go was a problem. Seeing that they were about to be tracked down, Xiaosun racked his brains, but couldn't come up with a good solution. Finally, he plopped down on the sofa and said, Why don't we just charge out? Nian said, Look at the starships outside. There are at least a dozen of them. Breaking through their encirclement is practically impossible. Xiaosun scratched his hair in frustration. What should we do? We just rescued old Pei, and now he's going to be captured again. If he's captured this time, will old Pei still be alive? He felt like his head was exploding, and his hair was sticking out of his ears from the way he was scratching. At this moment, Lin Xiu, who had suddenly fallen silent, spoke up. I think Xiaosun's suggestion is a good one. Xiaosun and Nian? Question mark. Lin Xiu looked at Xiaosun. Young master, I want to borrow something from you. Ah? Okay. Xiaosun was confused. Although he didn't know what it was, he subconsciously nodded in agreement. Leading the security inspection was Ba Ge. Why are you here? Ba Ge stood at the door, gazing at the two men with scrutiny. Xiaosun, who had long since discarded his women's clothing and returned to his aristocratic demeanor, raised his brows upon hearing this. He spread his hands and said, Well, it's because our Naxal family is so wealthy and powerful. There's been some trouble with the A8818 asteroid business, and the Military Academy League just happened to be over, so my brother asked me to go check it out. Ba Ge pointed at Enian, who was sitting there like a quail. What about him? Of course, it's my highly paid bodyguard. Xiaosun placed his hand on Enian's shoulder and continued, You know, our Naxal family is so wealthy and powerful. What if someone kidnaps me and uses it to threaten my brother? What should we do then? Don't you agree, Mr. Ba Ge? Beige's eyes suddenly turned cold. I believe you heard the announcement just now. For your safety, we will now conduct a security check of your cabin. Please cooperate. Mr. Ba Ge is truly competent, taking care of even such a small matter personally. Xiaosun shrugged nonchalantly. Please. The two stared at each other in silence for a moment. Suddenly, Ba Ge snorted coldly and gestured behind him. Search. The group behind them received the order and rushed in. Nian quickly pulled Xiaosun to the side of the cabin door. Xiaosun frowned at their frantic rummaging and said sarcastically, Those who know would think you're here for a security check, while those who don't would think you're here to raid your property. Don't you agree, Mr. Ba Ge? Beige didn't even glance at him and walked right past them. He quickly scanned the room, his intuition telling him Pei Qingyu might be here. Even if he wasn't, he couldn't be implicated in any way by these two men. Nian glanced calmly outside, his fingers moving subtly at his side. A subtle wave passed by them. Xiao Sun and Nian exchanged glances before striding into the house. Report, no abnormalities found. Report, nothing here either. The adjutant came over and shook his head. Ba Gu glanced at the two men sitting on the sofa, his eyes cold, and suddenly chuckled. I suspect they're harboring Zerg. Capture them, and bring them back for questioning. Hearing this, Xiao Sun stood up in anger, feeling deeply humiliated. He shouted in discontent, I know you have a problem with us, but that's not the way to put the blame on someone. Who are you trying to offend? Nian shielded Xiao Sun behind him and echoed, that's right. I think you're the one harboring the Zerg. Capture them. Stop. Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. Brother. Xiao Sun looked over in surprise. Uncle, why are you here too? When he called for help, he known his brother would definitely come, but he hadn't expected his uncle to come too. Uncle? Ba Ji's heart skipped a beat at the address. Sure enough, he saw a familiar face behind Xiaolin. Xiaolin. Xiaolin smiled politely at him. Ba Gu, long time no see. Ba Gu looked a little dazed. Indeed, it's been a while. The last time they met was 20 years ago. Are you? Okay. Well, I'm lucky enough to have met an SSS healer. Xiaolin suddenly remembered something and continued, wasn't there a military academy league a while ago? I think you probably know him. He's a cadet at the Kebro Military Academy, Peiching you. Ba Gu was silent. Xiao Yuan asked again, I heard from people outside that Zerg have appeared on Lulu Star. Are you conducting a security check? Yes. Xiao Yuan took in the mess in the room and asked, have you found anything? Ba Gu stared into his eyes, silent for a moment, and whispered, not yet. Since there's nothing, I take Xiao Sun and his friends with me. You can continue with your work. Xiao Yuan smiled gently and pointed at the two people standing nearby. Let's go! Xiao Sun quickly followed him, pulling Nian with him. Ba Gu watched Xiao Yuan take the men away right under his nose. Angrily, he kicked several large holes in the wall nearby. Hearing the loud noise coming from the cabin behind him, Nian couldn't help but ask, are we just leaving? Or else? Xiao Sun looked at Nian like he was idiot. Do you really want to be recaptured? No, no, no. Nian shook his head. I just think, given Lord Ba Ji's character, he shouldn't let us go so easily. Xiao Sun had finally come to his senses, and strode over to Xiao Yuan's side. Uncle, why are you here? Are you feeling better? Why does Ba Gu act like a quail when he sees you? He's so honest, and he looks down on everyone. Xiao Yuan remained silent. Instead, Xiaolin suddenly blurted out, you could search the First Legion's previous commander. Xiao Sun, huh? Nian quickly accessed the star network. Then his eyes widened, feeling that the amount of information he had received today was a bit overwhelming, and his brain wasn't enough. Xiaoan, of the Naxal family, was once the commander of the First Legion, renowned for his military achievements. He was considered one of the Federation's twin pillars, along with Aslo, the current commander of the 6th Legion. Xiao Sun was shocked by this. He had never imagined his uncle held such a high position. Seeing his reaction, which seemed uninformed, Nian leaned close to his ear and whispered, you don't know? Xiao Sun shook his head. For as long as he could remember, he had only seen his uncle in his beast form, and his brother, busy with work, had never explained this to him. Okay, what are you mumbling about? Hurry up and follow us. I'm coming. After Xiaoan led them onto his private spaceship and closed the cabin, he asked, where are they? Xiao Sun asked, bewildered, what people? Xiaolin pointed out without hesitation, your little tricks are just for fooling others. Xiao Sun still shook his head, I don't know. Seeing that he was unwilling to talk further, Xiaolin didn't want to press the issue. He continued, judging from your appearance, they must have already left Lulu Star. You two should stay together for the time being and don't run around. The two nodded in unison yes. Xiao Sun casually stroked his laptop. He wondered how Lin Xiu and the others were doing. They should have successfully left Lulu Star. As he had expected, Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu had indeed left Lulu Star, but they weren't doing any better. They were discovered by Mu Jieyue and his men in Lulu Star's final defense zone. Lin Xiu piloted the mecha, using his shrinking the earth in an inch technique to its full potential. But it was still far slower than the battleship's speed. Warning! Warning! Multiple radar locks detected. Warning! Severe damage to the left wing. Seeing they were about to be caught, Lin Xiu quickly formed hand seals. The starry sea surged, and countless thunderbolts rained down from the sky, triggering a meteorite turbulence. Affected by the turbulence, the mecha Lin Xiu was piloting was struck by a meteorite and forced to crash land on a nearby abandoned asteroid, slamming a massive crater into the ground. Pei Qingyu raced to mobilize the last of his healing energy. A soft glow enveloped Lin Xiu, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. Ignoring her injuries, Lin Xiu struggled to climb out of the escape pod. A surge of air surged overhead, and Mu Jieyue descended from the sky with a fleet of fighter jets. She quickly pulled out a new mecha from the space button Xiao Sun had given her. She dragged the severely injured and unconscious Pei Qingyu into the cockpit. Mu Jieyue had already surrounded her. He approached Lin Xiu and said, "Come back with me." Lin Xiu twitched his lips and sneered, "Will you drag me back for experiments? In that case, don't blame me for being rude." Mu Jieyue's face instantly turned cold. With a gesture, countless star chains descended upon her. Lin Xiu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and activated her mech's attack system. Accompanied by the roar of the energy beam cannon, sending those around her flying, Lin Xiu seized the opportunity to teleport to Mu Jieyue's presence. Wielding twin blades materialized from his psychic power, he fiercely slashed at his mech. Mu Jieyue's arm was severed, and he flung himself dozens of meters away, coldly saying, "Catch her." The moment he finished speaking, darkness fell overhead, and a large net made of a special material descended, trapping her. Lin Xiu was like a fish caught in a net, struggling but unable to break free. Instead, the more she struggled, the tighter the net tightened. Seeing her efforts were futile, she instantly shrunk to a fraction of an inch, appearing not far away. Just as she had escaped, the next second, a large net descended upon her again. Mu Jieyue stood aside with interest and said, "I've always been curious about what your spirit form looks like. I wonder if I have the honor of seeing it today." "Then you just have to wait and see." After repeating this over and over again, her mental strength was almost exhausted. Lin Xiu steeled herself and formed another seal. When facing a battle, all must line up and march forward. The golden rune formation, centered around her, spread outward for 1,000 miles. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and bursts of thunder flashed. "Retreat!" Mu Jieyue's face changed, and she quickly increased the speed of her mecha, leaving an arc in the air. But it was too late. Thunderbolts rained down from the sky, and a 1,000-mile radius was filled with lightning as thick as buckets, destroying all living things. Fighters in the sky plumed with smoke and plumes of gunpowder. As the saying goes, for every one who kills 1,000 enemies, 800 are lost. After successfully forming the seal, Lin Xiu's mental strength was exhausted, and her mecha swayed uncontrollably. It was accidentally split in two by the lightning, striking the enemy. The thunder dissipated, and Lin Xiu lay numbly in the escape pod. She struggled to open her eyes, staring at the familiar crater, her chest heaving as she gasped. She couldn't help but think, if she'd been struck like this, Mu Jieyue and the others wouldn't be much better off. As soon as this thought occurred to her, she saw mecha after mecha descending around the crater. Mu Jieyue's figure slowly emerged from the smoke. His gaze was stern. He glanced at her, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, as if mocking her presumptuousness. Lin Xiu glanced at Pei Qingyu, still unconscious beside him. Using nearly all his strength, he finally managed to stand, propping himself up against the wreckage of the mecha. He looked sharply at Mu Jieyue, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with an indifferent expression. Mu Jieyue looked at the girl straight back at the bottom of the pit, his expression grim. He hated those who refused to yield. "Take her away." With a command, the net descended instantly. This time, Lin Xiu didn't have the ability to shrink the earth to an inch. Following him were 8 star chains, instantly piercing her limbs and scapula. Unable to hold back any longer, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyelids felt heavy, her ears buzzed, and in a trance, she seemed to see a bright red flag and a rapidly moving black and white ball. Chapter 87. Lin Xiu had a beautiful dream. In it, she returned to Qincheng Mountain. The marriage tree in the Taoist temple had sprouted. She also saw her master, brothers, sisters, and junior brothers. They were gathered together, seemingly discussing something. As they talked, they began to argue, culminating in a brawl. Lin Xiu, shock. "Stop fighting. Stop fighting." Her eyes widened suddenly, jolted awake. She found herself in a treatment chamber, surveying her surroundings warily, a look of confusion in her eyes. The classic Chinese layout, the plethora of high-tech gadgets, and the row of single beds separated by blinds in front of her gave the room a strangely familiar feel. Suddenly, a panda head leaned over to the treatment chamber and exclaimed in surprise, "Are you awake?" Lin Xiu was startled by the sudden voice and stared at it. "Wake up! Wake up! Someone come!" The panda-headed man stared at her for a few seconds before reacting and shouting, "Xiao Xia, she's awake." A group of people trotted in from the doorway, wearing familiar white coats and surrounding her. Girl, how are you? Are you feeling any discomfort? Stop pushing, let me check her out. The crowd jostled. Lin Xiu twitched her fingertips, eyeing them warily. A flash of red caught her eye, drawing her gaze. She looked closely, her eyes slightly wide open, her heart skipping a beat. She stared in disbelief at the armband of the person next to her. A closer look revealed that each of them wore a red armband, the stars on it brighter than any she had seen in the sea of stars. The glare was so intense, she couldn't even see anyone. Noticing her gaze, the crowd around her fell silent. They looked at each other, and just as they were about to send someone with a friendly look out to say something, someone walked in from outside. Hey Xiu, you're here. Lin Xiu looked over, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She asked uncertainly, Xia Xinghui? Lin Xiu, long time no see. Xia Xinghui looked at her and smiled faintly. Long time no see. Lin Xiu's lips curved slightly, and she relaxed instantly, her tense hands resting casually on her stomach. You saved me? Where is this? Where's Pei Qingyu? Xia Xinghui patiently explained, this is the treatment area of the Tai Chi mothership. Pei Qingyu is in the treatment room next to yours. After treatment, he's out of danger. I go see him? Lin Xiu was still a little worried, and struggled to get out of the treatment room. Girl, don't worry. I give you a full body checkup. It be quick. The young man is fine, don't worry. After repeated persuasion from the group, Lin Xiu was dragged through the full body checkup. As soon as it was over, she couldn't wait to run to the next room, not even having time to put on her shoes. As soon as she passed the sensor door, she saw two people in white coats, a man and a woman, standing on either side of Pei Qingyu, their palms emitting a soft green light. Healer? Lin Xiu was no fool. She realized they were treating Pei Qingyu and immediately slowed down her pace, moving with caution and gentleness. Xia Xinghui stood behind her and whispered, because of our racial talents, our people have long been coveted by certain forces. They've attempted to extract and convert healing energy through experiments. Over time, we've gained some experience in body repair and energy recovery. So don't worry. Lin Xiu's expression was complicated. It took many experiences to say such words so calmly. She turned to look at Xia Xinghui and said earnestly, thank you. It's said that the best healers are from the Xinglu tribe. As the person involved, she knew the severity of the injuries before the coma. After waking up, there was not even a scar on her body. She even felt so energetic that she could carry an entire mecha single-handedly. You're welcome. Xia Xinghui smiled at her. Protecting every member of our tribe is our duty. At that moment, Lin Xiu suddenly calmed down, feeling an unprecedented sense of peace in her heart. Let's go! I take you to see someone. Following Xia Xinghui, Lin Xiu took in everything around her intently. The ubiquitous Chinese Xia style, the patrol's upright figures, and their coordinated movements all made her feel like she was back on planet Huanyu. They arrived at the command center via aircraft. Before Lin Xiu even entered, a panda head leaned over and gave her a bear hug. It felt wonderful. She took the opportunity to secretly touch her twice, satisfying her urge to touch her, something Xiao Sun usually wouldn't let her do. Ahem, Yuan, come here. A gentle voice rang out. Yuan nudged Lin Xiu twice, before reluctantly releasing her claws. Her vision suddenly widened, and Lin Xiu spotted the elderly man standing not far away. He had a kind face, a refined demeanor, and an air of scholarly elegance, evidently a man of profound knowledge. Yuan is a bit mischievous, so please don't mind me, young friend. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Xiu felt the connection was right. It's called Yuan. Very cute. Lin Xiu paused after saying this. She felt as if she had heard the name somewhere before, but couldn't place it. Let me introduce you. This is my father, Xia Xinghui. Xia Xinghui introduced, this is Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was the first to greet them. Hello, Mr. Xia. Hello, I saw your class's military academy league. Xia Xinghui smiled warmly at her. You guys were great. Lin Xiu smiled sheepishly. You're so kind. With this opening, the rest of the conversation went much more smoothly. When Lin Xiu emerged from the command center, she was in a daze. She instinctively clutched her chest and quickened her pace, eager to see Pei Qingyu as soon as possible. Flying the aircraft at high speed, she bumped into Pei Qingyu, who was about to come towards her, just as she landed. Are you okay? The two asked in unison, finally smiling at each other. Pei Qingyu, wait for me. Mangan panted as he caught up from behind, unable to help but sigh. I didn't expect you, a wounded soldier, to run so fast. Meng grinned. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu smiled at her. Long time no see. Long time no see. Meng quickly said, but I watched the Military Academy League. I bet on you to win, and I made a small profit. Lin Xiu's brows raised, instantly piqued. Really? How much did you win? He guess? Do you want me to guess? The two chatted away, Pei Qingyu following behind them, a helpless smile on his face. It had to be said that Meng Ongxi was surprisingly chatty after meeting again after 3 days. Lin Xiu remembered that he wasn't like this before. Finally, Pei Qingyu couldn't stand it anymore and finally quieted him down, claiming he needed to rest. After seeing Meng off, Lin Xiu immediately lost his energy and sank down on a nearby chair, Guyu style. Guess who I just saw? Who? Lin Xiu raised his hand and made a 1. Chief of the Xinglu Brigade, Xia Xinghui's father. The appearance of Zerg and alien species on Lulu Star, the loss of contact with the competition, and the forced suspension of the Military Academy League. This series of events caused a sensation on the Star Internet. Naturally, the Xinglu Brigade members also took notice of this news. They knew the temperaments of some in the Federation well, and with Pei Qingyu as a lucrative prospect right before their eyes, it was impossible for them not to take action. So, after the first appearance of Zerg in the Military Academy League, they had already begun a space jump in their space carriers. Under the guidance of their wise men, they finally arrived at the critical moment and rescued Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu from Mu Jieyue and the others. Pei Qingyu asked doubtfully, where are Mu Jieyue and the others? Were they released? Lin Xiu scoffed. They're in the detention cell. Xia Xinghui said someone would come and redeem them. Pei Qingyu nodded, feeling a little relieved. That's not the point. Lin Xiu suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered, I got the final set of coordinates. Pei Qingyu's eyes widened, and he stared at her in disbelief, his figure trembling slightly. Really? Lin Xiu confirmed, really. Pei Qingyu hugged her tightly, his arms tightening. Great. We can finally go back. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Lin Xiu rested her chin on his shoulder and smiled knowingly. Now that we have the complete coordinates, we can go back soon. Besides Xia Jinghui, she later met another person, whom Xia Xinghui and the others called the Wise Man. The old man, with a white beard and sleek, muscular arms, was full of energy and vigor, appearing even younger and more vibrant than she was. The smile on his face from the moment he saw her never faded. Without a word, he casually pulled a very antique-looking black plastic bag from his pocket and handed it to her. He smiled, a gift. Under his expectant gaze, he opened the bag, revealing a lush green seedling. Is this what I was thinking of? Lin Xiu almost thought she was seeing things. The wise man nodded affirmatively. This is too valuable. Lin Xiu couldn't refuse this gift, and she couldn't refuse it. After a few polite exchanges, Lin Xiu accepted it. Then, under the wise man's guidance, she fused the seedling and obtained the final set of numbers. It felt unreal to be doubting life so smoothly. The wise man stroked his beard, still smiling, and said, good things must be eaten immediately. Lin Xiu agreed. As the two were talking, the surroundings suddenly shook violently, and Pei Qingyu lost his balance and fell towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu instinctively reached out and pulled Pei Qingyu into her arms, and then they both fell to the ground. Alert, alert. Anomalous spatial fluctuations detected, suspected large numbers of Zerg approaching. All personnel, please assume combat readiness. Alert, alert. Lulu's planetary rings have been damaged by the Zerg tide and are rapidly collapsing. Tai Chi has suffered a severe impact and is now in defense mode. Alarm, alarm. A rift has appeared in the star sea around Lulu's star. Zzz. Alarms blared in quick succession. The two men, holding onto the tables and chairs, helped each other to their feet. As they shakily opened the cabin door, they saw Mengen rushing over. Something's happened. Follow me. Mengen quickly stuffed a set of combat uniforms into each of their arms and led them out. Soldiers kept running past them in the corridors, and the sirens were incessant. Lin Xiu and Pei Qingyu quickly pulled their uniforms on as they ran. As they put them on, they looked up to find a firearm in their hands. When they reached the hangar apron, the rest of the soldiers were already ready, loading into their fighter planes in an orderly fashion. Are we there? Xia Xinghui had been waiting for them for a long time. Upon seeing them, he immediately led them to the Area 1 frigate. After the fighters were assigned and the formation was deployed, Xia Xinghui's voice rang out over the communication channel. I am Xia Xinghui, the commander of this frigate. Primary mission: guard against Zerg raids and absolutely ensure the safety of the healers. The frigate consisted of 10 healers and 10 fighter squadrons, each with a total of 20 personnel, including the commander. There were 10 such frigates. This ensured the healers had no worries while treating patients on the battlefield. Tai Chi was one of the 10 healers protected. Lin Xiu was his personal guard. She and Mengan were ordered to cooperate with the rest of the squadron to ensure Tai Chi's safety at all times, otherwise he would be out of sight. When the frigate flew out of the Tai Chi mothership and into the Starry Sea, everyone saw a massive, inky, bottomless rift in the Starry Sea, emitting black mist. It was visible to the naked eye, and was constantly expanding. The Zerg, like mad, swarmed densely, charging into the cracks in droves. With every Zerg leap into the crack, the black energy grew thicker and more condensed. So much black energy? Mengan said solemnly, "It's not black energy, it's the dark factor." Lin Xiu, shock. She looked at the dark cloud-like dark factor and swallowed subconsciously, her mind racing with the thought, "It's all over." Mengan comforted her, "Don't worry. We star travelers are born with the ability to control the dark factor." Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, but her heart tightened again. They weren't afraid of the dark factor, but what about Xiao Sun and the others? Isn't it said that the dark factor is invisible in the air, colorless and odorless? At this concentration, it felt like even a single breath would send one into a state of ecstasy. Why are these Zerg rushing in? Are they desperately trying to escape, like moths to a flame? Xiaoxing replied in a deep voice, "Because of the Zerg mother. They want to awaken the Zerg mother by strengthening the dark factor." The Zerg mother. The last interstellar war was half caused by the Zerg mother. The offspring of the Zerg mother, infected by the dark factor, are just as brutal, bloodthirsty, and belligerent as themselves. They have destroyed and devoured hundreds of star systems, leaving nothing alive and destroying planets wherever they go. Mengan added, "I've heard from the elders of my tribe that the Zerg weren't like this in the beginning. They were hardworking and gentle, and the star honey they brewed was a hit across the interstellar sea." Star honey? Lin Xiu understood. It was the little bee that had turned evil and become the evil little bee. Chapter 88. Even as they talked, their movements didn't cease. The frigates had already reached the front lines of the galaxy, the edge of the rift in the galaxy. The situation had reached a fever pitch. The defenders of Lulu Star and surrounding planets were desperately fighting to prevent the Zerg from approaching the rift. The magnificent galaxy turned pitch black under the influence of the dark factor. Black vortexes continuously appeared around them, and tens of thousands of Zerg fleets surged out from them like a tide. A series of piercing, teeth-grinding buzzing sounds emanated. "It's the Zerg, everyone, take precautions." Countless fleets formed around the rift in the galaxy, their beams connecting to form a defensive barrier. Vanguard Fleet, attack. With the command, red particle beams from the foremost fleets lit up one after another, streaking across the galaxy like meteors, pulverizing the leading Zerg fleets. But this did nothing to dampen the Zerg's resolve. The fleet ahead was destroyed, but new ones immediately arrived, their intention clearly to triumph through sheer numbers. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. Some queens even devoured their own kind, giving birth to new Zerg on the spot. Under the Zerg's reckless attacks, and the influence of the dark factor, the defenders' already outnumbered situation became even more difficult. Finally, under yet another wave of Zerg attacks, the defensive barrier shattered. The dark factor instantly eroded everyone's mental seas. Under the condensed dark factor, the psychic power law had little effect. In the battleships, individuals, their mental powers constantly raging, became hideous and began to attack their own people. Some, while still conscious, chose to self-destruct. Explosions echoed. The defending fleet was broken into pieces. Either way, they were bound to be ravaged by the dark factor. Rather than harming their own people, they could get out and kill a few more Zerg. Why isn't the psychic power technique working? Healer. Is there a healer? Save my brother. Damn Zerg. I fight you. Protect the healer. Monra. Ollie screamed at the top of his lungs, piloting his mech to catch the falling Monra. The moment he caught her, the mech disintegrated, revealing a small, blood-stained face. Are you okay? Ollie hurriedly brought the man back to the group. Seeing this, the First Military Academy's men immediately surrounded them. Cough, cough, cough. Monra struggled to open her eyes, only to find that no matter how hard she tried, she was met with pitch blackness. Her ears rang with clashing sounds, and she could hear no sound from the outside world. Her mental strength was exhausted, and she had forced herself to use her healing abilities, only to be successfully attacked by the aliens, causing her to bleed from all 5 orifices. She was so unwilling to accept this. So many people needed her. Dying like this would be such a waste. Ollie frantically tried to wipe away the blood, but soon found that the more he wiped, the more it accumulated. A nearby person handed her a healing potion, and he quickly poured it into Monra's mouth. Then Monra began to vomit even more blood. Ollie quickly covered her mouth with his palm, trying to force her to swallow the potion. Feeling the warmth beneath his palm gradually drop, Ollie's eyes reddened as he shouted, "Pei Qingyu, where's Pei Qingyu? He'd definitely be able to save her." "Yes, where's Pei Qingyu? Isn't he an SSS healer? Why haven't I seen him? Are you afraid of death and deserting the battlefield?" Qiaosun, who was not far away, heard this and immediately became enraged. He suppressed his turbulent mental energy and let out a beastly roar. After the roar, he fell to one knee with a thud. The mecha also disintegrated. His eyes were red and bleeding. He was extremely grateful that Lin Xiu and the others had left Lulu's star. "That's good. That's it. Young master, wake up. Why are you sleeping? Get up and fight." In a trance, he seemed to hear Lin Xiu's voice. Just when he thought it was his last fantasy, a cute little white rabbit suddenly appeared and jumped into his arms. It transformed into tiny stars and sank into his body. A familiar warmth flowed through him, sobering him up a little. Subconsciously looking up, he saw green lights flashing one after another in the distance, transforming into a towering tree stood tall. Among the trees, a moon palace laurel tree stood out. Countless white rabbits leaped from it, accompanied by the refreshing fragrance of the flowers, and ran towards the nearby guards. Wherever the green light reached, the dark factor had nowhere to hide. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the healers! Are these the healers sent by the central system after receiving our call for help? Have they sent all the healers in the Federation?" The healing light saved many soldiers, whose lives were hanging by a thread due to the dark factor. The sight of so many healers instantly boosted their morale, and they began to counterattack, relentlessly slaughtering the Zerg. Star Travelers. Leading them, Ba Gu stood in the battleship's control room, staring at the images on the screen before them, their expressions dim and unclear. "Master, thank you for your mech." Lin Xiu landed in front of him in a mecha and handed him a space button. "Why are you back?" Qiaosun approached in surprise, then glanced around cautiously. He pulled her toward the edge. "Let's go now, while there's chaos and no one's noticed." "Qiaosun, it's okay." Qiaosun said anxiously, "Something's wrong. It's really wrong. Those people are in the warship not far away. If they see you, you and old Pei are finished." "Qiaosun, have you ever heard the saying, when the young ones are beaten, the old ones come?" Lin Xiu pointed to the nearby Tai Chi mothership and continued, "My old ones are here." Qiaosun calmed down and looked where the direction pointed. His heart was shaken. He turned to look at the crowd of healers. He had said, how could the Federation possibly have so many healers at once? If they were from the Star Travelers, it wouldn't be surprising. Star Travelers? Yes. Hearing the affirmative answer, Qiaosun felt the pain from his wounds instantly disappear, and he stood up straight. Confidence surged, and he felt a surge of strength, like a wild horse unleashing a barrage of bombardments upon the surrounding Zerg. With the healer's presence, the situation shifted dramatically. Seeing this, the Zerg desperately approached the rift in the Star Sea, self-destructing. Tens of thousands of Zerg, using their thermal weapons, simultaneously detonated, the aftermath directly triggering turbulence in the Star Sea. The entire Star Sea shook violently, affecting the warships themselves, sending various functions into red alert. "This is insane!" Lin Xiu had barely steadied himself in the mech when he saw two tentacles emerge from the rift, striking at the healer with lightning speed. "Be careful." But it was too late. Pei Qingyu, in his quest to save Mengan, was swept into the rift by the tentacles. Pei Qingyu. Lin Xiu used the earth-shrinking technique to rapidly fly towards him. Seeing this, Xia Xinghui activated the frigate's attack mode, shattering the tentacles with a fierce attack, but this also indirectly caused a spatial distortion. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a black vortex quietly appeared behind Pei Qingyu as he fell. Seeing it was too late, Lin Xiu quickly summoned her mental power, snapped the small tree in half, and pulled out a spatial button, wrapped it around the tree, and threw it towards Pei Qingyu. "Pei Qingyu, catch this. It will guide you home." For the first time, Lin Xiu used her true innate skill. Sky-reaching. A half-broken tree trunk suddenly rose from the ground, and a golden aftermath rapidly spread outward, centered on Lin Xiu. Wherever it passed, the dark factor had nowhere to hide, retreating back to the rift in the Star Sea. Universal Star, outer space. A black vortex suddenly appeared, and a green ball of light shot out from it. Its speed was so incredible, and its sudden appearance left the relevant departments with no time to react. And so, they watched helplessly as the green ball of light entered Universal Star and landed on Yin Nation's territory. At night, a loud noise erupted from Qingcheng Mountain in Yin Nation. "What's that sound?" Lin Xiu, half asleep, emerged from his room, suddenly drawn to the scent of flowers. He peered closely, his eyes widening with excitement. "Master, look! The marriage tree is blooming." "Huh? Why is there someone here?" "Master! Master! Wake up! Something terrible has happened." A group of people hurried out of their rooms. They gathered around the marriage tree, their gaze fixed on the large pit nearby. As they watched, the green ball of light slowly vanished, revealing a figure clutching a small tree. Star calendar year 5568. A massive insect swarm on Lulu Star triggered a rift in the star sea, releasing dark energy. The defending army fought bloody battles, their lives hanging by a thread. Hundreds of Star Travel Clan healers appeared in time to save the day. Star calendar year 5568. The Star Travel Clan emerged, and the Federal Central Committee underwent a bloody purge. The Star Travel Clan gained control of half the ruling power. Central Committee Member Committee, 1st Legion Commander Ba Gu, and the 1st Military Academy Principal were exposed for indiscriminate killings of innocent people, and even using healers for human experiments. They were dismissed and exiled to a desolate planet to mine. Star calendar year 5570 to 5580. As cracks in the star sea appeared one after another, the Federation Central Committee dispatched Star Travel Clan healers, led by Lin Xiu, to purify the dark factors from the cracks. Star sea year 5580. During the final purification of the dark factors, they were caught in a meteorite storm, and Lin Xiu disappeared. Babuka sat on a reef by the shore of Highway Star, recounting the Federation's recent history to the mermaid beside him. He gazed calmly at the sea, a smile tugging at his lips as a thought crossed his mind. A whisper lingered above the sound of the waves. "My dear friend, you should be home now."